I have thousands of adoring fans all over the world. Just because I am the strongest player in the world. Possessing the world's only profession. Divine speaker. Words spoken become law. Words become law as soon as they are spoken. When the tide of countless monstrous beasts arrives, I alone guard the nation's gate with nothing but my words. Single-handedly carved out a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. As the one that players worldwide can only look up to with admiration. I just want a real-life relationship. So at this very moment, I'm confessing my feelings to the campus belle, Lu Ruyan. Yet it was ruthlessly humiliated. The reason is a deadbeat otaku with no ambition. I grabbed my phone and instantly hit the triple action liking, favoriting, and bookmarking with a single tap. Suddenly, a black-red lightning bolt split the sky. The sky is torn apart. The blood moon hangs in the sky. The wind howls fiercely. As if the doom were descending. Golden characters instantly appeared in my mind. The game's anomalies merge with the real world. Countdown 30 days. You will inherit the unique profession, Divine Oracle. That's downright outrageous. Game reality integration. It also inherited the most perverse mutation. It's also the only profession in the entire world. First time. I quickly tried to open the panel. A subtitle instantly appeared before my eyes. The one and only Divine Oracle profession. Gene level 1. Starting from scratch. But fortunately, the in-game professions were preserved. Subtitles appear with notifications. Draw your initial spell word. Spells are unlocked based on level. But initially, there's always a draw opportunity that ignores levels. I'm thinking about confirming the extraction. In an instant, golden light erupted. Sequence 666. Words of Judgment, Golden Sword Awakening. I gasped in shock. This is one of the most invincible skills of a Divine Oracle. Within the field. I am the one who judges. Hold the power of life and death. Once the tidal wave of giant beasts in the game. Just because of the judgment of words. Countless monsters vanished into dust in an instant. Starting with this divine language from the very beginning. Isn't this just completely invincible? A sudden scream rang out. When I arrived. Just caught sight of the demonic dog attacking the neighbor. It seems that the anomaly is merging with reality. It has begun slowly. Perfect timing to test the power of a divine speaker against these demonic hounds. Leosi is my neighbor. In one's 20s. Beautiful voice, sweet and hardworking. She is watering the plants in the yard. Suddenly, the stainless steel gate outside the yard let out a piercing, explosive bang. Turning my head to take a look. A massive black dog is biting the fence with its sharp teeth. Scalding saliva dripped incessantly. Terrible beyond measure. She thought it was someone else's dog. Just thinking about driving it away is enough. Just grab a clothes pole and walk over. Never expected. The number of terrifying black dogs is increasing. Their eyes glowed with a frightening light. Biting stainless steel. It creaked. Immediately after. The stainless steel was actually bent by sheer biting force. The clothes drying rod fell. Leosi was so frightened that she plopped down onto the ground. Shivering all over. Finally. The courtyard gate was completely torn apart. Several vicious dogs entered the yard, saliva dripping from their mouths. Lucy surrounded in the middle. Like lambs to the slaughter. Sister Lu. I charged from the flank. Xiao Chen. Leosi was utterly astonished. In her eyes. I'm just a stay-at-home otaku who plays video games every day. I take a glance. Knowing they were just a few minor first-tier monsters. Quickly unleashed the words of power's judgment blade. In the darkness of night. My eyes are gleaming with golden light. Like a monarch. The vicious dog lunged at me. Leosi screamed in terror. But in the blink of an eye. All the vicious dogs were torn to pieces. Turned into black smoke and dissipated. Lucy was utterly stunned by the scene before her eyes. My golden glow fades away. Killing the vicious dog directly levels you up to 3. Are you okay, sis? It's okay. Leosi took my hand and stood up. Almost threw herself into my arms. I settled Lucy comfortably. Open your phone. The news is all about monsters. These low-level monsters have breached the human world. Even more terrifying was the Blood Moon Calamity that occurred a month later. The class group chat was also in an uproar. Everyone says awakened talent. At this moment, Lu Ruyan is calling. She recently rejected and blocked me. Still calling me a simp. Now I have to protect her. Still talking about giving me a chance to be your boyfriend. Half an hour ago, Lu Ruyan had just stepped out of the bar. Drunk. Her face was flushed with a rosy glow. The one holding her was a rich second-generation guy she just met. Baby. I'll take you to the hotel. But I had only taken a few steps. The head of the rich second generation suddenly parted company with his body. The whole person was left dangling in mid-air. Hell. Lu Ruyan was frightened out of her wits on the spot. The intoxication vanished completely. Only then did she realize. The fusion of gaming with reality is real. Who has time to care about some rich second-generation kid? Fleeing desperately. Hiding by a trash can in the corner. In a hurry to call for help. Who can save me? Wait, Chen Nian. He can do it. Lu Ruyan immediately dialed my phone number. The moment the call connects, I shout first. I'm surrounded by monsters. Save me. I'll give you a chance to be my boyfriend. Okay. I hung up the phone. On the other end, Lu Ruyan couldn't help forcing out a smile. Great. The simp is still the same simp. Never thought that kind of otaku could actually be useful. Might as well make use of him then. Earlier, I was humiliated like that. Now I still have to swallow my pride and come protect myself. He's also someone who's never seen a woman before. Blame it on myself for being too beautiful. Wait. Lu Ruyan suddenly realized something was wrong. Chen Nian didn't even ask where she was just now. How could he possibly come over? Screams of people kept coming from outside. The streets were in complete chaos. Even someone was torn to shreds not far away, making Lu Ruyan's heart suddenly race. She called Chen Nian again. The number you dialed cannot be reached at the moment. Please try again later. The number you dialed cannot be reached at the moment. He blocked me. A mix of emotions, anger, confusion, shock, disbelief, and fear swirled in Lu Ruyan's heart. She never would have imagined. Just a pathetic simp. Even has a temper. What made her even angrier was yet to come. I never expected to immediately switch to chatting in the class group instead. Moreover, there are several younger sisters who actively show me favor. Old Chen. You wait and see. One day you'll regret this. Facing the current chaotic global landscape, the Dragon Kingdom's officials also responded with the utmost speed. The phone kept buzzing with urgent text alerts. Drones and police cars equipped with loudspeakers and sirens. It is also being broadcast throughout the city. Important notice. All residents are requested to stay at home as much as possible. Do not go out unnecessarily. I know why these low-level monsters appeared in the city. Because there's a teleportation array connecting the main city with the monster areas outside. Monsters can enter the main city through the teleportation array, and people can also use the array to reach the monster zone at the fastest possible speed. Chen Nian immediately formulated the current action plan. He had no interest in volunteering, nor would he hide at home. Instead, he proactively used the teleportation array to enter the monster zone outside the main city. Only by leveling up and growing stronger could he truly face the terrifying cataclysm that awaited in the later stages. Chen Nian set out immediately. Conveniently, a teleportation array existed within his residential villa district. Dozens of law enforcement officers, fully armed, now guarded the entrance, barring anyone from approaching. Attention! New monsters spotted, open fire. Sirens blared, gunfire echoed. The deafening gunfire nearly tore the night's tranquility to shreds. Chen Nian arrived nearby and indeed saw the teleportation array, swirling like a chaotic vortex, from which monsters periodically emerged. Most were level 10 monsters, vulnerable enough to be effectively killed by conventional firearms. Bang! 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 Both sides were locked in a fierce firefight, the area littered with bullets and monster corpses. How could he cross this? Chen Nian was stumped. But time was running out. Unwilling to wait any longer, he resolved to charge straight through. Spellword, Judgment Golden Sword, capable of cleaving all things, including bullets, air, psychic abilities, and even souls. Halt! A poised female enforcer barked at Chen Nian. She must have been in charge of evacuating the surrounding crowd. Can't you see this is dangerous? Get out of here. Don't come any closer. Chen Nian looked troubled. Ma'am, I was trying to go. Are you trying to get yourself killed? The world has suddenly changed. Even we've suffered heavy casualties. We can't spare the time to look after ordinary citizens. Go home and hide. Wait for official announcements. Another male officer on duty nearby shook his head. These rich folks living in the villa district have no common sense. They're still wandering around outside at a time like this, not knowing to hide properly. You're working hard, Sister Ya. The female officer wiped her sweat. It's fine. All I can do is guide people to safety. Every life saved counts. Just then, a deafening roar erupted from ahead. Boom! The ground itself trembled. The sky ahead was instantly illuminated by a blaze of fire. It was a mortar. Someone up ahead had already deployed a howitzer? The terrifying shockwave forced the female enforcer to stumble back 2 steps. She stared intently, her pupils suddenly contracting. What kind of monster is that? As the smoke cleared, a colossal tiger covered in black scales appeared before everyone. Standing roughly 2 meters tall, its bulk rivaled 3 grown men. Its black scales were as hard as armor. Despite the howitzer barrage, it remained completely unscathed. Chen Nian's brow furrowed imperceptibly. He recognized this creature, one of the rookie killers, known as the Black-Scaled Tiger, a Tier 1 level 50 monster. Among all Tier 1 monsters, it ranked in the mid-tier. He himself was only a Tier 1, level 3, completely outclassed in terms of level. An ordinary talented extraordinary being would be slaughtered without mercy. Of course, these ordinary enforcers wielding firearms posed absolutely no threat to it. Run! Before Chen Nian could react, the female enforcer grabbed his arm and dragged him backward. Find cover immediately. Don't go out unless absolutely necessary. Got it? With that, she returned to the front lines, diving back into her duties. Riot shields! Riot shields forward! Snipers, aim for its eyes. Keep up the suppressive fire. People unleashed nearly all their firepower onto the black-scaled giant tiger, yet it only produced clanging impacts, failing to inflict any real damage. Finally enraged, the colossal tiger launched its first assault. It lunged forward with lightning speed, instantly knocking down the officers holding riot shields. Its terrifying fangs tore through the shields on the spot. Damn it, where are the reinforcements? The captain gripped his walkie-talkie tightly, teeth clenched, sweat pouring down his face. Joya, is the crowd evacuated yet? He roared. Reporting, evacuation complete. The moment the captain finished asking, he spotted a teenager in a thin t-shirt sprinting past the cordon. You evacuated nothing. Stop that kid now. Everyone else, fall back. I repeat, fall back. We're no match for this monster. Joya turned to see the very boy she'd just chased away had broken through the cordon. Her anger flared instantly. She sprinted toward him, determined to stop him, but to her utter shock, she couldn't outrun him. He moved with the agility of the wind. Stop. What do you think you're doing? Stop him. Quick, stop him. Damn it, is this kid trying to get himself killed? Chen Nian ignored all attempts to stop him. He charged through the gun-wielding defense unit, using the riot shield as a springboard to leap forward. With a steady step, he landed squarely on the head of the black-scaled colossal tiger. Spell of Judgment, Golden Sword of Judgment. Obscure syllables transformed into invisible blades, slashing dozens of times in an instant. By the time people reacted, the youth had already charged alone into the teleportation array and vanished. The terrifying monster, impossible to resist, shattered into countless fragments, dissolving into black smoke that dissipated into the air. Everyone stood frozen in shock. P.S. The protagonist's divine awakening occurs a bit later in the story, please bear with me. The 99+ reviews below are glowing praise from readers who followed the later chapters. Beyond the three main heroines, expect Ancient Kingdom princesses, divine successors, the Nine Heavens mystic maiden, Chang'e, and the awakening of numerous gods. The plot is absolutely epic. Trust the author. Having written multiple multi-heroine novels, I possess ample experience and maintain a steady pace throughout the later chapters. Currently at 1.2 million words with tens of thousands still following, read with confidence. Chapter 4, Frenetic Leveling, New Word Spirits. The scene fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at the portal, momentarily speechless. Only one enforcement officer, pinned to the ground by a riot shield, remained unaware of the events unfolding. He continued to wail frantically. Help! Help! But after shouting for a while, he suddenly realized the eerie silence outside. Slowly, he peered his head out. He discovered the terrifying monster had vanished, and his colleagues all wore blank expressions, as if they'd seen a ghost. What happened? Where's the monster? A teenager took it down in an instant. What? Joyaro felt a lump in her throat, the shock in her pupils lingering long after. She finally understood that boy wasn't an ordinary person at all. He was a player of calamity, a true extraordinary being. If he hadn't been there, who knows how many colleagues would have died. Thank goodness he was there. And here she was, having scolded him and dragged him away. Now, recalling it, her face burned with embarrassment, leaving her flustered and at a loss. So powerful. Is this the power of an extraordinary being? No. The captain shook his head. I've seen several volunteers. Though they possess extraordinary abilities too, none are this powerful. This man is an exception. But, why would he enter the teleportation array? Joya couldn't help but ask. Ambition. The captain's eyes gleamed with admiration. His primary goal isn't protecting others, it's becoming stronger himself. In the future, only sufficiently powerful extraordinary beings will be able to stand against those formidable monsters. This world is about to change. Only then did Joya realize the implications. She nodded. Should we look into his background? Might be useful for recruiting him later. No, we must not hinder their development in any way. They are the future guardians of global peace. After passing through the teleportation array, Chen Nian arrived safely outside the main city. Following the convergence of the game and reality, Linhai City, where Chen Nian resided, had been divided into 4 city gates. Beyond each gate lay regions infested with monsters. Killing that level 50 black-scaled tiger had granted him a whopping 100 points of genetic energy. Level 10. Upon reaching level 10, Chen Nian successfully mastered a new word spirit. Sequence 10, Word Spirit Flash Lightning. One of the fundamental word spirits, capable of summoning thunderbolts to strike enemies, quite practical. Simultaneously, his attributes underwent a transformation. Name, Chen Nian. Talent, Word Spirit Sage Unique. Gene level, 10 Tier 1. Constitution, 10 affects strength and physical resilience. Agility, 10 affects speed and reaction time. Supernatural, 10 affects all supernatural abilities. Typically, all talents increase by 1 point across all attributes per level, granting a significant advantage to those with higher levels. Chen Nian's goal was simple: level up. So many first-tier monsters. Monster auras filled the landscape. He didn't know if they'd respawn after being killed first come, first served. They were all experience points. Of course, powerful high-risk words like Judgment Golden Sword were definitely not something Chen Nian could use casually. First, they consumed massive amounts of resources and wouldn't last long. Second, it's easy for players who know me in-game to recognize me. Especially those fangirls. Back when he played Catastrophe, a wealthy fan once offered a $1 million cash bounty for Chen Nian's real-life contact info. There was no way around it since he was completely unapproachable in-game. Many sought to connect with him in real life. Later, the price ballooned to tens of millions. Anyone who could provide Chen Nian's real address, name, or appearance could claim the 10 million from the wealthy woman. Terrifying. Guys really need to protect themselves online. Being too popular comes with risks. Fortunately, Chen Nian has always meticulously protected his information. He even uses a virtual IP to go online and invested heavily in the most secure cybersecurity firewall to avoid being exposed. His greatest fear was that any exposure would shatter his normal life. Now, exposure was even more unthinkable. If discovered, at best he'd be fought over by his wealthy admirers. At worst, nations might vie for him or even attempt assassination. Because in the game, nation wars would be activated in the later stages. Chen Nian's existence would undoubtedly exert immense pressure on other nations. He must be eliminated without delay. But dwelling on that now was pointless. Chen Nian had already begun pulling mobs. The most efficient way to level up was to pull a wave of monsters and kill them all at once, commonly known as wave farming. Goblins, shadow wolves, silverfang snakes. All familiar Tier 1 mobs. Chen Nian dashed around in a circle, drawing over a dozen of them toward him. Spell of words flash lightning. Obscure syllables transformed into thunderbolts that crashed down from the night sky without warning. Boom! The ground shattered into fragments. Several first-tier monsters were instantly reduced to ash. Gene energy plus 10. Genetic energy plus 10. Genetic energy plus 10. Congratulations on obtaining the equipment Refined Iron Bracers common. Congratulations on obtaining the equipment Diamond Leg Guards fine. Chen Nian was overjoyed. Loot dropped. Who would have thought killing monsters in real life could drop gear? It's exactly like the mechanics in games. Equipment ranks into 7 tiers: common, fine, rare, epic, legendary, mythic, and divine. The better the gear, the lower the drop rate. Just now, after taking down a group of minor monsters, I actually got a fine grade item. Not bad luck at all. Steel Bracers common. Defense, 10. Attack, 0. Attributes, none. Special effects, none. Steel Leg Guards fine. Defense, 30. Attack, 0. Attributes, Constitution plus 5. Special effect, none. Chen Nian immediately equipped both items. The equipment seamlessly integrated into his current attire, adding no bulk whatsoever, only the enhanced attributes. Defense plus 40, Constitution plus 5. Chen Nian's attribute panel also changed. Chen Nian, Word Spirit Sage Unique. Gene Tier, Tier 1 Level 14. Constitution, 19. Agility, 14. Supernatural, 14. Attack bonus, 0. Defense bonus, 40. Combat rating, 8 stars. Of course, this so-called combat power assessment only accounts for current attributes and does not factor in other elements. If Chen Nian's high-tier word spirits were factored in, this combat rating would be impossible to assess. After a brief rest, he opened his phone to check on his classmates' situations. So awesome. Just killed a monster and got the magician talent card, haha. Killing monsters drops talent cards? Real or fake? Doesn't that mean everyone can become extraordinary? Why, is there a big bro who'll take me monster hunting? I can warm your bed for you later. Big shots, please take me along QAQ. Bunch of noobs. I'm already level 7. Holy crap, level 7? Dude, you're insane. Have you been grinding non-stop? Never seen anyone this high level before. Bet no one in our school's tougher than you. Can we be friends, bro? Please? Chen Nian remained silent. If he'd mentioned he was already level 14 in the group chat, his phone would have exploded with messages instantly. Chapter 5, Encountering a level 70 wild boss. Compared to the class group chat full of newbies, hardcore gaming groups were a whole different ballgame. Almost every player who had tried Disaster immediately thought of leveling up. They understood that the era of players had arrived. Only by becoming stronger could they gain an edge and survive greater calamities. Level 7 Mage Swordsman Seeking Party. Absolutely powerful. Looking for a speed leveling team. Level 6 Elf Summoner Beautiful, sweet-voiced, and heals like crazy. Looking for a fast-killing powerhouse to carry me? Guaranteed to make you feel amazing. Buying Talon Cards Common Gear. Contact me directly for inventory, fair pricing. Level 10 Qigong Master available for monster grinding. PM for details. Barter accepted. Married women preferred. Chen Nian is a lurker. Even when speaking in group chats, he never reveals his identity. After all, he's the silent god revered by every player in Calamity. The slightest slip could lead to his real identity being traced through social accounts. Trouble guaranteed. Better keep grinding levels. The primary goal is to keep leveling up. Encountering a wild boss would be even better. Defeating them usually yields generous rewards, including but not limited to rare gear, skill scrolls, advancement crystals. For 2 full days, Chen Nian roamed the wilderness slaying monsters. Sunset. Level 35. Chen Nian's level had skyrocketed to 35. His leveling method was both the most efficient and the most sustainable. He would pull a group of monsters, then wipe them out in one fell swoop. Though each use of word magic drained his extraordinary power, leveling up would boost his strength, creating a balance. Others would tire and rest. Not him. After leveling up, he unlocked several more word spirits, causing his combat prowess to skyrocket. Sequence 9, Eagle Eye. Sequence 19, Flame Burst. Sequence 33, Wind Demon Slash. Additionally, Chen Nian now possesses a full set of fine-grade equipment, significantly boosting his attributes. Chen Nian, Word Spirit Sage Unique. Genetic Tier, Tier 1 Level 35. Constitution, 46. Agility, 42. Supernatural, 42. Attack Bonus, 110. Defense Bonus, 260. Combat Rating, 25 stars. With his current defense, attacks from low-tier level 1 monsters can be completely ignored without taking any damage. Chen Nian no longer needs to activate his word magic to slay monsters. He can now rely solely on physical attacks, making the process far easier. This is the advantage of high levels. 2 days have passed since the game Calamity merged with reality, and the city has largely stabilized. Those with innate talents had either been recruited by the security forces, become private enforcers for corporations, or ventured outside to level up. From Chen Nian's observations, anyone above level 20 was now treated like royalty wherever they went. The salaries offered by major corporations were casually over 500,000 per month. But Chen Nian knew that working for others would only slow his progress toward becoming stronger, limiting his future growth potential. Hey, bro, you out here slaying monsters too? Chen Nian was sitting on the ground catching the breeze when a 3-person squad approached from ahead. 2 men and 1 woman. The man leading them smiled and said, "We're also players in Calamity. We're all pretty high level now. How about we form a party together?" "No thanks, I'm used to going solo," Chen Nian replied flatly. "If you team up, experience points get split evenly. He could kill monsters effortlessly on his own. Why share the spoils? Bro, going solo these days is rough. You can't respawn in real life. Think it through." "Thanks, but no thanks." Seeing Chen Nian was unmoved, the man gave a subtle nod to the woman beside him. "My big brother's a level 21 dark mage. Teaming up with us would be your lucky break. Fast leveling and chances to take on powerful monsters." Her face beamed with pride. She was certain that mentioning level 21 would seal the deal. No one could refuse. Who didn't know that anyone above level 20 was a top-tier expert? "Not interested." You ungrateful fool." The woman was furious, never expecting this person to be so arrogantly self-important. Unable to persuade Chen Nian, they had no choice but to leave. No sooner had they walked a short distance than the woman spat angrily and began to grumble. "How pathetic. Does he really think he's someone important? Forget it. The 3 of us can handle that boss anyway. We were just going to use that kid as cannon fodder, but turns out he's pretty sharp. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. After we take down the boss, we're going back to kill that bastard. Anyway, the real world's already in chaos. No one'll care if we kill him. Might even loot some useful stuff." "Ha, sis has got a point." The trio entered the forest and advanced cautiously toward their target. Ahead stood a 5-meter-tall tree-ant. In Calamity, its official name was Calamity Tree-ant. Its branches could transform into armor-piercing blades, boasting terrifying attack and defense stats. Its level was a staggering Tier 1, level 70, a high-tier existence among Tier 1 monsters. As a boss-level creature, it also possessed additional attribute boosts. Extremely challenging. The rewards for defeating it would be unimaginably rich. We're barely over level 20. Can we really take down this level 70 Tree-ant? Su Meng chuckled, forgot who I am? I soloed this boss in the game before. Its attack patterns are simple, we just need to carefully chip away at it from a distance. But if it drops loot, we'd strike it rich. Hearing this, the other two lit up. They were all following Su Meng around, he was the big shot in the game, guaranteed to live it up. Let's go! All three launched their attacks simultaneously. At first, the Calamity Trent's attack patterns fell within their expectations. But gradually, they began to feel the strain. Because performing physical actions in real life consumes stamina, something not required in the game. They had forgotten this was real combat, not just manipulating a keyboard and mouse. Yah! A steel-like branch pierced the woman's thigh. No, we're no match for them, Another man was violently flung away, a bloody gash exposed on his chest as he slammed into the ground. Su Meng was overwhelmed, his weapon wrenched from his grasp. His expression turned grim. The second difference between the game and reality. Injuries now visibly impaired movement, not just a cold health bar in the game. For the first time, the three felt the terror of death. At that moment, a slender youth leapt down from the trees and landed before them. If you lack the strength, don't come looking for death. Chen Nian's expression remained impassive, his tone calm. It's him, the one from earlier. The woman was utterly shocked. It was one thing for him to lurk in the shadows and watch, but to actually step out into the open? This was a level 70 boss tier monster. The three of us couldn't defeat it together. Was he here to die? Chapter 6, Slaughtering the Boss, Acquiring Epic Gear. Having finally encountered a wild boss, Chen Nian naturally wouldn't pass up the opportunity. His involvement was purely for the boss rewards. As for rescuing these three along the way, that was merely an act of humanitarianism. Their fate was of little consequence to him. Level 70, Catastrophe Treant. Chen Nian felt no pressure in dealing with it. The Calamity Treant possesses a unique trait. If subjected to prolonged fire attacks, it has a chance to mutate into a Flame Calamity Treant. Its level would jump from 70 to 80, making it far more powerful and naturally, more likely to drop rare items. What is he planning? Does he intend to solo a level 70 Calamity Treant? Forget him, let's tend to our wounds first. Su Meng and the others had been in mortal danger, but now that Chen Nian had intervened, they could heal and escape while the monster was occupied. Awakened extraordinary beings possess genetic energy far surpassing ordinary humans, allowing them to slowly recover from most injuries. Now it was a race against time. They had to recover as much as possible before that kid got killed by the Calamity Treant. Chen Nian extended his palm, murmuring a few obscure syllables. Spell of words flame burst. Boom! A ball of explosive flame detonated on the Calamity Treant. The Calamity Treant emitted a shrill, low growl as its paper tendrils whipped around like countless snakes. He's a fire mage? Kaibai, don't attack the Calamity Treant with fire magic. Su Meng screamed hysterically. Fire skills will mutate this monster. Do you want to get us all killed? Chen Nian paid no heed to the shouts behind him. His expression remained blank as he continued to unleash his word magic. Boom! 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 Explosions erupted from the Calamity Treant's body like fireworks. The flames lit up the pupils of everyone present. The Calamity Treant began to transform, its branches igniting in a raging inferno. Madman! Absolute madman! Su Meng felt a chill run down his spine, his face already contorted with terror. The mutated Calamity Treant not only saw all its attributes greatly enhanced, but its attack range also expanded. The flames made it nearly impossible to approach. Defeating it would be incredibly difficult from now on. All because of that ignorant hothead. Run! Run now! Once its mutation completes, it'll create a fiery barrier. We'll all die trapped inside. Back in his novice days, Su Meng had witnessed a 12-person team attempting to defeat a Calamity Treant. When the tree mutated, its flames formed a prison, trapping all 12 within its deadly embrace. The three of them abandoned their recovery efforts, staggering desperately toward the exit. But it was too late. Whoa! A piercing howl signaled the Catastrophe Treant's complete mutation. The Catastrophe Treant erupted with countless flames, spreading like blooming petals and raining down all around. The entire area was sealed off by raging infernos. The air warped under the intense heat, and scorching winds carried swirling, searing dust. The four were trapped within this towering cage of flames. There was only one way out: defeat the mutated flame catastrophe tree. It's over. All over. The woman knelt on the ground, staring at the terrifying monster engulfed in flames, her face ashen. It's all his fault, that ignorant fool. The group's anger and resentment converged on Chen Nian. Had he not caused the Catastrophe Treant to mutate, they might have had a chance to survive. Now, all hope was truly lost. An 80-level wild boss, the Flaming Calamity Tree. At this stage, who could possibly stand against it? Anyone who came would be walking into certain death. And this kid was just a fire mage. His fire-based skills were utterly useless against the monster, dealing not a single point of damage. He's truly gone mad. The others stared blankly at Chen Nian's retreating figure, their mouths agape, speechless. They watched as that figure strolled leisurely, calm and composed, step by step toward the flaming calamity treant. Yes, in their eyes, Chen Nian had become a reckless madman. After all, no one could have imagined he was the world's top player in Calamity, the legendary Silent One. Hopefully, what drops from this won't disappoint me. Chen Nian gazed at the massive creature before him, a faint smile curling his lips. Countless branches, engulfed in blazing flames, flew toward him. There was no room to dodge. If struck, Chen Nian would instantly become a hedgehog, meeting his end in the most agonizing manner. But he didn't need to dodge. His lips moved slightly, and a hoarse voice transformed into a word of power. Sequence 33 Wind Demon Slash. Chen Nian casually swept his palm, unleashing invisible wind blades, the sharpest weapons imaginable that severed the branches filling the sky. He strolled through the sea of shattered branches and withered willows, walking through flames like a sovereign making an imperial visit. Impossible, impossible. He's not a fire mage, he's a rare elemental mage. The three stared blankly at Chen Nian, their pupils filled with utter shock. Thus, Chen Nian advanced unopposed, arriving before the colossal flame calamity tree. He could feel the scorching heat washing over him so intense it felt like his skin was about to catch fire. Then, a golden light flared in Chen Nian's pupils. Word Spirit Judgment Golden Sword. Within this domain, all things could be judged including temperature. As the temperature was severed, Chen Nian no longer felt the heat. But the monster before him clearly refused to accept defeat, launching a frenzied assault as countless flames surged toward him. Each flame was severed in turn, never coming within an inch of Chen Nian. Finally, the flaming calamity treant entered the judgment domain. Crack! Its massive form split apart without warning, rapidly dissipating into the air. Congratulations on defeating the mutant boss Flame Calamity Treant. Obtained epic equipment, Flame Wrapped Robe. Acquired skill Scroll Advanced. Obtained talent card Demon Hunter. Genetic energy plus 1025. Your level has increased from 35 to 43. A series of notifications flashed before Chen Nian's eyes, and all items instantly dropped into his backpack. At first, Chen Nian didn't bother checking the effects of the so-called epic gear. What surprised him most was the skill scroll high tier. In Calamity, players' abilities weren't unlocked simply by leveling up. Those rare, powerful abilities required either dropped skill scrolls or skill synthesis to awaken conditions that were extremely demanding. Chen Nian's Word Spirit Saint was no exception. Nearly every one of those ultra-high-risk word spirits had been awakened by Chen Nian at tremendous personal cost. The Word Spirit Death God, one of the highest-risk word spirits, required killing 1,000 players to unlock. The Word Spirit Candle Dragon, another ultra-high-risk word spirit, requires 3 days and nights of deep-sea diving in the most terrifying volcano to unlock. The Word Spirit Wrath of the Gods, another ultra-high-risk word spirit, requires collecting 7 apocalyptic thunderbolts to unlock. But with a skill scroll high tier, there's a chance to learn it directly. What a bountiful harvest! Meanwhile, the other three were utterly terrified. Chapter 7, Guess Right and I'll Show You My Leg. The trio never dreamed that Kid could take down a mutated Calamity Treant all by himself. Am I dreaming? The woman blinked frantically, taking deep, rapid breaths. Even now, she still couldn't believe it. Even Su Mang, the top player in the game with rare talents, was only in his 20s. Faced with the mutant catastrophe treant, they were nothing but lambs to the slaughter. And he. Monster. He deliberately used fire elemental spells to attack the cataclysm treant. Su Mang exhaled slowly. Why? Wait. He must have been certain he could kill the mutated tree man, deliberately causing it to mutate. As the words left her lips, the woman couldn't help but gasp in shock. Everything was under his control. This guy isn't just any player, he's definitely one of the top experts in Calamity. Bro, we put in the work too, we can't just let him take all the rewards. Shu, don't be suicidal. Su Mang shook his head, his expression grave. He dared not provoke such a big shot, he'd have no idea how he'd end up dead. As Chen Nian approached, he immediately stepped forward, his face plastered with flattery. Big brother, you're incredible. Thanks to you, man, otherwise we'd have been dead meat, haha. The woman chimed in eagerly, yeah, bro. I've never seen anyone as skilled as you. What's your in-game name? Maybe we've heard of you. Shut your mouth. Do you think you can just pry into Big Brother's personal affairs? Sorry for the offense, Big Brother. From now on, we're your little brothers. Just say the word if you need anything. Chen Nian ignored them. They weren't on his level, there was no need for deep connections. He turned and walked away, intending to tally his loot before moving on to the next location to level up. Putting on quite the airs. Humph. Must have gotten something good, that's why he's in such a hurry. He won't get away. A shadow flickered in Su Meng's eyes. Big brother, didn't you say we shouldn't mess with him? We few can't handle him, but he's got something valuable. Just call in more men, right? Don't forget the other brothers. Big brother, you're so far-sighted. You're right, we've got so many brothers. Su Meng immediately made a call. Hey, brother Tian, get your guys over here fast. I've got a beast here, killed an 80-level Calamity Treant single-handedly. What? You heard right. He soloed a field boss. He's ridiculously strong and must have some serious gear on him. Plus, the loot from that Calamity Treant? Selling that now would net us at least 100 million. High-level gear? Those rich bosses will be scrambling for it. It's worth its weight in gold. This is a gold mine. Got it. I'll round up the guys immediately. Don't lose sight of him, today's our chance to strike it rich. After hanging up, Su Meng turned his gaze back to the distant figure, a faint smile curling his lips. Only the ruthless survive in this new world. Times have changed. After Chen Nian departed, he began taking stock of his current haul. Flamefire Robe Epic. Requirement Tier 1. Defense, 150. Attack, 30. Attributes, Constitution plus 10, Agility plus 10. Special effect Fire Resistance, significantly reduces damage from fire attacks. This piece of gear is an absolute top-tier item in the early game. Its defense alone rivals most of Chen Nian's high-quality gear set. Plus it grants 20 extra attributes and a special fire resistance effect. Truly worthy of its epic tier. After equipping it, Chen Nian's attributes undergo a significant transformation. Chen Nian, Word Spirit Sage Unique. Genetic Tier 1 Level 43. Constitution, 60. Agility, 55. Supernatural, 50. Attack bonus, 130. Defense bonus, 350. Combat rating, 32 stars. Such base stats would be top tier anywhere. Without exaggeration, Chen Nian's current stats allow him to shrug off bombardments from thermal weapons like howitzers. Most extraordinary beings would struggle to breach his defenses. Equipped with this gear, Chen Nian becomes invincible against any monster below level 50. Detected first player equipping epic gear. Trading space now open. Is this the world's first epic tier item? Curiosity piqued, Chen Nian opened the trading interface to investigate. His first focus was the currency exchange rate. 100 coins equals 1 gold. In this so-called trading space, gold holds immense purchasing power. Players could freely list and sell any items they acquired. At the same time, people could speak freely in the chat channels. To protect privacy, all names are blurred out, like Chen Nian becoming Chen Nian. Bailey, holy, who just got an epic gear drop? That's insane. Lin Yu, holy crap. I'm still wearing all basic gear, not even any fine quality, and he's already dropped an epic? Zio Xianzi, this is insane. Whoever it is must be an absolute pro. The chat channel buzzed with excited discussion, everyone trying to figure out which big shot had set this new milestone. Skyscraper, penthouse suite. A woman sat by the window, her red gown accentuating her flawless figure. Her long, slender legs, smooth and flawless, drew endless admiration. Her wine-red hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her beauty could outshine any A-list actress. Yi Hongling, the beloved daughter of the Dragon Nation's Grand General. In Catastrophe, she was known as Crimson Spirit, the flame-wielding sorceress who captivated millions, the pinnacle of female players. The man she loved was undeniably the strongest in the world. ID, Silent, also known as Chen Nian. Oh? Epic gear? Glancing at the newly opened chat channel, Yi Hongling fell deep in thought. Suddenly, a seductive smile curved her lips. Bu Yu, you've evaded me your entire in-game life. Now that reality merges with the game, let's see if you can still slip through my fingers. Achoo! Chen Nian sneezed unexpectedly. Someone thinking about me? He opened his phone to find a message from that woman on WeChat. Shiliang, brother Bu Yu, if I'm not mistaken, you're the one who contributed to this first epic tier gear, right? Smile. This woman's pretty sharp. Chen Nian immediately replied, what are you talking about? I have no idea what you mean. Shiliang, still playing dumb? You don't think setting up a virtual IP and hiding all your online info will stop me from tracking you down, do you? Chen Nian. Shiliang, someone posted online about seeing a massive fire somewhere that later vanished, as if a fierce battle had taken place. Shiliang, Jiangnan Province, Linhai City, right? Chen Nian shuddered. I never thought she'd find even the slightest trace of this? Chen Nian, are you out of your mind? What do you want with me now? Shiliang, here to deliver a 1,000-mile gift. Chen Nian, I'm a 40-year-old fat slob. You're serious? Shiliang, guess. If you guess right, I'll show you my legs. Chen Nian, I know your legs are gorgeous, but could you stop sending leg pics to everyone all the time? Shiliang, I only send them to you, baby. Chen Nian. Chapter 8, Chance Encounter with a Little Fangirl. Chen Nian's top priority was to sell the Demon Hunter talent card. Demon Hunter wasn't a rare talent, but it was better than ordinary talents. Once everyone could hunt monsters later on, it would definitely become commonplace. So the sooner he sold it, the better. That way, he could secure his first pot of gold. Later, he could exchange it for real-world currency or use it to buy whatever he needed. Always stay one step ahead. Chen Nian, Talent Demon Hunter, now listed. 10,000 gold direct trade, no haggling. The moment his message went out, it exploded across the entire channel. What? Someone's actually selling talent cards now? This is amazing. With this, you can directly evolve into an extraordinary being. But 10,000 gold is insane. That's like $1 million in real life. Bro, you're not just trying to rip us off, are you? Yeah, demon hunters aren't rare in the game. You can get them for just 10 gold later on. I'll pay 100 gold. Interested? Chen Nian's second sentence consisted of just 4 words. First come, first served. Though wealthy gamers who truly understand the game wouldn't splurge on a demon hunter card, there's never a shortage of suckers in the game. Huang Long is requesting a trade with you. Accept? Accept. Chen Nian listed his item, and the other party didn't hesitate. They sent the payment immediately. Trade successful. Chen Nian's account instantly gained 10,000 gold, essentially making $1 million in minutes. This is the advantage of being one step ahead. Others will forever be left eating your dust. All the junk you discard becomes treasure in their eyes. Chen Nian's goal was to always be faster than everyone else, to be the swiftest pioneer and become the strongest. That was his goal. Women only slow down my leveling progress. I hope that woman never finds me. The most crucial acquisition, Chen Nian hasn't even used yet. The advanced skill scroll. May it unlock a practical, powerful word spell. Use. In an instant, Chen Nian felt as if he'd plummeted into an abyss. In pitch-black darkness where he couldn't see his own hand, it felt like millions of ghosts surrounded him, dragging him into the hell of Azura. Sequence 127 Death God, awakened. Chen Nian? Holy, he'd actually unlocked the notoriously demanding Death God ability. This is insane. I've hit the jackpot. Death God deploys a domain that strips all living beings of vision. During this period, gains Death God possession, significantly boosting attack power for 30 seconds. Reaper's Harvest, each player kill permanently increases Reaper possession attack power by +10. This word of spirit was obtained by Chen Nian late in the game after defeating an 8th tier monster, acquiring the skill book, and then fulfilling extremely demanding conditions to unlock it. Incredibly powerful. Moreover, this word of spirit grows more formidable the later the stage, even surpassing the Judgment Golden Sword. Someone's following me? Chen Nian keenly sensed 2 hostile gazes fixed on his back. Spell, Eagle Eye. Chen Nian activated Eagle Eye, instantly expanding his field of vision several-fold to survey the entire surroundings. 2 concealed in the bushes, 2 hidden in the trees, 1 lurking below the hillside. At least 5 people were secretly tailing him. So those 3 earlier were just putting on a polite front. They still can't forget the benefits I've gained, huh? Fine. Then you shall be the ones to sharpen the blade for the Grim Reaper. Chen Nian's gaze turned cold. But he absolutely couldn't act here. Because that woman, Xi Ling, was pursuing him. His position had already been exposed. If he started a bloodbath here, his true identity would inevitably be uncovered. He must escape to another remote, deserted place first. Of course, it would be even better if their reinforcements arrived in greater numbers. Chen Nian made up his mind and began to flee at full speed. He spotted us? Trying to escape? Think he can get away? Follow him. Our men are all heading this way. It doesn't matter if he spotted us, he's a sitting duck now. Su Meng was calling his brothers. Did you all see that? An epic tier item just dropped. My guess is it's on that kid. He took down a level 80 Calamity Treant. Everyone, take note, the kid's strength is no joke. But he must have expended a lot of energy. If we have enough men, we can definitely take him down. If we could sell that epic gear, hey? Get rich, right here, right now. Hearing this, the brothers grew wildly excited. They were all here for the money. Times have changed. As long as there's profit to be made, what's the harm in taking a life? 5 men, 10 men, 20 men, 50 men. Su Meng had summoned nearly every brother he could call upon. These were all people he had met during the cataclysm. Now, every one of them was an extraordinary being. 50 extraordinary beings hunting down one man. They believed they were giving Chen Nian the utmost attention. Boss, is that kid really that terrifying? Is he worth all of us coming after him? Of course. He took down an 80-level boss single-handedly. Could you do that? Take him down, and we're set for life. Chen Nian had covered nearly 20 kilometers. He'd already fled to the remote mountains outside the city. Looks like the fish have been caught. Spotting a cave ahead, Chen Nian prepared to slip inside. Soon, they would surely assume he had nowhere left to flee, gathering all together. That would make it easier for him to deal with them all at once, ensuring none slipped through the net. The moment he entered the cave, a frantic female voice echoed from within. Who's there? By the light of the fire on the cave wall, Chen Nian could make out the figure. A girl of about 18, with a small, delicate face. Petite in stature, she wore a hoodie and shorts. Her very appearance stirred a protective urge. She crouched on the ground, seemingly injured. Chen Nian recognized her. Not just Chen Nian, most teenagers at the school knew her. She knew? You've got the wrong person. The girl hurriedly pulled her hat brim down further, trying to hide her face. Debuted just a year ago, she captured countless fans with her delicate, charming looks and sweet voice, becoming the white moonlight in the hearts of countless men. Female singer Xinyu, isn't that you? Chen Nian pulled up photos from her phone. You. Xinyu gritted her teeth in fury, never expecting this man to pull up photos on the spot. Now there was no way to pretend. Chen Nian was utterly speechless. He never expected to run into anyone here. Chen Nian wasn't really into the entertainment world. He knew Xinyu because once, during one of Xinyu's public interviews, the host asked this question. Host, you, besides singing, what other hobbies do you have? Xinyu, I enjoy gaming, specifically a game called Cataclysm. I love the freedom to explore and adventure within it. Host, who knew Ryu was such a devoted Cataclysm player? So, have you heard of Silent? They say he's the world's strongest player? Xinyu, I know him. Buyu is my idol, he's the pride of our dragon nation. Unfortunately, my skills are too weak to even qualify to play with him. Host, who knew Xiaoyu had an idol too? If Silent ever sees this interview, he might just invite you to play with him. Of course, Chen Nian never actually played with her in-game. Too many girls swarming around him daily, each with more intimidating backgrounds than the last. As a mere singer, Xinyu just couldn't break through. Who'd have thought he'd run into his own little fangirl in a place like this? Chapter 9, Ambush Chen Nian, Flame Dragon Scroll. Are you hurt? I'm fine. Xinyu looked up in surprise. Her big, sparkling eyes gazed at Chen Nian, innocent and adorable. She hadn't expected that after recognizing her identity, this man showed no sign of fanaticism. Instead, he was calmly checking on her. How peculiar. Alright, whether you're hurt or not, take my advice, get out of here fast. Xinyu glared. This guy actually wants to chase me away right off the bat? Doesn't he know how to cherish a beautiful girl? So cold. No. What right do you have to kick me out? I'm not leaving. If you don't leave now, you'll die right here. Chen Nian said solemnly, there are about 50 people outside hunting me down. They'll probably surround this place soon. What? Xinyu was stunned once more. What kind of heinous crime had this man committed to warrant such a massive manhunt? Weren't they all supposed to be leveling up separately? She refused to believe it, so she stood up and stumbled toward the exit, determined to see for herself. Her clumsy, limping gait was adorably awkward. Stepping outside the cave, she scanned the area and was instantly terrified. Dozens of people were indeed gathered outside, forming a tight circle around the cave entrance. Every single one of them wore a menacing expression. They're really here. Xinyu was terrified. Still, she forced herself to stay calm, reassuring herself that these people weren't here for her and had nothing to do with her. Excuse me, may I leave? If you're looking for him, he's inside. Xinyu timidly inquired. Unexpectedly, a burst of laughter erupted around her. This chick's got it going on. That body, that face, wow. You ignorant fool. Don't you know who she is? That newly debuted female singer, I saw her on TV. Sheen something or other, Who knew a pop star would be a supernatural too, out here fighting monsters and leveling up? Times really have changed, A man in a leather jacket with dyed yellow hair stepped forward. This doesn't concern you. You can leave. Really? Awesome. Xinyu breathed a sigh of relief. Just let the brothers have their fun. We've never tasted a female singer before. Brother Knife is so badass. That chick makes my mouth water, damn it. Xinyu. When games and reality merge, the world changes. Only the strong become the truth. These people have laid bare the ugliness in their hearts. They won't let me off the hook. So she hurried back into the cave. Returning to Chen Nian's side, she wore a sorrowful expression, as if the world were collapsing around her. What should I do? I can't escape either. Sorry about this. I dragged you into it. Chen Nian felt helpless too. Who would have thought anyone would be lurking in this godforsaken corner? Does apologizing help? We're all going to die in here. How can you stay so calm? Xinyu was on the verge of tears. She was truly desperate, never expecting to get caught up in something like this out of nowhere. So what were you doing in here? How did you get hurt? Chen Nian decided to just chat with her. There's a dungeon in this cave. I went in, got hurt by monsters, and escaped. Then I called a few friends to come fight the dungeon together and you showed up. Why? Xinyu wiped the glistening tears from her eyes and began to cry. While crying, she picked up her phone and called her friends, warning them not to come near where they'd get dragged into this mess too. You're quite the kind soul, Chen Nian chuckled. Kind-hearted? You're the one who killed me. I'll haunt you even as a ghost. You're still laughing? You bastard. Xinyu's face was streaked with tears as she sobbed pitifully, a string of pearls emerging one after another. Just then, The group outside had finally gathered and were ready to act. The leader, a dark-skinned man in black leather, was called Brother Knife. Su Menghan smiled and said, "Brother Dao, that kid's pretty strong. Why don't we just blow this cave up? That way, none of our brothers get hurt." "Fine. Since you found him, we'll follow your lead. What about that woman from earlier? If she won't come out, she'll die in here with him. Here's the problem, how do we blow this place up? That kid isn't even scared of the flaming calamity treant. Ordinary methods probably won't touch him. Brother Dao, I've got something special. The Flame Dragon Scroll. This thing needs 10 people to activate it, but it's incredibly powerful. It'll definitely blast that kid to smithereens. It really is something special. Get 10 people ready." In the rear, a 3-person squad hid quietly, not daring to show themselves. They were the friends Chen Yu had summoned. "What should we do? Xiao Yu is still inside, and they're clearly planning to kill him. What can we do? Do you think the 3 of us could take on dozens of them? Man, why does Xiao Yu have to be so unlucky? Running a dungeon and getting caught up in this mess? We're done for." Though some had alerted the law enforcement squad, the city's own mess hadn't been resolved yet. Why would they bother coming out to the outskirts to handle this? In terms of strength, all 3 were only in their 20s. Going up against them would be like walking into a slaughterhouse. Look! What are they doing? Are they using a large-scale magic scroll? I've seen this in siege battles in games before. They actually have something like this. A scroll floated in midair as 10 voices chanted the incantation in unison. The temperature soared, distorting the air with intense heat. Countless sparks of fire coalesced midair, gradually forming a crimson flame dragon nearly 10 meters long. At this stage, this thing can instantly wipe out any player below level 70. "Kid, today whether you're god or devil you die. Go!" The flame dragon burst through the air. In an instant, it charged into the cave with the most brutal and savage force. Terrifying flames instantly filled the cave entrance. "Heh, I bet they'll be roasted to a crisp in under 2 minutes. Brother Knife grinned as he slapped Su Meng on the shoulder. "You've done us a huge favor this time. You get to keep 2/3 of the good stuff all to yourself." "Ah, Brother Dao rocks." Inside the cave. Violent tremors. Chen Nian glanced at the petite girl beside him, who was clutching her head. "Come over here if you want to live." "Ha!" Before Chen Yu could react, a large rock fell from above, knocking her unconscious. Chen Nian. This girl really has terrible luck. With no other choice, Chen Nian scooped her into his arms, finding her body light and supple, petite and endearing. Boom! The flame dragon crashed through the entrance, swallowing Chen Nian whole. The entire cave transformed into a fiery inferno. Hot air rapidly expanded within the confined space, erupting violently. Shards of rock flew everywhere, like fireworks bursting in the sky. Chapter 10, Word Spirit, Death God. Good. Watching the fireworks display, the 50 or so people outside couldn't help but applaud. 2 lives meant nothing to them. At this moment, their hearts were filled with nothing but endless greed. Let's go check it out. Brother Knife led the way, eager to inspect the spoils. But a faint movement suddenly emerged from the rubble and debris, causing everyone to halt in their tracks. Boom! The rubble exploded. A young boy emerged slowly from the rubble, cradling a girl in his arms. Clean clothes, not a scratch on them. Impossible. The encircling crowd of dozens instinctively began to retreat, every hair on their neck standing on end. Overwhelming terror gripped them like an invisible black hand, slowly squeezing each heart. How could anyone possibly block the fire dragon scroll at this stage? What kind of monster is he? As a seasoned gamer, Brother Knife had once led his team to battle across countless realms. Now that the game had merged with reality, he immediately rallied his squad to level up. All for the sake of achieving something truly great. Yet at this very moment, his grand ambitions were being crushed step by step. The youth before him was terrifying. So terrifying it made his legs tremble, nearly causing him to lose his footing. The 3 hiding outside were also stunned, especially upon seeing Chen Yu being held completely unharmed. Their hearts were already churning with shock. Who is that man? I don't recognize him. How could Xiao Yu have such a powerful friend? But he's just one man. What good is coming out? Can he really take on dozens of attackers? I have a feeling this man has surpassed our wildest imaginations. Chen Nian gently set Chen Yu down on the ground. His indifferent gaze swept over the crowd. He's alone. So what if he comes out? Kill him. Su Meng was utterly panicked. He'd suspected the kid was strong, but never imagined he'd be this formidable. Right, you're right. Don't be afraid, we outnumber him. Though some shouted encouragement, no one dared truly step forward. If you won't act, I will. A violent whirlwind swirled around Chen Nian, countless fragments of rock dancing and spinning at his sides. Darkness spread rapidly from his feet outward, like ink splashed across a canvas. Spell Death God. Sequence 127, a terrifying high-risk word spirit. The moment it activated, it brutally robbed everyone of their sight, transforming this place into a pitch-black abyss where one couldn't see their own hand. What's happening? I can't see a thing. People shouted in confusion, their complete loss of direction filling them with fear, panic, and helplessness. At that very moment, a spectral figure of the Grim Reaper materialized behind Chen Nian. Its skeletal right hand wielded a massive scythe, while its left hand held the Book of Life and Death, radiating an oppressive aura that threatened to suffocate all within its grasp. You have entered the Death God Possession state. Attack power plus 300%. 30 seconds. Death God Possession. Chen Nian's attack power surged to a staggering 390. Even without activating the possession, his base stats alone were enough to crush this group. Now with his attack power skyrocketing, no one could withstand his blows. A wolf among sheep. The shadowy figure of death behind Chen Nian claimed a life with every swing of his blade. These people were like fish on a cutting board, helplessly awaiting their fate. Chen Nian's figure darted through the crowd at blinding speed. Wherever he passed, no one survived. Death Scythe attack power plus 10. Death Scythe attack power plus 10. With each kill, the Reaper's attack power permanently stacks. The later the stage, the more terrifying it becomes. Xinyu's three friends were nearly scared out of their wits. Their eyes couldn't pierce the darkness, leaving them unable to see what was happening inside. All they could hear were wave after wave of agonized screams. What's happening in there? The group trembled uncontrollably with fear. But it didn't last long. 30 seconds passed swiftly, and the pitch-black realm receded like a tide. The scene gradually came into focus. Limbless bodies lay scattered, blood staining the ground. Except for that terrifying youth, not a single soul survived. They were all dead. The thick stench of blood filled the air as the youth gracefully stepped over the haphazardly scattered corpses, as if strolling through his own backyard. Death God would also forcibly strip Chen Nian of all emotion, turning him into a true killing machine devoid of any mercy. A truly high-risk word spirit. Chen Nian's emotions had returned, yet he felt only disgust, not a shred of guilt or reluctance. Next time you use Death God, the attack power bonus will become 300% plus 500. Chen Nian was satisfied. The more he grew, the stronger he became. The ground before him was littered with dropped equipment and items. Another bountiful haul. He began stowing each item into his backpack. I remember now. I remember. The bespectacled, overweight man plopped down onto the ground, his lips trembling uncontrollably. His breathing grew increasingly ragged. I've seen this ability before. He's. The other two were frantic. Just tell us. What is he? The Silent One. He's the Silent One. I've seen this ability before. He's the only one in the world who can wield it. During the National War, he charged into enemy ranks using this ability and slaughtered over 1,000 in under a minute. He utterly terrified the enemy. Hearing this, the other two froze in place, unable to process it. The next moment, they immediately covered their mouths to stifle their gasps. He's the world's strongest player. Silent? Who else could it be? Who else could be this powerful? Slaughter dozens of people single-handedly. Could you do that? He can inherit the talents within the game. It's only a matter of time before he becomes the world's strongest once more. Who would have thought we'd get this lucky? This is incredible, absolutely incredible. I never imagined I'd get to see him in my lifetime. Heaven knows how excited they were. If we're lucky enough to befriend Buyu, who would dare mess with us then? This is an ultimate big shot to be connected to. Notifications kept popping up before Chen Nian's eyes. Acquired common equipment, bronze helmet. Obtained fine equipment, Linksy earrings. Acquired skill scroll, fireball spell. Acquired skill scroll, crescent slash. Acquired material, gray wolf hide. All these items dropped randomly after those guys died. Talk about raking it in. Then I sold everything on the trading market. What a thrill. But before that, I had to finish up over here. A few people had been peeking for quite some time. You may come out now. Chen Nian said indifferently, you have 1 minute. Don't make me come looking for you. Hearing this, the three men jolted. They scrambled out of their hiding spot, nearly tumbling over in their haste. One of them almost fell flat on his face. Seeing Silent in person, they were utterly speechless with shock. Never had they imagined the world's strongest player would be such a delicate-looking youth. Big brother, sorry, we didn't mean to peek. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against us. Their voices trembled as they spoke. Chen Nian knew these three were Qin Yu's friends and didn't intend to make things difficult for them. Still, a proper warning was necessary. What we just saw, keep it confidential. We promise. We promise. We saw nothing. Big brother, you can rest assured. They swore up and down, practically taking a blood oath. Even if they had 10,000 guts, they shouldn't dare deceive Chen Nian unless they wanted to die. Chen Nian nodded with a smile. Gather all of these together for me. Yes. The three men forced back their nausea as they hauled the bodies into a pile. Chen Xian used the word magic flame burst to incinerate them all at once. Just as the area was nearly cleared, two coughs sounded from behind them. Chen Yu had been roused by the thick smoke. Chapter 11, Synthesizing the Rare Word Spirit, Void Darting Serpent. Chen Yu awoke. The moment she opened her eyes, she groggily touched her own face. I'm not dead? All she remembered was her head being smashed by a rock. She'd thought she was done for, yet aside from a throbbing headache, she was nearly unscathed. A surge of joy at surviving the ordeal washed over her. But what exactly had happened? Chen Yu looked ahead and saw a raging fire burning before her. Her three friends and that annoying man were all there. He was unharmed too? Wait, weren't those dozens of people targeting him? Chen Yu rubbed his head as he walked over. Xiao Yu, you're finally awake. What happened just now? Where are those people? Do you know? Ha, that bunch were all paper tigers. They looked like a big crowd, but their levels weren't high at all. We beat them all away. The bespectacled fat man blurted out immediately. He dared not mention that its beak had slaughtered them all right now. He was openly burning the bodies. Thank goodness we had a water mage to clean up the area thoroughly. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to fool Chen Yu. Really? That's fantastic. Hey, shouldn't you be thanking us for saving your life? Chen Yu grumbled at Chen Nian. Chen Nian turned and gave the adorably clueless pop star a smile. Thanks. He actually looked pretty handsome when he was serious. Chen Yu turned her head slightly. Good to know. So, how are you going to repay us for saving you? Unexpectedly, this remark sent the other three into a panic, sweat beading on their foreheads. Sisu, that's not how it works. We don't need any repayment, right? Helping each other out is just the right thing to do. Yeah, this guy's innocent. Don't be so petty. Chen Yu nearly exploded with rage upon hearing this. These three were her close gaming buddies from playing Disaster together. They were as thick as thieves. Why were they suddenly siding with an outsider? Why are you taking his side? Forget it. Never mind that. How did this fire start? What's burning? Chen Yu asked. It started during the battle earlier. Don't sweat the small stuff. Hey, you mentioned finding a dungeon? Where is it? Right over there. The mention of a dungeon instantly piqued Chen Yu's interest. Follow me. Wait. Xiao Yu, let's bring this brother along too. Ha? Chen Yu's slender eyebrows shot up in confusion. I risked my life discovering this dungeon, why bring him? He nearly got me killed just now. The other three silently rolled their eyes. You don't know. Getting Silent to run a dungeon with us is a huge honor, okay? We'd jump at the chance. Besides, who knows what dangers we might face inside? With Big Shot Silent by our side, won't we crush everything in minutes? Relax, don't overthink it. It's a shared opportunity, and more hands mean more strength, right? Me being picky? Chen Yu pointed at his own nose, nearly choking on his own words. What's gotten into these people today? Why are they always siding with outsiders? But she really was magnanimous even without knowing Chen Nian's true identity. She actually agreed. Fine. You can tag along. But let's be clear, once we're inside the instance, you must follow my lead. If you get into trouble, don't blame us. Chen Nian nodded with a smile. Got it. I'll follow your lead. The other three inwardly cringed. You want Buyu to follow your orders? Who do you think you are, Xiao Yu? You really think you're someone important? Ahem. But they dared not speak, only clearing their throats with frenzied coughs. Thus, Chen Yu led the four of them all the way to the location where the dungeon had been discovered. In the corner of the ruins, there truly was a chaotic vortex. It seems dungeons in this world spawn randomly. Only those with destiny can see them. If we clear this one, we'd hit the jackpot. Don't get your hopes up. This instance is high level. I got injured just testing it out. Chen Yu pouted and muttered, anyway, be extra careful. If anything feels off, get out immediately. It's not worth risking your life. Got it. Chen Nian eagerly agreed with her. Dungeons were indeed rare and hard to come by, yet the rewards were incredibly generous. If you could fight it, you should fight it. Touching the chaos vortex, the group was sucked into the instance. Successfully entered instance fire abyss. The text prompt appeared simultaneously for all of them, sending a jolt of surprise through each heart. It was an entirely new instance they'd never seen before. Chen Yu, having been inside once before, remained unfazed. Be careful, everyone. The mobs in here are pretty tough. We absolutely must stick together, no soloing. Under normal circumstances, they would have felt a sense of tension, but now? Fear my ass. With the silent master around, what dungeon isn't a breeze to crush? Let's go, everyone follow me, we'll fight our way through. When it came to exploration and leveling up, Chen Yu was highly motivated. This was precisely why she loved playing games. The group pressed forward. The entire area resembled the interior of a volcano, composed mostly of magma and rock, with monsters predominantly being fire elemental spirits. Clearing the minor foes proved easy with their combined strength. Genetic energy plus 20. Genetic energy plus 25. Experience points steadily accumulated along the way. Only Chen Nian kept slacking off. He was quietly tinkering with the loot he'd picked up earlier. Skill scrolls 9 in total. All class talents gradually unlocked some skills during leveling. But those rare skills, the powerful ones, they don't unlock with levels. You absolutely need skill scrolls to unlock them. Take the most basic swordsman, for instance. Possessing the rare sword technique Moon-Shattering Leap elevates their combat prowess to an entirely different tier. Chen Nian's overwhelming power stems from his already potent innate talent, Word Spirit Sage, combined with unlocking the highest tier, high-risk Word Spirits, Judgment Golden Sword, and Death God. Rare skill scrolls can be obtained through synthesis. 3-in-1 synthesis. Each 3-in-1 synthesis carries a chance to yield a rare skill. Chen Nian's task now is to synthesize all 9 skill scrolls. If he synthesizes a rare skill, he'll hit the jackpot. If he can use it himself, great. If not, he'll sell it on the trading platform for a fortune. Fiery Spear plus Ice Spear Technique plus Storm Rising equals Demon Slayer / Crescent Moon Hook plus Water Dragon Technique plus 8 Desolations Palm equals Thunderclap Step. Heaven's Guardian plus Flame Meteor plus Mind Disturbance equals Tiger Demon Roar. Unfortunately, after 3 syntheses, none yielded rare skills. Chen Nian decided to synthesize the 3 new skill scrolls he'd obtained once more. If they still yield only common skills, it'll be a huge loss. But since they were free to begin with, it won't hurt too much. Demon Hunter / plus Thunderclap Step plus Tiger Demon Roar equals Ethereal Snake Escape. Chen Nian. Sequence 53, Word Spirit Sky Darting Serpent. Holy, I never expected to synthesize this thing? Chapter 12, Clear the Dungeon, then get epic gear. Void Darting Spirit Serpent, rare skill, off the charts practical. After casting the word spirit, it summons an invisible spirit serpent with decent attack power and extreme stealth. It's like having an invisible, agile summoned beast that attacks wherever you command. Chen Nian. We're all grinding monsters here, why are you slacking off? Xin Yu grumbled discontentedly. Though clearing these minor foes didn't require full effort, seeing Chen Nian coasting made her feel unbalanced. The other 3 froze in shock. Holy moly, Xiao Yu, you've got some nerve. Across the entire world, you're probably the only one who dare call out silent for slacking off in a dungeon. Impressive. With his strength, isn't clearing these minions like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? We'll still need to rely on him when it really counts. Xiao Yu, it's fine. We can handle these monsters easily without Brother Chen stepping in. Yeah, Brother Chen's abilities might not be the best match for these fire elementals. Don't be so hard on him. Xin Yu's eyes widened in shock. Wait, did you guys take money from him? You're defending him at every turn, making me feel like an outsider. This was outrageous. Friends she'd known for a year were now less important than a stranger. And they're constantly looking out for him, putting up with his nonsense. What kind of situation is this? The other 3 inwardly rolled their eyes. Xiao Yu, if you knew he was your idol Buyu, you'd be even more biased than us. Blame yourself for fainting earlier. Let's hurry up and push deeper. I have a feeling we're about to run into the boss. Pressured by the others, Xin Yu felt awkward continuing to press the issue. It would only make her seem petty. After clearing several elite monsters along the way, the 5 finally reached the deepest part of the dungeon. A lava pool roughly the size of a basketball court stretched before them, its walls glowing crimson. The air was so scorching it seemed to warp from the intense heat. Hot. So hot. Xin Yu's snow-white neck was already glistening with sweat. Had he not been an extraordinary being with a constitution superior to ordinary humans, he likely wouldn't have been able to endure it much longer. This is the deepest part of the dungeon. Where's the boss? If we stay here much longer, we'll all be roasted alive. Just as the group was puzzling over this, the lava beneath their feet suddenly erupted. Boom! Amidst the splashing water, the monster slumbering in the lava finally awoke. Rolling lava cascaded down its body, and a terrifying oppressive force washed over them. The Fire Rock Giant. It seemed assembled from massive stone blocks, crimson liquid seeping from the seams. Its pupils resembled 2 miniature suns. This is the boss. Xin Yu instinctively took half a step back, timidly saying, looks kinda tough. Can we beat it? Maybe we should just retreat. Conservative estimates put this boss at least tier 50. It's okay, Yu. We can handle this. This big guy might look scary, but it could just be a paper tiger. Xin Yu? She felt like she was losing her mind. Under normal circumstances, these guys would have bolted long ago. They're usually more cowardly than me. But today, they were all dead calm. Had they taken the wrong medicine? This is ridiculous. Watch out, it's charging. Get out of the way. The magma giant's fist smashed down. Boom! The impact caused a section of ground to collapse, sinking into the churning lava below. Xin Yu's face drained pale with fear, yet she summoned her courage to fire an arrow. Her innate talent was that of an ordinary archer. A green arrow struck the rock giant's head with pinpoint accuracy. At that very moment, Chen Nian unleashed his word spirit, Void Darting Serpent. An invisible serpent shot through the air, striking the rock giant's head with perfect timing. Another piercing roar echoed. The ethereal snake of flight smashed through the rock giant's skull, shattering a large chunk of its head. But Chen couldn't see the spirit snake. Thinking it was the effect of his own arrow, he was both shocked and delighted. You guys were right, this really is a paper tiger. My arrows can actually hurt it. Had ha. The other three, you really have no sense of self-awareness whatsoever. They knew full well it was Chen Nian acting in the shadows. They marveled inwardly how incredibly powerful. To strike invisibly and unleash such devastating power, truly the strongest player in Calamity. Whoosh! Chen fired another arrow. Chen Nian coordinated perfectly with her, directing the ethereal serpent to attack. The fire rock giant suffered another devastating blow, its chest blown open by a massive hole. Yes! Chen was overjoyed, her eyes sparkling brightly. This fire rock giant may look huge, but its defenses are pitifully weak. I can handle it myself without your help. Yeah. Xia, you're so strong. Awesome, you. Keep it up. The other three cheered Chen on with blank expressions, though their eyes were fixed on Chen Nian, marveling at his incredible skill. Chen, they say when God closes a door, he opens a window. With looks like yours, it's only natural your brain might be a bit slow. You can't even handle those minor monsters alone, and this is a boss fight, yet you actually think it's your own strength. But this is fine, at least we don't have to figure out how to trick you. Chen drew her bow again and again. The fire rock giant's body was relentlessly ravaged by Chen Nian's word magic, riddled with holes and shattered into pieces. Finally, with a thunderous crash, it collapsed entirely, sinking into the molten lava. Chen Nian calmly recalled the void-darting spirit serpent, and a text prompt appeared before his eyes. Congratulations on defeating the boss fire rock giant. Genetic energy plus 900. Level up, 43-45. Congratulations on obtaining the epic tier equipment Flamefire Bow. Congratulations on clearing the Fire Abyss dungeon. Congratulations on obtaining the skill scroll 100 birds pay homage to the phoenix. Congratulations on obtaining the talent card Elemental Marksman. Holy crap! Chen Nian was stunned by the rewards. A class talent card, an epic tier bow for archers, an archer skill scroll. This is a full set drop. These items were useless to Chen Nian, only good for selling. The only archer in the entire party was Chen. Ahem. We cleared it. So, did you guys get anything good? I snagged a rare grade armor piece, hee. Chen was as happy as a little bunny. The other three also had their own loot, thrilled beyond belief. Getting carried through the dungeon by the unspoken boss felt absolutely amazing. They barely had to lift a finger during the boss fight, breezing through it effortlessly. If they tackled this boss on their own, who knows what kind of trouble they might have gotten into. They were tempted to bow down to Chen Nian right then and there, but since they couldn't reveal his identity, they held back. I helped you clear the dungeon, and you don't even say thank you. Chen crossed her arms and gave Chen Nian a cold snort. Thanks. That simple thank you nearly made the other three drop to their knees on the spot. You're killing us. Damn it. So, did you get anything good? Chen asked again. Yes. Chen Nian pulled the firework bow from his backpack. An epic tier item, it shimmered brilliantly, its flaming feathers ablaze, utterly eye-catching. The moment Chen saw the new gear, his eyes instantly lit up brighter than stars. Chapter 13, Want Gear? Chen Nian's conditions. This is. It dropped from the dungeon earlier. Looks like an epic tier item? Chen Nian remained perfectly composed. Epic. Hearing that word, several people nearby couldn't help but gasp in shock. After all, the world's first epic tier equipment had only recently surfaced, leading to the opening of the trading space. And now they were seeing it themselves. Terrifying. At this stage, epic gear was truly worth a fortune. No exaggeration, this bow right here was worth a villa in Linhai. Even if epic gear would soon become obsolete, wealthy collectors would still pay top dollar for it. It offered a massive combat power boost. Wait, why was Chen Nian so calm? A terrifying suspicion began to form in their minds. Could it be that the very first epic tier item was dropped by Chen Nian himself, which is why he shows no surprise whatsoever? That must be it. Truly the strongest player in Cataclysm. In just a few days, he's reached heights ordinary players can only dream of. Wait. After the initial shock, Chen finally caught on. Why would such a great piece of gear end up in your hands? Didn't I kill that boss? The others couldn't help but chuckle. Why did the gear drop to Chen Nian? Because in group dungeons, 80% of boss drops go to the killer, with only a 20% chance of randomly going to others. Chen Nian getting the best gear was perfectly normal. Guess I got lucky. Want it? Chen Nian asked with a smile. Chen stammered, I'm an archer myself, so of course I want it. But this is epic gear, would you really just give it to me like that? No. You defeated the boss yourself, couldn't you just? No. Chen Nian's consecutive cold responses instantly silenced Chen. She wanted this gear a million times over. If she could obtain it, her strength would skyrocket, putting her miles ahead of everyone else. I can pay, she ground out through clenched teeth. How much? 3 million. Chen Nian still shook his head. 5 million. Are you trying to squeeze toothpaste out of a tube? 10 million, that's all I've got. Just this once, for all the hard work I put in, can't you give it to me? The young girl bit her delicate lip, her eyes brimming with tears. Who knew how wrong she felt? He'd inexplicably faced mortal danger, been knocked unconscious by a rock, discovered the dungeon himself, brought Chen Nian an outsider along, fought hard to defeat the boss, and now had to shell out a fortune for gear. Chen Nian found it amusing. This girl really had a good temper. If it were someone else with a petty streak, they'd probably have fought him on the spot. And she was actually willing to spend money to buy it. Still not enough. A playful smile suddenly curved Chen Nian's lips. This time, Xin Yu completely lost her composure. Wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes red but feigning resolve, she asked, "Then what do you want in return?" "A simple condition, be my nominal girlfriend." Xin Yu's beautiful eyes widened, her small mouth slightly agape, frozen in place. The other three were so shocked they immediately covered their mouths, their eyes widening with disbelief. For a moment, not a single word escaped their lips. Chen Nian's request wasn't driven by attraction to Xin Yu's beauty. Rather, having a girlfriend by his side would prevent a lot of trouble and make his actions far more convenient. No Words was notoriously single. Countless rich, beautiful women had fawned over him, from alluring young wives to lively schoolgirls. Girls throwing themselves at him were practically endless. Yet Bu Yu had never touched a single one. He firmly believed online relationships were unreliable, convinced these women were only after his gaming skills. To others, though, Bu Yu was even rumored to be impotent. Why not non-tone? Because countless men also come looking for him. If he had a girlfriend now, it would significantly reduce the chances of his identity being exposed. Especially with that woman Yi Hongling actively searching for him, it would drastically lower the chances of her finding him. That woman's status, connections, and methods far surpassed those of the clumsy yet adorable Qinyu. They weren't even in the same league. If Yi Hongling actually came knocking, it wouldn't be something he could handle so easily. Using Qinyu as a shield was the perfect solution. Qinyu's three friends were so thrilled they couldn't speak, their hearts already bursting with joy. Big shot Bu Yu wants to make Xiaoyu his girlfriend. What incredible news! What did this mean? It meant Xiaoyu now had an ultimate powerhouse by her side. We'll all get to ride his coattails. What's there to lose? No way. How could I just casually become your girlfriend? Sure, I really want that gear, but I can't just throw myself around like a bargaining chip. Qinyu didn't hesitate long before flatly refusing. I meant just for appearances. Still no. I don't want to do something I don't like. Come up with another condition. The bespectacled chubby guy immediately stepped forward. Xiaoyu, you really need to think this through carefully. Don't reject it so quickly. Exactly, Xiaoyu. An epic tier piece of gear that comes along once in a lifetime. You can't just give it up like that. If not for yourself, at least think about us. Qinyu glared. You, all of you. Sisu, you're so beautiful, you get harassed all the time. Wouldn't having a boyfriend protect you better? But a rumored boyfriend would ruin my career. Who cares about a damn career in this world? All we'll be doing is slaying monsters, leveling up, and getting stronger. Otherwise, we won't even survive. Qinyu was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell is this group playing at? Why are they so desperate for me to agree? I'm a girl who needs to maintain some dignity, okay? I've never even dated before. Relax, I said it's just for appearances. I'm not interested in you. Qinyu? This statement completely set the cat off. Not interested? You're actually not interested in me? You really think you're so hot stuff, huh? Fine, fine, fine. I'll make you regret saying that. Fine, I agree. Very well. Pleasant cooperation. Chen Nian promptly handed over the firework bow. Qinyu examined the equipment's attributes immediately upon receiving it. Firework bow epic. Defense 30. Attack 140. Attributes: Constitution +7, Agility +12, Transcendence +5. Special effect: arrows fired are imbued with a fire enchantment, significantly increasing their destructive power. What powerful gear! Qinyu never expected this guy would actually hand over the gear. This was epic tier gear. It was like Chen Nian had just bought her a seaside villa outright. He is reliable, at least. Qinyu felt a rare flicker of goodwill toward Chen Nian, but she was determined to make him regret it. When you truly want me to be your girlfriend, you'll regret it, ha! Chapter 14, May our mountains and rivers remain unharmed, our nation and homeland eternally secure. Chen Nian left after exchanging contact information. This outing proved immensely fruitful. But using powerful word magic too frequently, even with rapid leveling, was straining the extraordinary power within her. Time to rest. On his way back to the city, Chen Nian noticed the situation had gradually stabilized. All the low-level monsters causing chaos had been completely eradicated. The player base of Calamity was vast, and now that they could inherit talents from the game, this power was absolutely not to be underestimated. Moreover, even ordinary people who never played Calamity could now enter the path of transcendence by purchasing talent cards. A new era was dawning, one where transcendence would be accessible to all. The law of the jungle, might makes right, would become the new order of this era. Returning to the villa district, I happened to pass by the neighbor's house when the older sister spotted me. She hurried out of the yard. "Xiao Chen, where have you been these past 2 days? I was so worried." A weight lifted from Lucy's heart. "I don't even know how to thank you for saving me last time." Chen Nian smiled. "It's only right. Neighbors should help each other out. You're such a good person. If there's ever anything you need help with, Sister C, just let me know. I'll definitely help you." "Sure. By the way, have you eaten yet? If not, come over to mine for dinner." "Sounds good." Chen Nian arrived at Lucy's home. Soon, his beautiful neighbor served him a steaming bowl of beef noodle soup. "Sister C, have you always lived alone?" "Yes. My mom passed away when I was little, and my dad was too busy with work to look after me. He said he'd hire a housekeeper, but I didn't want one." Chen Nian nodded. "That's quite similar to my situation. You too? My parents divorced and both found new partners. My dad thought I was always just playing video games, so he kicked me out to fend for myself." Ha ha. Truthfully, Chen Nian's father only intended to teach him a lesson to make him experience the hardship of life without financial support, hoping he'd return to inherit the family business. Little did he expect Chen Nian would dive headfirst into gaming, never looking back. So his family had no idea he'd now built a villa through gaming, or that he was on the verge of becoming the world's strongest player in this new era. If they knew, what expressions would they wear? After hearing Chen Nian's story, Lucy smiled gently. "It's okay. You can come over to my place for dinner anytime. My cooking's pretty good." "Sure, thanks, Sister C. Hurry up and eat, your noodles are getting cold." Chen Nian had just returned home. He was about to list the looted gear on the trading platform to boost his funds when an unfamiliar call came in. He answered, and a man's unfamiliar voice came through. "Nice to meet you, Brother Chen Nian. And you are?" "My name is Lu Xingchen, current CEO of Nianluan Real Estate. You'd better call me brother. The tone carried an air of condescending arrogance. Chen Nian had heard that name before. His father had recently remarried, and Lu Xingchen was the son of his new stepmother. Nianluan Real Estate was his father's company, even named after his father's surname character Nian. He hadn't expected this new stepson to already be CEO. Seemed his father was quite pleased with him? "So?" Chen Nian replied flatly. "Ha! I thought you'd be more excited. After all, I'm barely 2 years older than you, yet I've already secured this position and earned our father's trust." Lu Xingchen snorted with amusement, his tone dripping with playful mockery, like a wealthy young master addressing a commoner. "Heard you got kicked out by Dad for gaming addiction? Here's a deal, give your little brother a chance. Come work under me at the company. I'll pay you 100 grand a month." "Oof." Chen Nian nearly burst out laughing. He could easily sell a single piece of gear for that much. The allure of 100,000 yuan monthly salary was undeniable. He couldn't be bothered with this clown. He had no interest in family matters, let them live their own lives and mind their own business. "If there's nothing else, I'll hang up." "Hey, bro, don't be so hasty. Let me be honest, if Dad hadn't sent me to talk some sense into you, I wouldn't be wasting my precious time on you." "Oh? Yesterday I just closed a 10 billion yuan deal for the company. Dad's thrilled, so he wants to give you another chance to turn things around. He wants me to mentor you. Got it? Oh. You might have those extraordinary abilities from the game? Well, the company's planning to hire a dozen or so extraordinary individuals as security guards. Interested?" Chen Nian had no intention of engaging with the joker. But since the clown insisted on jumping into his face, he didn't mind slapping him across the face. "What if that 10 billion yuan deal falls through?" "Ha! What nonsense are you spouting, kid? The deal's already set. They're coming to the office this afternoon to sign the contract. You think it'll just vanish?" In the company office, Lu Xingchen sat in his executive chair, laughing so hard he was doubled over, his legs comfortably crossed on the desk. "Bro, you don't seriously think whining to Dad will fix this, do you? Wake up, the squeaky wheel doesn't always get the grease. Alright, then I wish you luck signing that contract this afternoon." Chen Nian hung up the phone. "I was living just fine on my own, minding my own business and leaving others alone. But when someone insists on courting disaster, there's nothing to be done." Chen Nian opened a game group. Group name, Eternal Peace for Our Mountains and Rivers. Group motto, May our nation's mountains and rivers remain unharmed, and our homeland forever secure. This was the gaming guild Chen Nian founded in disaster. Though small, only about 1,000 members, every single one was elite. These elites weren't just top-tier gamers, they were elite figures across every industry. Among them were billionaire CEOs, the scions of the Wanda Plaza empire, giants of the live streaming world, executives from Fortune 500 companies, and titans from the wealth rankings. Chen Nian is the world's top gamer. Could anyone joining his guild be ordinary? They were either elite players or deep-pocketed patrons. This is Chen Nian's most formidable network of connections. Yet he rarely speaks in the group chat because whenever he appears, even if he just types ahem, the chat erupts like this. Holy, Brother Buyu is speaking. Brother Buyu, you finally showed up. We've missed you like crazy. Bro, what level are you at? Spill the beans. Bro, did you drop that world first epic gear? Everyone's wondering where it came from. I knew it had to be you. Brother Yu, I love you. Brother Buyu, any chance you could lead us through a raid in real life? Get lost. Like you dare waste Brother Yu's time. I'll pay 10 million private jet picks you up. Big bro, come chill for 2 days? Bro, when are we organizing an offline meetup? We're waiting for you to lead us brothers to some epic adventures. Administrator has enabled global mute. Xiaoqi, you guys are so noisy. Can you please be quiet? Xiaoqi is the admin of this group. In-game, she's known as the strongest female sword immortal in Dragon Nation. Her real name is Su Jinyu, the heiress of a world-renowned top 100 conglomerate. Xiaoqi, Brother Buyu, you speak. Chapter 15, the billion-dollar deal falls through, Chen Nian's terror. Chen Nian. Chen Nian, for offline meetups, have Xiaoqi organize it. I'm unavailable. Chen Nian, I've got a batch of gear here. Xiaoqi, I'm handing it over to you. Distribute it to the brothers who need it. Xiaoqi, wow, Brother Buyu is so kind. Thus, Chen Nian distributed all the gear he'd previously acquired. While not top tier, it still served a purpose for those in need. Most importantly, it was a way to occasionally win over the brothers' loyalty. Brother Yu is so generous. Thanks for the gear, Brother Yu. He. So awesome. If he's willing to share this gear with us, does that mean Brother Yu's already got something better? Are you kidding? With Big Brother's skills, would he even look at this junk? After the group members finished their enthusiastic praise, Chen Nian spoke again. Chen Nian, anyone connected to a real estate company? I've got a favor to ask. The moment they heard the boss needed help, the group exploded. Getting to do Big Brother Yu a favor? That'd be a total win. Brother Yu, me. My company has over a dozen branches nationwide. Just let me know if you need anything. Brother, my company handles all real estate related business. Just give the word, Brother Yu. Bro, I'm with the Market Supervision Administration. My uncle handles tax audits. Can that help you? Everyone scrambled to offer their services, eager to assist Chen Nian. In the game Disaster, Chen Nian had always been exceptionally kind to his brothers, forging deep bonds of friendship. But that was only in the game. Now that the game and reality had merged, Chen Nian's potential was terrifying. In the near future, he might become the world's strongest player. Building connections with Chen Nian would mean latching onto a super powerful ally. Money? Compared to Chen Nian's influence, it's worthless. In the end, Chen Nian picked someone. Chen Nian, Big Goose, you're it. DM me. Seeing that Chen Nian already had a suitable candidate in mind, everyone felt utterly dejected. Bro, if he can't meet your demands, let us take over. Big Goose, off. I give up half my company shares to meet Brother Yu's demands. So Chen Nian told him his demands. Simple enough. He wanted the billion yuan deal that Nianluan Real Estate was about to close to fall through. Ha, that's way too easy. They offer 10 billion, I'll counter with 15. I'll send someone to negotiate immediately. Those bastards in Linhai City won't dare refuse me. If you want it, I can even shut this company down completely. Chen Nian, that won't be necessary. I'd owe you a favor. Big Goose, it's the least I can do. That same afternoon. In the open-air garden conference room, Lu Xingchen sat with his legs crossed in a chair, accompanied by his secretary and assistant, waiting for the client to arrive. Today's negotiation involved a massive 10 billion yuan deal. This was his first major deal as CEO to prove himself. If he closed it, the entire board would finally take notice. Most importantly, his father would finally take him seriously instead of fixating on his useless son. His secretary, dressed in a pencil skirt, approached with a smile. Mr. Lu, T. Next time, remember to wear black stockings. I like them. Mr. Lu, you're so annoying. Lu Xingchen playfully scolded her, patting her pert behind. Sipping his tea and basking in the sun, he felt as if he were bathed in spring breeze. Couldn't be more delightful. Truly, riding high on the spring breeze, galloping swiftly, seeing all the flowers of Chang'an in a single day. Everyone revolved around him. Secretaries handled tasks, and when there were no tasks, he handled the secretaries. The feeling of being in a high position was truly wonderful. That useless son of mine just doesn't know when to quit. If he'd come back and worked under me, he could have had a stable job. Out there? Ha, who knows when he'll kick the bucket. But it's fine. When old man kicks the bucket, all the inheritance will be mine. Just then, a client arrived. Lu Xingchen immediately stood up, smiling broadly as he prepared to greet them. The other party was a business tycoon. Not a moment of disrespect could be shown. After finalizing the contract, they all went for a foot massage that evening, further strengthening their relationship. But as he rose, he froze. The esteemed tycoon hadn't come himself. Instead, his female secretary arrived alone, no one else in sight. Lu Xingchen frowned. "It's almost 3 o'clock, where's your boss?" "My apologies, Mr. Lu. My boss sent me to inform you that this deal might not be suitable. We'll look forward to collaborating in the future. UING. Lu Xingchen forced down his anger and gritted his teeth, demanding, "We had a great video conference just 2 days ago. You have to give me a reason." "Well, it's like this. Our competitor next door acquired this project for 1.5 billion. Naturally, we've chosen to partner with them." "What?" Lu Xingchen trembled, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Impossible. A 1.5 billion acquisition? What would they gain? This project doesn't generate that kind of profit. Are they insane? I'm afraid I don't know the answer to that. My apologies, Mr. Lu." "Excuse me." Lu Xingchen stood frozen in place for a long moment before suddenly collapsing. He slumped down onto his chair, his entire body going limp. He kept muttering things like impossible. To him, it felt like the sky had fallen. Mr. Lu, please calm down." His secretary immediately rushed over, only to be roughly shoved away by Lu Xingchen. "Get out." His face was ashen, unable to utter a single word. Because before negotiating this deal, he had signed a performance-based agreement with his father, stipulating that he would have full responsibility for this project. Success would secure his position as CEO. If it failed, he'd be sent down to gain more experience. But Lu Xingchen was confident, because he happened to have connections on the client's side. With those connections, the odds of closing the deal were 9 out of 10. But then a madman suddenly emerged. Just then, a text message popped up on his phone. The message contained only a single sentence. "How's the contract negotiation going?" It was from Chen Nian. That sentence acted like the final fuse, nearly setting Lu Xingchen off on the spot. It's him. He's the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. Impossible. He's just some stinking gamer. How could he possibly have that kind of influence? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This must be a coincidence. I just need to talk to that competitor. There's still a chance to salvage this. Yes, that's it. A 15 billion yuan project, and a partner company at that. Tracking down the other party's identity wouldn't be difficult. Lu Xingchen immediately made the call. Is this Mr. Jiang? Hello, I'm Lu Xingchen, from. No time. Beep beep beep. Clang. Lu Xingchen's phone hit the floor. He froze like a statue. The blatant insult felt like a powerful slap, leaving his face stinging. How did the contract negotiations go? Recalling Chen Nian's words, Lu Xingchen felt a chill run down his spine, his heart clenching in fear. Chapter 16, Monster Assault on the Girl. Chen Nian steps in. Big brother Buyu, it's all taken care of. I had my company snatch that project at a premium price, heh. After wrapping things up, Big Goose eagerly came to report to Chen Nian. Here he was, a CEO of a major corporation, a man approaching 40 gleefully glued to his phone, eagerly awaiting Buyu's reply. Yes, just like a desperate suitor chasing after his goddess. Chen Nian, got it. I owe you one. Big Goose jolted upright and immediately replied, not at all, big brother. Helping you is my honor. Chen Nian, if I recall correctly, your talent is knight? I'll keep an eye out for related opportunities for you in the future. Big Goose, ha, you're too kind, big bro. Thanks in advance. No sooner had he finished speaking than he rushed off to brag in the group chat. Being able to help Silent was definitely something worth bragging about. Not to mention, it would elevate his standing in the group. That was the power of Silent. Awesome, Big Goose. From now on, we'll all have to call you Goose Bro. Brother Goose, Brother Goose. I'm your little brother, now take me under your wing. Big Goose's vanity was instantly gratified. Honestly, just this alone felt worth it. Everyone in this group is elite. In the world to come, these were powerful connections. Building rapport with Silent One meant securing connections. With connections came power, and with power came the ability to stand firm in the new era. He understood these power dynamics all too well. Chen Nian simply went offline. This incident was merely a light punishment. He hadn't given Lu Xingchen a second thought. It was merely a clown trying to jump on his head, so he casually slapped the clown down. Few possessed the caliber to truly command his attention. Someone of Yi Hongling's caliber, that's the only kind. But I have a girlfriend now. She shouldn't be able to track me down so easily. Chen Nian's plan was simple: rest for 2 more days until his extraordinary powers fully recovered, then venture out again to level up. Supernatural power stems from unlocking genes within the body. Overuse would cause genetic depletion and collapse, leading to irreversible consequences. Important notice: all students are required to attend school as usual tomorrow. The school will establish a new martial arts department for extraordinary individuals to study and grow, with the potential for official recruitment. All students are advised to take note. This announcement was pinned at the top of the school's group chat. The school is resuming operations? It makes sense. Even with the game merging with reality, the real-world systems can't collapse. Otherwise, how would people sustain their economies and livelihoods? Not just the school life facilities, entertainment venues, and all industries are rapidly recovering. The difference now is that the most sought-after talent in this era has become extraordinary individuals. The school aims to cultivate these extraordinary individuals. Chen Nian received another call. Surprisingly, it was from his girlfriend Xinyu. Hello, Chen Nian? What is it? I'm going to register at Linhai City University tomorrow to study at the martial arts department. Could you come with me? Xinyu's voice sounded hesitant, almost shy. Chen Nian happened to attend Linhai City University. What a coincidence. It was probably those three friends of Xinyu's scheming behind the scenes, trying to give her more chances to interact with me, so they tricked her into coming here. After all, they knew my true identity. Why aren't you saying anything? Seeing her silence, Xinyu clearly displayed a touch of a young girl's temper. Where's your agency? Didn't they send anyone to pick you up? My agent said that since I have a boyfriend now, he should be the one picking me up and dropping me off. He even suggested finding a time to help me make an official announcement on Weibo. Xinyu flopped onto the bed, burying her crimson cheeks deep into the pillow, wishing she could just disappear into a hole. She never imagined her agency would just abandon her like this. Fine. Fine what? Isn't it your job to pick up your girlfriend? Humph. Then meet me at the main gate tomorrow. Don't you dare stand me up, or I'm done for. Xinyu knew that once she stepped onto campus, her identity would inevitably draw massive crowds. Without an agent or bodyguards by his side, he'd be completely helpless. And who knew if that Chen Nian guy was even reliable? The next morning, Chen Nian stepped out. Though he was a homebody, when dressed neatly, his looks held their own against anyone. His tousled hair fell naturally, paired with a loose t-shirt, jeans, and white sneakers, the very picture of a handsome college guy. Chen Nian didn't drive himself, he took a taxi instead. Unfortunately, he hit traffic. On this street, nearly every car was headed to Linhai City University. Because Linhai City University's martial arts department was still accepting open enrollment. Not only current university students, but anyone possessing extraordinary abilities and meeting the age requirements could apply. Joining Linhai University meant systematic training and opportunities for official collaborations. For the vast majority, it was far superior to going it alone. Damn it, traffic jams and red lights. The driver cursed under his breath, lit a cigarette, and turned to strike up a conversation with Chen Nian in the back seat. Young man, you're heading to Lingda for recruitment too? Yes. Honestly, I think young people should learn a trade and settle down. What good is all that stuff? The driver exhaled smoke out the window. My second nephew was into that stuff. He thought he was gonna be all big and powerful, but yesterday the authorities brought his body back. Chen Nian. Fighting those monsters isn't easy. Young people are full of vigor, but living a peaceful life is the right path. Chen Nian shook his head. Driver, there's no such thing as peaceful times. Someone always has to bear the burden. Bear the burden? That's not for you kids. Just then, on the sidewalk ahead, a little girl with a backpack skipped across the street. Crash. The manhole cover by the roadside flew into the air like a cannonball. Several pitch-black tentacles shot out from the manhole cover, wrapping around the girl's arms and legs as they dragged her into the sewer. A deafening scream erupted from the street. Pedestrians scattered in terror. Xiao Ku! Xiao Ku! The girl's mother screamed her daughter's name frantically, trying to jump in after her, but a male passerby behind her held her tightly. Let me go. My daughter was dragged inside by that monster. Let me go. Don't do anything rash, sister. The driver stared blankly at the scene, likely frozen in terror. In broad daylight, a monster emerged from the sewer and snatched away a living little girl. The very thought was terrifying. Chen Nian pulled on a mask and opened the car door. He darted forward in a single bound, forcefully pushing through the crowd, and deftly leaped into the sewer. Chapter 17, Chen Nian saves the girl, the good-for-nothing who doesn't keep his word. Driver? The teenager moved too fast. So fast the driver didn't even register what happened before he vanished into the sewer. What just happened? A boy jumped in. I saw it. Is he crazy? There are monsters down there. People murmured in confusion, pulling out their phones to film the sewer. Only the mother who had lost her daughter stood nearby, wailing uncontrollably. As Chen Nian entered the dark, damp sewer, he heard a girl scream echoing from the depths. The monster moved swiftly, seemingly intent on dragging the girl deeper to devour her. There was no time to waste. Spell of the spirit, ethereal snake. Obscure syllables erupted from Chen Nian's mouth. Stepping onto the invisible serpent, Chen Nian used its speed to chase after the creature. After plunging about 200 meters deep, he finally caught sight of the monster. A massive, pitch-black octopus. Go! The ethereal snake shot through the air, striking twice to sever the octopus's tentacles. The girl, now entangled, fell to the ground. The octopus, in pain, tried to escape, but Chen Nian wouldn't let it get away. He commanded the spirit snake to strike again. Before long, the giant octopus bored dozens of bloody holes and perished on the spot. It was finished. Chen Nian hurried over to the girl's side. Wah, wah, wah. The girl was still wailing loudly. Not only was she utterly terrified, but she'd also been hurt from the fall. Her pretty little dress was soaked in filthy water, and her delicate, pale face was smeared with foul-smelling grime. What child could bear such a thing? It's okay, it's okay. Good girl, big brother will take you back to find your mom. Wah, wah. Chen Nian knew absolutely nothing about comforting little girls. So he simply held her close, offering soothing words as he slowly guided her back. Listen to big brother. It's all right now. We'll be out soon. Chen Nian glanced at the time. He feared he wouldn't make it in time to pick up Qinyu, which made him feel a bit guilty toward her. But he couldn't risk the girl getting scared again. With his careful reassurances along the way, she finally stopped crying. Thank you, big brother. She sniffled, her little nose twitching, looking utterly wronged. Such a good girl. Soon, they approached the sewer entrance. Chen Nian knew without thinking that the area above was already swarming with people. Not just ordinary citizens, but likely law enforcement officers and a crowd of reporters too. The moment he showed his face, he'd be reported on. Absolutely not. Appearing on television would inevitably increase the risk of exposure. Once Chen Nian's identity was revealed, he would become the focus of the entire world. Not only would countless girls come to pursue him madly, but to nations around the globe, he would pose a greater threat than nuclear weapons. Big brother will see you off here. Go on, where are you running to? The girl dashed toward the exit. Chen Nian, however, prepared to exit the other way as long as he didn't draw attention. Move aside, everyone move aside. Uniformed law enforcement officers arrived at the scene, setting up a cordon to isolate the crowd. Several journalists who had heard the commotion had already gathered around. According to witnesses, a young girl was recently dragged into the sewer by a monster. A teenager suspected of being a supernatural being went down to rescue her, but the outcome remains unknown. Our station will continue to follow this story. Stay tuned for updates. Suddenly, an officer shouted loudly. Look! The boy is coming back. What? Quick, pull her up. Soon, the little girl was pulled to safety by the officers. Though covered in dirt, she appeared unharmed. Xiao Ku. Mommy. Mother and daughter embraced each other in tears, and many onlookers couldn't help but feel a lump in their throats. Reporters captured the heartwarming scene. It is now 9:20 a.m. The little girl has been safely rescued and is unharmed. But where has that kind-hearted person gone? The surrounding crowd was equally puzzled. Yeah, where's that young man? Why can't we see him? It's been so long, why hasn't he come out yet? He deserves praise for doing such a good deed. If not for him, this mother and daughter might never have seen each other again. Faced with everyone's questions, the little girl revealed the truth. The young man had already left. Sweetie, why don't you go with the doctor to the hospital for a checkup first? No, I want to thank the young man too. Mom said we must always have a grateful heart, the little girl declared stubbornly. This left everyone at a loss. They couldn't find the young man anywhere. Where could they go to thank him? Just then, the driver rushed over. I know. That young man was riding in my car earlier. He was heading to Linhai City University to enroll. Hearing this, the reporter's eyes lit up. If they could go straight to Linhai City University and find that young man, reporting the story firsthand would definitely make tomorrow's trending topics a smash hit. Ma'am, may we accompany you to Linhai City University? You can thank him, and we'd like to interview him too. Yes. Surrounded by reporters, the mother and son were ushered into a car and rushed straight to Linhai City University. Xinyu didn't manage to wait for Chen Nian. At first, she stood alone by the side of the university gate, lugging her heavy suitcase, attracting little attention. After all, she too wore a mask. But her aura and figure were simply too striking. A jasmine white spaghetti strap maxi dress accentuated her slender figure and delicate calves, while her snow white skin was flawlessly fair. Her beautiful wavy long hair cascaded freely down her back. How could such a beauty walking down the street not attract attention? Xinyu had specifically asked Chen Nian to pick her up precisely to avoid being approached and potentially getting into trouble. Unexpectedly, Chen Nian didn't show up on time. Hey, are you here to check in too? Want me to help you with your suitcase? No thanks. Xinyu could only fend off wave after wave of approaches until she was finally recognized. Her. She's Xinyu. That newly debuted singer Xinyu? Holy crap, no wonder she has such great presence. Who knew she'd come to our university? Ha. Quick, take a picture. Take one. Wow, wow, wow. That beauty, even with a mask on, she could steal the show. The crowd grew denser and denser. Xinyu felt like a monkey under the spotlight, forced to stand there while everyone snapped photos. She pulled out her phone, found Chen Nian's number, and dialed it angrily. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. That good-for-nothing jerk. Ever since receiving Chen Nian's epic gear last time, Xinyu had felt guilty. That's why she'd brought a special gift for him this visit. The gift was an expensive watch, her own signature custom edition, the kind fans could never get their hands on. It was tucked away in her suitcase. But Chen Nian didn't even show up. Fine, just as I thought, we're only nominal lovers. In the end, it was the campus security who dispersed the crowd and escorted Xinyu into the school grounds. Chapter 18, School-wide Commendation for Chen Nian. In the Wuka Class 1 classroom, over 100 individuals with talent gathered, preparing to take the assessment. Breaking news! Xinyu has arrived at our school. Seriously? Is it the Xinyu I'm thinking of? The female singer who rose to fame because of her looks? Yep, that's her. She used to play Catastrophe too. Now she's become an extraordinary being and is coming to our school, Wuda, for advanced studies. Holy crap! Never thought I'd get up close to the white moonlight of every guy's heart. This is awesome. Upon hearing the news, Xia Wen instinctively furrowed her brow. As the campus beauty of Lin University, she'd always been the center of attention. The line of guys who'd chased her stretched from the cafeteria to the campus store. Yet she'd always marketed herself as a pure, single woman, rejecting every suitor. Keeping multiple fish on the hook gave her a sense of superiority, like she was the center of the universe, and it felt amazing. But then Xinyu arrived. That coveted campus beauty title was about to change hands. Just the other day, Xia Wen willingly slept with the rich kid Sun Jing to obtain the talent card Wind Mage, successfully becoming an extraordinary being. She'd planned to climb the ranks using Sun Jing, but she couldn't let him slip out of her grasp. A girl in a strappy white dress walked into the classroom. It was Xinyu. The moment she entered, the classroom fell silent. The boys practically wanted to pluck their own eyes out. They couldn't tear their gaze away from her, as if magnetically drawn. Holy crap, she's even prettier than on TV. That figure and skin, she must take such good care of herself. Is she really an extraordinary being? No wonder she's the white moonlight of countless men. She's breathtakingly beautiful. Xia Wen, the so-called school beauty, instantly paled in comparison. It was like candlelight meeting moonlight, utterly overshadowed. She clenched her teeth in frustration, for even Sun Jing, who had slept with her just moments ago, was now practically drooling. Until today, Sun Jing had been her suitor. Damn it, she gritted her teeth inwardly. Yet she never imagined Sun Jing would actually walk toward Xinyu right in front of her. Hello, my name is Sun Jing. My talent is Beast Tamer. Sun Jing wore a confident smile, certain that declaring his talent would surely capture Qinyu's attention. Beast Master was one of the rarest talents. This talent had been acquired at great cost by his family, instantly propelling him ahead of others and placing him at the forefront of the era. Already wealthy by birth, coupled with his exceptional talent and profession, he was destined to be above everyone else wherever he went. Now that Xinyu had arrived at Lin University, seducing her would be a delightful endeavor. Who wouldn't want to sleep with the white moonlight in countless men's hearts? Oh. Unexpectedly, Xinyu's reaction was utterly cold. Her mind was consumed with endless resentment toward Chen Nian, leaving her no energy to engage with others. Sun Jing felt a bucket of cold water dumped on him. His expression tightened slightly, forcing a smile. Oh, right, Xiaoyu. The instructor conducting today's test is a friend of my dad's. If you need anything, just let me know. I can handle it for you. Oh, no thanks. Xinyu's reply remained flat. Sun Jing turned and walked back, his expression darkening. This was the first time he'd ever tasted the sting of rejection. Thinking she's some kind of celebrity gives her the right to act all high and mighty? I'll show you, I'll deal with you, girl. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in military boots strode into the classroom. Thud. 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 His heavy footsteps sounded as if weighted with lead. His camouflage short-sleeved shirt stretched taut over a mass of muscle, and two distinct scars marked his face clearly. He was not someone to be trifled with. This was a true warrior who'd battled monsters countless times. Shut up. 2 words silenced the 100 people in the classroom. My name is John Lai. Natural-born Chi Master, Tier 1, Level 35. I'm your test supervisor. Level 35? Hearing that number, the entire class couldn't help but gasp in shock. That level was absolutely world-class. Who knows how many monsters the instructor had slain to reach such a high level? He was undoubtedly a formidable figure. Whoever you are, if you've decided to enroll in the martial arts department, you'd better listen to me. Roll call. Amidst the solemn atmosphere, roll call commenced. Everyone cautiously shouted present, without daring to meet the instructor's gaze, as if afraid of being devoured. Chen Nian? The classroom fell silent. Chen Nian? An eerie silence hung over the classroom. Everyone realized the same thing, Chen Nian wasn't present. A faint smile touched Xia Wen's lips. This sycophant actually dared to be late? He was in for it. That drill sergeant clearly had a temper. Thud. The instructor slammed his hand down on the desk, leaving a deep dent in the hard surface. Anyone who knows Chen Nian can tell him not to bother coming. Next. Only when the name Sun Jing was called did a noticeable softening appear on the instructor's face. He had been specifically instructed to look out for Sun Jing. The roll call had barely ended when a crisp knock sounded at the door. Who else could it be but Chen Nian? Chen Yu's gaze immediately shifted over, surprise flickering in his eyes. Sorry, I got held up on the way. Chen Nian didn't direct this apology to the instructor, but instead looked at Chen Yu, expressing regret for standing him up earlier. As for the instructor? He couldn't care less. But what greeted him was a thunderous shout. Who gave you permission to enter? Get out! The deafening roar, like a beast's fury, sent a chill down everyone's spine. Chen Nian was in for trouble. Serves him right. The martial arts department had just been established, and the instructor was bound to establish his authority. The instructor clearly intended to make an example of someone, and Chen Nian was undoubtedly destined to be the first victim, the unlucky one. Most students were secretly gloating. He was bragging to me earlier, and now look at him? Xia Wen couldn't help but laugh out loud, thinking to herself that this man truly had a masochistic streak. She'd thought that after the game merged with the real world, this otaku might finally amount to something. Turns out he's still a piece of useless mud that can't even stand up straight. I was overestimating him. Just then, the intercom crackled to life. Announcement: Chen Nian of Class 1, Wuka Department, demonstrated heroic courage today by rescuing a girl abducted by monsters. His bravery and selflessness serve as an example for all to learn from. This commendation is hereby issued. Announcement: Chen Nian of Martial Arts Class 1 demonstrated exceptional bravery today by rescuing a girl abducted by monsters. His courage and selflessness serve as an example for all to follow. This commendation is hereby issued. The announcement echoed throughout the entire school. The classroom instantly erupted in whispers. What? Chen Nian saved someone on the street? Holy crap, it's true. Check the trending news. Someone immediately pulled out their phone to check the trending topics, where they saw a story rapidly climbing the charts. Girl dragged into sewer by monster, brave teen rescues her, refuses to reveal identity. Below were a series of on-site photos, including one of a masked teenager whose build matched Chen Nian's perfectly. Chen Yu's furrowed brow slowly relaxed. Was he late picking me up because he was saving someone on the way? The instructor's face darkened, his expression grim. Just then, footsteps echoed down the corridor. Come on, the newly established martial arts class 1 is just ahead. The person you're looking for should be there. That boy's always been eager to help others, huh? You media folks should give him some proper coverage and praise this time. The principal's voice? Chapter 19, Chen Yu is Chen Nian's girlfriend? That's right, the president of Lin University had arrived. He brought along a group of reporters, the mother and daughter involved, and even the driver. Because only the driver remembered Chen Nian's appearance. Chen Nian's real name was also traced from the driver's right history. I'll go fetch Chen Nian first. Everyone, please wait a moment. This kid did a good deed without seeking recognition. His character is commendable. If a student from his university performed such a heroic act and it got reported by the media, it would be extremely beneficial publicity for the school. The principal couldn't have asked for more. What's more, among these people was a reporter from the official news channel, a truly distinguished guest. Everyone, we're here. The principal had just led the group to the classroom entrance when he spotted Chen Nian still standing outside. His brow immediately furrowed. Why are you standing outside instead of going in? Principal, I was late, and the instructor wouldn't let me in, Chen Nian replied truthfully. Hearing this, the instructor inside couldn't help but twitch his face twice. Unaware that this was Chen Nian, the principal's expression darkened instantly. Punished for being late? This was a bad sign, especially with so many reporters present. It reflected poorly on the school. Suddenly, a startled cry came from behind. It was the taxi driver. It's him! He's the young hero who acted bravely. At the same time, the little girl being led by the hand recognized this big brother and timidly called out. Brother, thank you. The mother hurried over, repeatedly thanking Chen Nian, tears welling up in her eyes. A single stone sent ripples across the pond. The reporters couldn't hold back any longer, immediately pulling out their cameras and snapping away. Flash after flash lit up Chen Nian's face. Oh boy, this is it. Looks like he's definitely going to be on TV now. Sigh. Since it was unavoidable, he had to at least cover his tracks to avoid exposing his silent identity. So you're Chen Nian? Good, good, good. You're a fine young man. The principal was even more outrageous, performing a Sichuan opera face-changing act right then and there, slapping Chen Nian on the shoulder with a beaming smile. Student Chen Nian, your act of bravery without seeking recognition is something all students should learn from. This is precisely why the martial arts department at Lin High City University was established. empowering capable individuals to aid the vulnerable and uphold peace in our community. Today, on behalf of the university, I award Chen Nian a cash prize of 50,000 yuan. The principal announced loudly. Immediate applause erupted from the surrounding crowd. The students in the classroom had long since been left speechless. Many had earlier gloated, mocking Chen Nian for being late on his first day and becoming the scapegoat. But who could have predicted such a dramatic reversal? It turned out he had been delayed by saving someone, missing the roll call. Seeing Chen Nian receive such praise, Xia Wen felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. She was so flustered she couldn't utter a single word, as if ants were crawling all over her body. Chen Nian. That man, who had been her devoted suitor not long ago. But not anymore. Seeing him bask in glory now, Xia Wen naturally felt miserable. Not only could she not bask in his glory, but she also felt a pang of regret for having misjudged him. Yes, she never imagined Chen Nian possessed such capability. And at this very moment, all the sorrow and grievance in Qin Yu's heart had vanished completely. It turned out Chen Nian hadn't been late for her sake, he'd been saving someone. This was a good thing, a righteous cause. Qin Yu understood and supported him completely, so her mood suddenly lifted immensely, even tinged with a subtle sense of pride. After all, he was her official boyfriend. Reporters swarmed around him, firing questions. "Why did you leave so quickly after saving someone?" asked the reporter from the state-run TV station, holding out the microphone. Chen Nian thought for a moment, then suddenly had an idea. "Good deeds aren't done for rewards. That's something I learned from my girlfriend. She once anonymously donated to disaster relief efforts." The reporters lit up at this. Based on past experience, young men like him usually get shy in front of cameras, stammering out vague, perfunctory answers. Thus, the interviews were usually mediocre, failing to generate much discussion. But this teenager named Chen Nian was clearly different. His answers were carefully crafted and full of potential to expand, like how he just steered the conversation toward his girlfriend. This was absolutely a good thing. Upon hearing this, Xia Wen's mind went blank, and she was utterly dumbfounded. Girlfriend? Impossible. That guy Chen Nian was chasing after me just days ago. How could he possibly have a girlfriend already? So, Chen Nian, is your girlfriend one of our classmates? Could we meet her? In the classroom, Qin Yu's heart began to race. Chen Nian smiled and said, "Of course. She's right here in the classroom." Swish, swish, swish. Everyone's gaze followed Chen Nian's direction. They all froze on Qin Yu. Their eyes were filled with utter disbelief. Qin Yu is Chen Nian's girlfriend? That's absurd. One's a socially awkward guy who was practically invisible until today, and the other's the white moon in countless men's hearts. Even novels wouldn't dare write something like this. Sun Jing, the rich second-generation heir, instinctively clenched his fists. The thing he hated most in life was having a woman he desired snatched away by someone else. But when he saw Qin Yu rise and walk toward the exit, his eyes widened in fury. Xia Wen instinctively tensed up, watching helplessly as this girl superior to her in every way walked toward Chen Nian. With every step, her pride was being crushed into shards. Impossible. How could this be? What gives him the right? Some shut-in. Bloodshot veins appeared in her white eyes. Qin Yu kept his head bowed, staring at his toes. She was no longer afraid of facing the camera, just purely shy. She never expected Chen Nian to pull this stunt out of nowhere. Qin Yu. It really is Qin Yu. Oh my god. The reporters were suddenly overjoyed. They never expected that coming to interview Chen Nian would yield such an unexpected bonus. Female singer Qin Yu. She's someone you can't even get an interview with normally. And to think she already has a boyfriend, not just rumors, but solid proof. How explosive is that? Miss Qin, when did you two start dating? Miss Qin, aren't you worried this scandal might affect your career? Miss Qin, is your agency aware of this? A barrage of questions came flying at them like machine gun fire. It wasn't until campus security escorted the reporters away that the incident finally came to a close. Chen Nian had achieved his goal. After being exposed, it was clear he had a girlfriend, and that had absolutely nothing to do with Buyu, with whom he shared no romantic connection. But if it were ever uncovered, whether it was that woman Yi Hongling or his own little butler Xiaoqi, they would all face a brutal battlefield. As soon as the outsiders were sent away, the principal strode into the classroom with his hands behind his back and unleashed a torrent of abuse on the instructor. "I hired you for this important role, not to cause trouble. You nearly ruined today's event, you good for nothing." After the tirade, the principal turned to Chen Nian with a softer tone. "Young Chen, don't dwell on today's incident. Focus on preparing for the upcoming tests." Understood, principal. Chapter 20, Ability Test. Team formation begins. Let's go to the field. Over 100 people, including Chen Nian, were gathered at the soccer field. 100 or so students were gathered on the field, ready to begin the first martial arts assessment. The purpose of the test was to assess the students' innate talents and combat prowess. Outstanding individuals could be recruited by the official enforcement squad, securing a stable career for life. Average performers would receive professional guidance including growth advice, equipment selection, and combat training to cultivate exceptional talent. Those deemed subpar would be left to develop naturally. Until today, Chen Nian had planned to coast through casually, content to be labeled low potential and enjoy unrestricted development, a move perfectly in line with his silent persona. But just now, he'd been photographed by reporters. It wouldn't be long before this became news. He could no longer stay low-key. Thus, Chen Nian had no choice but to reverse course and embrace the spotlight. In disaster, Silent was an extremely low-key individual, shielding all personal information with ironclad secrecy. He wouldn't even activate voice chat, communicating solely through text. By playing the opposite this time, Chen Nian could conceal his identity more effectively. He was prepared to take the test slightly more seriously. Meanwhile, certain individuals were also up to no good behind the scenes. Sun Jing, the rich kid, has connections with instructor Jian Lai. Taking advantage of a bathroom break, Sun Jing made a call to Jian Lai's phone. Instructor Jiang, I hope you'll be a bit more serious with Chen Nian, don't hold back. Perfect. I've never warmed up to that kid either. If possible, break one of his arms or legs. Ha! Sun Jing's face twisted into a sinister grin. Stepping out of the restroom, he spotted Qin Yu and Chen Nian walking together, his face contorting with even greater disgust. Meanwhile, Jian Lai had been publicly humiliated and stripped of his authority by the principal, all because of Chen Nian. He hung up the phone, a faint smile curling his lips. The school placed particular importance on this assessment. Not only were the principal and administrators present, but several business executives who had invested in martial arts science had also arrived. This talent cultivation program had attracted investors with remarkably forward-thinking vision. The executives, dressed in suits with polished leather shoes, took their seats in the viewing gallery. Among them, a man wearing sunglasses and a gray-white suit was an old acquaintance of Chen Nian's. Lu Xingchen. Previously, he had been the CEO of Nianluan Real Estate Company, but after losing a billion-yuan project, he was severely reprimanded by Chen Nian's father, Chen Huirong. Chen Huirong intended to remove him from his position, but his wife's relentless pleas for Lu Xingchen's mercy forced him to give his son another chance. This time, I will reclaim everything I lost. Lu Xingchen's vision proved sharp indeed. He shifted his next project focus to talent cultivation, proactively investing in Lingde University to nurture a cohort of gifted individuals. Chen Nian. The moment he spotted that figure in the crowd, Lu Xingchen nearly leapt to his feet, slamming his fist on the table. Beneath his sunglasses, his pupils burned with fury. He never imagined Chen Nian would also be participating in this batch of martial arts training. Well, what a coincidence, my dear little brother. His tightly clenched jaw slowly relaxed, and a faint smile curved his lips. Last time, it had been mere coincidence. This time, you've fallen into the hands of capital. Let me show you the power of capital. I just hope Dad won't blame me for crippling you. Mr. Lu, are you feeling unwell? The principal hurriedly inquired. Nothing. Lu Xingchen sat back down, beckoned his secretary over, and whispered, 1 million. Buy off that instructor. Have him properly train my dear little brother. Test begins. You will now form teams of 3 and take turns battling me. Based on your performance in these matches, you will be assigned a rating. The highest is S rank, the lowest is E rank. The higher your rating, the easier it will be to receive government benefits and priority training. After explaining the rules, Jian Lai abruptly shed his jacket, revealing his muscular physique clad only in a white tank top. On those dark, knotted muscles were still visible the scars of wounds not yet fully healed. His fellow trainees were all startled. Are you kidding me? We have to fight the instructor right off the bat? Even 3 against 1 is impossible. That instructor is rumored to be level 35 with extensive combat experience. He's way stronger than us. Relax, the goal isn't for us to win. It's to showcase our abilities. Just give it your best shot. What are we waiting for? Let's form a team. Forming a trio, the choice of teammates was crucial. If your teammates are strong enough, you'll have more room to shine and might even catch their eye. Not everyone dares to level up alone in the wild. Humans are social creatures. More seek organization, stable work, and professional development. It's more reliable and less likely to get you slaughtered by monsters. Brother Chen, wanna team up? I'm a fist master already at level 15. Take me along, Brother Nian. We're such good friends, I wanna tag along with you. Bro Chen, take me along, okay? In an instant, Chen Nian became the center of attention. Having just rescued someone from monsters, everyone knew he was powerful. Instantly, he was surrounded by the crowd. Of course, plenty of guys were driven by pure lust, rushing over to Qin Yu's side, desperate to team up with her. Who wouldn't want to show off in front of a beauty? Sorry, I have a boyfriend. I'm teaming up with him. Qin Yu rejected him outright. You have to admit, the I have a boyfriend excuse really worked like a charm. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the men immediately lost interest and drifted away. Only 2 perverts lingered, muttering things like, having a boyfriend makes it even better. Xia Wen, once the campus beauty, now ignored by all. In terms of looks and figure, she was completely overshadowed by Chen Nian. As for skill, she'd only recently snagged a talent class card from Sun Jing through underhanded means. Without any chance to prove herself in battle, who would even consider her? Once the center of everyone's attention, she was now nothing more than an unwanted weed, left standing alone in the corner. She gazed at Chen Nian, seeing her former self reflected in his eyes. An obscure, unremarkable nerd had transformed into the most sought-after person. Yet she herself was being shunned. She couldn't accept it. Why was this happening? Why? He was just my lapdog, after all. Suddenly, a pang of regret welled up inside her. If only I hadn't humiliated Chen Nian back then, but instead kept him hanging on, letting him taste a little sweetness. But Xia Wen immediately dismissed the thought, swaying her hips as she approached Sun Jing, instinctively adopting her pitifully innocent act. Brother Jing, are you short-staffed here? Could you take me on? Sun Jing frowned. You're worthy? For a rich kid like him, the most desirable women were always the ones he couldn't have like Chen Nian. Those he already possessed lost most of their appeal like Xia Wen. Xia Wen stared at him in utter disbelief, clutching his shirt. You promised to protect me forever. Ha! I say that to every woman in bed. Snide laughter rippled through the crowd. Two scumbags together, huh? Get out of here fast, don't bring bad luck on yourself. Chapter 21, Chen Nian, 2 is enough. Xia Wen felt as if the sky had fallen. Only now did she recall Chen Nian's kindness, how he'd hand her bottled water after gym class, or dash over with an umbrella when rain fell. A rich kid might offer fleeting satisfaction, but a down-to-earth homebody would give you a genuine heart. She stood rooted to the spot, watching as most teams had already formed. But Chen Nian's team still only had 2 people. A flicker of hope suddenly rose in Xia Wen's heart. Could this last spot be one Chen Nian deliberately saved for her? He used to be my loyal little puppy dog. Even if he has a new girlfriend now, he shouldn't be this heartless, right? Lost in thought, Xia Wen actually saw Chen Nian walking straight toward her. Wonderful. He still cares about me. She'd even rehearsed the expression she'd used to accept his invitation, but all she felt was a gust of wind brush past her ear. Chen Nian brushed past her and approached the instructor, saying, "Instructor, just 2 people in my group is enough." Xia Wen nearly exploded with rage on the spot. He'd rather have one less person than invite me? This man was truly despicable. How could someone be so petty and unforgiving? A narrow-minded little rat. She mentally cursed Chen Nian with every expletive she could muster, yet it couldn't change the fact she'd been cast aside. All right. Zhang Lai nodded with a smile. He had intended to target Chen Nian anyway. Since Chen Nian had volunteered for a 2-person challenge, he naturally wouldn't refuse. The other trainees were stunned. Chen Nian is way too cocky, challenging us before even assembling a team? That's disrespectful to the instructor. He'll get a taste of his own medicine later. Yeah, he's still an instructor. You gotta show basic respect. This is clearly a provocation. Even Chen Nian felt Chen Nian was being reckless. He felt a bit uneasy inside. Chen Nian, are you sure it's just the 2 of us? What else? Then you better perform well later, don't end up being led around by the girls. Chen Nian wrinkled her little nose, muttering a playful complaint. To the other boys, it looked like nothing but playful banter. They were green with envy. What kind of luck did Chen Nian have to land such an adorable girlfriend? Just as everyone finished forming teams, a neatly uniformed group suddenly marched onto the field. It was an official enforcement team in camouflage uniforms. Leading them was a female officer in black leather boots, her hair pulled back in a neat ponytail. Her sleeves were casually rolled up, giving her an air of feminine toughness. She strode straight to the spectator stands, pulled out a chair, and plopped down, casually crossing one leg over the other. The rest of the officers lined up behind her. Holy crap, it's Li Yunwei. Seeing this female enforcer, the students were just as shocked as if they'd spotted Chen Nian. Isn't that the powerhouse woman who's always on TV? They say she's almost level 40 stronger than our instructor. I know. She's probably the strongest enforcer in Linhai City. She's led the team to wipe out so many monsters in the city. Holy crap, she's so badass. A woman this powerful and fierce is a total knockout, appealing to both men and women. If she's here, she must be scouting talent. I'm going to give it my all this time. I'll give it my all. If I could work under Sister Li, I'd be smiling in my sleep. Regardless of gender, everyone was brimming with 200% motivation at that moment. The test officially begins. We'll go first. A 3-person team stepped forward first. Heard that guy's level 20, pretty strong. Looks like he wants to make a name for himself, someone murmured. But the outcome of the battle left everyone speechless. For the first 30 seconds, Zhang Lai focused solely on defense, evading attacks with agile footwork and emerging unscathed. But when he finally moved, it was with devastating force. He unleashed a fist strike through the air, sending a terrifying shockwave that hurled all 3 opponents several meters away. The Qigong Master's breaking void punch. Chen Nian instantly recognized the skill. Holy, he's too strong, the students exclaimed in unison. Jian Lai cracked his neck. Next group. And this was merely a taste of his power, the real show was yet to come. The second group stepped forward. You have 30 seconds to show what you've got. Go ahead. Jian Lai beckoned with a wave of his hand. 30 seconds later, the second group was similarly blown away by the violent gusts, crashing to the ground in a heap. Damn, the instructor really doesn't hold back at all. This is what a true master looks like. At least he gave us 30 seconds to show what we've got. Everyone felt a tinge of fear toward the instructor. Especially the girls. Girls care about their looks and value their dignity. If they all ended up falling flat on their faces like that, how embarrassing would that be? With roughly 20 teams, everyone's ratings varied widely. Only 3 managed to exchange more than 10 moves with the instructor, earning an A grade rating. Most fell below B grade, and not a single S grade was awarded. Xia Wen also stepped up. The instructor showed no mercy to women, striking relentlessly. There was one exception, Sun Jing. He actually exchanged blows with the instructor for dozens of moves before finally suffering a less embarrassing defeat. Sun Jing, grade A. Wow, Sun's still the best. He's the first one who could actually trade blows with the instructor. Sun's the man. He totally deserves that a grade. Amidst the chorus of praise, Sun Jing felt a surge of pride. He couldn't help but glance at the female enforcer, hoping to catch her approving gaze. But unexpectedly, Li Yunwei remained seated, sipping her tea indifferently, completely unmoved. The principal couldn't help but ask, Team Leader Li, Sun Jing shows real talent. Would you be interested in taking him under your wing for training? No interest. Li Yunwei set down her teacup with a faint smile. With her expertise, how could she fail to notice the instructor deliberately going easy on him? Such second-rate talent wasn't worth her glance. Where's that kid who acted heroically today? Team Leader Li, are you talking about Chen Nian? Look, it's his turn to step up now. Yes, Chen Nian and Xin Yu had already arrived at the center of the field. They were the only 2-person team. Finally. Jian Lai cracked his knuckles, producing a crisp popping sound. He'd been waiting for this moment for so long. The earlier exercises were merely warm-ups. Though Qigong may appear formidable, it cannot cause fundamental harm. If he truly wanted to go all out, Qigong could directly shatter internal organs far more devastating than a simple fall. And there's no outward sign of it. Only after some time would the energy currents forced into the body begin to wreak havoc, and by then, he wouldn't be held accountable. Fine. Finally, it's your turn. Sun Jing waited with bated breath. I'll see just how much of a big shot you really are. Xia Wen's resentment boiled over. In the investor section, Lu Xingchen finally perked up, removing his sunglasses and staring intently ahead. Little brother, you'd better make a good impression. Don't disappoint your big brother. In an instant, Chen Nian became the focal point of everyone's attention. Chapter 22, One Punch. Chen Nian and Xin Yu's test officially began. As per tradition, the instructor would allow them 30 seconds to attack first, showcasing their abilities. Xin Yu felt incredibly nervous. Her rank was no small feat, she was among the top students in this group. But she feared Chen Nian might not measure up. This instructor seemed to harbor significant hostility toward Chen Nian. Begin, Jiang Lai beckoned with a flick of his finger. First, give them 30 seconds to attack. Then, use powerful Qigong to cripple that kid, he thought to himself. Xin Yu launched the first attack. Her talent as an archer, combined with the epic tier equipment Flamefire Bow she had obtained earlier, made her overall strength absolutely unmatched. Arrows tore through the air. Unexpectedly, Jiang Lai effortlessly sidestepped it. I didn't expect him to have any real skill. Jiang Lai felt a flicker of surprise. He could sense the power contained within that arrow. Keep going. Xin Yu gritted her teeth and pressed her attack. Arrow after arrow streaked through the air as she darted across the field with the agility of a swift panther. Thankfully, she'd changed into her specialized athletic gear before the fight, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to execute such wide-ranging movements. Damn, Xin Yu is so fierce. Her strength surpasses most of us. Her level must be incredibly high. As everyone marveled at Xin Yu's prowess, they noticed another peculiar thing. Chen Nian hadn't moved. Precious 30 seconds were ticking away, yet he stood frozen in place? What the hell is Chen Nian thinking? Probably just trying to be a lone wolf and show off. Hope he doesn't end up looking like a fool getting eliminated without doing anything. He's supposed to be our university's #1 hero, Sun Jing chuckled, shaking his head. Chen Nian's calm and composed demeanor made Lu Xingchen feel utterly uncomfortable. It felt like countless ants were crawling all over his back. He was like this last time too. Last time, Lu Xingchen had called Chen Nian trying to provoke him, but Chen Nian had remained just as calm and composed. That very afternoon, a 10 billion yuan project was snatched away. Impossible. It couldn't really be him. He doesn't have that kind of capability. Lu Xing unconsciously clenched his fists. This young man is quite interesting. Li Yunwei crossed his arms over his chest, watching Chen Nian with keen interest, eager to see how he would respond. He hoped Chen Nian could hold out a little longer, otherwise, this selection process would be utterly boring. The most speechless person in the entire venue was Qinyu. Chen Nian, you. She was both flustered and furious. She'd expected Chen Nian to coordinate with her for a joint attack, but instead, he'd just thrown in the towel. Why was he so confident about teaming up with me? Was it just to look cool? Or did he think he could face the instructor head-on without needing these 30 seconds of free attack time? How incredibly arrogant. Time's up. John Lai snatched the arrow flying straight at him. Snap. He crushed it with a thunderous snap. He grinned. Now it's my turn. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he assumed a fighting stance, terrifying qigong energy coalescing between his fingers. Sand swirled beneath his feet as a violent wind surged. First, he personally disliked Chen Nian. Second, Sun Jing also despised Chen Nian and hoped he would teach him a lesson. Furthermore, during halftime, an investor shareholder had approached him, offering a hefty sum to buy his loyalty, specifically demanding he cripple Chen Nian. With these three factors piled on, he was ready to unleash his full power, aiming to finish the job with a single punch. This punch. From a distance, Li Yunwei narrowed her eyes. She could sense the immense energy contained within this punch, far exceeding anything before. Qigong practitioners' techniques were invisible to the untrained eye, but Li Yunwei was a professional. Was the instructor planning to strike with lethal force? As an observer, however, she had no reason to intervene. Watch out. Qinyu's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly raised his arms to block the impact. 90% of the trainees had been sent flying by this very Qigong punch. She couldn't afford to be careless. Besides Li Yunwei, Chen Nian could also sense that Jiang Lai's fist power was extraordinary, far beyond what it had been before. Was he seeking revenge against me? Was it because of that incident earlier, or had someone bribed him? Chen Nian glanced back, his gaze landing on Lu Xingchen seated in the VIP section. He noticed the faint smile playing on his face. Oh, so it's you. Very well. Boom. The terrifying Qigong fist finally exploded mid-air. Countless violent bursts of qi, accompanied by deafening gales, indiscriminately slammed toward Chen Nian and Qinyu. Spell of the spirit, ethereal serpent. Chen Nian's lips parted slightly, and an invisible serpent shot forth, instantly encircling Qinyu. Indeed, it could also be used for defense. But he himself didn't need it. With his high level and the protection of his top-tier gear, he could simply ignore such an attack. After the whirlwind and dust settled, the students stared wide-eyed. There stood Chen Nian and Qinyu, rooted to the spot. Not even half a step had shifted. What just happened? Sun Jing and Lu Xingchen were stunned. Logically, the instructor should have struck with full force. Why did Chen Nian appear completely unscathed? Good. On the field, Li Yunwei, the only one who truly understood the situation, instinctively shouted her approval. She could see that Chen Nian had absorbed the terrifying Qigong punch with his own body, and admiration already shone in her eyes. The most shocked person was Jiang Lai himself. He knew full well that he had unleashed his full power with that punch. Not only could it send two people flying, but it could also leave a hidden energy within their bodies, capable of directly damaging their internal organs later. How had they blocked it? Looks like the instructor's finished. Now it's my turn. Chen Nian, you. Before Qinyu could finish speaking, Chen Nian shot forward like a gust of wind. A simple, unadorned punch slammed straight toward the instructor's face. Jiang Lai frantically raised his arm to block, but the moment Chen Nian's fist made contact, excruciating pain shot through his arm. Crack! Bones shattered. Another fist slammed into his face, sending him tumbling backward. One punch, and Jiang Lai lay motionless on the ground. Pure physical strength. This was the power of high-level attributes and attack power. Jiang Lai lay bleeding from nose and mouth, unconscious. Around him, gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. Everyone was frozen in disbelief. Shun. Is that Chen Nian? Holy. Only the crudest language could express the profound shock in their hearts. Chen Nian knocking out an instructor with one punch? Who could have imagined such a thing? This is absurd, okay. Just moments ago, everyone thought Chen Nian was showing off. Who could have guessed he was simply acting with utter disdain? If a single punch could settle it, what was the point of waiting those 30 seconds? Xingyu stood frozen in place, mouth agape, unable to utter a word for a long while. Chapter 23, Xia Wen, how did he become so outstanding? Chen Nian knocked the instructor out with a single punch, leaving the entire crowd speechless. No one had ever imagined such an outcome. These trainees, even if they'd lucked out with in-game talents or acquired talent cards, lacked true combat instincts. The instructor was different. A former soldier, he was a true elite who had fought monsters his entire career. And now, this instructor, this elite, had been knocked unconscious by a single punch from Chen Nian. The principal stood frozen like a statue, his jaw dropping as he muttered repeatedly. Our Lingde University has produced a genius, a genius. Well struck. Li Yunwei immediately stood up and applauded. This student had earned her admiration and astonishment, filling her with the exhilaration of discovering gold in the sand. More importantly, beating that rule-breaking instructor felt incredibly satisfying. Chen Nian, S-Class. S-Class. The evaluators declared almost in unison. Undeniably S-Class, no objections whatsoever. Chen Nian, you're so amazing. Xinyu jogged excitedly over to Chen Nian, her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight. The fact that her boyfriend was so talented filled her with pride too. But didn't you hit him a bit too hard? Not at all. Chen Nian knew that the guy had been ready to cripple him just now. Killing him wouldn't have been out of the question. Chen Nian is freaking awesome. Bro, you're insane. Even my uncle's impressed. You're the only one he respects. Brother Nian is the man. I'm your little brother from now on, take me under your wing. A deafening roar of cheers erupted at that moment. The trainees swarmed around Chen Nian like mad, while the instructor could only be carried away by medical personnel. The strong always command respect and admiration. Xia Wen covered her mouth, a lump forming in her throat. Her trembling pupils held an incredibly complex mix of emotions. The thought that this boy, now the center of everyone's attention, had once pursued her filled her with unbearable pain. Why? Why did this otaku suddenly rise to prominence? If only he still liked her, but... The girl standing beside Chen Nian now was Xinyu, a girl who completely outshone her in every way. Xia Wen impatiently plucked a few strands of hair, venting her frustration. Sun Jing felt even worse than her. Lu Xingchen looked like he'd swallowed a fly, his face ashen and unable to utter a single word. He never imagined Chen Nian possessed genuine strength so formidable she could join elite forces, leaving even this instructor outmatched. Today's incident had ironically elevated Chen Nian's status. Damn it. Let's go. Lu Xingchen stood up and started to leave. The principal hurriedly asked, Mr. Lu, we haven't finalized the investment details yet. Why the rush to leave? Sorry, I've suddenly lost interest in this project. No, Mr. Lu, look, we have a genius student here with tremendous potential. Just then, Chen Nian suddenly shouted. Mr. Lu, aren't you leaving a bit too hastily? The outburst drew everyone's attention. What was Chen Nian up to? Lu Xingchen gave Chen Nian a cold stare. You have something to say? Of course I do. Why don't we discuss why that instructor suddenly went so hard on him just now? Chen Nian then turned his gaze to the female officer from the enforcement team. What do you think, Captain Li? Li Yunwei strode over, nodding with a smile. It's true. That man suddenly attacked with such ferocity. If it weren't for Brother Chen Nian's exceptional skills, he could have been crippled. What? The principal looked utterly stunned. The others turned their gaze toward them, murmuring among themselves. Could there be some hidden truth behind this? Lu Xingchen knew he couldn't withstand scrutiny. If that instructor spilled the beans, his people would be exposed. Considering no major harm was done, if Chairman Lu donates 10 million to our school, we can let this matter drop, Chen Nian proposed. You? Lu Xingchen's eyes widened in shock. Demanding he donate 10 million yuan out of the blue? That was nothing short of extortion. If word of this reached the company, wouldn't it be like branding another scar on his reputation, inviting ridicule from outsiders? He was utterly unwilling. But Chen Nian's next words completely broke down his defenses. What's the matter, Chairman Lu? 10 million shouldn't be much compared to a billion, right? Those words struck him like a steel needle piercing his chest. He nearly choked on his breath. He couldn't let them make this public, it would damage the company's image. Fine. I'll donate 10 million. Chairman Lu was so generous. The principal was overjoyed. This was 10 million yuan just handed to him. Today, not only had Chen Nian set a stellar precedent for the school's image, but they'd also snagged a 10 million yuan investment out of thin air. What's the difference between this and manna from heaven? Chen Nian truly is a treasure to Lin University. Fuming with rage, Lu Xingchen couldn't bear to linger another second and hurried away. Li Yunwei, however, approached Chen Nian. Brother Chen, would you be interested in joining our team? We guarantee all official perks and benefits, and we'll do everything we can to cultivate your talents. Right off the bat, she offered the most sincere terms. The rest of the enforcement team colleagues were stunned. This was the first time Captain Li had personally recruited talent. This alone showed just how exceptional this young man's talent was. Others were already green with envy, wishing they could be chosen too. Chen, what are you waiting for? Why haven't you agreed yet? Exactly. This is a golden opportunity. Follow the authorities, and you'll never have to worry about the future again. You might even get first pick at all kinds of skills and equipment. But Chen Nian's response left everyone speechless. I could just put my name down and show up when I feel like it. A nominal position meant coming and going as he pleased. No outright refusal, yet no full acceptance either. Chen Nian could still leverage this network in the future. You're a sharp one, kid, Li Yunwei laughed heartily. Fine, I'll make an exception for you. An honorary position it is. Let's go. This trip was well worth it. Li Yunwei showed no intention of selecting other trainees, leading his troops away with a flourish. Chen Nian had achieved his goal. Since fame was inevitable, he might as well embrace it fully. The heroic youth, the genius of Linhai City University, the boyfriend of actress Qin Yu. None of these identities fit the Silent One persona. This way, even if he encountered old acquaintances, they'd never suspect he was silent. His strength was nearly restored, and Chen Nian organized his next plan. He would continue leveling up in the wilderness. As for the school's cultivation, he didn't need it. No one could teach him he was the strongest. Chapter 24, Kiss Me. Chen Nian had achieved his goal and couldn't be bothered to waste any more time here. I'm only enrolled nominally at the academy. I won't be joining the group training. Ah. Hearing this, everyone's faces fell with disappointment. What a pity, no chance to ride his coattails. But then again, it made sense. Why would such a prodigy waste his time training with a bunch of nobodies like us? It would only hold him back. The principal had no objections. Chen Nian had already brought immense benefits to Lin University. Even being affiliated with him was an honor for the school. Chen, if you need anything, just ask. The academy will do its utmost to accommodate your requests. The assessment concluded, and only after the crowd dispersed did Chen Nian find Qin Yu. Sorry I couldn't pick you up on time today. It's fine. You were saving someone, after all. It was the right thing to do. Oh, I prepared a gift for you. Qin Yu fumbled nervously in her backpack and pulled out the exquisite watch. This is for you. Even though we're just a couple in name, we still need to keep up appearances. She added with a touch of pride. Thanks. Chen Nian felt a bit awkward. He disliked accepting gifts without reciprocating, so he pulled out the Elemental Marksman talent card from his backpack. No need to reciprocate. Here, take this. This? Qin Yu took the item Chen Nian offered, her beautiful eyes immediately lighting up with intense delight. An Elemental Archer talent card. This meant she could advance from the basic archer class to become an Elemental Marksman. The difference between talents was substantial. Rare talents were a tier above ordinary ones, making them extremely valuable. On the market, this thing was absolutely priceless. She never expected Chen Nian to just hand it over to her like this. Qin Yu felt both flattered and overwhelmed. Even a proper girlfriend wouldn't receive such treatment. Chen Nian was truly generous. She found herself stumbling over her words, unsure how to express her gratitude. Want to thank me? Come on, give me a kiss. Chen Nian tilted his face. Kiss you, but... Qin Yu panicked instantly, her cheeks visibly flushing crimson. Didn't you say it yourself? Even nominal couples need to go through the motions. Then I'll kiss you next time. Why wait until next time? Because, if I kiss you now, it'll look like I'm being bribed by you. That's not good. So you actually want to kiss me sincerely? You wish. Chen Nian stopped teasing Qin Yu, because just then, his silent social media account received a message. It was from Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi, brother Buyu. We finalized our plans. An offline meeting will be held in Shanghai in 2 days to discuss how to resist the Blood Moon Calamity. Blood Moon Calamity, countdown, 24 days. That was the first cataclysm in the game, the one that mercilessly slaughtered every player over and over. Without a concrete countermeasure, it could spell unprecedented catastrophe for all humanity. As the most powerful player guild in Dragon Nation, Eternal Peace of Mountains and Rivers must prepare in advance. With great power comes great responsibility. Chen Nian, got it. Xiaoqi, brother Buyu, will you be there? Chen Nian, you know I never show my face in public. Xiaoqi, but you're our pillar of strength. If you don't come, I'm afraid some people might feel resentful. Xiaoqi, and isn't it okay for Xiaoqi to see you? Xiaoqi, my birthday is in 2 days. After a moment of silence, Chen Nian replied. Well then, happy birthday in advance. Xiaoqi, I hate you. Chen Nian thought it over and booked a flight to Luzhou for the day after tomorrow. He could go, but he couldn't let Xiaoqi know. He'd have to go secretly. Within Eternal Peace of Mountains and Rivers, most were either exceptionally powerful, held prominent positions, or possessed immense wealth. Once they met in person, their pride would inevitably clash, each refusing to yield. Without Chen Nian present, Xiaoqi alone wouldn't be able to hold her own. Even as the heiress of a Fortune 100 corporation and the strongest female sword immortal in Calamity, she'd struggle to command respect. The problem is, what kind of birthday gift could he give Xiaoqi, a wealthy heiress who lacks nothing, in 2 days? Chen Nian's plan was already set. First, level up in the wilderness, then fly to Luqing for the offline gathering. Inside Qin Yu's talent agency, senior executives were agonizing over how to handle Qin Yu's personal relationship scandal. There was no doubt that Qin Yu was an absolutely rising star, a huge cash cow. But if she had a boyfriend, especially an unknown civilian, she would inevitably lose a huge number of male fans. Her earning power would plummet, and her fan base would dwindle massively. Xiao Yu really doesn't know how to handle things. How could she just go and get a boyfriend? If it were another celebrity, we could capitalize on the buzz and hype up a CP pairing. But it's just some unknown civilian. What was her agent thinking, not stopping her from dating? She knew agent that chubby guy was one of the three who knew Chen Nian's true identity. He was the one pushing hard to bring Qin Yu and Chen Nian together, fanning the flames relentlessly. If we don't make an official announcement, and fans dig it up and let it ferment, that's a whole different story. Sigh. These young actresses just don't know their limits. Wait, everyone, check the news. Just as the heated discussion raged on, one person suddenly shouted excitedly. The news? What news? Qin Yu's boyfriend has been exposed. It's that young man who saved the girl by acting bravely. Ha! Not only that, he's also a genius student at Linhai City University. Holy crap, he knocked out an instructor with one punch? Everyone, what the hell? That sounds way too far-fetched. Everyone hurriedly pulled out their phones to check the news only to discover that everything just said was actually true. Qin Yu's boyfriend, Chen Nian, bravely rescued the girl from the monster, received official commendation, and excelled in Linhai University's entrance exams, a true prodigy. More importantly, his looks were also top-notch. With a little effort, he could easily rival those popular young idols. Holy crap! Great! Just great! Hurry up and make it official. Really make it official. And best of all, throw in a couple of their photos together. Ha 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 ha! The heavens are smiling on us. Now, Chen Nian wears many crowns and stands as a positive role model for society. At this point, if his relationship with Qin Yu were to be exposed, the vast majority of fans would totally buy into it. They might even ship the couple. Who knew Yu's boyfriend was this amazing? She hit the jackpot. Quick, by trending topics the moment it's released, push it to the top. And so, Qin Yu's relationship was officially announced. True to expectations, fans flooded in with congratulations and well wishes. So glad Xia Yu found such a great boyfriend. Yeah, and he's an anonymous hero who acted bravely. Wishing them all the best. Tears up, Xia Yu found such a great guy. She absolutely must be happy. When's the concert? I'll buy every ticket. The story of Qin Yu and Chen Nian had become a beautiful tale. Seeing countless fans' blessings, she felt inexplicable joy and pride deep within. Qin Yu created a private account and commented under the official announcement. Xiao Yu is such a wonderful woman, Chen Nian, you better treasure her. After posting, she couldn't resist giving it a like herself. Chapter 25, World Boss appears limited to one day. Chen Nian was leveling up in the wilderness. The day passed in the blink of an eye, and he finally reached level 50. His leveling speed wasn't the fastest. Many mages slaughtering hordes of monsters progressed quicker, but Chen Nian didn't mind. He could take on monsters several levels above his own. He returned home, slept, and restored his body to peak condition. The next morning. Time to set out. Tonight would be the guild's first offline meetup. Chen Nian changed into conservative attire, donned a mask, and boarded the flight to Luzhou City. Just as the plane lifted off the runway, a notification suddenly appeared before his eyes. Notice, the highest level player in this region has surpassed level 70. The world boss has spawned. Defeating the world boss will unlock the Cataclysm summoned feature. Time limit, 1 day. The world boss has appeared. Chen Nian was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected the fastest leveling player in the Linhai City area to have already surpassed level 70. Seems I've been slacking off for too long. If the world boss isn't defeated within the designated timeframe, the Catastrophe Summon feature will remain locked. This would severely weaken Linhai City's players, further limiting their progression paths. More critically, failure to defeat the boss on time would hasten the arrival of the Blood Moon Calamity. This was the most deadly consequence, deadly enough to destroy Linhai City and claim millions of lives. Chen Nian gazed out the airplane window at the city growing ever smaller below, murmuring to himself. With such rapid progression, I hope you'll manage to defeat the world boss before I return. If they couldn't handle it, Chen Nian would have to return personally to deal with it. Quite a hassle. The world boss has appeared. Holy, it really is the world boss. Never expected it to trigger like this. Top players are already level 70? Damn, that's fast. I'm only level 10. Stop it, I haven't even gotten my talent card yet. Everyone in Linhai City received this message simultaneously, and the place erupted instantly. Especially the official enforcement forces. Quick! Deploy every available drone to locate the world boss. Issue a recruitment order. Gather high-level players to prepare for the world boss raid. Must kill it within 1 day. True players of Calamity were panicking. Take Li Yunwei, for instance. What's wrong, Captain Li? You look troubled, someone asked simultaneously. If we fail to kill the world boss within a day, the Blood Moon Calamity will arrive early. What? Li Yunwei's expression turned grim. If the Blood Moon Calamity arrives early, players at our current level and gear simply won't stand a chance. The likely outcome is our annihilation. How could this happen? His colleague staggered back 2 steps, his face drained of color. He never imagined the consequences could be this dire. We can only hope the high-level players step up. The safety of the entire city rests on their shoulders. Within half an hour, the world boss's location was pinpointed. In the wilderness south of Linhai City. A pitch-black sphere has appeared in the space there. Nothing can be seen. A visual feed? When the footage was projected, everyone was stunned. Indeed, a massive black sphere loomed over the wilderness. That's the world boss's barrier. Only by entering it can we gain the right to challenge the world boss, Li Yunwei declared in a solemn tone. Quickly, transport the assembled volunteers to the target location and commence the assault immediately. Everyone, move out. The emergency mobilization in Linhai City began, something Chen Nian would never witness. That same afternoon, he had already arrived in Luqing. His phone was blowing up with calls from all sorts of people, including one from Li Yunwei. Chen Nian returned the call. Chen Nian, where are you? The world boss has appeared. We're urgently recruiting volunteers for the raid. Li Yunwei sounded urgent. In her eyes, Chen Nian was also a powerful player. Sorry, sisterly, I'm out of town right now and can't make it back. Beep beep beep. Li Yunwei hung up immediately, refusing to waste any more time. Chen Nian shrugged, muttering to himself, a mere world boss? Shouldn't need my help, unless those guys are just leveling up bums. Soon, night fell over Luzhou City. The streets were ablaze with neon lights and bustling with activity. Chen Nian, clad in a black hoodie and jeans, mask covering his face, boarded a massive cruise ship. This 3-story luxury ocean liner had been entirely chartered for the night. The one who had chartered it was none other than Xiaoqi. The ship's reception hall served as the gathering point for the offline meetup. Hello, please present your exclusive QR code. As he stepped onto the deck, a steward requested Chen Nian to present his QR code for identity verification, a code exclusive to group members, ensuring no outsiders could enter. Verification successful. Please proceed. Chen Nian pulled his cap down and stepped onto the cruise ship. His first offline gathering felt surprisingly nerve-wracking. Though these were all people under his command, they were all heavyweights. The central hall was resplendent in gold and splendor. Crystal chandeliers illuminated the lobby, while the gold-threaded carpet on the floor exuded luxury. One by one, people entered the hall. Among them were businessmen in sharp suits, fashionably dressed young men, young students, and older gentlemen. Chen Nian knew full well that any of these gathered individuals could shake the entire world with a mere stomp of their foot. Their status was noble and illustrious billionaires, business tycoons, scions, and heiresses of prominent families. What was even more terrifying was that each possessed extraordinary abilities. Yet upon boarding the cruise ship, they seemed transformed, shedding all pretension. Holy, you're big goose? Ha, never expected you'd actually look like a goose. You say your name is Meng Meng? Holy crap, she's not exactly a cute little girl, is she? My daughter's name is Meng Meng. And you, Nan Mo, you said you were 18? Your damn belly's as big as a soccer ball. A man is forever young at heart, got it? Jasmine, your photos look like you're still in high school. Sis, did you just fast forward through 20 years of growth? You actually believe that photo scam? I was even in an online romance with Yuner. Turns out it was some old dude using a voice changer to deceive me. Brother Zhan Yun, you're not just old enough to be my brother, you could be my dad. A 50-year-old berserker? Holy. Photo fraud, guys pretending to be girls, girls pretending to be guys. Voice changer, dead on contact. All sorts of situations arise when netizens meet in person. Just as everyone was having fun, the speakers suddenly came to life, emitting a soft, adorable voice. Welcome, everyone, to Lu City. Quiet. Quiet. Everyone, shut the hell up. Everyone instantly fell silent, their eyes fixed on the central stage. A young girl stepped forward. Chapter 26, Word Spirit Death God, subduing the entire venue. A young girl stepped onto the center of the stage, instantly capturing everyone's gaze. Her black gown accentuated her noble and elegant demeanor. Silky, glossy hair cascaded softly over her shoulders, while her bright, lively eyes shone like stars. Her exquisitely defined features formed a flawless face, eliciting wave after wave of gasps from the audience below. Is that Xiaoqi? My goodness, Xiaoqi is absolutely stunning. Xiaoqi's looks put those female celebrities to shame, wow. Who would have thought such a young, beautiful girl is the strongest female sword immortal in the game? Chen Nian stood quietly in the corner, watching the young beauty who had captured everyone's attention, unable to suppress his own astonishment. Though Xiaoqi sent him selfies daily, seeing her in person was even more breathtaking than the photos. Truly a little beauty who could bring a nation to its knees. Xiaoqi? That's not how you address her, it's Brother Yu's exclusive nickname. Let me formally introduce myself. My game ID is Qiyin, and my real name is Su Jinyu. I'm the organizer of this offline meetup. The reason I've gathered everyone here from far and wide is to discuss countermeasures for the Blood Moon Calamity occurring in 20 days. Chen Nian gave a slight nod. Who knew this girl was so capable? She got straight to the point in just a few sentences. The Blood Moon Calamity is imminent. We should all be focusing on leveling up and getting stronger. Why waste time on gatherings? A voice of discontent rose from below. Every person present was a proud and ambitious elite. They couldn't possibly submit completely to anyone, especially such a young girl. I agree. Just flying back and forth wastes so much time we could be using to level up. A wave of murmurs followed. Su Jinyu immediately sensed the situation was slipping out of control. Her voice grew stern, quiet. The world faces immense peril. As the strongest guild, we must strengthen our unity to fight together in the future. Going it alone won't save us from this catastrophe. Not everyone is Brother Silent. Her intention was to leverage Brother Buyu's reputation to quell the crowd, but it backfired spectacularly. A fashionably dressed man with an earring and a tattoo on his neck spoke up. His name was Gu Xiao, the son of an oil tycoon. His family truly had deep pockets. Young lady, could you please stop constantly bringing up Brother Buyu? Is that too much to ask? Heh, he doesn't even dare show up to such an important offline gathering. What's the point of bringing him up? Gu Xiao's 2 sentences acted like a fuse, igniting the discontent simmering in many hearts. Of course, several had been bribed by Gu Xiao. He aimed to elevate his standing within the guild, even seize leadership by undermining Buyu. Buyu keeps his personal information so tightly guarded. Doesn't that prove he doesn't consider us brothers? Exactly. Why else would he never show his face? Enough. Maybe he's secretly grinding levels right now, dumping all the troublesome stuff on us. Of course, many others spoke up for Buyu. Xiaoqi was among them. But with hundreds of people on site, it was simply too overwhelming. The roar of the crowd surged like a tidal wave, completely overwhelming them. It was clear things were about to spiral out of control. Su Jinyu was frantic with worry. Driven by desperation, she unleashed her ability Sword Control. Her innate talent was called Sword Immortal. The strongest among all sword-related talents. Shut up, all of you. What? Are you going to use force to suppress us now? We call you 7th sister as a courtesy. Now that everyone's levels are comparable, do you really think you're invincible? Gu Xiao sneered coldly. Su Jinyu, I hear it's your birthday today? You've loved Buyu for so long, yet he won't even come see you on your birthday. Yet you handle every little task for him day in and day out. Can you really live with yourself? Hearing this, Su Jinyu's eyes fluttered slightly. The several sword shadows hovering above her head slowly dissipated. Her pupils filled with desolation as her head dropped. She recalled the moment when her invitation to Buyu was rejected, leaving her heart hollow and empty, as if a piece of her was missing. At that very moment, a wave of darkness spread from the corner of the hall, engulfing the entire space at an astonishing speed. The once resplendent golden hall plunged into pitch-black darkness in an instant. All light was swallowed by the endless darkness. The clamor ceased. For they felt an overwhelming, crushing pressure. As if a scythe hung at their necks, ready to claim their lives at any moment. It's him. He's here. Someone plopped down onto the ground, their voice trembling. Word Spirit Death God. Thud. 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 Crisp footsteps echoed forward. In the darkness, Su Jinyu's heartbeat suddenly quickened, her heart already filled with intense excitement. A nonchalant voice echoed through the hall. Why the sudden silence, everyone? No one dared to answer. Hundreds of people present seemed to have been silenced. You could hear a pin drop. The oppressive aura emanating from the Word Spirit Death God was terrifying. They could clearly sense that the Silent One was in a very bad mood. Who would dare tempt fate? Even Gu Xiao, who had been the loudest in the commotion moments ago, now dared only to clamp his mouth shut, not even daring to breathe. If this happens again, you can try to see if you can survive the realm of death. A blatant threat. A threat from the world's strongest player, Silent. Hundreds of people were drenched in cold sweat. The 30 seconds passed swiftly. Darkness receded, and the hall regained its golden splendor. Of course, Chen Nian had already slipped away. Yet for the crowd, those 30 seconds felt longer than an entire century. It was terrifying. Many collapsed on the spot, nearly unable to rise. Buyu, he's already obtained the Grim Reaper. Is he even human anymore? I recall that was an ultra-high-risk word spirit he only mastered in his late stages. I used to think that with the dawn of a new era, Buyu might not be the world's strongest. Now I realize how naive I was. Gu Xiao's hair was completely drenched in sweat. Beside him, Big Goose patted his shoulder. Bro, if Buyu wanted to kill you, you'd be dead already. Gu Xiao plopped down onto the ground, every trace of his noble demeanor gone. Brother Buyu really does care about me after all. Su Jinyu was overjoyed. Her heart was already brimming with happiness and contentment. For this was the very first time the world had ever seen Buyu in the real world. He came all this way just for me. The thought made her so happy she couldn't speak, just grinning like an idiot. 7th sister, shall we continue our discussion? We'll follow whatever you decide, Sister Xiaoqi. Chapter 27, Little Seven's Birthday. Chen Nian hadn't left the meeting room. Instead, he remained inconspicuously in the corner. This time, everyone became exceptionally obedient. Whatever Su Jinyu said, they repeated. Who dared to disobey? Then it's settled. Before the Blood Moon Calamity descends, we'll establish teleportation arrays between the major cities to facilitate mutual support. Together, we shall weather this storm and defend our homeland. Dismissed. A lavish banquet awaits in the hall. Help yourselves. With everything settled, Su Jinyu finally let out a sigh of relief. She didn't bother with the others, rushing outside to search for Brother Bu Yu. But after combing through 3 decks and even the open deck, she still couldn't find him. Before long, the cruise ship docked. The first offline gathering concluded successfully. Next, everyone would return to their respective cities to continue growing stronger, preparing to face the impending Blood Moon Calamity. The night view of Luzhou City is truly beautiful. Su Jinyu walked alone through the bustling streets, not accompanying anyone. Dressed in an exquisite black gown, she resembled a princess who had slipped away from a nightclub, a stunning sight wherever she went. Today was her birthday, the most special one she'd ever had. If there was a first time, there would be a second. Someday, she would truly meet him face to face. Hee. Suddenly, a plush Kuma bear costume blocked her path ahead. The fluffy bear was quite adorable. The bear walked straight toward her, seemingly holding something in its paws. Is it for me? Su Jinyu pointed at herself in confusion. The Kuma nodded, then pointed behind her, as if to say, someone told me to give this to you. It was a greeting card. Su Jinyu's heart swelled with excitement as she slowly unfolded the card. Inside, a line of small writing read, Little 7, happy birthday. In that instant, countless fireworks erupted with thunderous booms all around. Boom! 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 Multicolored fireworks exploded across the night sky, illuminating the entire expanse in an instant. Su Jinyu clutched the card, her eyes glistening as tears welled up. Brother Yu, I knew you'd be the kindest to me. Just as she was overcome with emotion, the Rilakuma bear turned to leave. Yes, it was Chen Nian in disguise. But just as Chen Nian was about to slip away, the girl behind him suddenly lunged forward, grabbing his arm. Bu Yu, you're Bu Yu brother, right? Then why aren't you talking? Say something. I heard your voice just now. It's etched into my memory. If you've got the guts, speak up. How could Chen Nian dare to speak? Speaking would just give him away. Damn it, if only I hadn't tried to act cool earlier and given away my voice. He'd expected this girl to forcibly rip off his puppet costume, but unexpectedly, Su Jinyu merely hugged the Kuma bear's arm and said cheerfully, Don't worry, brother Bu Yu. I won't force you out, but you have to celebrate my birthday with me tonight. Your silence means you agree, hee. A peculiar scene unfolded. A beautiful young woman in a black dress wandered through the night market, hugging a giant Rilakuma bear. Seeing her so happy, Chen Nian sighed and decided to just go along with her. After wandering most of the night, Su Jinyu finally grew tired. She pulled Chen Nian to sit by the roadside and chat. As they talked, she leaned against him and drifted off to sleep. At 2 in the morning, the street held a human and a bear, snuggled close together. 2 in the morning. Chen Nian calculated the time tomorrow morning would be the scheduled arrival of the world boss in Linhai City. Still no notification of a successful defeat. Ah well, might as well spend a little more time with this girl. He'd head back in the morning. 5 a.m. Chen Nian slipped off his Rilakuma plush coat and contacted a wealthy local woman in Luqing, arranging for her to drive over and pick up Xiaoqi. He slipped away quietly. At this hour, catching a scheduled flight would be too late. Wait, there's someone in the guild who owns an airline and has a private jet. Maybe he could give us a ride. Chen Nian had just departed. Su Jinyu immediately woke up. To be precise, she never truly fell asleep. She'd been pretending to sleep for 3 whole hours. Her goal? To lower Chen Nian's guard. How could she possibly waste precious time sleeping when she finally got to meet her beloved? She made a call. I want all the surveillance footage from this area, yes, every single angle. With so many cameras around, one of them had to have captured it. Don't think your mask will save you. This is the age of high-tech, we'll catch you. Earlier that day, Linhai City was frantically recruiting civilian experts to join the fight against the world boss. Countless extraordinary individuals gathered on the plains. Knights, swordsmen, elementalists of every kind, archers, rangers, and hundreds upon hundreds of powerful individuals with unique talents had gathered here. Before them lay the colossal black barrier of the world boss. There was only one entrance. A number was displayed on the portal's light gate, 1,000. As more players entered, the number decreased, signifying that only 1,000 could pass through. This is the world boss. Gazing upon the colossal beast sprawled across the plain, then glancing at the information above its head, people felt a chill run down their spines. World boss, Camel Mountain Demon Turtle Tier 1, Level 90. This turtle was roughly 100 meters long, its massive gray-black carapace bearing a towering mountain peak. People felt like the tiniest ants in the world, utterly powerless to fight it. Is this really a monster we can defeat? It's too big. Way too big. My attacks barely scratch its surface. More and more people entered the barrier. As the main force finally assembled, the official assault on the world boss commenced. Within the barrier, countless extraordinary beings launched their assaults upon the Camel Mountain demon turtle. For a moment, the sky was filled with dazzling streaks of light. Yet whether it was blades, spears, swords, or hail of wind and lightning, none inflicted significant damage on the world boss. It didn't even lift its head, remaining completely still inside its shell, as if asleep. After 2 hours of relentless assault, the attackers still saw no sign of progress. Holy crap, how do you even fight this thing? Beating the crap out of it for ages and still can't break through its defenses. We have to fight it, whether we can or not. If we fail to defeat the world boss within the time limit, the Blood Moon Calamity will descend upon our region early. Linhai City region, the first world boss battle has reached a stalemate. P.S. The protagonist's current identity concealment sets the stage for their eventual formal recognition. The upcoming plot features gods among gods guaranteed not to disappoint. Chapter 28, The World Boss's Hard-Fought Battle, Chen Nian returns. Li Yunwei was on site, serving as the expedition's commander-in-chief. She understood that defeating the world boss was impossible with only the current group. Because the top-tier extraordinary beings who lead in level hadn't even shown up. Top-tier extraordinary beings, levels 60-70. Second-tier extraordinary beings, levels 40-60. Third-tier extraordinary beings, levels 20-40. Most present were merely second or third-tier players. Their levels were too low, their attack power insufficient, they couldn't inflict significant damage on the world boss. Report. Team Leader Li, we've identified the player who triggered the world boss Chulong, Linhai City's first level 70 player. Where is he? Why isn't he joining the world boss hunt? Captain Li, we've already contacted him. He insists you must personally invite him. TSK, what an attitude. Word is Chulong heads a guild full of high-level elites, none of whom have joined the fight yet. Li Yunwei listened, then swiftly pulled on his coat. Let's go. We'll meet them. Underground billiard hall. About 10 people were leisurely playing pool. All young men and women, dressed fashionably, smoking and sporting tattoos. Empty liquor bottles littered the floor. The TV broadcast live footage of the world boss raid. Ha! They think they can take down the world boss? What a bunch of low-level trash. A bunch of low-level losers with zero self-awareness. The man in the leather jacket speaking was Chulong, his hair dyed red, giving him the look of a ghostly youth. He was Linhai City's highest-level player, one of the elite who had triggered the world boss event. Boss Chu, shouldn't we help? If the Blood Moon Calamity strikes, we'll be caught in it too. What's the rush? Chen Nian puffed on his cigarette. We wait for the official scum to come begging us. That way we can set our terms. We're not the ones in a hurry. Ha, the boss is brilliant. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as the tightly shut billiard hall door was pushed open. A sharply dressed woman strode in, her military boots clicking sharply on the floor. Behind her, uniformed law enforcement officers formed 2 lines, waiting silently at the doorway. Li Yunwei casually picked up a cue stick and with a single stroke, sank the last ball on the table. Who's Chulong? Me. Li Yunwei, commander of the World Boss Extermination Force. You are hereby summoned to join the campaign. Ah, but we've been grinding non-stop for days. I'm exhausted. Just name your terms. Ha, Captain Li sure is straightforward. 100 million, and our entire guild will join your campaign. Deal. Li Yunwei didn't want to waste time on small talk. Time was money. Any problem money can solve isn't really a problem. If the world boss couldn't be dealt with smoothly, it would spell disaster for Linhai City. Guys, let's get to work. Chulong gathered his guild members, boarded a private vehicle, and soon arrived at the world boss's territory. Currently, over 800 people remained within the barrier. After relentless, high-intensity attacks, everyone was utterly exhausted, yet the giant turtle showed no sign of budging. Move aside, rookies. Gazing at the mountain-like giant turtle ahead, Chulong grinned. A world boss I've never seen before? Let this big shot crack its shell. With that, lightning flashed beneath his feet as he slowly rose into the air. Purple lightning coiled around his body, an aura of destruction spreading outward, prompting those nearby to scramble away. He's a thunder mage. No wonder he levels up so fast. A thunder mage's AoE damage is absolutely top tier. Get out of the way. Don't get caught in the blast. Ignoring the commotion below, Chulong raised his staff and aimed it at the giant turtle. My guess is its weak point lies on that mountain on its back. If we shatter that mountain, we'll force it out of its shell. That was the intuition of a high-level player. Boom! A thunder dragon spell roared through the air. The thick, bright purple lightning dragon slammed into the mountain peak, creating a deafening roar that shook the earth. The smile on Chulong's face slowly froze in place. Impossible. His most powerful thunder-based spell hadn't shattered the mountain, only scattered fragments of rock and debris? Its defense was terrifyingly strong. As the highest-level player present, even he couldn't fully breach this turtle's defenses. No wonder the others had failed. Li Yunwei's expression grew increasingly grave. I didn't expect even him to fail. This is getting tricky. With millions in Linhai City, surely there must be a powerful individual capable of dealing with it? Qin Yu was also present. She had already gone in for a round of attacks. Even with her epic tier gear, she couldn't inflict significant damage on the boss and had to retreat. Have you contacted Chen Nian yet? Deng Rongrong pressed. He was Qin Yu's gaming buddy and one of the few who knew Chen Nian's true identity. No, can't reach him. Why do you keep telling me to contact him? Deng Rongrong thought to himself, if we can't rely on him, who else is there? Right now, the entire city of Linhai is counting on him, okay? He's the legendary Unspoken. With him around, we might stand a chance against this world boss. The rest of us players are just clowns wasting our efforts. I know Chen Nian is strong, but even that level 70 guy who went in earlier couldn't do anything. What's the point of him going? Besides, he might already be fighting inside, Qin Yu added. Deng Rongrong shook her head immediately. Impossible. If Silent One were fighting inside, that turtle wouldn't be sitting here unscathed like this. Are you kidding me? Hey, Deng, Chen Nian is my boyfriend, not yours. How come you seem to know him better than I do? Just saying. Time kept slipping away. The extraordinary beings of Linhai City fought all night long. Yet they still couldn't blast open the mountain on the camel-backed turtle's shell. As time ticked away and the sun began to rise, despair nearly consumed them all. Especially the true players of Catastrophe. It's over. We're done for. Failed to defeat the world boss. The Blood Moon Calamity will strike sooner. We're all dead. We're all dead. I'm done fighting. I'm getting the hell out of this city by car, no, by plane. Escaping Linhai City is the top priority now. Let's go. Countless extraordinary beings abandoned the world boss battle, choosing to flee. Even Xu Long made the same choice, signaling his guildmates to begin their retreat. So many people are still fighting here, and you want to run? Li Yunwei blocked their path. Don't you want to die? Forget 100 million, I wouldn't take 1 billion. Xu Long retorted without turning back. At that moment, an aircraft streaked across Linhai City from thousands of meters above. Chen Nian had returned. Chapter 29, Judgment of the Golden Sword, instantly slaying the world boss. Chen Nian returned aboard his private jet. To spend more time with Shochi and still make it back to Linhai City on time, he had no choice but to tap into his silent network once again. But it was already getting late. World boss raid remaining, 00:60. The final hour should suffice. Open the hatch. Yes. On the aircraft, another black-clad steward announced. Opening the aircraft door abruptly was an extremely dangerous act, but the physical bodies of extraordinary beings were not like those of ordinary people. There would be no harm. The door was urgently opened, unleashing a powerful suction force. Yet Chen Nian's body wasn't blown away. Instead, he stepped forward steadily. His expression remained calm as he leaped downward. Without a parachute or any protective gear, he plunged straight down from thousands of meters above. Spell of the Spirit, Ethereal Snake of Flight. An invisible serpent materialized, coiling around Chen Nian's body as it carried him straight downward. Protected by the serpent, Chen Nian could freely cushion his descent without suffering any harm. He pierced through layer after layer of clouds, the earth below growing clearer in his vision. Yet this was still insufficient. Spell, Eagle Eyes. Chen Nian simultaneously invoked a second word spirit. His vision instantly sharpened several-fold, as if the entire world lay before his eyes. He could now clearly see the massive black barrier below the domain of the world boss. He had already obtained intelligence on the world boss. The barrier could only be entered through its entrance. Wait. There were people in the air? Chen Nian's pupils suddenly contracted sharply, his heart sinking halfway. It's over. It's her. Yi Hongling. Yi Hongling, whose in-game ID in Catastrophe was Scarlet Spirit. Her innate talent was the top-tier Rare Flame Mage talent, Scarlet Lotus Sorceress. Her current level, Tier 1, level 95, even surpassing the level of world bosses. Her leveling speed was unmatched by almost anyone in the entire world. A true goddess-tier female player. A stunningly elegant older sister type. Her real-world identity is even more terrifying. She is the biological daughter of the Dragon Nation's Supreme Defense General. A terrifying woman who possesses power, status, beauty, and wealth all rolled into one. Though Shaoqi is also powerful, to Chen Nian she remains a relatively gullible innocent. Yi Hongling is different. Her methods are far more terrifying. A significant portion of Chen Nian's preparation stemmed from his fear of her discovering his true identity. At this very moment, Yi Hongling hovered above the world boss area. Dressed in a striking crimson gown, she sat atop a broom engulfed in blazing flames. Her bare feet dangled lightly as she toyed with a strand of wine-red hair. Bu Yu, are you even in this city? Earlier, she had made a guess. Bu Yu was in this city, having defeated a wild boss to obtain his first epic tier equipment. But it was merely a guess. Now she was here to verify it. If he can't even handle monsters like this, then I guess I was wrong? How boring. Perched on her shoulder was a small firefox named Huoling. Fire Spirit was puzzled. Master, are players in this area really this weak? If you stepped in, you could probably take it down with a single spell. Too bad. I just helped another region take down a world boss yesterday, so my power hasn't recovered yet. Can't lend a hand. Yi Hongling had already visited several regions, taking down 3 world bosses across different areas, the key to her rapid leveling. Time's running out. Let's keep watching. What if that guy's hiding and shows up last? At that very moment, Chen Nian hovered directly above Yi Hongling's head, his brow uncharacteristically beaded with sweat. Only by using Eagle Eye could he track Yi Hongling in time. What should Yi do now? If I step in and take down this world boss, she'll definitely come looking for me. Wait, I've got it. A wildly audacious plan formed in Chen Nian's mind. If executed successfully, it would not only defeat the world boss but also prevent his own exposure. After slaying the world boss, his level would inevitably rise above 55, granting him the new word magic shadow concealment, allowing him to vanish instantly. Must be a one-hit kill, take down the world boss instantly. If he couldn't do it in one hit, he wouldn't level up, and if Yi Hongling caught up, he'd be in big trouble. Accelerate. Chen Nian abruptly accelerated his descent while activating his third word spirit. Spell Flame burst. Flames erupted from his body, transforming him entirely into a colossal fireball. Plunging from the sky at breakneck speed, he streaked past Yi Hongling like a fiery meteor. It's him. Chase. Flames erupted from her broom as Yi Hongling transformed into a fiery meteor herself, shooting upward in hot pursuit from behind. Those below were stunned by the spectacle. Look! 2 meteors! Holy crap, really? Meteorites are falling. They had no idea the meteors were actually 2 people in pursuit, mistaking them for genuine celestial bodies. The 2 grew closer to the ground, rapidly approaching the black spherical barrier. Yi Hongling's lips curved into a captivating smile. You've appeared before me, how could you possibly escape? Thinking you could kill the boss right under my nose without being exposed? Boo, haven't you been dreaming too big? Not even you could pull that off. Today, if you kill this world boss, I will catch you. Chen Nian activated his 4th word spirit at that moment. Sequence 121 Judgment Golden Sword. Ancient, obscure syllables erupted from his mouth. Golden light flared in Chen Nian's pupils as the golden sword hovered above his head, like an emperor descending upon the world. With a single strike, it cleaved a gap through the black barrier. What? Yi Hongling gasped in shock. Even she was deeply shaken. This guy, he actually shattered the barrier protecting the world boss. Is he even human? Yet the more astonished she felt, the happier she grew. At least now she could be certain this man must be the Silent One. He was indeed hiding within this city. Ha! You won't escape. A gaping hole tore through the black barrier. The massive fireball crashed down, leaving everyone on the ground utterly stunned. What kind of twisted meteorite can even breach the barrier protecting the world boss? Unbelievable. But what followed was the most absurd sight they'd ever witnessed in their lives. The mountain atop the giant turtle's shell collapsed with a thunderous roar. The mountain that had withstood attacks from thousands all day long without breaking. That rock-solid mountain that nearly crushed the hopes of countless people, it crumbled like tofu. Fragments of rock shot skyward like enormous fireworks. At the base of the mountain lay the giant tortoise's heart, a yellowish-brown energy crystal, harder than even its own shell. Yet as the Judgment Golden Sword struck down, it shattered into pieces. The world boss was instantly slain. Chapter 30, Epic Set Gear. Chen Nian's new target. The Camel Mountain Demon Turtle, a level 90 world boss with absurdly high defense, was one-shot by level 50 Chen Nian. The turtle shell shattered, and the colossal monster dissolved into a swirling black mist, slowly dissipating into the air. Congratulations on defeating the world boss, Camel Mountain Demon Turtle. Genetic energy plus 5,599. Level up, 50-60. Congratulations on obtaining the epic tier equipment, Demon Turtle War Helmet. Congratulations on obtaining the epic tier equipment, Demon Turtle Leg Plates. Congratulations on obtaining the rare forging material, Camel Mountain Demon Turtle Shell. Congratulations on obtaining Cataclysm Summon Scrolls X3. At the same time, all others received notifications. Limited time world boss raid success. Chen Nian had no time to care about what good loot he'd acquired. After reaching level 60, he learned another basic word spirit, shadow concealment. Without hesitation, he activated it immediately. Sequence 44 Stealth of the Shadows. The power of the word spirit enveloped him, concealing his form and aura, making him difficult to detect. The moment Chen Nian touched down, he vanished. His plan executed flawlessly. At that very moment, Yi Hongling had caught up from behind. She frantically scanned the area, yet failed to find the figure that should have appeared. Oh dear. Seems I underestimated you, knew you. Instantly defeating the world boss while remaining hidden, quite the feat. Yi Hongling, who had thought victory was assured, never imagined she'd been outmaneuvered. The others, unaware of their conflict, were still reeling from the shock of the world boss being instantly defeated. What just happened? The world boss just died? He was fine a moment ago. Look! There's someone up there. People finally noticed Yi Hongling suspended mid-air and began marveling at her beauty and power. Good heavens, that red-clad sister is stunning. Is she a fire elemental mage? I've never seen such a powerful meteor strike. That's terrifying. One meteor strike to take down the world boss? Is she even human? Holy crap. Wait. There was someone like this in Calamity 2 Chiliang. Could she be Chiliang? That top-tier Crimson Lotus sorceress. Most assumed Yi Hongling had defeated the world boss. But she herself was furious, stomping her feet. She never imagined that her frantic pursuit would be exploited by no speech. She knew full well that even at her peak strength, she couldn't have shattered that black barrier. Only that freak Buyu could pull off something like that. Fine. Since I've confirmed you're in this city, I'll hunt you down slowly. Yi Hongling snorted coldly, transforming into a streak of flame that streaked across the sky and vanished. She had no intention of lingering here to be mercilessly beaten. She's gone. Could she not be from Linhai City, but a powerful ally sent from elsewhere? Highly likely. Xu Long stood frozen in place, his pupils twitching uncontrollably, his mouth agape and forgotten. Just a minute ago, he'd been preparing to flee with his men. 1 minute later, the world boss had been instantly killed. Boss, you gotta be kidding. A monster you couldn't even scratch, and someone else one-shot it? That's ridiculous. Ha! That's Qi Ling, one of the world's top female players. One-shotting the world boss isn't surprising at all. You guys don't know. As a veteran player of Cataclysm, how could Xu Long not see through the truth? Meteor Strike and Thunder Dragon Strike are spells of the same tier. I couldn't even break the world boss's defenses. Do you really think she could blast through the barrier and one-shot the boss? If not her, then who? The others were baffled. Silence. Xu Long's voice trembled as he uttered that name. In his mind, only one person could pull off something like this himself. And that woman, Yi Hongling? She might be chasing after Buyu. Every player knew she had feelings for him. There had always been emotional entanglements between them. Buyu? Hearing this legendary name, disbelief washed over everyone's faces. While evading Yi Hongling's pursuit, Buyu casually took down the world boss. Perhaps that's the whole story. What? Holy crap, is this even human? It wasn't just Xu Long who understood the battle. Commander Li Yunwei grasped it too. Never in a million years did I expect that a world boss in Linhai City would draw two of the top-tier powerhouses. It's our honor, actually. Had he known Buyu was in Linhai City, he wouldn't have panicked so much. Besides the veteran players of Catastrophe who could vaguely guess the truth, there were also the three friends by Qin Yu's side. Each of them was more excited than the last. Buyu. It must be Buyu who stepped in. He even broke through the barrier restricting 1,000 people. That power is terrifying. Brother Buyu truly lives up to his name. To witness him in action is an absolute honor for us. Xinyu, already a devoted fan of Buyu, was so thrilled she nearly jumped out of her skin. Is it really him? Really? Really? Is it really him? I can't see him anywhere. Where is he? Where? Seeing Xinyu frantically scanning the area, the other three couldn't help but mentally roll their eyes. He's your boyfriend, you really don't know how lucky you are. But thankfully, brother Chen Nian returned just in time. Otherwise, we'd never have stood a chance against this world boss. Amidst the stunned gasps, Chen Nian, using shadowless form, had already slipped back into the crowd, unnoticed. Enable server-wide announcement? Server-wide announcement? Probably not. Too flashy. Chen Nian declined. Player Anonymous has defeated the world boss. Catastrophe Summon feature now available. Blending into the crowd as he left the battlefield, Chen Nian inspected his loot. Level significantly increased. 2 epic tier equipment pieces. The rare material Camel Mountain Demon Turtle Shell and the Catastrophe Scroll. A truly bountiful haul. The equipment's attributes also caught Chen Nian's attention. Demon Turtle War Helm Epic. Defense, 100. Attack, 0. Attributes, Constitution plus 15. Special effect. Camel Mountain Demon Turtle 3-piece set total defense plus 20%. Camel Mountain Demon Turtle 4-piece set total defense plus 30%, plus the special skill counterattack, automatically counter all attacks. Demon Turtle War Helm Epic. Defense, 100. Attack, 0. Attributes, Constitution plus 15. Special effect, same as above. After reading it, Chen Nian understood. This was a set of defense-specialized epic gear. Its defensive capabilities were nothing short of terrifying. The material he held, Camel Mountain Demon Turtle Shell, could be used to craft armor. But the other epic tier piece hadn't fallen into his hands, it had landed with some lucky player instead. To complete the ultimate 4-piece set, he must find that player. Chen Nian's next goal is to complete this epic 4-piece set. Prepare for the Blood Moon Calamity. Chapter 31, Xinyu, I'm giving this gear to Chen Nian. Chen Nian equipped the 2 new epic tier items. The gear's enchantment fused with his body. Now clad in 3 epic tier pieces, his stats skyrocketed to unprecedented heights. Chen Nian, Word Spirit Sage Unique. Genetic tier, Tier 1 level 60. Constitution, 100. Agility, 72. Superiority, 67. Attack bonus, 130. Defense bonus, 500. Combat rating, 43 stars. Defense skyrocketed to 500, combat power assessment rose significantly, and constitution even hit the 100 mark. A constitution of 100 means Chen Nian can withstand light thermal weapon attacks with his bare body alone, not counting his armor. When factoring in his terrifying additional defense, he could withstand not just conventional firearms, but even electromagnetic cannons head-on. As defense continues to climb, ignoring nuclear bombs might not be impossible. Meanwhile, the world boss had just been defeated. Sighs of disappointment echoed from many players. Man, we worked our asses off fighting that boss for so long, and we got nothing. I actually got a fine piece of gear, not a total waste of time. I got lucky with a rare material, but I have no clue what to do with this thing. When a single player defeats the boss, there's an 80% chance all drops go into the killer's inventory. Chen Nian's case. The remaining 20% chance would randomly distribute the loot among the others. Meaning hundreds of people shared that 20% randomly. Among them, one lucky soul snagged an epic tier piece of gear. Xin Yu's face suddenly lit up with disbelief and delight. I got a good piece of gear. Just now, she received the notification. Congratulations on obtaining the epic tier equipment turtle armor. Yep, she was that ultimate lucky one. Seeing her face light up with delight, Fat Deng seemed to grasp the situation and hurriedly called out a warning. Xiao Yu. Don't flaunt your wealth. Epic gear is bound to attract envious eyes. If others found out, they might set their sights on her. Xin Yu instantly understood, forcing herself to calm down as she walked out without showing any emotion. But her unusual behavior earlier hadn't gone unnoticed by the 2 men. That woman seems to have something valuable on her. Send 2 men to follow discreetly. Walking along the street, Xin Yu saw no one around. The excitement on her small face finally couldn't be contained, and she whispered, I got an epic level armor piece. What? Deng Rongrong and the other 2 were utterly astonished. They never imagined Xin Yu could be so incredibly lucky. To snag an epic tier item from such a large group? That's pure luck. Xiao Yu, what are you planning to do with this gear? Keep it for yourself or sell it? Taking it to the trading space right now would definitely fetch a great price. I don't plan to sell it. Then keep it for yourself. You're not short on cash anyway, Yu. I don't plan to use it myself either. Xin Yu thought for a moment, then said with complete seriousness, I plan to give this item to Chen Nian. Ha! All 3 of them gaped in surprise. What was going on? Had this girl already discovered Chen Nian's true identity? Otherwise, why would she willingly give him something so valuable? Well, he gave me an epic tier equipment piece and a rare class transfer card before. I never had a way to repay him. This is perfect. Something this good would just go to waste on me. Better to let him use it. Xin Yu stammered, her face flushing red. The 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it seemed this girl wasn't quite that sharp. Alright, I'm in. I'm all for it too. Giving it to Chen Nian is perfect after all, you 2 are a couple. Xin Yu bit her lip. Have you guys managed to get in touch with Chen Nian? We couldn't reach him before. Should be now. Ha ha. The 3 knew full well that if Chen Nian had already stepped in to take down the world boss, he must have returned. But just then, Deng Rongrong's expression suddenly darkened. Watch out. Someone's following us. Move it. Just as they quickened their pace, 2 figures emerged head on ahead, blocking their path. 4 people in total, sandwiching them from front and back. Xin Yu's expression changed. Who are you? What do you want? Little sister, if I'm not mistaken, you're hiding something valuable on you, aren't you? Hearing this, Xin Yu's heart raced. I'm not even a 2nd-tier player. I have no idea what you're talking about. Please move aside. Very well. Your reaction confirms my guess, heh. The young man at the front smiled faintly. Alright then, we won't make things difficult for you. Hand over the goods, and we'll spare your lives. Deng Rongrong and the others. They never expected to be targeted by people with ulterior motives. But these guys were incredibly bold. They even tried to steal Chen Nian's girlfriend's gear. If Chen Nian decided to get revenge, they wouldn't even know how they died. This wasn't just hitting a brick wall, it was smashing into titanium alloy. You're robbing people in broad daylight. Don't you fear we'll call the police? Xin Yu shouted. Haha, little sister, don't be so naive. The rules of this world aren't what they used to be. All conflicts between players are survival of the fittest. That's hilarious. As long as we don't kill anyone, the enforcement squad has no grounds to bother us. Got it, little girl? Then hand over the goods fast. Don't make us use force. Deng Rongrong whispered urgently, Xiaoyu, maybe we should just cut our losses. Losing gear is one thing, but our lives are more important. No way. Xin Yu's gaze was unwavering. This was meant for Chen Nian, she couldn't just hand it over to anyone. You're being unreasonable. Move. This is infuriating. Absolutely infuriating. I barely had time to warm up the sweet new gear before it got snatched away. It's all my fault. If I hadn't overreacted just now, they wouldn't have known. Xin Yu was so furious he was on the verge of tears. Clearly, she hadn't won the fight. The value of the gear was secondary. What she couldn't bear was losing the chance to give Chen Nian something she'd worked so hard to get. Xiaoyu, don't be so upset. Let's go find Chen Nian. Why find him? I lost the gear I was going to give him. I'm not looking for him. Well, we could ask him to help get it back. Bring it back. He helped me get it back, and now I'm supposed to give it to him? That would be even more pointless. The three of them, that actually sounds kinda reasonable? Ahem. I wonder what expression you'll have when you find out Chen Nian's true identity. Chapter 32, The Showdown. Xin Yu fumed, no way. I'm reporting this to the Enforcement Bureau. I refuse to believe this world doesn't care about robbery anymore. Soon, Xin Yu found Li Yunwei. This female law enforcement officer had an impeccable reputation and a straightforward personality, leaving Xin Yu with an excellent impression during her time at school. However, after hearing the full story, Li Yunwei's response was brutally realistic. Sorry, the Law Enforcement Bureau can't handle this. Why not? Internal conflicts and looting have happened thousands of times since the game merged with the real world. If we had to handle every single one, how could we possibly manage? Xin Yu instantly deflated. But there was nothing she could do. She had to swallow her frustration. Wait, I recall you're Chen Nian's girlfriend? Li Yunwei suddenly asked. Yes, what about it? Have you been in touch with him lately? Li Yunwei pressed. No. He must be busy. After leaving the Enforcement Bureau, Xin Yu felt increasingly frustrated. Why are you being so stubborn? Let's just tell Chen Nian about this. He'll have a solution. Deng Rongrong was beside herself with worry, practically blurting out that Chen Nian was the one who wouldn't speak. But he couldn't say it, this was an absolute secret. I need to call in reinforcements. What for? To fight them and get our stuff back. What? Xiaoyu, have you lost your mind? If the Enforcement Bureau won't handle it, we'll take it back our own way. What's the problem? Xin Yu was set on her course, refusing to listen to any objections. Sis, but where are we gonna find people? I'll hire them. Xin Yu immediately opened the regional trade channel and posted. Recruiting high-level mercenaries for brawls. Generous rewards. Yes, she would pay to hire people and reclaim what was hers. The other guys were dumbfounded. When a woman gets serious, she's truly terrifying. Meanwhile, Chen Nian finally trudged home. Reflecting on the journey, it had been a close call. She met Xiaoqi in person and nearly got caught by Yi Hongling. Why don't they focus on leveling up day by day instead of wasting their energy on me? The moment he arrived home, Chen Nian froze. Someone was waiting for her at the door. A sharp-looking woman in a crisp camouflage uniform, her hair pulled back in a high ponytail. Captain Li, you're waiting for me here? Yeah, where'd you go? I couldn't reach you earlier. I just got back from taking down the world boss. I'm exhausted. That thing was so tough to beat. Thank goodness a powerhouse stepped in at the end. How come I didn't know you were taking down a world boss? Li Yunwei's voice turned serious. I know everyone who entered the barrier. When did you go in? Chen Nian was stunned. Holy crap, you remember all 1,000 people in there? That's insane. I couldn't squeeze in too many people. So I just watched from outside. Chen Nian forced a calm smile. You didn't join the fight? No. Then how come you're covered in dust and dirt? Truly worthy of the enforcement division. That level of insight and sharpness genuinely startled Chen Nian. Li Yunwei gave a meaningful smile. Enough joking around. I need to tell you something. Your girlfriend Xin Yu's gear was stolen. She just came looking for me. What gear? An epic tier item dropped by a world boss. What? Chen Nian was stunned once more. This chick's got some serious luck, the gear I was missing dropped for her. And then someone else snatched it from her. You didn't know? Seems she wasn't planning on telling you. Chen Nian nodded. She definitely didn't tell me. Captain Li, could you share what kind of person this guy is? We checked. Troublesome guy. From Chu Long's guild. Level 70, nearly the highest in the city. Got it. I advise you not to provoke him lightly. Don't make trouble for yourself. Losing gear is one thing. Anyway, I just came to inform you. Thanks, Captain Li, appreciate you making the trip. Li Yunwei had barely walked a short distance when he received a call from a colleague. Captain, we found it. This kid named Chen Nian just flew to Lucheng yesterday, but we haven't found any return flight information. Got it. Li Yunwei smiled. Things were getting interesting. How did he return without a flight record? This Chen Nian might not be as simple as he seems. Keep digging. Has anything major happened in Lucheng recently? Lucheng. Seems like a bunch of big shots gathered there around the same time: billionaires, business tycoons, second-generation scions, wealthy heiresses, and so on. It caused quite a stir. Got it. With so many bigwigs gathered in Lucheng, and Chen Nian among them, could he have attended some kind of gathering? Why not use this opportunity to test Chen Nian's capabilities? If Chen Nian could even defeat Chu Long, then his identity would become quite intriguing. The next day, Xin Yu formally issued a challenge to his opponent. That night, at the Linhai City docks, Yang Yan and his crew were waiting for their honored guests to arrive. Ha! Who'd have thought that little girl would come looking for a fight? She's got some guts. Heh, well, after having an epic tier item snatched from her, it's only natural she's got a bone to pick. Though she might not know her own strength. Bro Yang, what's the plan? That woman's a famous celebrity. If we win, shouldn't we capture her for fun? Yang Yan was the one who had snatched Xin Yu's gear. He grinned. That's not my turn. Our boss gets first dibs, no question. Where's the boss? Sitting over there smoking. This kind of fight doesn't need the boss to step in. Ha! You're right. Oh, here they come. Several cars pulled up on the road ahead. A group of people got out, striding over Xin Yu's crew. She spent 3 million hiring thugs. This was all her hard-earned savings. Today's goal was simple: even if she couldn't make steamed buns, she would fight for her pride. The Xin Yu quartet, joined by 7 high-level enforcers, formed a formidable 11-member squad averaging around level 40. The two groups formally met. At that moment, Chen Nian stood atop the elevated platform at the dock, activating his eagle eye to observe everything below. Li Yunwei also lurked in the shadows, driven by a single purpose: to see if Chen Nian would intervene today. Chapter 33, Chu Long strikes the overwhelming pressure of a level 70 powerhouse. Hey, little sister, brought quite the crew today, huh? Yang Yan rose with a smile, hands in his pockets, exuding the swagger of a street thug. But his strength was no joke. He was already level 43, considered a second-tier player. Cut the crap. Xin Yu's voice was cold. If you lose today, hand back the gear. Fine. Yang Yan's grin grew even more brazen. But here's the thing: what happens if you lose, little sister? What do you want? Nothing much. Just want you to keep us company, have a drink, chat a bit, maybe even let us touch your legs. Ha 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 ha. A wave of raucous laughter erupted from behind. These people were already hardened by their wild ways. With the game merging into reality, they possessed extraordinary abilities, making them even more reckless. Abusing their power was second nature to them. Why would they fear a little girl like Xin Yu? Faced with such blatant humiliation, Xin Yu clenched her teeth in fury, unable to hold back any longer. She raised her hand and summoned the epic tier equipment, the firework bow. Whoosh! A rocket arrow shot skyward. But Yang Yan reacted with lightning speed, unleashing a punch that shattered the arrow mid-air. How could? Ouch, ouch, ouch. That stung. Yang Yan examined the scorch marks on his fist, then glanced at the bow in Xin Yu's hands. His expression suddenly turned amused. If your fire attribute attack is this powerful, wouldn't that weapon in your hands be some serious gear too? Xin Yu instinctively shielded the weapon. This was the flamefire bow Chen Nian had gifted her. Invaluable. She hadn't expected the other party to recognize it at a glance. A woman with no real strength, yet she's got one piece of top-tier gear after another. You're truly a living Buddha, saving all sentient beings. Guys, let's get fired up. Win this fight, snatch that thing from her, and another chance to strike it rich. Ha ha ha, Brother Yang has sharp eyes. That bow does look special, at least rare grade gear. I wasn't feeling motivated before, but now this is getting interesting. The group rubbed their hands together, their eyes brimming with eagerness. Xin Yu, however, began to genuinely worry. What if they couldn't win the fight? Losing both the battle and the weapon, wouldn't they end up losing everything? Let's do this. A battle between two sides of extraordinary beings thus commenced at the dock. The stakes were high. An epic tier piece of equipment. After a chaotic skirmish, Xin Yu's side inevitably found themselves at a disadvantage. After all, the opponents were proper members of a gaming guild. In terms of organization, discipline, and cohesion, they were far superior to Xin Yu's scattered group. They're too strong, Xiao Yu. We can't beat them. Deng Rongrong felt helpless. If only she could tell Chen Nian about this. Why go through all this trouble? A task he could handle effortlessly alone. Why mobilize such a massive force? We can win. We have numbers. To everyone's shock, Xin Yu summoned another group, about 10 people, all extraordinary beings. Deng Rongrong was stunned. Xiao Yu, where did you find all these people? I paid for them. Xin Yu had known all along that they might not win, so he prepared a human wave tactic. He'd overwhelm them with sheer numbers. If it came down to it, he'd just pay for it. She had money, so she'd spend it recklessly. Xin Yu was determined to spend every last penny of her savings today to get her revenge. So another wave of people rushed in, and another fierce battle ensued. Still lost. The hired thugs were beaten bloody and retreated in disarray. Fortunately, the other side didn't dare to kill. If they had, the Enforcement Bureau would have intervened. So no sane person would cross that line. Damn it, this woman sure knows how to call in reinforcements? But a bunch of rookies won't cut it. After 2 consecutive brawls, Yang Yan's crew had sustained casualties and were thoroughly exhausted. Just then, Xin Yu made a call. The 3rd wave of reinforcements arrived in a flurry. Does this ever stop? How many people did she call, damn it? Yang Yan's group was finally driven to the brink of frustration. They now understood just how terrifying a woman could be when she was truly determined. Chen Nian, standing 100 meters above, couldn't help but laugh. Looks like I won't need to intervene after all. Good, at least I won't get caught red-handed by Li Yunwei. With his eagle vision activated, he could survey the entire scene and naturally spotted Li Yunwei lurking in the shadows. But just then, a man walked slowly toward the pier. He took a step forward. Lightning pierced the darkness. In the next instant, he stood beside the group, faint traces of lightning still lingering on his body. Thunder Mage, Xu Long. The leader of the Guild Critical, currently the highest-ranked individual in Linhai City. Upon seeing him arrive, the group bowed their heads in unison. Boss. Boss, you're here. Xu Long's contemptuous gaze swept over the crowd before him. His right hand shot upward, a blinding ball of lightning blossoming in his palm. The dancing electric arcs resembled countless writhing snakes. Suddenly, the lightning serpents shot out. A wave of agonized screams followed in quick succession. Ah-ha-ha! Under the relentless assault of the thunder serpents, the entire group that had just arrived collapsed to the ground, their bodies billowing with blue smoke. How could they possibly withstand the assault of a high-level thunder mage? They were all wiped out on the spot. A bunch of useless fools with no self-awareness. Xu Long lit a cigarette, not deigning to glance at this rabble again. A crushing display of absolute power. Once he joined the fray, Xin Yu's side had no chance of victory. How could this happen? What are you waiting for? Hand over the goods. Yang Yan barked impatiently. Don't force our boss to get serious. Xin Yu watched his heavily paid mercenaries lying on the ground, wailing incessantly, a chill spreading through his heart. He never imagined the enemy possessed such terrifying strength. Must he truly hand over his flamefire bow? No. This was a gift from Chen Nian. Ah. Li Yunwei sighed at the sight. It seemed there would be no unexpected developments tonight. Chen Nian hadn't shown up yet, so perhaps she had overthought it. True enough. Though he performed exceptionally well in the last instructor test, that was merely for a regular instructor, not even on par with a frontline player. Compared to someone like Xu Long, it was like night and day. Holding such high expectations for Chen Nian was just wishful thinking on my part. But just then, someone rose from the ground. It was a frail, long-haired geek who looked as if he could be blown over by a breeze. His posture as he stood up was bizarre. He had seemingly lifted himself up out of thin air. What the hell? The otaku, named Xiao Chang, was dumbfounded himself. It felt like something was forcibly lifting him up from behind, utterly bizarre. Was there some invisible force behind him, forcing his body to move? Looking for death. Xu Long's gaze turned icy as he raised his hand and unleashed another bolt of thunder. The thunderbolt sliced through the darkness like a blade, growing larger and larger in Xiao Chang's eyes. He instinctively shielded his eyes with both hands, letting out a startled cry. Ah! But what followed sent a collective gasp of shock through the crowd. The bolt of lightning was shattered by this geek. Chapter 34, The Great Reversal, stunning the entire arena. Otaku Xiao Chang effortlessly intercepted Xu Long's lightning strike. This scene truly stunned everyone present. How is this possible? Li Yunwei was about to intervene, fearing he'd be killed by his opponent. But who could have imagined he would effortlessly block the attack? No, something was terribly wrong with his demeanor. This wasn't his own volition at all. It seemed as though someone was manipulating him from behind the scenes. Li Yunwei frantically scanned the area, but how could she spot Chen Nian, who had already activated shadow concealment? Xin Yu and her entire entourage stood frozen in shock, their mouths agape in disbelief. Xiao Chang is only level 30. How could he be this strong? This is bloody hell. Only Deng Rongrong and her 2 companions, after a moment of confusion, felt intense delight. They knew full well it wasn't this person's own skill. Someone had intervened in secret. Who could pull off something like this without anyone noticing? Only Chen Nian. Chen Nian, manipulating Xiao Chang's body with the void-darting spirit serpent technique, slowly raised his right hand. Ah, my hand. My hand is moving on its own? Spell of words, flame burst. Boom. Following the direction of Xiao Chang's finger, a ball of flame erupted violently. The opponent was instantly blown backward, charred black all over, clearly unable to get up anytime soon. Holy? Xiao Chang stared at his hand in disbelief, 3 question marks floating above his head. Holy, am I possessed? Before he could process it, his finger pointed at another target. Boom! Violent flames erupted beneath the other person's feet like a volcanic explosion. Another man fell to the ground, motionless. Nice shot! Xinyu couldn't help but cheer, thinking to himself that his money was well spent. He'd actually hired a true expert. Deng Rongrong and the others could only marvel. Bu Yu was truly formidable. Without even showing his face, he could manipulate others into battle with his godlike abilities, transforming a scrawny nerd into a demon-possessed warrior. Terrifying. Where exactly is it? Li Yunwei's gaze scanned nearly every corner of the scene. Yet he still couldn't spot the mastermind behind it all. She couldn't confirm if Chen Nian was the one who intervened, but besides him, who else would bother with this mess? Boss, this guy's seriously weird. Yang Yan swallowed hard, sweat already beading on his forehead. As a powerful warrior, Xu Long naturally sensed something was amiss. He was being controlled. Was it the ability of a puppeteer? Or some kind of psychic-like superpower? Fine. So there really is a true powerhouse lurking here. Since you won't show yourself, I'll just blast the person you're controlling to smithereens first. Playing tricks? Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Xu Long formed a pistol gesture with his right hand. His left hand gripped his right arm, looking like a typical middle schooler's fantasy. But suddenly, electricity surged through his entire body, concentrating in his right index finger, a terrifying bolt of lightning energy ready to erupt. Holy, run! We're dead, we're dead! The people around Xiao Chang scrambled away, practically rolling and crawling to one side. Only Xiao Chang remained, utterly alone. He wanted to run too, but he couldn't move. His legs were frozen in place. Oh my god, no way! As his legs trembled uncontrollably, Xu Long's thunder spear shot straight toward him. Focused on a single point, reaching the pinnacle. The thunder spear was an absolutely devastating single-target attack skill, possessing unparalleled penetrating power. If a normal person were hit head-on, death was certain. Xu Long was certain this strike would leave his opponent either dead or crippled. Even if he killed someone, he wouldn't fear consequences. A powerful player like him was a precious asset in Linhai City's fight against the Blood Moon Calamity. No one would dare hold him accountable. Yet the scene that unfolded next made his pupils suddenly contract. The thunder spear, akin to a divine sword, was blocked by a transparent wall. Its terrifying energy was completely neutralized, not even grazing Xiao Chang. Impossible! Xu Long shouted instinctively. He was currently the highest level player in Linhai City. No one in the entire city could easily withstand such a devastating strike. How could he possibly? Of course, the one who blocked the lightning spear was Chen Nian. He had simply activated shadow concealment, rendering his form invisible to others. As for how he blocked it? He simply stood in front, no special maneuvers required. With Chen Nian's staggering 500 points of additional defense and 100 points of constitution, this thing hitting him felt like a tickle, not even a scratch. Little Chang was already crying from fright. Even as he wept, his hands moved involuntarily. Flame burst! Flame burst! Flame burst! Xu Long's men were blown away one after another by the erupting flames, utterly defenseless. Finally, only Yang Yan and Xu Long remained. Xiao Chang raised his hand, aiming first at Yang Yan, the very man who had stolen Xinyu's gear. Boss! Boss! This guy's ing weird. How the hell do we fight him? Xu Long coldly retorted, what the hell are you scared of? His attack pattern is too predictable. It might work on low-level noobs, but do you really think it'll phase us? His analysis was actually spot on. Flame Burst was one of Chen Nian's most basic spirit spells, emphasizing only one aspect. Since Chen Nian's attack power wasn't high, its destructive force was limited. But he wasn't limited to just one move. Spell Flame Burst. Spell Lightning Strike. Spell Wind Demon Slash. Fire, Thunder, Wind. 3 types of word magic intertwined, striking Yang Yan simultaneously. Yang Yan collapsed to his knees with a wail, his body charred black and covered in countless gashes carved by the wind, a gruesome sight. Xu Long instinctively took 2 steps back. Using 3 elemental attacks simultaneously? Elemental mages typically mastered a single element like him, who wielded only lightning. He'd never witnessed such multi-elemental fusion before. In that moment, he finally grasped just how terrifying the figure behind him truly was. This was no foe he could hope to challenge. How had this woman managed to involve such a powerful figure? Linhai City truly was a place where dragons and tigers lay hidden. Rank meant nothing. To continue fighting would only bring shame upon himself. I concede. Xu Long helplessly raised both hands in surrender. I'll return your equipment. On behalf of the guild, I apologize to you. His gaze swept forward, yet it didn't fix on anyone. Instead, it lingered on the empty space. For this apology was meant for Chen Nian. Chen Nian made no further move, releasing control of the ethereal snake. Without its support, Xiao Chang's legs buckled, and he stumbled, unable to steady himself. We won? Xinyu was still in a daze. But when that epic tier equipment returned to her hands, she couldn't have been happier. Xiao Chang became the hero of the hour, with everyone else addressing him as brother upon sight. But those were all people unaware of the truth. The true insiders were still those few who knew Chen Nian's identity. Quick, let's find Chen Nian. Xinyu exclaimed cheerfully, eager to deliver the gear to Chen Nian before any complications arose. Brother Chen Nian is right here. Where exactly are you going to find him? The others couldn't help but mentally roll their eyes. Chapter 35, Girlfriend at Home, Campus Bell knocks on the door? Li Yunwei knew. The hidden powerhouse behind the scenes likely far surpassed Chulong in strength. Such a powerhouse was undoubtedly Linhai City's most precious asset. Especially with the Blood Moon Calamity imminent, they had to uncover more strong individuals immediately. Could they really not uncover the identity of the mastermind? Was he really Chen Nian? A sudden thought struck Li Yunwei. He could call Chen Nian. If he truly was here, he wouldn't be able to answer the phone. Without hesitation, Li Yunwei dialed the number. Hello, Captain Li? Chen Nian? Where are you now? I'm at home. What's up? Take a selfie right now and send it to me urgent. Li Yunwei's tone was urgent. Captain Li, this isn't appropriate, I have a girlfriend. Li Yunwei nearly choked on her own blood. After hanging up, she couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Guess I was overthinking it. That master strategist earlier, orchestrating everything from the shadows, manipulating people like puppets, accurate and ruthless in their strikes, wielding three elemental arts of wind, thunder, and fire, all while remaining completely undetected. How could that possibly be Chen Nian? He must be a cunning old fox. Wait. Li Yunwei immediately called the Enforcement Bureau's backup team. Quick! Pinpoint the exact location of this phone number immediately. Understood, Team Leader Li, stand by. We've got it, Captain Li. It's near the docks. What? Li Yunwei slowly lowered his phone, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. Chen Nian was right nearby. Was that powerful figure earlier really him? What's wrong, Captain? Should we arrest him? No need. I'll handle it. Phew. Chen Nian let out a huge sigh of relief. Who would have thought this female officer was so sharp? She's already suspicious of my identity, not a good sign. Her knowing my identity alone wasn't a major issue, I could simply conceal it like I had with Qinyu's friends. But if the authorities found out, that would spell big trouble. I might have to step in personally in many places. Just as he was thinking this, Qinyu's call came through again. Chen Nian, where are you right now? I need to talk to you about something important. I'm at home. Alright, then wait there. I'll come find you immediately. You must wait. After hanging up, Chen Nian wasted no time. He summoned the sky-darting serpent and soared skyward, heading straight for his home. As for Chulong's men, ambulances had already arrived to transport them. The lightly injured would need a week of rest, while the severely injured faced recovery periods of 10 days to a fortnight. For them, who were desperately in need of leveling up right now, this was an absolutely devastating blow. Boss, why didn't you fight him at full strength? One of the men, propping up his battered body, asked with a look of bitter resentment. In their eyes, Chulong had always been an extremely proud man, never once admitting his weakness like he had today. Humble and submissive, without a shred of his usual arrogance. You don't know. Chulong spoke with lingering fear. That wasn't him fighting me just now. Someone else was manipulating him from the shadows. What? The group gasped in shock. He concealed his own form while manipulating another, unleashing attacks of wind, thunder, and fire elements, even effortlessly blocking my thunder spear. As he spoke, a chill ran down Chulong's spine, his voice trembling. Unthinkable, such a powerhouse lurking within Linhai City. You want me to fight him head-on? Are you trying to get me killed? Everyone. This was the first time they'd ever seen their leader show such apprehension toward a single individual. A lingering sense of dread began to creep into their hearts. According to the boss, if that guy hadn't held back earlier, we'd probably be dead by now. Boss, who do you think that person could be? I can't say. Chulong almost blurted out the words no comment. But upon second thought, it seemed absurd. The people no speech dealt with were the highest echelons within Calamity, far above a lowly minion like himself. Why would he bother with such a trivial matter? The beautiful women who'd fallen for him were too numerous to count, each more terrifying than the last. Someone like Qin you wouldn't even make the list. A man so high above, like a god himself, how could he possibly have the time or inclination to beat someone like me? I'm just overestimating myself. Chulong couldn't help but think. Chen Nian had barely returned home when Qin Yu and the others arrived. Xiaoyu, you go up on your own. We won't be accompanying you. Ha? Isn't it awkward for me to go alone? You're his girlfriend, why wouldn't it be okay? It'd be weird if we followed you. Go on. Seeing the mischievous grins on their faces, Xinyu had no choice but to knock on the door alone. The door opened. She stammered, Chen Nian, I have something. Xiaoyu, you don't come around often, come inside and talk. Exactly. Go on in. We'll wait for you outside. Don't be shy, go on. Xinyu was pushed through the door, which slammed shut behind her. Only then did Chen Nian take a good look at the girl before him. Her back pressed against the door, her delicate face was smudged and dirty from the recent fight, her makeup smeared. Her gaze darted nervously, likely from shyness. Come in and sit down. Here, wipe your face. Did you need something? Chen Nian asked as he handed her the damp towel. I have something to give you. What? A piece of gear. Chen Yu pulled out the epic tier item, turtle armor. Chen Nian was stunned. She was actually giving him such a valuable item? Take it. Don't be shy. You gave me good gear before too, Chen Yu explained. Besides, you're stronger than me. You'll make better use of it. You make a good point. I'll take it then. You? What? You really don't hold back, do you? Chen Nian chuckled. Of course he wouldn't be polite. First, he was the one who killed the world boss. Second, he was the one who snatched back the gear. Only Chen Yu didn't know that. Well, I'll be heading out then. Why don't you take a shower first? You look like a little kitten out there. Aren't you embarrassed to be seen like this? Chen Nian teased. You're the one complaining. But I didn't bring any spare clothes. No problem. I'll find you some men's clothes to make do. Chen Yu hesitated for a moment before biting her red lips and nodding. But don't you dare peek. Soon, the sound of rushing water filled the shower stall. Chen Nian arrived at the door, only to find his three friends had already slipped away. They were thrilled at the prospect of Chen Yu spending the night with Chen Nian. Chen Nian had just closed the door and hadn't even sat down on the sofa. Suddenly, the doorbell rang again. Who could be coming by this late? Chen Nian glanced at the video feed. The visitor outside was a girl he knew all too well. The former campus beauty, Xia Wen. Why was she showing up at his door now? Chapter 36, Why don't you stay the night? Xia Wen couldn't shake the uneasy feeling in her heart. Chen Nian's excellence had become an obsession haunting her. The prodigy of Linhai City University, a hero who refused recognition, the boyfriend of celebrity Chen Yu, personally recruited by the handsome female captain of the enforcement department. All these accolades woven together had made Chen Nian a legendary figure at Linhai University. In the cafeteria, the library, the training grounds, the dorms. Wherever people gathered, whispers about him were sure to follow. Chen Nian is just too handsome. How come I never noticed how good-looking he is before? Well, who could have spotted such a hidden gem? Even our campus beauty Xia didn't notice him. Haha, I heard Chen Nian actually pursued her. Now that you mention it, I feel much better about myself. Now, even if Miss Xia wanted to get close to him, it'd be like climbing way above her station. That's right, Xia Wen became the laughingstock. If Chen Nian were still her suitor today, she could strut around with confidence everywhere she went. His aura would be her golden halo. But now? She's a blind fool who didn't know a good thing when she had it. But Xia Wen understood men. They were creatures who craved novelty and tired of the familiar, always seeking new thrills. Chen Nian may have a prettier girlfriend now, but that doesn't mean he won't fancy others. With enough initiative, even the toughest nut can be cracked. So Xia Wen tracked down Chen Nian's residence. Wow! The moment she saw Chen Nian's villa, she was stunned. What was going on? Wasn't he just a gaming-obsessed shut-in? How did he end up living in such a luxurious villa? Thus, wealthy was added to Chen Nian's list of labels. Xia Wen felt even more excited. She knew the truth, men go bad when they have money. With this much money, wouldn't he be playing around with multiple women? As long as she was proactive enough, she wouldn't have any trouble winning him over. Knock knock knock. Seeing Chen Nian open the door, Xia Wen immediately put on an act, adopting a pitifully vulnerable demeanor. She'd applied heavy makeup today, slipped into a seductive purple gown, and painted her lips a blood-red shade. Her perfume wafted sweetly through the air as she prepared to unleash her feminine charm to the fullest. Chen Nian. I need your help with something. Is that okay? What is it? May I come in to discuss it? Chen Nian found it rather amusing, knowing Chen Yu was still showering inside. Sure. Thanks. Seeing Chen Nian let her in, Xia Wen felt her heart burst with joy. You little thing, letting me in proves your lecherous thoughts are at play. You're secretly hoping for all sorts of things to happen. All men are the same, like you're so special? After Chen Nian entered the living room, Xia Wen sat on the sofa, deliberately lifting her skirt a bit higher to reveal a pair of shapely, white legs. She had a whole repertoire of tricks for seducing men. But she assumed Chen Nian was pouring water for her, never expecting he'd pour a glass for himself and drink it. So, what do you need? Chen Nian asked. Chen Nian. We may have had many misunderstandings before. I was so immature, and I felt guilty for a long time. Today, I came up to apologize to you. Xia Wen stood up and bowed to Chen Nian. I'm sorry. Bending over to apologize, revealing her cleavage, still one of her little tricks. Honestly, what man wouldn't be moved by that? How could any man bear to blame her? Chen Nian smiled. It's fine. I'm not the type to hold grudges. Besides apologizing, is there anything else you want to say? I'd also like you to teach me combat skills. I'm not very smart and don't know how to fight monsters. Sigh. Sure, but there's one condition. What's the condition? Go ahead and say it, hee hee. Xia Wen's eyes lit up. She already sensed what Chen Nian would say. It would be something like, sleep with me tonight, and I'll teach you. That would play right into her trap, ensnaring this man completely. You'll have to ask my girlfriend if she agrees first. What did you? Just then, footsteps echoed up the stairs. Chen Nian, who are you talking to? This shirt is way too big, it feels weird on me. Sure enough, Xinyu had finished showering and was heading downstairs. She was wearing Chen Nian's white t-shirt. The loose-fitting shirt gave off a lazy vibe, its hem even covering her shorts, creating the illusion she wasn't wearing any pants. Those flawless, almost luminously white thighs were the true masterpiece. Fresh from her shower, Xinyu descended the stairs, twirling her damp hair as she went. Her porcelain skin glowed with a crystalline radiance, sparking endless imagination. Xia Wen froze in place, utterly dumbfounded. Facing each other, it was like a minor ghost meeting a major one. Xia Wen was utterly outshone by Qinyu's barefaced beauty. Chen Nian, who is she? Qinyu raised an eyebrow. A classmate from school. She said she wants me to teach her combat skills. What do you think? Teach you a big head ghost. One glance at Xia Wen told her this woman had ulterior motives. Heavy makeup, dressed so provocatively. Ha! Like I'd lose to you? Qinyu huffed and sat down beside Chen Nian. A woman with a competitive streak is truly terrifying. Her loose t-shirt outlined her curvaceous figure, unapologetically showcasing feminine beauty. She crossed her shapely legs, her jade-like feet dangling slightly in the air. If you have the time, why not teach me, Chen Nian? Chen Nian wrapped an arm around Qinyu's shoulder. Don't be upset, you. If you're unhappy, I won't teach you. But since we're classmates, I couldn't exactly refuse when she insisted on joining. Humph. Good for you for knowing your place. Xia Wen exploded. Completely exploded. She'd thought tonight was scripted for successfully seducing Chen Nian. But she never imagined she'd be nothing more than a dog lured in to be slaughtered. Here, she suffered profound humiliation, nearly wanting to sink into the ground. She wished she could find a hole to crawl into right then and there. Only now did it dawn on her this was Chen Nian's revenge. All because she had once advised Chen Nian on how to reject this clingy guy. Xia Wen could endure no more. She rose abruptly and strode toward the door, nearly stumbling from her haste. Xia Wen, leaving already? Let me walk you out. No sooner had Chen Nian spoken than the door slammed shut. He could only shrug helplessly. Man, my classmate really is something. Comes and goes in a flash, doesn't even let me see her off. Qinyu, unaware of Chen Nian's sarcastic undertone, whined, even though we're just a nominal couple, how dare you bring a girl home in front of me? Chen Nian thought about it. It was true. He had taken advantage of Qinyu, and he felt rather guilty about it. How about letting you crash at my place tonight? Consider it compensation. Chapter 37, The Terrifying Calamity Beast. How about you stay over at my place tonight? That'll make it up to you. Chen Nian asked with deadpan seriousness. Ha? We've only just met. No way, no way. Wait, where are you going? Qinyu, who had just been blushing and refusing, suddenly froze in confusion when she saw Chen Nian preparing to leave. I told you to stay the night because your friends have all left, not because I'm going to sleep with you. I'm heading out to grind levels. You get some rest. Qinyu? So he really just wanted me to sleep here? Fine, he has zero interest in me? Qinyu felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, but by then Chen Nian had already left. Successfully equipped the epic tier item, Turtle Armor. Chen Nian replaced his previous fine grade equipment with the newly acquired epic grade item. His stats saw another significant boost. Camel Mountain Demon Turtle 3-piece set activated successfully. Defense plus 20%. This defense bonus applies directly as a percentage increase, delivering remarkably potent effects. Chen Nian immediately checked his stats. Chen Nian, Word Spirit Sage Unique. Genetic Tier, Tier 1 Level 60. Constitution, 112. Agility, 72. Supernatural, 67. Attack bonus, 130. Defense bonus, 696. Combat rating, 54 stars. Defense has skyrocketed to a whole new level. Combat power rating has also surged by another 10 stars. This set effect boost is truly substantial. Chen Nian's next goal is to assemble the epic 4-piece set to unlock its full set bonus. He already possessed the most crucial special material, the Camel Mountain Demon Turtle Shell. All that remained was to gather the other materials in the wild and hand them over to the blacksmith for crafting. By now, many players who had been grinding relentlessly had surpassed Chen Nian in level. But he didn't care, level wasn't everything. Oh, and I still have 3 unused Cataclysm Scrolls, might as well find a place to use them all at once. Catastrophe Summoning was a new feature unlocked after defeating the world boss. All players had a minuscule chance to obtain a Catastrophe Scroll after defeating monsters. Using a Calamity Scroll summons an immensely powerful Calamity monster. Defeating it yields the highly effective Calamity Gem. Chen Nian had soloed the world boss and directly obtained 3 calamity scrolls, which he'd kept tucked away in his backpack. He used the teleportation array in town to reach the outskirts. Those common monsters respawn after a set time, only roaming outside. Now, you can already see quite a few people battling and leveling up. Hey, wanna team up? We've got 3 in our party already, and a pretty girl too. Hey, big bro. We need a strong DPS, got a super reliable knight. As Chen Nian walked along, many extended invitations. But he wasn't interested. He kept walking outward. These low-level monsters were beneath his notice. As he ventured deeper outside the city walls, Chen Nian soon arrived at a high-level monster zone. Level 40-50 monsters. Only the elite of the elite could reach this area, a rare few indeed. Seems the game's integration with reality has even altered the terrain. Before Chen Nian lay a fractured valley, a menacing fissure stretching hundreds of miles ahead. Mist swirled within the valley, punctuated by the occasional low, beastly roar. Without hesitation, Chen Nian leapt down. Spell of the word, ethereal snake. Protected by the word spirit, Chen Nian plunged approximately 200 meters before landing steadily. The moment he touched down, a pair of blood-red pupils flashed within the surrounding mist. Clank, clank. A figure slowly emerged into Chen Nian's vision, a humanoid monster with eerie, ghostly blue skin, chains dragging behind it, and a broken greatsword clutched in its hand. It was utterly terrifying. An undead warrior, not low level. When it came to leveling up on his own, Chen Nian wasn't particularly efficient. His area of effect damage was nowhere near as potent as that of a mage like Yi Hongling. Using the Judgment Golden Sword would be like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, utterly inefficient. A brilliant idea suddenly struck him. First, gather a massive horde of monsters. Then, use the Calamity Scroll to summon a powerful Calamity Beast. Finally, unleash the Judgment Golden Sword to wipe them all out in one fell swoop. This way, he could gain massive experience while effortlessly eliminating the Calamity Beast. Sounds pretty sweet, right? The plan was named Ultimate One Shot. Chen Nian had already begun executing it. He casually fired a blast of flame at the undead warrior before continuing deeper into the valley in search of more. Hope there are plenty of monsters in this area, don't want my ultimate move to go to waste. Roar! One by one, monsters lurking in the mist were provoked by Chen Nian. Like a pack of loyal soldiers, they trailed behind him like shadow puppets, their chains clanking in a relentless chorus. After running roughly 2 kilometers through the valley, Chen Nian glanced back to find the gathering behind him had grown terrifyingly large. A sea of snarling heads, a feast for those with a fear of crowds. That should do it. At that moment, Chen Nian produced the 3 Scourge Scrolls once more. He bit his finger, letting drops of blood fall onto each scroll. The activation ritual began. Not far away, on the other side, a team was actually grinding monsters. They too were true top-tier players, the elite among the elite. This 12-member team possessed extraordinary strength, effortlessly grinding undead warriors in the valley. But to be safe, they only took on 2 or 3 at a time, never daring to provoke too many at once. After all, this wasn't a game, it was real life. One mistake leading to a wipe meant they'd be dead for real. Leveled up again. Having a good team makes things so much easier. Ha, I'm level 58 now too. Holy, guys. I got a Calamity Scroll. What? A Calamity Scroll? Everyone immediately gathered around. After careful discussion, they decided to activate the Calamity Scroll. Everyone, be careful. Catastrophe monsters are incredibly powerful. We must give it our all and not let our guard down for a second. Open it. As a drop of blood fell upon the scroll, a crimson beam shot skyward in an instant. Within the eerie crimson pillar, the Calamity Beast descended. Thus began a fierce and brutal battle. The 12 elite warriors fought with utmost caution and relentless effort, ultimately defeating the Calamity Beast. Yet their team was nearly shattered. 5 suffered severe injuries, 2 with legs and feet shattered beyond recognition. 7 others suffered minor injuries, yet were essentially incapacitated. Damn it, that Calamity Beast was way too powerful. We underestimated it. You really shouldn't open Calamity Scrolls recklessly. If we can't defeat it, we'll all die at that monster's hands. Ah well, at least we've learned our lesson. Thankfully, everyone's still alive. What is that? Suddenly, one of them pointed toward the distant sky, his face ashen and lips trembling. The others followed his gaze and were equally terrified out of their wits. There, 3 crimson beams of light appeared out of nowhere. Did some madman summon 3 Calamity Beasts at once? Chapter 38, Massacre, Obtaining the Calamity Gem. Madman. Madman. There's a madman over there. Run, run. A single Calamity Beast nearly wiped out their entire 12-member elite team. Summoning 3 at once? Ha! Either a lunatic or a suicide mission. After a Calamity Beast appears, it indiscriminately attacks all humans. Nearby humans are its only target. If these 3 Calamity Beasts spotted them, they'd be as good as dead. Help me up. Don't leave me behind. I beg you. The old man with the broken leg sat on the ground, helplessly screaming. His voice trembled, revealing just how terrified he was. Damn it, who's so reckless? I'm not going down with them. Everyone present, no matter how badly injured, must now muster their last ounce of strength to flee. If they were slow, they might get caught in the crossfire. Reality isn't a game. But what about these 3 calamity beasts? What else can we do? Report them to the enforcement division for handling. We absolutely can't let them enter the city. Wonder if heavy firearms would even work on these calamity beasts. First-tier calamity beasts aren't something most ordinary players can handle either. 3 crimson beams of light shot skyward. These were the first-tier catastrophe beasts Chen Nian had summoned with his own blood. Boom! 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 The ground trembled rhythmically as 3 black beasts of distinct shapes slowly stepped out of the crimson beams. They bore no resemblance to any known creature, yet their forms blended animalistic and human features like monstrous hybrids cobbled together by a mad scientist. Some bore eyes on their wings, others had faces positioned on their hindquarters, and one possessed 8 legs and 3 heads. Their only commonality was their pitch-black color, like monsters descended from the depths of hell. But now, Chen Nian discovered a chilling truth. Unlike ordinary monsters that respawn and revive, it possessed consciousness and sentience. Who would have thought there'd be such a bold human in this world? Opening 3 gates of calamity at once, yet only one person. Looks like he's here to die. Since he summoned us, we'll reward him with the most gruesome death. Tearing a human limb from limb and devouring him alive, that should be quite entertaining. The 3 demons had already marked Chen Nian as lambs for slaughter. Meanwhile, behind Chen Nian, over 100 undead warriors had gathered, their target equally fixed on him. Over 100 high-level monsters, plus 3 exceptionally powerful calamity beasts. Anyone witnessing this scene would likely be terrified to the point of trembling, including the elite players from the group moments ago, those top-tier experts leading the pack in level. But Chen Nian merely sneered contemptuously, golden light slowly igniting within his pupils. Like flowing gold, his dazzling, blinding gaze caused the 3 calamity beasts to tremble. You seem to think too highly of yourselves? The casual remark carried the weight of a sovereign's authority, an arrogance that looked down upon the world. Humans are but our prey. Die. One calamity beast reached out toward Chen Nian, its hand sprouting dozens of bloodshot eyes. The hand snapped. Before it could reach Chen Nian, it snapped clean in 2 mid-air, without warning. Gaha! The calamity beast let out a throat-shredding roar. At that moment, all 3 calamity beasts stared at Chen Nian in disbelief, their pupils dilated to their limits. They noticed a faint golden silhouette flickering on Chen Nian's back. As if a deity wielding a great sword stood in judgment over all creation. All who are guilty shall be slain. Sequence 121, Word Spirit Judgment Golden Sword. Chen Nian advanced step by step, a contemptuous smile curling his lips. The golden light in his pupils shone as blindingly as the sun. I hear you treat humans as bait? My apologies, but in my eyes, you're no different. Kneel. The words barely left his mouth when the Judgment Golden Sword swung, slicing through the very space before Chen Nian. All 3 monsters, whether limbless or not, had their lower half split open. Chen Nian had never imagined that the catastrophe could possess its own consciousness. It seemed this world was far more complex than a simple fusion of game and reality. But it didn't matter. At that moment, the undead warriors behind him surged forward. Yet they too, before even touching Chen Nian, snapped clean in 2. The sight was somewhat eerie. Why so quiet? You cripples. Chen Nian kept his hands in his pockets, ignoring the tide of undead warriors surging behind him. He smiled as he looked at the 3 calamity beasts before him. Impossible, impossible. Humans have grown this powerful. In the next instant, one of the calamity beasts had its neck severed. Its head, no longer supported, slid downward, only to be sliced into countless fragments mid-air, scattering across the ground. Who knew slaughtering calamity beasts could be so much more fun than killing ordinary minions? Next. In just 10 short minutes. Not a single living soul remained in the valley except for Chen Nian. The 3 calamity beasts had been reduced to countless fragments, nourishing the earth. Chen Nian finally exhaled, the golden glow in his pupils slowly fading as he released the word spell. Dispatching so many vermin in one go took a hefty toll. But the rewards were exceptionally rich. For each undead warrior slain, Chen Nian gained over 100 units of genetic energy. Wiping out an entire wave granted tens of thousands of experience points. Moreover, the gene energy from slaying calamity beasts was even more substantial. A single one yielded 3,000. After one wave, nearly 20,000 experience points were credited. Chen Nian's level smoothly rose to 68. The efficiency is passable, but the cost is too high. It can't sustain a prolonged battle. Besides the massive amount of genetic energy, the ordinary undead warriors also dropped Chen Nian a pile of common materials, equipment, and skill scrolls. But none of that was the main point. The crucial factor was what the calamity beast had dropped. Cataclysm gems. Defeating Calamity Beasts had a chance to yield Calamity Gems, the rare reward that truly set hearts racing and drove countless players mad. Cataclysm Gem defense to attack conversion converts an equal amount of total defense into attack power. This effect was nothing short of a dream come true for Chen Nian. His defense was already absurdly high, but his attack power was slightly lacking. With this Calamity Gem, he could sacrifice defense at critical moments to skyrocket his attack power. Extremely practical. Time to move on from here. Need to find a place to rest. After a long while, the lights from 2 helicopters illuminated the valley. The group that had fled earlier returned, accompanied by elite forces from the enforcement department and aerial units. You say this is where the 3 Calamity Beasts appeared? Li Yunwei asked. Yes, that's right. We saw it with our own eyes just now. Some madman summoned 3 Calamity Beasts at once. He must be dead by now. Chapter 39, All Calamity Beasts Slain? Chen Nian obtains rare word spirit. Summoning 3 Calamity Beasts at once? Li Yunwei's heart trembled violently upon hearing this. This is bad. When the Calamity Summoning feature officially launched, we explicitly warned all players not to activate Calamity Scrolls lightly. How could anyone be so reckless? 3 Calamity Beasts. I wonder if Linhai City's enforcement forces can handle this. At least they've provided us with 2 armed helicopters for backup. Let's go check it out. Li Yunwei led the fully armed enforcement team deeper into the valley. We're not going. The group of players were utterly reluctant. Knowing full well 3 Calamity Beasts lurked below, were they going down to their deaths? Alerting the enforcement squad was already pushing their limits. From here on out, they just watched the show from the sidelines, no point throwing themselves into the fray. They had already experienced the terror of the Calamity Beasts firsthand. Deep within the valley, Li Yunwei and his group advanced cautiously, their flashlights sweeping the surroundings, not daring to let their guard down for a moment. The smell of blood is thick here. Watch out, someone suddenly warned. The warning instantly jolted every member's senses. Adrenaline surged through their veins, beads of sweat already forming on their foreheads. After advancing several dozen meters, they finally caught sight of something. Lu leader. Look at these things. A team member stammered. Li Yunwei hurried over. Scattered across the ground lay masses of black, flesh-like matter, grotesque and deformed, slowly dissolving into a dark mist. One arm was covered in pupils. A head with 8 mouths protruding from it. One leg had grown a pair of wings. These utterly irregular monsters revealed their true nature. Calamity Beasts. These are the corpses of Calamity Beasts? And not just one. Li Yunwei sucked in a sharp breath. Their intel was correct, there really were 3 Calamity Beasts. What does that mean? 3 Calamity Beasts were killed here? Impossible. With the current player levels and combat power, how could anyone solo a Calamity Beast? 3 at once? Could it be that a super powerful team did it? Li Yunwei shook his head. Unlikely. Look closely, there are no signs of large-scale combat here. Almost nothing but these monsters' corpses. Captain, are you suggesting? Li Yunwei took a deep breath and said sullenly, all 3 Calamity Beasts were slaughtered without putting up any real fight. Everyone? This is absurd. What kind of powerhouse could slaughter 3 Calamity Beasts like that? Calling Captain Li, what's the situation down there? The armed helicopter overhead relayed the message. The Calamity Beasts have been eliminated. No danger. Repeat, Calamity Beasts eliminated. No danger. After Li Yunwei finished his report, he sent someone to gather the witnesses. Moments later, several witnesses arrived at the scene. Gazing at the scattered remains of the Calamity Beasts littering the ground, their jaws dropped in stunned disbelief. This? They knew full well how terrifyingly powerful Calamity Beasts were. A single one could hold its own against their elite training squad. And here, there were 3 corpses. What did this mean? It meant that after summoning 3 Calamity Beasts, the summoner had slaughtered them all in no time. Holy crap! What kind of psychopath is this? Wait, have you noticed something weird? Since we entered the valley, we haven't encountered a single monster. You're right. The group realized it belatedly, a sudden chill running down their spines. What does that mean? It means the summoner not only slaughtered 3 Calamity Beasts, but also wiped out every single monster in this entire area. Holy! Everyone present was struck by profound shock. This valley was teeming with monsters nearing level 50. Sea Captain, what should we do? Someone asked. Should we search the area to find that summoner? No need. Blindly tracking them will only provoke them. Let's wrap this up. Li Yunwei waved her hand, halting the group from venturing further. Because she already had someone in mind. Silence. During the last world boss battle, both Bu Yu and that Crimson Lotus sorceress Yi Honling, 2 top-tier masters, appeared simultaneously in Linhai City. It's known that Yi Honling isn't from Linhai City, so she can be ruled out. But what about Bu Yu? Could he be hiding within Linhai City itself? Beyond him, I can't think of any other candidates. If Silent One was behind this, everything would make sense. With his power, accomplishing this wouldn't be difficult. I hope when the Blood Moon Calamity truly descends, this powerful figure will also step forward to fight. Yes. Chen Nian had long since departed. As he rested, he took stock of his recent gains. After leveling up, he learned a new basic word spirit. Sequence 49, Wind Gathering Cannon. Its effect was simple: gather wind pressure between his fingers to unleash a powerful single target attack. It bore an uncanny resemblance to Thunder Spear. Next time he used the spirit word, Chen Nian could disguise himself as a wind elemental mage. Next, he replaced his old junk gear with the newly acquired equipment, then listed all unwanted items on the trading platform for sale. As for the skill scrolls, he kept them all for his own use. Skill scrolls could be synthesized even if he didn't need the specific one, he could combine 3 into 1. Synthesis begins. Synthesizing skill scrolls was an incredibly wasteful way to spend money. Combining 3 meant that if the desired result wasn't achieved, 2 were wasted. Among Chen Nian's word spirits, the rare and high-risk ones couldn't be obtained through leveling up, they had to be synthesized. Thus, Chen Nian is fundamentally a late-game talent. The more rare word spirits he synthesizes, the stronger he becomes. Useless. Useless. Regrettably, Chen Nian spent all his skill scrolls without synthesizing the desired equipment. However, the gold he'd accumulated from previous sales allowed him to sweep up a batch of low-level skill scrolls, roughly 20 from the trading space, continuing his synthesis efforts. Gambling addict. But with his word spirit sage talent, he had no choice but to be a gambler. Would those rare word spirits just appear out of nowhere? No way. Just as he exhausted the purchased scrolls, Chen Nian suddenly saw a glimmer of hope. Soul Flame Palm plus Streamlight Technique plus Skywalking Art equals Wind and Thunder Flash. Sequence 30, Rare Word Spirit, Wine Thunder Flash. Like Ethereal Serpent, though its sequence rank isn't high, it's an absolutely practical word spirit. With this, Chen Nian could achieve ultra-high-speed movement at low cost. Swift as wind and thunder, it perfectly compensated for his lack of mobility. Most crucially, it's a game-changer for escaping danger, especially when being chased by women. With 2 new word spirits in his arsenal, Chen Nian's combat prowess had risen once more. Next step, find a dungeon to grind and test their power. Chen Nian opened the chat channel. A message caught his eye. Level 60 dungeon found. Powerful mages, PM me. Trolls, get lost. Isn't that exactly what I am now? Chen Nian sent a private message. Chapter 40, Joining the Dungeon Party, a Fellow Sufferer. Chen Nian sent a private message. High-level mage seeking raid party. The other party replied immediately. What level? What's your attack stat? Chen Nian considered the current average stats for top-tier players and replied. Level 50, 100 attack. Sending location. Hurry up. Chen Nian accepted the invitation and immediately headed toward the coordinates. Dungeons were rare and hard to come by. They were usually hidden somewhere, waiting for lucky players to discover them. The rewards for clearing a dungeon were incredibly generous, making them highly sought after. Chen Nian was no exception. How satisfying it was to piggyback on others' dungeon runs to level up without expending too much energy. In short, just coast along. In a corner of the dark forest, a 6-person squad stood. Ha, a mage is coming our way. Awesome, bro. You've hooked another big fish. Bro, you're a genius. Who'd have thought of this? I'm calling you the ultimate brainiac player. Ha 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 ha. The group laughed wildly, patiently waiting for the fish to come to them. Xiaoya was the first fish they'd lured in. Her talent was as a spirit summoner, capable of using healing abilities. She'd come after seeing a recruitment post for dungeon raid members. Little did she know she'd underestimated the world's cruelty. There was indeed a dungeon here, but this group wasn't genuinely recruiting teammates, they were using force to coerce people. Anyone who came would become their fish. Now, with an explosive talisman strapped to her back, Xiaoya dared not make a single move. You, keep your mouth shut later or you'll be the first to die, the bald man threatened viciously. Xiaoya. These guys were just a bunch of thugs who hung out in internet cafes year-round, spending their days smoking, drinking, and gaming. Now that the game had merged with the real world, it gave them a chance to make a name for themselves. First exploit, then kill and loot. Was there a faster way to get rich? Stealing others' ready-made gear and materials? It couldn't get any better. They're here. Get ready. Spotting a figure approaching ahead, the group immediately readied themselves, advancing with smiles plastered on their faces. Yep, Chen Nian was here. Brother, you're the mage? Finally got you here. Come on over. Wow, you look like a reliable guy, must be super strong. The dungeon's inside. Everyone get ready, we'll clear it together and definitely score some good loot. Chen Nian noticed everyone was incredibly enthusiastic toward him. Only one girl was frantically signaling at him, her eyes blinking so rapidly they seemed to be twitching. Xiaoya didn't want to fall into their trap. With no chance of resistance left, her only hope now rested on the newcomer, hence the frantic signals. They're trouble. Not good people. Don't fall for their tricks, or we're all doomed. You must understand me, ah. Her gaze conveyed all these meanings. Yet the response she received was, "Is something wrong with your eyes, little sister?" Xiaoya froze, nearly dying of rage on the spot. How could this guy be so oblivious to my hints? And he dares to say there's something wrong with my eyes? Your whole family has issues. I'm furious. Fine, let's all go down together now. Ahem. The bald man noticed the tension and shot Xiaoya a vicious glare. Then he roared with laughter, "Bro, this is the dungeon. Look, the entrance." Chen Nian looked and saw it was indeed a dungeon entrance chaos space. "Bro, this dungeon's level must be pretty high. We should buff our abilities first. Mine's a talisman master." A talisman master? Chen Nian raised an eyebrow. That's a rare talent, pretty powerful. It's highly versatile, capable of both supporting teammates and dealing damage. Right. Alright, buddy, stand still. Alright. Xiaoya watched the scene unfold helplessly, sighing in resignation. The bald man pressed his palm against Chen Nian's back, channeling extraordinary power as he scribbled and drew. Good. Done. The bald man clapped his hands in satisfaction, and the others shared a knowing smile. Brother, I've inscribed an explosive seal on your back. From now on, you must obey every command I give. Otherwise, with just a snap of my fingers, you'll be blown to smithereens. Sorry, bro. We're doing this to grow stronger and save the world. Sometimes sacrifices are necessary. Chen Nian nearly lost his composure. An explosive seal? Even if that thing's power were 10 times greater, it probably still couldn't break through my defenses. Ah! Xiaoya shook her head and sighed deeply, knowing all was lost. No matter how much we begged for mercy now, this group wouldn't let us off. They were desperate men to begin with. But she hadn't expected the newcomer to be so calm. He raised his hands helplessly and said, "Fine. What do you want me to do? Follow us into the instance first. Move it. You go in first." Chen Nian was shoved forward. Pushed forward alongside him was the girl who'd been frantically signaling him. "Seems we're in the same boat. Fine, let's go into the instance. You want us to clear it, right?" Chen Nian didn't hesitate, stepping straight into the instance entrance. "And you, get in." Xiaoya was also forced into the instance. After stumbling inside, she rolled her eyes at Chen Nian. She muttered under her breath, "We're screwed now." The moment he entered, Chen Nian understood why he'd been dragged here. This was a trap-filled dungeon without scouts, they'd easily get wiped. And me and this girl? We were the sacrificial lambs sent in to scout. Fine, let's play along with them. We'll see the boss first. The bald man held the dungeon map and commanded. Up ahead is an arrow trap. Step on any of those tiles, and poison arrows will shoot from the stone lion's mouth. You two find a safe path. Xiaoya hesitated, but the man strode forward without a second thought. Crazy, right? Watch out for the arrows, she instinctively shouted. Chen Nian's agility was exceptionally high. He easily dodged the arrows and pressed forward, quickly discovering a safe path. At the end of the trap lay a treasure chest. Ha, are you really a mage? You're so agile. Let me see what's in this chest. Holy, high-level rare gear. Big score. Nice work, keep going. The bald man urged Chen Nian to keep moving forward, clearly delighted, while the others shared his cheerful mood. The dungeon was riddled with traps. Without a sacrificial pawn scouting ahead, how could they possibly pass through without pressure? All along the way, Chen Nian took the initiative to lead the way. The various traps before him seemed like child's play, all easily avoided. Xiaoya was utterly stunned. She never imagined this man could be so skilled at avoiding traps. But what good would that do? Once the dungeon is cleared, we still won't be able to escape. Chapter 41, Level 80 Boss Guardian Statue. After navigating layer upon layer of traps, a metallic textured hall lay before them. The doors stood wide open, as if welcoming them inside. You get inside. The bald man barked the order, shoving Chen Nian roughly. Fine. I'll go. Chen Nian raised his hands and reluctantly stepped forward. Xiaoya followed behind him, but unlike Chen Nian, she lacked that fearless confidence. Her body shrank back, trembling all over. When the two stepped into the hall, no boss appeared. Seeing this, the bald man beckoned his crew to follow him into the hall. Boom! The massive doors slammed shut. Not far ahead, the eyes of a mechanical stone giant glowed red. It stood nearly as tall as a building. The boss has awakened. Prepare for battle. The mechanical stone giant slowly raised its arm, shaking off layers of dust from its entire body like a primordial demon god awakening from slumber. Boss, looks like we won't be getting out of here unless we take down this boss. Let them go first. We'll watch and see how it plays out. Chen Nian and Xiaoya once again became the vanguard for the boss fight. Once they tested the boss's attack patterns, the rest of the team could launch their assault more effectively. Hurry up! If you don't move now, I'll detonate the explosive talismans on your backs immediately. Alright.
Chen Nian stepped forward, eyeing the boss before him, and tentatively raised his right hand.
Wind cannon.
Wind pressure gathered at the tip of his right index finger, slamming directly into the boss's calf. A hole appeared. The effect was clear. But the next second, the hole began to heal, restoring the leg to its original state. The moment combat commenced, the party also saw the boss's level.
Guardian Colossus, Tier 1, Level 80. Damn it, an 80-level boss with self-healing. Everyone, be careful. Keep your distance and find its weak spot. This thing can't heal infinitely.
But the stone colossus was enraged. It raised its massive sword and swung it in a sweeping arc, the terrifying wind pressure nearly knocking people off their feet.
This strike found Chen Nian squarely in its path.
The nearly 10-meter-long blade sent Chen Nian flying like a cannonball, embedding him into the wall where he lay motionless.
He actually got hit?
What a useless piece of trash. The bald man roared in fury, then began drawing talismans to attack the statue.
Brother, you're gone just like that? No way.
You were so brave when we were crossing the trap.
Xiaoya was dumbfounded.
In that moment, the world felt utterly lonely and helpless, cold and merciless. The only person who shared her plight had just been smashed away, her fate unknown. And now she was forced to fight the stone giant, or else the bald man would detonate the trap, killing her too.
Mommy, I don't want to die, YQAQ.
Lost in thought, she didn't notice the stone giant's massive sword already crashing toward her, another deafening boom echoing through the air.
Xiaoya was sent flying, landing in the exact same spot as Chen Nian. Ha! Xiaoya was stunned. How come I'm not hurt?
She hadn't felt the impact at all. Instead, something had yanked her aside, creating the illusion of being knocked back.
Don't move. Play dead. Chen Nian blinked. You!
Xiaoya nearly jumped up in fright, her eyes widening in shock.
Was this some kind of zombie trick?
But she quickly regained her composure, lying still on the ground with her eyes closed, playing dead.
Bro, are you okay? There's no way you're okay. Shut up. With Chen Nian's formidable defensive capabilities, could this mere level 80 boss possibly hurt him? It wouldn't even scratch him.
He'd come here to play dead because he wanted to find the stone giant's weakness. Its body healed at an astonishing rate, which meant there had to be some kind of core or mechanism. He couldn't be bothered to search for it himself. Employee and boss, their roles were now reversed. Xiaoya quietly gave him a thumbs up, as if to say, "Bro, you're so awesome." Meanwhile, the bald man's team was locked in fierce combat with the stone giant. Those two useless jerks.
They're completely useless. Bro, why don't we try attacking its head? I feel like its weak spot is right there.
Alright. The group furiously attacked the statue's head, smashing it piece by piece until the entire head was shattered.
Hitting the head doesn't work. Keep searching. Boss, there seems to be a glow around its chest. Let's try there.
So they shifted their focus to the chest, and this time, they finally guessed right. After stripping away the outer stone layers, they discovered a crimson mechanical heart beating vigorously.
The bald man roared, "We found the weak point. Smash its heart. Everyone, target the heart."
The destructive power of extraordinary abilities depended on the level of the extraordinary attribute and the additional attack power of their equipment. Clearly, none among them possessed exceptionally high damage output. Attack after attack exploded against the statue's heart, yet failed to breach its defenses.
No, we're done for, boss. Its defense is too high, our attacks just won't break through. We're done for. This time we're really screwed. We should have never come in here. This ING trap. The group was furious and distraught, some even scared to tears. They knew there was no escape. The only outcome was to be worn down and killed here. They might even be chopped into mincemeat by that terrifying greatsword.
The thought alone sent a chill down their spines, leaving them utterly hopeless and helpless.
Just as deep despair engulfed them, a leisurely voice suddenly drifted from behind. "How about I give you a hand?" Everyone whipped around. All eyes converged on Chen Nian, filled with utter disbelief. You're unharmed.
You were hit head-on by that greatsword, and you're still alive." Chen Nian casually brushed dust off his shoulder and strolled forward with nonchalance.
Xiaoya, still feigning death behind him, was utterly dumbfounded. "Hey, what are you doing? Are you crazy?
You've still got that burst seal on your back," she screamed inside her head.
"Your attack power can defeat this boss? You've got to be kidding me. It's rock armor regenerated. We're done for, completely finished."
"Bro, if you take this boss down, we're blood brothers for life," the bald man pleaded urgently.
Chen Nian smiled and raised his finger. An invisible wind pressure gathered at his index finger.
Seeing this, the others couldn't help but want to call him an idiot.
With this trash wind spell, he thinks he can defeat the stone giant and pierce its heart? Dream on. He probably couldn't even pierce the rock armor on its chest. What good would it do?
Yet a hint of amusement flickered in Chen Nian's smile.
Catastrophe Gem Defense Offense Reversal activated. Defense 696, attack plus 696. Current attack 826. Boom! The wind-gathering cannon fired. Chapter 42, Chen Nian, try blowing one up. Boom! The wind-gathering cannon fired. A savage gale ripped through the air with brutal force. In that instant, the world seemed to lose all sound. Those beside Chen Nian hadn't even reacted before they were blown away on the spot. Finally, the blast slammed into the stone colossus's chest. The blast pressure tore through its back, piercing straight through the dome ceiling of the hall. That unyielding mechanical heart ceased to beat. Instant kill. Congratulations on defeating the Guardian Colossus. Genetic energy plus 2100. Level up, 6870. Congratulations on obtaining the rare material energy core. Congratulations on obtaining the skill scroll 10,000 swords technique. Chen Nian's heart leapt with delight. He hadn't expected such a bountiful haul from this dungeon run. The energy core is a crucial material for crafting teleportation arrays. When the Blood Moon Calamity strikes, major cities will need to teleport reinforcements to each other. Meanwhile, the 10,000 swords art was a rare skill for sword-based talents perfect for Shochi. Seems like he could find an opportunity to give the 10,000 swords art to that girl. Chen Nian was satisfied this act hadn't been in vain. Meanwhile, the reversal effect of the Calamity Gem ended, and his defense returned to normal. Everyone present stared at Chen Nian as if he were a monster. This? A commonplace wind spell cast offhand, how could it pack such power? One by one, they stared in disbelief, some even still sprawled on the ground, forgetting to get up. This was beyond belief. Though they'd successfully defeated the boss and the gate reopened, the bald man and his crew didn't relax. Chen Nian's presence now loomed even larger over them. The entire 5-member elite squad had exhausted every possible tactic, yet failed to shatter the boss's heart. He succeeded with a single, offhand shot. Xiaoya was so terrified she fainted on the spot. Her beautiful eyes widened as she sat on the ground, covering her mouth. Her entire face screamed, "Holy crap! Bro, your strength, is it really this terrifying?" So he'd been putting on an act the whole time? Just to get this group to lead him to the boss room and uncover its weakness? Man, you're way too calculating, bro. Only then did Chen Nian turn his gaze toward the bald man and his crew, smiling gently. Shouldn't you be calling me Godfather? His contemptuous gaze treated them like a bunch of clowns. A chill ran down everyone's spine. This kid was so powerful, what if he turned around and took revenge on us? Freeze. The bald man forced himself to stay calm, his voice icy. Don't forget that explosive talisman I planted on your back. At close range, you won't walk away unscathed. Oh? And what do you want? Hand over everything the boss dropped earlier. And every valuable piece of gear you're wearing. I saved your asses, and now you're robbing me? Don't forget that explosive talisman on your back. Don't try any tricks. The bald man was visibly agitated, poised to trigger the rune at any moment. His nerves were stretched to the breaking point. Chen Nian shrugged. Why don't you go ahead and detonate one, then? Boom! The talisman on Chen Nian's back exploded, engulfing him in a blinding flash of fire and thick smoke. I warned you, don't push me. You brought this on yourself. The bald man gasped for breath, his forehead already glistening with sweat. But just then, a detached voice drifted out from the black smoke. Anything else? If not, I'll have to take matters into my own hands. Impossible. As the thick smoke cleared, the bald man and his companion's pupils suddenly contracted. The explosive talisman detonated right against his body, yet he remained unscathed. What kind of defensive power and physical constitution was this? They dared not imagine. Was such a feat truly possible at this stage? Under the intense pressure, the bald man had completely lost his mind. He bellowed at the top of his lungs. Freeze! And her too. Move one step, and I'll blow her to bits. You don't want innocent people to die with you, do you? Ha ha! Xiaoya stood not far behind Chen Nian. On her back was an explosive talisman. At that moment, Xiaoya's face had gone deathly pale. She never imagined she'd be taken hostage as a threat against Chen Nian. I don't even know him, why would he care about my safety? It's over. I'm done for. I don't know her. Why would I care if she lives or dies? Chen Nian pressed forward step by step. The bald man, cornered like a cornered dog, bellowed, fine. Then let her die. Spell of words, wind and thunder flash. Chen Nian vanished from his spot, reappearing beside Xiaoya in the next instant. He snatched the detonation talisman from her grasp. A blinding burst of flame erupted in Chen Nian's palm. But that was all. Like a firecracker that failed to ignite, it made no sound. What? Xiaoya was stunned. He actually grabbed the detonation symbol to save me? Wait, how did he get to my side? I didn't even see him move. The bald man and his crew were even more horrified. Is this even human? What kind of monster have we provoked? Run, run. They fled like madmen, but Chen Nian wasn't about to let them escape so easily. The pitch-black realm stripped away all color, dragging them into a prison called darkness. Word spirit death god. Possessed by the Grim Reaper, Chen Nian began his merciless harvest. With each life taken, the death side's attack power permanently increased. Death Scythe attack power plus 10. Death Scythe attack power plus 10. Death Scythe attack power plus 10. All 5 were eliminated by Chen Nian.
Using the remaining time of the Death Realm, Chen Nian scooped up Xiaoya and left the boss hall, sparing her from witnessing the brutal scene. As the domain faded, Xiaoya remained cradled in Chen Nian's arms, still in that princess carry, utterly bewildered throughout.
Wait. You.
Her eyes blinked rapidly as her mind went blank. But if other female players knew she was being carried by the silent princess right now, they'd probably be green with envy.
It's okay now. Let's go. Chen Nian set her down. Ouch. Bro. Who the heck are you?
Before she could react, Xiaoya plopped down onto the ground. Just as she was about to ask a few more questions, the person before her vanished.
She even thought it was all a dream.
But her level had definitely gone up, and the dungeon was cleared. Xiaoya couldn't make sense of it no matter how hard she thought, so she turned around and posted a plea for help on the forum.
Does the wind element mage have the ability to plunge the world into complete darkness? And a single normal wind cannon instantly killed the boss, so terrifying. But her post quickly sank into obscurity.
No one bothered replying to such nonsensical nonsense. Most discussions revolved around gear, leveling, and monster kills. After waiting a long while, Xiaoyi suddenly received a private message.
Could you share more details? Thanks.
The sender's ID consisted of just 2 characters.
Luo Shui. Chapter 43, Jealousy Among Women. Who was Luo Shui?
4 words describe her: Ice Queen. She possessed the top-tier ice elemental talent Ice Extreme from the game Calamity, capable of turning the earth into glaciers with every gesture. She was a goddess-tier player standing at the pinnacle of millions of players. Her real name is Zhao Yixue, born into a world-renowned martial arts family. With her exceptional talent and pure, snow-like beauty, she commands legions of devoted admirers. National Goddess, no title could fit her better.
Yet, she only has eyes for Buyu.
Because she's a fiercely competitive woman who's never lost to anyone in anything except for you, who keeps defeating her time and again. This unwillingness to accept defeat fueled her relentless pursuit. As she chased him, she discovered she had fallen for him.
Luo Shui?
Seeing the ID, Xiaoya froze in shock.
This can't be real. It must be someone impersonating her.
The real Luo Shui wouldn't bother with a nobody like me, impossible.
Her hands trembled slightly as she replied, Are you the real Luo Shui?
Luo Shui, tell me the specifics of what happened when and where.
Thank you. Xiaoya, I can tell you, but why are you interested in this? Are you really Luo Shui?
Luo Shui. Luo Shui was never one for small talk. She was always sparing with her words. If it weren't for trying to find out about Buyu's whereabouts, she wouldn't have said this much.
Xiaoya, I'm a player from Linhai City. Here's what happened. Chen Nian remained unaware at this very moment.
The 3 women who caused him the most headaches had each obtained his information through their own methods.
Yi Hongling, Su Jinyu, Zhao Yixue.
All 3 were world-class female players. Yet none had ever seen Chen Nian's true face, not even Su Jinyu, his closest confidant, who had only glimpsed his masked profile on his birthday. At this moment, Chen Nian was contemplating giving the newly acquired 10,000 Swords Manual to Xiao Qi, also known as Su Jinyu. After all, managing the guild's massive membership was no small feat for the girl.
Lucheng. Ever since the offline meetup in Lucheng, Su Jinyu had remained there.
By feigning sleep, she lowered Buyu's guard. She then retrieved surveillance footage from the surrounding area, obtaining a side profile photo of Chen Nian wearing a mask.
Huge progress. He.
Su Jinyu held her phone, grinning foolishly. The wallpaper displayed that blurry photo of Chen Nian. As the daughter of a world-renowned conglomerate, she possessed natural beauty that charmed everyone she met. Countless wealthy young men pursued her, yet she found herself drawn to this man whose true face she had never seen.
Such is the terrifying allure of online romance.
Just then, a streak of flame suddenly shot across the sky, plummeting like a meteor into the courtyard.
Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
Su Jinyu flicked her finger, and a flying sword shot out, colliding with the streak of flame.
Boom! Sparks scattered as a woman in a crimson dress landed gracefully.
Her bright eyes and scarlet lips shone with radiant charm.
It's you! Yi Hongling!
The hostility in Su Jinyu's eyes instantly intensified several-fold.
Her rival! Little seventh sister, it's been ages. Still as fiery as ever? Yi Hongling approached with a smile, her graceful figure encased in a fiery red gown. Her captivating form was enough to drive any man mad. What do you want? Speak! Nothing much. Just received intelligence that Buyu was spotted in Lu City before? You planted spies within our guild? What? You're allowed to be Buyu's little secretary doing menial tasks, but I'm not allowed to plant spies to gather intel on him? Yi Hongling chuckled softly. If you have any news, might you share it with your elder sister? Su Jinyu snorted. You must be dreaming. Even if I had any, would I share it with you? Don't be so formal, little sister. We haven't even seen Buyu yet, how can there be competition? Besides, I'm here to make a deal. What kind of deal? I know where Buyu is hiding. What? Su Jinyu's beautiful eyes widened instantly. She'd been struggling to pinpoint Silent One's exact location and now this woman had beaten her to it? If you have other information, we can exchange it. If not, then I'm not in the mood to play games with you. Yi Hongling picked up a cup of tea and took a leisurely sip. I have his photo. Seems you're no fool either? Let me see it. First tell me where he is. Fine, fair deal. He killed a world boss in Linhai City and slipped right under my nose. Both parties obtained the intelligence they sought. Su Jinyu was satisfied. With a target in hand, things would be much easier. With the photo too, she was certain she could track him down eventually. Little seventh sister, take my advice, you can't outbid me. Give it up. Ha? Am I as big as you? Yi Hongling puffed out her chest. I. Men all prefer big ones, they can bury themselves in them while sleeping. Hope you know what's best for you, little sister. Su Jinyu flushed crimson with anger, momentarily unable to find words to counter. But just then, she received a message from Silent. Her eyes lit up. Unspoken brother reached out to me first. Su Jinyu's mood instantly lifted, and she hurriedly replied. Silent, I've obtained the 10,000 swords technique skill scroll. It's exactly what you need here, it's yours. Xiaoqi, really? Brother Buyu, you're the best. Love you. The two could trade directly in the transaction space. Chen Nian said he was giving it to her, so naturally, he didn't charge a single penny. Congratulations on obtaining 10,000 swords technique. As soon as Su Jinyu received it, she immediately retrieved the item from her inventory. Oh my, brother Buyu cares so much about me. He gave me a rare skill scroll the moment he got it. What about certain people? Yi Hongling's willow-shaped eyebrows arched high, her chest heaving with anger. She never imagined she'd be outmaneuvered like this at such a moment. Back on the other side, Chen Nian remained oblivious to the women's jealous squabble, thinking the matter was settled. But then he received a message from Qiliang. Qiliang, high-tier skill scroll. Want it? Chen Nian? An advanced skill scroll? That's the kind of thing that could unlock his own advanced word spirit, a rare find indeed. His word spirit death god was unlocked using one of these. She actually has such a treasure, and she doesn't need it herself? She's specifically saving it for me? Chen Nian, you're not using it yourself? Qiliang, you're giving skill scrolls to other girls, yet they think of you instead. Doesn't that sting your conscience? Chen Nian. Holy crap, how did she know I just gave something to Xiaoqi? Are those two together or something? Qiliang, you can have it. But you must accompany me into the flaming abyss. I'm going to awaken the advanced abilities of the Crimson Lotus Sorcerer. If I succeed, this item is yours. Chen Nian, deal. After receiving his affirmative answer, Yi Hongling couldn't help but smile. That's how it is. I'm off to meet your silent brother. You can stay here and keep gushing over his photo. Hey, you. Hey. Chapter 44, The Official Meeting, accompanying Yi Hongling into the flaming abyss. 14 days remaining until the Blood Moon Calamity. Chen Nian agreed to accompany Yi Hongling to the flaming abyss, as this was his only chance to obtain a high-tier skill scroll. It was a surefire way to greatly enhance his power. The flaming abyss was a place every fire elemental transcendent must visit. Succeeding in its trials not only levels you up but permanently boosts attribute growth and may even awaken rare, powerful fire skills. Yi Hongling chose to force her way into the flaming abyss at this moment precisely to grow stronger before the true catastrophe arrived. The flaming abyss was discovered within a sea mountain volcano. We'll take a helicopter there. We'll meet at Linhai City Airport tomorrow afternoon. Any issues? Chen Nian replied, got it. I'll try my best to make it. Yi Hongling, stop pretending, big bro. You're already in Linhai City. I'm actually doing you a favor here. Chen Nian. The next day, Chen Nian changed into a black jacket he never wore, donning a black mask and hat for full concealment. When leaving, he even activated shadow concealment directly, only removing it in the airport restroom before heading out to meet Yi Hongling. Airport. Yi Hongling was undeniably the most dazzling sight. Wearing sunglasses, her wine-red hair cascading down, she was dressed in a crimson gown, radiant like a passionately blooming peony. Her blood-red lips shone with a captivating luster, and her snow-white skin was flawless, like a work of art. Her appearance alone was enough to cause a huge stir. Holy! Look at that woman, she's stunning. That's Yi Hongling. You don't not know her? She's the beloved daughter of our General Yi. Never thought I'd see her in person. Can we even get into the airport? I want to rush in and catch a glimpse. Forget it, bro. All airport entrances are guarded by armed officers. No unauthorized personnel allowed inside. What a shame. Countless people pressed their faces against the glass of the airport waiting hall, watching from afar. Beside the helicopter, alongside Yi Hongling, stood 6 other extraordinary individuals, all fire elementalists who had rushed here from across the land.
Yi Hongling had spent a fortune and leveraged her connections to bring them all here.
Miss Yi, it's already 2 in the afternoon. Are we still not all here? No need to rush. There's still one more. Who's so arrogant they'd keep us and Miss Yi waiting like this? Tired of living, are they? Snapped a hot-tempered one. Ha!
Yi Hongling pursed her lips and smiled, saying nothing. If she told these people the truth, they'd probably wet themselves on the spot.
Just then, Chen Nian finally entered the airport. Look, he's here. Damn it, why's he strolling in like that? Can't he run over here? Looks like a kid who hasn't even grown any hair yet. We'll teach him a lesson when he gets here. Forget it. Miss Yi invited him. We should give her some face. Chen Nian finally joined the group.
Ever since he appeared, Yi Hongling's gaze had been fixed on him, never once looking away. She even took off her sunglasses and hung them on her head, a playful smile curling her lips like some kind of creepy woman.
Hey, buddy, how about you introduce yourself? You've got everyone waiting. Chen Nian glanced at the group.
No need for introductions.
No way. We're all pretty well known in these circles. How else are we supposed to gauge your skills? Alright.
Yi Hongling clapped her hands.
Let's get on the plane. We're running out of time. As Miss Yi says. Miss Yi first.
The reason this group insisted Yi Hongling board first was obvious: they wanted to sit next to her.
Who wouldn't want to cozy up to a rich woman with stunning looks, a killer figure, and serious clout?
Just getting to brush arms or thighs against hers would be something to brag about for a lifetime. After Yi Hongling took her window seat, the crowd scrambled to board.
Get the hell out of the way. Miss Yi, may I sit beside you?
The speaker was Chu Xiang, a second-generation rich kid and a gifted flame knight, arguably the strongest among them.
Yi Hongling smiled. Do you think you're worthy?
Chu Xiang's face stiffened, and he awkwardly sat down on the side. After everyone had taken their seats, the spot next to Yi Hongling remained empty.
Chen Nian was the last to arrive. Chen Nian's first instinct was to walk back and sit in the last row. Where are you going? Come here. Everyone? I'm the boss now. You won't even listen to the boss? Everyone?
And so, amid the stunned and bewildered stares of the crowd, Chen Nian was forcibly dragged over and seated beside Yi Hongling.
Wait, Miss Yi, holy.
Especially Chu Xiang, his face looked like he'd eaten.
He himself wasn't worthy, fine. None of the others present were worthy either.
But he never imagined that in the end, this kid would snatch the opportunity. The helicopter started up. Chen Nian could feel a head resting on his shoulder, and an arm had slipped around his waist without a sound.
Could you stop touching me? Ha! It's too noisy. I can't hear you.
Yi Hongling's lips curved into a captivating smile as her auburn hair whipped wildly in the wind, flapping against Chen Nian's face.
He sighed inwardly, never expecting to be taken advantage of like this.
2 hours later, the group reached their destination.
A volcanic island.
Surrounding them was the boundless expanse of the ocean.
This volcano appeared after the game merged with reality. Some people explored it a while back.
The flaming abyss lies within the volcano.
Yi Hongling offered a brief explanation before leading the group forward into the crater.
Rolling waves of heat washed over them, the air temperature surging sharply.
Fortunately, none of them were pushovers. This level of heat was nothing to them. As they delved deeper into the volcano, they finally discovered an entrance amidst the churning magma.
A crimson chaotic portal stood before them.
Enter.
Yi Hongling stepped first into the fiery abyss, the others following closely behind, all wearing looks of excitement.
Chen Nian followed suit.
A crimson expanse unfolded before them, a heat 10 times more intense than before assaulting their senses. The sky was shrouded in thick, rolling black clouds, with lightning occasionally striking distant mountain peaks. Collapsed structures and crumbling ruins littered the surroundings. At the very center of the area stood a pillar of crimson light, Yi Hongling's objective.
A commanding voice echoed.
Challenger, enter the trial pillar to receive the flame legacy.
Yi Hongling's expression turned grave. I will now enter the pillar. Monsters will relentlessly attack from all sides. Your task is to protect me until the trial concludes. Understood? Understood. Miss Yi, rest assured. We'll protect you completely, haha. They were all brimming with confidence, unaware that a life or death ordeal awaited them. Chapter 45, The Heavenly Flame Demon Wolf. Chen Nian's return. Huff. Yi Hongling took a deep breath. Coming to the flaming abyss to receive the inheritance at this stage was an incredibly bold move. Her body might not be able to withstand it. But if she could endure it, the power boost would be immense. Yi Hongling's drive to grow stronger wasn't just to resist calamity, there was a more crucial reason: to snatch a man. Even if she couldn't win Yui's heart, she would claim his body. She couldn't let another woman beat her to it. I'm going in.
Yi Hongling glanced at Chen Nian before resolutely stepping into the crimson pillar of light. The moment she entered, it felt like stepping into a furnace blazing at thousands of degrees. Countless flames swirled around her like writhing serpents. Anyone else would have been instantly reduced to ashes. At this stage, only she, Yi Hongling, could endure it.
Detected, trialist in position. Flame inheritance trial commences. Watch out, it's coming. Look up.
Meteorites suddenly plummeted from the sky.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
The meteorites crashing to the ground revealed themselves to be monsters descending from the heavens. Scarlet Flame Lizard, level 68.
Lava Colossus, level 69. Magma Serpent, level 67.
As the party saw the monsters' level information, sweat instantly beaded on their foreheads, and an invisible pressure gradually gathered overhead.
All monsters nearing level 70. Our average level is barely over 60. This is going to be damn tough. Ha! If it weren't tough, why would Miss Yi personally invite us to handle this? Everyone, stay sharp. We're the elite.
Plus, slaying these beasts will grant substantial experience, and our fire-type skill drop rates will increase. Hold out for 24 hours, and victory is ours. For the rich rewards and abundant experience, the battle officially erupted.
Flame Slash. Fire Dragon Art.
Heavenly fire sweeps the wilderness. Crimson flames licked and swirled like tongues, filling the air with scorching heat and thick smoke that reduced visibility to near zero. The extraordinary warriors battled relentlessly against monsters surging from all directions, dispatching one after another with devastating skills. Fallen creatures dissolved into flecks of light, only for fresh waves to descend without pause.
Endless waves. This was the flaming abyss.
The trial had officially begun.
The entrance was already sealed. If they couldn't hold out for 24 hours, death was their only fate. Everyone, conserve your strength. This battle will be long. Do not exhaust yourselves. Exactly.
This is just the beginning, don't give it your all yet.
With each monster's demise, everyone's experience began to rise. Genetic energy plus 150. Genetic energy plus 150. Gene energy plus 150. Even though this was evenly split among everyone, it was still substantial. If this continued for 24 hours, everyone's level would see a significant boost, which was precisely why they were willing to come here. Chen Nian remained motionless.
Still wearing his mask and cap, he stood before the crimson light pillar, openly slacking off.
What the hell are you doing standing there like a grandpa? Xu Xiang, wielding his flaming warblade, retreated and roared at Chen Nian like a raging lion. Chen Nian hadn't lifted a finger, yet he was still splitting the experience points. It was utterly unbearable. You're absolutely right. Our boss is Miss Yi, not you. We spared you before out of respect for Miss Yi. Now that the fight's on, if you don't act, don't blame us for being ruthless.
The others also turned their hostility toward Chen Nian. Seeing his closeness with Miss Yi earlier had already left them deeply resentful, and now their frustration finally erupted.
Facing the barrage of accusations, Chen Nian couldn't be bothered to respond. Words become law.
Spell of silence, invisible shadow.
And just like that, he vanished from everyone's sight. Where is he? Gone? How is that possible? Could it be an invisibility skill? Who knew this kid had that kind of ability?
Kick him out of the team, we can't let him stay and leech experience.
Wait. Miss Yi is the team leader. We don't have the authority. Only those in the same party could share experience.
Meanwhile, Yi Hongling, the party leader, was undergoing her trial within the Crimson Pillar of Light.
The others could only seethe in impotent rage. What a shameless bastard. What can you expect from a coward who won't even show his face? Everyone, deal with the monsters first. Once the trial ends, we'll settle the score with him.
Under Xu Xiang's leadership, the group plunged back into the fray. Chen Nian, however, found a spot to sit and watch the battle unfold from the sidelines.
These ordinary monsters weren't worthy of its attention. Yi Hongling felt quite uneasy about this trial in the flaming abyss. 2 reasons. First, she feared she might not endure the ordeal, leading to failure. Second, she feared those outside might be unable to fully withstand the monster attacks, leading to the trial's failure. But after successfully recruiting Buyu, the second worry vanished completely.
In short, in Yi Hongling's eyes, the other hired mercenaries were all useless, only Buyu was the true anchor of stability.
Time kept passing. 12 hours had already passed.
Under the relentless assault of the monsters, this group had held their ground for a full 12 hours. It must be said, this was quite impressive. Yet the massive drain on their internal energy was leaving them increasingly exhausted. Yet the monsters' assaults only grew fiercer with each wave.
How can it only be halfway through? At this rate, I won't be able to hold out much longer. Do these monsters never end?
The entire squad was exhausted and covered in wounds. Some had clothes torn to shreds, bodies covered in burns, skin charred black, a sight too gruesome to behold.
Help! Help me! I can't. I really can't go on. If I'd known this mission would be this deadly, I wouldn't have taken it for any amount of money. Countless fire elemental monsters closed in from all sides.
Panic gradually consumed their faces. Exhaustion and the crushing terror of the monsters could no longer be concealed.
The final wave of monsters is about to descend. All trial participants, please be advised. A string of golden text appeared. Xu Xiang was overjoyed, the final wave. Ha! If we just hold out through this wave, victory is ours. But before his words faded, the sky ripped open with a massive hole. A meteorite of unprecedented size crashed down with a thunderous roar. It even smashed several high-level monsters to smithereens. Crack! The meteorite shattered, spreading countless crimson fissures. First to emerge was a crimson Blackfoot, roughly the size of a basin. Veins like molten lava flowed across its pitch-black skin. The boss is here. When the boss's complete form appeared before everyone, they felt a chill run down their spines and trembled all over. A colossal werewolf. Clad in crimson armor, wielding an iron-red wolf tooth club, its pupils gleamed like two blazing suns. Holy! Boss Celestial Flame Demon Wolf, level 95. A level 95 boss. This level mercilessly crushed all hope. 4 words. Unbeatable. Even a full party at peak strength might not defeat it, let alone a ragtag group of stragglers? We're done for. Surrounded by a vast horde of monsters, a terrifyingly high-level boss now approached from directly ahead. Some people wet themselves on the spot. But before the urine could spill out, the damp crotch was instantly scorched dry by intense heat, leaving only a lingering stench of urine in the air. At that very moment, Chen Nian's figure reappeared in their line of sight. P.S. Brothers and sisters who enjoy this book, please support the updates. If the update data isn't good, I might not be able to continue writing. Sniff sniff TT. Supporting updates means adding the book to your shelf and checking in daily. Chapter 46, Celestial Fall, Finger Blast. It's you. Seeing Chen Nian reappear, everyone was stunned speechless. You cowardly bastard, you actually have the nerve to show your face. I can't fathom why Miss Yi chose someone like you. Even if I die here today, I'll drag you down with me. Xu Xiang was the first to erupt in curses. But facing Xu Xiang, who had completely lost his composure, Chen Nian merely gave him a cold, dismissive glance. Shut your mouth if you want to live, rookie. What did you? Xu Xiang raised his knife, ready to fight Chen Nian to the death, but was pulled back by another companion behind him. Hold on, don't get carried away. Don't hold me back. I'll cut him down first. Don't you find this strange? Why did he show up now? Why, he doesn't seem afraid at all. Hearing his teammate's words, Xu Xiang lowered the blazing greatsword he'd raised high. It did make sense, didn't it? If he were a coward, why show no fear even facing death? And why step forward precisely at the most perilous moment? What could possibly be his motive? Chen Nian paid them no mind. His rest was sufficient, and the extraordinary power within him had recovered to about 70 or 80%. It was time to act. He raised his index finger slightly, and obscure syllables coalesced into a fierce wind at his fingertip. Word Spirit Gathering Wind Cannon. What is he trying to do? This guy uses wind-type abilities. He's not a fire user. Then why did Miss Yi bring him here? Wait. Everyone immediately realized a hair-raising truth. One person stammered, he's not a fire-type class. How did he survive so long in the flaming abyss, and remain invisible the entire time? The group couldn't help but gasp in shock. Fire-type classes possess immense resistance to flames. To endure within it for so long, how could any other class possibly manage that? Just as the group stood in stunned disbelief, a deep purple-black glow erupted from the figure, instantly enveloping his entire body. The Calamity Gem! Someone screamed out in shock. His facial muscles trembled as he pointed at Chen Nian, staring at him as if he were a monster. That's the glow of the Calamity Gem. He's killed a Calamity Beast before he possesses the Calamity Gem. Another utterly shocking revelation. Catastrophe beasts, celestial calamities from beyond the heavens, sentient aberrations, each terrifying beyond measure. For ordinary people, attempting to confront them meant certain death. And this man, he even possesses a Calamity Gem dropped by a Calamity Beast. Who exactly is he? At this very moment, Xu Xiang too realized this man was no ordinary being. He felt as if a thorn had lodged in his throat, unable to speak, only swallowing repeatedly. Catastrophe Gem, Defense Offense Reversal activated. Defense 696, Attack plus 696. Boom! A cannon blast erupted. The intense blast wave sent Chen Nian's bangs flying wildly. This wind cannon blast obliterated an approaching crimson flame lizard into countless fragments, its soul scattered to the winds. Everyone! Intense shock and disbelief erupted in that instant. A tidal wave of emotion surged 100 feet high within their hearts. Instantly, wiped out. Earlier in battle, it took over a dozen rounds to take down a single monster, sometimes even requiring 2 players to team up. Yet against this person, it was just a matter of one wind cannon blast? Just how terrifying must his attack power be to one-shot a monster nearing level 70? People stood with their mouths agape, almost forgetting to close them. Because what followed was a scene they would never forget. Bang! 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 The wind blasts rained down relentlessly, one after another, as if they were worthless. Any monster daring to approach was instantly incinerated by a single blast without exception.
The others did nothing but watch as their experience points kept piling up.
Genetic energy plus 150. Gene energy plus 150. Genetic energy plus 150. In less than 2 minutes.
All the minor monsters had been wiped out by Chen Nian, not a single one left. The stunned crowd finally realized, belatedly, who was the most powerful individual on this expedition.
Too terrifying. No wonder Miss Yi values him so highly. He truly is the strongest. He was holding back earlier just to unleash this now. Holy crap, I even got a fire-type skill scroll. I got gear too. So this is what they mean by reaping the benefits without lifting a finger. The crowd had no trace of resentment left toward Chen Nian. Yet after the brief excitement, they couldn't escape the most pressing issue.
The most formidable boss remained.
The level 95 Heavenly Flame Demon Wolf loomed like a colossal mountain, crushing the group's spirits. Unless they defeated it, none of them would survive. You dare challenge the Flaming Abyss? How presumptuous! Roar! The Wolf Fang Club was raised high, the skies darkened, and the earth trembled.
Suddenly, the gloomy crimson sky split open, revealing a terrifying scarlet meteor slowly emerging from within.
Celestial Meteor descends.
Fire Mage's rare skill, Celestial Meteor descends. A fire mage stared skyward, his face ashen, lips pale, body trembling uncontrollably.
Everyone knew the terrifying power of this ultimate ability. If it crashed down from above, it would annihilate everyone instantly without exception. You ignorant humans, perish now.
The heavenly flame demon wolf swept its contemptuous gaze over the crowd, like a sovereign surveying a swarm of ants.
In its eyes, they were already dead. Meteorite strike.
Its most glorious feat to date had been obliterating thousands of players with a single meteorite. Though this meteorite wasn't quite that terrifying, obliterating the entire team present held no suspense whatsoever. As the meteor plummeted from the heavens, the group cowered in terror. They possessed no power to resist. Yet they saw one figure still standing. Chen Nian's pupils reflected the fiery glow of the colossal meteorite. He lifted a finger slightly, a smile curling his lips.
What is he trying to do? The next second, Chen Nian gave them the answer. It was still the seemingly ordinary wind-gathering cannon.
The invisible wind cannon sliced through the air, striking the massive meteorite that nearly obscured half the sky before vanishing without a trace.
Not a single ripple stirred. Using such a petty spell to blast a meteorite? What the hell is he thinking? Madman. Absolute madman.
At this life or death moment, no one felt like mocking Chen Nian, they were simply stunned. He unleashed his ultimate move, a boss-level attack from a 95-level boss, and you counter it with a minor skill.
What gives? Boom. The deafening roar robbed everyone of their hearing. Amidst stunned gazes, the meteorite exploded. Shards of rock and streams of fire scattered across the sky, dazzling like fireworks. Chen Nian stood amidst the fiery storm. His back straight as an arrow, like a new king emerging from the chaos. Chapter 47, Is he the boss, or am I the boss? Chen Nian unleashed a wind cannon, shattering the meteorite into countless fragments. The team members who had been cowering on the ground, clutching their heads, froze in that moment. Through their trembling pupils, Chen Nian's figure stood tall and unyielding, utterly composed beneath the raining fire. Impossible, impossible. What kind of terrifying power is this? Some kept rubbing their eyes, finding the whole scene utterly unbelievable. Yet the stark reality before them demanded belief. Only then did Chu Xiang realize that perhaps, in this man's eyes, he truly was nothing more than a clown, a rookie not worth a second glance. The shame burned so fiercely he wanted to crawl into a hole and disappear. Why? Why was someone capable of such overwhelming power at this stage? A single ordinary wind element skill possessing such monstrous power could only mean two things. Either his equipment possessed extremely high attack power bonus, or his superior attribute was exceptionally high. Only these two stats could influence the ultimate power of an ability. Not just his teammates, even the boss, the celestial flame demon wolf, was twitching uncontrollably at the corners of its mouth. It even glanced at its own paw in disbelief, wondering, did I really just unleash my ultimate move? How could this be the result? This kid's level clearly isn't high, so why does he carry such overwhelming pressure? Human, you've got some skills. The heavenly flame demon wolf tightened its grip on the Wolf Fang Club, poised to attack. Suddenly, its fur bristled, and an intense sense of threat washed over the area. Another wind cannon was unleashed. The heavenly flame demon wolf instinctively raised its wolf tooth club to block. Forged day and night in molten lava, this club had long since become unbreakable. Boom! The club shattered clean in half, golden red fragments flying everywhere. The skyflame demon wolf's pupils suddenly contracted, its heart surging with terror. Could this human's attack truly be this terrifying? Is he the boss? Am I the boss? Before he could ponder further, the wind cannon was about to fire again. But the sharp-witted heavenly flame demon wolf wasn't foolish enough to stand still and wait for death. Instead, it charged forward.
That human hadn't moved at all from start to finish.
He must be unable to move. If his attacks are this powerful, his defenses must be incredibly weak. If I can get close to him, there's a chance.
The heavenly flame demon wolf blurred into a crimson afterimage, streaking across the arena at blinding speed, its momentum forming a crimson whirlwind. What incredible speed! This monster possesses remarkable cognitive and physical capabilities.
Chen Nian was the village's last hope. If he fell, there would be no chance of survival for anyone. Watch out, behind you! Someone shouted urgently, warning Chen Nian. The boss's speed was terrifying, so terrifying that the others couldn't even track it with their eyes. By the time they saw it, it was already too late. Deep down, they'd harbored a faint hope perhaps this creature possessed only overwhelming offensive power, with severely limited mobility and defense. Close combat might be its downfall. Little did they know the monster had anticipated this too. What terrifying intelligence! Die! The heavenly flame demon wolf thought it had succeeded. But its claws struck only ere the living figure before it vanished in an uncanny flash. From behind came a voice, flat and tinged with amusement. Who gave you the illusion that you could defeat me? A single index finger hovered mid-air, aimed squarely at the Skyflame Demon Wolf's midsection. Boom! The Skyflame Demon Wolf's midsection exploded, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Severely wounded, it stumbled and lost its footing. It staggered 2 steps before a foot came crashing down. He slammed it hard onto the ground. The massive werewolf-like boss lay pinned to the ground, its head crushed under the tiny human's foot, utterly immobilized. The scene sent chills down everyone's spines. Holy, who's the real boss here? Monster, this guy is a monster among monsters. Chen Nian activated Eagle Eye, allowing him to precisely track every move of his opponent. Wind and Thunder Flash granted him formidable mobility. He converted all his defense into offense without hesitation, knowing no one could touch him. Thus, from the very start, this battle held no suspense whatsoever. Chen Nian shot a sidelong glance at the heavenly flame demon wolf, raised his index finger, aimed it at its head, and unleashed a devastating blast. As its corpse dissolved into specks of light, a notification popped up. Congratulations on defeating the boss Celestial Flame Demon Wolf. Genetic energy plus 12,540. Congratulations on obtaining the rare skill scroll Celestial Falling Star. Congratulations on obtaining the epic weapon Scarlet Wolf Molten Rod. Congratulations on obtaining the rare forging material Crimson Wolf Fong. Massive EXP. The rare Fire Mage Ultimate Celestial Meteor Descent, no exaggeration, this thing would fetch at least 10 billion in the trading space. And that epic weapon, the Wolf Fong Club, dropped too. Chen Nian was thoroughly satisfied. This expedition hadn't been in vain, he'd come out with a fortune. After slaying countless minions and finally taking down the boss, his level skyrocketed from 70 to 83, a massive leap. The stats on this epic gear were eye-popping. Crimson Wolf's Molten Fist Epic. Required tier, Tier 1. Defense, 50. Attack, 230. Attributes, Constitution plus 10, Transcendence plus 10. Special effect Fire, infuses weapon with flames. In comparison, Chen Nian's original weapon was a fine-grade dagger with only 50 bonus attack power. Equipping it caused his attack power to surge by another 180. As for the weapon itself, Chen Nian didn't need to wield it at all. He only required its base effect, continuing to rely primarily on word magic for combat. Level attributes and equipment attributes were completely renewed. Chen Nian, Word Spirit Sage Unique. Genetic tier, Tier 1 level 83. Constitution, 137. Agility, 88. Superiority, 77. Attack bonus, 310. Defense bonus, 696. Combat rating, 65 stars. His combat rating had soared by over 20 stars. If Chen Nian activated the Cataclysm Gem effect, his attack power could even break the 1,000-point barrier. He knew he was likely the first in the world to achieve an attack power exceeding 1,000. Damn, bro, that's insane. No wonder Miss Yu was so confident about challenging the Flaming Abyss trial. Turns out she brought in a heavyweight like this. Holy crap, you just crushed a level 95 boss. Who the hell are you, bro? Exactly. Are you a legendary figure from the game's leaderboards or a rising star? Let's get to know you, big bro will need to thank you properly later. After narrowly escaping death, these teammates had all become sycophants. Except for Chu Xiang. He simply couldn't accept that someone could be this exceptional, it was beyond his comprehension. Perhaps in Miss Ye's eyes, we're all just filler noobs, only he is the true powerhouse. Aha! At that moment, a piercing scream erupted from the crimson pillar of light in the center. The monsters were all destroyed, but Yi Hongling was in trouble. Chapter 48, You Kissed Me, so you're responsible. While Chen Nian and the others battled the monsters outside, Yi Hongling was undergoing the flame inheritance trial inside. At this very moment, she let out a scream. Did this mean she couldn't hold on much longer? If she truly couldn't hold on, it would mean failure of the inheritance.
Not only would she gain no power enhancement, but she'd also be unable to undergo the trial again in the future. Chen Nian knew that with this woman's stubborn pride, she would never give up. But if she forced herself to endure, it might lead to an even more extreme outcome.
Turn to ashes.
Reaching the crimson pillar of light, Chen Nian hesitated not a moment before stepping forward.
Wait. Are you trying to die? Even Missy couldn't withstand it, how could you possibly resist? The crowd gasped in horror. Most harbored gratitude toward Chen Nian, after all, he had saved them all. Seeing him about to walk into certain death, they rushed to stop him. But their shouts did nothing to halt Chen Nian's stride. Where on earth did Missy find this guy? He's insane. That crimson pillar is the very core of this entire space. It's constantly scorched by flames inside, with environmental pressures more than double what they are outside. Xu Xiang finally found an opening to throw in his sarcastic remark. Heh, he wants to play the hero and rescue the damsel in distress? Who cares? If he dies, it's just him overestimating his abilities. Xu, don't be so cruel. He saved us, someone snapped sharply. A prodigy like him is a treasure for Dragon Nation, no, the entire world. Don't forget, the Blood Moon Calamity is about to descend. After being scolded by the crowd, Xu Xiang, his face darkening, reluctantly shut up. But inside, he sneered bitterly. No matter how powerful someone is, death renders them useless. After Chen Nian entered the crimson pillar of light, he finally felt an unprecedented searing heat. Every inch of his skin felt as if it were being roasted over an open flame. The only reason he could endure it was the epic tier equipment he'd obtained earlier, the Flame Fire Robe, whose special properties provided significant resistance to fire damage. He never imagined it would prove so useful in a place like this. At the center of the Crimson World, Chen Nian saw Yi Honling. The sight before him left him momentarily stunned. She was breathtakingly beautiful. She lay on the ground, her garments torn and tattered, patches of snow-white skin glowing with a rosy flush. Her wine-red hair spread out around her, radiating a breathtaking beauty. Too beautiful. The delicate figure usually hidden beneath her robes now captivated Chen Nian, making it impossible for him to look away. But now was no time for admiration. He noticed Yi Hongling's consciousness was teetering on the brink of collapse and hurried over to help her up. As he lifted her, Chen Nian's hand brushed against her back, and he was utterly shocked. Her back, which should have been smooth and delicate, was now charred black, a sight that tore at the heart. And the culprit was none other than that fiery dragon gliding overhead. Hey, Yi Honling. You're here. Weakened, Yi Honling opened her eyes to find Arya holding her. A faint smile touched her lips. You're so concerned about me, does that mean you like me? Chen Nian hadn't expected that even in such a weakened state, she'd still be teasing him. Don't talk. At that moment, the fire dragon circling overhead suddenly lunged forward, charging straight at Chen Nian and Yi Honling. Earlier, Yi Honling had likely been wounded by it. The thought filled Chen Nian with an inexplicable irritation, and a golden light suddenly flared in his pupils. Spell of Judgment, Golden Sword of Judgment. The fire dragon was cleaved to pieces mid-air. But it was merely a manifestation conjured within the trial space, capable of infinite rebirth until the trial concluded. Thus, the fire dragon attacked Chen Nian again and again, only to be severed repeatedly, in an endless cycle. Yet due to the unique nature of the Judgment Golden Sword capable of severing even extreme heat, Chen Nian remained unharmed by the scorching flames as long as he stayed near it. I'm dying. Yi Hongling's voice was faint as a flickering candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Before I do, could I see your face? Your injuries shouldn't be that severe, Chen Nian replied. Heartless man, just leave. Leaving means failing the trial. I'd rather die inside. This lofty flame queen, speaking before Chen Nian, sounded like a little woman pouting. Chen Nian sighed, stating the truth, I can't stay here protecting you forever. Using high-risk words of power was extremely draining. There is a way for me to pass the trial. Speak. Like this. Just as Chen Nian focused intently on what she was about to say. Unexpectedly, Yi Honling, who had seemed weak, suddenly leaned in and pressed her lips against his black mask. This woman actually tore off his mask with her teeth. Unbelievable. With the mask gone, Chen Nian's true face was exposed to Yi Honling for the first time. Just as he was about to speak, his lips were met by a soft, tender pair of his own. A pair of slender, jade-like arms coiled around Chen Nian's nape like snakes. The girl's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, her long lashes quivering ever so slightly. Her face was as vibrant and captivating as a blooming rose. Chen Nian couldn't resist. He simply couldn't resist. No man could resist such a beautiful woman offering herself in a kiss. After a long moment, Chen Nian snapped out of his blissful daze, only to realize he'd been tricked. Not only had his first kiss been stolen, but his face had been seen too. Yi Honling really wasn't someone to be trifled with. Who would have thought she'd scheme against him even in such a critical moment? Though her lips were genuinely soft, ahem. What do you think you're doing? Though Chen Nian had enjoyed it moments ago, it didn't stop him from demanding an answer.
Yi Hongling flashed a seductive smile and purred softly. Forgot to tell you I recently mastered a new ability. I can channel desire into my own power.
This was actually my first time using it. Chen Nian? See for yourself. Chen Nian watched, stunned.
The burns on her back were healing at a visible pace, restoring her flawless, fair skin.
Damn, she really has this ability? Desire is also a kind of fire, and this was? Chen Nian suddenly felt a bad premonition wash over her. You, what do you think you're doing? You kissed me, so you have to take responsibility. But you're fine now. That won't do. I don't know if I can hold out until the end.
I need you to stay with me, to stoke the flames of desire. Chen Nian felt a hand gliding across his chest, sending tingling sensations through him.
Damn it, you've been playing me from the start? No way. I'm not that kind of bad woman. I'm just innocent.
Yi Hongling pursed her luscious, red lips. Besides, you were kissing me pretty passionately just now, weren't you?
P.S. Come check in daily. The author is working hard to update every day. Thanks, everyone. Chapter 49, Even Ladies Need Protection? Chen Nian was speechless. He certainly couldn't abandon Yi Hongling. Not only was this woman the daughter of the Dragon Nation's defense minister, she was also one of the strongest combat forces against the catastrophe. For the sake of global nuclear peace, she absolutely couldn't be allowed to come to harm. What else could he do? He'd have to sacrifice his dignity. Only a few hours remained until the trial concluded. For the duration, Chen Nian would be forced to endure the sweet kisses of this stunning beauty. Don't be nervous. We have plenty of time. We can take it slow.
Yi Hongling lifted Chen Nian's chin with her fingers, smiling sweetly.
Silent one, with a face as handsome as yours, why hide it away day after day? Precisely to guard against someone like you. Even ladies? If my identity were exposed, do you think other nations would just stand by?
Once the nation wars open later, I'd become the top assassination target for other countries' elite fighters.
It's fine. I'll keep it confidential.
And if you come to my house, my dad can provide you with the utmost security.
Chen Nian? She actually wants me to be her son-in-law. This is a blatant insult. He stood up to leave. Just kidding, don't leave. Do you remember?
Our first meeting in Cataclysm was during a high-difficulty fire elemental dungeon. You were one of the high-priced mercenaries I hired.
Because of you, we cleared it smoothly. Since then, we've been entangled in a complicated relationship. Chen Nian cut in, that last part is unnecessary. I'm glad you came. Thank you.
No sooner had Yi Hongling spoken than she pressed close like a clingy kitten, kissing Chen Nian's earlobe. The soft, warm sensation sent a shiver through Chen Nian's body.
Ha! Look at you, playing hard to get. You're such a tease. I came in to save you, don't push it too far. Are you even a man? I'm this gorgeous woman flirting with you in your arms, can't you show some reaction?
At that moment, the fire dragon circling overhead was sliced to pieces by the Judgment Golden Sword.
Oh my, why are you getting so worked up?
Before Yi Hongling could finish her sentence, a powerful force suddenly slammed her head backward, pressing her lips against Chen Nian's once more. Her beautiful eyes widened instantly, filled with both shock and a hint of delight. Their first time had been rather awkward. But this second time was different, like a scorching summer wind, intense and passionate. Yi Hongling felt as if her very bones had turned to jelly, yet within her delicate frame, a newfound strength surged. This was one of her innate abilities, reigniting the flames of desire. Feeling that extraordinary power surge through her once more, she no longer needed Chen Nian's protection and was ready to face the abyss trial again.
It's been so long, and they still haven't come out. Could they both have died in there?
Not a single person outside dared to step into the trial light pillar.
They knew their limits. Going in meant instant death, no chance of survival. We'll know when the time's up. If they're dead, the system will signal trial failure. There's no way they could have survived. If even Missy couldn't endure it, who else in the world could? It's a shame we still don't know who that guy is. I have a hunch, but I'm not sure. I don't even believe it myself. Spit it out. Forget it. It's impossible. That person would never show themselves. I must be wrong.
During this time, the two had engaged in countless verbal sparring matches.
Yi Hongling's eyes snapped open. Congratulations! You have successfully completed the Flaming Abyss trial. Congratulations on obtaining the first inheritance from the Flaming Abyss. The skill Heavenly Fire Divine Spear has awakened. All fire element abilities gain increased power, permanent growth rates for all attributes enhanced. Success! Having successfully cleared the Flaming Abyss trial, Yi Hongling gained immense benefits. At that moment, the intense heat within the trial space vanished completely. What a pity. The trial's already over. Why are you sighing? Chen Nian frowned. It would have been nice if the trial never ended. Then we could have kept doing, you know. Chen Nian held out his hand. My task is complete. Payment. Fine. But can you tell me your real name? No.
If my real name were known, Yi Hongling would find me far too easily.
Xiaoqi would get jealous, so I'd have to tell her too, and then a bloody showdown would be unavoidable. Forget it. I'll find you myself. Here, take it. Yi Hongling snorted and handed Chen Nian the promised high-tier skill scroll. With this, Chen Nian could bypass the stringent requirements and unlock an advanced word magic skill. Chen Nian continued, I got this after defeating the boss outside earlier. Want it? Rare skill scroll, Celestial Fall. A super-powered ultimate spell for fire-based magic. Any fire-based class could use it, not just mages. Seeing the crimson scroll, Yi Hongling's eyes lit up instantly. She clearly wanted it badly. I'll take it. I'll sell it to you for 100 million, a friend's price. Damn it, you're so cold-hearted. Just a moment ago you were kissing me passionately, and now you want 100 million? Yi Hongling fumed, hands on her hips. Business is business. I'm auctioning it off in the trading space, starting bid at 100 million. Are you sure you don't want it? How about I offer myself instead? Then I'm out of here. Fine. So my body isn't worth 100 million, huh? I hate how wooden you are. Alright, I'll transfer it to your account later. Chen Nian tossed the item to Yi Hongling, knowing she wasn't short on money and wouldn't go back on her word. He glanced at Yi Hongling, still disheveled, and tossed his coat over to her. After sales service. You're welcome. The coat landed on her shoulders, and Yi Hongling felt unexpectedly flattered. Giving me clothes, isn't that just because he's afraid some other guy will see me exposed? He was actually being so gentle. In that moment, Yi Hongling actually felt that spending 100 million on this coat was worth it. Chen Nian had already departed, using the word magic shadow concealment to avoid being seen by anyone outside. As Yi Hongling emerged, a chorus of gasps filled the air. Miss Yi, you're finally out. We've been waiting for you for ages. Yes, Miss Yi. We nearly lost our lives battling those monsters. Thank goodness you succeeded. Congratulations, Miss Yi. People rushed forward to flatter her, yet they also wondered where had that man gone? Miss Yi, where did that masked guy go? Yeah, Miss Yi, didn't you see how insane that guy was? He took down a level 95 boss in just a few moves. Who is he? Some new prodigy who just appeared? Yi Hongling smiled and shook her head. I can't say. Just as everyone was puzzling over why she couldn't say, someone suddenly trembled and murmured in shock. Can't say, doesn't that mean? Boo you? Chapter 50, Sequence 101 Destiny. He is silent. When this legendary name surfaced, shock spread across every face in unison. In their understanding, no speech never revealed his true identity, remaining an utterly enigmatic presence. A goddess-tier player like Yi Hongling wasn't just a goddess in game and the real world, she had countless admirers, and her beauty had long been deified across major forums. The eternal white moonlight in countless hearts, Su Jinyu. The ice queen beauty of 1,000 years, Zhao Yixue. Who among them wasn't a household name? But Bu Yu was different. He remains an utterly enigmatic presence, as if the game is merely a game to him, absolutely untouched by any connection to reality. Who could have imagined actually encountering Bu Yu? So that's it. No wonder Miss Yi had the confidence to challenge the flaming abyss. She actually invited Silent to join her. Holy, this is unbelievable. I was actually fighting alongside my idol just now? I'd heard Miss Yi and Silent had a special connection, but I never thought it was true. Ha ha. I feel better now. If it's Silent, then his strength doesn't surprise me at all. Xu Xiang's face turned as sour as if he'd eaten. He'd been the most vocal with his sarcastic jabs. Now he realized the person he'd been mocking was none other than the legendary player Bu Yu. And after the game merged with reality, Bu Yu remained as powerful as ever, unreasonably powerful, breathtakingly powerful. He felt as if his entire body was on fire. Brother Chu, you're something else. Someone patted his shoulder. Mocking Bu Yu? That's bold, man. Ha, awesome. Xu Xiang, stung by shame and anger, snapped back, you guys mocked him too. Miss Yi, if you'd told us his identity earlier, this wouldn't have happened. His words trailed off mid-sentence as Yi Hongling shot him a cold, dismissive glance. That look seemed to say, if I'd told you earlier, would you really have thought you were someone special? Alright, thank you all for your efforts on this mission. The steward will transfer your rewards to your accounts. After leaving the volcano, Yi Hongling didn't board the helicopter with the others. Instead, she mounted her flaming broomstick and vanished into the sky like a streak of fire. She had to go to Luqing to show off to Su Jinyu. After Chen Nian departed, he eagerly activated the advanced skill scroll. Without exaggeration, this item was rarer than epic tier equipment, especially for someone like him, whose livelihood depended entirely on rare skills. Please draw your word spirit. Mysterious golden characters appeared before Chen Nian's eyes. He tapped forward, and in an instant, golden light erupted like exploding stars. Sequence 101 Heaven's Mandate unlocked. High-risk word spirit, destiny. Even Chen Nian couldn't help but feel a slight shock upon seeing this word spirit unlocked. Its effects were terrifying, truly versatile. Used effectively, it could rival any other high-tier sequence.
After activating Heaven's Will, you may draw cards. Sun, Moon, Stars. Sun increases constitution by 30%, restores injuries. Moon increases agility by 30%, restores stamina. Stars, supernatural power plus 30%, restores supernatural power. Additionally, there is a minuscule chance to draw solar eclipse, also known as Black Sunday. Once activated, the Black Sun can absorb all living beings within its vicinity, much like a black hole, indiscriminately, friend or foe alike, utterly terrifying. Thus, this word spirit is truly high risk. Even Chen Nian himself might not be able to control it. It all depends on what you draw in the gacha. But if luck favors the draw, it could defy the heavens. Soon, Chen Nian's account received a notification. Your account has received a transfer of 1 million gold. This is virtual currency. 1 gold equals 100 yuan. That's 100 million. Virtual currency can be converted to real currency at any time. Yi Hongling's payment was remarkably swift. Chen Nian's haul from this trip was exceptionally bountiful. Not only had he awakened a new, powerful word spirit and significantly leveled up, but he'd also received a massive sum of money. His next plan was straightforward. First, he would use the rare material Camel Mountain Demon Turtle Shell obtained last time to craft an epic tier set. The remaining materials were minor issues. With ample funds now, Chen Nian went straight to the trading space and swept up all the goods. Materials complete. Next, he just needed to take these materials and find someone with the blacksmith talent. Time to head back to town for some rest. He was utterly exhausted. Turns out kissing is quite the energy drain too. Chen Nian spent the day resting at home. The next morning, he saw that the trending news charts were dominated by himself. Shocking. Legendary player Silent emerges, level 95 boss brutally slaughtered. According to eyewitness accounts, everyone was utterly hopeless when the boss appeared until Silent stepped in. It didn't stand a chance. Unfortunately, no one caught a glimpse of Silent's face, and there are no photos from the scene. Netizen XX, holy. Finally some news about Buyu? Netizen XX, husband Buyu is so strong, I'm so in love with him. Netizen XX, the Blood Moon Calamity is about to strike. Hope Buyu protects our city. Seems the insiders leaked the news. But no worries, only Yi Hongling saw her own face. Chen Nian, did you see the news? Buyu made an appearance. Holy crap. As Buyu's ultimate fangirl, Xinyu couldn't wait to share the news with Chen Nian. Chen Nian saw it. Xinyu, how can you be so calm? It's Buyu. He might be the strongest extraordinary being in the world. Chen Nian, impressive. Seeing Chen Nian's indifferent response, Xinyu couldn't help but snort. Looks like he's upset because I praised another guy in front of him. But I don't even have a chance to meet that kind of idol. I'm just a simple admirer. What's up, you? Talking to yourself? Leveling up? Deng Rongrong called out. Nothing much. Just sharing my excitement with Chen Nian. Buyu made his first appearance, and I got a little carried away. Maybe he's jealous? Ha ha. Deng Rongrong nearly burst out laughing. You praised him right in front of him, and he just couldn't be bothered to respond. What the hell is he jealous about, sis? If you ever find out Chen Nian's real identity, you'd probably die of embarrassment on the spot. Luqing, Mansion Compound. Su Jinyu also saw these news reports, but a bitter taste lingered in her heart. Because she knew the whole story. What's so great about that? Brother Buyu even gave me fireworks once. I must be number one in his heart. The young girl was muttering to herself when suddenly, a streak of fire streaked across the sky. Yes, it was Yi Hongling, returning triumphant. She'd made the special trip just to tell Su Jinyu every single detail of how they'd embraced and kissed back then. Chapter 51, Little Seventh Sister, you're not mad, are you? Yi Hongling, why are you here again? Seeing this sultry vixen filled Su Jinyu with fury. She couldn't help but snort coldly inside. She'd grown up so fast, and her breasts would surely sag quickly too. What was so great about her? Little seventh sister, I've met your brother no speak. You should know that, right? So what? I've seen him too. Have you kissed him? What? Su Jinyu stiffened instantly, her delicate oval face flushing crimson. She hadn't kissed him, but she often kissed the photos on her phone. But such things were too shameful to admit. Your brother you really is quite skilled. You? Su Jinyu's beautiful eyes widened. That's right. I've kissed him like 8 or 9 times, and each time left me breathless. Oh dear, little seven, you're not mad, are you? Liar. Impossible. How could brother you do that with you? You must be making it up. Su Jinyu refused to believe it at first. Right, I'm lying to you. Then take a look at this. Yi Hongling pulled out a men's jacket, a playful smile curling at the corners of her mouth. This jacket. He gave it to me. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Next time I sleep with him, I'll call you so you can feel a little involved too. Su Jinyu's defenses crumbled instantly. Behind her, dozens of sword shadows abruptly materialized, all shooting toward Yi Hongling at once. Unexpectedly, Yi Hongling's pupils flashed brightly. The continuous stream of sword shadows spontaneously combusted mid-air, incinerated into nothingness.
Guess I won't play with you anymore then. Bye-bye, little sister. Yi Hongling departed, thoroughly satisfied. Su Jinyu stomped her foot in frustration.
If not for her current responsibility overseeing operations in Luzhou City, the crucial hub connecting all major cities' teleportation arrays, she would have. While Chen Nian leveled up and grew stronger outside, she had been handling all sorts of miscellaneous tasks within the guild, preparing for the arrival of the Blood Moon Calamity.
You scumbag!
Once we safely weather this calamity, I'll come find you in Linhai City.
Achoo! Chen Nian sneezed loudly and muttered to herself, I hope no one's talking behind my back?
He was searching for a suitable blacksmith to craft the final piece of his epic tier set. Just moments ago, he'd identified a promising candidate.
He was now calling to inquire. Hello, I'd like to schedule an appointment to have an item crafted.
A deep, middle-aged man's voice answered, Sure thing, buddy.
What grade of gear are you looking to craft?
I don't take jobs below fine quality.
Epic. What?
The other person was clearly startled, their voice rising a few notches.
That's right, it's epic level. Is that okay?
Yes, absolutely.
When?
You set the time. Old Xiao was overjoyed. He never expected to land such a big client. A blacksmith's forging ability is also tied to their level, and the way to level up is by crafting equipment.
Successfully crafting an epic tier piece of gear not only yields massive experience points but also permanently boosts forging ability. Give me the address. I'll deliver the materials tomorrow morning. Got it.
After hanging up, Old Xiao was overcome with excitement, his joy written all over his face.
His daughter Chui, standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh. Dad, what are you so happy about? What's the good news? Dad's landing a big client tomorrow.
Since I can't be a combat class, I'll just be a top-tier blacksmith instead. Not only can I help others, but I can also support my family. Old Xiao was also a veteran gamer.
Got it, Dad. I've got to head out to meet a friend. So late? Be careful out there.
The person Xiaodia was going to meet was the one with the ID Luo Shui.
Who would have thought this person actually made it to Linhai City?
At 9 o'clock that night, she arrived at the agreed-upon location outside an arcade. But instead of meeting her online friend, she encountered a group of drunken street thugs slung their arms around each other's shoulders as they emerged from the arcade.
Ooh la la, little lady, who are you waiting for? Standing all alone like that? I'm waiting for my boyfriend. Xiaoya blurted out an excuse. Got a boyfriend? Even better. Come on, let's go have a few drinks with the big boys. Damn, you guys are sick. Just then, the air temperature plummeted.
The thugs froze in place, frozen midair like statues. Xiaoda's eyes widened as she covered her mouth, her face frozen in disbelief. A layer of frost rapidly spread across the thugs' bodies, freezing them solid into ice sculptures.
What just happened? Ahead, a girl wearing sneakers approached.
She wore a black t-shirt and denim shorts, her perfectly proportioned, long legs flawless. Under the arcade's dazzling lights, her skin glowed with an almost luminous pallor.
Xiaoya had never seen skin so flawless, it was nothing short of a work of art.
Beneath her black baseball cap, a pair of cool, clear eyes and a stunning face emerged.
I'm Luo Shui.
The girl uttered the words indifferently, paying no attention to the frozen statues before her.
You really are. Luo Shui. Xiaoya was utterly stunned.
Luo Shui, the pinnacle of ice elemental prowess, the queen of the north, a goddess tier player. Her real name was Zhao Yixue, born into the world-renowned martial arts clan, the Zhao family.
Her background was in no way inferior to Yi Hongling's.
She herself was a prodigy of the Zhao family. Beyond her martial arts training, her sole pastime was playing the game Calamity. In that game, she found a different kind of joy and met a special man. Bu Yu. Her sole purpose for coming to Linhai City was to find Bu Yu. The script played out, a girl in an online romance traveled thousands of miles for love, just to see her beloved once.
Let's talk somewhere else. Zhao Yixue led Xiaoya into a coffee shop.
But her beauty was simply too striking to conceal. Every 2 minutes, a man would approach to strike up a conversation. But before any of them could get close, they were driven away by that terrifying aura of coldness.
You're really Luo Shui? Oh my god. I'm not dreaming, am I? I actually got to meet a legendary player here. Yes. Zhao Yixue wasn't good at lying. Could you tell me exactly what happened that day? Sure. But could you sign something for me first? Or take a photo together? I'm your fan, hee. To get information about Bu Yu, Zhao Yixue was forced to put on a show. Well, that day, I was doing a dungeon run and got scammed by someone. Then I met this person, they were incredibly skilled. Xiaoya recounted the entire encounter with Chen Nian. Do you know who he is? I do. He was featured in the news, once honored for his heroic deeds. Plus, he seems to be a genius at Linhai City University. Right. His name is Chen Nian. Chen Nian.
Zhao Yixue murmured the name to herself. And his girlfriend is the popular actress Qin Yu. They're such a perfect match.
You mean, he has a girlfriend?
Xiaoya noticed the iced coffee in front of her had frozen solid.
Chapter 52, Kidnapping? Chen Nian and Luo Shui strike simultaneously. Tomorrow, take me to find Chen Nian.
Though Zhao Yixue wore a blank expression, the sudden drop in temperature around them had Xiaoya shivering uncontrollably.
What was going on? Does Chen Nian having a girlfriend have anything to do with her? Why was she reacting like this? Alright. Tomorrow I'll take you to Linhai City University. We should find him there. Alright, see you tomorrow. Zhao Yixue nodded slightly.
Just then, the coffee, which had been completely frozen, finally thawed.
She stood up.
Beneath her black baseball cap, her slender eyes gleamed like a solitary cat in the night.
Don't tell anyone about what I asked today.
Yes. After exchanging contact information, the two parted ways.
Only after Zhao Yixue had completely disappeared from sight did Xiaoya snap back to reality. Oh my god. I have Luo Shui's contact info. This is absolutely surreal. I'd better hurry home before I run into trouble again.
On her way home, Xiaoya spotted a fiery red Audi parked in front of a shop just as she neared her residence.
Several men with menacing expressions were banging loudly on the shop door. It was so late the shop had closed ages ago. Just as she was puzzling over it, she saw her father open the door and come out. What brings you here so late? Old Chow asked politely. Don't you know why we're here?
We're here to have you craft equipment for us, of course.
Hurry up and get to work. The men spoke in a domineering tone, using commands that left no room for refusal.
Old Chow hurriedly offered a sheepish smile.
My apologies, gentlemen. We're closed for the night, and I have a queue of customers waiting. How about I add you to the line? Crash. The vase by the shop entrance shattered instantly. Xiaoya witnessed the scene from afar, her anger boiling over.
Those vases were the fruit of her hard labor.
Old Chow, don't push your luck. Ha! Make us wait in line? Do you even know who we are?
The man in the red shirt sneered. We're from the newly formed guild Firelinks. Every member is a powerhouse above level 50, with a registered capital of 10 billion.
Coming here personally to call you out is us giving you face. Guys, it's not that I'm being rude. But forging gear this late at night would disturb the neighbors. Fine, take him away. At our company, you won't disturb the neighbors. From now on, you'll prioritize work for us.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than several men stepped forward, grabbed old Chow, and dragged him toward the car.
Soon, the Audi's headlights vanished into the darkness. This is outrageous, absolutely outrageous. Xiaoya witnessed the entire scene.
Keeping her cool, she didn't rush out but immediately called the enforcement team.
Understood. We'll verify and handle this immediately. That was the response from the Law Enforcement Bureau. Xiaoya felt helpless and could only wait. Yet, by the next morning, she still hadn't received any news.
She sat motionless at the shop entrance, her entire being drained of life.
Until a customer arrived. Chen Nian arrived.
He had already scheduled an appointment for this morning to have his equipment crafted and had rushed over early.
Little did he expect to run into an acquaintance here. Is this old Chow's shop?
I'm here to have him craft some gear.
You're Chen Nian? Xiaoya covered her mouth in surprise upon seeing him.
She had promised Luo Shui yesterday she'd find him, yet here he was, showing up on his own.
Yes, this is my father's shop, but he was taken away kidnapped. Xiaoya exclaimed angrily. After hearing the story, Chen Nian nodded. Don't worry. I have connections at the Law Enforcement Bureau. I'll look into it for you. Chen Nian dialed Li Yunwei's number. Sorry, Chen Nian, I already heard about this morning.
But with the Blood Moon Calamity approaching, every elite combatant is precious.
The Enforcement Bureau can't intervene over something this minor. In other words, it couldn't be done.
The other party hadn't committed murder or arson, they were merely crafting equipment.
That reason alone wasn't sufficient for the Enforcement Bureau to intervene. Understood. What's the background of the group responsible? Chen Nian asked. A newly established company, or rather, the extraordinary guild Firelinks. They only accept high-level players above level 50. Word is the boss has teamed up with a bunch of capitalists for joint investment. These Linhai City bosses have extensive networks the Enforcement Bureau can't easily interfere. Chen Nian, you'd better. Li Yunwei was about to warn Chen Nian to stay out of it. But then he thought, maybe this kid actually has the capability to get involved. Captain Li, what should I do? You'd better know that this new company at 335 Yunshi Road isn't someone to mess with. Got it. Chen Nian hung up with a smile.
Under normal circumstances, Chen Nian might have ignored such a hassle.
But today?
Old Chow was crafting him some epic gear.
And someone dared to cut in line? No matter what, people who cut in line are disgusting.
Besides, he was registered with the enforcement squad, making him practically official. "Hey, driver, pull over." Chen Nian hailed a taxi by the roadside and hurriedly climbed inside. Shoya tried to call out to him, but it was too late.
"It's over. Chen Nian's gotten away too. Dad got arrested, and I didn't even finish what I promised someone." Ugh. Not long after Chen Nian left, a black minivan pulled over to the side of the road. A girl wearing a black t-shirt and denim shorts got out. Seeing Shoya's dejected expression, she didn't bother asking questions. "Get in. Take me to Linhai City University."
Her mind was consumed by silence, nothing else mattered.
"Actually,
I did see Chen Nian earlier, but I didn't manage to stop him."
I'm so sorry."
Shoya apologized, her small face twisted in regret.
"Where did he go?" "I don't know. Do you have his contact info?" "No." "What was he here for?"
"He came to have my dad craft some gear, but my dad got kidnapped."
"Where did they take him?" "I don't know.
Can't get through on the phone, and the bureau hasn't responded either."
"Your father's name?" "Shou Chow. Everyone calls him Old Chow."
Zhao Yishui made a call with a blank expression. "Within 5 minutes, I want to know who kidnapped him." With that simple statement, she hung up. At her command, the Zhao family's formidable network of connections and intelligence operations sprang into full action. In under 5 minutes, a location report was sent to Zhao Yishui's phone.
"We found him." "Really? Really?" Shoya was stunned.
Who would have thought that what the Law Enforcement Bureau couldn't accomplish, Luo Shui managed to find her father with just one phone call.
Her status and influence were truly terrifying. "Get in the car." Zhao Yishui opened the car door expressionlessly. Her approach to things never involved any dithering.
She always employed the most direct, most effective means.
Meanwhile, Chen Nian arrived at the destination alone. Chapter 53, Can I have the person now? Chen Nian arrived at the destination alone. "Quite impressive, huh?"
Looking up, he saw a high-end office building ahead, its glass gleaming in the morning sunlight.
Fire Link Superhumans Incorporated. Gathering extraordinary individuals to establish a company would become a long-term and stable project in the future.
These extraordinary individuals could not only contribute to the nation, but also moonlight as mercenaries or enforcers during downtime. They could sell acquired gear or charge others for leveling assistance.
The avenues for profit were endless.
Establishing such a guild meant being at the forefront of the era, the first to take the plunge.
It was a surefire win.
These capitalists have sharp eyes spotting the most promising industry for the time so quickly.
Chen Nian chuckled and strolled toward the company building.
He had his own guild under his command, though it was comprised entirely of the elite members. Shaoqi handled the day-to-day management, so he rarely intervened. Wonder how Shaoqi's been lately.
How's the progress on urging everyone to build the teleportation array? I'll ask him about it later.
Chen Nian pondered as he passed through the revolving glass doors, stepping onto the exquisite silk red carpet and entering the spacious, bright lobby.
"Welcome."
As soon as he entered the main door, 2 young women dressed in business OL attire, their calves encased in black stockings, bowed in greeting. It must be said, the company certainly knew how to put on a good front. This company clearly had deep pockets.
No wonder they could get away with such blatant coercion.
Just then, Chen Nian received a new message. "Ah Hui is initiating a private chat with you via the group Mountains and Rivers Eternal Peace."
Someone from the guild? Chen Nian felt a twinge of confusion. He recognized the name Ah Hua. Ah Hu was from Linhai City.
He'd once revealed he came from the Meng family in Linhai City, held some status, and that any guild brother in trouble could come to him.
The Meng family's influence in Linhai City is far more than just quite substantial. Their businesses span finance, catering, investment, real estate, and more. They're top-tier capitalists, and even the mayor of Linhai City has to treat them with respect. But this guy is absolutely terrible at gaming. What does he want with me? Chen Nian opened the message. "Ah Hui, big bro. I've just started a new venture, Superhuman Corporation. We recruit high-level superhumans. Ah Hui, I think this is absolutely a major new industry for the new era. Ah Hui, after the calamity hits, gathering these elites together will make them way more effective than going solo. Ah Hui, little seventh sister seems a bit down lately and isn't responding to me. Just letting you know, big brother. She's at your disposal whenever you need her." Though Ah Hui was a 40-year-old middle-aged man, he still addressed Bu Yu as big brother and Su Jinyu as little seventh sister. Moreover, he possessed remarkable business acumen. Chen Nian felt both amused and exasperated. Who would have thought Firelinks was Ah Hua's brainchild? What a coincidence. "I'm here to crash your company's party." Bu Yu, fine. Chen Nian could have simply had Ah Hua handle the situation. But generally speaking, he wouldn't make demands or interact with others excessively. He even held back from appearing in front of Shaoqi, whom he trusted most. How much more so with others? It's best to handle it yourself. First, he'd reason with the manager. Preferably, he'd resolve it through discussion. Chen Nian approached the front desk. "Hello, sir. Are you here to register and join our company? We're currently recruiting all extraordinary individuals above level 50.
The benefits are generous, the receptionist asked with a smile.
No, I'm here to see your manager. Is the general manager available?
Hearing Chen Nian demand to see the general manager right off the bat, the receptionist's brow suddenly furrowed. Dressed plainly in a sweatshirt and jeans, he looked like a young college student. And he didn't seem to be here to invest either. I'm afraid the general manager is quite busy with business matters and may not have time for visitors.
If you have any specific needs, please let me know. The receptionist's attitude shifted instantly, clearly playing favorites. Regardless of whether he's available, just notify him I'm with the Enforcement Bureau. Enforcement Bureau. Please hold. The receptionist's mouth twitched before she reluctantly made the call. Dressed like that, how could you possibly be from the Enforcement Bureau? Though skeptical, the girl couldn't shake the fear. Better safe than sorry. Good afternoon, General Manager. A guest here wishes to see you. He claims to be from the Law Enforcement Bureau and is currently in the lobby.
The general manager says he'll be down shortly.
Please hold. All right. Chen Nian waited in the lobby. Soon, a tall, slender man dressed in an elegant black suit descended. 2 bodyguards in black shirts followed behind him. They didn't look like ordinary people, they were clearly extraordinary beings.
Manager, this is him.
The young woman pointed at Chen Nian.
The manager adjusted his tie and approached Chen Nian, giving him a casual glance.
You claim to be with the Enforcement Bureau? Yes. An enforcer dressed like that? Someone might mistake you for a spring outing participant. Intern. Spit it out. What do you want?
The general manager's tone was casual, showing no sign of taking Chen Nian seriously.
No wonder the company's backing was simply too formidable. Not just an intern, even if the chief of law enforcement showed up in person, he wouldn't bat an eye.
I heard you detained a blacksmith, talented, extraordinary individual yesterday.
I've already booked him to craft equipment for me. I hope you'll release him.
Chen Nian stated his request with utmost seriousness. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, the other party froze for a second before bursting into laughter.
Ha! So that's why you came for this. He's already been requisitioned by our company. Chen Nian frowned. Did he agree to that? Does our company need his consent to recruit him?
The manager pushed his glasses up and smiled.
It's his honor to work for us. This is kidnapping.
Hearing Chen Nian cut through the pretense, the manager's expression finally soured.
Get this man out of here. 2 bodyguards stepped forward at the command, raising their hands to grab Chen Nian, intending to toss him out like a little chick. Ah! Chen Nian sighed. Seeing reason was futile, physical force would be necessary.
He intercepted the 2 bodyguards with his left and right hands respectively, then twisted them effortlessly.
Physical constitution determines one's strength. Chen Nian's physique was a staggering 137 points.
But this was all thanks to the original Freak's gear enhancements. An ordinary powerhouse of the same level would only have half of Chen Nian's strength at most.
Snap!
A crisp sound of bone snapping. The 2 bodyguards' wrists twisted grotesquely, erupting in blood-curdling screams like slaughtered pigs. The manager froze in place, watching the 2 formidable bodyguards scream in agony, his eyes filled with utter disbelief.
Chen Nian sighed and shook his head. He didn't want to escalate the situation. Can you hand over the person now? Chapter 54, Crushing the Crowd. Zhao Yishui arrives. Can I have the person now? Chen Nian's tone was calm.
But to the others in the hall, witnessing this scene was like seeing a ghost. Especially the receptionist from earlier. She never imagined this guy had come to the company looking for trouble.
He must be out of his mind. Didn't he know where he was?
The guild only takes in powerful, extraordinary beings above level 50, and many of them were still upstairs right now. And the capitalists backing the company have connections that reach the highest levels. Even the Enforcement Bureau has to give them some face.
Coming here looking for trouble? That's practically suicide. To put it bluntly, if he gets beaten to death here, no one will even bother to collect his body. All right.
The general manager was also shaken to the core. He'd summoned 2 bodyguards, both around level 50, extraordinary beings, warrior type with incredibly powerful physiques.
And yet this kid knocked them both down with just 2 swings? He must be an important guest. My apologies, he's on the 3rd floor.
I'll take you to meet him right away, the general manager said politely.
Let's go. Chen Nian didn't care if he was playing tricks, he simply followed obediently.
They took the elevator up to the 3rd floor.
Brother, the foundry hall is just ahead.
He's inside, the general manager said respectfully.
Chen Nian said nothing, pushing open the heavy doors.
Seeing the man walk in completely unprepared, a smirk touched the manager's lips.
You're done for, kid. Chen Nian stepped into the foundry hall.
The pungent smell of copper and iron rust hit him like a wave, the scorching heat from the furnaces permeating the air. Several massive casting furnaces immediately caught his eye.
Old Chow? Chen Nian called out tentatively.
A middle-aged man covered in grime lifted his head from a short distance ahead, wiping sweat from his forehead. He wore a filthy vest and bore multiple wounds, clearly the result of a beating.
Chen Nian walked straight over.
Who are you? Old Chow looked puzzled. I'm here to schedule your equipment crafting appointment, Chen Nian stated plainly.
What? You need to leave immediately.
Old Chow's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly shoved Chen Nian away.
He never imagined anyone would dare come here demanding someone.
Since infiltrating this company, he had gained a deep understanding of its terrifying nature. Not only did it harbor powerful extraordinary beings, but multiple terrifying capitalists were pulling the strings behind the scenes.
It wasn't just blacksmiths, even extraordinary individuals had been forcibly brought to their company. If you refused to come, their next move was to threaten your family and friends, forcing you to join.
They stopped at nothing, resorting to the most despicable tactics.
They operated so brazenly that even the law enforcement bureau dared not intervene, proof that powerful figures were undoubtedly backing them. Hurry up and leave. I'll be fine. Just go.
Facing Lao Chao's pleas to retreat, Chen Nian remained immovable, his feet rooted to the spot as if nailed down.
Leave? It's too late. At some point, the surrounding onlookers had already retreated. Replacing them were powerful extraordinary beings, one after another.
About 20 of them had completely blocked the exit.
You've got some nerve, coming here to pick a fight. We were bored anyway. Who knew we'd get such entertainment? Ha! Manager, how hard should we hit them? Give us the go-ahead.
The manager shook his head with a smile.
They came looking for trouble. If you beat them to death, it's no big deal. Do whatever you want, just don't wreck the place. Got it, boss.
With you saying that, I'm wide awake now. The excited crowd rushed into the hall, rubbing their hands together in anticipation. Chen Nian ignored them, opening the warehouse instead to trade materials with Old Chow.
No way.
If you admit your mistake and apologize now, you might just save your own skin. Old Chow was stunned and at a loss. He thought the young man knew he was doomed and was now offering to hand over his inheritance.
Chen Nian chuckled. You've got it all wrong.
I want you to craft the equipment right here.
I'll come pick it up later. What? Old Chow was utterly baffled. You're surrounded by dozens of people right now, your life is on the line, and you want me to craft gear? It's fine. You won't get caught in the crossfire. Don't worry.
Chen Nian strode forward toward the open space. This time, he intended to test his raw hand-to-hand combat skills. He needed to conserve his extraordinary strength he hadn't fully recovered from last time yet.
Good lad, you've got guts. Attack!
Several men swarmed him, tacitly refraining from using extraordinary powers, intent on beating Chen Nian to death.
Fists rained down on Chen Nian like hail.
For players without epic tier weapons, their attack bonuses typically hovered below 200.
Chen Nian's defense, however, was a whopping 700.
Their punches weren't exactly ineffective, they simply made no dent.
The terrifying power of nearly full-body epic armor was on full display. If they couldn't even break through his defense, how could they possibly fight? Chen Nian struck back with a punch. Boom! The punch erupted with a deafening sonic boom.
A towering figure weighing roughly 200 pounds was sent flying instantly, crashing heavily 10 meters away. His face was unrecognizable, teeth shattered and scattered, blood streaming down his face in a pitiful sight.
The entire arena fell silent.
Why did you stop?
Chen Nian asked in confusion.
The others backed away as if they'd seen a ghost, staring from afar at the unconscious giant, their faces now frozen in terror.
He's a level 58 knight.
He was just knocked flying with a single punch. Not a trace of contempt remained in their eyes, they felt like they'd encountered a ghost in broad daylight.
But since he'd started, Chen Nian wasn't about to hold back. 2 more punches sent the other 2 reeling unconscious, never to rise again. Damn it, this kid's got something special. Don't engage him in close combat.
Overpower him with your extraordinary strength, the manager bellowed.
The others understood, no longer caring about the damage to the equipment. Thunder Crescent Slash.
The man in the black vest roared, swinging his thunder-like greatsword in a sweeping strike that sent shockwaves rippling through the hall.
Chen Nian pinched the massive blade between 2 fingers.
He casually kicked the black vest man in the chest, sending him flying backward like a cannonball. The alloy wall was smashed into a massive dent.
Chen Nian casually tossed the blade aside. Next. No one dared respond.
The general manager stood with his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word for a long moment. He had expected this ruthless slaughter, yet never imagined his elite forces would be toyed with like playthings by the enemy utterly outmatched. His men couldn't inflict any damage on him, while his casual attacks could cripple us.
The gulf in strength between them was an insurmountable chasm. No one else? Chen Nian pulled over a chair and sat down.
Glancing back, he saw Old Chow still standing dumbstruck in place, his lips moving nervously.
Old Chow, let's get to work.
Oh, okay. Old Chow forced down his intense shock and began crafting this epic tier equipment. Soon, the clanging and rumbling of metal echoed through the air. Everyone present dared only watch from afar as the young man sat arrogantly in his chair.
No one dared make a move.
The general manager hurriedly retreated to the back and made a phone call.
Some show-stealing expert just showed up at the company.
Tell the boss to send backup, this guy's tough.
Downstairs, a black van pulled over to the side of the road.
Zhao Yixue and Xiaoya had also arrived.
Chapter 55, Zhao Yixue vs. Chen Nian.
Zhao Yixue and Xiaoya also arrived at the company building.
Wait outside.
Zhao Yixue, ever economical with words, uttered just 3 characters before opening the door and stepping out.
She had no intention of letting Xiaoya follow.
This was a full-on, no-holds-barred showdown. She'd heard this company had powerful connections, with numerous formidable extraordinary beings inside.
If things got messy, she wouldn't be able to look out for others. Be careful, Xiaoya instinctively warned. But gazing at the slender, straight silhouette of the young girl ahead, the warning suddenly felt redundant. She was once one of the world's strongest female players, Luo Shui. Who could possibly pose a threat to her?
Zhao Yixue wore a black t-shirt with denim shorts, her straight, slender legs like those in a comic book, stepping out in white sneakers.
She looked like a sporty girl on the athletic field.
The face hidden beneath her baseball cap was coldly beautiful, flawless in every way.
Miss, wait.
The butler hurried after her from behind.
What is it? Miss, Linhai City isn't exactly the Zhao family's territory. It would be best if you exercised some restraint in your actions here.
The butler handed her a mask. In this modern society, where surveillance cameras were everywhere, the mask was practically useless. But wearing one provided a thin veil of cover. With the Zhao family's power and connections, even if Zhao Yixue went in and committed murder or arson, they could ultimately wash their hands of it completely. In other words, just go through the motions and provide a plausible excuse.
Oh.
Zhao Yixue pulled the black mask over her face, concealing her stunning features and leaving only a pair of emotionless eyes exposed. Chen Nian sat in his chair, legs casually crossed, looking like a foreman. Old Chow opened the forge, sweating profusely as he helped him craft equipment.
The rest dared not make a single move.
They knew none present stood a chance against that kid unless the boss sent reinforcements. The general manager was already drenched in sweat.
Damn it, they'd really hit a brick wall today. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the 3-meter-tall aluminum alloy door was violently blown open.
All eyes turned toward the doorway, including Chen Nian's.
A girl wearing a black baseball cap walked in. At first glance, everyone marveled at her flawlessly perfect figure and skin as white as the first snow. The next moment, alarm struck. How had she smashed open the door? A bomb-proof aluminum alloy door weighing several thousand pounds, could it really be opened so effortlessly? A master.
I feel a bit cold, someone murmured under their breath. This was the company's forging hall, with several furnaces blazing.
Standing inside felt like being in a sauna, so why was anyone feeling cold now?
A cold, piercing gaze swept across the room, finally settling on old Chow.
Zhao Yixue recognized him, Xiaoya's father. She'd seen his photo before arriving. And that slouching figure in the chair, was he the one who kidnapped him?
Zhao Yixue, ever sparing with words, asked no further questions. She raised her jade white hands, and in an instant, several icicles shot out, their target none other than Chen Nian.
Chen Nian didn't move.
He let the ice shards shatter against his body, trusting his defensive capabilities. Yet to his surprise, a faint stinging sensation pricked his skin. Chen Nian stood up, his brow furrowing slightly. He hadn't expected the other side to actually bring in a master. Zhao Yixue's brow also furrowed slightly. To effortlessly parry her attack, this person's strength was no small feat worth a fight. A crystal-clear ice sword slowly coalesced. Gripping the ice blade, Zhao Yixue swept forward like a soaring dragon, her footsteps leaving trails of frost in her wake. Clang! Sword and fist collided mid-air. The surging cold air instantly extinguished the furnace flames. Thick ice spread rapidly from beneath their feet, covering the entire hall in an instant. Old Chow was instantly stunned, scrambling to flee to the side. He'd never witnessed such a fierce exchange before. The general manager and his group, however, were overjoyed.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Who would have thought the boss would send such a skilled expert so quickly? Go for it. Take this kid down. They treated Zhao Yixue as one of their own, even cheering her on. Chen Nian, however, was genuinely surprised. This person's supernatural attributes must be exceptionally high, otherwise, they wouldn't pose such a threat. Could such a powerful individual exist in Linhai City? Without resorting to her word magic, she even felt like she might lose to her. Wait. This woman, why does she feel so familiar? Serious and reserved, with a cold, clear gaze, and ice-type abilities. The girl before him slowly overlapped with someone from his distant memories. It struck him like lightning, leaving him utterly stunned. Luo Shui? Could this girl be Zhao Yixue? The Zhao family was in Zhengqing, why would she be in Linhai City? Besides her, Chen Nian couldn't think of any other ice-type extraordinary being this powerful. And it was clear she was holding back, not unleashing her full power. Chen Nian feared her. This girl, like Yi Hongling, was no pushover. Because she's a possessive, obsessive psychopath.
Whatever she set her sights on, she demanded men included. Once, while Chen Nian was running a two-player dungeon with Xiaoqi in the game, she showed up. Her first words were, "Are you playing with someone else?" After Chen Nian honestly admitted it, she demanded, "Tell me where you are in real life."
Chen Nian asked, "What do you want?"
She declared, "I'm taking you back to the Zhao family to keep you.
From now on, you'll only play with me." After that incident, Chen Nian was absolutely terrified. He could tell this girl wasn't messing around. And with her family's influence, whatever she said, she could actually pull it off. Terrifying. That's why he was so reluctant to reveal his identity. In a way, this woman was even more terrifying than Yi Hongling.
Both women were no pushovers, but Xiaoqi was still the easiest to deal with. No, he couldn't let her recognize him.
Ouch. Chen Nian let out a wail, deliberately letting himself be blasted away by the ice blossoms.
Half lying on the ground, clutching his chest, he pulled out all the acting stops. Zhao Yixue stopped her attack and didn't pursue further. Seeing Chen Nian defeated, the manager finally let out the breath he'd been holding.
"Oh ho! You were pretty cocky just a moment ago, weren't you? Is that all you've got? You dare pick a fight with this level of skill? Useless piece of trash."
The manager shot Zhao Yixue an admiring glance.
"You did well. I'll report this to the big boss later and make sure you get a raise." "Zhao Yixue?"
She tilted her head, seemingly a bit confused.
If this was the case, then these people were the company's employees, and the one I just knocked down wasn't? Did I take out the wrong person?
Just as she was puzzling over it, Shoya burst in from behind, rushing forward with a look of horror on her face.
"Oh my, what's going on? Why are you fighting? Chen Nian, are you okay?" Chapter 56, The Yandere is terrifying. "Chen Nian, are you okay?"
Shoya jogged in, hurriedly helping Chen Nian up, her face filled with self-reproach.
"Daughter, why did you come running here?"
Old Xiao was also startled to see his daughter. "Don't get involved in this mess.
"Get out of here now." "It's okay, Dad. I met someone who can help us." Shoya helped Chen Nian to his feet while explaining the whole situation. "Chen Nian, damn it, so you're the one who brought the Japanese into the village?"
No wonder Zhao Yixue found her way here, someone led her.
"This is getting messy." Zhao Yixue finally caught on. "Is he Chen Nian?" "That's right. He's the Chen Nian you're looking for." Shoya nodded. "Too weak." Seeing the girl still so bluntly honest, Chen Nian felt both amused and exasperated. Not only could she not lie, she didn't even know how to offer polite niceties.
The general manager and the group behind him couldn't help but twitch their mouths.
What the hell? The powerful reinforcement we'd been eagerly awaiting turns out she's actually on the other side? What kind of mess is this?
The general manager instinctively took a few steps back, ready to make a run for it, but a cold voice cut through the air behind him.
"You lied to me. Deceived you? Don't go around saying that, girl. We didn't deceive you, you started attacking the moment you walked in. Cut the crap." Zhao Yixue felt a bit embarrassed.
Mistaking her identity left her deeply embarrassed, even her fair cheeks flushing slightly. To ease the awkwardness, she decided to vent her anger on this group.
"This is bad. Run."
The general manager tried to flee, but the main gate was already completely frozen shut. Chilling air stung their skin, sending shivers down their spines as dozens of people shivered in place, as if transported to the far north. Within moments, they all became ice sculptures of various shapes. They weren't dead, but it would take hours to thaw. Only then did Zhao Yixue exhale, her icy beauty returning.
So terrifying. Chen Nian couldn't help but shiver. This girl's extraordinary power had reached a truly terrifying level. She must be nearing the peak of the first tier, right? Without resorting to high-risk word spells, he truly couldn't defeat her.
"No need to worry, she's one of us, heh, Shoya said with a smile.
"You know Jack," Chen Nian thought to himself. At that moment, Zhao Yixue, having dealt with everyone else, approached. "My apologies. I hit the wrong person. When apologizing, you should lower your head, not stare at me with those icy eyes." "Thanks a lot. No big deal, no big deal. Your friend is seriously strong, I couldn't stand a chance against her. Chen Nian's pretty formidable too, but it's no surprise you couldn't beat her. You have no idea who she is." "I'm afraid to even tell you," Shoya said mysteriously. "You don't recognize me?" Zhao Yixue removed her mask, revealing a face of icy beauty. "You're Zhao Yixue? The legendary player Luo Shui? Holy crap, I never thought I'd meet the real person." Chen Nian feigned surprise. Zhao Yixue frowned. Just then, Shoya spoke up. "By the way, Sister Zhao, what exactly did you need Chen Nian for? Coming all this way just for that?"
The next word she uttered left Shoya utterly dumbfounded.
"I need to know if he is the silent one." "What?" Both Shoya and her father's faces screamed holy. "Bu Yu! Did I hear that right? Are you talking about Bu Yu, the world's #1 legendary player?" "Yes.
Zhao Yixue continued to lay it out straight. How could I possibly? Seriously, Miss Zhao, you're joking, right? Xiaoya was puzzled too. Sister Zhao, why would you think that? One of silence abilities plunges the surroundings into complete darkness, exactly like what happened to you. Indeed, the pitch-black darkness Zhao Yixue referred to was none other than the word spirit death god. What? That's impossible. Xiaoya was utterly shocked. She turned to look at Chen Nian, who was staring blankly. She couldn't connect this to the world's top player at all. I really don't know, but I'm a bit curious. Miss Zhao, what do you want with Bu Yu? Chen Nian asked tentatively. Take him back to the Zhao family in Jiancheng. Take him back? Many women covet him. He'll be safer staying at my family's residence, Zhao Yixue stated with deadpan seriousness. Staying at your place is safe, my ass. You're just trying to keep him as a kept man. Chen Nian's mouth twitched. What if Bu Yu refuses? What then, Miss Zhao? Freeze him into an ice sculpture and keep him by my side forever. Holy. Psycho. Pure, unadulterated psycho. Chen Nian was genuinely scared. If she found out I kissed Yi Hongling, would she chop off my tongue for being unclean? Even Xiaoya found it terrifying. Who would have thought this legendary female player, the Ice Queen with countless admirers, could be so obsessed with a man? I swear it wasn't like that. That day was just a misunderstanding. Xiaoya, come here for a moment. Let's clear this up privately so people don't laugh at us. Oh. Chen Nian led Xiaoya to the back of the forge. Chen Nian, what really happened that day? I still don't understand. Cough. Well, the truth is, I'm the person she's been looking for. Ha ha ha, what kind of joke are you? Here's my gear info. I'm the one who took down the world boss. You? Xiaoya's pupils instantly dilated to their maximum. Most of her gear was epic tier, and several pieces shared the same name as the world boss. She nearly screamed, but her mouth was sealed shut by the void-slipping serpent. Nothing could express the excitement surging through her. The man before her was the world's strongest player, silent, a legend in everyone's eyes. Just the thought of it made her heart race beyond its limits. Listen up, you're covering me. If you understand, blink once. You saw how twisted this woman is. If she captures me, I won't be able to protect Linhai City. You bear the safety of Linhai City on your shoulders. Do your job well. Zhao Yixue shifted her gaze to old Chao. She suddenly asked, excuse me, did Chen Nian ask you to craft equipment? Yes, I was just crafting gear for him when you two started fighting. That gave me quite a scare. What kind of gear? An epic piece of gear, huh, and it's made from rare forging materials. Can I take a look? Sure. Old Chao was straightforward as ever, showing no hesitation whatsoever. Epic tier, demon turtle battle armor. Description: forged from the carapace of a demon turtle dropped by the devil of Camel Mountain Unbreakable. After reading it, Zhao Yixue felt a sudden jolt in her heart. Epic tier set. He already has an epic set that even I don't possess? No wonder his defense is so high. Is someone like this really just an ordinary player? Zhao Yixue wasn't good with words, nor was she good at lying, but she wasn't stupid. She had already reached her own conclusion. Chen Nian, is you? But why did he hide it from me? Does he not want to be with me? A pang of heartache suddenly gripped Zhao Yixue. In the eyes of the Yandere behavior was perfectly normal. It was their way of proving love, and they didn't find it frightening at all. So she believed she was perfectly normal. At that moment, Chen Nian and Xiaoya, who had already colluded, returned. Chapter 57, Zhao Yixue, don't you like me? We're back. The misunderstanding has been cleared up. Chen Nian said solemnly. Beside him, Xiaoya forced a smile. Sorry, Sister Zhao. Seems I got it wrong. She hadn't fully recovered from her shock. Who could have imagined that this handsome young man beside her was the world's strongest player? Unexpectedly, Zhao Yixue's gaze remained fixed on Chen Nian. Her gaze was even more persistent and unwavering than before. You are Bu Yu. Miss Zhao. I respect and understand your feelings for that person, but we must also face reality. What merit do I, Chen Nian, have to compare myself to him? Xiaoya chimed in, that's right, Sister Zhao. Don't dwell on this. What about the epic tier materials you used to craft that gear? I just checked it dropped from the world boss a while back. Zhao Yixue stared intently, her eyes fixed on the screen. It was rare for her to speak so much at once. Chen Nian froze on the spot, instinctively glancing at Old Chao. Old Chao sold me out? How could I have forgotten that? Miss Xiao, I got this gear material by sheer luck. You know, anyone who participates in the boss raid has a chance. Why won't you admit it? I really didn't. Don't you like me? Zhao Yixue spoke with the calmest expression, yet her words were pure girlish sentiment. What male player in the world wouldn't like Luo Shui? You're practically the goddess in every guy's heart. I'm gonna ask you for an autograph later, huh? Seeing Chen Nian still refusing to admit it, Zhao Yixue finally lowered her gaze to her toes. I'm not that bad, you know. In that moment, this prodigal daughter blessed with beauty, wealth, and power, seemed to carry a hint of melancholy. Her childhood had been lonely.
Amidst a life filled with flowers, applause, flattery, and adoration, everything felt unreal.
Later, by chance, she encountered the globally popular game Catastrophe. She became utterly absorbed in its competitive arenas, unknowingly reaching the pinnacle where no one could challenge her. Until she encountered Silent.
Their connection began right there in the arena.
I heard you have a girlfriend now.
Yes. Chen Nian nodded.
Zhao Yixue murmured softly.
Just then, her phone rang. She picked it up and answered the call.
Miss, have you returned?
All preparations for the advancement have been completed.
This time, we've mobilized the full strength of the Zhao family. We're certain to pass the Calamity level advancement.
Not yet.
Hurry back, miss. You said you needed to meet a friend, that's why the master agreed to let you leave for a few days.
We can't afford to delay any longer.
Understood.
Chen Nian understood the implication immediately.
It turned out Zhao Yixue had reached Tier 1 level 99 and was preparing to unlock her Tier 1 genetic lock for Tier 2 advancement.
That would mean a leap in power.
If she could reach Tier 2 before the Blood Moon Calamity, she'd have more confidence facing those monsters. Who would have thought this girl would level up so fast?
However, advancement carried risks. There were 5 tiers of advancement difficulty.
Normal, hard, abyss, hell, and cataclysm.
The higher the challenge level, the greater the power gained after gene liberation. True elite warriors, including Chen Nian, would choose to challenge the cataclysmic tier advancement. But reality differs from games. In games, failed advancement challenges can be retried infinitely. In reality, failure might mean death. There are no second chances. That's why Zhao Yixue chose to see Bu Yu one last time before her advancement, because even she couldn't be entirely certain of success. I'm leaving.
Zhao Yixue turned to leave. Chen Nian gave Xiaoya a meaningful glance, signaling her to take old Xiao and follow. It was best to leave together now, but no one dared to stop her.
Time rewound to earlier that day.
Adhering to the principle that secretaries are for work when needed and for play when idle, Lu Xingqian was still in bed sleeping with his female secretary. Though his little brother, Chen Nian, had embarrassed him twice before, as the elder brother, he quickly rallied and spotted a new business opportunity. Investing in Superior Beings Corporation.
Lu Xingqian was certain this was an exceptionally promising venture.
Especially since multiple bosses were pooling their investments this time, with the big boss behind it all being Brother Fire, the local kingpin of Linhai City. In these parts, almost no one dared challenge him.
It was rock solid, absolutely no chance of failure. Manager Lu, it's bad news.
Fire Lynx's strongmen are crashing the event, saying no one can stop them.
What?
Lu Xingqian was stunned. Who the hell is so reckless as to disrupt Fire Lynx's operations? Don't they know this is Brother Fire's territory? Quick! Rally all our top fighters to assist. This is our chance to impress Boss Hua. Win his favor, and our future will be much smoother.
Understood.
Lu Xingqian's heart raced with excitement.
This was an opportunity not to be missed. Outside the entrance of Fire Lynx Corporation, several black SUVs were parked haphazardly across the plaza. Alongside the neatly dressed executives were their elite extraordinary subordinates. At a glance, there were nearly 100 of them. Damn it! Who the hell has the guts to come mess with Fire Lynx's turf this early in the morning? All non-essential personnel, get out of the way. I'll see who's looking for trouble. All the onlookers were driven away, leaving the vast plaza filled with elite extraordinary beings. A major battle was about to erupt. Holy crap! I've never seen anything like this before. So many extraordinary beings gathered here, this is bound to end in bloodshed. Quick, contact the Enforcement Bureau. Lu Xingqian stepped out of the car, casually removing his sunglasses as he leaned against the window, waiting. They're coming out. Someone shouted, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Leading the way was Zhao Yixue, followed by Chen Nian and Xiaoya with her daughter. Upon seeing the massive scene outside, Xiaoya and her father were both startled. Dozens of vehicles were parked haphazardly in front, nearly blocking off the entire plaza. Nearly 100 people were present, each with a menacing look on their face. If it were anyone else, they'd likely be scared stiff by this terrifying display. But after a momentary start, Xiaoya quickly regained her composure. With Luo Shui and Buyu, two powerhouses by her side, what was there to fear? Chapter 58, on long-standing connections. This many people? Chen Nian hadn't expected such a massive crowd to have gathered outside. And there seemed to be a familiar face among them? Wasn't that Lu Xingqian, the adopted son from Dad's remarriage? You again. Chen Nian. Lu Xingqian froze for a second upon seeing Chen Nian, then furrowed his brow. We couldn't touch you last time, but this time you actually dared to cause trouble here? You clearly don't respect Boss Hua or any of us. As Lu Xingqian's tone grew harsher, nearly everyone nearby heard his accusation. Mr. Lu, do you know that troublemaker? It's embarrassing to admit, but he's my good-for-nothing younger brother.
Instead of following our father in the family business, he spends his days running around causing trouble.
Lu Xingchen sighed. Looks like I'll have to put family ties aside for the greater good and teach him a lesson.
His words were delivered with remarkable subtlety. He directly positioned Chen Nian against Fireboss and everyone present,
directing everyone's resentment squarely at Chen Nian.
Mr. Lu, failing to discipline him properly, he certainly deserves a good lesson. You must understand, in Linhai City, if you cross Brother Hua, your future path will be very difficult. Indeed, we're all in agreement.
Had ha. Lu Xingchen sneered inwardly. Chen Nian, you finally stumbled into a major pitfall.
I couldn't handle you before, but with so many joint shareholders here and Brother Hu overseeing things, how could you possibly fight me?
On Zhao Yishua's side, the accompanying steward had already stepped forward. Miss, these people don't know their place. Once we reveal our identities, they won't dare do anything to us. No need. Zhao Yishua replied coldly. She was thoroughly displeased and needed an outlet for her frustration. These people would serve perfectly as punching bags. Miss, wait. Linhai City isn't our territory.
If you start a fight here, it could cause trouble for the family. Given Zhao Yishua's straightforward nature, she wouldn't have cared about such consequences.
But then she thought, that guy Buyu won't even tell me his real identity, why should I help him?
Let him deal with this mess himself.
Fine. Thank you for your understanding, Mississippi.
By now, the crowd was itching for a fight, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife.
The steward stepped forward, cleared his throat, and announced in a loud voice.
We come from the Zhao family of Zhangcheng.
This is our young lady.
I urge you all not to act rashly lest you bring ruin upon yourselves.
What? The Zhao family from Zhangcheng. She's the Zhao heiress? The Zhao family, that world-renowned martial arts clan?
When did Linhai City attract such a heavyweight? Hearing this name, the assembled crowd exchanged nervous glances, no longer daring to act rashly. The Zhao family was an absolute titan they could never afford to provoke.
Even outside Jiangcheng, the Zhao family's influence remained immense.
Only the big boss behind the scenes would dare to ignore them.
Quick, ask Brother Hua. Someone immediately called Manhwa.
Brother Hua. Sorry to bother you.
It's like this. What should we do?
Give the Zhao family some face. For the rest, go all out.
Yes, sir.
As if receiving an imperial decree, the pressure instantly vanished.
Especially Lu Xingchen, he was overjoyed upon hearing the news.
Leaving the Zhao family alone is fine, just don't let my little brother off the hook.
Oof. Miss Xiao, we'll spare the Zhao family.
But, they must come forward to explain themselves.
The accusatory gaze turned toward Chen Nian and Xiaoya.
Zhao Yishue knew full well these people couldn't touch Chen Nian, but she wanted to see how he would handle it.
Chen Nian.
Kneel down now and apologize to your brother, and I might show you some leniency.
Chen Nian couldn't be bothered to respond.
He casually picked up his phone, seemingly making a call, a composed smile still playing at the corners of his mouth.
Xiaoya, what the hell is going on? Let's talk this out calmly, don't drag us into this mess.
She was under immense pressure now, unable to utter a word. She could only look pitifully at Zhao Yishue, hoping she could bail us father and daughter out. But unexpectedly, Zhao Yishue's gaze was fixed on Chen Nian.
That look seemed to say,
he's so handsome even on the phone, I'd love to take him home as my boyfriend.
Sis.
He won't even acknowledge you, yet you're still pining for him even watching him make a phone call.
It's not worth it. Look at me instead, okay? QAQ. Chen Nian never calls people she meets online to avoid exposing her phone number. But there was one exception. Nicknamed Blackie, he's a cybersecurity PhD, a genius hacker, and a top-tier player in Catastrophe. It was precisely with his assistance that Chen Nian's real identity remained so well hidden. Things like setting up virtual IPs, call forwarding, and information firewalls, he handled it all. Hey Z. Boss? Damn it, I had do not disturb on, but your calls bypass it. The alarm went off right next to my ear. Cut the crap. What's the boss need? Looking for Xiaoqi?
Heard she's been in a bad mood lately, probably got upset about something.
Maybe you should cheer her up? Tell Ah Hua something for me.
Chen Nian briefly explained the situation. If he doesn't want his crew to be at the bottom of the pack, tell his people to get lost.
Boss, this is an easy way for Ah Hua to figure out who you really are. Doesn't matter. That old fool's been my friend for years. If he dares to spread rumors, I'll pay him a personal visit. Oof. Who the hell is yelling at me again? You think I won't have someone take care of you? It's me, Heizi. Little Black? What's up?
Manhwa's tone softened instantly. He knew this was the boss's right-hand man.
Ahem, the boss asked me to pass on a message. The boss? Manhwa's entire body trembled, instantly sobering him up.
After hearing Heizi's relayed message, he slapped himself twice across the face. The sound was deafening.
Give me 1 minute. Get them out of here immediately.
Hurry up, the boss has no patience.
Heizi hung up. Ah Hua was panicking.
The world was in chaos now, and he still needed to stick with the boss. He certainly didn't want to get kicked out of the gang tomorrow just for breathing through his mouth.
Chapter 59, The Man I Want Is Mine. Damn it all to hell. What a bunch of useless jerks under him.
They had to go and provoke the one person in this world he dared not cross. He'd been at that offline gathering in Luzhou too, experiencing firsthand the feeling of being stared at by death like being in hell. By the time he snapped back to reality, his back was already soaked through without him even noticing. Manhwa wasted no time, immediately dialing the number.
Yeah, fire, what's up? Get out. Take all your men and get the hell out of here, the farther the better. Ha!
The guy across the way was stunned. Brother Hua, some troublemakers just caused a scene at your company.
We were about to teach them a lesson. What's going on? I said get the hell out. Can't you understand? You've got 1 minute, every last one of you, get out.
Manhwa's rage had reached its peak.
But Brother Hua. That bull. There's someone inside I can't afford to piss off. Do I have to kill you before you get it? Got it, got it.
After unleashing a torrent of vicious curses, Manhwa finally hung up the phone, silently praying he hadn't angered boss no words. As for who exactly those troublemakers were, whether they were Nuyu's men or even Nuyu himself, Manhwa dared not probe deeper.
He certainly didn't want to get himself into trouble. In Linhai City, he couldn't think of anyone who would make Brother Fire so wary, someone he'd actually consider untouchable. Even the Zhao family, renowned throughout the Dragon Nation, didn't possess such power, did they? This was like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Hands off. Everyone get the hell back here. What's going on?
The big boss told us to get lost.
Chen Nian also noticed the unusual activity across the way.
Seems that was pretty efficient, good job, the group's status is saved.
Let's go.
It's all good now, Chen Nian said to Xiaoya and the others.
It's fine. Hey! Xiaoya was still reeling in confusion when Chen Nian strode straight ahead, like a lone warrior charging into enemy territory. Without time to think, she chose to trust Chen Nian, grabbing her dad and following behind. Her heart raced to its absolute limit, panic gripping her. Seeing his little brother stroll out with casual ease, Lu Xingqian's eyes widened.
His fists clenched tightly, his teeth gritted in fury.
Halt!
The sharp command halted Chen Nian and the others in their tracks.
They're causing trouble on Brother Hua's turf, and you just let them walk away scot-free?
Lu Xingqian tried to escalate the conflict, leveraging Brother Hua's status to exert pressure.
But unexpectedly, the man who had just taken the call stormed over and delivered a flying kick straight to Lu Xingqian's groin. Who do you think you are? How dare you?
The kick nearly sent Lu Xingqian crashing to the ground, as if he'd lost a dear relative.
You? Lu Xingqian's eyes widened in disbelief. The man who had just been calling him brother had turned on him in an instant? What do you mean, what? Just because I called you Mr. Lu, you think you're some big shot? Get lost.
Lu Xingqian looked around, dazed and helpless.
No one offered him a helping hand.
Even the group of extraordinary individuals he had cultivated and brought along dared not step forward to help him up. In that moment, he felt like a monkey in a zoo, sitting on the ground while everyone stared. Finally, Lu Xingqian's gaze locked with Chen Nian's. He had expected Chen Nian's expression to be smug, to revel in his misfortune. But it wasn't. Chen Nian's expression was calm, his gaze indifferent, as if he'd just crushed an ant on the sidewalk, showing no emotional ripple. This reaction only stung Lu Xingqian more deeply, like a steel needle piercing his heart. Only then did he realize Chen Nian hadn't given him a second thought.
Let's go.
Chen Nian led Xiaoya and the others away from the scene. Even now, Lu Xingqian couldn't fathom why things had changed so abruptly.
Wait.
A chilling thought suddenly struck him.
Could the reversal have been caused by his phone call? Impossible.
Lu Xingqian stood frozen in place like a clown, while the others departed one after another.
Zhao Yixue witnessed the entire scene.
Only after watching Chen Nian's figure completely vanish from sight did she speak up.
We can go now.
Miss, what exactly is that young man to you that you care so much? The butler couldn't help asking.
He's my man. Butler? Inside, the butler was mentally ranting. Miss, he left without even saying goodbye. How did he suddenly become your man?
As if sensing the butler's skeptical gaze, Zhao Yixue added coldly.
What I set my sights on is mine. Yes, miss. Chen Nian and his group had already departed smoothly. Even after getting into the car and driving away, Xiaoya remained utterly perplexed, scratching her head the entire time. No. Chen Nian, ahem. Did those people suddenly change their attitude because of that phone call earlier? Chen Nian chuckled, maybe. Holy crap, that's insane. That guy was just cursing you out, and now he's acting like a clown? I'm dying. After a moment of amazement, Xiaoyi suddenly asked, they won't come after us later, will they? Don't worry. They wouldn't dare, unless they want to die. Chen Nian wasn't afraid of Manhwa investigating his identity. He wouldn't dare. Even if he did find out, it wouldn't matter. At least he was a normal person, not some deranged girl. And certainly, he wouldn't dare reveal Chen Nian's identity unless he wanted to die.
No one wanted to experience the oppressive presence of the Grim Reaper a second time. In other words, everyone in the guild knew that if Buyu wanted to kill someone, no one could escape. While in the car, text prompts suddenly appeared before Chen Nian's eyes. No, the same text alert appeared before hundreds of thousands of extraordinary beings across Linhai City. Like a red alert, it repeated several times. Player Mogu failed to complete the Abyssal Level Gene Evolution Challenge. The challenged monster has descended into reality. Player Mogu failed to complete the Abyssal Level Gene Evolution Challenge. The challenged monster has manifested in reality. Chapter 60, One-Shot Kill of a Level 99 Catastrophe Beast. Player Mogu failed Abyss Level Gene Evolution Challenge monster has descended into reality. A crimson warning flashed before the eyes of every extraordinary being in Linhai City. Instantly, a chaotic vortex erupted in the clear sky. Four hands covered in black scales grasped the vortex's edge, as if climbing out of a well. Its form twisted and contorted in extraordinary ways, a tangled web of bones and muscles. Countless tentacles extended from its grotesquely deformed body, intertwining with one another. Evil, eerie reddish-brown pupils revealed boundless ferocity, sending chills down the spine. By sheer coincidence, the suddenly descending monster crashed down not far in front of Chen Nian.
Yeah. What the hell is that thing? Run! Run! Outside, people screamed and fled in a panic. Not just ordinary people, even low-level extraordinary beings lost all will to resist upon seeing the creature. Even Chen Nian's expression turned grim. This wasn't an ordinary boss, it was a calamity beast. Catastrophe beasts were more powerful, more malevolent and bloodthirsty, and more terrifying than ordinary bosses. And this calamity beast was no ordinary one. Post-level 99 advanced challenges come in 5 difficulty tiers: normal, hard, abyss, hell, and cataclysm. The monster before them was abyss tier. It descended into reality precisely because players failed to defeat it, a foe 2 tiers stronger than a standard calamity beast. What a deluded fool, daring to challenge an abyss tier advancement at this stage. Leveling up so fast, yet falling at the advancement stage because of greed. It's not worth the cost. No time to dwell on this now. Hope the Enforcement Bureau mobilizes powerful forces to hunt down that calamity beast soon, otherwise, who knows how many more will die. Catastrophe Beast, level 99. People looked up, and upon seeing the creature's vivid crimson name and level, they were nearly speechless with terror. Level 99. A cataclysmic beast descended from the abyss difficulty, undoubtedly a catastrophe for the real world. Zhao Yixue witnessed the scene too. She had been about to get into her car, but instead, she closed the door and fixed her gaze on the terrifying calamity beast in the distance. Miss, this is Linhai City's business. They'll handle it themselves. We don't need to get involved. I know. Miss, your top priority now is to conserve your strength. Don't forget, you're about to challenge the ultimate catastrophe level. I know. Miss, let's go. But this is the perfect chance to make Hiromi a favor. Zhao Yixue's eyes suddenly turned an icy blue. Her waist-length black hair danced in the wind, and her entire being radiated a sacred beauty. A brilliant blue light coalesced above her head, eventually forming a crystal-clear, ice-blue spear. As the spear solidified, Zhao Yixue's gaze dimmed slightly, and her flawless face took on an unexpected pallor. Go! Boom! The air shattered as the ice spear tore through the sky. In an instant, it pierced 1,000 meters away, its speed already surpassing the speed of sound. The calamity beast, newly born, was gloating triumphantly. Humans, you're doomed. Before it could finish, the ice spear pierced its chest, leaving a gaping hole. Impossible, impossible. From the wound, ice spread across its body at a visible pace. Within 10 seconds, the calamity beast had become a frozen statue. Crack, crack. Cracks spread densely across its surface, shattering with a thunderous boom. Indeed, the calamity beast was instantly annihilated before it could unleash its full fury. This earth-shattering strike left countless jaws hanging in stunned disbelief. Holy, one-shot a level 99 calamity beast? Who the hell is that? Too terrifying, too terrifying. Does Linhai City really have such a powerhouse? The Law Enforcement Bureau agents were stunned too. They'd been preparing to mobilize, only to find the beast already slain by a powerful opponent. It must be the Zhao family's young lady. We just received word she's arrived in Linhai City. Zhao Yixue? She's done us an absolute favor. Yeah, this is a huge favor. I wonder if we'll ever be able to repay it. Inside the car, Shoya couldn't help but cover her mouth in astonishment. This is Luo Shue's true strength. My goodness. She truly lives up to being one of the strongest female players. So impressive. After her gasp, she even shot Chen Nian a look of disdain. Chen Nian, why do you look so troubled? You didn't even lift a finger, it was all thanks to others. That's exactly why I'm troubled. Chen Nian shook his head repeatedly with a sigh. He understood Zhao Yixue's gesture perfectly well. He now owed her a huge favor. The reason why Silent had become a legend in everyone's eyes was also tied to his character. He always repaid even the smallest kindness with great gratitude, never leaving anyone in his debt.
Otherwise, why would everyone in the guild respect him so much, scrambling to offer their help? Old Chow, how much longer until the gear is forged? Soon. The processing is already done. This afternoon at the latest. Alright, thanks for your help. Chen Nian booked an evening flight bound for Zhangcheng. Miss, why put yourself through this? Wasting so much energy. What about your own advancement challenge later? No need to say more. Let's head back to Zhangcheng. That same afternoon, Chen Nian successfully obtained the new equipment. He finally gathered the complete 4-piece set: Demon Turtle Battle Armor, Demon Turtle Arm Guards, Demon Turtle Battle Helmet, and Demon Turtle Leg Guards. Camel Mountain Demon Turtle set effect activated, total defense plus 30%, and gained the special skill Counter-Strike. Chen Nian replaced his previously obtained Flame Tree Cloak with the Magic Turtle Battle Armor. His entire set of attributes was refreshed. Chen Nian, Word Spirit Sage Unique. Genetic Tier, Tier 1 Level 83. Constitution, 137. Agility, 88. Supernatural, 77. Attack bonus, 310. Defense bonus, 820. Combat rating, 72 stars. By now, Chen Nian possessed a staggering 5 pieces of epic tier gear. He even had one extra piece he could toss into the trading space to sell. Though it was an outdated piece of gear, it would still fetch a hefty sum. The additional attack, defense, and all attribute bonuses were terrifyingly high. Though the level was a bit low, the stats were absolutely unmatched. 7 days remaining until the Blood Moon Calamity descends. Chen Nian's plan was straightforward. Within these 7 days, he would reach level 99, break through the gene lock restriction, and ascend to a second-tier extraordinary being. But before that, he needed to make a trip to Zhangcheng. From their previous interactions, Zhao Xia was already at level 99, preparing to undertake the highest tier trial. If she failed, true catastrophe-level monsters would descend upon Zhangcheng. At that point, he would likely need to intervene. So, why did you bring me along to Zhangcheng, brother Chen Nian? On the plane, Xiaoya asked excitedly. Because you know Zhao Xia. It'll make it easier for me to approach her. Oh my god. So I'm just a tool. That's pretty rough for me. Xiaoya grimaced. This epic tier gear is yours. Holy crap, Godfather, I bow to you. Chapter 61, Zhao Xia enters the challenge. Chen Nian rushes to the scene. Zhangcheng, Airport. That night, Chen Nian and his companion arrived safely in this bustling metropolis. Given the late hour, they checked into a nearby hotel, planning to find Zhao Xia the next day. Of course, they booked 2 separate rooms. Only after settling in did Chen Nian realize the hotel's soundproofing was truly terrible. He could actually hear the panting from the next room. The intense vibrations felt almost like someone was pounding on the wall. It was highly likely 2 extraordinary beings were at it, otherwise, their stamina couldn't possibly be that good. Was he really going to have to sleep like this tonight? It was torture. Chen Nian stepped out onto the balcony and called Su Jinyu, of course, still routed through Haizi. Little 7, it's me. Brother Bu Yu? Why did you suddenly call me? Upon receiving Chen Nian's call, Su Jinyu's voice instantly brimmed with delight and excitement. Ahem. I heard you've been feeling down lately. What's going on? Humph. How dare you bring that up? Su Jinyu sniffed indignantly. That time you went to help that woman surnamed Ji, did you do something shameful with her? Slander. Who's spreading rumors? The woman surnamed Ji told me herself. She's sick. Chen Nian is such a black-hearted. Who'd have thought that woman would go out of her way to provoke Xiaoqi? She's just looking for trouble. No wonder everyone says she's been in a foul mood lately. Don't believe a word that woman says. She's just trying to stir up trouble. But she has your clothes. That can't be real. I smell that it has your scent on it. You must be a dog. What did you say, brother Yu? What I mean is, Xiaoqi, you're pretty observant. So what exactly did you two do? She said you kissed, but I don't believe that fox spirit. It's a long story. Let's focus on the main task, Xiaoqi. How's the construction of the teleportation arrays in the major cities coming along? Everyone in our guild is working hard on it. It slowed down everyone's leveling progress quite a bit, but several teleportation arrays are already complete. Su Jinyu snorted. Brother Buyu, do you think I'm easy to fool? Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Xiaoqi, let's continue this another time. Hello? Chen Nian hung up the phone. Got up to open the door, and saw a woman in a revealing black dress, heavily made up, with vast swaths of exposed skin so pale it seemed almost translucent. Brother, this is the red wine you ordered. I didn't order any wine, Chen Nian said. Complimentary if you feel lonely drinking alone, big bro, you can have little sis join you. How much? A little sip for pleasure is only 500. Sharing the spring night together is 2,000. Little sister can drink a lot, big brother, think about it. Chen Nian chuckled, here's 3,000. Go serve my buddy next door. Don't expose me, got it? Sure thing, big bro. Thanks, big bro. Delighted, she pocketed the 3,000 and swayed her hips as she went to knock on the next door.
Instant results: the noise next door vanished, never to return all night. Chen Nian slept soundly, and his extraordinary powers recovered significantly. The next day, Chen Nian and Xia set out. Their target, the Zhao family. The Zhao residence. Today, the Zhao family was unusually bustling. But it wasn't due to any grand celebration. On the contrary, everyone's expression was solemn. Are you ready, Xiao Shui? MHM. Zhao Yixue wore a sleek black outfit, her usual martial arts training gear. The pure, unadulterated black formed a stark contrast against her flawless, snow-white skin. Her long hair was pulled back into a neat ponytail, lending her an aura of cool, ethereal beauty. Let's go. Zhao Yixue followed her family members by car to a desolate wilderness. The scene here was even more terrifying. Not only had over 100 core members of the Zhao family arrived, but also numerous other extraordinary beings and a fully armed enforcement unit. This was the place where Zhao Yixue would attempt her advancement. Should she fail, monsters would descend upon reality. Everyone present was here to prevent such a catastrophe. The minefield is already set. 50 tons of heavy explosives are buried in this area, enough to obliterate a skyscraper. 4 powerful fire mages are positioned around the perimeter. When they simultaneously unleash their grand spells, they can instantly detonate all explosives, turning this area into a living hell. These individuals possess support abilities that can enhance the young lady's capabilities. After hearing the briefing, Zhao Yixue walked forward expressionless. Everyone, begin. Elven blessing. Strength enhancement. Defense enhancement. Beams of light blossomed around Zhao Yixue as everyone cast buffs upon her. Once all buffs were applied, the head of the Zhao family spoke solemnly. Xiao Shui, the family has given its utmost support for your advancement. Success is mandatory. Failure is not an option. Zhao Yixue offered no response, preparing to head straight for the center of the Thunder Zone. Behind her, the steward's face clouded with worry as he whispered, "Miss, you expended so much energy just yesterday." "I fear you might. I know my limits." Zhao Yixue didn't even turn her head. Her petite figure grew smaller and smaller in the distance, appearing lonely and desolate. She walked across ground that could almost be called a death zone, her expression showing not the slightest flicker of emotion. "I heard Miss Xiao is challenging at Cataclysm level. That's the highest difficulty. Can she handle it? Who knows? Most who've completed gene advancement so far have only managed normal or hard difficulty. Few have even cleared Abyss, let alone Catastrophe. Miss Xiao is powerful, but choosing the highest difficulty level so rashly, isn't that too risky? Rumor has it the Zhao family is pressuring her heavily, forcing her to take the highest difficulty. If she were to die like this, it would be such a waste. Shoo, don't jinx it." Zhao Yixue had already arrived at the center. Proceed with the advancement challenge? Yes. Select challenge difficulty. Catastrophe. The next second, a vivid crimson alert flashed before the eyes of every extraordinary being in Zhangcheng. Player Luo Shui is initiating a catastrophe level advanced challenge. Player Luo Shui is initiating. Countdown begins, 600s. At that very moment, Zhao Yixue's body vanished from her original position. She was sucked into the challenge space. If she fails to defeat the challenge boss within 10 minutes, the challenge will be deemed a failure. At that point, the monster would descend upon the real world. Outside, people stood ready to blast the monster at any moment, the final safeguard. At that moment, Chen Nian and Xia arrived upon hearing the news. Being in Zhangcheng, they too had received the same alert. They're actually challenging a Cataclysm tier monster. Chapter 62, Catastrophe Beast Descends, Zhao Yixue defeated. Chen Nian and Xia were held back at the outermost perimeter of the cordon. Inside the perimeter were various battle-ready elites, fully armed enforcement teams. Halt! If you don't want to die, get lost. Don't come here to cause trouble. Chen Nian and his companion were unquestionably intercepted. They certainly weren't qualified to enter. Xia was frantic. Do you even know who he is? You should consider yourselves lucky he's here at all. No exceptions. You have 10 seconds, get lost. The Zhao family bodyguard was clearly losing patience, his aura intensifying, evidently a high-level extraordinary being himself. Forget it. We'll just wait outside. Chen Nian shook his head, signaling Xia not to act impulsively. Ugh. Fine. If anything happens, don't come begging us. Wait, I mean you. Xia grumbled in displeasure but didn't linger with Chen Nian. She moved to a spot farther away to wait. Time ticked by relentlessly. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. 10 minutes. Every second felt like an eternity. Outside, the combat units wore solemn expressions, while members of the Zhao family had their faces drawn taut. Master, do you think Miss Xiao will succeed? To date, there seems to be no precedent of success within the Dragon Nation. If there's no precedent, let her become the precedent. Master, are we being too hard on Miss Xiao? If we let her develop gradually, she could still become a formidable force in her own right. The Zhao family's martial arts didn't reach the world's pinnacle by being timid. Understood. Master. Chen Nian and Xia Wen stood at a distance. Though their view was limited, they could still make out the general situation. The countdown ticked steadily downward. As time passed, the crowd around them only grew larger, many extraordinary individuals drawn by the commotion. Am I seeing this right? Someone's challenging a cataclysmic tier advancement here? Damn, she's got no fear of death. Just days ago, our guild's top player nearly lost his life attempting a regular advancement. Who do you think she is? She's Luo Shui. Can ordinary people even compare? Luo Shui, that legendary female player. Oof. She's got only two possible outcomes today. First, she makes history and becomes the first. Second, she dies here and becomes dust in the annals of history. At that moment, Xia quietly asked Chen Nian a question. Hey, if it were you, could you survive a catastrophe-level challenge? Chen Nian thought for a moment. I might fall asleep. Ha? What do you mean? The challenge lasts 10 minutes. Does that mean you can't sleep for the remaining 9+ minutes? Damn it, you got me. Xia couldn't help but click her tongue repeatedly. If it were anyone else, she'd be rolling her eyes at the pretentiousness, but this was Bu Yu. Cough cough, whatever he says goes. Still, she suspected he was exaggerating a bit. No matter how skilled you are, you couldn't possibly clear the highest difficulty challenge in one go, right? It must have taken some effort. Time's almost up. 30 seconds left. Since there's no failure prompt yet, that must mean she succeeded, right? Not necessarily. Success or failure will only be displayed once the time runs out. Everyone, prepare for battle. The 10-minute countdown ended. In that moment, everyone's heart seemed to stop beating. The space suddenly warped, and a battered figure tumbled out from the distortion, none other than Zhao Shui. It's Miss Xiao. She's still alive. We succeeded. I never thought it would actually work. Miss Xiao is the world's first. Quickly, go retrieve Miss Xiao. The entire Zhao family breathed a collective sigh of relief, the weight finally lifted from their hearts. Wait, why hasn't the success notification appeared yet? And Miss Xiao's condition doesn't seem right. Suddenly, a blood-red warning flashed before everyone's eyes. Player Luo Shui failed to successfully eliminate the Cataclysm tier monster. The monster has now manifested in reality. Player Luo Shui failed to successfully defeat the Cataclysm tier monster. The monster has manifested in reality. This time, the prompt stated failed to successfully kill. Meaning that within the challenge time limit, Zhao Shui had failed to defeat the monster. Failure was the only outcome. But the cost is that the monster descends into reality. And once it manifests in reality, the monster will still prioritize hunting down the challenger before slaughtering other humans. A massive gray vortex suddenly appeared mid-air, revealing the Chaos Gate. This Cataclysm tier monster crawled out of the Chaos Gate, appearing before everyone's eyes. Catastrophe Class Demon General, level 99. Still level 99, but this one was immeasurably more powerful than the one that had appeared in Linhai City earlier. That one had been instantly killed by Zhao Shui. This one, however, she couldn't defeat even when fighting with all her might. It left her covered in wounds. Monster, a three-headed monster. Don't be afraid, prepare for battle. The worst-case scenario had finally materialized. This terrifying, monstrous creature had emerged into reality. This calamity beast must be annihilated here. It must never set foot in the city. 3 heads like small mountains, 6 arms bulging with muscle, 12 reddish-brown pupils like airy lamps. Its entire body was covered in dark purple scales that reflected a blinding light. A monstrous maw gaped from its chest, its thousands of razor-sharp teeth sending a chill down the spine. Hold your fire. Witnessing this scene, the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Shui's father, remained remarkably composed. She's not dead yet. If the minefield were detonated now, the central area would become a living hell, and Zhao Shui would surely perish. But she must not escape. If she escaped, that calamity beast would pursue her, and all the ambushes and preparations would be for naught. Therefore, Zhao Shui had only one option: remain where she was and eliminate the calamity beast. Or perish alongside it. Miss Xiao is getting up. Could she still fight? The crowd's eyes flickered with disbelief, their hearts pounding in shock. Zhao Shui rose to her feet. Her skin, once as delicate as fine snow, was now covered in wounds. 2 streaks of blood ran down her exquisite face, and strands of hair fell across her forehead, lending her an air of tragic beauty. She raised her palm, and an ice spear shot through the air. Its target? The very pupil of the monster's eye. But unexpectedly, the ice spear, moving at near supersonic speed, was caught mid-air by a massive hand. Boom! It shattered instantly, scattering into a sky of ice crystals. Ridiculous! The mouth on the calamity beast's belly burst into laughter, emitting a shrill, infant-like wail. In that moment, everyone finally realized. Its power far exceeded everyone's expectations. Chapter 63, Chen Nian steps in. Sister Zhao's attack was blocked so easily. Xia gasped, covering her mouth in shock.
The stark contrast left her utterly incredulous. Back in Linhai City, Luo Shui had instantly obliterated that calamity beast.
Yet now, facing this one, she couldn't inflict any damage?
If she hadn't known Buyu was nearby, she might have bolted in terror. This was terrifying. The 4 high-level fire elemental mages lying in ambush nearby felt their hearts racing. They bore the heaviest burden of pressure.
This is terrifying. Does Miss Zhao still stand a chance? None. Haven't you seen? Miss Zhao's attacks aren't affecting it at all. Then when should we detonate the explosives buried underground? If we delay any longer, I fear it will emerge from within. Wait. Wait for Master Zhao's orders.
Though drenched in sweat, they had no choice but to wait.
If the patriarch of the Zhao family gave the order, they would have to act. The calamity beast struck. Despite its immense size, its movements were astonishingly agile. Its massive hand shot out and seized Zhao Yixue in an instant.
Miss Zhao's been captured.
What on earth does it want?
People watched helplessly as the petite Zhao Yixue was lifted into the air by a dark purple hand. The mouth on the calamity beast's chest opened, emitting a sound like a horse infant. The reward for summoning me is to crush you into mincemeat and savor your blood.
Its palm began to tighten violently, fingers clenching.
Had Zhao Yixue not been shielded by the encircling ice crystals, she would have been crushed to dust on the spot.
Chen Nian, are you still watching?
Xiaoya was frantic with worry. Don't panic, she hasn't given up yet. Chen Nian shook his head. At that moment, the air temperature plummeted, the chill piercing to the bone.
Zhao Yixue's eyes turned a crystalline ice blue, like glass.
Thick ice began spreading from her palms, instantly encasing the calamity beast's entire arm.
Human, you did this on purpose?
Before the calamity demon general could release his grip, the ice had already engulfed most of his body. In the blink of an eye, a colossal ice sculpture of the monstrous creature took shape. A chill rose from it, and it remained utterly still. Zhao Yixue's willow brows furrowed as her extraordinary power erupted. With a thunderous boom, the calamity beast's arm exploded into a sky filled with ice crystals. The swirling ice petals became a backdrop that accentuated her beauty. In that moment, Luo Shui proved her might once more. Even in the most desperate of moments, she could find an opening to strike back.
Holy! We won! This time we really won! So powerful! Truly worthy of Luo Shui, ha ha ha!
The crowd breathed a collective sigh of relief, but before the champagne could be popped for halftime, a twist occurred. Whoosh! The ice crystals covering the calamity beast exploded. A terrifying blast of air surged outward in all directions, sending shards of ice flying like bullets in a hailstorm.
Dozens nearby were instantly injured. Zhao Yixue's full power attack had only managed to shatter one of its arms. At that moment, the calm finally left her face, replaced by a resolute glint in her eyes. Attack! Witnessing this, the patriarch of the Zhao family finally spoke. Though he was Zhao Yixue's father, he could not allow such a monster to escape. Otherwise, countless lives would be lost. In Jiangchang, there was no other extraordinary being stronger than Zhao Yixue. Old Master Zhao has given the order. Move out.
All around, 4 fire elemental mages simultaneously channeled their power.
Earth Dragon Fire.
A fiery dragon materialized before each of them, burrowing into the earth at breakneck speed.
These fire dragons served as the fuses.
10 seconds later, they would surge into the minefield, detonating all 500 tons of heavy explosives and obliterating everything in this area.
Everyone, fall back.
Nearby, nearly 10 sorcerers had joined forces to construct a barrier specifically designed to withstand the explosive blast's intense shockwave. The Zhao family had made the most thorough preparations for this advancement. The impenetrable transparent barrier shimmered with rippling water-like patterns, forged by several extraordinary individuals working together.
Its defensive strength was absolutely sufficient.
As for Zhao Yixue, still trapped inside, she had become a sacrificial pawn. Escape had never been an option for her from the start.
Yet as everyone retreated, one figure pressed forward against the current. Yes, it was Chen Nian.
The barrier crumpled before him like paper, a gaping tear appearing in its surface.
Madman, there's a madman here.
He's breached the barrier. Ignoring the shouts behind him, Chen Nian transformed into a swift lightning shadow and charged in.
Spell of words, wind and thunder flash.
Simultaneously, 4 fire dragons exploded underground, unleashing terrifying fire tornadoes that detonated countless explosives.
Boom! Flames, smoke, shockwaves.
In an instant, the fragile earth was torn apart, erupting into a colossal mushroom cloud.
In that instant, people's hearing was stripped away, their vision illuminated by the blaze.
Everything within that zone, from insects in the soil, weeds and rock crevices, to rats in burrows, would be reduced to dust amidst this dazzling fireworks display.
In the split second before the blast, countless images flashed through Zhao Yixue's mind like a kaleidoscope. Some were tinged with resignation, others with bitterness. For she realized that the final image frozen in her mind was Chen Nian's face. Yet to this day, she couldn't fully confirm whether Chen Nian was indeed Buyu, for he had never admitted it. All her guesses remained just that, guesses. Too bad there's no chance now.
She blamed no one but herself for her own inadequacy. Even at full strength, she couldn't defeat the Calamity Demon General before her.
But in that very moment, she found herself tumbling into someone's embrace. Question mark.
Lifting her head, she met a pair of golden pupils.
Sacred and majestic. Chen Nian.
Though the man before her wore a mask, she had seen those eyes just moments ago and could never forget them. Before she could finish speaking, an explosive roar and flames engulfed everything. Zhao Yixue lay in Chen Nian's arms, blinking with a dazed innocence. She couldn't describe the feelings surging through her at that moment. Outside, explosions and flames raged, yet she remained completely unscathed.
Instead, she felt a strange warmth in Chen Nian's embrace.
She suddenly realized that a peculiar force seemed to be shielding her from everything outside.
Within this domain, Chen Nian, or rather, Buyu, was the god who ruled over all. Did you come to save me?
Zhao Yixue asked softly, her voice as weak as a kitten's, yet her eyes held an inexplicable clarity.
I owe you a favor. So you are New Yu. I wasn't mistaken. Is now the time to dwell on that? Yes. Let's deal with this thing first. Chen Nian was speechless. He hadn't expected everyone to be so naive, actually believing a pile of explosives could handle the Calamity Beasts. P.S. Could we get some 5-star reviews? Thanks, everyone. Daily updates guaranteed.
Chapter 64, Unspoken, known to all, yet unseen by all.
Chen Nian held Zhao Yixue in his arms.
Amidst the storm of destructive flames, they were actually chatting. Word Spirit Judgment Golden Sword.
Within its domain, all things are annihilated.
Yet to the others, they were already dead beyond any doubt, along with that monster surely reduced to ashes, impossible to survive.
It's over. Who would have thought Miss Zhao would meet her end this way? Such a pity. Blindly challenging the highest difficulty advancement, this is the price.
May those who follow take heed.
People sighed in regret.
Especially the members of the Zhao family, their faces were ashen, and they could scarcely utter a word. Losing Zhao Yixue was a devastating blow to them. Yet for the sake of the Zhao family's dignity and standing, they had no choice but to make this decision. Old master, why wouldn't you wait until the young lady escaped before acting?
There might have been a chance.
The butler sighed deeply. If we let that monster out, the Zhao family couldn't bear the shame. Old Master Zhao replied coldly.
Ah, the young mistress.
Unexpectedly, the other ladies of the Zhao family felt a secret sense of relief. Previously, Zhao Yixue's faction held an unshakable position. But now that Zhao Yixue is dead, we finally have a chance to step up. Some people raised their phones, snapping photos of the swirling dust cloud as they posted to their social feeds. Suddenly, a bone-chilling voice echoed from within the billowing black smoke.
Humans, your naivety is truly laughable.
Hurricane force winds howled as the dust cleared.
A massive, battered monster reappeared before the crowd. Its body bore hundreds of wounds, each festering with writhing, putrid flesh.
It didn't take long for it to regenerate completely.
No, impossible. It's still alive. This monster is still alive. 50 tons of explosives couldn't kill it. It's over. Everything is over.
At that moment, people finally lost all composure.
How could Jiancheng, bereft of Zhao Yixue, possibly confront such a monstrous threat? If it attacked the city where people lived, who could possibly stand against it? Run! Run for your lives!
People screamed and fled outward like madmen.
Even the elite superhumans and fully armed law enforcement units had their reason crushed by sheer terror.
They knew full well there was no chance of defeating this monster, not a shred of hope. While everyone scattered in panic, Xiaoya remained behind, though her heart raced with uncertainty.
Oh no, could Bu Yu and Luo Shui have perished together?
With such a terrifying explosion, could Chen Nian possibly have made it out unscathed?
Xiaoya's thoughts raced. Run! Run for your lives!
The Calamity Demon General relished this sensation, dominating humanity through fear, watching them scatter like ants in utter terror. The enormous mouth on its chest emitted a shrill, piercing screech, like a declaration of victory. Yet at that very moment, another voice reached its ears. Who gave you the illusion that you can decide life and death for humans? The Catastrophe Demon General whipped its head around. This utterly unremarkable voice nearly sent a shockwave through its entire being. If it had goosebumps, they would have erupted all over its body. Someone still alive? In the wake of that terrifying explosion, a human still lived. Impossible. My survival was due to my hard outer shell and extraordinary regenerative abilities. These are the innate gifts of a powerful calamity beast. But what could a human possibly rely on? Clearly, others had also noticed the calamity beast's unusual state. All eyes turned in that direction. A figure slowly emerged from the smoke and dust. It was a young man, holding a girl in his arms. That's Miss Zhao? She's not dead. How is that possible? That man saved Miss Zhao. Who is he? Who is he? More and more people turned to look. The moment they witnessed this scene, a tidal wave of shock surged 100 feet high within their hearts. Shock, disbelief, incomprehension. In the midst of that terrifying explosion, someone had survived and rescued Miss Zhao.
Is this even humanly possible?
Just now, someone did indeed rush in.
It was him. When did Jiancheng get such a powerful individual? People pointed at Chen Nian, murmuring in disbelief.
Especially the Zhao family bodyguard who had been on alert at the beginning. He remembered now. He had seen this man before and told him to get lost. At that moment, the bodyguard felt his scalp tingle and his whole body shiver.
Thank goodness. Everything's fine after all. Xiaoya finally exhaled a huge sigh of relief, repeatedly patting her chest. Even with her mental preparation, she couldn't help but be utterly astonished. Who would have thought he'd come out completely unscathed? Even his mask was intact. No wonder they call him speechless. This time, it was the calamity beast that grew frantic. It swung its fist impatiently, aiming a punch straight at Chen Nian's face, intent on crushing him into mincemeat right then and there. Yet, without warning, the arm snapped clean off. The calamity demon general's arm was rapidly regenerating. Yet it still couldn't fathom what had severed its limb. 3 heads, 12 reddish-brown pupils scanned the surroundings, finally spotting the faint, golden phantom. The phantom held a golden greatsword, hovering above Chen Nian's head like a celestial being.
Ah!
The calamity demon general raised all 4 arms, unleashing a barrage of attacks toward Chen Nian. Possessing sentience, it had calculated that if its attacks were fast enough, Chen Nian could never block them. Yet in the next instant, all 4 severed arms crashed to the ground. The mechanism of the Judgment Golden Sword affected everything within the Judgment Domain, not just single targets. No. How could a human be this powerful? Though the arms continued to regenerate, its demeanor shifted from carefree ease to one weighed down by a mountain of dread. In fact, it instinctively took several steps back. Indeed, moments ago it had relished the feeling of instilling fear in humans. Now, it had become the one filled with dread. Who is this man? His power is terrifying. Though he hasn't fully unleashed his power yet, he's definitely stronger than Miss Xiao. Unbelievable. Wait. Could he possibly be? Someone murmured, the words stuck in their throat. With immense difficulty, the name finally escaped their lips. Bu Yu. Only him. It can only be him. Besides him, I can't think of anyone else powerful enough to do this. When the Calamity game merged with reality, even those who had never played it before came to know these famous figures. Bu Yu known to all, yet unseen by any. Who would have thought that today he would finally act to save the Zhao family's young miss? In that moment, the steward awoke from his dreamlike stupor. So the favor the young miss spoke of was this. Chapter 65, Suffocating. Bu Yu's total domination. When people finally guessed Chen Nian's true identity, their hearts nearly burst with joy. Bu Yu! It's Bu Yu! Heaven favors Jiancheng! Ha 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 ha! With him here, we can definitely take down this monster. This is fantastic. Most of those present were gamers who had inherited the catastrophe talent. They knew this name all too well, their hearts already burning with fervor. Witnessing the world's strongest player in action was an absolutely rare and precious experience. Oh my god, I saw silent. Wah! He's actually this young? Does that mean I have a chance with him? He looks so handsome even with that mask on, eh? Several girls were so overwhelmed they could barely contain themselves, wishing they could rush into the battle zone and fight alongside Chen Nian. This was something she could brag about for the rest of her life. Only a handful of people completely unfamiliar with catastrophe felt out of place. Who is Bu Yu? Zhao Kuwei asked. Master, he's the strongest player in Cataclysm, perhaps even the world's best right now. Oof. Zhao Kuwei stood with his hands clasped behind his back, chest puffed out, eyes flashing with contempt. True masters cast aside by the tide of time, while a bunch of video game enthusiasts ride the wave to the top? Absolutely ridiculous. As a world-renowned martial arts master, he trained relentlessly his entire life, driven by an unyielding will to excel. Yet when the world changed, he became obsolete. In the end, he could only pin his hopes on his daughter, wishing she would carry on his aspirations, ascend to the pinnacle of the world, and secure the Zhao family's place in history. This is why he placed immense pressure on Zhao Yixue. In short, his daughter Zhao Yixue was merely a tool for him to fulfill his ambitions. But now a man has appeared who saved her, and there seems to be an emotional entanglement between them. This fills him with shame. Members of the Zhao family may die standing tall. But they cannot be cowards hiding behind others. Rest for a while. Chen Nian set Zhao Yixue down. Her body's genes would automatically heal her injuries, no need to worry about life-threatening danger. He was prepared to seriously deal with this calamity demon general. Though he currently held the advantage, it still posed some trouble. The more times the Judgment Golden Sword was activated, the greater the drain on his transcendent power. To fully withstand the previous explosion, the Judgment Domain had severed nearly everything outside, allowing both of them to emerge unscathed. This word spell was perversely powerful, yet it still had its flaws. It seemed he couldn't rely on it indefinitely. Chen Nian pondered briefly, then decided to unleash the catastrophe gem in a single, decisive strike to eliminate it, preventing its relentless physical regeneration. Notice, cataclysmic energy insufficient. Gem effect cannot be activated. Please replenish energy. Huh, already depleted? The Calamity Gem can't be used infinitely either. Its energy requires hunting Calamity beasts to replenish. Looks like this battle will have to be fought normally. Human, I admit you are powerful, but your strength cannot be infinite. The Calamity Demon General had already retreated a considerable distance. He realized that a terrifying domain surrounded this human, making it impossible to approach. By creating distance and draining this human's strength, victory would come once he could no longer sustain his aura. This was the difference between Calamity beasts and ordinary monsters. Their level of strategic thinking was a cut above. They wouldn't just stand there and let themselves be beaten like common monsters. Watch out. It's gathering energy. Get out of the way. People suddenly realized the Calamity beast, the youth, and the crowd behind them had formed a perfect line. Suddenly, a terrifying dark purple energy cannon blasted from the mouth on the monster's chest. Air shattered, ground cracked. Chen Nian had no chance to dodge this blast. If he dodged, Zhao Yixue behind him and the crowd would be caught in the blast. Interesting. Chen Nian's lips curled into a smirk. He cancelled the effect of his word magic, standing his ground, immovable as a mountain. Boom! A dark purple beam of light exploded upon Chen Nian's body. The epic set effect backlash activated, redirecting a miniature beam cannon back toward the Calamity beast. One of its heads was blown to smithereens. A piercing scream echoed across the wilderness, reverberating endlessly. He's okay. He's actually okay. Holy, this is silent. He's the real monster. People noticed that Chen Nian, who had braced the beam with his own body, was completely unscathed. Instead, the Calamity beast had reaped what it had sown. Absolutely insane. This was the first time Chen Nian had tested his defensive capabilities, and the results left him thoroughly satisfied. In the meantime, the Calamity Demon General's head had begun to regenerate, though its recovery speed had noticeably slowed. Come on, let's continue. Chen Nian beckoned with a flick of his wrist. The Calamity beast was completely broken. Summoned by Zhao Yixue, its primary objective was to kill its summoner, a mission etched into its very being. Like a chain binding it, unless it could kill Zhao Yixue, it would never gain its freedom. Everyone understood this precisely, which was why they had placed Zhao Yixue as bait within the lightning zone to prevent the Calamity beast from escaping. But in this moment, the Calamity beast nearly defied its very nature. It wanted to flee. The male human before it was too terrifying, utterly invincible. Its intellect urged it to flee, yet its primal instincts forbade escape. It must kill the summoner. Caught in this tug of war, its rationality shattered. So this is the taste of fear. I am afraid. I am afraid of a human. Ga Ru Wu Ye Yi. With a frenzied, monstrous howl, the Calamity beast charged toward Chen Nian. Giant footprints were stamped into the earth one after another. Facing this out-of-control, rampaging colossus, Chen Nian simply walked straight toward it, doing nothing, standing there to be struck. Die! 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 6 massive, muscle-bound arms relentlessly pounded toward Chen Nian. Each punch carried terrifying force like a mountain crashing down. Yet Chen Nian remained unharmed, while the muscles on its arms exploded. The continuous bursts of blood formed a dark purple rain, staining the earth pitch black. With each attack, the Calamity beast endured a backlash. Its flesh shattered repeatedly, only to regenerate, then shatter again, and regenerate once more, this cycle repeating dozens of times. This time, all 6 arms shattered completely, never to regenerate. Its body appeared drained of blood, like a withered tree trunk, all sense of muscular strength utterly gone. Crash! The Calamity Demon General crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Chen Nian, however, remained utterly unfazed, merely sporting slightly soiled clothing. For he had exerted no strength whatsoever throughout the ordeal, merely standing there, taking the blows. That's it? What a pity. Chen Nian mused that if he had been injured, he could have tested his new word spirit, heaven's will. Seems like that won't happen anytime soon. Suddenly, a few obscure syllables escaped his lips, and the air temperature surged sharply. Spell flame burst. Boom! A violent inferno erupted, instantly engulfing the Calamity beast in raging flames. Amidst the raging inferno, Chen Nian received a notification. Genetic energy plus 45,232. Level up, 8395. Cataclysm Gem offense defense reversal energy fully replenished. Congratulations on obtaining the epic tier equipment Celestial Demon Heart Charm. Simultaneously, the others received another notification. Congratulations to player Luo Shui for successfully passing the Cataclysmic Advancement Trial. It seems that defeating the challenge monster outside counts as her successful completion, even if she didn't kill it herself. However, the monster's experience points were credited to Chen Nian. This massive XP boost instantly catapulted him up 12 levels, likely equivalent to defeating over 1,000 ordinary monsters. Fortunately, Chen Nian desperately needed to level up, making this trip well worth it. Around him, a chorus of gasps and astonished murmurs erupted. What just happened? I swear he didn't even move. This terrifying calamity beast just died like that? No, to be precise, it killed itself. Holy!
That monster that had all of us stumped is like a toy in Buyu's hands.
The world's strongest player truly lives up to his name.
I can't even imagine what he looks like when he goes all out, and he definitely wasn't giving it his all just now.
He's so handsome, brother Buyu. I want to marry him so bad. The law enforcement forces of Jiangcheng breathed a huge sigh of relief. The crisis is over. Who would have thought we'd meet such a benefactor this time? Prepare to line up for the thank you ceremony. Sergeant, he seems to have vanished? What? Gazing into the distance, they realized they truly couldn't find that figure anymore. Had he vanished?
By now, Chen Nian had returned to Choya's side, having changed into clean clothes and removed his mask. Under the shadow concealment word spirit, no one could detect his whereabouts.
What are we still looking for? Holy! Shoya's body trembled.
Turning to see Chen Nian, she looked as if she'd seen a ghost, nearly scared out of her wits.
When did you get back? Just now. So cool, so powerful. Shoya couldn't stop marveling.
She even felt incredibly honored that Buyu was right beside her.
Keep your voice down. We don't want to be discovered. But you just left Miss Zhao in there? That's heartless. Did she need me to carry her out? Chen Nian glanced up to see Zhao Yixue had already emerged.
Her stride was steady, her entire being radiating a renewed aura, a cold, enigmatic beauty. P.S. Huge thanks to the awesome Loves Potato and Pork Stew for the certification. This chapter is packed with content way more than usual.
Chapter 66, Why Provoke Him of All People? After successfully passing the challenge, Zhao Yixue's gene lock unlocked, and she smoothly advanced to Tier 2. A Tier 2 extraordinary being not only sees massive increases across all attributes but can also learn advanced abilities, making them far superior to Tier 1 beings. The current Zhao Yixue could likely crush that calamity beast with ease.
Yet her thoughts weren't dwelling on the joy of success.
He came to save me. He still cares about me, huh? Zhao Yixue felt remarkably cheerful.
She was now utterly certain that Chen Nian was Buyu. Though she hadn't heard him admit it himself, none of that mattered anymore. This girl, who had always been as cold as ice, now walked with a lightness in her step. Along the way, well-wishers kept offering congratulations.
Congratulations on your promotion, Miss Zhao.
From now on, you're a Tier 2 extraordinary being. You've left us all in the dust. With Miss Zhao in Jiangcheng, we needn't fear the Blood Moon Calamity descending upon us, haha. Zhao Yixue briskly swept past the crowd until she collided head-on with her father, Zhao Kuei. Zhao Kuei, the current head of the Zhao family. In martial arts, he ranked among the world's top 2, though his deepest regret was never achieving the true pinnacle.
Useless. Those two icy words struck her like a thunderclap. Zhao Yixue clearly understood her father's temperament.
She said nothing, merely standing silently in place to endure the scolding.
The Zhao family made such thorough preparations for you, yet in the end, your advancement still depends on a man?
Useless piece of trash. Immediately, other Zhao family members stepped forward to intercede.
Father, please hold your tongue.
Our young mistress barely escaped death.
We should be celebrating her survival. Narrowly escaped death? Ha!
Carried to safety in a man's arms, she may not find it shameful, but I certainly do. These words, however, seemed to flip a switch, causing Zhao Yixue to abruptly lift her head. Her gaze locked directly with Zhao Kuei's, without a trace of timidity.
Being held in the arms of someone she liked, she was overjoyed, not humiliated.
Those words made her furious.
What, you think you've grown wings? Now you dare glare at me?
Zhao Kuei sneered coldly.
Don't tell me you still harbor romantic feelings for that man? An eerie silence hung in the air. At that moment, no one dared to speak up. Even the Zhao family's direct descendants could only watch silently. So what if I do?
Zhao Yixue bravely admitted her feelings.
Smack!
A slap landed mercilessly on her delicate cheek.
Zhao Yixue's face was flung sideways by the blow.
She felt no physical pain, yet the sting was real, a pain that came from the heart. With great power comes great responsibility.
The world is on the brink of disaster, and you, someone with such power, dare to indulge in romantic entanglements? You've brought shame upon the entire Zhao family.
Zhao Kuei unleashed a torrent of abuse, his words flying out in a flurry of spittle.
Everyone knew Zhao Kuei was right.
He wanted to use the strictest methods to make his daughter stronger, though perhaps he was a bit too harsh.
Zhao Yixue knew her father was right. She even began questioning herself, was she being too selfish?
With the Blood Moon Calamity imminent, she should bear the greatest responsibility, yet she still harbored personal desires.
Had she truly been wrong?
At that very moment, a silent darkness began to spread. No one knew where this darkness had come from. Like the gates of hell opening, a pitch-black abyss engulfed everyone.
Not a finger could be seen. Absolute blackness filled the vision.
Oppressive, dark, stifling, despair.
What's happening? Is anyone there? Help me. Only a few knew what had happened.
These few were those familiar with the Silent One, having witnessed this power before.
Shut up, don't speak. This is terrifying. What on earth is going on? Shut up if you don't want to die.
But,
I said shut the up. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you.
The few who knew the truth trembled violently, every hair on their backs standing on end.
It was you. He was angry. This was his power. What terrifying pressure. If he wanted to kill us, none of us would survive. Xia knew exactly what this was, for she had witnessed it once before. Xia knew what this was.
Even now, as a second-tier extraordinary being, she still felt the pressure in the boundless darkness. Word spirit death god.
Xia couldn't fathom why Chen Nian would unleash this ability now. What exactly was he trying to achieve? Just as she pondered, a familiar voice sounded beside her. With great power comes great responsibility? You might have misunderstood something. I only intervened to save her. As for you lot? Just a side effect. It was Chen Nian's voice. Wait, he wasn't talking to me. Xia realized Chen Nian was speaking to her father, Zhao Kuei. You're the silent one?
Zhao Kuei stood rooted to the spot, facing the darkness.
The strong may not need to shoulder responsibility, but they certainly possess freedom. Take now, for instance. Ha!
Chen Nian chuckled lightly, his tone matter of fact. If I were to wipe out your Zhao family, who would dare resist?
Silence. Still silence.
Zhao Kuei dared not respond. Even he, usually composed, was drenched in sweat at that moment, a chill running down his spine. What he desired most was to elevate the Zhao family to the pinnacle of the world, etching their name into history. What he feared most was destroying the Zhao family's legacy and reducing them to an ordinary, insignificant clan. Born into a martial arts lineage, he could sense the killing intent radiating from another human being. Just now, he had clearly sensed that the other party had genuinely harbored murderous intent. If the Zhao family's centuries-old legacy and heritage were to end here, he would die with regret.
And this silent one was not bound by morality, law, or humanity. He could kill calamitous monsters, and he could kill humans. His creed was simple: the strong possess freedom. That was why Zhao Kuei was terrified. He was too terrified to utter a sound, trembling from head to toe. The darkness receded like a tide, and people's vision finally returned. The terrifying pressure vanished along with it. People immediately looked around, but found no trace of Silent One. Damn, that was terrifying. Dude, don't even talk about it. I almost peed myself. You won't believe this, but that pressure Silent gave me in those few seconds was way worse than any damn cataclysmic beast. Damn it, I'm gonna have nightmares sleeping tonight. That Zhao family patriarch really doesn't know his place. Why show off in front of Buyu of all people? Damn, I almost got caught in the crossfire. Good thing Buyu didn't actually pull the trigger. People sighed in relief. Zhao Kuei dared not utter another word. He gathered his Zhao family men and turned to leave, his face burning with humiliation. Zhao Yixue gazed into the distance, watching the two receding figures, her gaze settling on Chen Nian's back. Thank you. Chen Nian and Xia were already on their way out. Brother, what are your plans now? Only 4 levels left to reach level 99. Once I max out, I'll have to take on an advanced challenge. Then you'll breeze through it, huh? Not necessarily. After defeating the Calamity Beast, Chen Nian received a new notification that piqued his interest. Congratulations! You have obtained the qualification for the Demon God Tier Challenge. Chapter 67, Monster Tide assaults the teleportation array. Chen Nian stopped slacking off. Demon God Tier. Chen Nian's lips curled upward. Interesting. In many games, after clearing the normal difficulty, a hidden difficulty stage often appears. Seems this so-called Demon God Tier is a hidden challenge even tougher than the Cataclysm Tier. The conditions to unlock this challenge were also incredibly demanding, requiring the defeat of a single Cataclysm Tier demon beast. The world had no shortage of top-tier powerhouses. As a pioneer, Zhao Yixue had cleared the Catastrophe Tier challenge, providing valuable experience for others to reference. More would surely follow suit in time. Take Su Jinyu and Yi Hongling, for instance. Given their strength, as long as they prepare thoroughly and devise a solid plan, it shouldn't be too difficult. But as for reaching the Demon God Tier? There's absolutely no one else in the entire world who can even attempt it. Others might gain such access in the future, but their first advancement would absolutely be impossible. Chen Nian is different. He can unleash his full potential right from his first advancement, provided he passes the trial. On the way, Chen Nian began to take stock of his recent gains. First was the newly acquired epic tier equipment, the Celestial Demon Heartguard Pendant. Celestial Demon Heartguard Pendant Epic. Required tier, Tier 2, Level 1. Defense, 0. Attack, 150. Attributes, Superb plus 20. Special effect Heartguard, completely blocks one attack of any type. Upon activation, the equipment permanently shatters. This gear, it's the real deal. Chen Nian couldn't help but exclaim. The attribute bonus alone was exceptional, boosting his supernatural stat and amplifying the power of his word magic.
Even more insane was the special effect completely blocking one attack.
Wasn't that like gaining an extra life?
Used at a critical moment, it might just turn the tide of battle.
But he couldn't equip it yet. It was tier 2 gear, requiring advancement first.
G level, tier 1 level 95.
Constitution, 149. Agility, 100. Superiority, 89. Attack bonus, 310. Defense bonus, 820. Combat rating, 73 stars.
After leveling up, Chen Nian learned another basic word spirit.
Spell Skywalk. Its effect is straightforward, it enables flight through the air. Upon reaching level 99, Chen Nian could comprehend the first tier ultimate word spirit, Lion's Flame.
Thus, his current goal is straightforward: reach level 99, then challenge the demon god tier advancement to maximize his power.
Chen Nian and Xiaoya didn't linger in Jiangcheng, quickly setting off on their return journey. Soon, news reports from major media outlets exploded across the internet. Shockwaves across the web.
Silent One resurfaces, defeats powerful Calamity Beast, saves Jiangcheng.
Buyu's terrifying power leaves Calamity Beast powerless to fight back. Zhao Yixue succeeds in advancement, yet faces father's rebuke. Is this moral decay or humanity's distortion? Buyu, I came to save her. Are they emotionally entangled? Similar headlines dominated nearly every news feed across the internet.
Buyu and Luo Shui, just these two names alone were enough to send most people into a frenzy.
And now, unexpectedly, fans can ship them as a couple.
The strongest player and the goddess in everyone's eyes are rumored to be in a relationship. This is too delightful to resist.
Except for Su Jinyu and Yi Hongling.
Especially Su Jinyu, she'd only recently been hurt by Yi Hongling, and her emotions hadn't even settled yet.
Now brother Buyu was off flirting with another girl? Unbearable. Absolutely unbearable. Su Jinyu didn't even bother drying off after her bath.
Sitting right in the tub, she started dialing Chen Nian's number.
Brother Buyu, you. Little 7, did you advance?
I'll tell you what to watch out for. That monster's regenerative abilities are incredibly strong.
That's not important. I'm calling you about something else. It is important. I'm worried you might be in danger.
You're worried about me.
Alright then, but what about you and Luo Shui? We're just regular friends.
I'm helping her to repay a favor.
Alright, I believe you. Though that sounds kind of like a jerk. But even if brother you is a jerk, I'd still be happy to be dumped by you, hee. Xiaoqi, if you ever need help, just let me know. Chen Nian shook his head with a smile.
This young miss of the Su family really is a naive little angel. Much easier to deal with than that seductive vixen Yi Hongling or that sickly, emotionless Zhao Yixue. By now, Chen Nian had already disembarked from the plane and returned to Linhai City. Suddenly, he noticed a distress call in the Mountains and Rivers Eternal Peace Guild chat posted just minutes ago.
Mage, any brothers near Dongcheng, Linhai City? We're surrounded by monsters. Urgent.
Mage, we're in the critical phase of activating the teleportation array. The massive energy is drawing monsters from all around. We need backup.
Mage, if the teleportation array falls, Linhai City will lose its teleportation link. Many guildmates below also expressed concern. Linhai City? Contact Ahua, isn't he the local big shot there? At Ahua, get reinforcements over here ASAP. Damn it, it's early morning. That bastard might be sleeping. Who can reach him? Damn Ahua, useless when we need him most. Any other brothers who can go for backup? The monsters in this area were supposed to be around level 20, but now they're suddenly level 80? This is ridiculous.
Chen Nian finished reading the messages.
I think I'm near East City? Chen Nian didn't bother calling Ahua. By the time he could get people over, it'd be too late. Guess I'll have to handle this myself.
Building teleportation arrays in major cities to facilitate future reinforcements was the guild's core objective. Everyone was working hard toward it, and it had even slowed down many comrades' leveling progress.
He couldn't very well keep holding back now.
Chen Nian bid farewell to Xiaoya, activated shadow concealment and skywriting, soared into the air, and began searching the skies.
East suburbs of Linhai City. On the mountaintop, a 5-person team was constructing a teleportation array.
The open terrain at the summit provided optimal conditions for energy flow between the two teleportation arrays. Among them, a slightly overweight fellow wielding a staff was the mage who had sent the distress call in the group chat, also a member of the guild. The teleportation array was undergoing energy communication, the most critical phase.
What is energy communication?
For example, when connecting Linhai City with Jiangcheng, the teleportation array in Linhai City would emit a beam of energy, while the one in Jiangcheng would emit another.
Only when these two energy beams successfully dock would the array's communication be complete. This process unleashes terrifying supernatural power. Hordes of monsters were drawn to the area, surging up the mountain like a tidal wave, relentlessly assaulting the group without pause. Damn it! Aren't the monsters in this crappy place only around level 20? Why are they all level 70 now?
It must be because more and more people have broken through to the second stage, causing the world level to rise.
World level? What the hell is that? Ever played Genshin Impact? When the world level increases, the monsters in the game level up too. Off. I didn't ask you to lecture me now. There are more and more monsters, we can't hold them off, we're gonna die. Old Wu, if things get too bad, let's abandon the teleportation array and escape, one of them suggested. No way. Wuan snapped, if we can't complete this teleportation array, Linhai City will be cut off. When powerful monsters attack, it'll be countless civilians who die. But we can't hold them off anymore. I've called for reinforcements. Hold on a little longer. Wuan gritted his teeth, relentlessly swinging his black gold staff as spell after spell crashed down upon the monsters below. But most of their strength was tied up constructing the teleportation array, leaving little left for combat. Below, the monsters formed a dark, overwhelming mass. Nether Serpent level 70. Flesh Puppet level 71. Human-faced Dragon Eagle Beast level 73. Blood Plague Rat level 68. Countless monsters, each with its own form, surged like dark currents. These ordinary minions possessed no intelligence. Their sole purpose was to reach the teleportation array radiating immense energy. I can't go on. Old Wu. We can't just die here, can we? Damn it. Looks like we really have to abandon the teleportation array and run. Never thought the final stage of the mission would fail. Just as Old Wu was about to flee in agony, a figure suddenly plummeted from the sky. By sheer coincidence, it landed directly in front of the group. Reinforcements? Damn it, why just one person? All they could see was his back. He appeared to be a young man. Old Wu hurriedly shouted, "Brother, you're not alone, are you?" The other didn't respond. "Come back here. You're playing ball all by yourself. Damn it, if someone gets hurt, I'll be held responsible. Don't do anything stupid." Not only did he not answer, he kept walking forward. Old Wu was completely frantic, slapping his thigh in desperation. Why did we suddenly get stuck with a reckless rookie? I called him for backup, not to send him to his death. Forget him, Old Wu. Every second we stall is a second we gain. Our mission is to hold the teleportation array. Wuan didn't rush forward, watching helplessly as the man was swallowed by the black tide. That place was swarming with monsters around level 70. Once you step in, you're done for. How could he be so reckless? Or was it that everyone in the guild was this selfless, willing to sacrifice their lives to protect the teleportation array? Sacrificing one's life for the greater good is truly admirable. Old Wu sighed, a fool, yet still a hero. Just then, a message popped up in the group chat. Ah Hua replied. He said reinforcements are being dispatched immediately and are rushing here at full speed. He told us to hold out. Good. Hold out until Ah Hua's people arrive. Everyone, defend this place to the death. Ah Hua was the top dog in Linhai City. Everyone knew that with him stepping in to help, there was hardly anything he couldn't handle. It was just a shame that a brother who came to help had been sacrificed. But suddenly, Wuan noticed something utterly bizarre. Wait. Have you noticed the attacking monsters have significantly decreased? Yeah, the pressure just eased up suddenly. What's going on? P.S. This chapter added 1,000 words, making it a 3,000-word epic. Huge thanks to Prefab Box Skirter for the author verification. You rock, bro. Thanks to all the friends who sent gifts. Even a free gift worth a penny is the biggest support for me. I check every day, thank you. Chapter 68, Shao-Chi, just wanted to see the sea. Chen Nian saw this pile of monsters and felt like he'd arrived in paradise. He desperately needed to level up. Going from 95 to 99 required massive amounts of EXP. And here it was, right in front of him. At first, he tried killing monsters himself, but soon realized it was completely unnecessary. All he had to do was stand in the middle of the monster horde and let Counter-Strike handle the rest. Fully automated monster farming. With his epic gear providing ultra-high defense, no monster could even scratch him. Genetic energy plus 543. Gene energy plus 566. Gene energy plus 612. Experience points began to flash continuously. These monsters possessed no intelligence. They wouldn't flee, only attacking Chen Nian with relentless fury. With each tremor, they transformed into experience points. Their corpses dissolved into black mist, only for fresh waves to surge forward from behind. The commotion Chen Nian caused drew more and more monsters to surround and attack him, naturally easing the pressure on the mountain. This is way too satisfying. These monsters not only granted Chen Nian experience points but also dropped scattered equipment and skill scrolls. Using the massive energy fluctuations from the teleportation array to lure monsters, then leveling up. This kind of setup, the whole world might only have Chen Nian who could stumble upon it. In less than 10 minutes, Chen Nian reached level 96. The number of monsters surging into the mountain forest was rapidly decreasing, as Chen Nian acted like a vortex, drawing them all toward him. Half an hour later, Chen Nian reached level 97. The monsters were so fixated on him that they didn't even bother climbing the mountain anymore. Wuan and the others were completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Why aren't any monsters coming up? What the hell is happening down there? Could it be that guy wiped out all the monsters? Impossible. Have you ever seen anyone solo monsters like that? A mob could crush you. True.
I think reinforcements from Manhwa's group must have arrived.
They're fighting hard down there, so our pressure naturally eased. Let's just hold the teleportation array for now. It'll be over soon. Another half hour passed.
Chen Nian had slain nearly every last monster and finally leveled up to 98.
Time-wise, they should be arriving soon. About right. Chen Nian left immediately, without a moment's hesitation.
He'd find another spot to level up.
That final level required an absurd amount of experience points. It wouldn't be easy. Done.
The teleportation array is now connected. As Sister Xiaoqi suggested, Linhai City is now successfully connected to Lucheng.
Finally completing the mission, Wu and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness for the brothers' backup.
Otherwise, we probably would have failed this mission. Look, the brothers are all here.
Let's thank them. The reinforcements arriving up the mountain were precisely the elite squad of 10 extraordinary individuals sent by Ahua. Wu immediately stepped forward to greet them warmly. You must be Ahua's reinforcements. Thank you for coming to our aid, haha.
Without your help, we would have been finished today.
The new arrivals were equally bewildered.
The leader scratched his head.
Brother Hua called us, said it was an absolute emergency. But I'm here and I don't see any monsters, just a few scattered ones here and there.
Ah, no need for modesty, we're all brothers.
Wuan's expression suddenly darkened.
One of our brothers just sacrificed himself.
He was too reckless charging into the monsters alone. We couldn't stop him no matter how we pleaded. It's not modesty, we really didn't encounter any monsters on the way up. We were puzzled too. You're kidding me? Wuan's eyebrow twitched involuntarily, disbelief evident. Honest as gold, bro. Why'd I lie? I was just thinking you guys are so strong, you must have taken care of them yourselves? Holy.
Hearing this, Wu and the others snapped out of their daze, suddenly understanding.
Old Wu, it really was that guy. Damn, he took out all those monsters by himself?
Wu suddenly felt the situation spiraling into absurdity, a terrifying truth slowly taking shape in his mind. That man wasn't dead, nor was he reckless, he had actually gone to kill the monsters. Alone, single-handedly, he'd torn the monster horde to shreds.
Damn, what kind of freak is this?
What do you mean? Someone was here before us, the captain scratched his head in confusion.
That's right, a teenager. Wuan's mouth twitched involuntarily.
He must be one of the big shots in our group.
Otherwise, he couldn't be this strong.
He immediately opened the Mountain River Eternal Peace group chat and sent a message.
Mage, to the big shot who came to help earlier, a million thanks. Without you, we'd have been toast. Mage, absolutely incredible taking on a monster wave solo. Who's the big shot?
Group members immediately started teasing him.
Is the crisis resolved? Ahua is still the best, truly Linhai City's top dog. At Ahua, you rock, bro. Treat us to a meal when you're in Linhai City.
Manhwa kept monitoring the situation, utterly baffled.
Ahua, the guys I sent were elite, but they wouldn't take on a monster wave alone. Stop the awkward hype. Ahua, wait, my men just contacted me, they say they didn't do it?
Now the group members were dumbfounded too.
If it wasn't Ahua's team, then who else could it be? Is there any other big shot in the group who's in Linhai City? Why aren't you chiming in? Exactly. Come on, big brother, speak up.
Just then, Manhwa suddenly recalled an incident from a few days ago. Bu Yu had called him once.
Combining today's events with that memory, could it be that one person fighting the monster tide alone was Yu? Ahua, did you guys see his face? At Mage. Fei, no.
He had his back to us and just charged right in without saying a word.
Ahua, the person you encountered might have been Brother Bu Yu. Feiji, what? Seeing those words, Fei was stunned, and the entire group erupted. Brother silent? Holy. So you're saying Brother Bu Yu saved them just now? Brother Bu Yu is in Linhai City? At Ahua. Holy crap. You guys are so lucky to see Brother Bu Yu in action. Folks, I'm moving. Tonight's flight to Linhai City. At Ahua, help me find a place to stay. I'm not comfortable living in Lucheng either. Ahua, stop ing messing around. Brother Bu Yu didn't show up on his own, how could I possibly guess? Just as everyone was buzzing with discussion, Xiaoqi appeared. Xiaoqi, don't any of you have anything better to do? Get back to work. The Blood Moon Calamity is about to strike. Got it, Sister Xiaoqi.
Off to level up, everyone.
Sis Xiaoqi's right. Everyone, let's wrap this up. Xiaoqi, ahem. Heard the seaside villas in Linhai City are pretty nice. No ulterior motives, just wanna see the ocean. Chapter 69, High Difficulty Raid, Elite Gathering. Chen Nian's taking a girl out. Blood Moon Calamity Countdown, 3 days. Afternoon, clear skies.
Chen Nian was already at level 98, just moments away from level 99 in the challenge of genetic advancement.
He was currently resting at home, recuperating his strength while considering suitable locations for monster grinding and leveling up.
As players' levels rose, the world underwent silent transformations, vast terrain shifts, high-tier monsters emerging, while low-level creatures now gathered in secret realms scattered throughout the city. Consequently, players' leveling speeds had significantly increased, with top-tier players now commonly reaching levels 80 to 90.
Now, the most crucial task for these elites was to break through to Tier 2. Chat channels and forums were flooded with related recruitment posts,
seeking a level 90 group to rush to 99 in the final 3 days.
High-efficiency players, PM me. Only 3 levels left to hit 99.
Warrior-seeking group to push hard.
High-level zone leveling party,
led by a Tier 2 expert. Seeking a powerful support talent elf master preferred.
Chen Nian's leveling pace isn't particularly fast, he prioritizes quality over speed.
Those who rush straight to 99 often prioritize leveling alone, neglecting gear and skill development. They end up only clearing basic advanced content, essentially burning through their future potential.
Even second-tier players aren't that strong, their stats still lag behind Chen Nian's. Knock knock knock.
A sudden knock sounded at the door.
To his surprise, it was Qinyu coming to find him.
She wore white sneakers, her straight, slender legs drawing attention beneath her shorts. A pink and white hoodie accentuated her youthful, lively charm.
What brings you here? Have you eaten lunch? I brought some for you.
Qinyu shyly pulled out the tote bag hidden behind her back. Inside were a steaming hot burger, a chicken drumstick, and a cup of ice-cold cola.
I really haven't eaten. Chen Nian ushered her inside, eating as he chuckled. Did you come all this way just to deliver lunch? What's wrong with that? Qinyu stammered for a moment before saying, I couldn't find you for ages. No idea where you'd gone. Hope you weren't fooling around with some other woman? You actually guessed right. Cough cough. Chen Nian nearly choked on his food. We're just nominal lovers. You still care about that?
Of course I care, otherwise I'd be getting cheated on paper.
So do you have time? I'll take you to level up.
Qinyu's smug expression made Chen Nian burst out laughing.
A noob actually wanting to level up the world's strongest player?
It did sound a bit ridiculous.
What's so funny? I'm pretty strong now, okay? Nothing. Of course, Qinyu didn't genuinely intend to help level up.
She merely wanted an excuse to interact more with Chen Nian, lest their relationship grow distant. But naturally, she couldn't bring herself to say those words aloud.
Just then, Chen Nian's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, Li Yunwei. Hello, Captain Li calling? Yes, Chen Nian, have you been in Linhai City lately? Yes, why do you ask? Nothing much, just checking in on you. After all, you're one of Linhai City's key assets. Captain Li, you flatter me.
I haven't even reached Tier 2 yet, Chen Nian replied modestly without thinking. By the way, monster levels worldwide have been steadily rising. We've discovered a new high-level instance.
Are you free to join us?
Li Yunwei added, the team now consists of Linhai City's strongest fighters, including 2 second-tier extraordinary beings.
2 Tier 2. That truly is elite. Chen Nian thought. But isn't Captain Li being a bit too polite to me? There are plenty of second-tier extraordinary beings in Linhai City now. Is it really necessary for her to be this polite to someone like me who's only at the first tier? I suppose I could.
If you have any other requests, feel free to speak up, Li Yunwei replied promptly.
Chen Nian was taken aback. How did you know I had requests? His gaze fell on Qinyu, who was seated on the sofa.
After a moment's thought, he said, I'll bring Qinyu along.
Ha!
Qinyu felt unexpectedly flattered upon hearing this.
She knew Chen Nian was powerful and undoubtedly very busy.
He must have been invited by someone else, yet unexpectedly, he wanted to bring her along. Amidst her astonishment, a flicker of excitement danced in her heart.
Li Yunwei clearly froze for a moment too. What level is she now? What level are you? Chen Nian asked, looking up. 70, 78. Qinyu felt a bit embarrassed to say it.
This level was already stronger than most ordinary players, but it didn't even qualify as a top-tier player at best. It could be considered second-tier.
Captain Li, she's level 78. Alright, no problem.
I'll have you bring her along.
Ha! That was a surprisingly quick yes? Chen Nian was baffled.
Clearly, Li Yunwei intended to assemble an elite team to tackle this dungeon. With 2 second-tier powerhouses already in the team, bringing along someone like him a first-tier was already a significant show of trust. He never expected they'd also allow him to bring Qinyu. She's your girlfriend.
I trust you can keep her safe. It's settled then. Meet at the train station at 8 p.m. tonight. Alright.
Chen Nian had been looking for a place to level up anyway, and bringing Qinyu along would be convenient. This trip would fulfill both goals. But he couldn't figure out why Captain Li was being so lenient with him.
Could she have found out something?
After hanging up, Li Yunwei's heartbeat gradually calmed.
Captain, why did you agree to his request?
Taking someone with such a low level along will definitely cause complaints.
If you don't understand, don't ask. I have my reasons. Li Yunwei had already sensed something unusual about Chen Nian from earlier clues. Thus, over the past few days, she had been quietly investigating Chen Nian. Her attention was drawn to an incident from a few days prior. The Silent One had appeared in Jiangcheng and decisively crushed the Calamity Beast. After reviewing the incident report, she inexplicably checked Chen Nian's recent travel history. Flight tickets, Linhai City to Jiangcheng. That was why she had initially asked Chen Nian if he had been staying in Linhai City all this time. A test. Chen Nian was being so evasive he must be hiding something. Perhaps it was a secret shocking enough to rock everyone. Like, Chen Nian and Bu Yu are the same person. Li Yunwei knew this secret must never be revealed. The fewer people who knew, the better. Otherwise, his existence would draw countless people here, which wouldn't be good for Linhai City. With that thought, she logged into the Law Enforcement Bureau's information management system. She located Chen Nian's information. She activated the highest level of encryption for all records. This way, even if others suspected Chen Nian was extraordinary, they wouldn't dare investigate him deeply, greatly reducing the risk of exposure. Phew. Done. Good thing Dad's with the Dragon Nation Security Bureau. Without his clearance, none of this would be possible. Time to head out. Li Yunwei organized his gear, preparing to head to the rendezvous point. This dungeon run wasn't just about conquering a high-difficulty instance, but more importantly, to confirm Chen Nian's true identity. Chapter 70, with Chen Nian around, everything's fine. Let's go. You're really taking me? What else? Maybe we should just call it off. I don't want to hold you back. Don't worry. With Chen Nian's abilities, he could easily handle not just one little sister, but 10. On the way to the rendezvous point, Chen Nian also learned the basic information about the team members from Li Yunwei. There were 8 of them in total. Chen Nian, Xinyu, Li Yunwei, and 5 elite extraordinary beings. 2 of them had just ascended to the second tier, boasting formidable strength. Qian Mangan, a second-tier paladin. Zhang Yunlei, a second-tier Thunder Shadow warrior. Both were rare classes. Currently, very few could break through to Tier 2. None of them were ordinary individuals. Meeting point. Li Yunwei spotted Chen Nian and his companion and immediately approached with a smile. You're here. Just wait a moment, not everyone's arrived yet. Chen Nian glanced around. Besides Captain Li, there were 4 others, 2 men and 2 women. It seemed the paladin named Qian Mangan hadn't arrived yet. Captain Li, are these 2 the new recruits you called in? Yes. Introduce them to us, will you? Chen Nian didn't want to put Li Yunwei on the spot, so he stepped forward and introduced them himself. Level 98, Elemental Mage. Xinyu, seeing this, hesitated to speak. Chen Nian spoke for her, level 78, Elemental Archer. Ha? Level 78? Hearing this, the expressions on everyone's faces clearly darkened. That level is way too low. Captain Li, can we really trust this? Didn't you say you were bringing in only the elite? We're all frontline squad members, the lowest is level 95. Level 78 just tagging along? Is she relying on her looks? A woman snorted coldly. Chen Nian had anticipated this reaction and smiled faintly. Everyone, don't worry. I'll keep a close eye on her. Ha! Young man, you better watch your own back. This dungeon is newly discovered. There's a high chance it contains second-tier monsters. That girl's face looks kinda familiar, kinda like some actress. The 2 women chatted among themselves. You think so too? Yeah, she looks just like that Qin, something you. You know, the one who got famous so young thanks to connections. TSK, who knows how many hidden rules she's had to follow behind the scenes. But it's the gaming era now, the entertainment industry is so last century. Overhearing their conversation, Xinyu nearly exploded with rage. Yet she dared only keep her head bowed low, afraid to speak up and refute them. She was terrified of being recognized. Just then, Chen Nian suddenly asked with a smile, making a woman admit another woman as talented is worse than killing her. Just get used to it. What did you say? The 2 women instantly flew into a rage, lifting their heads to confront her. In terms of looks, figure, poise, and talent, they couldn't hold a candle to Xinyu. Their only advantage was a slightly higher level. Chen Nian's sarcastic remark shattered their defenses instantly. Why are you suddenly so worked up? I didn't name names. You're not taking this personally, are you? You. The 2 women flushed crimson with fury, yet couldn't muster a single retort. Captain Li, it's time to assemble. Is everyone here? Chen Nian didn't want to waste any more time. I'll go check on them. Li Yunwei made a call, but no one answered. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. 40 minutes. Nearly an hour late, the group finally saw a burly man in a black coat approaching. Sorry, everyone. I ran into some female fans on the way. They dragged me into chatting and eating, couldn't shake them off. Indeed, this man was Qian Mangan, a second-tier paladin. During his hour-long absence, everyone had been left hanging. Yet no one blamed him. Instead, they greeted him warmly. No worries, brother Qian. You're right on time, we didn't wait long.
Bro, you look so strong. Having you in our dungeon run makes me feel totally safe. Yeah, with a paladin tanking aggro up front, I feel totally safe.
A latecomer, yet everyone was fawning over him.
That's the status that comes with raw power.
Of course, Li Yunwei couldn't really complain, this guy was undeniably powerful.
Rumor has it that not long ago, when all his teammates failed, he soloed a level 90 boss and even made the trending news.
You're late. A cold remark shattered the warm atmosphere. The speaker was Chen Nian. If he'd been a few minutes late for legitimate reasons, that would have been one thing. But arriving an hour late just to play around with female fans? That was deeply offensive to Chen Nian.
Clearly, Chen Mangan hadn't expected anyone to call him out. His thick eyebrows knitted together.
Who is he?
Bro, he's a level 98 elemental mage, the woman said coldly.
Oof.
Not very high level, but he sure has some nerve.
You bet.
He brought this girl who's only level 78.
Where does he get the nerve? Chen Mangan glanced at Qinyu, his interest piqued.
He'd never seen such a striking woman.
Follow me. I'll protect you. No need. Qinyu had no intention of engaging.
Wait, is this bro your boyfriend?
No big deal, that'd be pretty interesting too. Li Yunwei didn't want to escalate the tension between them.
She feared even more that Chen Nian, in a foul mood, might slaughter them all.
Since everyone's here, let's get moving. We still have quite a distance to go. After 2 hours of walking, the group had successfully reached their destination.
The location was halfway up a barren mountain, perched on a sheer cliff face.
A teleportation array, resembling a chaotic vortex, flickered with light.
Careful, this is the dungeon entrance.
Chen Nian was puzzled. How did you even find this godforsaken corner?
2 days ago, a party averaging level 90 went missing near here. They seem to have entered this dungeon, Li Yunwei said solemnly.
Disappeared. Xinyu's expression darkened. Disappeared was the polite way of putting it. The less polite way? They died inside.
If even a group averaging level 90 could fall here, imagine how powerful the monsters inside this dungeon must be.
Ha! No one's scared, right? Chen Mangan roared with laughter. If you are, now's your chance to bail. Once you're in, there's no turning back.
Brother Manganese, you'd better protect us well later.
Xinyu was genuinely scared.
She didn't know Chen Nian's true identity, and her own strength was limited. It was only natural to be afraid.
Sis, think this through. Your boyfriend won't be able to protect you. With that fragile little frame, the boss could touch you and you'd be done for.
Ha 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 ha.
A burst of laughter erupted.
But just then, the laughter abruptly stopped. Because Chen Nian had already stepped into the secret realm.
Such audacity wasn't something just anyone possessed.
After all, a team had been wiped out here just days ago. Forget the others, even Chen Mangan, the paladin with his incredibly high defense, had to maintain a defensive stance before entering this secret realm to avoid monster ambushes.
And he just walked right in? He's practically courting death.
As the others stood in stunned silence, Li Yunwei couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile.
Turning to Qinyu, he said. Let's go. With Chen Nian here, we'll be fine. Chapter 71, Second Tier Boss, Moonlight Wolf King. You have entered the secret realm Moonlight Palace.
Before Chen Nian stood a mysterious and magnificent palace bathed in moonlight. A stone bridge spanned the center, flanked by shimmering lakes. The full moon overhead cast a soft, enigmatic glow, tinting the rippling waves with an otherworldly hue.
Never seen this instance before. Some instances Chen Nian had encountered before in the game, but this one was clearly new.
Behind him, Li Yunwei and the others had followed suit. What a beautiful scene.
How come there isn't a single monster in sight? Maybe they're inside the palace? Let's go check it out.
The moment they stepped onto the stone bridge, massive splashes erupted from the lakes on both sides.
Watch out.
Emerging were 6 wolves with snow-white fur, each bearing a crescent moon on its forehead and moon-white pupils.
Moonlight Wolf, level 90. Tisk, just some level 90 monsters. Thought it was something else.
Chen Mangan scoffed, instantly shedding all tension.
3 wolves flanked him front and back.
He advanced alone, wielding his dark gold great shield. Facing the attacks of 3 moonlight wolves seemed effortless. A single judgment of light descended like 3 cages of light, trapping the monsters within.
Behind him,
Zhang Yunlei, a second-tier Thunder Shadow warrior, also charged forward. A greatsword whirled in his hands with lightning speed, his entire body crackling with sparks and lightning as he crushed the monsters without a hint of struggle.
But he only took down 2, deliberately leaving a moonlight wolf behind. Returning, he looked at Chen Nian. Bro, watching from the sidelines isn't much fun, is it? I'll leave you one to test your skills. All eyes turned to Chen Nian.
Clearly, this was a test of his strength. If he struggled even with such minor foes, he'd be told to pack his bags and leave immediately.
Why hasn't he moved yet? Could it be? Boom!
Before Zhang Yunlei could finish his sentence, a wind-gathering cannon streaked past his face, snapping 2 strands of hair from his forehead.
The moonlight wolf it struck was pierced clean through, instantly disintegrating into specks of light.
Witnessing this scene, everyone felt a jolt of shock.
Could this elemental mage's attack power be this high? Instantly killing even a level 90 mob. His gear must be incredibly high-end. Perhaps he even wields an epic weapon, the equipment slot with the highest attack bonus.
Unfortunately, he concealed his staff, so its appearance remained hidden. They were wrong on 2 counts.
First, nearly every piece of Chen Nian's gear was epic tier. Second, Chen Nian's unique talent doesn't require specific weapon types.
To him, weapons are merely tools to boost attack power, no need to flaunt them.
Ready? Chen Nian asked. Li Yunwei replied, little Chen's strength is undeniable. Let's move on. The group entered the palace gates, passing through rows of stone pillars. Along the way, they encountered several attacks from moonlight wolves, but they handled them with ease. All first-tier monsters? Is this dungeon's only challenge this week? Not even a bit of pressure. Chen Mangan found it utterly boring.
He actually hoped the dungeon would be tougher, otherwise he couldn't showcase his skills or show off. The best kind would be one where everyone else was helpless, and he single-handedly turned the tide. That would be the most satisfying.
Don't get complacent. We haven't seen the boss yet.
At the end of the corridor stood a massive gate, roughly 10 meters tall. Carved onto the gate was a lifelike wolf's head. Everyone knew this was likely where the Lord resided.
And the one who wiped out that level 90 squad? It had to be the boss. Step aside. I'll handle this.
Chen Mangan roared, his shield glowing with holy light, its defensive power surging dramatically. This was the defining trait of a holy knight. He pushed open the gate, and the others followed him inside.
Wow! Xin Yu couldn't help but gasp in awe.
Above their heads hung a super bright full moon, while beneath their feet lay a floor as smooth as glass, rippling with each step.
It was like stepping into a dreamlike fairyland.
The doors slammed shut. Everyone immediately scanned their surroundings, but the scene was completely empty. Nothing could be seen, let alone the Lord.
What's going on? Where's the boss?
Just as everyone was puzzled, a notification suddenly appeared before their eyes.
You are affected by the effect Moonlight Seal. Under the moonlight, you cannot use any supernatural powers. What? The holy light on Shenmon's shield faded. I can't use my supernatural powers anymore. Me neither. What's going on? There's actually a restriction like this? What the hell are we supposed to do? Chen Nian remained surprisingly calm.
There were many types of dungeons in Cataclysm, and this one was clearly a mechanics-based dungeon.
What exactly is a mechanism-based instance? It's a dungeon with specific rules where players must defeat the boss under certain conditions, not just mindlessly fight. Woof! A wolf's howl echoed overhead.
A massive, snow-white figure plummeted from the sky, crashing down with a thunderous impact. 10 meters long, its fur was thick and snow-white, shimmering with a pearl-like luster. A bright, full moon shone brilliantly upon its forehead, bathing its entire body in a sacred and untouchable radiance.
Moonlight Wolf King, Tier 2, Level 1. A Tier 2 boss. It's actually a Tier 2 boss, someone gasped in shock.
No wonder it wiped out a level 90 team, it really is Tier 2.
Everyone, be careful. However, the Moonlight Wolf King did not immediately attack the group. Because the special mechanism appeared once more. Dispatch one member to engage the Wolf King in melee combat.
Victory condition, successfully shatter the crescent moon on its forehead to break the Moonlight Seal. Failure condition, if you flee the challenge area or a second person enters the challenge area.
Remaining attempts 4. One-on-one, hand-to-hand combat. Only one person may be sent. I'll go. Chen Mangan waved his hand and stepped forward.
Brother, we have 4 chances. As the strongest, you should save yourself for later.
I'll go first.
Another man volunteered. He strode purposefully into the central ring, initiating the first round of combat.
The Wolf King lunged with ferocious speed. Its steel-sharp claws nearly knocked him to the ground in an instant.
Like a small animal pinned down, he could only barely block the steel claws with his weapon, yet he was still being relentlessly pushed downward. Those steel claws were about to pierce his skull.
Help! Help me! I can't win!
I can't win, he screamed frantically for help.
Zhang Yunlei entered the challenge arena. His entry meant there were now 2 people in the challenge arena. Current challenge failed, remaining attempts 3.
The Moonlight Wolf King's attack halted. The man, nearly scared out of his wits, fled for his life. But just a few steps out, a sudden beam of moonlight pinned him to the spot.
What the hell? What is this? I can't get out.
At that moment, new rules appeared before everyone's eyes.
Challenge losers become sacrifices.
Gather 4 sacrifices to activate Moon Ruin, annihilating all.
Everyone.
A bone-chilling coldness shot straight up their spines. They were too terrified to speak. 4 challenge attempts correspond to 4 sacrifices. Those who fail become sacrifices.
Should all 4 attempts fail, what awaited them was annihilation. Second challenge begins.
Gazing at the colossal Wolf King before him, Zhang Yunlei's palms were already sweating uncontrollably.
Chapter 72, Chen Nian takes the field, the last hope?
The Law of the Pack. Only the strongest among them becomes the Wolf King.
Now, the group must challenge the Wolf King. Only by succeeding can the seal on their extraordinary powers be lifted. The second challenge began.
Stepping forward is Zhang Yunlei, a second-tier Thunder Shadow warrior.
He's also a second-tier extraordinary being. Defeating the Wolf King should be no problem, right? Not necessarily. The physique of a Lord-tier monster is unimaginably formidable.
His talents lie in agility and speed, which offer little advantage in close combat. But our victory condition isn't to defeat it, it's to shatter the full moon above its head.
So if we get the chance.
Before the onlookers could exchange more than a few words, the second challenge had already commenced.
The Moonlight Wolf King locked onto Zhang Yunlei, tensing every limb as it launched forward like a cannonball. But Zhang Yunlei was faster.
He sidestepped the attack and swung his sword down in a swift counter.
Damn, that's tough.
This strike carried no supernatural power.
Relying solely on physical strength, it inflicted no damage whatsoever. Zhang Yunlei was secretly startled, but before he could react, the massive wolf's tail swept in from behind.
The terrifying force slammed into his back, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood as he tumbled forward dozens of meters. It's over, the thought simultaneously flashed through everyone's minds.
Wait, he's still getting up.
After Zhang Yunlei scrambled to his feet, the Wolf King lunged at him once more. Yet this time, Zhang Yunlei showed no will to fight.
He turned and fled.
In less than 3 seconds, he had fled beyond the challenge zone.
Everyone. Current challenge failed. Remaining attempts, 2. I can't fight, it's too strong.
As Zhang Yunlei caught his breath, a beam of moonlight descended from the heavens, enveloping him.
Challenge loser has become a sacrifice. Current sacrifices, 2.
Witnessing this scene, the crowd felt their hearts sink.
Only 2 chances left. If they still couldn't defeat the Wolf King, total annihilation awaited them all. What do we do? Only 2 chances left. To be precise, just 1.
Our only hope to defeat the Wolf King now is Brother Manganese.
If he can't do it, who else is there?
All eyes turned to the towering figure of Chen Nian.
Don't worry, everyone. Manganese is a high-level holy knight.
His physical constitution is already his strongest attribute, and he's got 2 epic tier gear pieces.
That's right. You can do it. We believe in you. Everyone rallied to encourage Chen Nian, for he was the village's last hope. Succeed or die trying.
Chen Nian stepped onto the challenge arena, his footsteps heavy as if weighted with lead.
Challenger enters. Third challenge begins.
The Moonlight Wolf King locked onto a new target, unleashing the same ferocious pounce. Its relentless momentum and terrifying pressure crashed down like mountains and seas, only to be blocked by Chen Nian's massive shield. He was forced back nearly 3 meters before finally blocking the strike head-on.
Good. Blocked. As expected of Mangan, to stand toe-to-toe with the Wolf King.
Chen Nian slammed his shield forward.
Clang. 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 Steel-like claws clashed relentlessly against the shield, sparks dancing through the air as man and wolf locked in a fierce, passionate battle. Yet so far, Chen Nian had only managed to block with his shield, never finding an opening to shatter the moonlight mark on the Wolf King's forehead. 5 minutes later, this stalemate finally reached its climax. Wah-ah!
With a piercing howl, the Wolf King's claw came crashing down. Chen Nian collapsed to one knee, shield raised above his head, unable to move.
I can't go on.
He mustered every ounce of strength, abandoning his weapon, just to barely escape the Wolf King's claws. The moment he broke free, he fled for his life toward the exit, not daring to look back.
Current challenge failed, remaining attempts, 1. Challenge failed. Defeated player becomes sacrifice. Current sacrifices, 3.
As expected, a beam of moonlight descended, trapping Chen Nian in place. At that moment, every face turned ashen. One woman even collapsed to her knees on the spot, crushed by overwhelming despair.
What do we do now? It's over. This is the end. We're going to die in here too. Among the survivors were only Chen Nian, Xinyu, Li Yunwei, and 2 women. Not a single second-tier cultivator among them. Who could possibly stand against this Wolf King? Anyone who went up would be walking to their death. Who could have imagined the dungeon had rules like this? This is bloody hell. Chen Nian bellowed, "Hey, Chen! You're supposed to be so skilled. Why are you hiding in the back now?"
Of course, he was merely venting his frustration. He didn't truly pin his hopes on Chen Nian.
After all, he was just an elemental mage. Even a paladin couldn't take on this Wolf King in melee, and you expect a mage to do it? A first-tier mage, at that. Chen Nian took a step forward. Suddenly, Xinyu grabbed his arm from behind. Chen Nian. What is it? I'm sorry, I can't help. Chen Nian smiled. I called you here because I never expected your help in the first place. Why blame yourself? The 2 women beside them couldn't hold back. But at a time like this, you're still pulling this sentimental crap? So fake, it makes me sick. If you're so great, why don't you save us? What good is all this empty talk when death is staring us in the face? Chen Nian ignored them, turning to Li Yunwei. Leave the final stage to me. All right. Li Yunwei nodded. Seeing Chen Nian's calm expression, she felt not a trace of panic. Seemed she'd bet on the right horse. Under everyone's gaze, Chen Nian stepped forward and entered the challenge arena. Challenger enters. Fourth challenge begins. This challenge would determine life or death. Success meant salvation for all. Failure meant everyone would perish together. AOR. The Moonlight Wolf King lunged at this final challenger, a devastating pounce that even the paladin could barely withstand. Chen Nian stood rooted to the spot. Everyone's first thought was, he's courting death. With the Wolf King's terrifying attack power, a single swipe could be fatal. Sure enough, the Wolf King's claws pierced Chen Nian's chest. It seemed as though the next second would reveal him gutted and torn apart. What? The steel-like claws did not pierce Chen Nian's body. Instead, the Wolf King's entire body trembled, its limbs quivering as its massive frame staggered backward several steps, nearly losing its footing. Backlash. The epic set effect remained active. Seizing the moment, Chen Nian charged forward. Unexpectedly, the Wolf King repeated its tactic. That massive tail swept sideways once more, slamming heavily into Chen Nian's body. Anyone else would have suffered a severe concussion. But Chen Nian wasn't knocked away. Instead, that massive wolf tail instantly stood upright, bristling with fury. Quite the mischievous one. Chen Nian leapt forward, landing precisely on the Wolf King's head with both feet, then thrust upward with all his might. Boom! The massive Wolf King was forcibly pinned to the ground. Chen Nian stood casually atop the Moonlight Wolf King's head, crouching down to lift its head with one hand. A heavy punch slammed into its forehead. Clatter! The full moon mark shattered instantly. Everyone stared at him as if he were a monster. Chapter 73, Slaying the Moonlight Wolf King. Chen Nian levels up, gear drops. The sacred and mighty Moonlight Wolf King, under Chen Nian's hands, was like a helpless infant. The crescent moon mark upon its forehead shattered with a thunderous crack. At that moment, everyone's gaze toward Chen Nian was filled with shock and disbelief. He's an elemental mage? That's a mage? You've got to be kidding me. Holy crap! He actually won? The two women who had mocked Chen Nian with scorn and held not a shred of belief now gaped in disbelief, their trembling pupils betraying the shock within. Before the fight began, they could never have imagined a mage could be so absurdly effective in close combat. By all logic, mages were supposed to be ranged attackers, while paladins were the ones charging into battle as meat shields. But now, Xian Mangan, a paladin, was getting his ass kicked, while a mage had the boss beaten into submission. How could this be? Recalling their earlier sarcastic remarks about Chen Nian, they felt utterly ashamed, wishing they could sink into the ground. Turns out the real powerhouse in the party was Chen Nian. Turns out he really did have the skills to bring his little sister along. Realizing this, the two women knew they'd chosen the wrong person to suck up to. Their faces burned with embarrassment, and they wanted to slap themselves. Chen Nian, is this amazing? Xin Yu's eyes sparkled with admiration. She knew Chen Nian was formidable, but she never imagined he was this powerful. The gap between Tier 1 and Tier 2 was already vast, and fighting across tiers was practically a fairy tale. She never thought she'd witness it firsthand. This is my boyfriend. The pride welling up inside her was impossible to contain. The earlier humiliation and belittlement vanished without a trace. Xin Yu lifted her snow-white neck triumphantly, glancing at the other two women. She noticed their haughty gazes now barely met hers. What's wrong? You were so talkative earlier. Now you're silent? If you're too ashamed to stay here, you can go up and die. Getting saved by my boyfriend must be pretty humiliating, huh? Say something. Xin Yu fired off 3 questions in quick succession, receiving no response. A wave of satisfaction washed over her, as refreshing as a spring breeze. The feeling of being swept off her feet by her boyfriend was absolutely exhilarating. As for Li Yunwei, she wasn't particularly surprised by the outcome. She knew Chen Nian could win, but hadn't expected it to be this effortless. So this is the true strength of the Silent One. No, perhaps he still hasn't shown his full power. This might just be the tip of the iceberg. Earlier, I actually worried he might lose. Turns out I was overthinking it. Oof. Zhang Yunlei and Chen Mangan felt a mix of emotions. This kid, where on earth did he come from? Could he be using some forbidden technique? Otherwise, it's impossible. A mage's physique absolutely couldn't be this high. Unless he's compensating with gear? That must be it. He's incredibly wealthy, so his gear is top tier, making up for his attribute shortcomings. Both men arrived at this conclusion simultaneously, which brought them some measure of relief. It was entirely plausible for a wealthy individual to purchase an entire set of epic gear outright. A notification appeared before everyone's eyes simultaneously. Congratulations on successful challenge. Moonlight seal lifted. In that instant, the 3 who had been bound as sacrifices regained their freedom. My power has returned. Me too. Great. Finally, we can fight with our extraordinary powers. The group sighed in relief. Meanwhile, Chen Nian had retreated back, his face etched with exhaustion and weariness. Of course, he wasn't truly weak. He was putting on an act. He wanted to see if human nature could withstand the test. As their savior, now appearing weak, would they harbor evil intentions? If they passed the test, it would prove they still possessed a conscience. Chen Nian would then choose to overlook his earlier words and spare them. Chen Nian, are you okay? Xin Yu nervously steadied Chen Nian, rushing to check on him. Chen Nian? How are you? Li Yunwei also spoke up. But she was puzzled, how could Chen Nian be weakened? That didn't make sense. My strength is only powerful because I activated the Calamity Gem. After using it, I'll remain weak. Chen Nian made up a perfectly plausible excuse. Xin Yu believed him. The others believed it too. Li Yunwei didn't buy it. Brother, you rest up first. Leave this Wolf King to us. Yeah, you've already done a great service. No need for you to get involved now. Though Qian and Mangan said this, they couldn't help but sneer inwardly. So this was the effect of the Calamity Gem. The Calamity Gem grants one negative status effect and one positive buff. For instance, the Calamity Gem in Chen Nian's hand reduced defense while boosting attack power. Qian Mangan and Zhang Yunlei exchanged a knowing glance. Looks like the Calamity Gem in his hand grants immense power for a short time, but leaves him utterly weakened afterward. Not a bad thing, huh? Without further discussion, the two summoned the others to attack the Moonlight Wolf King together. Having restored his extraordinary power, the paladin displayed his divine might. Bathed in holy light, his shield gleaming, he nearly perfectly parried every strike from the Moonlight Wolf King. Ha! This is the power I should possess. Qian Mangan finally regained his confidence. Finally, after a fierce assault, the group succeeded in slaying the Moonlight Wolf King. With a long howl, the Moonlight Wolf King dissolved into a sky full of sparkling points of light. It's over. Ha! Nothing special. Everyone present gained a massive amount of experience points. And Chen Nian finally reached level 99. Level up, 98-99. Congratulations on reaching Tier 1 max level. Tier 1 Ultimate Word Spirit, Lion's Flame. The Ultimate Word Spirit is a super move distinct from other word spirits. They can only be mastered after reaching the maximum level of the current tier. Every talent possesses its own ultimate ability. Chen Nian's just happens to be a bit more insane than most. Equipment found. Holy crap, what kind of gear is this? This is definitely top tier gear. The group immediately swarmed around it. There, suspended mid-air, was a silver-white wolf head ring, shining like a star. Equipment slots were divided into helmet, gauntlets, greaves, breastplate, necklace, ring, and weapon. Currently, only Chen Nian's ring was still junk, everything else was top-tier epic gear. And this boss had just dropped a ring. Strange. Shouldn't dropped gear go straight into your inventory? Chen Mangan reached out to grab it first. Unexpectedly, the moment his hand touched the ring, it bounced back. Notice, no pickup permission. Please have the winner of the Wolf King duel pick it up. What the hell? I killed this boss, and it says I don't have pickup permission. Qian Mangan exploded in rage. Zhang Yunlei reached out too, but his hand was similarly repelled. Damn it, I don't have loot permissions either? The winner of the Wolf King's duel. Wait. Could it be? All eyes turned back to Chen Nian. The so-called Wolf King duel turned out to be that one-on-one duel just now. Chapter 74, The Mask Slips. The Siege of Chen Nian. Brother Chen, why don't you give it a try? Qian Mangan's gaze fixed on Chen Nian, his eyes betraying both anxiety and eagerness. Yeah, Brother Chen, you were the one who won earlier. Maybe only you can take this gear. Alright, I'll give it a shot. Chen Nian stepped forward and extended his hand. This time, the silver-white ring offered no resistance, it slipped onto his finger. Congratulations on obtaining the epic tier equipment Moonlight Wolf Ring. Moonlight Wolf Ring Epic. Required tier, Tier 2, Level 1. Defense, 0. Attack, 150. Attributes, Superb plus 20. Special effect Moonlight Wolf Spirit. During moonlit nights, summon the Moonlight Wolf Spirit to aid in battle. Cooldown, 3 days. This is also a Tier 2 epic grade equipment. Both its attributes and special effect are exceptionally outstanding. Once Chen Nian successfully advances to Tier 2, he'll be able to equip 2 Tier 2 items simultaneously, further boosting his combat power. Chen Nian was thoroughly satisfied. This meant every piece of his gear would now be top tier. So, what do you think? How's the gear? Yeah, tell us. The others around him pressed eagerly, their eyes burning with intense curiosity. Chen Nian forced a weak smile. Not bad. Just ordinary second-tier epic gear. Second-tier epic. Even now, the market price for epic gear remained exorbitantly high. However, after everyone leveled up, Tier 1 gear was practically worthless. Only Tier 2 pieces could keep pace with the times. A ring like this was worth far more than those gemstone diamond rings. What about the special effect? All at the gear has special effects, Zhang Yunlei pressed. The special effect?
It summons a wolf spirit to assist in battle.
Chen Nian replied with a hint of impatience. Holy crap, a summoning ability? This is top tier, absolutely top tier. Who knew this dungeon would actually drop such a treasure? Wow, this is awesome. Everyone kept exclaiming in amazement. Chen Nian shook his head. I'm feeling a bit tired. Let's leave this place first. Wait. Just as he was about to leave, a sharp voice rang out from behind him. Xian Mangan called him back. Chen Nian sighed silently. It seemed human nature truly couldn't withstand the test. Some people would inevitably reveal their dark thoughts in the face of greed. Even though he was their savior, they still coveted him. Is there something else? Chen Nian turned back. Brother Chen, you're only at the first tier. This gear won't do you any good. Why not share it? Xin Yu reacted most strongly to this suggestion. How could you think like that? Chen Nian saved your lives, and now you're eyeing his gear?
Li Yunwei nodded in agreement.
Exactly. He earned it. Without him, we might have died. Deep down, she hoped this group wouldn't make a foolish decision. The man before you is the world's strongest player, silent. To target him? That's suicide. Hold your tongue, little sister. While he did contribute, we defeated the boss together. This gear is ours too. Qian Mangan sneered coldly.
Seeing this, the other two women weighed their options and sided with Qian Mangan.
Exactly. We put in the effort during the final boss fight. We deserve our share too, how can he hog it all? Exactly. It's downright selfish for one person to hoard everything. He didn't even offer to split the spoils with us. Besides, if you're that powerful, why wait until the end? Why not just jump in from the start? What if he wanted us to test the boss's strength first? So selfish. Through the gossip of these two women, Chen Nian had somehow become a selfish villain. Xin Yu was nearly red with fury, her eyes widening to their fullest. Are you even human? Shut up. Women have no right to speak here.
Zhang Yunlei suddenly raised his hand, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck Xin Yu squarely in the chest.
This was his Thunder Shadow Warrior ability, capable of using electric currents to paralyze and stun enemies. Xin Yu's body went limp instantly, collapsing into Chen Nian's arms.
She was unconscious.
Li Yunweilan was both furious and anxious. Are you all looking for death?
Captain Li, I advise you not to interfere. With your peak first-tier strength, do you think you're a match for us?
You'd be better off staying out of this.
We're just honing our skills to face the Blood Moon Calamity.
This is for defending our homeland, don't blame us. Ha 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 ha.
As he spoke, Zhang Yunlei even burst into unrestrained laughter, no longer bothering to pretend.
Li Yunwei said nothing more.
Instead, she glanced at Chen Nian, noticing his face had darkened to a terrifying shade. She knew it was too late to turn back now.
Fine. I hope you don't regret this.
With that, she silently stepped aside, choosing not to intervene further.
Ha! Captain Li knows when to step aside. Brother Chen, are you still planning to resist? Hand over that ring. Hold on, it's not just that ring. Qian Mangan sneered coldly. You must have other valuable gear on you. Otherwise, you wouldn't possess such formidable power. Hand over everything including your calamity gem.
Their greed had swollen beyond measure.
They even wanted to strip Chen of everything he had. Brother Manganese sure has an appetite, huh? Ha ha. Hand it over quietly.
Since you saved our faces, we might spare your life.
Otherwise. The implication was clear. Yet Chen Nian paid them no mind, standing silently in place. Good, very good. Since that's the case, you'd better protect your girlfriend carefully. After all, blades have no eyes. If you accidentally kill her, it won't be our problem. Qian Mangan was supremely confident.
In his view, Chen Nian's strength stemmed from the catastrophe gem, and he was now in a weakened state.
Moreover, after activating his transcendent power, his paladin abilities could be unleashed to their fullest potential. Could a mere first-tier elemental mage possibly break through my holy light shield? Not to mention he had 3 allies by his side. Chen Nian, on the other hand, was carrying an unconscious girlfriend. This fight was completely one-sided.
After a long silence, Chen Nian laid Xin Yu on the ground and activated the word spell Ethereal Serpent of Flight, enveloping her in all-around protection. Rising to his feet, he finally spoke.
Now, you can give it a try.
Chen Nian's emotionless, cold gaze swept over them, sending an inexplicable chill down their spines.
It felt like being stared at by the Grim Reaper. Unnerving. Damn it, still trying to bluff? Move.
Zhang Yunlei transformed into a streak of lightning, darting through the air at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. With each flash, he unleashed a slash upon any target within range. The first-tier ultimate skill of the Lightning Shadow Warrior, Phantom Lightning Shadow Slash. He unleashed his ultimate move right off the bat. P.S. If you enjoyed this chapter, please consider giving it a 5-star rating. Thank you so much. Also, huge thanks for all the gifts. Appreciate you watching ads to support me, QUQ.
Chapter 75, Word Spirit, Lion Flame. Phantom Light Lightning Shadow Slash. Zhang Yunlei unleashed his ultimate skill from the start. He transformed into an elusive streak of lightning, darting back and forth relentlessly. It couldn't help but remind one of lightning strikes like me, cleaving through all obstacles. Equally dazzling, equally ineffective. These attacks landed on Chen Nian with barely more sting than a bathhouse attendant's touch. If anything, it felt like being scrubbed by one with calloused hands. After all, Chen Nian's epic tier set boasted defensive bonuses, not something easily breached.
What's going on? No way, wasn't he just weakened? In everyone's view, Chen Nian stood motionless as a mountain at the center of the lightning sword array, his face expressionless. The lightning bolts that struck his body bounced off like they were hitting diamond, without any sign of impact.
He didn't even flinch. Ah! Zhang Yunlei's ultimate skill concluded, revealing his figure at last.
Yet he stumbled backward several steps, clutching his chest as he knelt, drenched in sweat.
Zhang Yunlei, what happened, you?
One person stepped closer and saw the dozens of wounds crisscrossing Zhang Yunlei's body, flesh exposed. They turned pale with shock.
Why are you injured?
The woman covered her mouth, her pupils trembling violently. Chen Nian had been hit by the ultimate skill yet remained unscathed, while Zhang Yunlei, who had initiated the attack, was covered in wounds. Witnessing this bizarre scene, everyone felt a lump in their throats, unable to speak.
This kid is possessed. He's possessed.
Zhang Yunlei's voice was hoarse, his eyes filled with unspeakable terror.
What the hell are you scared of? Can four of us not take down one guy? Let's go together. Chen Nian roared, shielding himself with holy light. His physical attributes surged dramatically.
Now, both his physical strength and his ability to withstand blows had nearly doubled. The towering figure, shield raised high, charged forward like an unstoppable war machine.
Boom! A deep, deafening collision echoed. Chen Nian did only one thing, he threw a punch.
His plain, unadorned fist collided with the holy light shield, instantly shattering the divine aura and leaving a distinct fist imprint on the black gold shield.
Chen Nian, relying on his exceptional defense and constitution, emerged unscathed. But the two women weren't so lucky. They were sent flying by the terrifying shockwave.
You! Chen Nian could no longer maintain his composure. His composure began to crumble, his muscles trembled, and every hair on his body seemed to stand on end. His pounding heart felt as though gripped by an invisible hand, nearly choking the life out of him.
You're faking it.
Your weakness is fake. He muttered, backing away as terror crept across his face like a vine. Beside him, Li Yunwei sighed. I told you all this before your courting death, yet you refused to listen.
Greed truly is humanity's ugliest trait. Impossible. How could a first-tier elemental mage be this powerful? It must be some forbidden technique or a calamity gem. His power isn't his own. Exactly. If we just hold out long enough, his true colors will show.
Chen Nian kept reassuring himself, as if only by talking incessantly could he keep his heart from pounding so violently.
Chen Nian's gaze remained as calm as ever.
In his eyes, these men were already corpses. When encountering those deserving death, he harbored not a shred of mercy. In that case, let's test the power of the new word spirit.
Chen Nian closed his eyes.
A cascade of obscure, intricate syllables burst forth. These syllables wove together, seemingly forming a grand and sweeping battle hymn. The air's temperature surged rapidly, becoming unbearably stifling in an instant.
What is he doing? It's his ultimate skill. He's unleashing his ultimate skill. Zhang Yunlei exclaimed. That madman. Doesn't he fear endangering that woman? Over here.
Chen Nian bellowed, if we can just block this strike, maybe his power will be exhausted.
We'll have a chance.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than he planted his great shield into the ground. Instantly, holy light blazed forth, radiating outward in waves to form a wall. Holy Knight Tier 1 Ultimate Ability Holy Light Barrier. This was his most powerful defensive skill.
Can it hold? Of course. My ability can block a Tier 2 boss's ultimate attack. How could it fail against him? Chen Nian had absolute confidence in his defense. Even second-tier transcendent beings might not possess the power to shatter his holy light barrier, let alone someone who hadn't advanced yet. Chen Nian's incantation halted.
His eyes snapped open. Behind him, a boss-like flaming lion had materialized. The blazing golden flames gave the lion a regal, noble aura. Though not a true lion king, the terrifying pressure it exuded was almost suffocating.
Spell of words, Lion's Flame.
A terrifying creature. Li Yunwei hurriedly backed away to a safe distance.
To her astonishment, she noticed Qin Yu was still inside. And he was completely unharmed. Wait, this guy was protecting Qin Yu while fighting? Too terrifying. Is this the true power of the Silent One? Go.
At the command, Lion Flame charged forward. It collided head-on with the holy light barrier. Flames and holy light intertwined, collided, and exploded in that instant. The blinding light stripped away all vision. This was a clash of pure, transcendent power.
After a long moment, Li Yunwei lowered his hand and finally saw the situation ahead. Shock.
The paladin's ultimate defensive skill, Holy Light Barrier, had shattered into countless specks of light, slowly dissipating into the air. Xian Mangan's prized great shield lay shattered into pieces, scattered across the ground.
Even their weapons were forcibly destroyed. As for those few individuals,
they were nearly all charred black, smoke billowing from their bodies, clearly all severely injured.
Not bad power, Chen Nian remarked with satisfaction.
His current superior attribute wasn't particularly high, and he hadn't even equipped those 2 epic tier gear pieces that boosted attributes.
Plus, he was still a tier 1 and hadn't gained the attribute boosts from advancing.
To directly break through a second-tier paladin's ultimate defensive skill and forcibly destroy their weapon was already quite impressive. Chen Nian estimated that once he reached tier 2 and equipped those 2 items,
a single ordinary wind-gathering cannon would achieve this effect.
Xian Mangan scrambled to his feet, barely recognizable as human.
He still couldn't believe that a tier 1 extraordinary being could be this powerful. It defied all common sense. Captain Li, save us. We're vital combat assets for Linhai City too. The Blood Moon Calamity is imminent. We can't die. We can still contribute to society. Li Yunwei shook his head. I warned you all before. Now, of course, it's too late to stop it. I refuse to accept this. I refuse.
Xian Mangan screamed like a madman.
Who are you? Tell me. Tell me. Li Yunwei turned his gaze back to Chen Nian, took a deep breath, and asked. Chen Nian, you are the silent one. I haven't guessed wrong, have I?
Chapter 76, The Call to Xiuqi.
Chen Nian, you are Bu Yu, right? I'm not mistaken, am I?
You?
What did you say?
Hearing Li Yunwei's words, the group froze like statues.
Intense shock and horror filled their hearts in an instant. He's Bu Yu?
The world's strongest player.
No, it can't be true. This can't be real?
Though Xian Mangan refused to believe it, the reality staring him in the face left him no choice but to accept it.
If he truly was silent himself, then all the inexplicable events could finally be explained. Nuyu's power was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people.
Even more shocking and speechless were those 2 women.
He is Bu Yu. He is Bu Yu.
They covered their mouths, their pupils trembling as a whirlwind of complex emotions swirled within them. In the end, only 2 words remained: regret.
Deep, profound regret. This should have been a perfect opportunity.
Had they behaved better, they might have latched onto Bu Yu's coattails. Even if that failed, they could at least have cultivated a favorable connection. Alas, their abysmal attitude had brought about the worst possible outcome.
It was our mistake. Please forgive us, we beg you. Big brother, we didn't recognize a mountain when we saw one. You're a magnanimous man, you won't hold a petty grudge against us, right? Chen Nian found it all rather laughable.
Had he not been Yu, but just an ordinary person without power, who knows how miserable their fate would have been today. Such is the way of the world, people must always pay for their choices. A shadow of darkness spread rapidly outward, radiating from beneath Chen Nian's feet. In an instant, the world emptied, leaving only endless darkness.
Chen Nian spared them any suffering. The moment the realm of death unfolded, their lifelines were severed. Death Scythe attack power plus 10. Death Scythe attack power plus 10. Death Scythe attack power plus 10. Death Scythe attack power plus 10.
After reaping 4 consecutive lives, Chen Nian finally released the Reaper's domain. The world had grown still. In the vast moonlit palace, only 3 remained, the still unconscious Qinyu, Chen Nian, and Li Yunwei.
Chen Nian picked up Qinyu and walked over to Li Yunwei, smiling as he asked. Captain Li, how did you know my identity? The question jolted Li Yunwei out of her daze. The shock of the domain had been overwhelming. To be honest, I've been investigating you for some time.
I noticed various anomalies and deduced the truth step by step.
I see. Then I must ask you to keep this confidential, Captain Li.
Rest assured.
I've already set your personal information to the highest security level at the Information Management Bureau. Ordinary people won't be able to access it. Thank you. Li Yunwei couldn't help but marvel. Who would have thought the strongest person in the world today would be an internet-addicted teenager? Captain Li, you're joking.
Many have already reached the 2nd tier. Now there are probably quite a few stronger than me.
Li Yunwei's lips twitched involuntarily. Modest, indeed?
You were already beating 2nd tier opponents back when you were only 1st tier.
What would happen if you actually reached 2nd tier? What are your plans now? Back to advance, of course. Excluding today, the Blood Moon Calamity has only 2 days left. Time waits for no one. All right.
With your strength, advancing shouldn't be a problem.
Not necessarily. Chen Nian couldn't shake the memory of that Demon God tier advancement challenge. He still felt uncertain about it.
I do feel a bit bad about wiping out all the elites you brought.
Li Yunwei shook his head.
While humanity should theoretically stand united against calamity, some scum simply must be purged.
Don't dwell on it. I certainly won't dwell on it.
Li Yunwei pondered for a moment.
How should we explain things to Chinyu when she wakes up?
Just say things almost got violent, but Captain Lee stepped in to stop it, allowing us to leave safely.
Alright, you go ahead. I'll take her home. Chen Nian handed Chinyu over to Li Yunwei.
Of course, he didn't forget to collect the items dropped by those few players. When players died, they dropped some items, either gear or consumables. These guys were elites, so everything was top-notch.
There were over 10 pieces of good gear. Chen Nian pondered for a moment. These items wouldn't be of much use to him personally.
Better to reward the hard-working members of the guild with them boosting their combat strength while strengthening their bonds. Opening the Eternal Peace of Mountains and Rivers guild chat, the group was always buzzing with endless chatter. Beyond leveling up, members either spammed the group or spammed it while taking a dump. The hottest topic lately was the Silent One in Linhai City. After all, no one had ever seen Chen Nian in person, not even Xiaoqi.
So Xiaoqi has become a frequent target of everyone's teasing. At Xiaoqi, heard you bought a seaside villa in Linhai City? Xiaoqi, I hear you specifically linked the teleportation array to Linhai City. Is that for personal gain or personal gain?
Stop teasing Xiaoqi, or Brother No Speech might show up to beat someone up.
Haha, would Brother No Words even peek into this group? Boo you, ahem, I need to address something. Holy crap, he's actually here? Hey boss. Go ahead, big brother.
Only when Chen Nian appeared did the group finally quiet down, all the chattering mouths suddenly silenced.
Boo you, I've got some good gear here.
The guys who set up the teleportation array recently worked hard, take this to reward them.
Boo you at Xiaoqi. Bro, honestly, Xiaoqi has been working the hardest lately. What are you planning to reward her with? Yeah, Sister Xiaoqi doesn't need gear either. Big brother, maybe you should think this through? Yeah, Xiaoqi has been holding everything together, she deserves a proper reward.
Everyone started teasing him in unison. At that moment, Su Jinyu saw these messages too and thought,
they've got a point. I'm the one who's been working the hardest, yet you never give me a second thought. You're handing out gear to them, but what about me? Now let's see how you respond. Suddenly, a message popped up. Booyu, I remember what happened with Xiaoqi. What are you all fussing about? Chen Nian wouldn't forget anyone's contributions, especially Xiaoqi's. Too bad that girl's a tough nut to crack.
She had money, power, and influence. Nothing was beyond her reach, and nothing could satisfy her.
After much deliberation, Chen Nian called Haizi. Boss Booyu? Transferring Sister Xiaoqi, right? Got it, hold on. You're surprisingly proactive.
And so, through Haizi's relay, Chen Nian connected with Su Jinyu.
Ahem. Little 7, it's me. A brief silence.
At that moment, Xiaoqi had just finished showering and was lying in bed playing with her phone. Suddenly, she received a call from Booyu. She sat bolt upright on the bed, clutching her pillow tightly, overjoyed. But she didn't immediately show her excitement. If you think one phone call can win me over, I won't stand for it, humph.
Brother Booyu, what's up? Need something from me? Chapter 77, Commencing the Demon God Tier Advancement Challenge. Booyu, what's up? Need something? Nothing, just wanted to chat with you.
Su Jinyu's heartbeat suddenly quickened, and she instinctively clutched the pillow in her arms tighter.
What's going on? Has the wooden statue finally come to his senses?
Under normal circumstances, Booyu would never utter such suggestive words. It was enough to completely freeze Su Jinyu's brain, leaving her stammering for ages without uttering a word.
Oh, right, little 7, you must have advanced successfully by now, right? MHM disaster level challenges are tough, but they get easier once you have experience. And thanks to Brother Booyu winning one for another woman. That sounds kind of jarring. Chen Nian detected the underlying jealousy.
No, I don't care about that. After all, other women need your help while I rely on myself.
That's the difference, right? Chen Nian chuckled. Right. Humph. Did Brother Booyu advance to Tier 2 too? Not yet.
I'm preparing to advance.
Alright, with your strength, you'll probably breeze through it. Ha. Chen Nian knew it wouldn't be that easy.
What he faced was a demon god level challenge. It was uncharted territory for everyone, and he was the first pioneer.
Success or failure remained uncertain. That's why Chen Nian wanted to call Xiaoqi partly to seek some psychological comfort. Xiaoqi, seeing how hard you've been working lately, I'll grant you one request. Go ahead. Anything? Yes. Then grant me 3 more requests. Are you trying to exploit a glitch here? Then.
After a brief silence, a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz came through the phone.
I want to see you. Su Jinyu lay face down on the bed, burying her entire face in the pillow. She could feel her heart pounding wildly. In that moment, she dared not speak, dared not even breathe. She listened intently to the phone, afraid to miss a single word. The girl had mustered every ounce of courage within her. Before today, Su Jinyu had said these words more than once, but never with such anticipation. She had even imagined how she would burst into tears if rejected.
Instead, all she heard was the beep 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 of the line going dead.
Su Jinyu's heart skipped a beat.
She pressed her lips tightly together, struggling to suppress her hurt and disappointment, but her eyes still glistened with tears.
Ugh. You're the one who told me to make a request. How could you? I hate you. But just then, a text message spanning thousands of kilometers arrived on Su Jinyu's phone. She opened it to find just one word inside. Okay.
This message wasn't forwarded through the intermediary He Zi, but sent directly from Chen Nian's own phone.
This meant Chen Nian had given Xiaoqi his phone number. Su Jinyu stared at the message for a long time.
Suddenly, her tears turned to laughter, and the tears welling in the corners of her eyes were forced back.
You're so roundabout.
After scolding him playfully, she grinned foolishly at the phone screen for ages, her lips practically curling upward as her two snow-white feet bounced happily. She couldn't be happier. Not only had she secured a promise, but she'd also gotten a phone number no one else possessed. Everyone knew Bu Yu was a man who kept his promises without fail.
He never broke a promise. Su Jinyu grinned like an idiot for ages before suddenly remembering she hadn't replied yet.
She hesitated, thinking she shouldn't seem too excited.
Otherwise, she wouldn't be ladylike. Good night.
At that moment, Chen Nian was using the sky riding technique to depart from the main city,
heading toward the uninhabited seas.
He was preparing to enter the advanced challenge.
Why head overseas? Because if he failed the challenge, that monster would descend upon the real world. If that monster were to enter the main city, it would be an absolute catastrophe. Though he didn't believe he would fail, one must always prepare for every contingency.
Ultimately, he found himself stranded on a deserted island.
The night sea wind howled, waves crashing against the reefs.
The night sky was cloudless, and a bright moon rose over the sea.
This will have to do.
Chen Nian pulled his phone from his pocket and saw the goodnight text message on the screen, unable to suppress a smile. He placed the phone on the ground, took a deep breath, and opened his attribute panel.
Chen Nian, Word Spirit Sage.
Gene level, Tier 1, level 99 advanced.
Advance. Genetic advancement in progress.
Please select the difficulty level for your advancement challenge.
Normal, hard, abyss, hell, catastrophe.
Beneath these 5 options, a vivid crimson demon god stood out.
Demon God. Confirm challenge to Demon God difficulty? Confirm. Challenge initiated successfully. Teleporting. A pillar of light enveloped Chen Nian, carrying him away into thin air. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in another dimension. The challenge officially begins. Time limit, 3 days. This time frame alone already struck Chen Nian as slightly odd. Challenges at other levels all had a 10-minute time limit. Failure to complete the kill within that time meant defeat. But this one had a full 3 days? 3 days meant, if I couldn't defeat the enemy after entering, I'd have to fight it for 3 full days and nights or die myself. No one could possibly come to my aid. Interesting. Chen Nian strode forward, wandering through the pitch-black palace. As he advanced, ghostly blue flames suddenly ignited along the walls on both sides. Glancing sideways, he saw chilling skulls hung upon the walls. The blue flames burned within the skulls, serving as lamps. With every step Chen Nian took, more lamps lit up on both sides. 2 perfectly aligned rows of lamps illuminated a path leading deep into the palace. Looks like they're welcoming me? Chen Nian murmured to himself before continuing onward. He realized this palace seemed to be a divine abode. Perhaps the so-called demon god resided within. This time, a massive chandelier illuminated the ceiling above. The enormous chandelier was fashioned from hundreds of skulls bound together, forming a sickeningly grotesque shape. A blue glow dispelled the darkness. Before Chen Nian's eyes, the outline of a colossal stone statue came into view. It was a colossal demon beast. It's actually humanoid? Indeed, this colossal beast possessed a physique nearly indistinguishable from a human's. Its muscular lines were remarkably elegant, its body slender and graceful, clad in battle armor, with a tail resembling a scorpion stinger extending from its back. It possessed 2 heads sharing a single neck. Like a branch that split into 2, each bearing its own fruit. Crack! Rock fragments trembled loose. His pupils brightened. Those 2 blue pupils seemed eerily capable of stealing one's soul. At that very moment, Chen Nian saw the information above its head. Twin Demon God Phantom, Tier 2, Level 20. P.S. Please give some 5-star reviews, thank you all. Chapter 78, Chen Nian vs. Demon God. Twin Demon God Phantom, Tier 2, Level 20. Chen Nian saw its information. Tier 2, Level 20 not particularly high. Many top-tier players obsessed with leveling might already be at this rank. But level doesn't mean everything. Among calamity beasts, there exists the concept of bloodline. The higher the bloodline tier, the more powerful the calamity beast. Each tier's advancement challenge corresponds to calamity beasts of different bloodline tiers. The one Chen Nian had previously dealt with was a 5th-tier bloodline, a demon general level being. The one before him now, however, was 1 tier higher, a demon god tier. They're not even in the same league. Even at the same rank, the disparity in power remains vast. Therefore, one cannot judge an enemy solely by its rank. Chen Nian showed not the slightest hint of underestimating his opponent. But, what does this phantom mean? Could this not be its true form? Rattling and clattering, fragments of rock continued to cascade down. The true form of this demon god gradually revealed itself before Chen Nian's eyes. Its skin was a sickly greenish black, resembling the scales of a venomous serpent, while its armor was as pitch black as ink. He wielded two great blades, engulfed in raging azure flames, radiating an overwhelmingly oppressive aura. Human? I never imagined a human would dare set foot in this demon god's sanctuary so soon. How delightful. Brother, let me be the one to kill this human. SSSSHush. Brother, how dare you steal my prey? His two mouths, one on each side, spoke different words, each seemingly embodying a distinct personality, one an elder brother, the other a younger brother. What they shared was the view of Chen Nian as nothing more than prey delivered to their doorstep. Quite the chatterbox, Chen Nian sneered. Brother, he actually dares to call us talkative? How audacious, this human. You're asking for it. Both heads instantly twisted in fury, writhing black tendrils pulsing across their skin like writhing snakes. The great blade swept across with overwhelming force. The sheer force of the strike generated a wind pressure powerful enough to blow a person away. But Chen Nian deliberately didn't dodge. He wanted to test whether his formidable defense could withstand its attack. Boom! Chen Nian was sent flying by the single blow, crashing heavily into the palace wall 100 meters away. As he slid down, a human-shaped dent remained imprinted on the stone. Ouch! Chen Nian glanced at his arm, which he'd used to block the blow. Now it bore a fresh, crimson wound. Yes, he was injured. How could the twin demon god's attack be so terrifying it broke through my defenses? All the defense bonuses from equipment functioned like a layer of armor on the body. But if the armor couldn't fully block an attack, the flesh would bear the brunt of the blow. The body's ability to withstand blows depended on the level of the constitution attribute. Chen Nian possessed both exceptional defense and physique, yet he still bore the wound. Truly worthy of a demon god. The wound on his arm was rapidly clotting and forming scabs, the work of his extraordinary genes. Chen Nian's expression grew more solemn. First, when fighting him, the Catastrophe Gem's defense reversal ability must not be used. If his defense dropped to zero, it meant that layer of armor would become completely ineffective. Getting hit would likely mean instant death. Moreover, without knowing the enemy's capabilities, Chen Nian couldn't guarantee a one-hit kill. After all, the regenerative abilities of these calamity beasts were terrifying. Brother, he's still alive. Brother, looks like this human's got some skills. Let's go. Beneath their feet, the ground shattered. The twin demon gods charged forward like cannonballs. Such blinding speed. Chen Nian was secretly startled. But he wasn't holding back either. Golden light flared in his pupils as a golden phantom materialized behind him. Sequence 121, Judgment Golden Sword. Yet due to the incantation's brevity, Chen Nian could only shield himself within a 2-meter radius. But that was enough. Within 2 meters, a death zone, he was invincible. Moreover, Judgment Golden Sword was a sustained effect word of spirit. Its domain would continuously expand to its limit, ensuring Chen Nian remained unbeatable. The great blade swung toward him, only to shatter into dust the instant it entered the judgment domain. Yet what followed astonished Chen Nian. Unexpectedly, the opponent abruptly halted his attack and retreated rapidly, refusing to enter the domain. Brother, this human seems formidable. There's something around him. We shouldn't approach lightly. Chen Nian was startled to see a second blade hurtling toward him. He can even test from a distance? What astonishing cognitive and execution capabilities! To make a judgment and execute it in an instant, is this what a demon god-level calamity beast is like? Its level of evolution might surpass that of most humans. Upon entering the judgment realm, the great blade shattered as expected, yet Chen Nian's mood remained somber. As mentioned earlier, the Judgment Gold Sword is a sustained skill requiring constant complex mental incantations. He cannot perform high-speed movements simultaneously. Looks like we guessed right, brother. This human possesses considerable strength. Keep your distance from him. Chen Nian recognized this might be a battle requiring strategy. The judgment domain dissolved. Chen Nian no longer relied on this ability, choosing a different combat approach instead. Wind cannon. Flame burst. Lightning flash. Wind, fire, and lightning, 3 ordinary word spirits unleashed simultaneously. A surge of intertwined tricolor energy erupted. Unexpectedly, the twin demon gods neither dodged nor evaded, instead meeting the blast head-on with their palms. The terrifying energy merely caused wisps of blue smoke to rise from his palms. Is that all he's got? Brother, he. Shut up, watch out. Ahead, Chen Nian had vanished without warning. When not using the high-risk word spirit, Chen Nian could simultaneously wield various word spirits, enabling the most agile combat. For instance, right now, he used Wind and Thunder Flash to move at high speed, already arriving behind the demon god. Behind you. By the time it snapped to attention, it was already too late. His body was immobilized. What's happening? Something's binding me. A snake, an invisible snake. Spell of the void, ethereal serpent. The formless serpent bound the twin demon gods, rendering them immobile. Chen Nian wasted no time. With his rapid incantation, a fiery lion came vividly to life. First tier ultimate word spirit, lion's flame. What? Even the twin demon gods hadn't anticipated such formidable combat awareness from this human. Abandoning that formidable domain, feigning an attack before proactively closing the distance. To devise the optimal combat solution in such a short time, terrifying. The twin demon gods were swallowed whole by lion flame. The blazing inferno illuminated the entire palace. After a moment of silence, that colossal figure emerged, bathed in flames, moving slowly. Wispy blue smoke curled from its charred, festering skin. Even both heads were severely burned, barely recognizable as human. Yet all these injuries were rapidly regenerating. Both faces twisted with hatred and rage, their deep, dark blue eyes locked onto Chen Nian. Brother, he hurt us. He deserves to die. Chapter 79, Death God. Severed in one stroke. Chen Nian hadn't expected it. Having endured the lion flame's maximum close-range output, he had sustained only this level of injury. The wounds were visibly healing. High-tier calamity beasts possessed extraordinary regenerative abilities, a fact he had already experienced firsthand. What a pity. The power of the word spirit was still insufficient. If he had equipped those two epic tier items, they would have granted a massive boost to his transcendent power. Perhaps that single lion flame strike could have instantly killed it. But now, the twin demon gods were clearly enraged. Brother, let's tear him apart. We haven't tasted human flesh in ages. Their physical forms restored, the twin fiends drew two arm bones from their bodies, gripping them to transform back into two vast, azure blue blades. Blades as swift as the wind lashed toward them. A dense swarm of ghostly blue blade-like failure to evade in time would surely reduce one to mincemeat. Chen Nian remained unflappable. Activating eagle eyes, he dodged the onslaught with a flash of wind and thunder while relentlessly countering with word spells. A storm of frenzied counterattacks erupted. It seemed as though the very air itself had been cleaved into countless fragments. Terrifying supernatural power exploded repeatedly upon the calamity beast. Sparks bloomed like beacons of war, bearing witness to the two combatants' utterly terrifying clash. Fist collided with blade. Bone met bone in the most violent collision. The ground beneath Chen Nian and the twin demon gods shattered simultaneously. Boom! The blast wave extinguished every lamp hanging on the walls, leaving only a single chandelier swaying forlornly from the dome. After this clash, both men retreated dozens of steps. Chen Nian gasped for breath, his body covered in numerous wounds. Yet the most severe injury was to his fists, the ones that had collided directly. Skin torn open, bone exposed. It was impossible to imagine the excruciating agony. In contrast, the twin demon gods, though also covered in wounds, were rapidly regenerating their injuries. This human actually dared to engage us in hand-to-hand combat? Indeed, brother. His strength is beyond our expectations. If he had more time to grow, we might not have been his match. But alas, he arrived too soon. Ha! Look, he's nearly finished. Human strength is insignificant compared to ours. By consuming this powerful human, we too shall grow stronger. The two-headed brothers exchanged a knowing smile. As if already envisioning Chen Nian's dismembered form. Attack! The twin demon gods attacked once more. Unexpectedly, the human stood completely still. Watch his surroundings. Test him first. This overly clever demon god chose to test from a distance whether Chen Nian had activated his domain. Should he detect the activation of judgment, he would immediately retreat. No chance given. A great blade whistled past Chen Nian's ear, plunging deep into the ground behind him. Seeing this, the demon god lowered his guard. It seemed his opponent hadn't activated his domain, so he could attack with confidence. Brother, something's not right. What's going on? The twin demon gods suddenly grew alert. Unnoticed, the palace had grown darker. It wasn't merely because the wall lamps had gone out. But a deeper darkness was gradually swallowing the light within the temple, enveloping everything. The light is fading. Indeed, yet I sense no threat. What exactly does he intend to do? Finally, even the chandeliers hanging from the dome were swallowed whole by the darkness. The entire temple plunged into a pitch-black abyss. I can't see a thing. Brother? Me neither. This can't be. We should be able to adapt to the darkness. Why? This time, their tone was no longer lighthearted. Instead, it carried a hint of panic. All living beings fear the unknown. Things beyond one's grasp, things that cannot be understood, bring fear. Now, the twin demon gods sensed fear and oppression, and never could they have imagined that these emotions were brought forth by a human. Sequence 127 Death God. You have entered the Death God possession state. Attack power X 300% plus 590. Chen Nian's base attack power is 310. The The Death God possession triples his base attack power and adds an additional 590 points. This means Chen Nian's current attack power has surged to current attack power 1520. While under Death God possession, Chen Nian cannot use any word spirits. His attack method is replaced with Reaper's Scythe, but he gains high-speed movement. A spectral figure of the Grim Reaper materialized behind Chen Nian. His skeletal right hand wielded a massive scythe, while his left hand held the Book of Life and Death, emanating an oppressive aura that felt suffocating. Sorry, game time's up. Chen Nian moved. He's coming, brother. Run. Where can we run? I can't see a thing. Ugh. Seconds later, darkness receded like a tide. Chen Nian knelt weakly on one knee. Behind him, the twin demon god's massive form froze rigid in place. A gash spread downward from its neck, slicing open its entire body. Black blood gushed forth. One stroke, two halves. The demon god's indestructible form was severed by the scythe of death. The terrifying force severed every meridian and blood vessel within its body. The two halves could never be joined again. Each half collapsed to either side, utterly still. Only then did Chen Nian breathe a sigh of relief. Phew. Finally settled. Wait. He suddenly sensed something odd. Why hadn't the system notified him that his advancement was complete? Had. A bone-chilling laugh echoed simultaneously from both sides. Chen Nian whipped his head around. He saw that the two halves of the body had both risen to their feet at the same time. It laughed wildly, a maniacal and unrestrained laughter. But the two halves did not merge back into one. Instead, they became separate entities. Brother and younger brother. This time, they truly became two separate beings. Human, I acknowledge your strength. But to defeat us, this is nowhere near enough. Now it's your turn to despair. Chen Nian. So this is the twin demon gods? They are indeed formidable. But no monster in this world is truly invincible. Perhaps he simply has some hidden trick I haven't discovered yet. It seems this battle won't end anytime soon. Brother, his strength is exhausted. Now we can savor him slowly. Ignorant human. Though you possess some skill, you still cannot escape death. Indeed, Chen Nian's power was truly depleted this time. When supernatural power is depleted, when wounded, when physical strength is exhausted. Fulfill any one of these three conditions. Chen Nian could activate the word spirit heaven's mandate. Chapter 80. Chen Nian's desperate struggle. The Blood Moon Calamity approaches. Chen Nian's extraordinary power was completely depleted. Thus, one of the conditions for activating heaven's will has been met. This word spirit requires no power to activate, only the fulfillment of its conditions. Sequence 101. Divine Mandate. Obscure syllables coalesced into a divine realm blooming with celestial flowers. Chen Nian, bathed in sacred and holy radiance, now faced the judgment of divine mandate. During this period, he was protected by the divine domain, immune to any intrusion. Brother, what's happening? But didn't he exhaust his power? The two attempted to approach, yet they couldn't enter the sacred light's coverage at all, forced to watch helplessly from outside. The divine mandate possesses three effects. Sun, increases constitution by 30%, heals injuries. Moon, increases agility by 30%, restores stamina. Stars, supernatural power plus 30%, restores supernatural power. There is also an extremely low chance of drawing the hidden effect Black Sunday. Suddenly, a star shone brightly above Chen Nian's head. Destiny star activated. Supernatural plus 30%. Chen Nian's transcendence attribute, originally 89, now skyrocketed to 116. Simultaneously, his depleted power partially recovered. As the holy light faded, the twin demon gods could wait no longer. They lunged forward, eager to tear Chen Nian to shreds. One from the left, one from the right, they charged simultaneously. But in the next instant, an overwhelming force expanded outward from Chen Nian. Word Spirit, Judgment Golden Sword. The sudden unfurling of the domain left both demon gods utterly horrified. Retreat! Though they fled at top speed, Chen Nian's extraordinary power surge caused the domain to expand even faster than before. The younger demon god, being too close to Chen Nian, was instantly engulfed by the domain. In an instant, he was cleaved to pieces. The elder brother fled to safety, his heart still pounding. Had both of them been caught in that explosion, it would have been the end. His power, which should have been completely depleted, had regenerated. What kind of monster was this human? But soon, the younger brother revived. Even though his physical form had been hacked beyond recognition, he still revived. So Chen Nian once again used his domain to slay him. Resurrected once more. Third slaying, third resurrection. Only then did Chen Nian frown, his newly restored strength already depleted. Ignorant insect. You think you can defeat us like this? Dream on. Both demon gods grinned triumphantly. This time, he should be completely out of tricks. The newly resurrected younger brother's face twisted in fury, that hurt like hell. The agony I just endured, he must taste it too.
The two demon gods launched their assault once more.
Chen Nian remained expressionless, his lips moving as words became law. Heaven's mandate. The holy light descended once more.
Chen Nian stood bathed in boundless divine radiance, like a celestial being descended to earth.
The effect of stellar has just ended, and his attributes have returned to normal. However, since his power has been depleted once more, the conditions for using divine mandate have been met. Therefore, he can activate destiny once more. Destiny Sun activated. Constitution plus 30%. Chen Nian's constitution was already his highest attribute, now soaring to 193 after the boost.
This would significantly enhance his resilience and strength. Simultaneously, Chen Nian's injuries began healing at nearly 10 times their previous speed.
Hemostasis, scab formation, scar removal.
Even bones dislocated by intense impact are realigning themselves. But at this moment, Chen Nian possessed not a shred of extraordinary power.
Crack! He cracked his knuckles loudly, muttering to himself, "So, it's down to bare knuckle fighting now?"
The words barely left his mouth before he charged forward. To the two demon gods, the scene looked utterly ridiculous. His speed had been decent earlier, but now it was painfully slow.
He actually wants to fight us? And he wants to engage us in close combat? With that puny human frame? Utterly laughable.
The demon god brother strode forward, clenching his fist tightly as an eerie blue flame ignited upon it.
A single punch erupted, sending air currents surging.
At that moment, Chen Nian struck as well.
Boom!
Their fists collided midair. In that instant, demon god brother's expression changed. The playful smile that had graced his face froze instantly, replaced by contorted agony.
Ah!
A piercing scream erupted as his palm shattered on impact.
Impossible. This can't be. A mere human? Physically this strong? Impossible.
He roared and screamed, utterly refusing to believe what he was witnessing. Chen Nian shook his slightly sore right hand. A faint smile suddenly curved his lips.
We've got plenty of time.
We can take our sweet time playing.
2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Nian hadn't emerged from the challenge yet, but time wouldn't wait for him. Blood Moon Calamity countdown, 12 hours. The final half day. Everyone was making final preparations.
Extraordinary beings who had been out leveling returned to their cities to rest, recuperate, and adjust their equipment in preparation for the impending battle. The enforcement squad assembled in full force, deploying military defenses around the city's perimeter. Simultaneously, they systematically allocated participating extraordinary beings to maximize combat effectiveness.
Still can't reach Chen Nian? Still no contact. Li Yunwei was more anxious than anyone, practically burning through Chen Nian's phone. She was one of the few who knew Chen Nian's true identity and understood that Linhai City couldn't function without him. With him present, Linhai City's chances of weathering the crisis would increase by at least 30%. That extra 30% couldn't be compensated for even by 1,000 more extraordinary individuals. Chen Nian alone was worth 1,000 men. She then sought out Xinyu, inquiring if he had any leads on Chen Nian's whereabouts, but he too claimed to know nothing. Left with no choice, Li Yunwei could only prepare for the worst. Perhaps the young man had encountered some mishap, or was tied up with something else. He might be absent from this battle. Continue issuing the recruitment order. Mobilize every combat-ready extraordinary being to the front lines. All humanity shares a common destiny. Only by defending our homeland can we protect ourselves. Also, bring several high-level core players to the tactical camp to verify the details of the Blood Moon Calamity. Yes, sir. The Blood Moon Calamity marked the game's first large-scale disaster. When it struck, a blood-red moon hung overhead as monsters surged like a tidal wave against the player's stronghold. That time, players were nearly slaughtered en masse, their city repeatedly ravaged by monsters, a truly horrific sight. This time, there would be no resurrection. Though people had made every effort to prepare thoroughly, no one could be absolutely certain. Meanwhile, everyone in the guild had already entered combat readiness. Sis Chi, have you still not reached Brother Buyu? Not yet. Oh my, at a time like this, the boss just vanished out of nowhere. He said he was going to attempt the second stage advancement back then. He shouldn't still be gone. With Brother Buyu's strength, second stage advancement should be a breeze. Surely nothing unexpected happened? Don't jinx it. Even this group of elite warriors from around the world felt a hollow void without Brother Buyu as their anchor, like losing the pillar that held everything together. Brother Buyu will definitely come back, he promised me. Su Jinyu held this conviction with unwavering certainty. Chapter 81, The Blood Moon Calamity descends. Countdown to Blood Moon Calamity, 3 hours. Dusk was falling. On any other night, this would be the peak hour of the night market, a bustling scene of neon lights and revelry. Yet the streets were deserted. Doors and windows were tightly shut. A patrol vehicle from the enforcement squad passed by, its loudspeaker blaring a constant loop. All ordinary citizens are requested to remain indoors with doors and windows securely closed. Do not venture out unnecessarily.
All civilians are instructed to remain indoors with doors and windows securely closed.
Do not venture outside under any circumstances. Linhai City had too many residents.
Some important figures were relocated to air raid shelters, students were gathered for protection at their schools, and the rest could only stay at home.
Linhai City University.
Inside the vast indoor gymnasium, over 1,000 students were gathered. Xia Wen and her best friend were among them. A law enforcement officer at the front held a megaphone and shouted, "If any volunteers still wish to join the battlefield, come report to me.
I hope everyone can contribute their share to defend our homeland." Her friend whispered, "One, shouldn't we really go to the front lines?" "Like hell we should."
Xia Wen rolled her eyes.
"We're only level 50. Fighting monsters isn't our job, it's for those high-level powerhouses."
"But I have a friend who's level 45 and went too. Isn't it a bit selfish for us to just hide here?"
"Oof. If you want to throw your life away, go ahead. I won't stop you."
The air raid shelter. The people gathered here were either wealthy or influential. Lu Xingqian was one of them after all, he was a small-time boss. But unlike the others, he'd secretly brought along several extraordinary bodyguards, claiming they were his family members, and had slipped them inside with him.
"Boss."
One bodyguard scratched his head. "I see so many people heading to the front lines, but we're holed up in the safest place."
"Doesn't that seem a bit off? I'm the one paying your wages.
"Your job is to protect me, not go looking for death."
Lu Xingqian spat out a mouthful of phlegm. "If you leave, who's going to protect me when those monsters break through?"
"But,
bull. I brought you in here. Show some gratitude and that's it. Why are you rushing to your deaths?"
Lu Xingqian glanced to the side and saw the middle-aged man still making phone calls, his expression somber.
The man was Chen Huirong, Chen Nian's biological father.
But now Lu Xingqian was his new son. They were a blended family formed after divorce.
"Dad, still can't reach Chen Nian?" "Yes. That little brat's vanished into thin air. Ah, he's probably being protected at school."
"No need to worry." Lu Xingqian actually hoped Chen Nian would go to the front lines. Death would be best, sparing him the constant annoyance of that cockroach-like presence. On the other side of the air raid shelter, Chen Nian's mother had also tried to reach him. Though divorced, both parents had since started new families, yet in times like this, they still thought of their own flesh and blood.
"Mom, is brother in here too?"
The girl speaking was Ning Ziqing, 17, the daughter from the new family, Chen Nian's younger sister.
I don't know. His phone isn't working." "Then where is he?" "I've been wanting to see my brother for so long. I don't know. I hope he's okay." An ordinary family.
Xiao Lu was a father and had once been a gamer during the catastrophe. But instead of volunteering for the front lines, he chose to stay home, barricading the doors and windows, hiding with his wife and child. "I'm staying home to protect my family."
That's right.
He kept telling himself this to feel better. But deep down, he knew the truth. He was hiding out of sheer cowardice. Those people have no idea how terrifying the Blood Moon Calamity is.
I've lived through it. Ordinary people who go out there are just cannon fodder. I don't want to die. What's wrong with hiding at home?"
At that moment, the television broadcast live footage from the front lines.
People were fully equipped and ready for battle, standing guard.
While reporting, the journalist continued to recruit volunteers.
"The calamity is imminent. We urge all capable individuals to step forward. United as one, we will overcome this crisis."
My 5-year-old son watched, pointing at the screen and asking, Daddy, when can I be like them?
"I want to fight monsters too." "Be quiet."
Xiao Lu felt a sharp pang in his heart. Hearing his son's words only made him feel more like a failure.
Front lines. Qin Yu was also among the volunteers.
Don't be fooled by her delicate appearance. This 18 or 19-year-old girl was actually an 80-plus level powerhouse, stronger than most. Of course, this was largely thanks to Chen Nian and several friends' assistance.
"Xiao Yu, we might not be able to watch your back for a bit. You've got to protect yourself," Fatso Deng Rongrong said.
He couldn't help adding silently, "If Chen Nian were here, we wouldn't need to look after you at all."
"I know. I'll be careful."
Who knows if we'll even be alive later."
Deng Rongrong pondered for a moment. "Xiao Yu, how about I tell you a secret? Actually, Chen Nian,
He turned to look and saw Qin Yu had already picked up her phone and walked away.
Probably calling Chen Nian again. Wonder where Big Brother went. He can't be out of Linhai City, right? Impossible. Where could he possibly go? He wouldn't just abandon us and run off to another city, would he? Xiao Yu is still here.
Don't forget, there are plenty of women who like Big Brother, and they're way more impressive than Xiao Yu. Like Yi Hongling, the daughter of that dragon country general, or Zhao Yixue, the Zhao family's little princess with no flaws.
You're right.
Better not tell Xiao Yu then, to spare her feelings.
Blood Moon Calamity countdown, 30 minutes.
At that moment, a subtitle alert simultaneously appeared before all extraordinary beings. Attention all players, the gate of calamity has opened.
Monsters are about to attack.
Simultaneously, the drones patrolling the skies detected the so-called Gate of Calamity and transmitted back the images. They were teleportation arrays resembling chaotic vortexes. Spanning the plains one after another, at least 1,000 could be seen stretching as far as the eye could see. Like a sea of chaotic stars. All chaotic vortexes are located east of the city. Issue the order, all units assemble east of the city, prepare for battle. Launch missiles. Attempt to destroy the portals. The command center issued the order. Soon, the fighter jets deployed overhead sprang into action. 2 long-range precision-guided missiles traced brilliant arcs across the night sky before exploding with a thunderous roar. Yet, this dazzling fireworks display achieves nothing. Report, the chaos vortex remains intact. That thing seems indestructible. Supernatural reinforcements have been summoned. Attempt every possible means. Soon, several extraordinary beings rose into the air, attempting to destroy the chaos vortex. Yet none succeeded. And they were ultimately forced to abandon the effort. Finally, the countdown reached 0. Instantly, a blood moon hung overhead, staining the sky a deep crimson. Simultaneously, a crimson warning appeared before everyone's eyes. The Blood Moon Calamity has descended. World Points leaderboard activated. P.S. Clarifying the heavens will mechanic it's not as overpowered as it seems. You can only draw the next heavens will effect after the previous one has been consumed. For example, if the protagonist draws the heal injuries effect, they cannot draw again unless they sustain new injuries. Now, let's acknowledge the gifts below. Chapter 82, for Catastrophe Generals? The Dawn of Despair. A blood moon hangs overhead as calamity descends. After the game merged with reality, the first large-scale calamity finally descended. This was a test of survival for all humanity. In the night sky, nearly 10 armed helicopters hovered in place. Bombers had already entered cruise mode at higher altitudes, while all manner of ground-based thermal weapons had been fully deployed. Finally, the chaotic vortex stirred. People had expected monsters to pour out en masse, but that was not the case. Only the largest vortex at the very center stirred first. Emerging were 2 colossal calamity beasts. Their bodies towered like small mountains, their grotesque forms defying description. Yet people could discern the essential information. Catastrophe Demon General, Tier 2, Level 1. Holy, starting off with this level? What the hell are we supposed to do? We're done for, completely done for. A catastrophe beast at the Demon General tier? They must be joking. The moment they saw this information, their hearts sank. A profound sense of helplessness instantly enveloped them. Catastrophe Demon General, those 4 words alone were enough to crush everyone's hopes. The varying bloodlines among calamity beasts determined vast disparities in their power. The lowest tier calamity beast is known as the Fearless Demon Beast. The second tier is known as Calamity Beasts. The third tier, Abyssal Fiends. The fourth tier, Earthshaker Fiends. The fifth tier, Calamity Demon Generals. These 5 tiers correspond to the difficulty of 5 progressive challenges. Beyond them lies the Demon God tier that Chen Nian encountered. Yet even a Catastrophe Demon General was enough to make people hesitate. For not long ago, it was precisely a Calamity Demon General that nearly defeated Zhao Yixue. What's there to fear? We now have numerous second-tier powerhouses, we might just be able to defeat them. Exactly. Times have changed. Our ranks and equipment have improved significantly. Even demon generals aren't invincible. Besides, there are only 2 of them. No, not just 2. What? After the first 2 appeared, 2 more followed closely behind. 4 calamity generals in total. This was absolutely a number that would wrench your heart. 2 if handled properly, they could still be dealt with. But 4, the difficulty skyrocketed exponentially. All 4 calamity generals belonged to the same species, forearms protruding from their backs, a massive red eyeball dominating their chests, that orb rolling and churning. This is the human world, sweet air. Heh, it is indeed far more beautiful than the world of calamity. Perfect for trampling. Enough chatter. Summon the demon lord first. All 4 calamity beasts knelt simultaneously, thrusting one hand deep into the eyeball on their chest. Slashing. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. It formed a bizarre pattern on the ground. What are they doing? Unclear, but we can't let this go. Fire. The armed helicopter received the order and swiftly closed in. 2 machine guns whirred rapidly, unleashing a torrent of bullets. Yet these bullets proved useless against ordinary calamity beasts, let alone a demon general class calamity beast? Annoying flies. Suddenly, 2 arms extended rapidly from behind the calamity beast, growing dozens of meters in length. The massive hands seized one helicopter mid-air and hurled it violently into another. Boom! 2 fireworks exploded across the night sky. Witnessing this terrifying spectacle, all the players were stunned, the high-ranking officials at headquarters were stunned. To actually use an opponent's force against them such sharp combat awareness. Were they truly just ordinary monsters? Above the clouds, the bomber's crosshairs locked onto 4 monsters. A missile pierced through the clouds. But what followed was even more horrifying. One of the Calamity Beast's hands forcibly seized the missile's warhead mid-air. Spinning it once, it hurled the missile toward another helicopter. Boom! The missile struck with pinpoint accuracy, obliterating the helicopter without leaving a trace. Cease fire, withdraw. Headquarters immediately ordered an end to reckless probing. This was nothing short of suicide. Naturally, no flying superhuman dared tempt fate either. Those were 4 demon general level Calamity Beasts. Whoever went would die. They could only watch helplessly. The blood of the 4 Calamity Beasts traced an array upon the ground. Suddenly, a gaping hole tore open in the sky. A pillar of ghostly blue light descended, striking the formation with pinpoint accuracy. Something's coming. Zoom in on the image. The drone footage was maximized. What the blue light delivered was a colossal stone coffin. 4 formidable Calamity Beasts knelt before the sarcophagus, their devotion absolute. Twin Demon Lords, please awaken. Twin Demon Lords, please awaken. They chanted while kneeling, yet the sarcophagus showed no response whatsoever. What's happening? Has the Demon Lord fallen asleep? Could it be the Demon Lords are still diverting their power to deal with the humans who invaded the temple? Impossible. That was 2 days ago. Are you suggesting the Demon Lord has been battling that human for 2 days without resolution, preventing his awakening? Impossible. Though only an illusion remains within the temple, it still holds half of the Demon Lord's power. How could a mere human possibly compare to his majesty? Regardless, protect the Demon Lord until he awakens. At that moment, ripples emerged from the other teleportation arrays. Thousands of chaotic vortexes simultaneously erupted, spewing forth a dark, surging tide of monsters that advanced rapidly. This time, it was a true tide of monsters. Fortunately, these monsters were of low tier, generally around level 30. Wait, those 4 Calamity Demon Generals aren't attacking? What's going on? Do we have time to worry about them now? Deal with the monster wave first. Everyone prepare for battle. Not a single monster can escape. The true battle finally erupted. Mages transformed into aerial artillery, weaving lightning, thunder, fire, and water into a blinding tapestry of light that rained down like meteors. Boom! 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 Explosions ripped across the plains, reducing the low-level monsters to dust under the terrifying onslaught. Li Yunwei's voice was grave. This isn't sustainable. We must conserve our extraordinary power. These are merely the lowest tier monsters. We can barely handle them with conventional weapons. Ground assault units, move out. Air units, maintain bombardment to reduce monster numbers. All extraordinary beings, focus on eliminating any stragglers. As the field commander, Li Yunwei's decisions were sound. This was inevitably a protracted battle that demanded careful planning. At that moment, the extraordinary beings halted their attacks. Ground forces fully armed regular soldiers advanced, the roar of guns and cannons echoing across the plain. After roughly 2 hours, the first wave of the assault concluded. At least tens of thousands of monsters lay dead across the plain. Though these low-tier monsters were numerous, most were drowned in a hail of bullets. Those few that managed to charge forward couldn't breach the blast shield defenses. Countless monster corpses dissolved into black mist and vanished. Yet this was merely the beginning. People dared not imagine what the scene would be like when those 4 catastrophe demon generals launched their assault. And what exactly lay within that stone coffin? P.S. Happy weekend to all my loyal readers. With the holidays here, I hope to see lots of 5-star reviews and free gifts. Thank you all so much. Cuck. Chapter 83. Every era has heroes who swim against the current. Blood Moon Calamity Countdown, 22 hours. This calamity would last a total of 24 hours, and 2 hours had already passed. The warriors hadn't even caught their breath when the second wave of attack arrived. This wave is entirely monsters between levels 40 and 50. All standard combat personnel switched to logistics. It's time for the extraordinary ones to step up. Li Yunwei received the commander-in-chief's order, took a deep breath, and his powerful voice echoed through the headsets to everyone. Comrades, the hour to defend our homeland has come. As a community sharing a common destiny, humanity must not falter in this battle. Woo! The roaring cries surged like a tidal wave. All extraordinary beings of Linhai City, mobilize. This time, nearly 5,000 extraordinary beings had come to the front lines to fight an astonishingly large number. It must be understood that not everyone possesses the courage to fight. Gathering this many volunteers was already remarkably difficult. Su Mei was an ordinary college student. Since childhood, her poor academic performance had subjected her to constant parental pressure and the scorn of relatives and classmates. Her introverted nature left her only solace in the virtual world. Today, she too summoned her courage to join the front lines. Drawing her bow to full moon, an arrow sliced through the air, piercing a monster's chest with pinpoint accuracy. I have value too. Her gaze was unwavering. This time, she was no longer a useless gamer, she was a true warrior. The young always possess a heart full of fearless passion. Young bulls fear no tigers.
Defense and warrior classes, charge.
Mages and ranged classes attack from the rear flank, maintain formation.
Support classes, maintain constant assistance.
Of course, many cowered in the rear, cowardice setting in at the first sign of battle. They were all hastily recruited volunteers. Expecting this group of young people to face blood and gunpowder like fearless warriors was clearly no easy feat.
Wei Shu was a swordsman.
His trembling hands gripped the sword hilt tightly as he stared at the dark, swarming tide of monsters in the distance, unable to take a single step forward.
His legs wouldn't obey him.
Many others shared his paralysis. Some wet themselves on the spot, others knelt frozen in fear, while a few turned and fled.
Reality isn't fiction, this was the frailty of human nature.
Suddenly, a long-haired girl approached. Her gentle features radiated a soothing warmth, like a spring breeze. Her name was Tang Ro, a second-tier spirit mage and currently the highest-ranked spirit mage in Linhai City.
Are you okay?
Her gentle smile, one that could heal any heart, was like a spring of clear water pouring into parched fields.
Tang Ro looked ahead and smiled gently. You're scared, aren't you?
We have no chance of winning. Wei Shu felt utterly ashamed, searching for an excuse to justify his cowardice. There are still 4 immensely powerful calamity generals out there, and whatever lurks inside that stone coffin, it might be an even stronger monster.
No matter how hard we try, it's all futile.
He thought this excuse would comfort himself well. It wasn't that I was cowardly, there was simply no hope of victory. Suddenly, Tang Ro's gentle face hardened with resolve, her tone growing serious. The history of the Dragon Nation has never been smooth sailing. It is the bravery of our forebears that has granted us this era of peaceful living. The tranquility we enjoy is borne by those who carry the burden for us.
No one is born a hero. Now, it's our turn to shoulder the burden. Times create heroes. Tang Ro was utterly convinced that human civilization could not be destroyed in an instant.
In times of crisis, new heroes always rise against the tide, composing an epic that stirs the blood. If she could, she too would become that hero. Tang Ro clasped her hands tightly before her chest, eyes closed, like a young girl praying to the gods.
The wind stirred.
Her dark hair fluttered.
What, is that singing? I hear it too. Who's singing?
Such a beautiful voice. For some reason, hearing this song fills my entire body with power.
What exactly is this? Elven sorcery life chant. This was Tang Ro's Tier 1 ultimate skill. Amidst her melodious singing, everyone's attributes surge dramatically. It feels as though every cell in their bodies has awakened, brimming with vitality. I want to fight. I can fight too. Wei Shu overcame his inner fear and bravely took the first step.
Many others like him followed suit, a step forward for the survival of human civilization.
4 hours. 8 hours. 12 hours.
On the plains, countless dead and wounded lay strewn, their blood rising to the heavens. Beneath the crimson sky, endless roars and fierce combat raged. People fought fiercely, wielding weapons to slash and hack after their extraordinary powers were exhausted, determined not to let a single monster breach the defensive line. Yet the monsters grew stronger and stronger, coming in endless waves. Later on, even groups of level 80 monsters appeared. These monsters surpassed the levels of many players, demanding a far greater toll to slay them. Simultaneously, the global points leaderboard began shifting.
Each slain monster yielded points, with higher level kills granting more. Rewards would be distributed based on the final rankings after the calamity ended. Currently, the top spot was held by a player from Sakura Nation. 1. Naoki Yusawa 8,923 points Sakura Nation. 2. Wilson 8,545 points Lighthouse Nation. 3. Song Ji-hyo 8,218 points Korea. 4.
Ajawishu 7,912 points Dragon Nation. Among players from other nations, there are also top-tier masters.
Dragon Nation couldn't even secure a spot in the top 3, which undoubtedly dealt a significant blow to morale.
After all, the leaderboard reflects the true caliber of the strongest players. If the Dragon Nation couldn't even crack the top 3, morale might not be as high, and people might even give up on themselves.
In the past, nations competed through military might. Now, the top-tier masters represent each nation's military strength.
Securing a high ranking on the points leaderboard would give them greater leverage in future UN meetings.
The stakes are immense. Where's Bu Yu? Why haven't we seen him show up yet? Yeah, isn't he supposed to be the world's strongest player? How come he's not even on the leaderboard? Not only that, I haven't even seen any news of him participating. Is he hiding somewhere by himself? Damn it! If even a powerhouse like him isn't fighting, why are we pushing ourselves so hard? Li Yunwei was also puzzled.
She'd assumed Chen Nian was simply away from Linhai City, but now he wasn't even on the leaderboard.
He hasn't even made a move yet? What the hell is that guy doing?
What no one knew was that Chen Nian was locked in a fierce battle with the Blood Moon Calamity's strongest boss, the twin demon gods. It was precisely because of his presence that the twin demon gods' true form remained dormant. Had it not been for this, Linhai City would have already been destroyed by the demon gods.
P.S. The protagonist is about to make his entrance. I'm currently focusing on crafting high-quality plot development, no mindless rampage yet. Patience, the action is coming soon. Chapter 84, Destiny's Black Sun, Game Over. Jiangcheng. Led by the Zhao family, they were holding back the monster tide. But the monsters emerging from those chaotic teleportation arrays were no longer mere minnows, they were fearless-tier calamity beasts. Among them lurked even a significant number of catastrophe-tier monsters. Even a single calamity beast would strike terror into people's hearts, let alone entire hordes appearing now. This is madness, pure madness. Nothing but monsters of this caliber, how are we supposed to fight? Yet facing these formidable calamity beasts, Zhao Yixue wielded her ice-bladed sword, leaping into the enemy ranks atop a biting cold wind. Wherever she passed, ice blossoms bloomed, freezing everything in their path. Crash! 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 Those colossal beasts turned into ice sculptures, then shattered into countless shards of crystal. With Zhao Yixue's current strength, dealing with calamity beasts of this caliber posed no challenge whatsoever. As she mercilessly slaughtered the calamity beasts, a question kept surfacing in her mind. Why was Yu's name absent from the rankings? What was he doing? Just as she pondered this, the butler's voice suddenly came through her earpiece. Miss, you asked me to inquire about the situation in Linhai City. I've already looked into it. The situation in Linhai City seems somewhat different from ours. Speak. Zhao Yixue remained expressionless. There are 4 calamity demon generals. They've been inactive for a long time, seemingly still guarding a massive stone coffin. 4? Even Zhao Yixue couldn't help but furrow her slender willow brows. A single calamity demon general possessed overwhelming dominance, having once plunged her into a bitter struggle. Not a single one existed in Jiangcheng, yet Linhai City harbored a full 4? Understood. Once things here were mostly settled, she would head to Linhai City to provide support. Shiqing. Yi Hongling floated high above the city, riding her flaming broomstick. Gazing down at the vast tide of monsters below, a maniacal smile curled at the corners of her mouth. After all this preparation, it's finally time. Ha! Her wine-red hair billowed in the wind, even her eyes tinged crimson, radiating a breathtaking beauty. Heavens fall. Descends. Violent fire energy instantly engulfed the entire night sky. Countless massive meteors appeared in the sky. One after another, they pierced through the clouds and crashed down onto the earth. Boom! 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 The meteor shower exploded across the ground, blooming into one fiery flower after another. The high-level calamity beasts were blown to smithereens, all engulfed by the sea of fire. The wails of countless monsters echoed beneath the night sky. People watching from afar couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Is this the true power of Miss Yi? It's terrifying. No wonder she ordered us all to evacuate. If we'd been caught in the blast, we'd have been dead meat. Holy crap, look at Miss Yi's points, they're skyrocketing. 1. Naoki Yusawa 14,523 points, Sakura Nation. 2. Yi Hongling 11,245 points, Dragon Nation. Yi Hongling shot straight to second place worldwide. This was absolutely thrilling news, especially for Dragon Nation players. Fire mages truly are the kings of monster farming. But who is that top player from Sakura Nation? Could their monster killing speed actually outpace Miss Yi's? I know him. I encountered him in Cataclysm before. If I recall correctly, his talent is Thunder God's Blade. His movement speed is fast, and his monster killing speed is even faster. Almost no one can match him. Ah, it's a shame about Miss Yi. But what if it were silent? Would he stand a chance? Don't even mention it. Buyu isn't even in the top 100 right now. How could he possibly catch up? The gap is just too huge. After unleashing this barrage of attacks, Yi Hongling retreated to the rear. While resting, she inquired about the situation elsewhere. She also learned about the situation in Linhai City. Looks like we're just dealing with small fry here. The real big fish are over there. Boring. Yi Hongling clicked her tongue in boredom. I'll head to Linhai City to provide support shortly. You lot can handle these nobodies. Within the Azure Temple, Chen Nian continued his fierce battle against the twin demon gods. His challenge was timed for 3 days. Now, time was almost up. Meaning Chen Nian's battle with the twin demon gods had raged on for a full 3 days. Unimaginable that a human like you could exist. The twin demon gods had long since shed their initial contempt. Facing this human before them, they now harbored genuine apprehension. With a mere human body, he had stood toe-to-toe with the boundless power of a demon god, fighting for 3 days without falling. What kind of monster was he? By now, the twin demon god's body was covered in wounds, some beyond even its own healing powers. In contrast, Chen Nian. His situation was even more dire. Though he relied on the word spell Heaven's Mandate to continuously heal his wounds, replenish his stamina, and even draw upon extraordinary power, it still represented an unprecedented strain on his body. Nearly every cell in his body was screaming in agony. His eyelids felt so heavy he could barely keep them open.
He had no doubt that if he lay down, he would instantly fall asleep. Of course, after battling for so long, Chen Nian had also discovered the twin demon gods' weakness. Unless both the elder and younger brothers were slain simultaneously, they could reincarnate endlessly. For the past 3 days, he had relentlessly sought an opening, yet the cunning demon gods had never granted him one. The elder and younger brothers never fought together, one engaged in combat while the other remained hidden. They were practically invincible. Thus, Chen Nian hadn't achieved victory, he had merely clung to survival through sheer divine will until now.
But you can't defeat us, heh. No matter how you struggle, you'll never kill us. Chen Nian didn't even have the strength left to respond. He had been wounded again, but by fulfilling the rules of heaven's mandate, he could draw upon it once more. Holy light enveloped him. This scene was nothing new to the twin demon gods, they didn't even bother to approach. But this time, something felt different. Brother, something feels off. Why do I sense an irresistible force? Both demon gods retreated simultaneously, an ominous feeling rapidly taking root within them. This time, Chen Nian didn't draw any of the sun, moon, or star cards. Instead, a black orb appeared at his fingertips. The sphere was deep and dark, terrifying as if it could devour everything. After 3 full days, he finally drew this thing. The probability was indeed very low. Black sun. When it erupted, it would absorb every living thing in its vicinity, sparing no one, friend or foe, except the caster. Exactly like a black hole. Chen Nian forced a smile. Now, the game can end. Chapter 85, Promotion Success. Chen Nian breaks through to Tier 2. Now, the game can end. Snap. Chen Nian snapped his fingers sharply. The black orb at his fingertip shot out, exploding mid-air. In that instant, space collapsed. A deep, dark vortex appeared at the temple's center, unleashing an irresistible, terrifying suction that absorbed everything around it. The floor shattered, the walls cracked, the pillars crumbled. Countless fragments of stone were sucked into the black vortex, vanishing without a trace. The 2 demon gods, trapped within the terrifying gravitational pull, tried to flee but found escape utterly impossible. This time, the 2 demon gods finally tasted the flavor of fear. What is this? What is this? How could he suddenly unleash such terrifying power? No. I can't resist it. I'm being sucked in. Amidst this terrifying gravitational storm, Chen Nian strolled casually, unaffected as the spellcaster. Soon, the entire temple collapsed, reduced to fragments that were sucked into the void. Not only that, even the ruins, the yellow sand, the air, and even the light could not escape the fate of being sucked in. No. No. The younger of the twin demon gods was the first to be sucked into the black sun. The instant he was pulled in, his body shattered into countless tiny fragments. In the end, only the elder brother remained, struggling desperately to hold on, though he too was nearing his limit. Human, remember this. What you defeated was merely an illusion we left behind in the temple, a mere fraction of our power. My true form is now invading your human world. We will surely meet again in battle. Then, you will experience the full might of a complete demon god. Chen Nian smiled. I'll be waiting. The next second, brother was also sucked into the black sun. The black sun vanished. Everything around him dissolved into nothingness. Chen Nian gazed at the scene around him and couldn't help but gasp in shock. That black sun thing is truly terrifying. After nearly 3 days, Chen Nian finally succeeded in defeating the twin demon god illusion, completing his advancement challenge. Congratulations, Demon God Tier Advancement Challenge completed. Gene locks are being released. Chen Nian suddenly sensed something peculiar within his body. It felt like the moment in martial arts novels when the run and do meridians are unblocked. You have successfully advanced to Tier 2. Current level, Tier 2, Level 1. Base Attribute Boost, 0.8x. What are base attributes? They're the attributes gained purely through leveling up, without considering any equipment bonuses. Chen Nian was stunned. Those who challenge the normal difficulty advancement only get a 0.2x boost to all attributes. Even someone like Zhao Yixue, who advanced by challenging a catastrophe demon general, only gets a 0.5x boost. Yet his own base attributes would receive a direct 0.8x boost. Constitution, 243. Agility, 204. Superiority, 185. This all-around stat boost is a bit excessive. Chen Nian's current word magic power and close combat abilities have both received a massive boost. But this is only the beginning. Additional reward, randomly unlock advanced ability of this talent. Sequence Word of Spirit 125 Primordial World Awakened. Primordial World. Chen Nian was utterly astonished. This was a word spirit he'd never encountered even in the game, and its rank was astonishingly high? He immediately checked its effects. Primordial World restores objects to their molecular and energetic components, then reconstructs them to their original state. In short, it could repair any damaged item. For instance, if a mirror shattered, Chen Nian could activate this word spirit to instantly mend the broken glass back together. A ridiculously overpowered support skill. Moreover, this word spirit seemed capable of further awakening.
Upon awakening, it could gain the inverted effect Source Annihilation World, forcibly destroying everything it touched. But that's all for later.
Congratulations on obtaining the legendary equipment, Thunder Dragon. Legendary equipment. Dragon's Roar Legendary. Required tier 2, level 1. Defense, 0. Attack, 300. Attributes, none. Special effect Dragon lurking in the depths. When sheathed, the blade continuously accumulates dragon energy.
The longer it remains sheathed, the greater its power becomes. Special effect Armor Shatter. Physical attacks with this blade ignore 10% of the target's defense.
Description: the dragon lies dormant in the depths, awaiting its moment. When it soars into the world, it rises toward the heavens. What a formidable blade! After reading the blade's 2 properties, Chen Nian was utterly thrilled.
But not because of its power.
It was a Tang sword. A genuine Tang sword passed down through the history of the Dragon Nation. Every time Chen Nian read about those demon blades like Muramasa or Yasutsuna in novels,
he couldn't care less for the island nation's Tachi swords.
Tang swords, now that's something.
Previously, Chen Nian treated weapons merely as accessories to boost attack power, never actually using them.
Now, replacing them with this Tang sword? That's something he could actually wield. The feel should be quite good.
Chen Nian immediately swapped his previous epic weapon for the startled dragon.
Attack power skyrocketed. Not only that, but after advancing to tier 2, 2 pieces of equipment that were previously inaccessible due to level requirements could now be equipped. Demon Guardian Heart Pendant Epic. Moonlight Wolf Ring Epic. Equipping all 3 items caused Chen Nian's stats to skyrocket once more. Chen Nian, Word Spirit Sage Unique.
Gene level, tier 2 level 1.
Constitution, 243. Agility, 204. Superiority, 225. Attack bonus, 610. Defense bonus, 820. Combat rating, 105 stars.
Equipment, Epic Devil's 4-piece armor set, Moonlight Wolf Ring, Celestial Demon Heart Pendant, Thunder Dragon. After this advancement and equipment upgrade, Chen Nian's overall attributes nearly doubled. This means the power of all his word spirits will also double.
This improvement is outrageous.
Even Chen Nian himself couldn't fathom just how powerful he had become.
What would happen if he encountered the fully formed twin demon gods? Would he even need the Black Sun to defeat them?
In the blink of an eye, Chen Nian had sorted through all his rewards and was teleported out of the trial space, returning to the deserted island. He picked up his phone from the ground, which, unsurprisingly, was flooded with missed calls.
Calls from Xiaoqi, from Qinyu, from Li Yunwei.
Blood Moon Calamity countdown, 4 hours.
It's been 3 days already. That really is taking a while. Wonder how the battle's going over there? Though his body was utterly exhausted and desperately needed rest, he resolved to head to the battlefield first. After all, if the twin demon gods themselves descended, perhaps no one else would stand a chance. Huff. Chen Nian took a deep breath and pulled out the black mask once more, slipping it back over his face.
From this moment on, he was no longer Chen Nian. He was now silent.
Chapter 86, Chen Nian returns, the dragon-slaying blade draws. Linhai City battlefield.
With all 4 Calamity Demon generals absent from the fray, the battle situation remained precariously stable.
The demon god still hasn't awakened? What on earth happened?
Just as the Calamity generals exchanged bewildered glances, the stone coffin suddenly began to tremble.
Boom!
The stone lid shattered violently, unleashing a mesmerizing, ghostly blue glow.
The demon lord has awakened. Retreat!
The 4 Calamity Demon generals immediately retreated, crawling far away and prostrating themselves on the ground. The eerie blue light steadily absorbed the surrounding monster corpses, drawing an immense energy.
After a moment,
the light dissipated, revealing the true form of the twin demon gods. With a human-like physique and graceful muscular contours, they were clad in black armor, each bearing a scorpion-like tail.
Their most distinctive feature was the 2 heads, one belonging to the elder brother, the other to the younger. Greetings, twin demon gods. Greetings, demon lord. Yet several Calamity generals noticed something amiss with the newly awakened demon lord. Their faces were frozen in terror. My lord, what is wrong?
The twin demon lords paid no heed to these lowly creatures.
Brother, we must part ways. If we encounter that human again.
Understood, brother. He will never have the chance to kill us. With that, the twin demon lords split apart,
transforming into 2 distinct entities.
The elder twin gazed into the distance, his voice solemn. There's energy fluctuations from a teleportation array to the north.
You stay here. I'll go to the other side of the array.
That way, even if he unleashes the terrifying technique again, he won't be able to eliminate both of us at once.
With that, brother transformed into a dark shadow and vanished into the distance.
Only after leaving the battlefield did he transform into the physique of an ordinary human, making his way to the cliff where the teleportation array stood.
Who? Gah!
The two extraordinary beings guarding the teleportation array were slain, utterly defenseless. The demon god stepped into the teleportation array, arriving at its connected destination Lucheng. Lu City and Linhai City lay 1,000 miles apart. If only the teleportation array could be destroyed. Who could simultaneously kill us brothers separated by 1,000 miles? The demon god raised his palm, striking a ball of ghostly blue light into the teleportation array. The teleportation array was an exquisitely intricate energy construct. When a third energy source invaded, its original structure rapidly disintegrated. Soon, the light of the teleportation array dimmed. Linhai City battlefield. Demon Lord, please issue your command. The twin demon gods were undoubtedly the most powerful entities in this calamity, the sole pillars of strength. I still need rest. Proceed on your own. The younger demon god responded with a weary expression before resuming the absorption of energy from the surrounding corpses. The prolonged battle with Chen Nian had severely depleted his vital energy. Understood, Demon Lord. One of the Calamity Demon generals rose to his feet and gazed into the distance. His gaze pierced through the battlefield strewn with corpses, reaching the rear of the human defensive line. There lay the logistical support forces of various auxiliary classes. Tang Ro, a high-ranking elf sorceress, was stationed there, tirelessly healing and bolstering the warriors, playing a crucial role. I'll lead the charge for the Demon Lord and take out that human girl first. He charged forward. The massive muscles in its legs tensed to the extreme. Like an indestructible bulldozer, it plowed across the entire battlefield. Everything in its path, friend or foe, was sent flying. Naturally, the human reconnaissance unit detected this immediately. The Catastrophe Demon General is moving. His target is the logistics unit. Quick, stop him. Stop him at all costs. Li Yunwei bellowed in a voice already hoarse. These formidable catastrophe generals had always been a dark cloud hanging over everyone's heads. Who would have thought their first strike would be a direct assault on the vital center? Allowing such formidable beasts to breach the rear defenses would be like letting wolves into a sheepfold. Hundreds of streaks of light shot toward the Calamity Demon General, yet their effect was negligible, failing to halt its advance. Its target is me. Tang Ro stood silently beneath the crimson sky. The moment their gazes met, she knew she had become the target. Suddenly, a resolute voice rang out. With me here, no monster will breach the defenses. It was a second-tier Great Shield Knight. He raised his massive steel shield, nearly 2 meters tall, holding it before him like a fortified wall. Boom! A terrifying shockwave radiated outward in a circular pattern. The second-tier Great Shield Knight, shield and all, was sent flying. Shield shattered, man flew. Like a torn sack, he spat a jet of blood from his mouth before collapsing to the ground, his fate unknown. I'm sorry. The Great Shield Knight's vision blurred with blood. He failed to keep his promise, forced to watch helplessly as the monster breached the defenses. The monster was too powerful, operating at peak strength. Who could possibly stand against it? At that moment, Tang Ro stood motionless. Her long hair, now loose, swayed behind her as her expression remained eerily calm. Even knowing her death was imminent, she had done everything she could. Even now, deep within her heart, she remained convinced that heroes would rise against the current in this chaotic age. Braving the storm, cutting through the thorns. The Calamity Demon General had already charged before her, fists clenched like warhammers, crashing down from above. People were filled with despair. Even a second-tier knight, with the highest defense and constitution, couldn't withstand such an attack, let alone a frail elf mage. In the next instant, Tang Ro might be crushed into mincemeat. Boom! A colossal shockwave erupted once more, exploding outward like a seismic blast. Staring at the scene before her, Tang Ro froze. Everyone froze in place. The brutal scene they had imagined did not unfold. A figure stood before Tang Ro, blocking the terrifying blow with a long sword held horizontally above its head. The slender blade stood in stark, striking contrast to the massive fist. Even more terrifying was that after absorbing such a blow, the blade remained perfectly level, not even tilting an inch. Who was he? The crowd murmured in unison. Blocking a full power strike from a cataclysmic demon general with a single hand and a horizontal blade? What the hell kind of monster is this? How come we never saw him before? Finally, he arrived. Seeing the figure approach, Li Yunwei exhaled a deep sigh of relief, the weight lifting from his heart. Xin Yu's friends also instantly recognized the figure, exhaling in relief. Chen Nian was back. Or more accurately, no speech had returned. You, who are you? Tang Ro's mouth hung open, forgetting to close it. Though she didn't recognize the figure before her, a powerful premonition suddenly gripped her heart. This might be the hero truly chosen by the times. Impossible. The Calamity Demon instinctively took 2 steps back. The being that had been unstoppable moments ago now showed fear. This sudden appearance of a human gave him an extremely ominous premonition. Even, the oppressive force emanating from this human felt stronger than that of the Demon Lord himself. Chen Nian said nothing more, he was too exhausted. After that great battle, even the twin demon lords needed time to recuperate, and he was no exception. Still, swiftly resolving the immediate threat would not interfere. Chen Nian drew his blade. The thunder dragon sword slid from its scabbard. Chapter 87. The hidden dragon emerges from the depths. Zhao Shui and Yi Hongling arrive. Chen Nian drew his sword, the dragon's roar unsheathed. Simultaneously, a deep, rumbling dragon's roar erupted. As if a dragon surged forth from the abyss, golden dragon energy swirled around the blade, radiating an overbearing and piercing aura. This was the signature trait of the legendary weapon, that startled dragon. Dragon in the abyss. The longer the blade remained sheathed, the greater its power upon unsheathing. This was the first time Chen Nian had drawn the blade. Without any superfluous movements, he instantly appeared before the Calamity Demon General and thrust the blade toward its chest. Catastrophe Demon General? The scene seemed somewhat absurd. Compared to the towering Calamity Demon General, Chen Nian was too insignificant. Thus, the strike fell far short. The blade didn't even graze the Demon General's chest, let alone inflict any damage. The next instant, the dragon energy coiling around the blade erupted into a golden dragon. Thud! The golden dragon pierced through the Calamity Demon General's chest, bursting out through its back. But it wasn't over. The golden dragon behind him pierced through his body again and again, back and forth, riddling his body with countless holes. Countless golden sparks erupted from the Calamity Demon General's body. No, no! Boom! Before the words had fully left his mouth, his body violently exploded, dissipating into the air along with the golden dragon energy. Only then did Chen Nian withdraw his blade. He was thoroughly satisfied with the power of that first strike. Tang Rou, witnessing the scene from the closest vantage point, was the most profoundly shaken. This, you. She murmured, unable to find words. This was a Calamity Demon General. A terrifying fifth-tier bloodline calamity beast in existence utterly beyond the reach of ordinary beings. Just moments ago, such a Calamity Demon General had launched a surprise attack, effortlessly tearing through the defenses and showcasing its terrifying might to everyone. Moreover, its physical form and regenerative power were exceptionally formidable. It was no ordinary demon beast that could be easily dealt with. Yet before this man, it was instantly slain. Who exactly is he? Holy, is this for real? The Catastrophe Demon General was taken down instantly. Damn, I'm not dreaming, am I? Could he possibly be? Someone pointed at Chen Nian, gasping, the Silent One. It's the Silent One. Hearing this guess, people suddenly understood. Buyu was always shrouded in mystery, never revealing his true identity. It all made perfect sense. That's right, he is Buyu. Who else could possess such overwhelming power? People cheered wildly, overcome with excitement. Silent One has finally arrived. Ha! He's finally joining the fight. I knew he wouldn't abandon us. Everyone, let's push through one more time. We can overcome this calamity. Chen Nian's appearance greatly boosted the people's morale. What had seemed an unsolvable crisis now offered a glimmer of hope, a solution thanks to his presence. Bu Yu. Tang Rou stared in stunned silence at the figure before her, her heart racing. If it were not a word, he couldn't be called the hero chosen by the era. With his abilities, he was destined to be the one who changed the era. She never imagined she would be saved by him. Chen Nian activated the special effect of the Moonlight Wolf Ring, summoning the spirit of the Moonlight Wolf during the full moon to aid its master in battle. Though a blood moon now hung overhead, it perfectly met the conditions. A flash of azure light erupted. The immense spirit of the Moonlight Wolf King appeared beside Chen Nian, beautiful and sacred. This too was a form of supernatural power. Influenced by its elemental nature, the Moonlight Wolf spirit possessed formidable combat prowess. Chen Nian intended to have it guard him while he rested. Guard me. Awu. After issuing the command, Chen Nian finally turned to look at Tang Rou. Are you an elf sorceress? Yes, I am. Have you mastered the Fountain of Life? Yes. Come on then. The Fountain of Life was one of the elf sorcerer's abilities, capable of healing physical exhaustion and wounds with the miraculous effect of spring rain nourishing all things. Alright. Being able to assist Buyu, Tang Rou dared not delay for even a moment. She urgently channeled her power, enveloping both of them in a vibrant green glow brimming with life force. He's Buyu. Xin Yu's excitement at that moment knew no bounds. She was Buyu's ultimate fangirl, after all. Seeing her idol in person had her heart bursting with joy, leaving her so overwhelmed she could barely form coherent sentences. Yes, he is Buyu. You guys, why aren't you excited at all? He's Buyu, the world's strongest player. Getting to see him fight in person is incredibly rare. Xin Yu couldn't understand why her friends were so calm. The others explained that he was Chen Nian, always right there beside them. There was no need for such excitement. Still, Chen Nian's arrival did inject everyone with a shot of adrenaline. The twin demon gods were recovering. Chen Nian was also recovering. Both sides knew the other was on the opposite end of the battlefield, waiting to see who would be the first to recover enough to fight. He's here. He really is here. When the younger demon god sensed Chen Nian's presence, he couldn't help but tremble all over. Yet his heart soon settled. The elder brother is no longer here. You cannot kill me. He commanded in a deep voice, you go kill him. Kill him at any cost. This was the order given to the remaining 3 Calamity Demon Generals.
Chen Nian was resting.
He would not give Chen Nian the chance to rest. As you command, Demon Lord. The 3 Calamity Demon Generals moved simultaneously, with only one objective, to kill Chen Nian. Their deployments signaled the beginning of the final battle. At this moment, the extraordinary beings of Linhai City were already exhausted from battling the other monsters. They simply couldn't spare any strength to confront the Catastrophe Demon Generals.
Perhaps the Moonlight Wolf Spirit Chen Nian summoned could handle one of them. But the other 2? Impossible to handle.
3 Calamity Generals simultaneously tore through the defenses, charging toward Chen Nian indifferent to everyone else, their minds fixed solely on him. This is trouble.
Dealing with these 3 Calamity Generals was no problem for Chen Nian.
But doing so would require the use of word spirits.
That would drastically reduce his recovery rate. He might run out of steam when facing the twin demon gods later. But just then, 2 streaks of light raced across the sky. One fiery red, one icy blue. Both landed simultaneously before Chen Qian. Who'd have thought we'd arrive just in time?
Yi Hongling's lips curved into a smirk.
Ha!
Never imagined this man would need protection himself.
I don't need you.
I can handle this alone, Zhao Yixue replied coldly. Now, the teleportation array had been destroyed.
No further reinforcements could come from Linhai City.
Yet Yi Hongling and Zhao Yixue had flown here specifically to aid Linhai City, as their own territories faced minimal pressure and were fully manageable.
Very well then. You handle 3 on your own.
I'll go get cozy with Buyu first. Yi Hongling chuckled softly.
Don't you dare. A frigid aura surged around Zhao Yixue, causing the air temperature to plummet. Chapter 88, 2 women battle the Calamity Demon General, a new crisis?
Yi Hongling had intended to exchange a few more taunts to provoke Zhao Yixue, but now there was no time for that.
3 Calamity Demon Generals had already launched their attack.
She raised her hand, unleashing countless fiery serpents that instantly engulfed one of the Catastrophe Demon Generals.
What the hell? Before the Calamity Demon General could react, the thousands of fire serpents exploded. Boom!
A massive fireball blazed across the plain, dazzling and brilliant, lighting up the eyes of countless spectators.
What are you waiting for, Miss Zhao? Do you expect me to handle them all alone?
Yi Hongling said with a smile. She and Zhao Yixue had been rivals for ages, clashing constantly even before they met Buyu.
One ice, one fire, they seemed utterly incompatible. Spare me your nonsense.
Zhao Yixue retorted coldly, her eyes narrowing as she unleashed a palm strike.
Wind blows snow, ice thousand extremes. Centered on her, a vast fan-shaped area instantly froze over.
But it only affected the monsters, sparing her allies. The other 2 Calamity Demon Generals were also completely encased in ice. Their massive bodies turned to frozen blocks, immobilized.
Zhao Yixue clenched her empty hand.
Countless ice spikes converged from all directions, targeting the bodies of the Calamity Demon Generals. It bloomed like a colossal ice flower, beautiful and formidable. Even without Chen Nian's summoned Moonlight Wolf spirits needing to intervene, the 2 of them alone were sufficient to handle the 3 Calamity Demon Generals.
I'm going. Who are they? Their power is terrifying. What's going on? Was Linhai City hiding such hidden talents all along? First, Yu arrived unexpectedly, and now 2 such monstrously powerful figures show up? These 2 aren't from Linhai City. Yi Hongling is the daughter of General Yi, and Zhao Yixue's family is from Jiangcheng. They came specifically to support Linhai City. But why would they come all this way to help us? Duh, obviously to help Buyu. He helped them out recently, this is clearly paying him back. Oh, right. I remember now. That's great, haha. With Yi Hongling and Zhao Yixue joining the fight, the wounded in the rest area breathed a huge sigh of relief. Finally, they wouldn't have to live in constant fear. However, it was clear that such simple attacks were insufficient to kill the Calamity Demon Generals. These demonic beasts possessed an extremely abnormal regenerative ability. Earlier, Chen Nian had instantly killed one because the power unleashed when the Dragon of Terror drew its blade was terrifying. It had been obliterated in an instant. Sure enough, several Calamity Demon Generals had already regained consciousness, their wounds rapidly healing. Who would have thought there are such powerful humans here? Slaughter them all. We cannot let them interfere with the Demon Lord's plans. A new wave of battle erupted. However, battles at this level were beyond the reach of ordinary transcendent beings. Anyone who dared to get even slightly close would be caught in the crossfire. So everyone instinctively backed off, leaving the central battlefield entirely to them. As the on-site commander, Li Yunwei finally felt his nerves ease. With powerful allies assisting, the main front should no longer pose major problems. The problem lay with the other demon beast that had emerged from the stone coffin, a type completely unseen before. Shrouded in a dense black mist, its true form remained utterly obscured.
Officer Lee, could that thing be a demon beast even stronger than the Calamity Demon General? Asked the deputy commander beside him.
Hard to say. Catastrophe demon generals already represent a very high bloodline rank among catastrophe beasts. Above that rank, I've never seen anything.
Commander Lee, I've received field reports from other nations.
Take a look. Li Yunwei focused his gaze. This was news from me, seemingly from an ordinary small city. A demon god tier catastrophe beast has descended. Its power is overwhelming, with casualties already exceeding 10,000. Defenses breached. Hordes of calamity beasts have invaded the city, turning it into a living hell. After reading it, Li Yunwei couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat.
She continued scrolling down.
Sakura Nation was facing a similar situation.
This time, the attack seemed to target the nuclear wastewater discharge site Some Island.
Terrifying catastrophe beasts invade X Island, slaughtering tens of thousands. Rivers of blood flow. Is this a natural disaster or a man-made catastrophe? Island residents cried tearfully before dying. We did nothing wrong. Why this calamity? Heaven is blind. As a professional law enforcement officer, Li Yunwei did not laugh at such a moment. Instead, her expression grew grave.
That calamity beast is likely a terrifying demon beast surpassing even calamity generals.
We must proceed with utmost caution.
After speaking, her gaze turned toward Chen Nian in the distance.
Thankfully that kid was there. Without him, Linhai City would have been doomed to a bloodbath.
Just then, the command center contacted her, and she immediately answered.
Numerous monster teleportation arrays have appeared within the city, requesting reinforcements. I repeat, numerous monster teleportation arrays have appeared within the city, requesting emergency reinforcements. What?
Li Yunwei's face drained of color.
Monster teleportation arrays had appeared within the city? These monsters weren't just attacking from outside. But right now, the extraordinary beings stationed here were still locked in fierce combat, with numerous casualties.
They were stretched too thin to spare any forces for reinforcements in the city. Connect me to the city's surveillance feed.
Yes. The feed came through, revealing the city already engulfed in smoke and chaos. Monsters roamed the streets, even invading residential buildings. Casualties have already been reported. If not addressed promptly, casualties would only escalate. They're low-level monsters, but most of the people left in the city are ordinary citizens. They can't handle this. Commander Lee, what should we do? Contact headquarters. Broadcast my voice across all online media and television. Perhaps we still have a force we can mobilize. Inside the air raid shelter, gunfire, explosions, and the howls of monsters could already be heard outside.
The facility was under attack, with the law enforcement officers guarding the perimeter fighting desperately. Some huddled in corners, clutching their legs, while others cried out in terror, their hearts pounding with dread. Just then, the overhead loudspeakers suddenly crackled to life. Everyone, a large number of monsters have already appeared in the city. But our frontline combatants are still fighting hard and cannot return to provide support. This was Li Yunwei's voice. Hearing this, the crowd immediately broke down. How could this happen? Are they just abandoning us to die? Li Yunwei continued, I know many extraordinary beings remain in the city. You are just ordinary people. You fear fighting the monsters, so you chose to flee. But please remember there are countless ordinary people fighting tooth and nail, holding back the monster's assault, all to protect you. Perhaps you cannot be a hero of this era. But I hope everyone can find the courage to swim against the current. These words stung like a sharp blade, yet it was precisely this sting that ignited the blood of the timid. The last remaining force of Linhai City mobilized. Chapter 89, The Demon God Awakens, Chen Nian recovers, and the battle rages on. Commander Lee, numerous extraordinary beings have appeared in the city, engaging those monsters. The situation seems to be stabilizing. Very good. Li Yunwei nodded. Only 2 hours remained until the Blood Moon Calamity ended. If they could hold out for just 2 more hours, all portals would vanish, and no more monsters would attack. That would be ultimate victory. But one final variable remained: the demon god tier calamity beast that had yet to make its move. As for Yi Honling and Zhao Yixue, they were already in a position of complete dominance. The 3 calamity demon generals had virtually no means to fight back, relying solely on their formidable physical strength to endure. But even that has its limits. Soon, the first calamity demon general was incinerated by the raging inferno, reduced to black smoke that dissipated into the air. Too powerful. Realizing defeat was inevitable, the remaining 2 calamity demon generals turned to flee. Zhao Yixue was not one to be outdone. Transforming into an icy shadow, she thrust her sword through the chest of one of the calamity demon generals. Gah! The calamity demon general froze solid. This time, it wasn't merely a surface freeze, it was absolute freezing from the inside out. Crash! The colossal ice sculpture shattered with a thunderous crash, and another calamity demon general was utterly annihilated. Only one remained. The intelligent Calamity Demon General refused to die passively.
Seizing the opening, it fled desperately, reaching the younger twin demon god in an instant. Its face twisted in terror. Demon Lord. These humans are too powerful. Ugh.
A massive hand suddenly shot out from the black mist, piercing through its chest.
Zhao Yixue. Yi Hanling.
Witnessing this scene, the two women instinctively kept their distance, their expressions turning grave.
Demon Lord, your usefulness ends here. Become my nourishment.
The Calamity Demon General writhed in agony as its massive form rapidly shriveled, as if every drop of blood and moisture within it had been squeezed out.
Finally, it was completely absorbed, dissipating into black mist. Finally restored to my full glory.
Oof. The twin demon gods stretched every muscle in their bodies, feeling an indescribable sense of comfort and pleasure.
Though its physique was far smaller than the Calamity Demon General's, it radiated a palpable sense of surging vitality.
This one seems rather troublesome, Yi Hanling murmured.
Attack!
Zhao Yixue, a woman of few words, raised her hand and unleashed a blade-like icy beam. Yi Hanling didn't hesitate either, unleashing a fiery dragon that tore through the air. Ice and fire swirled and collided.
Crack! But suddenly, a blue blade of light sliced through the air, shattering the clash mid-flight.
The twin demon gods grinned.
This is the power of my complete form. You may begin to taste it. He moved, swift as a thunderclap. In an instant, it was upon Yi Hanling. Before she could react, the great blade, shrouded in ghostly blue flames, came crashing down upon her. Don't just stand there.
Zhao Yixue summoned a massive ice shield from her palm, barely deflecting the blow. But before half a second had passed, the shield shattered violently. She was slammed hard to the ground, a thunderous crash echoing as a massive crater instantly appeared. Yi Hanling retreated swiftly, casting a spell as she moved.
Scarlet Lotus Barrier. A massive fireball engulfed the twin demon gods.
Within that fireball raged a temperature of 2,000 degrees, enough to instantly melt any living thing.
Yet in less than a second, two intersecting blue blade streaks appeared on the fireball.
The twin demon gods brutally shattered the barrier. Though their bodies were charred and scorched, their mobility remained utterly unaffected.
What? Yi Hanling never imagined her ultimate attack would be shattered so effortlessly.
In the nick of time, she covered her entire body with a fire shield, maximizing her defense.
But the expected attack never came. Yi Hanling froze in confusion. Why isn't it attacking me?
Suddenly, as if realizing something, she snapped alert.
Oh no!
Turning around, she saw that the demon god had indeed flown toward Chen Nian.
No doubt about it, its target was solely Chen Nian.
The others could be dealt with later.
The greatest threat had to be neutralized first. He couldn't be allowed to recover. The only thing left to protect Chen Nian was the Moonlight Wolf Spirit. Damn beast, get lost!
The demon god roared, his pupils suddenly shooting out two beams of ghostly blue laser light.
The wolf spirit couldn't block them.
Pierced through, it collapsed with a howl. Though its wounds would heal under moonlight, it was clearly too late. Chen Nian and Tang Rou, who was treating him, were now exposed within the demon god's attack range.
No one else could intervene.
Humans, ultimately, victory belongs to this demon god.
Die! The twin demon god's pupils once again blasted terrifying laser beams. Two blue beams pierced the air, targeting Chen Nian. Tang Rou instinctively closed her eyes.
She was powerless to resist, forced to leave her fate to the heavens. But at that very moment, a series of obscure, complex sounds reached her ears like inscriptions carved on ancient stone tablets, utterly incomprehensible. Word Spirit Judgment Golden Sword. The two lasers vanished within the dark gold domain.
Tang Rou slowly opened her eyes.
Facing her directly was a face concealed by a black mask, yet his pupils blazed like liquid gold. Like a sovereign surveying his realm, he commanded an irresistible urge to kneel and submit.
Thanks.
Chen Nian thanked her before turning his gaze toward the demon god.
The latter instinctively took 2 steps back. You. Seems you can't wait, huh? Very well. Since you've recovered, let's have another battle.
I'll let you taste the full might of my complete form. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the twin demon gods realized Chen Nian had vanished. Nothing remained before them but a streak of lightning slowly dissipating into the air. Immediately afterward, a calm voice came from behind.
Who gave you the confidence? Chen Nian used his levitation technique to hover mid-air, looking down on the twin demon gods from above. What? The demon gods could scarcely believe that this human speed had surpassed their own. His power was stronger than when they'd fought in the temple, far stronger. Just as he turned to counterattack, Chen Nian's flying kick met his face. Boom! The flying kick sent the demon god spinning 3 times in midair before crashing heavily to the ground. Before he could scramble to his feet, Chen Nian's foot slammed down hard on his face, forcing his body, which had just begun to rise, back into the ground. Human, don't get too cocky. Boom! A concentrated wind cannon severed the demon god's right arm, causing the hand it had just raised to go limp. His left arm was torn clean off by the moonlight wolf's bite. Previously, Chen Nian's ordinary word spirits couldn't harm it at all.
But now, even facing the true form, Chen Nian could inflict tangible damage. The difference in power before and after advancement was like night and day. The twin demon gods, having just fully recovered, were now pinned to the ground, utterly immobilized.
Chapter 90, Chen Nian, you're just too weak.
Chen Nian's awakening immediately caused a massive stir. Surrounding extraordinary beings, including Yi Hongling and the other women, as well as Qin Yu and others, all turned their gaze toward him. Li Yunwei, in particular, kept his eyes fixed on Chen Nian's every move, never looking away. Even drones hovered in the distance, filming Chen Nian's silhouette from afar, too afraid to approach any closer and they'd be instantly obliterated by terrifying supernatural force fluctuations.
Commander Li, you has recovered.
Transmit the drone footage to the city's public displays.
Let everyone witness this. Li Yunwei ordered immediately.
Yes, sir. Thus, Chen Nian was captured by the drone's camera, and the footage was broadcast across all major news media platforms within the city. Before the battle began, Li Yunwei had been sweating bullets. Her original intention was for Chen Nian to inspire everyone's morale. But if Chen Nian were defeated, it would backfire, delivering a crushing blow to the people instead. Yet she never imagined the battle would end so swiftly.
Chen Nian crushed the demon god-level calamity beast underfoot with lightning speed, utterly annihilating it. This is the power of the Silent One. It's terrifying. That calamity beast, which even Yi Hongling and Zhao Yixue couldn't defeat, was just crushed like that. This is the first time I've seen him fight in person. Is this what it means to be the world's strongest? Tang Rou was closest to Chen Nian.
She witnessed Chen Nian's battle most directly.
Shock.
Her heart trembled with utter astonishment. Chen Nian had even used sheer physical strength to crush the terrifying calamity beast beneath his feet.
Was that truly a power a human could possess?
And he looked so damn cool just now. It felt like as long as she stayed by his side, she would never be harmed.
Tang Rou's heart raced with excitement, unable to calm down.
She had witnessed a hero who could stand against the tide of the times, an absolute powerhouse.
If only she could help him more in the future. Tang Rou thought to herself. Though Qin Yu was far away, it didn't stop her from daydreaming.
After all, she was the ultimate fangirl.
Did you see that? Did you see it? That's Bu Yu, wow. Oh my god.
She was practically babbling incoherently, her whole body practically bouncing with excitement, her eyes brimming with delight.
Ahem. You'll have plenty more chances to see him later, Deng Rongrong couldn't resist adding. What nonsense are you talking about? Seeing Bu Yu is such a rare chance, when will I ever get another opportunity like this?
Too bad I couldn't get close enough to see his face clearly.
Yi Hongling and Zhao Yixue hadn't suffered any injuries.
They weren't a match for the twin demon gods, but they weren't fragile vases either. Still, witnessing Bu Yu crush the demon gods left them deeply astonished.
He's grown so much stronger in just a short time? Yi Hongling's lips curved upward.
This guy always manages to surprise you in unexpected ways. Zhao Yixue gazed at the distant figure, her lips pressed together in a faint, almost imperceptible smile.
The Ice Queen actually smiles? Yi Hongling frowned in puzzlement. What are you smiling about? Nothing. Zhao Yixue retorted immediately.
Her joy stemmed from knowing that Bu Yu was Chen Nian and having seen his face. This special connection filled her heart with a touch of pride. Besides those on the battlefield, the people within the city also had the chance to witness this scene. Inside the air raid shelter, a television mounted on the wall broadcast live footage. It was the very moment Chen Nian stood atop the calamity beast.
Witnessing this, the crowd nearly erupted in ecstatic cheers, their spirits soaring. So cool. Ning Ziqing's eyes sparkled brightly, filled with boundless admiration. Watching Chen Nian on the screen, she felt as if she were witnessing a peerless hero riding a rainbow cloud, utterly cool.
If only I could become an extraordinary being someday, then maybe I could fight alongside him. Ning Ziqing could never have imagined that the hero on the screen was her own brother, whom she had never met.
Beside her sat Chen Nian's biological mother, Xia Li.
Xia Li stared at the screen, her lips trembling and eyes wide.
He's.
Though the image was distant and blurry, and Chen Nian wore a mask. But as a mother, she felt an unmistakable familiarity with her own flesh and blood.
Mom, what's wrong? Ning Ziqing asked. And nothing. I must have seen wrong.
Elsewhere, Chen Nian's father, Chen Huirong, had also witnessed the scene. In an instant, that sense of familiarity surged through him, leaving him momentarily dazed. After divorcing Chen Nian's mother, they both started new families and neglected their biological child for a long time. In his memory, Chen Nian remained that video game-obsessed teenager who neglected his studies.
He does look a bit like Chen Nian. His current son, Lu Xingchen, raised an eyebrow. Dad, who are you talking about? Did you see Chen Nian? I didn't spot him. Never mind, I must have seen wrong. You should come with me to visit Chen Nian sometime. Ha! Last time he flat out refused to work at your company. Not sure he'd accept our kindness. School, gymnasium. The students under centralized protection witnessed this scene as well. As an extraordinary being, Xia Wen hadn't dared to go out and fight.
She stayed inside, constantly scrolling through her phone, so she saw this live stream the moment it happened. Seated beside her was her current boyfriend, another wealthy heir. When she saw Chen Nian standing atop the Calamity Beast, she suddenly froze. A familiar figure flashed unbidden through her mind. There was no doubt she recognized Chen Nian after all, he had once pursued her.
No way. No way. Chen Nian is too strong to be. It must just be a resemblance.
I never imagined I'd have such a ridiculous thought. For that brief moment, Xia Wen had actually conflated Buyu with Chen Nian, believing them to be one and the same person. But she quickly dismissed this absurd notion. How could that be possible? If that guy were Buyu, with so many girls who like him, how could he possibly come after me? But now, even Chen Nian is out of her league. With a girlfriend like Xinyu, how could he possibly notice an ordinary campus beauty? The thought made Xia Wen suddenly realize her rich kid boyfriend wasn't so appealing anymore. The battlefield. Chen Nian stood atop the twin demon gods, towering above him with a cold gaze.
You have become this powerful. You're just too weak. A torrent of blazing flames erupted around Chen Nian. A fiery lion ignited the night sky. Spell of words lion's flame. The twin demon gods were reduced to ashes within the terrifying lion's flames. But Chen Nian knew it would rise again. For this was only one of the twin fiends, both must be slain simultaneously. So the question arises, where has the other half gone? Chapter 91, Word Spirit Primordial World. Yi Hongling and Zhao Yixue both rushed to Chen Nian's side. But as soon as they arrived, they discovered something chilling. The monster, reduced to ashes, suddenly showed signs of revival. Black mist swirled, limbs regenerated. What kind of monster is this? It can actually revive? Yi Hongling couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Where's the other one? Chen Nian asked. Another one, the two women wondered. These twin demon gods exist as two separate entities. Both must be slain simultaneously to truly destroy it. Yi Hongling and Zhao Yixue fell silent. This monster possessed such a terrifying trait. Twin bloodline, as long as they don't die simultaneously, the other can always resurrect. No. We only saw this one. We never saw the other half. What? Chen Nian frowned. According to them, the other half of the twin demon god had never appeared on this battlefield? Could it be that it foresaw its inability to defeat me and sent the other half elsewhere? What terrifying intelligence! By now, the younger twin demon god had already reformed his body. Human, you cannot kill me. You will never kill me. Ugh! The dragon shock blade plunged deep into the demon god's chest. Golden dragon energy swirled around the blade's hilt, radiating an aura that seemed to suppress all else. Where is the other half? Speak, Chen Nian demanded. Heh! If you're asking about my elder brother, he has journeyed far away. You will never be able to kill us both at the same time. The demon god was pinned to the ground by the blade, black blood spilling from his mouth, yet a smug smile remained on his face. This is trouble. Chen Nian thought. If he couldn't find the other half, he'd never be able to kill this monster. Just then, his phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Hold it down, Chen Nian ordered. The moonlight wolf spirit's claws pressed down on the demon god's chest. Zhao Yixue raised her hand, and several thick ice chains locked the demon god's limbs firmly to the ground. Yi Hongling wasn't idle either, summoning a slender fire serpent. Go! The serpent burrowed into the demon god's chest, then emerged from its back, repeating the cycle until it was nearly knotted within its body. Triple suppression rendered the demon god immobile, its body perpetually in a state of severe injury. Only then did Chen Nian feel secure enough to answer the call. To his surprise, it was Haizi calling. As the guild's mastermind hacker, Haizi monitored the battle status of every member's location. Wherever danger arose, he would dispatch reinforcements through portals to maximize combat effectiveness. Boss! I finally got through. It's bad. What is it? Lu City is under attack. We've got a lot of guild members reinforcing there, but it's still not enough. So many guild members, so many elites were in Luzhou City. How could things still go wrong there? Chen Nian suddenly grew alarmed. Could it be that the other half of the twin demon gods is in Luzhou City? An extremely powerful monster has appeared in Luzhou City. None of us can handle it. Sister Xiaoqi is also locked in a fierce battle. Send me the coordinates. Roger. Chen Nian decisively ended the call, turning to Yi Hongling and the others. His voice grew solemn. The other half is in Lu City. Ha ha ha, cough cough, didn't expect that, did you, humans? The demon god coughed up blood while laughing maniacally. Yi Hongling and the others also wore grave expressions. What are you planning to do? Luqing and Linhai City were separated by 1,000 miles, no easy back and forth. How could two demon lords separated by 1,000 miles possibly work together to kill? It was utterly impossible. But if they didn't go to aid Luzhou, that young girl from the Su family wouldn't stand a chance against them. I'll go to Lucheng. There's a teleportation array connecting Linhai City and Luqing, Chen Nian declared. A teleportation array. You really are well prepared.
But at that moment, the demon god's grin grew even more arrogant and unrestrained, as if he'd heard the most laughable joke imaginable.
Ha 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 ha. Foolish humans. Your brother anticipated this move long ago and destroyed the teleportation array. Despair. Weep. I shall slaughter every human over there, while you can only fret helplessly here. Never had the twin demon gods felt such exhilaration. Though defeated in battle, they had triumphed tactically. To toy with humanity through cunning was utterly satisfying. I killed him. Zhao Yixue raised her hand. No need to rush. Unexpectedly, Chen Nian's expression remained exceptionally calm. It seemed that even if a tidal wave were to erupt, it could not disturb his serene composure. He glanced at the time. Blood Moon Calamity countdown, 1 hour 20 minutes. Start the countdown now. Kill him in 1 hour. What? 1 hour from now, we'll strike simultaneously. That's the only way to finish him off completely, Chen Nian declared solemnly. Yi Hongling doubted her own ears. 1 hour? You expect to rush from here to Luzhou City, find another monster, and kill it? You've lost your mind. The teleportation array has been destroyed. Didn't you hear? I have a way. Start the countdown. Yi Hongling had no choice but to comply. She pulled out a stopwatch, and both began counting down simultaneously. 59 hours 59 minutes and 12 seconds. Exactly 1 hour. The moment the countdown ended, both parties simultaneously slew the demon god. After settling the matter, Chen Nian turned and soared into the air, flying toward the teleportation array. Soon, he reached the cliff's edge. Several fallen comrades lay beside the teleportation array. The array's light had dimmed, clearly indicating it had been destroyed. The teleportation array has been destroyed. One man still clung to life, though gravely wounded. His voice was faint and weak as he spoke. Don't worry, I've already contacted the rescue team. They're on their way. But we failed to protect the teleportation array, that monster was too powerful, it slaughtered our brothers in an instant. His voice trembled with sobs, blood and tears mingling together. Chen Nian raised his hand. Countless white lights gathered in his palm, coalescing into a spinning triangular prism. The blinding, dazzling light illuminated half the sky's darkness. Spell of word sequence 125, Primordial World. The prism grew larger and larger, enveloping the damaged teleportation array. Endless white light engulfed everything. At that very moment, a miracle occurred. The supposedly broken teleportation array suddenly emitted a powerful surge of energy, connecting directly to the array in Lucheng. How is this possible? How is this possible? The man was utterly dumbfounded. Constructing a teleportation array required several mages with specialized knowledge working together, an extremely complex process that could never be accomplished by a single person. Who on earth was this person, repairing a teleportation array all by themselves? But this simply wouldn't work. A teleportation array should have energy emanating from both ends, converging at the center to form a spatial connection. Now, with only one side emitting energy, the power required was several times greater than before. How could a single person possibly withstand such terrifying energy expenditure? After a long moment, a miracle occurred. The teleportation array lit up once more, signifying that the energy connection between the two locations was complete and ready for normal transmission. You, who are you? Could it be? Could it be? You've done well. Leave the rest to me. With those words, Chen Nian stepped into the teleportation array. Chapter 92, I will come to you, even if I must cross mountains and rivers. Through the teleportation array, Chen Nian arrived in Luzhou City in the blink of an eye. The same dark crimson sky stretched overhead, a blood-red moon hanging oppressively, casting an ominous aura. Now, Chen Nian's task was to locate the other demon god and slay it the instant the countdown ended. Finding the demon god wasn't difficult. The challenge lay in timing the kill precisely, a formidable test for Chen Nian. The battle in Luzhou City was exceptionally brutal. As one of the most prosperous cities in the Dragon Nation, it was home to numerous powerful beings and thus bore the brunt of the fiercest assault. Initially, the defenses held firm. But after the demon lord brother joined the fray, the situation took a drastic turn for the worse. Now, nearly all elite transcendents were besieging the twin demon gods. These were all second-tier extraordinary beings, many of whom were high-tier challengers who had advanced through the ranks. They were elite warriors sent by various guilds to provide support. Blades flashed and spells roared. The demon god stood facing the onslaught of dozens. Yet most of the elite's powerful skills failed to make even a dent, unable to breach the demon lord's defenses. What the hell is this monster? Its attributes are way too strong. Among the Calamity Beast bloodlines, Demon General tier is 5th rank. This is clearly beyond 5th rank Demon God tier. If we don't defeat it, Lu City will be the first major stronghold to fall. Hang on, damn it. Time's almost up. The demon god brother swept his gaze across the crowd, his contempt and mockery unmasked. A bunch of ants. Compared to that human encountered in the temple, these people held no sense of oppression whatsoever. Except for that girl, almost none posed a threat to him.
As the elder of the twin demon gods, he had absorbed the greater portion of their power, making him vastly superior to his younger brother. Once I slaughter them all, absorb their power, I shall become stronger. So powerful that all will bow before me. One of the demon lord's powers allowed them to absorb others' life energy and transform it into their own strength. His target was the girl wielding the sword. Once he absorbed her life energy, he would fear no one. The sword-wielding girl was Su Jinyu. Her innate talent lies in the sword of the sword immortal. The seemingly delicate girl wielding a long sword creates a striking contrast. A burly man raised his wolf-tooth warhammer and bellowed, "Brothers, follow me." Another wave of coordinated assault followed, with nearly every extraordinary being unleashing their ultimate moves. Su Jinyu was no exception. Her sword stood before her, her gaze clear, her sword heart radiant. First-tier ultimate skill heavenly sword subdues demons. A colossal sword shadow plummeted from the heavens, piercing the sky. Ignorance. Fearlessness. The demon god raised a single index finger, pointing toward the heavens. With just one finger. Yet it caught the colossal sword shadow descending from the heavens. Where blade met fingertip, thunder roared and gale force winds scattered. The demon god's finger was severed, yet that was all. The colossal sword's energy was utterly exhausted. Even little seventh sister couldn't harm him. I have a bad feeling perhaps Lu City won't hold out much longer. Where is brother Bu Yu? Didn't we set up mutual support teleportation arrays? No idea. Haven't received any word yet. Faces grew grim. When facing a truly formidable foe, without a steadfast anchor to hold the situation together, morale would crumble. Bu Yu was that anchor. Unfortunately, he was absent. "You ants, it's time you taste the might of this demon god." The demon god raised both hands high, like a charlatan summoning wind and rain. Boom! Suddenly, black thunder surged through the night sky. Like giant black serpents coiling and twisting, it brought an extremely ominous foreboding. Thunder, heaven, fall. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Hundreds of black thunderbolts descended from the heavens, roaring and bellowing like countless wild beasts surging forth. Wild and overbearing. "Watch out," someone bellowed. A second later, the earth was blanketed in black thunder, blasting open countless terrifying craters. Under this baptism of black lightning, scarcely anyone remained standing unscathed. Some lay charred and blackened on the ground, moaning in agony. Others had limbs torn away by the lightning strikes. Yet these survivors owed their lives to Su Jinyu. At the critical moment, Su Jinyu had activated her sword formation, shielding most of them. She gasped for breath, her chest heaving violently, clearly drained by the immense exertion. "Seventh sister, flee now. We are no match for them. It's after you. You can't die." Suddenly, a figure roared and charged headlong at the demon god. Its chest was instantly pierced by the demon god's tail, instantly reduced to a desiccated corpse. The crowd gasped in horror. Their bodies trembled, their faces twisted with terror. No one wanted to be drained dry by the monster, becoming its nourishment. "Heh, no need to rush. You'll all become mine soon enough." The twin demon gods roared with laughter as their slender, sharp tails whipped through the air, transforming into 9 dragon-like serpents, their long tongues flickering in and out. The 9 slender dragons relentlessly devoured the corpses strewn across the ground. Finally, 9 pairs of greedy eyes locked onto Su Jinyu. Su Jinyu was like the most exquisite dish on a lavish banquet table, making them drool with desire. "I can't leave." Su Jinyu's strength was nearly depleted. In the battle against the demon god, she had exerted herself the most, followed by the other elites. By this point, she was running on fumes. "Let's go, little 7. Stop being stubborn, let's go." 9 undulating dragon serpents had locked onto the delicate girl. In an instant, 3 of them simultaneously thrust their heads forward, shooting forth like arrows released from a bowstring. Snap! The necks of the 3 dragons were sliced clean through mid-air by invisible wind blades. The severed heads, no longer supported, rolled to the ground, their jaws still clenched in a frozen snarl. Su Jinyu snapped her head up. Beneath the blood moon, a familiar figure hovered in the air, wind blades swirling at his fingertips. It was he who had saved her. Her bright pupils instantly widened, filling with that figure until even her eyelashes quivered. That's... Someone behind her gasped in shock. Indeed, it was Chen Nian. As Chen Nian descended, another dragon lunged at him from the side. Without turning his head, he flicked another wind blade from his fingertips, severing the dragon's head. Finally, he landed steadily beside Su Jinyu. One arm encircled her slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. "Brother Bu Yu." The girl gazed into his eyes, lost in a daze, as if in a dream. In that dazed moment, he spun her around in his embrace, dodging the 5th dragon's sudden attack. Snap! The 5th dragon's horn snapped clean off. This scene left everyone utterly speechless. P.S. 5-star reviews, please. You've read this far, how could you not give a thumbs up? Your praise fuels the protagonist's rise to glory. Chapter 93, Death God. Slaying the twin demon gods. Its leader Isuyu. The leader has arrived.
He really came.
This is great. Leader Bu Yu has come to support us.
Our efforts haven't been in vain. Every guild member present instantly recognized the newcomer's identity. A man of few words but deadly actions, who else could it be but Silent Leader? Hope ignited in everyone's hearts.
With him here, it seemed no problem was insurmountable. Su Jinyu was held in Chen Nian's arms, her sword already fallen to the ground.
Her eyes stared blankly ahead, trembling like stars in the sky.
Before the Blood Moon Calamity began, Chen Nian had promised to meet Su Jinyu. Just moments ago, on the brink of life and death, Su Jinyu had nearly believed this meeting would never happen. Thankfully, she knew Bu Yu was a man of his word. Once he made a promise, he would keep it no matter what, whether it meant crossing 1,000 mountains or 10,000 rivers.
Why did you take so long? I'm annoyed with you.
Only in Chen Nian's presence did Su Jinyu reveal that vulnerable, girlish side of herself. Her fist thumped against his chest, part playful pout, part gentle reproach. Sorry, the teleportation array was damaged.
It took some time. The teleportation array was destroyed? Su Jinyu was utterly shocked. How had Brother Neiyu gotten here?
This place was nearly 1,000 miles from Linhai City.
It's you. You came after all, human. Seeing the arrival, the twin demon gods showed no surprise whatsoever.
They knew this battle was inevitable. However, he had made thorough preparations. His younger brother was thousands of miles away, separated by vast distances, and this human was alone. He could never slay both of us brothers simultaneously.
That left him invincible. The 9-headed dragon that had sprouted from the demon god's tail had fully recovered, now gliding through the air, searching for an opportunity to strike.
Chen Nian clutched Su Jinyu as he activated the word magic sky riding technique. As they soared upward, the 9 dragon heads instantly lunged toward them. In their eyes, Chen Nian and Su Jinyu were nothing but a delicious feast they would not be allowed to escape.
Snap! 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 Sequence 33 Wind Demon Slash.
Chen Nian raised his hand, unleashing several more invisible wind blades. The dragon heads were cleanly severed mid-air, allowing Chen Nian to break free from the encirclement and soar into the night sky.
Human, you flee at the sight of this demon god? Is that the extent of your skill?
The twin demon gods sneered coldly as the ground beneath their feet shattered.
Boom! Like a missile, they launched forward, hot on his heels.
9 dragon serpents coiled around its tail roared, eyes glowing crimson, their howls echoing through the night sky.
A chase erupted. Chen Nian clutched Su Jinyu as they fled through the clouds, the demon god pursuing them relentlessly from behind. Watch out! Su Jinyu instinctively cried out. She could see 2 dragon serpents closing in on Chen Nian from behind, nearly ready to swallow him whole. Chen Nian twisted and turned through the air with her in his arms, narrowly evading attack after attack, a harrowing ordeal. Only when faced with unavoidable strikes did he turn back to unleash gusts of wind blades, buying precious moments to flee. What's the matter, human? Are you that afraid of me? Come on. Face this demon god in a fair fight. Chen Nian paid no heed, not even glancing back. He carried Su Jinyu through the clouds, over mountains and rivers, as if racing toward the very edge of the night sky. The howling wind whipped past their ears, sending strands of hair dancing wildly. Su Jinyu reveled in the sensation, her thoughts drifting to the wish that this moment could last forever. She tentatively reached out, hesitantly trying to remove Chen Nian's mask. Chen Nian offered no resistance. No one else could see them now, and it wouldn't matter if he saw her. Even Zhao Yishui and Yi Hongling had seen her before she was the last one. The black mask fluttered away in the wind, its destination unknown. The crimson moonlight cast a soft glow across Chen Nian's profile, leaving Su Jinyu utterly transfixed. Never did she imagine the fantasy of her dreams would finally come true. Brother Bu Yu, may I ask your name? After a brief silence. Chen Nian. Hearing the answer, Su Jinyu smiled, her cheeks dimpling sweetly. Her radiant smile was like a cherry dipped in brown sugar. She was overjoyed, yet deeply concerned. She feared that Bu Yu couldn't fight the demon god because he was protecting her. After all, she was now a useless burden with no combat ability. Especially since Chen Nian had failed to dodge several energy blasts from behind earlier, leaving his back wounded. You don't need to worry about me. Before she could finish, Su Jinyu felt a hand press against the back of her head, pulling her face against a warm chest. The implication was clear. You want me to ignore you? Impossible. Take this. Chen Nian pulled the phone from his pocket. Su Jinyu took the phone and saw a timer displayed prominently on the screen. 11 hours 5 minutes 95 seconds. Only 11 minutes left. I'll kill him when the countdown ends. You remind me of the time. Alright. Su Jinyu understood. The twin demon gods continued their relentless pursuit. He knew full well that once Chen Nian was dead, no human could stop him. Then he would wear him down. Time flew by. In just 10 short minutes, Chen Nian sustained several more injuries, his back already a bloody mess. He was enduring it all solely through sheer physical resilience. 30 seconds left. Su Jinyu reminded him. Got it.
Chen Nian understood and finally dove toward the ground, landing on a small, uninhabited island in the wilderness. The twin demon gods pursued him closely, landing not far from Chen Nian and nearly bursting into maniacal laughter.
Have you finally exhausted your strength? Humans truly are mere ants. Rest assured, you'll die in agony.
He advanced, 9 dragon-like serpents undulating at his sides, some already drooling.
Final 10 seconds. 10, 9. Suddenly, an endless darkness spread out from Chen Nian's center, instantly engulfing everything around them.
Spell of death. In that instant, Chen Nian's attack power surged, a colossal specter of the Grim Reaper materializing behind him.
Come on, kill me, human. Let me see if you can kill me.
Chen Nian silently chanted within his mind.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The moment the count reached 1, the Grim Reaper's scythe swept across the demon god's body, etching dozens of gash marks upon it. In an instant, the twin demon god's body shattered into dozens of pieces. On the Linhai city side, the younger demon god remained suppressed. Suppressing him were the legendary ancient weapon, the Thunder Dragon. The Moonlight Wolf Soul, along with Yi Hongling and Zhao Ishue. He could scarcely move an inch. Timing his death was straightforward. Yi Hongling hovered in midair, unleashing her ultimate move Heavenly Fire Divine Spear. A crimson spear hovered mid-air, resembling the fire god descending. Zhao Ishue, refusing to be outdone, unleashed her own ultimate Absolute Zero.
The demon god's body froze solid from the inside out.
This ability drastically weakened the enemy's defenses and various resistances, causing the damage taken to skyrocket.
Boom!
The heavenly fire spear pierced the demon god, splitting the earth 3 feet deep. The twin demon gods, separated by 1,000 miles, died simultaneously.
P.S. Though I'm brief, I truly value high quality.
Your support through gifts and positive reviews means the world. Thank you.
Chapter 94, Silence, World's Greatest.
The twin demon gods were shattered to pieces by Chen Nian. Only a single head rolled clunkily across the ground. Yet it still laughed.
Its face twisted into a grotesque grimace. You cannot kill me, you absolutely cannot kill me.
Ugh. The twin demon lords suddenly realized something that filled them with dread upon reflection. His body hadn't healed.
The demon god's powers hadn't taken effect. Why? How could this be? I'm dying. How could I be dying? Could it be we were killed at the same time? My brother is dead too. No.
The demon god looked up to find Chen Nian towering over him, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth.
Did you really think I was afraid to fight you?
You. The demon god suddenly realized this human had been waiting for an opportunity, a chance to kill both brothers simultaneously. It had all been within his calculations.
You wait. Besides me, there are 71 other demon gods. Above them stand even mightier beings. Humanity will perish in calamity.
With these words, the twin demon gods dissolved into a black mist, vanishing into the vastness of the world.
Congratulations on defeating a demon god.
Points plus 100,000.
Congratulations on entering the World Points leaderboard. Please select how your name will appear. 1. Real name. 2. Anonymous. Chen Nian chose anonymity, directly adopting the ID silent. Only then did he turn to look at Su Jinyu, smiling as he asked, "You okay? So handsome." Su Jinyu's eyes nearly sparkled like stars, filled with admiration.
So that was it. Chen Nian wasn't incapable of defeating the demon god, but had merely been waiting for the perfect moment to strike. And during that waiting period, he'd carried her around the world, showing her every mountain and sea. What could be cooler than that? It had utterly satisfied Su Jinyu's girlish heart.
Brother you. No, brother Chen Nian is just too cool.
Hee, now I've not only seen his face but also learned his real name. This is amazing. Su Jinyu's heart fluttered with springtime longing. She couldn't be happier. Chen Nian felt a bit embarrassed under her intense gaze. The Blood Moon Calamity should be ending soon.
I'll walk you back. I don't wanna go back.
Su Jinyu's eyes curved like crescent moons. Let's stay here a little longer. The sea breeze is so refreshing, perfect for savoring the calm after the storm.
All right. Whatever you say.
The two found a spot to sit down.
Waves lapped against the reefs.
This spot was exceptionally tranquil, far removed from the smoke of battle and the clamor of combat, like a private world just for the two of them.
Chen Nian. What is it? Chen Nian asked with a smile. Nothing much. Just wanted to call your name a few more times. Is that okay? Su Jinyu gave a sweet smile.
Lucheng, Linhai City, Jiangcheng. All extraordinary beings across the globe simultaneously received the notification. Blood Moon Calamity officially concluded. All rewards will be distributed based on the leaderboard rankings. Simultaneously, the crimson moon suspended in the sky began to fade. The remaining monsters and powerful calamity beasts retreated in droves, while the portals steadily vanished. On the battlefield, the extraordinary beings who had fought fiercely in the bloodshed breathed a sigh of relief. Some lay sprawled on the ground, others knelt.
It's over. We won. Yes, we won. After fighting so long, we finally won. Ha 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 ha, whoa 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 whoa.
Some laughed until they cried, weeping for the brothers who had fallen in battle. This victory in the great battle had not come easily. It was a battle where thousands of extraordinary beings risked their lives for the survival of human civilization. This triumph deserves to be etched upon the monuments of history. Every warrior is a hero of this era, worthy of being sung about by future generations. Yi Hongling and Zhao Yixue still found it hard to believe. Especially at the very moment they had actually slain the demon god.
But wasn't the teleportation array destroyed? How did that guy manage to kill the demon god on the other side? No idea.
Never imagined I'd end up fighting side by side with you, Miss Xiao.
You think I wanted to?
The two women exchanged a glance, snorted coldly in unison, and returned to their respective posts.
Wonder how old you and little Seventh are faring. Yeah.
They were being relentlessly hunted by that calamity beast.
Now that it's over, the beast should have retreated, right? No. Look at the leaderboard.
Leader Buyu seems to have killed that calamity beast.
What? Everyone opened the world leaderboard to check. 1. Buyu 103,000 Dragon Nation. 2. Naoki Yusawa 32,243 points Land of Cherry Blossoms. 3. Wilson 29,545 points Lighthouse Nation. 4. Song Ji-hyo 27,118 points Korea.
Buyu leads the rankings with 100,000 points. Before this, he hadn't even made it onto the leaderboard. There was only one possible explanation: he had slain the terrifying calamity beast and earned a full 100,000 points.
Leading the entire world. Holy, that's our man Buyu for you, ha ha ha. Damn impressive.
You've made us all proud.
Our Dragon Nation is number 1. So it seems no other nation's extraordinary beings could slay a demon god tier calamity beast, only boss Buyu achieved it? Exactly. Who else can compare to Silent Leader?
World's best is world's best. Chen Nian nearly jumped out of his skin upon seeing this.
So freaking awesome. He truly is my one and only idol. I wonder if I'll ever get to see him again, sniffle.
Tangrou still felt somewhat dazed. She had healed Buyu, she deserved great credit. Now she was surrounded by admirers showering her with praise, making the whole scene feel almost unreal.
That kid, he's something else. Li Yunwei knew Chen Nian's true identity but had no intention of revealing it.
Once revealed, other nations would covet him, and that would only bring harm to Chen Nian. This incredibly uplifting news spread rapidly.
Online media, television, word of mouth. Every citizen of Dragon Nation knew it, no one was left unaware.
Buyu, during the first calamity, slew the mightiest calamity beast, safeguarding countless Dragon Nation citizens and elevating the Dragon Nation to the pinnacle of the world.
Sakura Nation.
As the strongest warrior, Naoki Yusawa relentlessly hunted all manner of monsters. In fact, he was once powerful enough to trade blows with a demon god-level being. Alas, he ultimately failed to hunt down the demon god, allowing it to escape.
Sigh. If I can't kill it, then others certainly can't either.
He was quite confident. But the moment he opened the rankings, he froze solid in place. A prominent name loomed above his own, claiming the greatest honor.
1. Silent 103,000. What? He actually did it?
Having dominated the top spot for so long, he ended up as the clown who got overtaken at the last moment.
The citizens of Sakura Nation mourned as if they'd lost a loved one. P.S. This chapter is actually the most satisfying. Chapter 95, Acquiring Divine Genes, Demon Island opens. Buyu secured the world's first kill of a demon god tier cataclysmic beast, sending shockwaves across the globe.
Headlines that should have belonged to their own citizens were forcibly pushed aside by Buyu's first kill news. This was both awe-inspiring and deeply concerning. It signified that Dragon Nation now held the world's most formidable superhuman forces. Take nuclear weapons, for instance. Only the Dragon Nation has developed them.
How could other nations not be shocked and fearful?
This is why I hide my identity, Chen Nian explained to Xiaoqi, revealing his reluctance to appear in public. The two sat side by side on the small island, chatting in the sea breeze.
I get all that. But what about before? Before the game merged with reality, why were you hiding then too? Su Jinyu asked, pouting. I was too famous. I feared real-life harassment. So now you're not afraid of me bothering you? Humph. Chen Nian paused. Actually, you're not the only one who knows. What? Su Jinyu's beautiful eyes widened. Someone new before me? Who is it? I want to hear it. Zhao Yixue and Yi Hongling. Chen Nian told the truth.
Hearing it was those two women specifically, Su Jinyu was furious, her pearly teeth nearly biting through her delicate lips.
Fine. After all, it's brother Yu.
It's only natural he likes his little sister more.
I'm not jealous at all, you know.
With that, Su Jinyu huffed and stomped out, heading off to play in the sand alone. Just then, Chen Nian received a notification.
Points settled. Rewards distribution initiated. Congratulations on ranking first globally. You have obtained the rare item Divine Gene and the Calamity Gem. These two items instantly appeared in Chen Nian's backpack. He didn't even bother to comfort Xiao-Qi, immediately checking them out.
Divine Gene, confuse with one's own genes, resonate with the gods, evolve one's abilities, and gain divine effects.
Evolve my own abilities?
He didn't grasp it at first glance, but decided to use it directly.
Chen Nian retrieved the Divine Gene.
It was a golden orb of light, glowing like a luminous sphere in his palm. He fused the orb into his body.
Instantly,
a thread of divine light surged into his meridians, circulating throughout his body at an incredible speed.
Divine Gene fusion in progress. Fusion complete.
Word Spirit Eagle Eye has achieved divine evolution.
Spell Divine Eye awakened. Heavenly Eye. Could this be a new ability gained through resonance with Erlang Shun? Chen Nian was utterly astonished.
Such a feature had never appeared in the game before, and he had no idea what effects this so-called Heavenly Eye possessed. Sequence 9's Hawkeye had now become Sequence 122's Heavenly Eye. It retains all the effects of Eagle Eye, while also piercing illusions and enabling attacks.
It's pretty powerful.
From now on, whenever Chen Nian encountered monsters capable of disguise, activating Heavenly Eye would instantly reveal them. Moreover, his observational abilities had become even more powerful, greatly enhancing his support capabilities.
Now, the other reward, the Calamity Gem.
Cataclysm Gem Meteor Shower, summons a meteor shower.
The user cannot move and is also affected by the meteor shower.
Catastrophe gems are inherently abilities that inflict heavy damage on enemies at the cost of significant self-harm, and this one was no exception. Still, Chen Nian might find opportunities to use it, especially in large-scale battles.
Chen Nian, look! Suddenly, Su Jinyu rushed back in a panic. What's wrong? Chen Nian looked up toward the sea and was utterly stunned.
A tsunami, a colossal wave nearly hundreds of meters high, was rapidly surging toward them. As the tsunami drew nearer, its sheer power seemed poised to engulf the entire world.
How could such a massive tsunami form? Think of something, quick! It's already here. Chen Nian froze in embarrassment.
He had flown with the twin demon gods for far too long.
After slaying them, his power was nearly depleted. How could he possibly muster the strength to activate judgment? No choice. We'll just have to tough it out. You, hold me tight.
Su Jinyu wrapped her arms tightly around Chen Nian's waist, closing her eyes and burying her head against his chest, terrified the tsunami would sweep her away.
Boom crash. The towering tidal wave nearly submerged the entire island.
But with Chen Nian's formidable physique, he stood unshakable amidst the waves, though both of them were soaked to the bone.
It's okay now. Soaking wet, Su Jinyu lifted her head. Her clothes were form-fitting to begin with, and now that they were soaked, they clung almost completely to her graceful curves. Though petite, her figure was delicate and well-proportioned, especially the rounded, even curve of her thighs, creating a particularly captivating sight. Her damp hair fell across her luminous face, lending the young beauty an alluring charm. Brother Buyu, you've been staring at me for 10 seconds now, Su Jinyu reminded him, her face flushing. Ahem. Chen Nian immediately cleared his throat and averted his gaze. You deliberately didn't block the tsunami. You didn't do it just to get a look, did you? No, impossible. If you want to look, you can look a little longer. I don't mind. Chen Nian's face flushed. This girl was too sweet. How had he never noticed before? But he needed to maintain his usual aloof image. He couldn't let it crumble, so he chose to change the subject. Why did such a massive tsunami suddenly appear? Chen Nian activated his heavenly eye. Divine light swirled within his pupils. In an instant, his vision pierced through dozens of miles of ocean surface, reaching the distant horizon. What? Chen Nian murmured in disbelief. A colossal super island was slowly rising. Like a giant beast that had slumbered for 10,000 years, it emerged from the sea. It was precisely this colossal island that had triggered the towering tsunami. As for the island's size, Chen Nian had no idea. Even the heavenly eye couldn't see its edges. Simultaneously, all extraordinary beings across the Dragon Nation received an alert. National exclusive map, Demon Island opening soon. Countdown to opening, 7 days. Access restriction, second tier extraordinary beings of the Dragon Nation. Description: Tianma Island features powerful bosses, mysterious dungeons, and drops high-level equipment and enchantment gems. The Heavenly Demon Tower at the island's center corrupts all sea creatures, mutating them into frenzied beasts that launch fierce assaults on the island. Players must defeat the central boss and destroy the Demon Tower before the island falls. Failure will result in all creatures within Dragon Nation's waters mutating into frenzied beasts that will assault Dragon Nation cities. After reading the report, Chen Nian furrowed his brow. Without a doubt, this was a new map opening for all second-tier extraordinary beings in the Dragon Nation. At that time, all extraordinary beings in the Dragon Nation would converge there. But the problem was this. They would need to simultaneously fend off monster assaults on the island while tackling the central island boss. Any misstep on either front would be fatal. This won't be easy. Chapter 96, Suggestion to Marry on the Spot. Countdown to Tianma Island opening, 7 days. All extraordinary beings in Dragon Nation were in an uproar.
The entire internet erupted in heated discussions.
Unbelievable. A new map appearing actually altered the world's terrain. Yeah, aerial photos are already circulating. Holy crap, a massive island really did drop from the sky. If things go as expected, all extraordinary beings nationwide will head to this demon island next. Those minor monsters outside just won't satisfy everyone's appetite anymore. But you need to be a tier 2 extraordinary being to enter. That requirement is way too high. What about us tier 1s? Are we even going to survive?
Only 7 days left, gotta level up now or we'll fall way behind.
I can't do it. I just survived the Blood Moon Calamity battle. I need a few days to recover.
Meanwhile, in the Mountain River Eternal Peace Guild chat, members were also engaged in heated discussions.
Hua at Buyu, at Xiaoqi, the new map's out, what do you think? Xiaoqi, brother Buyu is right beside me, no need to tag us both. Butian, TSK, yo yo yo. Jogwa, suggest getting married right here. Triple X, I suggest getting married right here. XX, I suggest getting married right here. Buyu, let's get serious, stop messing around.
Chen Nian watched the guild members egging each other on, feeling a bit speechless. He looked up at Su Jinyu again, only to see her avert her gaze shyly.
Could this girl really be thinking about marriage? Buyu, next, I hope everyone can enter the demon island.
If we fail to conquer it in time, all marine life will be contaminated, mutated, and turned feral.
Without a doubt,
Demon Island was a super dungeon open to all extraordinary beings in Dragon Nation.
Should we fail, those enraged sea monsters will first attack coastal cities, places like Linhai City. Buyu, everyone, rest for 2 days.
3 days from now, we'll hold a victory banquet in Lucheng and arrange our next actions.
Buyu,
oh, and for any brothers in the guild who suffered casualties, I'll have Xiaoqi take care of their families.
Hope everyone looks out for each other. Roger that, boss. Got it, boss.
Rest well, brothers. See you in Lucheng in 3 days.
No one objected to Chen Nian's arrangements. Though they were all elite fighters, after the Blood Moon Calamity battle, who dared defy Chen Nian.
In terms of strength, he was the world's strongest, the first to slay the demon god. In character, though he seldom spoke, he had always looked out for the guild members then and now.
This was Chen Nian's plan moving forward. First, 2 days of rest. Then, attend the guild's victory banquet in Luzhou City. After that, enter the demon island. Xiaoqi, you'll need to mobilize efforts to console our fallen brothers. Su Jinyu came from a wealthy family. The Su Corporation ranked among the world's top 100 enterprises. Handling such administrative tasks posed no difficulty for her.
Chen Nian had grown accustomed to relying on her.
You're assigning me more tasks, you'd better bribe me. Su Jinyu whined. How should I bribe you? I just called you by your name. Why didn't you call me by mine? Su Jinyu. Chen Nian still felt awkward about it. Say it a few more times. If it makes me happy, I'll arrange it for you. Su Jinyu. Don't you have any feeling when you say my name? I'm ignoring you. The two didn't linger on the island for long. Soon, the Su family's private helicopter arrived to pick up the young princess. She was the hero who had protected Lucheng this time, and a crowd of media outlets were waiting inside the city to interview and report on her. This would also bring great honor to the Su group, likely causing their stock value to soar. Su Jinyu bid Chen Nian a reluctant farewell, though they would meet again in Luzhou City soon. Their separation would last only 2 or 3 days. As for Chen Nian, he flew back to Linhai City without a trace of emotion. He didn't want to draw any attention. Now he could shed the identity of Buyu and return to being Chen Nian himself. Linhai City had suffered minimal damage, and the city quickly returned to normal operations. Shortly after returning home to rest, Chen Nian was summoned to attend a commendation ceremony at his school, honoring students who had shown bravery during the Blood Moon disaster. Every student who had participated in the battle, regardless of whether they had successfully slain monsters, would receive recognition. This is a bit troublesome. Chen Nian certainly didn't report his own name. That would be childish. Others had slain minor monsters, but he had slaughtered a demon god. Chen Nian had originally planned to skip it, but after receiving the school's warm invitation, Xinyu eagerly insisted he attend. Chen Nian, the school commendation ceremony is about to begin. See you there. Faced with such a warm invitation, Chen Nian had no choice but to agree. Enforcement Bureau. Li Yunwei had specially arranged for a commemorative banner to be made for Chen Nian. The banner bore bold, sweeping calligraphy. Chen Nian demonstrated exceptional valor during the Blood Moon Calamity. This banner is presented in recognition of his outstanding service. Of course, Chen Nian deserved national recognition, but since he refused to reveal his identity, Li Yunwei could only express gratitude in this manner. After all, without Chen Nian, Linhai City would likely have been doomed long ago. Captain Li, why are you giving someone a banner? Who's so important that I should see? A colleague teased. Chen Nian? He's not one of our unit's colleagues. What major achievement did he accomplish? Li Yunwei smiled.
Of course it was significant. He completed a special assignment with outstanding contributions. He deserves recognition.
Understood, Captain Li. But with your current status, you can't handle everything personally. We'll go instead. What's wrong with me? Haven't you heard? Because of your outstanding performance as frontline commander this time, you're getting promoted. From now on, we'll have to call you Deputy Director.
Li Yunwei shook his head with a smile.
I'll still go. I'll contact Chen Nian and ask where he is. Already checked. He's at the school attending some kind of commendation ceremony? Alright, let's go.
After Li Yunwei set off with the commemorative banner, his colleagues were puzzled.
He's about to become deputy director. Does he really need to handle such minor tasks personally? Is Chen Nian really that important? Linhai City University. The auditorium was packed to capacity. Chen Nian was there too, seated right beside Qinyu. Chen Nian, why haven't I seen you on the battlefield? With thousands of people fighting, it's no surprise you didn't spot me. Did you see Bu Yu strike? Man, that was so badass.
Every night before sleep, that scene keeps flashing through my mind.
Heh, it was okay. Chen Nian gave a dry chuckle.
Chen Nian, you're so calm about this.
You're not jealous, are you?
Right, your brother No Words is the world's greatest.
Fine.
At that moment, stirring music filled the air as the school's awards ceremony officially commenced.
Backstage, the principal was giving last-minute instructions to the MC.
When recognizing Chen Nian later, make sure to highlight him properly. He's our school's flagship student.
But principal, Chen Nian isn't on the list. What? Impossible.
This list was provided by the Enforcement Bureau.
Every participant is recorded here. You're telling me Chen Nian isn't on it? He truly isn't there, principal. See for yourself. The principal double-checked Chen Nian was indeed absent.
This was awkward.
Could Chen Nian not have participated? Impossible. Chapter 97, the enforcement team specially commends Chen Nian? The students were shocked. Chen Nian wasn't on the commendation list, yet they went and invited him over. Awkward. The commendation ceremony had now officially begun.
The female host in a red gown picked up the list and announced in a clear voice, "Next, please welcome the students whose names are called to the stage to receive their commendations.
Let's give them a warm round of applause. Lu Xiao. Ma Dahai."
One by one, the students stepped onto the auditorium stage to receive flowers and certificates of commendation. These individuals may not have made extraordinary contributions, but their courage to step forward earned them this applause and praise.
Xin Yu.
As her name was called, Qinyu, dressed in a pristine white gown, gracefully ascended the podium. Her delicate features and ethereal presence instantly drew all eyes. For her heroic actions and significant contributions on the front lines, Qinyu was hereby awarded the Medal of Honor and a prize of 100,000 yuan.
May all students take her as an example. Clap, 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 clap. The applause thundered like a storm. Whoa. Qinyu looks like such a delicate girl, but she's actually so fierce? Dude, you gotta be kidding.
She's already in her 90s, way higher than most of us.
Plus, she seems to be a rare class and elemental marksman.
Her raw stats are just way better than ours.
Unbelievable.
She's gorgeous, sings beautifully, and is such a powerful, extraordinary being.
Absolutely flawless. The only downside is she's already taken. Ugh, I'm so jealous I could die.
But the one truly consumed by envy was Xia Wen. As the former campus beauty of Linhai City University, Xia Wen now barely registers on anyone's radar.
She couldn't compete in looks, couldn't match her figure, and certainly couldn't rival her abilities. She was so used to being the center of attention, but now she's just a nobody. She'd give anything to be up there on stage. What's so great about her? She just spent money to get stronger.
Who knows who she has to sleep with behind the scenes?
Xia Wen muttered sourly. Everyone, quiet please. Does Qinyu have anything to say to everyone?
The host handed the microphone to Qinyu.
Alright, I'll say a few words. Qinyu took the microphone. Actually, I owe my growth entirely to one person. Her gaze settled on Chen Nian.
That was precisely why she'd invited Chen Nian here today.
Though their first encounter had been quite unexpected, she couldn't deny he'd helped her tremendously. The person I want to thank is Chen Nian.
The moment the words left her mouth, gasps erupted from the audience below the stage.
Was this about to turn into a public display of affection?
My rare class talent was given to me by Chen Nian. He also provided me with top-tier gear and helped me level up. It's precisely because of his assistance that I can now contribute using my own strength.
Ooh-hoo. All eyes in the venue turned to Chen Nian. No one expected this guy to be such a big shot. He gave you the rare talent too? Holy crap, that thing's worth a fortune on the market. He sure is generous. Wait, Qinyu is already at a high level. Doesn't that mean Chen Nian is even higher? Could he already be a second-tier extraordinary being?
This guy's been hiding his true strength all along. Chen Nian suddenly found himself the center of attention, feeling a bit taken aback. He'd been trying so hard to keep a low profile, but this girl had to go and pull this stunt.
Brother Chen Nian, when can you spare some time to take me along? Brother. I want to level up with you too, please. Sure enough, it had devolved into this.
Xia Wen nearly lost it right then and there.
What? Xinyu, did Chen Nian give you all these? No way.
So then, all of this should have been mine. I should have been his girlfriend.
But now all these perks went to some other woman.
She was so furious her fingernails dug into her thigh flesh, a tangled knot of regret, resentment, and jealousy churning within her. The commendation ceremony continued. Chen Nian had built up such high expectations that everyone was waiting for him to take the stage, eager to see how the school would honor him.
But unexpectedly, Chen Nian never appeared on stage, and the host never called his name. He's the last one on the list. Where is Chen Nian? Yeah, he's so talented, he must have made significant contributions. How come he's not even being honored? Gradually, murmurs of confusion began to spread. Even Xinyu was puzzled. Why had Chen Nian been overlooked? It didn't seem right. The male classmates who had always envied Chen Nian finally couldn't hold back. So all his honors were just hype from others? Blowing such a big horn, yet not even a commendation for the man himself. What a joke. Wonder how much he's actually got going for him. Maybe we should test him later?
Only then did Xia Wen feel a sense of balance return to her heart. What she dreaded most was seeing Chen Nian excel. The more mediocre he appeared, the happier she felt.
Chen Nian, what's going on here? Xinyu asked.
I didn't do anything worthy of a commendation. Chen Nian shook his head.
But
Xinyu was about to say more when suddenly, the doors to the auditorium swung open. A squad of officers in uniformed law enforcement attire marched in, led by none other than Li Yunwei. The students were stunned.
Isn't that Captain Li, the battlefield commander? How did she end up at our school? Holy crap! She's so badass.
Honestly, I was scared back then, but her words really inspired me.
She's gotta be the coolest female law enforcement officer in Linhai City. Wait, what's she holding in her hand?
Seeing Li Yunwei and the others approach, the principal hurried over to greet them.
We've come primarily to commend your student, Chen Nian.
This is a special commendation banner awarded by the General Administration of Law Enforcement.
With that, two subordinates unfurled the banner.
In golden characters on the crimson banner were inscribed,
Chen Nian demonstrated exceptional performance during the Blood Moon Calamity.
This banner is awarded in recognition.
This?
The principal was so overcome with emotion he stuttered on the spot. You see, Comrade Chen Nian completed a confidential mission assigned by our bureau, so we've come to express our gratitude.
Oh, I see. Thank you all for making the trip.
The principal beamed from ear to ear, utterly astonished that Chen Nian had been on a secret mission. What a tremendous honor for the school. Truly the gold standard of Linhai City University, never failing to impress.
He promptly brought the banner to the podium and announced in a resonant voice, "Students, let's give a warm round of applause for Comrade Chen Nian's outstanding performance." This round of applause was more enthusiastic than any before. Wow, you were secretly doing something big, Chen Nian. Xinyu covered her mouth, both astonished and overjoyed. Chen Nian. He was truly speechless. He hadn't expected this group to be so full of surprises, one more impressive than the next. Keeping a low profile was simply impossible. He had no choice but to take the stage to accept the banner. Standing on the stage, Chen Nian basked in the adoring, admiring gazes of countless girls, becoming the sole focal point under the spotlight. Xia Wen couldn't bear to watch. It turned out, Chen Nian was far more outstanding, powerful, and remarkable than she had ever imagined.
He was no longer the obscure geek of the past, but a pioneer of the era.
I'm going to the restroom. Xia Wen rose and exited through the auditorium's back door.
Xia Wen, wait. Her wealthy boyfriend followed closely behind. Xia Wen had no idea what she was about to witness. The most terrifying scene of her life.
Chapter 98, Are You Human? Xia Wen and her boyfriend left the auditorium and headed to the restroom in the adjacent academic building. What's wrong, Xia Wen? You don't look happy.
Zhao Wenxiang hurried over and took Xia Wen's hand.
Nothing. I heard that Chen Nian used to pursue you. Now that you see him rising up, it stings, doesn't it?
Hearing Zhao Wenxiang so bluntly reopen her old wound, Xia Wen's expression darkened further.
Shut up. Don't be angry, baby. If you want to become an extraordinary being, I can give you a powerful class talent card. Really?
Xia Wen had already considered this possibility, her voice tinged with excitement.
Of course. Come here. Kissing in the ladies' room, it's got a certain flavor to it.
Zhao Wenxiang pulled Xia Wen close and kissed her.
After kissing for a while, Xia Wen grew restless.
When she found a better man, the old one tasted bland yet felt too precious to discard.
Even while kissing, her mind was filled with thoughts of him. Xia Wen? What's wrong? Not in the mood.
Xia Wen walked out of the restroom on her own. Xia Wenxiang let out a sigh, his own enthusiasm waning. He actually started urinating right there in the women's restroom. Suddenly, he heard rustling sounds coming from the stall at the very end.
Someone else? Interesting. Zhao Wenxiang didn't feel embarrassed at all.
Instead, he found it thrilling, never expected another girl to be using the restroom here. He pulled up his belt and walked inside, finding the door unlocked. His excitement surged. He thought to himself that Xia Wen is so picky.
I'm doing you a favor by even being with you. If I get fed up, I'll kick you to the curb.
He pulled open the bathroom door, ready for an unexpected encounter with the girl inside.
What are you doing in there?
This is the women's restroom. Xia Wen shouted from outside. When she heard no response, she peered inside. In that instant, she witnessed the most horrifying sight of her life. Zhao Wenxiang, a towering 6-foot-tall man, had been swallowed whole by a gigantic mouth. Her body went ice cold, every hair on her skin standing on end.
Xia Wen's mind froze completely.
She couldn't even tell if she was having a nightmare or what, letting out a shrill scream.
Ah! Just minutes earlier, the commendation ceremony had officially concluded. Many people had been eager to approach Chen Nian, hoping to get his contact information, but Li Yunwei had stepped in to keep them at bay. Chen Nian, could you step aside for a moment? We need to talk privately.
Sure. Several law enforcement officers were stunned. How could Deputy Director Li be so courteous to this Chen Nian?
Thus, Chen Nian was led by Li Yunwei to an empty corridor outside. Night had fallen by then.
Students were leaving the auditorium, their footsteps echoing on the moonlit cobblestone path.
Did you need something, Captain Li? Chen Nian asked.
There's no one else here, and I'm not carrying any communication or recording devices.
You can relax. Li Yunwei first demonstrated his sincerity.
Then, raising his right arm, he solemnly saluted Chen Nian in military fashion.
Thank you.
Haha, no need to be so formal, Chen Nian chuckled awkwardly.
There's one more thing you might not know. Things in town seem a bit unusual lately. Like what?
The Law Enforcement Bureau has received reports from other regions suggesting that humanoid calamity beasts may have infiltrated the city.
What? Human-shaped calamity beasts? Does that mean calamity beasts can take on human forms? So those monster portals appearing in the city had this purpose too. It's truly terrifying when you think about it. It's said these humanoid calamity beasts are extremely difficult to detect. The Enforcement Bureau over there only discovered them because they possess insight-type abilities. Unfortunately, our Enforcement Bureau lacks such extraordinary individuals.
Ah! A shrill scream suddenly pierced the air from the nearby academic building.
Something's wrong. Chen Nian and Li Yunwei both snapped alert.
Of course, they weren't the only ones who heard it.
Supernatural beings possess heightened hearing compared to ordinary people.
Law enforcement officers and several students also heard the scream and immediately rushed toward the source of the sound.
Chen Nian and Li Yunwei also arrived at the playground.
Their eyes locked onto a man and woman surrounded by a crowd. The woman's face was frozen in terror, as if she had witnessed something utterly horrifying.
No. Don't come near me. Xia Wen's voice nearly cracked. Honey, what's wrong? Are you okay? Why did you suddenly?
Zhao Wenxiang held her hand, soothing her with gentle words.
The onlookers whispered among themselves. Isn't that Xia Wen and Zhao Wenxiang? They seemed fine just recently. What's going on? Must be a lover's quarrel, ha. Poor Xia Wen. She had a chance to be Chen Nian's girlfriend before. She must be regretting it now. Li Yunwei pushed through the crowd and asked, what happened?
I just saw him, he was eaten.
Honey, what do you want to eat? I can go buy it for you. Please don't be upset, okay?
Zhao Wenxiang continued to comfort her in a gentle voice. The other officers shrugged helplessly. So it really was just a couple fighting such a big deal over nothing.
Captain Li, if there's nothing else, we should head back. We've got a lot of work waiting. All right. Li Yunwei prepared to lead his team back. Wait. Chen Nian's voice halted her. What is it, Chen Nian? Chen Nian's gaze lingered on Zhao Wenxiang before she suddenly smiled and posed a question that left everyone utterly baffled. Are you human? Silence. An eerie silence. Zhao Wenxiang immediately grew agitated. What nonsense are you spouting, Chen Nian?
Don't think receiving an award gives you the right to make baseless accusations.
Oh, is that so? So you still haven't answered my question. Are you human? This time, Chen Nian's pupils glowed with a clear light. Sequence 122 Heaven's Eye.
Under his gaze, Zhao Wenxiang felt as if his clothes had been stripped off, leaving him utterly exposed. Zhao Wenxiang finally snapped. Pointing at Chen Nian, he cursed furiously, spittle flying.
You're a calamity beast. You're a calamity beast.
I can smell your unusual scent.
Kill him. Chen Nian is a calamity beast. Kill him. He's not human. He's not human. Swish. 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 Several enforcers immediately drew the guns at their waists, aiming them at the two figures in the center.
Even Li Yunwei instantly assumed a combat stance, her suspicious gaze sweeping over the pair. She too was baffled by the situation unfolding before her.
Could it be that Linhai City truly harbors humanoid calamity beasts? The students were terrified, fleeing to a safe distance, not daring to come any closer. At that moment, Chen Nian's legs suddenly erupted with terrifying force.
In a single stride, he charged to Zhao Wenxiang's front. His open palm slammed down on Zhao Wenxiang's head, pinning him heavily to the ground. Thud! His head smashed into the ground, cracking it open in several places, a testament to the sheer terror of his strength.
I'll ask one last time, are you human? Chapter 99, Chen Nian, I'd save a dog too. I'll ask one last time, are you human?
Chen Nian's palm pinned Zhao Wenxiang to the ground, his voice cold and merciless. This scene truly terrified everyone nearby. No one could have imagined that this guy, who looked so polite on the surface, could be so ruthless when he got violent.
Chen Nian!
Li Yunwei cried out instinctively.
But Chen Nian paid her no mind whatsoever. This sparked a flicker of doubt in her mind. Could it be?
Beside them, Xia Wen, her courage completely shattered, had been pulled away by the officers. Covering her mouth, she watched the scene unfold in utter disbelief. She knew and the others gradually arrived from behind, and the crowd of onlookers grew larger.
What the hell just happened? Isn't that Zhao Wenxiang? Why's Chen Nian picking a fight with him? Talk it out. Don't resort to violence.
Zhao Wenxiang struggled frantically below. Let me go.
Let me go. What are you waiting for? Stop him now.
The two officers exchanged a glance and prepared to restrain Chen Nian's violent actions. But Li Yunwei stopped them with a single hand.
Captain? I trust Chen Nian.
Li Yunwei made his decision. Seeing the monster still pretending to be human, Chen Nian couldn't help but curve his lips into a smile.
Very well. You like to play games? Then I'll play along.
Spell of words, void escaping serpent. An invisible serpent coiled around Zhao Wenxiang's right hand.
Snap! His right hand snapped off.
The sound of shattering bones rang out clearly.
Ah!
Zhao Wenxiang screamed in agony.
Everyone was horrified. Chen Nian is way too ruthless. He just twisted someone's arm right off? Yeah. No matter what grudge they have, this is too much. They're classmates. Let go. Isn't anyone going to stop him? What are those law enforcement officers doing? Get him under control.
No one could bear to witness such violence in broad daylight.
But Li Yunwei remained firmly convinced that Chen Nian was trustworthy. It was Zhao Wenxiang who seemed suspicious.
After all, the one who had screamed earlier was Xia Wen, who was with him.
He can take a lot. Chen Nian found it utterly fascinating. Who knew there were such types among the calamity beasts? Think you're some kind of ninja?
The invisible serpent coiled around Zhao Wenxiang's thigh, tightening suddenly.
Snap! The thigh bone shattered.
Zhao Wenxiang's pupils were bloodshot, his face contorted to the extreme, almost deformed.
Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn humans!
His voice changed, and his appearance transformed. He had transformed into a monstrous creature covered in black scales, its form now vastly larger. Chen Nian rose to his feet, towering over the creature with an icy stare.
He reclaimed the ethereal snake of flight.
What followed was no longer his concern.
Ya!
A chorus of female screams erupted around them.
How did he turn into a monster? A calamity beast? Could it be a calamity beast? Li Yunwei had already prepared himself. In a few swift moves, he completely subdued the calamity beast and ordered, "What are you standing around for? Get to work."
Only then did his subordinates snap out of their daze and immediately move to subdue the calamity beast.
Only then did everyone realize. Wait, the calamity beast transformed into human form. They can actually take on human shape? Terrifying. Holy crap. So Chen Nian saw through it all along, that's why he acted? My god.
If he hadn't noticed, who knows how bad it could have gotten.
Yeah, the thought of a calamity beast infiltrating our ranks is absolutely terrifying. Chen Nian is so badass, tough and quiet. Damn it.
Several enforcers were deeply ashamed. They tried to stop Chen Nian multiple times, nearly causing a major disaster. So this is the humanoid disaster beast reported by other cities. Who'd have thought we'd capture one alive?
This is a major achievement. We'll definitely get praised back at headquarters, and it's all thanks to Chen Nian.
As the others marveled, Chen Nian had already slipped away alone. But soon, a hurried voice called out from behind, halting Chen Nian.
Chen Nian, wait.
Chen Nian turned to see Xia Wen, his brow furrowing imperceptibly.
Chen Nian, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known what to do.
As she spoke, Xia Wen clutched her heaving chest, presenting a pitifully vulnerable appearance.
Is there anything else? Yes. I'm still a bit scared. Would you mind joining me for a drink?
It's on me, consider it my way of thanking you. Xia Wen was genuinely frightened, but she was grateful for this opportunity. This was undoubtedly a chance to reconnect with Chen Nian. With this opening, perhaps their relationship could take a significant step forward. As for the drinking, that was part of her little scheme. When men drink, well, you know how it goes, they tend to lose control of their rationality.
Once the deed was done, would she really have trouble keeping him in her grasp?
Sorry, you might have misunderstood something,
Chen Nian said nonchalantly.
My dealing with the calamity beast has nothing to do with you.
But you still saved me.
I would have saved a dog that barked just now. With that, Chen Nian cut off any further entanglement with the woman and turned to leave, walking into the night breeze.
Wasn't a good woman like Xiaoqi more appealing? Yi Honling and Zhao Yixue, weren't they both a million times better than her? Even his own tool-like girlfriend Qin Yu completely outshone her in every way. Now, Chen Nian couldn't care less about her.
Xia Wen stood rooted to the spot, her lips trembling, unable to utter a single word for a long while.
Like a clown stepping off the stage.
Chen Nian had once liked her, but that was in the past. It had absolutely nothing to do with the present.
The next day, Chen Nian planned to rest one last day before heading to Luqing for the guild's celebratory banquet. Early that morning, Li Yunwei called. Hey, Chen Nian? Thanks for yesterday, another major achievement. We've preliminarily determined that Linhai City definitely harbors more than just this one humanoid calamity beast.
Perhaps these creatures form an organization, infiltrating human society to gather knowledge about us. They infiltrated human society amidst the Blood Moon disaster. We operate in the open while they lurk in the shadows. It's impossible to guard against them.
After listening, Chen Nian responded with a simple "Oh." Is there anything else, Captain Li? I have a question. Could you see through the disguise of humanoid calamity beasts?
Haha, I suppose I possess some related abilities, Chen Nian replied modestly.
Would you be willing to assist the enforcement team in conducting a cleanup operation in Linhai City? I'm too busy lately. No time. Chen Nian declined casually. Li Yunwei understood.
With Chen Nian's capabilities, he was undoubtedly occupied with greater matters and had no time to get bogged down in such minor details. She had no choice but to drop the matter. Then, Chen Nian received another unexpected text message. It was actually from his mother.
Son, are you free for dinner tonight? Mom hasn't seen you in ages, and your sister really wants to see you too. Chapter 100, His Sister's Birthday.
The text was from his mother, complete with a time and address.
Tonight at 8 p.m., Guanhai Restaurant. After reading the message, Chen Nian fell into brief contemplation. Should he go or not?
This so-called dinner gathering was likely with his mother's new family. The little sister referred to was the man's daughter, with whom he shared no blood relation. As the son of her original family, my presence would only disrupt their harmony.
Better to decline.
Besides, given my circumstances, excessive contact with them would only bring trouble.
What if some powerful figure from another country happened to learn of my identity and came to assassinate me? That would only drag them into trouble. I have plans. Not going. Chen Nian replied to the text. Mom, will brother be coming tonight?
Ning Ziqing asked, her face brimming with anticipation.
I already texted him.
He should come, I suppose.
You promised me ages ago. If I don't see brother tonight, I'm not going to dinner.
Ning Ziqing turned her head in displeasure.
But that's not possible. Today is your 18th birthday, we're going out to celebrate you.
Xia Li couldn't help but shake her head with a wry smile.
Ziqing, tell Mom, why do you want to see your brother so badly?
Logically speaking, children don't like their mother's affection being divided.
Especially when siblings aren't biologically related, there's no blood bond to speak of. Because
I'm afraid my brother will be lonely.
Ning Ziqing whispered softly.
It turned out she too had experienced parental divorce, which was why she now lived in a blended family. She understood that children suffered the most in such situations, so she worried that Chen Nian, without his parents nearby, would feel lonely. She wanted to share some warmth with him too.
Silly girl.
Just then, Chen Nian's text reply arrived. After reading the brief refusal, Xia Li's expression stiffened slightly.
So, did brother agree to come?
Yeah, he said yes.
Yay.
I'll go get all dolled up then, so I can make a good impression on my brother.
Xia Li watched her daughter's obedient retreating figure and sighed.
Deceiving Ning Ziqing was merely a temporary measure to avoid dashing her hopes.
The finest table at the restaurant had already been reserved for tonight. The birthday girl herself couldn't be absent. That evening, Ocean View Restaurant. Chen Nian had actually arrived nearby.
What had swayed him wasn't anything else, but that sister he'd never met.
Your sister worries you'll feel lonely alone and really wants to build a good relationship with you. Today is her 18th birthday. Could you do Mom a favor and come over for dinner? Though Chen Nian didn't feel lonely, it was still someone's kindness. He stared at the 5-star hotel before him, hesitating whether to go up. Maybe I should have someone send her a birthday gift up there?
This way, I can express my feelings without having to meet in person. Chen Nian pondered it over and found it quite suitable, so he began browsing birthday gifts on his phone. Upstairs, Ning Ziqing's family had already taken their seats. The 18-year-old girl, radiant in the bloom of youth, wore a lovely blue and white dress with a cute butterfly hairpin, looking as delicate as a little princess. The table was laden with exquisite dishes and cake, yet no one touched their chopsticks. As the clock ticked toward 8 o'clock and Chen Nian still hadn't arrived, Ning Ziqing grew restless.
Mom, why isn't brother here yet? It's already time. Xiaoqing, he never actually promised to come. But don't be upset, Dad and Mom will celebrate your birthday with you. You're lying. You're a liar. Hey, Ziqing. Ning Ziqing finally realized she'd been tricked. So this is how adults are. They think they can fool children with sweet talk and lies. A whole day's worth of anticipation vanished in an instant. She stormed out of the room in a huff. That child. Her father sighed helplessly. Let's just eat. That's just her temper. She'll come running back on her own in a bit. I should go look for her. It's late, I hope nothing happened. Ning Ziqing raced down the stairs, leaving sparkling tears trailing behind her.
She happened to pass Chen Nian, who was lingering near the restaurant entrance, and continued running out onto the street. Chen Nian noticed her, of course, but having never met her before, he didn't recognize her as his long-lost sister. At first glance, it just seemed odd. Why would a girl be rushing off so frantically in the middle of the night? Xiaoqing! Xiaoqing! The woman chasing after her called out as she ran. This kid, how can she run so fast? Only then did Chen Nian grasp the situation. So that was his sister. She must have run off in a huff, and now his mother was chasing after her? He felt both amused and exasperated. So he was the one taking the fall for this. Fine, I'll go find her. Chen Nian activated shadow concealment, vanishing from sight, then soared into the air. Finding someone was a breeze for him. All he had to do was activate Sky Eye from high above, and everything below would be laid bare before his eyes. Heaven's Eye, activate. In an instant, a clear light enveloped Chen Nian's eyes, granting him insight into all things. But the moment he activated it, Chen Nian saw something utterly astonishing. A humanoid calamity beast transformed into a middle-aged woman, carrying a sack on her shoulder, walking openly down the road. The sack clearly held the outline of a human figure. In an instant, Chen Nian, cloaked in invisibility, landed behind this humanoid calamity beast. Ning Ziqing was inside that sack. Through his heavenly eye, Chen Nian could tell she was only temporarily unconscious. This calamity beast actually intended to kidnap a human? And it happened to be his own sister. Chen Nian was about to strike down the calamity beast, but he held back. Driven by curiosity, he wanted to know what this creature intended to do. Of course, if Ning Ziqing faced any danger, he would act immediately. Thus, Chen Nian remained invisible, shadowing the calamity beast now transformed into a woman every step of the way. Until they entered an abandoned factory building. Deep within the innermost workshop of the abandoned factory stood dozens of people. Men, women, the elderly, students. All manner of people gathered here. An old-fashioned chandelier hung overhead, casting a dim, yellow glow as people huddled around it. Indeed, none of these people were truly human. They were all humanoid disaster beasts. How much have you learned about humans? I've studied students' routines. Most of their lives revolve around studying, with weekend tutoring sessions leaving little free time, one calamity beast reported. I've observed the lives of ordinary office workers. They work 9 to 6, with irregular overtime, and most don't receive overtime pay. One by one, the calamity beasts recounted their experiences and daily routines. Excellent. All this will become invaluable knowledge for our study of humanity. Next, we need to understand human reproductive behavior. For this, we require a human female as an observation subject. Unit 07 is already on the mission. He's brought back a young woman. Very good. Of course, this group of calamity beasts had no idea. Unit 07 brought back a father. Chapter 101 brought back a father. Click. The sound of a door lock being opened. Dozens of calamity beasts turned their gaze toward the doorway. A woman carrying a sack walked in. This woman was 07. 07, you're back. Quickly bring that woman inside. No one spotted her, right? Our appearance is identical to humans. No one could possibly notice anything. Gathering here is an extremely risky move. Cut the chatter, get the job done, then return to our lives. When Chen Nian entered, he was utterly stunned. Under his heavenly eye, this group of humans were all terrifying calamity beasts. It felt like watching a horror movie opening the door to slaughter. Little did he expect to stumble upon their gathering by accident. So, the calamity beasts abduct humans to study them, extract intelligence, and relay this knowledge back to higher-level calamity beasts, making it easier to deal with humans later? The intelligence of these monsters was not to be underestimated. Chen Nian had been using his heavenly eye to closely monitor Ning Ziqing's condition, knowing she was merely unconscious, never straying from her side to protect her. Now that they'd reached the creature's stronghold, it was time to intervene. Chen Nian dispelled the spirit word effect, revealing his form. Unit 07, who is he? He's a human. You actually brought a human in here?
You've been followed.
Unit 07 whipped her head around, only to find a finger pressed against her forehead. The next instant, a wind cannon pierced her forehead, sending her tumbling backward.
Chen Nian hurriedly caught Ning Ziqing with both hands. This girl was surprisingly light. Why did she suddenly move?
There was movement inside the sack, growing louder and louder.
Ning Ziqing had woken up. Oh,
she must have been knocked unconscious by some ability of this calamity beast. Now that the beast was dead, the effect wore off, and she naturally woke up.
Let me go. Let me go.
Ning Ziqing screamed as consciousness returned.
Alright, I'll let you go. Chen Nian hadn't anticipated this turn of events either.
He hurriedly opened the sack's mouth, but the moment her head emerged, she latched onto his arm like a puppy. Ning Ziqing's eyes widened as she glared at Chen Nian, her teeth still clamped around his arm. She hadn't expected her kidnapper to be such a handsome guy with clear, delicate features. Instinctively, she loosened her grip.
I'm here to rescue you, Chen Nian shrugged helplessly. They're the bad guys.
Ning Ziqing turned her head and gasped in shock. Dozens of people filled the cramped room, their faces twisted into terrifying grimaces as they inched closer, looking like they were about to devour someone.
Then why aren't you running? Ning Ziqing exclaimed anxiously. Bang! Chen Nian slammed the iron door shut. Ning Ziqing? You didn't run away, but instead shut the door, cutting off our only escape route? That's like trapping a turtle in a jar. Human, you're as good as dead. Eat the males.
Keep the females alive for further experiments.
Boom! 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 Everyone's clothes exploded simultaneously.
Their outer garments ripped apart by bulging, dark muscles as their bodies suddenly swelled, their faces reverting to their true forms.
Monsters! Monsters! Ning Ziqing was terrified out of her wits. Surrounded by dozens of monsters in a confined space, could anything be more terrifying?
Close your eyes, Chen Nian said softly.
You. Do as I say.
Ning Ziqing tried to protest, but she noticed the older man before her had changed.
His pupils now held a brilliant golden glow, radiating a sacred and majestic aura like an untouchable deity.
So, she obediently closed her eyes. The judgment domain abruptly unfolded, centered upon Chen Nian. The bodies of the calamity beasts were all cleaved in two from the waist down.
Black blood gushed forth like a fountain, forming a hellish tableau.
Chen Nian stood in the center, holding Ning Ziqing, not a single drop of blood staining them. Within seconds, every calamity beast was annihilated. Only then did Chen Nian leave the room, closing the door behind him to seal the thick stench of blood inside.
That's enough.
Oh. Ning Ziqing opened her eyes again, finding herself outside.
Ha! What about those monsters from earlier?
All taken care of.
Chen Nian set Ning Ziqing down. Don't go wandering off alone like that again. Am I dreaming? You tell me. Ha! Where is everyone? Chen Nian vanished.
To be precise, he had activated his shadow concealment ability.
He remained watching Ning Ziqing from the shadows while dialing a call to Li Yunwei. Upon receiving the call, Li Yunwei asked urgently, Chen Nian, have you changed your mind and decided to help us? No. Then is it something else? I'll give you a location. Send someone over to clean up.
Oh, and there's a lost girl here.
Take her home. Soon, several law enforcement vehicles pulled up outside the abandoned factory.
Li Yunwei led a team of fully armed officers inside, and the first person they saw was Ning Ziqing. This must be the lost girl Chen Nian mentioned. But why did he call us here?
Captain, there's a strong smell of blood inside. Men, prepare to breach the door.
Li Yunwei summoned 2 extraordinary agents from the Enforcement Bureau, followed by support personnel armed with firearms.
3, 2, 1.
The moment the words left his mouth, the iron door was kicked open. The scene inside left them utterly frozen in place, their pupils dilating with profound shock. The floor was completely soaked in black blood, littered with mangled limbs, a truly horrifying sight. The floor was completely soaked in black blood, with mangled limbs scattered everywhere, a truly horrifying sight.
Ugh! Someone couldn't help but retch. There must be dozens of them. Are all of these calamity beasts? They're humanoid calamity beasts. Li Yunwei took a deep breath. It's Chen Nian. He found the calamity beast's lair and slaughtered them all. Holy! Is that guy really that powerful?
These humanoid calamity beasts aren't particularly strong, but taking on dozens of them alone is just.
Captain, this is another major achievement.
The team members' eyes lit up with delight. Wiping out this entire nest of calamity beasts meant eliminating a major scourge from Linhai City. Praise from higher-ups was guaranteed.
Li Yunwei couldn't help but chuckle. That kid says he won't help us, but he's already taken action. He really is all action and no words.
Ning Ziqing was escorted back to her parents by the enforcers. She still felt as if she were in a dream, as though everything that had just happened wasn't real.
That big brother was so handsome. She didn't know who he was, or if she'd ever see him again. Go on, your parents are over there.
Be more careful from now on, the enforcer said with a smile.
Sister. I have a question. Do you know who that big brother who saved me is? The captain said his name is Chen Nian. Chen Nian? That name, it's exactly the same as my brother's. Chapter 102, Little Sister Comes Home?
Ning Ziqing returned to her parents, who were frantic with worry.
Xiaoqing. You silly girl. Why did you wander off alone like that? What if you'd met someone bad out here at night?
It's my fault, Mom shouldn't have lied to you. Ning Ziqing, however, remained unusually calm.
After a moment's thought, she asked, Mom, is my brother's name Chen Nian?
Yes, yes.
What is it? Then do you know where he lives?
I want to go see him tomorrow.
Well, I suppose that's possible. Alright, it's settled then.
Her parents were quite surprised. They'd expected her to throw a tantrum for a while longer, but she turned out to be so sensible.
Oh, right. I need to get a gift for my brother. Mom, what are his hobbies? Does liking video games count? Ning Ziqing immediately pulled out her phone and searched, what's a good gift for a gaming-obsessed older brother? The internet was full of suggestions, like keyboards or headphones. After pondering, she had a brilliant idea. Today, Chen Nian had already booked his afternoon flight to head to Lucheng. As for saving his sister last night, it was nothing more than a minor incident. Who could have imagined that today would bring an unexpected visitor? Outside, Ning Ziqing's family had already arrived at the courtyard entrance, surveying his house. This boy's living conditions are quite comfortable, remarked the father. Xiali shook her head. I've hardly ever given him any money. It must be the villa his father gave him. Oof. You can't spoil a child forever, it breeds bad habits. Someone without a proper livelihood should learn to fend for himself. Father wasn't particularly fond of Chen Nian, this member of the old family. Ning Ziqing suddenly interjected, maybe brother Chen Nian is actually quite capable. Why do you think he needs to rely on others to live? Alright. Let's knock on the door. The group pressed the doorbell. Moments later, a yawning Chen Nian opened the door. He'd been on the phone with Xiaoqi all night and barely slept a wink. He couldn't fathom where that girl got her boundless energy. She'd found something to talk about non-stop the entire night. Chen Nian had just crawled out of bed, hadn't even had time to wash up yet. His hair was a mess, and he was dressed casually. In stark contrast, Ning Ziqing and her companions were all dressed impeccably, creating a striking visual difference. Father frowned, clearly displeased. In the eyes of a high-level intellectual like him, Chen Nian was uncultured and improper. But then again, with divorced parents, what kind of upbringing could he possibly have? Chen Nian hadn't expected his sister to show up with her entire family in tow. It was utterly laughable. Sorry, I just woke up. Brother Chen Nian, I am Ning Ziqing. Nice to meet you. The young girl bravely stepped forward, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she introduced herself to Chen Nian. Her heart was already pounding wildly. It really was him. Chen Nian, the big brother who saved me last night, is actually my brother. So it wasn't just a coincidence after all. He's so handsome. I never imagined my brother could be such an amazing person. Hello, I'm Chen Nian. Xiao Nian, it's been ages. Sorry for dropping by unannounced. This little girl was dying to see you yesterday. It's fine, Mom. Come in and talk. Chen Nian's tone was remarkably calm. Unexpectedly, Ning Ziqing's father voiced his displeasure first. Chen Nian, you haven't seen your mother in ages either. Yesterday was my daughter's birthday. She invited you to the dinner. Why didn't you come? In his view, Chen Nian was entirely to blame for his daughter running off yesterday. He immediately launched into his elderly lecture mode. Dad, don't say that. Ning Ziqing hurriedly interjected. I was in danger yesterday, and brother Chen Nian saved me. I'm here to thank him. You were in danger yesterday? Didn't the law enforcement officers bring you back? I didn't tell you because I was afraid you'd scold me. Yesterday I encountered many monsters, and brother Chen Nian protected me. Parents. The skeptical looks on their faces made it clear they didn't believe her. The Blood Moon Calamity had passed. Where would monsters be found in the city now? The streets were packed with people. Ning Ziqing just happened to run into monsters and got saved by Chen Nian. That sounded way too far-fetched. Probably just a lie the little girl made up on the spot. This is for you, big brother. Ning Ziqing presented the carefully prepared gift. It was a smart AI watch, the most suitable model on the market for extraordinary beings. As everyone knows, extraordinary beings often need to fight and can't conveniently carry electronic devices like phones. This watch could handle all the communication functions of a phone, plus it could look up monster distribution and data on maps, and facilitate quick team formation. It was incredibly useful. Price, 18,999. Even her parents hadn't imagined their daughter would prepare such an expensive gift for Chen Nian. Thank you. Come in and sit down. Chen Nian held a favorable impression of this younger sister. Though he could afford it himself, receiving it as a gift carried a different kind of meaning. The three entered Chen Nian's home. Stepping into the living room, they found the space cluttered and disorganized, a perfect reflection of a typical homebuddy's lifestyle.
As soon as his father stepped into the living room, his frown deepened. While Chen Nian went to fetch water, his gaze drifted to the coffee table, where he noticed a commemorative banner displayed. Chen Nian demonstrated exceptional performance during the Blood Moon disaster.
This is to commend him. Linhai City Law Enforcement Bureau. Father. Mother. Their eyes widened in shock, their mouths agape.
Honey, this. The fact that the Law Enforcement Bureau specially awarded a banner of commendation must mean he made a significant contribution during the Blood Moon disaster.
So that means Chen Nian is actually an extraordinary being.
And a highly skilled one at that, otherwise he wouldn't have distinguished himself during the Blood Moon Calamity. Now that she thought about it, Ning Ziqing's words seemed to hold some truth. Perhaps Chen Nian really had saved her. In just this short while, Chen Nian's standing had soared dramatically in the hearts of the entire family.
A hero who protected Linhai City, that's a weighty title indeed. Here, have some water. Chen Nian poured out the water. Brother, you're so amazing. You even got a special commendation from the Enforcement Bureau. No wonder you could call so many people over with just one phone call yesterday. Ha ha. It's nothing, really.
Chen Nian sat beside Ning Ziqing and smiled gently.
Xiaoqing, since you gave me a gift, I can't very well come empty-handed. Is there anything you'd like? Well, there is something, but I don't need you to give it to me. I'll work hard to get it myself. I want to become a powerful, extraordinary being too. My idol is Luo Shuizhaoishuet, actually. He. Wanting to become an extraordinary being? That's simple. All you need is a professional talent card. So what profession do you like best? Chen Nian pressed. I love the light saint the most. It looks so cool, but it's way too hard to get. I guess I'll start as a regular mage instead. The light saint is a class similar to a paladin, but one that supports from the rear rather than fighting on the front lines. Its dazzling abilities make it immensely popular with girls. However, this class is also extremely rare. There aren't many related class talent cards available on the market, and they usually start at several million credits. Even with Ning Ziqing's family background, they weren't something you could just buy on a whim. They were far too expensive. Xiaoqing, your top priority is to focus on your studies. You don't have to fight and kill to contribute to society. Her father's expression turned stern. Oof. I was just saying. The little girl pouted, her sulky expression utterly adorable. Hold on a moment. Chen Nian stood up and left, opening the guild chat. Silent, who has the Light Saint class talent card? I need one. XXX, boss, I've got one. XXXX, let me handle this. Anyone who tries to snatch it from me is in for trouble. XXX, I already hit trade. Damn, your reaction times are pathetic, haha. Chapter 103, Boarding the Plane, Chance Encounter with Tang Rou. Chen Nian obtained the Light Saint's class talent card. Though this thing was expensive, no price could match the weight of Buyu's favor. If his city ever faced a powerful calamity beast attack and Chen Nian rushed to the rescue, that value couldn't be measured in money. After thanking his guildmates, Chen Nian retrieved the class talent card from his storage space and returned to the living room. Xiaoqing, this is for you. Ha? What is this? Ning Ziqing caught the talent card Chen Nian tossed her, cradling it in her palm. Instantly, a colossal surge of luminous power washed over her. A dazzling radiance instantly lit up her eyes. This is. Ning Ziqing's mouth fell open, her eyes flickering with emotion, nearly too overwhelmed to speak. The Light Saint's class change talent card. It's yours. Ha? But, this. I. Ning Ziqing was practically babbling incoherently. She never dreamed Chen Nian would give her such a precious gift and just hand it over like that. As for her parents standing nearby, they too were stunned into silence. This was the very profession talent card Ning Ziqing had longed for. They had once looked up its price and could only dream of owning it. And this was Chen Nian's very first meeting with Ning Ziqing. He casually tossed out millions. How extravagant could one be? What family could afford such extravagance? Xia Li felt a sense of unreality, as if Chen Nian wasn't her son but the young master of some billionaire family. Xiao Nian, this meeting gift is far too extravagant. How can I possibly accept it? Though thrilled and delighted inside, Ning Ziqing remained composed, biting her lip as she said, Brother, I can't accept this. No need to be so formal. Consider it a belated birthday present, Chen Nian said casually with a smile. Only then did father realize that this seemingly ordinary, even somewhat scruffy-looking teenager, was no ordinary boy. Honey, hurry up and thank your brother. This is the best birthday gift I've ever received in my life. Thank you, brother Chen Nian. Ning Ziqing felt as if she were truly in a dream. Not only was her brother incredibly handsome and exceptionally talented, but he also doted on her so much. Once she grew stronger, she would definitely help her brother. By the way, Xiao Nian, uncle has a business dinner tonight. Many outstanding young men and women will be attending. Would you like to come along? Her father's attitude was completely different from before, now unusually warm and welcoming. Sorry, I'm busy. Chen Nian declined with crisp efficiency. His demeanor was worlds apart from how he'd treated Ning Ziqing moments before.
Ning Ziqing genuinely cared for him and had his best interests at heart, so Chen Nian was happy to indulge this innocent young girl. But he could see right through these adults' petty schemes for fame and fortune.
Ha, since you're busy, I'll invite you another time.
After that, Chen Nian spent some more time playing with Ning Ziqing. He put on the smartwatch he'd just acquired, sparing himself the hassle of carrying his phone. Ning Ziqing also activated her talent card, officially becoming an extraordinary being.
But Chen Nian couldn't bear to let the girl level up alone.
Though the ordinary monsters in the wild weren't as vicious as calamity beasts, they still posed dangers.
Suddenly, a name came to mind, Tang Rou. Tang Rou was also a support type class, and her level was exceptionally high.
Having her guide Ning Ziqing's growth would be the safest option. But that was all for later.
Chen Nian had to head out to the airport immediately. Big brother, bye-bye, I'll come find you to play again next time.
After bidding farewell to his little sister, Chen Nian quickly gathered his things and headed for the airport. Only 4 days remained until the opening of Demon Island. Next, he would head to Lu City for the celebratory banquet, discuss strategies for conquering Demon Island, and of course, meet up with Xiaoqi. That little minx messaged him every single night, never missing a single good morning or good night.
Chen Nian boarded the plane and took his seat.
Before he could settle in, a girl approached him. She wore a light green t-shirt paired with denim shorts, revealing shapely, slender legs and a full figure. Her looks were undeniably striking even with light makeup. Her aura was exceptional, easily rivaling that of an ordinary campus beauty like Xia Wen.
The girl sat down beside Chen Nian. Chen Nian recognized her instantly. It was nothing short of a coincidence. Tang Rou,
the very high-tier elf mage who had healed him on the battlefield. However, Tang Rou had no idea that the person sitting beside her was Bu Yu, the world's top-ranked player.
Hello, Miss Tang, Chen Nian greeted her politely. You know me? Tang Rou blinked in surprise. Your outstanding performance during the Blood Moon Calamity made the official reports and TV broadcasts. I recognized you immediately just now. Ha ha. I feel a bit embarrassed about that. Honestly, it's mostly thanks to Bu Yu's fame suddenly I got all this attention. Tang Rou was a straightforward girl at heart. Her original profession was as a doctor. As a doctor, she saved lives. As an extraordinary being, she still saved lives. You could say she was remarkably dedicated. Are you heading to Luzhou too? Chen Nian asked again. Yeah, I'm going to interview with the Mountain River Eternal Peace Guild. Not sure if they'll take me though. Chen Nian felt both amused and exasperated. So this girl wanted to join a guild. But it made sense. The Mountain River Eternal Peace Guild only accepted elites. Every day, countless people sought admission, yet the requirements were incredibly strict. Rarely were new members accepted. Tang Rou was already a highly skilled elf mage, but joining still posed a significant challenge. You helped Bu Yu before, so you should have an advantage in joining the guild. Oh my. Does that mean I'm getting in through the back door? That feels kinda awkward, but if it really works, getting in through the back door isn't so bad. After a pleasant exchange, the plane took off. 20 minutes later. An elderly man seated up front stood to go to the restroom. Suddenly, he let out a hoarse cry and collapsed in the aisle. Dad! Dad, are you okay? Dad! The young man beside him rushed over to help, frantically pulling medicine from his backpack. It was a heart attack, an old condition. Tang Rou stood up resolutely and approached the elderly man. Let me handle this. She activated her spirit mage ability, and a wave of warm green light rippled across the old man's chest, quickly alleviating his symptoms. Thank you so much. Thank you. The passengers all cheered for Tang Rou in unison. Who would have thought we'd stumble upon a healer with extraordinary abilities? What incredible luck! Meanwhile, a man with a soft, feminine face also fixed his gaze on Tang Rou. He ordered a latte, walked over to Tang Rou, and placed the coffee on the tray table in front of her. Who are you? It's on me. Your abilities are impressive. Interested in joining our guild, the effeminate man offered with a smile. Sorry. I'm aiming for Mountain River Eternal Peace. I'm not considering joining any other guilds right now. Tang Rou politely declined. Is this fate? What a coincidence, I'm actually a member of Mountain River Eternal Peace. If you're interested in joining, I can give you an internal recommendation. Really? Tang Rou perked up instantly. Chen Nian? Chapter 104, Arrival in Lu City, Xiaoqi's Troubles. Chen Nian? Chen Nian didn't recognize the person in front of him. But that was only natural. The guild had been formed online, with few offline gatherings, so it was impossible to remember everyone's face. But in Mountain River Eternal Peace, no one had the authority to make internal recommendations. All prospective members must undergo Xiaoqi's review. Only with her approval could they join. The only one with referral authority was Chen Nian, the hands-off leader. How amusing, someone actually impersonating our guild to deceive others. Of course it's real. The effeminate man chuckled. My surname is Wei. Here's our guild's business card. Take a look. He actually produced a business card. Emblazoned across it were the 4 characters Mountain River Eternal Peace, set against the backdrop of the vast Great Wall, a rather imposing sight. Chen Nian, how come I never knew our guild had such fancy stuff? But Tang Rou, upon seeing the card, was instantly charmed. Her beautiful eyes lit up with delight. This is wonderful. I never imagined bumping into you on a flight. Can you really give me an internal referral? Of course. It would be my honor to give such a beautiful lady an internal recommendation. Wei Chen bowed, displaying impeccable gentlemanly manners. Alright, what should I do next? Follow me after we land, and I'll take you to the guild headquarters. Oh, and your coffee is getting cold, make sure to drink it. Thank you. Wei Chen left with a faint smile before turning away. Tang Rou sat in her seat, utterly thrilled. She held the business card, examining it over and over, her heart bursting with joy. I'm so lucky. I even ran into someone from Shanghai Yeoman on the plane. If I can join the guild, I'll have a chance to fight alongside Buyu again someday. That's right. After the Blood Moon Calamity battle, Tang Rou had been utterly captivated by Buyu's prowess, simply admiring his strength. Ahem. Miss Tang. What is it? Not to pour cold water on your enthusiasm, but there are plenty of scammers out there. You need to think this through carefully, Chen Nian cautioned. Of course I know. I didn't believe such a coincidence at first either, but he actually pulled out his business card. Tang Rou placed the card on her snow-white thighs pressed together, took a sip of coffee, and gazed at it with longing. Chen Nian couldn't be bothered to persuade him anymore. By the time they disembarked, evening had fallen. As soon as Tang Rou stepped off, the effeminate man immediately approached her. I don't know your name yet? My name is Tang Rou. Alright, then I'll call you Xiao Rou. Come on, there's no time to waste. I'll take you to the guild base right away. Alright. At that moment, Chen Nian approached. This time, however, he wore a mask, afraid he might lose control and kill someone, exposing his identity. His goal was simple, to see what kind of person was behind all this. I overheard your conversation on the plane. Can I join the guild? You? The man scrutinized Chen Nian, his brow furrowing. You're a transcendent? Second-tier wind elemental mage. Chen Nian swirled a gust of wind at his fingertips, briefly demonstrating his ability. Though masked, Tang Rou recognized him as the man seated beside her earlier, utterly astonished. She hadn't expected him to be a second-tier extraordinary being too. She hadn't noticed a thing earlier. You can try it out. Come on, I'll take you there. Wei Chen hailed a car. Great. I never thought we'd get to go together. Tang Rou's lingering worries vanished completely. Traveling together made her feel much more secure. No need to fear danger now. The city lights were just beginning to twinkle. The car glided through Luzhou's beautiful nightscape. Chen Nian's watch buzzed with a message. Xiaoqi, let me know when you arrive, okay? I'll sneak to the airport to pick you up. No one will ever find out. Chen Nian thought for a moment and decided to pretend he hadn't arrived yet. He'd handle this matter first. After about an hour's drive, the car pulled up beneath a skyscraper named Wantong. Our guild's headquarters is on the top floor of this building. Wantong Tower, what a grand sight. Tang Rou couldn't help but exclaim. She was now even more convinced not just any guild could afford such extravagance. The group boarded the elevator. The elevator ascended 50 stories to the very top floor. Through the glass windows, the dazzling, colorful nightscape below unfolded like a grand panorama, evoking the feeling of riding high on the winds of fortune, galloping swiftly to take in all the splendor of Chang'an in a single day. Moreover, every restaurant, shopping outlet, and entertainment facility within this tower was exclusively high-end luxury brands. This alone spoke volumes about the immense financial backing behind it. The top floor's decor was exquisitely refined. Beyond the elevator doors lay a red carpet stretching along the corridor, its walls adorned with priceless paintings, an atmosphere of unparalleled grandeur. This is the guild headquarters. So cool, Tang Rou exclaimed repeatedly along the way. Even Chen Nian felt a twinge of embarrassment. Their guild didn't even have a proper offline headquarters yet. Usually Xiaoqi would just rent out a venue. Looks like they'd have to seriously rethink things back at the guild. At the end of the corridor stood a grand door crafted from red sandalwood. We're almost there. Please follow me. Meanwhile, Su Jinyu clutched her phone, waiting for news from Chen Nian. She muttered to herself, this is strange. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Didn't he say he'd be here tonight? Suddenly, a call came in. It was Heisey, the guild's top hacker and core member responsible for all online operations. What is it? Su Jinyu asked. Sis Chi, people keep impersonating our guild lately, causing trouble and ruining our reputation. Shouldn't we tell the boss about this? No need. I'll handle this nuisance myself. Brother Buyu doesn't have time for this. Besides, it all started because of me. Su Jinyu's slender willow brows knitted together. Her distress stemmed from the relentless pursuit of the second young master of Wantong Group. Wantong Group was another colossal behemoth, its capital strength arguably surpassing even the Su families.
Recently, the second young master, Wan Jiahao, had pursued her relentlessly. After being rejected, his advances turned into harassment. Finally, consumed by anger and shame, he began resorting to underhanded tactics from multiple angles. Rumor had it he'd leveraged his vast wealth to establish a private syndicate dedicated to shady dealings. If I don't tell the boss, I could ask the friends in the guild to step in. Involving them would make things too complicated. The Wandong group might hold a grudge, and I'd feel awkward about it. Sis Chi, you're just too kind-hearted. Honestly, if you just sweet-talked the boss, he might just go and take care of that second young master for you. Asking brother Yu to do something like that? I'd rather have him spend more time with me. That's enough. Chen Nian and his group pushed open the heavy doors. Their gaze was immediately drawn to the crystal chandelier suspended high above. The marble floor was polished to a mirror-like shine, radiating a dazzling glow under the lights. The walls were adorned with opulent and exquisite murals and sculptures. Luxurious sofas and armchairs filled the lobby, radiating an air of sophistication. Several people were inside. At a glance, people of all kinds sat on the benches surrounding the fountain and on the sofas near the television. Young women in maid uniforms and white stockings bustled about, serving these extraordinary guests. Master, here is your drink. Call me Daddy. Daddy, here's your drink. Come here and let Daddy touch your legs. This scene unfolded just a short distance away. In the presence of such a powerful extraordinary being, these girls serving as attendants had no right to refuse. Luxury. A super luxurious guild. To be honest, even Chen Nian felt a flutter of envy at first glance. This heavenly level treatment was the dream of many. In short, every corner of this base reeked of money. Follow me, both of you. Chapter 105, Men, seemingly not bad either? Besides the outer gate, this base actually has an inner gate. The outer area is for public activities, but what lies within? It's inside. Please. Wei Chen ushered Chen Nian and Tang Rou through the inner gate, then closed it behind them. A faint, sinister smile played on his lips. This? Tang Rou covered her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. Before them lay an indoor swimming pool. A man was frolicking in the water with several scantily clad women, a scene almost too graphic to watch. She began to doubt whether this was truly the guild she'd been longing for. Why would such a decadent scene exist here? Young master, the guests have arrived, Wei Chen approached with utmost respect. Only then did the man in the pool stand up, immediately attended by a swimsuit-clad beauty who helped him into a shirt. His gaze settled on Tang Rou's voluptuous figure, a wicked smile spreading across his face as his eyes burned with undisguised greed. Tang Rou felt extremely uncomfortable and couldn't help but ask, is this really the Mountain River Eternal Peace Guild? No. But our guild is in no way inferior to others. Do you know who this gentleman standing before you is? I don't. The second young master of Wandong Group, Wan Jiahao. This is the guild he founded, it's called Moon Grasping. Sorry. I'm not interested. Tang Rou admitted that the surroundings were indeed luxurious and the conditions were excellent, but these weren't reasons to change her mind. She wanted to join Buyu's guild, not some toy in the hands of a capitalist's son. With that, Tang Rou turned to leave. But just as she neared the door, two black-clad bodyguards blocked her path. That oppressive aura. Second-tier extraordinary beings. Tang Rou's heart skipped a beat. Glancing around, she counted nearly 10 black-clad bodyguards here alone. Were all of them second-tier extraordinary beings? And there were even more powerful individuals outside. This guild's overall strength was truly terrifying. What do you mean? Are you not going to let me leave? Tang Rou asked coldly. Rest assured, Miss Tang. We merely wish for you to consider carefully. After all, this place isn't somewhere one can come and go as they please, Wei Chen replied with a smile, sounding as effeminate as a eunuch. Tang Rou didn't act impulsively. She wasn't some brainless trophy wife. She understood that in this situation, a hardline stance wouldn't work. Perhaps she should agree for now and find an opportunity to extricate herself later. All right, I understand. At that moment, the second young master, Wan Jiahao, spoke up. Take the man out. The woman strip her. His tone was matter-of-fact, yet carried an undeniable air of command. Tang Rou was both shocked and furious. She never imagined that a young master of such distinguished lineage would act with such brazen, thuggish arrogance. Her gaze swept across the room, taking in the women in revealing attire all wearing seductive smiles. Suddenly, it dawned on her this second young master was no saint. Impossible. Miss Tang, to be frank, the second young master possesses a rather unique professional talent. He must engage in intimate relations with women to grow stronger. The more powerful the woman, the greater the benefit he gains. Chen Nian. This is essentially dual cultivation, treating others as alchemical vessels? How utterly perverse there actually exists such a bizarre talent. Tang Rou's face instantly drained of color. She finally understood why Wei Chen had invited her over. It was merely to lure her here and turn her into this young master's plaything. And she wasn't even a combat class. Even if she were, there was no way she could escape this den of danger.
Impersonating Shan Hayomen. How dare you?
Tang Rou nearly ground her teeth to dust. The young master happens to have a little beef with Mountain River Eternal Peace lately, so we just did a little impersonation.
Ha! Wei Chen grinned obsequiously. Miss Tang, you should consider yourself fortunate. Being chosen by the young master grants you the privilege of standing in the inner hall. Look at those in the outer hall, none of them qualify. Oh, I almost forgot.
Wei Chen suddenly remembered he needed to escort the young man beside him out. He'd brought him along earlier mainly to distract the woman and keep her from getting suspicious. Now he was no longer needed.
You. Come with me. Men aren't allowed in the inner hall. If you want to join the guild, someone outside will test your abilities.
Wei Chen barked at Chen Nian, his tone devoid of any courtesy. As for the second young master, Wan Jiahao, he paid Chen Nian no mind whatsoever, continuing to issue orders.
Take off your clothes. Don't make me repeat myself a third time. The women nearby couldn't resist teasing him. Sis, don't let us down when we give you a chance.
Disobey the young master's orders, and you'll regret it later. Don't worry, the young master will make sure you enjoy it. We sisters have plenty of experience.
Tang Rou's rage meter was nearly off the charts.
Her ambition was to fight alongside her guild to defend her homeland, to aid heroes like Bu Yu in battle, not to be some rich young master's plaything.
Girls can have grand ambitions too.
Even if she died here today, she wouldn't yield an inch.
Seeing Tang Rou still stubbornly resisting, Wei Chen shook his head and sighed. Since you won't take the initiative, don't blame me. Snap.
A crisp snap of his fingers.
Tang Rou suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over her brain.
Her body grew uncontrollably warm, and her cheeks flushed with a captivating crimson.
What's happening to me? Sorry about that.
I added a little mind control agent to that coffee. It's one of my abilities, Wei Chen chuckled.
You've been.
Tang Rou's eyes had already grown hazy, her heavy breathing growing faster and faster.
Enjoy your meal, young master. Wei Chen bowed obsequiously, having no intention of further interrupting the young master's business. He turned to glare coldly at Chen Nian, still standing here looking for trouble? Get out.
Before he could finish, he suddenly noticed a finger pointing at his chest from across the room.
Boom!
The wind pressure cannon exploded through the air, its terrifying penetrating force instantly piercing Wei Chen's chest. Before he could react, his heart shattered into pieces. He fell backward, stiff as a board. His eyes glazed over.
Dead. Dead silence fell over the entire venue.
The women turned pale with terror, covering their mouths in speechless shock. The bodyguards were utterly stunned. No one dared kill on the young master's turf.
That was suicide.
Only then did Tang Rou slowly regain her senses.
Through her hazy vision, she witnessed Chen Nian striking down Wei Chen.
She couldn't fathom why this complete stranger would provoke such a powerful force for her sake.
Hadn't he considered how he'd escape? Wan Jiahao froze for a moment before snapping back to reality.
His burning gaze locked onto the man before him, and a bold thought suddenly surfaced in his mind.
Hold your fire, everyone. This young master will handle it personally.
A mischievous smile once again curved his lips.
This guy, he's not half bad. Chapter 106, Accidentally Stepped On. Wan Jiahao was no ordinary transcendent. Through dual cultivation with transcendent girls, his level skyrocketed, now a staggering tier 2, level 20. His entire gear set was top tier, not a single piece of junk, all epic grade. In terms of stats and combat prowess, he could even be called the strongest in the guild. That's the power of money. Earlier, he had set his sights on Su Jinyu, a girl in Luzhou City who embodied both strength and beauty. Unfortunately, his rejection turned to rage, prompting him to secretly target her guild, thus sparking the impersonation incident. Now, he has set his sights on Chen Nian. From this moment on, you belong to me.
Wan Jiahao had peculiar tastes. Both men and women were fair game. For those he set his sights on, there were only two possible outcomes.
Either they opened their hearts, or they opened their assholes. The second young master is going to handle this personally? This should be quite the spectacle. It's been ages since we saw the second young master in action. Wonder how much stronger he's become. Can't wait. Best not to get your hopes up. He might wrap this up in a couple of moves utterly boring. Wan Jiahao flexed his wrists, bones cracking audibly. A terrifying dragon aura surged from his body, coalescing into a golden phantom behind him. Talent, dragon blood. So that's what this thing is. Chen Nian was stunned. Depending on the dragon species, dragon blood could influence one's personality. Clearly, he'd found himself a lustful dragon. This talent wasn't exactly powerful, yet it possessed some dragon attributes and held a certain level of ability. The moment he moved, a deafening dragon's roar echoed. A fist struck out, its dragon-like aura colossal, as if overturning mountains and seas. Chen Nian stood rooted to the spot, unmoving. Obscure syllables flowed through the air, coalescing into a domain of word magic while igniting the golden glow within his pupils. Judgment. Wan Jiahao's arm snapped clean off without warning. The dragon's shadow vanished into thin air.
Staring at his severed arm spurting blood, he let out a heart-wrenching scream.
My arm! My arm! It's gone!
He crawled to the ground to retrieve his hand, the hand that had accompanied him through countless days and nights, the hand that had touched his little sister's thighs countless times. Before he could retrieve it, a foot crushed it under its heel. At that moment, where was even a shred of the second young master of Wonton Group's lofty demeanor? At Chen Nian's feet, he was nothing but a lowly, desperate dog clinging to life. On the contrary, Chen Nian's gaze was cold and unruffled, more like that of a supreme ruler commanding the world. You're.
Tang Rou covered her mouth, instinctively taking 2 steps back.
Her eyes widened to their fullest, filled with utter shock. The figure before her slowly merged with the silhouette she'd seen on the battlefield. Though the clothes were different, though the mask was different, this scene was undeniably identical to the day he crushed the demon god.
That godlike aura, identical. The indifferent expression, identical in every way. Could he be? Knew you?
This terrifying thought nearly surfaced in her mind, yet she dared not believe it, leaving her speechless as if a fishbone lodged in her throat.
The bodyguards present were nearly scared out of their wits. The second young master's arm had been severed, trampled underfoot like a dog. This was a failure of their duty as bodyguards.
If they were held accountable, it would be deadly. Yet though the bodyguards clenched their fists, not a single one dared to rush forward and intervene.
Sweat poured down their backs, and some even instinctively took a couple of steps back. The second young master was no ordinary man.
His strength far surpassed ours as bodyguards.
If even he couldn't fight back, how could we possibly prevail? If provoking him leads to the young master's death, it would still be our fault. We mustn't act rashly.
As for those scantily clad women, each was terrified out of their wits, scrambling to hide at the back.
Who dared to look even once? Bang!
The main door burst open. Several powerful figures burst into the outer hall. Young master.
What happened?
When they saw the scene before them, they froze at the doorway like statues, as if they'd seen a ghost.
The second young master, once high and mighty, who spent money like water, now trampled underfoot like a dead dog? They doubted their own eyes. More extraordinary beings gathered by the minute, swarming the hall until nearly 100 stood inside and out.
Nearly 100 individuals, almost all second-tier elites or higher, clearly demonstrating the guild's formidable strength.
Yet not a single one dared to step forward. Damn it, they've lost their minds. Who is that guy, daring to lay a hand on the young master? Doesn't he want to live anymore?
Wan Jiahao struggled to break free from Chen Nian's grip, but no matter how he strained, he couldn't escape. It felt like a mountain was crushing him, making even the slightest movement impossible.
Are you all freeloaders? What are you staring at? Kill him. Young master, it's not that we're afraid to attack, we're just worried about accidentally hurting you. Everyone, pay attention. Don't let that kid escape. Chen Nian and Tang Rou were nearly surrounded on all sides. I'm not running. I'm making a call.
Chen Nian opened his smartwatch and contacted Heisei. But since he wasn't wearing earphones, the call played through the speaker, audible to everyone.
Hello, boss? What do you need? This guy from Wonton Group, what's his name again? Chen Nian randomly pointed at someone and asked, what's the name of the guy I'm standing on? He's Wan Jiahao, the second son of Wonton Group. I advise you to let him go immediately. Thanks.
Chen Nian continued his call, you just heard it.
What's the connection between this one something or other and our guild lately? Boss, you're stepping on him while questioning me? Heisei shuddered in fright. His fingers flew across the keyboard, tracking Chen Nian's signal location. His body trembled instantly. Coordinates Wonton Group Tower. Holy, he wasn't joking? I'm asking you a question. Answer properly. It's like this, boss. Lately, this guild seems to be impersonating us to do bad things, ruining our reputation. But Sister Chi has been covering it up and told me not to tell you. Why didn't you tell me? Because Sister Chi said it all started because of her. Explain in detail. After that guy got rejected by Sister Xiaoqi, he got angry and started harassing her in all sorts of ways. Impersonating our guild is just one tactic. He's also pressuring Su Group's businesses and even bribing and buying off people in Sister Xiaoqi's inner circle. You could say he's using both hard and soft tactics. But boss, rest assured we can play this out slowly. We won't let little seventh sister suffer any injustice. I'll start by testing their firewall. No sooner had Heisei finished speaking than a piercing scream erupted from the other end of the line. Boss, what just happened? Oh, I accidentally stepped on him a bit too hard. Killed him. You're something else. Chapter 107, Chen Nian, your chance for revenge. Chen Nian wasn't one to get angry easily. But when someone dared to cause trouble for Xiaoqi, he couldn't stay calm. So just now, without even realizing it, he'd used too much force and crushed the second young master flat under his foot. Boss, you're awesome. Even Heisei hadn't expected the boss to be so ruthless, slaughtering the second young master of the mighty Wonton Group without a second thought.
Wantong Group was a publicly traded giant with a market value of hundreds of billions, entangled in a vast web of connections spanning business tycoons across all industries, elite professionals, high-level government officials, and more. It wasn't that he was afraid, but cleaning up the aftermath would be a huge hassle. To strike without hesitation like that, the boss must be furious. We'll talk about it later.
Chen Nian hung up the phone.
Inside and outside the lobby, gasps of shock rippled through the crowd, rising and falling in waves.
Young Master Wan, he's dead. Trampled to death. This can't be real. I must be dreaming.
Someone slapped themselves hard across the face, only believing it was real when the sharp sting hit. Bodyguards stared wide-eyed at the ground, each breaking down on the spot.
This world has gone mad. What kind of monster was he?
The young master was decked out in full epic gear.
The second young master of Wantong Group, a man surrounded by wealth and beauties wherever he went.
Such a figure shouldn't have died so casually.
He wasn't some nobody. Didn't this man fear the wrath of Wantong Group? The retaliation would be beyond anything a normal person could imagine. After hearing Chen Nian's call, others might be left in the dark. But one person was different. Tang Rou.
She had already formed her own theory. She superimposed Chen Nian's figure onto the silent figure on the battlefield, comparing their builds, eyes, hair, and more.
The resemblance was astonishing.
Chen Nian changed his clothes or mask every time he went out, deliberately avoiding repetition, yet his bearing and aura remained unalterable. Especially now, that air of looking down on everyone, that feeling of being the only one worthy of respect in all the heavens and earth,
deeply captivated Tang Rou. How could this be such a coincidence?
She began to retrace her steps. Especially the thought that Chen Nian had actively approached her to strike up a conversation, it felt like an unreal honor.
Wait a minute. No wonder he warned me about scams, because he was Yu. He had specifically come with me to prevent me from falling into the trap.
A complex mix of emotions, touched, incredulous, and overwhelmed, swirled within her. She finally understood Bu Yu's character firsthand, a drop of kindness, repaid with a spring of gratitude. On the battlefield, she had once healed Chen Nian. This time, it was Chen Nian's way of repaying her. It was precisely because of Bu Yu's character that everyone in the guild was more than willing to assist Chen Nian. Chen Nian's gaze swept over the nearly 100 extraordinary beings present. He saw them all exchanging glances, their expressions filled with shock, yet none made a move to approach.
You won't avenge him?
The simple question cut through their defenses like a sharp blade. Over 100 elite warriors in the guild, yet none dared step forward when their leader was killed by an outsider right before their eyes.
How utterly pathetic. He's alone. If we all attack together, we might just subdue him.
Right. Avenge the second young master. Capture him, and we'll surely earn the grand boss of Wantong Group's reward.
Wealth and glory await, follow me. These men charged at Chen Nian as if injected with adrenaline. They were either loyal lackeys of Wan Jiahao or opportunists willing to do anything for profit. Chen Nian's goal was to lure them out and eliminate future threats.
Spell of death.
Darkness spread from beneath Chen Nian's feet, swallowing every glimmer of light in the hall. What's happening? I can't see a thing. Run. Run. Someone's pupils contracted sharply, as if waking from a nightmare. It's over, it's over.
Others collapsed on the spot, trembling violently, their scalps tingling with terror.
We've provoked someone we shouldn't have.
In that moment, many grasped the gravity of the situation.
Overwhelming terror engulfed them.
Yet in the endless darkness, they couldn't even flee. Some were so terrified they wet themselves.
Tang Rou stood beside Chen Nian, feeling it most keenly. It felt as if death itself was breathing down their necks. Even if Chen Nian wasn't targeting her, she couldn't help but tremble uncontrollably. But the Grim Reaper had a time limit.
Soon, the darkness dissipated, and Chen Nian had returned to his original position. A dozen or so people lay dead around them.
Death God possession, attack power plus 120.
A man pointed at Chen Nian, his face contorted with terror as he stumbled backward several steps.
He finally collapsed onto the ground, curling up further as if he'd witnessed some unimaginable monstrosity. He's silent. He's silent.
The Silent One, currently recognized as the world's strongest extraordinary being, the only one who had successfully hunted down a demon god-tier catastrophe beast. The crowd never imagined such a formidable figure would come looking for trouble today. Had they known it was Bu Yu, not even 100 dares would have made them approach. The rest of them felt incredibly fortunate they hadn't acted rashly. Otherwise, their fate might well have been the same as those corpses lying before them. Chen Nian spotted a luxurious sable fur armchair in the inner hall and sat down, gesturing for Tang Rou to join him.
What is he doing?
With his abilities, breaking out of here should be a piece of cake.
Why is he sitting down instead? People were baffled, yet they kept their distance from Chen Nian, gradually retreating until they had completely exited the inner hall. They didn't even dare to block the doorway, afraid of obstructing his path. You may now notify the head of Wantong Group.
If you wish to seek revenge tonight, come anytime. I'll be waiting here. Chen Nian's voice carried out. He knew that following the usual pattern, killing the younger generation would inevitably provoke the elders to seek revenge and stir trouble. Better to wait here himself, giving the elders their chance at vengeance and sparing himself the trouble later.
How could anyone be so arrogant?
He killed the second son of the Wanong group, yet sat there in the Wanong Tower with such brazen confidence, practically daring them to come seek revenge.
Holy! That's insane. Is this the world's greatest audacity? I'm in awe. People were horrified, stunned, moved, and in awe. You reap what you sow, sitting here giving you the chance to take revenge? That's cool.
Compared to this, our boss just got completely outclassed.
Are you kidding me? A spoiled rich kid obsessed with women? How could he possibly compare to a hero who slaughtered a demon god? Honestly,
I'm kinda tempted to join the Eternal Peace Guild.
Having a boss like that would give me such peace of mind. Keep dreaming.
Their guild only takes the elite.
Meanwhile, the largest shareholder of Wantong Group, a billionaire tycoon, received the news.
His son had been murdered.
Chapter 108, No use talking nonsense, tell others to grieve. Boss. The second young master, he's been murdered.
Hearing this, the 50-year-old man erupted in fury.
He leapt to his feet, smashing the jade ceramic teacup to smithereens.
The Wan Jiahao, that little bastard, was a complete wastrel, splurging money like water, obsessed with women, bullying others with his power. He even flirted with the police beauty from the enforcement squad not long ago.
But who in Lucheng dared touch him? Even if the chief of the Lu City Enforcement Bureau himself showed up, he wouldn't dare do anything to him. Who? Who has the audacity?
I'll slaughter his entire family.
It's Bu Yu. Bu Yu, the top-ranked player on the global leaderboard. What?
Wan Jiang staggered, then plopped back into his chair.
Though he wasn't a transcendent being, merely a capitalist, who in present-day Dragon Nation didn't know the name Bu Yu?
The greatest hero of the Blood Moon Calamity, the powerhouse who propelled Longwei to the world stage.
That little bastard had to pick a fight with someone like that?
I'd rather he'd slept with the chief of the Enforcement Bureau's daughter.
Wan Jiang couldn't help but curse. Boss, he's still inside Wanong Tower. He says he'll handle your revenge tonight without anyone interfering. He killed my son and leaves me to seek revenge? That bastard wants to on my head. Wan Zhang's rage boiled over.
He slammed his fist hard onto the table, then winced in pain.
Fine. Since he's already gone this far, if I, Wan Jiang, don't go, won't the whole world laugh at me? Go! Prepare the strongest extraordinary beings for me. His subordinate trembled at the order, stammering, Boss. I don't know if I should say this, but Bu Yu is too powerful. Even with our men, we might not stand a chance. Damn it! Do you really think I'm some pathetic villain from a novel? Just go through the motions, pretend to fight, and admit defeat if we can't beat him? So I won't lose face later, got it?
Understood. Moments later, Wan Jiang emerged from the villa wearing a black suit and sunglasses, descending to the ground floor. Below, several rows of black-clad bodyguards and extraordinary individuals stood in perfect formation. Please accept our deepest condolences, boss, they chorused in unison. Stop spouting nonsense and let others grieve in peace. The news also reached Su Jinyu's ears. Seventh sister, Brother Yu has already killed that man.
He sent word to inform you. What do you mean?
The guy who kept harassing you, that Wanto group heir.
What?
Su Jinyu was still making secret preparations to go pick up Chen Nian.
She never imagined Chen Nian had already arrived in Luzhou City and, without a word, gone and killed that Wan Jiahao? How could he suddenly go?
Of course it's all for you, little seventh sister. When someone bullies you and secretly impersonates our guild to do dirty deeds, Brother Bu Yu wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. Su Jinyu felt a surge of emotion wash over her.
She cherished the feeling of Chen Nian standing up for her, finding it deeply reassuring.
But setting aside his identity as Brother Yu, Chen Nian was just an ordinary person. If he got targeted by a behemoth like Wanong Group, it would be trouble. Not trouble in terms of strength, but the kind where they'd make your life miserable by sabotaging you in every possible way, or harassing the people around you.
Where's Brother Yu? I'm coming too. It's fine, little seventh sister. Brother Bu Yu clearly intends to handle this alone this time. Besides, you're too kind-hearted.
You should learn to lean on us, your companions in the guild, every now and then.
But you've always been so kind to everyone. If anyone dares bully little seventh sister now, we won't stand for it. It's time to show them our guild's solidarity.
Everyone in the guild learned about Su Jinyu being bullied.
Ah wait, damn it, that bastard dares to mess with little seven? Dog brother, unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. Brothers, I'm gathering the crew to handle this.
Jogwa, dog brother, you're still as hot-headed as ever.
Now that leader Bu Yu clearly wants to handle this alone, that's why he stayed behind.
We shouldn't go and complicate things for him.
Dog brother, then what? Are we just supposed to sit here and do nothing? Heizi, I've got an idea. Anyone interested in pulling off something big? Like, messing with Wantong Group stock? Crocodile, hell yeah. Finance, that's my jam. My industry contacts span the globe. Let's target his stock. Wantong Group, a Fortune 500 company with a market cap in the hundreds of billions. How is market cap calculated? For example, if each Wantong Group stock is worth 500 yuan and there are 200 million shares in total on the market, that's a market cap of 100 billion. But stock prices fluctuate. If the price drops, the company's market capitalization falls too. From this moment on, Wantong Group shares are being sold off worldwide. What? Someone just sold 10,000 shares at 470 yuan? Who's the sucker? Wantong Group stock was stable at 500 yuan this morning. Damn it, the price is still dropping? Another 30,000 shares dumped at 450 yuan? Are you kidding me? How did Wantong Group stock suddenly drop so much? Wasn't this company's performance always stable? In a flash, explosive news swept through global financial markets. Wantong Group shares kept getting dumped at rock-bottom prices. 470, 450, 430. The price kept falling. The sudden stock plunge was naturally orchestrated by the people at Shanghai Yonali. Among them were numerous financial titans whose combined networks formed a global web. Tonight, they have only one goal: to drive Wantong Group's stock price down hard. They cared little about losses, pure satisfaction was all that mattered. Financial capitalists from Japan, the US, the UK, even retail investors, all were swept into this financial maelstrom. Initially, upon discovering these low-priced stocks, they intended to buy low and sell high for quick profits. But then they realized the low-priced stocks kept multiplying, and the prices kept plummeting. Later, to cut their losses, they had no choice but to join the sell-off themselves. Finally, Wantong Group's stock price plummeted to 300 yuan. At that moment, boss Wan Jiang was still sitting in his luxury car, on his way to the Wantong building. His secretary called urgently, "Boss, it's bad, really bad." "What is it? Speak." Our company's stock is plummeting." "What?" Wan Jiang's body jerked. "Say that again, damn it." "Just now, for some reason, the entire world started frantically dumping our stock, the price plummeted. The company's market value evaporated by hundreds of billions." Wan Jiang was stunned. Chapter 109, Xiaoqi, I'll ask him myself tomorrow. Wan Jiang's motorcade arrived at the base of Wantong Tower in a whirlwind of activity. A massive crowd had already gathered here. Onlookers, journalists who'd rushed to the scene, and law enforcement teams setting up perimeter lines. The moment Wan Jiang stepped out of the car, law enforcement officers immediately surrounded him. "Mr. Wan, if you're here to seek revenge against Buyu, I'm afraid we can't let you in," the captain stated sternly. Wan Jiang was so infuriated he laughed. These law enforcement officers would normally bow and scrape to curry favor with him. After all, Wantong Group contributed significantly to Luzhou City's GDP growth, and they reaped considerable benefits from it. Naturally, they treated him like a god of wealth. Yet now, they were the first to step in and block his path. "Mr. Wan, Buyu is untouchable. Should Luzhou ever face crisis, we're counting on him to save the day. We can't afford to anger him." The law enforcement team understood perfectly well. Angering Wan Jiang might cost them some perks, but provoking Buyu? That threatened Lu City's very security. They weren't fools, they knew which was more important. "Haha, you're joking, you're joking." Wan Jiang roared with laughter. "I'm not here to avenge my son, I'm here to thank Buyu. That little bastard never contributed anything positive to society. He deserved to die, and he was killed well." "Everyone? Your son is dead, and you actually say it was well done? That heart of his is truly something else." Wan Jiang wasn't stupid. With the enforcement squad blocking his path and his own stock plummeting, if he really went all in and pushed things to the brink, that would be the end of him. As for sons? Sleep with a few more girls, and you'll have another one eventually. This is the mark of a seasoned veteran who's weathered storms, a man who's seen it all. Not some stubborn old fool who'd demand retribution over his son's death. We've uncovered the full story. Your son started the trouble. Let's just put this behind us, Mr. Wan. Wan Jiang lit a cigarette. "Well, I brought my men here in full force. I can't just leave empty-handed. What kind of reputation would that leave me with? I hear there's a woman up there. Hand her over. We need somewhere to vent our anger." This woman, of course, referred to Tang Rou. Buyu carried too much weight, no one dared touch her. But Tang Rou was different. Mess with her? No need for any qualms. The enforcement team deliberated. After all, the man had lost his son, they couldn't push things too far. A cornered dog might bite, and that wouldn't benefit anyone. Reluctantly, they let him proceed. Wan Jiang crushed his cigarette butt underfoot and gave a signal. "Go. Bring that woman back." Behind them, a formidable contingent of elite operatives mobilized and stormed into Wantong Tower. Soon, they reached the top floor. "Look! The big boss's men are here. Holy crap, they brought so many elite fighters. Are they planning to go all out against Buyu? Get out of here." If we don't run far enough, we'll get caught in the crossfire.
Seeing so many people, Tang Rou's heart skipped a beat.
Was a major battle really about to erupt here tonight? Unexpectedly, the group showed no hostility toward Chen Nian, but the leader's gaze fixed on me instead. The boss says hand over that woman to us, and today's incident will be forgotten. The statement sent shockwaves through the entire crowd. Holy crap! The boss's son was murdered, right at his own doorstep, and he's letting it slide? That's incredibly magnanimous. No, it was more that the silent pressure was so overwhelming it crushed even the big boss's desire for revenge. Terrifying. Handing over this woman is already an enormous concession. Truly, the big boss has nerves of steel. Tang Rou's face drained of color. She never imagined she'd become the other side's scapegoat. But thinking about it, it made sense. Wandong Group dared not go to war with Buyu, yet they couldn't just swallow their anger and do nothing. Taking it out on her, the soft target, was the smartest move. After all, she had no connections, no power, just an ordinary person. Like a rootless duckweed, utterly defenseless against such a colossal entity. Tang Rou couldn't help but feel a wave of sorrow and bitterness wash over her. What she thought would be a journey full of hope had instead turned into this mess because of her own ignorance and foolishness. She couldn't help but steal a glance at Buyu. She figured he probably wouldn't continue protecting her now. After all, Wandong Group had already made significant concessions. Pushing further might just provoke them completely. It's fine, don't worry about me. Tang Rou stepped forward on her own. She didn't know what fate awaited her and dared not dwell on the dark, sordid possibilities. She simply walked forward like a zombie. Tang Rou. But suddenly, a calm voice from behind made her halt. Welcome to Shanghai Yong'an. In that instant, Tang Rou's mind went completely blank. It was as if, after enduring a long, dreary night, a sudden spring breeze swept in, bringing forth blossoms everywhere, vibrant and colorful. She stood frozen in place, her lips trembling twice, yet unable to form a complete sentence. Our guild doesn't have business cards. Chen Nian rose to his feet, gazing at the crowd before him. In the calmest tone, he delivered a stark warning. From this moment on, she is a member of Mountain River Eternal Peace. Try to touch her. Who dares to try? No one dares to try. That'd be suicide. No one expected Buyu to be this ruthless, willing to risk war with Wandong Group just to protect that girl. Someone immediately notified Wan Jiang. "Be boss. Buyu said that woman joined his guild? We can't touch her." What? Damn it. I've already made so many concessions, and he still won't give me any face? Wan Jiang exploded in rage. "Be boss, what should we do? What should we do? Ha! What else can we do? Get your asses back here." Wan Jiang slammed his phone down, stomped his feet, and paced back and forth in a rage. Finally, he bellowed at his men. "Find me some hot chicks. I'm going back to make a son." "Yes, boss." A swarm of journalists rushed forward, snapping photos of Wan Jiang getting into his car as they began their commentary. Not a moment to mourn his lost son. Boss Wan Jiang is already on his way to father another. Shocking. The second son of Wandong Group murdered at his own doorstep, yet no one dares seek vengeance? Is this a distortion of humanity or a collapse of morality? Buyu appears at Wandong Group, unleashing the world's most overwhelming pressure. News reports flew thick and fast. The most outrageous headline of all. Is this the girlfriend of the world's strongest player, Buyu? He dared to provoke Wandong Group for her sake, a true paragon of manhood. To prevent Tang Rou from being swarmed by paparazzi, Chen Nian scooped her up and flew away, vanishing swiftly into the night sky. Naturally, these developments reached the ears of the guild members. Brother Silent is so badass, no one dared touch him. That girl is so lucky getting to experience being protected by the boss. We old members wish we could feel that too. Should we even be saying this? Aren't you afraid little Seven will get jealous? Xiaoqi, got it. I'll ask him myself tomorrow when we meet. Smile. Chapter 110, Victory Banquet. Farewell to Xiaoqi. Chen Nian drove Tang Rou out of the city. Simultaneously, he contacted Haizi and instructed him to handle the relevant surveillance footage, ensuring it wouldn't circulate online. Tang Rou could scarcely believe she was actually being carried through the sky by the legendary Silent One. Tonight's experience was utterly dreamlike, something she wouldn't even dare dream of. Not only had she gotten up close with this top-tier powerhouse, but she'd also successfully joined the Mountain River Eternal Peace Guild. What a perfect day. Finally, Chen Nian landed beside a hotel. Thank you. I never expected to. Tang Rou trailed off. No problem. I also owe you thanks for that day on the battlefield. Welcome aboard. Oh, by the way, I've seen your face. Aren't you afraid? Chen Nian smiled. If it's someone trustworthy, then it's no big deal. You dared to face a demon god tier catastrophe beast head-on the battlefield. I believe in you. Thanks. Flattered by the praise, Tang Rou felt a surge of pride, her lips curving upward in an involuntary smile. Oh, and our guild's having a victory banquet tomorrow. You're welcome to join. I'll add you to the group chat first. In the group chat. Silent invited Xiao Rou to join the group chat. Heizi, welcome, newbie. Jogwa, holy crap, the boss already added the new girl? Welcome, welcome. At Xiaoqi. Ah Hui, welcome, new sister. Need anything, hit up brother Hua. At Xiaoqi.
Liren, this is the first time the boss has ever invited a girl to join the group.
At Xiaoqi. Xiao Rou, hello, everyone. Tang Rou was humbled and nervous. What's going on? This Xiaoqi. Could she be that Su Jinyu, one of the strongest female superhumans?
She suddenly felt awkward. Looking up, she saw Chen Nian was equally flustered, momentarily at a loss for words.
No speech, stop all the commotion. XX, panicking, panicking. The boss is panicking. Triple X, right, boss, you're just guilty as charged. Triple X at Xiaoqi, the boss has something to hide.
Suggest we interrogate him tomorrow.
Chen Nian. At this moment, Xiaoqi finally surfaced. Xiaoqi, welcome, welcome.
Xiaoqi, brother Buyu is so kind, even taking the initiative to invite his little sister into the group.
That sounded kind of sour, didn't it?
After Chen Nian left, he found another place to rest.
The next day,
the victory celebration was held aboard a luxury cruise ship. The entire ship had been chartered by Xiaoqi, and only guild members were allowed aboard. The lavishly decorated hall was filled with an array of delicacies, pastries, and red wine. Though the group of netizens had been somewhat reserved during their first meeting, the atmosphere at this second celebration banquet was incredibly lively, like friends reuniting after a long separation.
Come on, come on. We gotta drink hard tonight. I'll crack open a bottle first. Dog brother, you always brag about your drinking prowess. Don't chicken out now. Sweetie, do us the honor. As a new member, Tang Rou was attending for the first time. She was stunned and amazed.
For a moment, she stood at the doorway, feeling a bit lost and unsure of what to do.
The people inside were true elites.
Not only were they formidable in strength, but they were also top talents across various fields. Some were even familiar faces frequently seen on TV.
Yet they carried no airs whatsoever, showing no signs of being big shots.
Instead, they were slung arm in arm inside, laughing heartily, devouring meat and drinking wine in great relish, thoroughly enjoying themselves.
This is Shanghai Yong'an. Tang Rou absolutely loved this atmosphere. No one was treated as special.
If there was one exception, it was Silent, the sole leader. Everyone else, no matter how high or low they were outside, was equal here.
New face. You must be the newcomer, Little Rou? Just call me Brother Hua. Come on, let me introduce you to the crew. Wow. Little Rou's pretty cute. Our guild just got another beauty. I'd say she's got at least a 36D, right? Damn it, don't be such a creep to the new girl. She's the one boss you brought in. Looking for a beating? Tang Rou smiled shyly, quickly blending into the atmosphere.
She happily shared a few drinks with everyone, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. Suddenly, the lights in the hall dimmed, and spotlights focused on the central stage.
The crowd fell silent in unison.
Emerging was a young woman in a snow-white gown, its hem sweeping the floor as she moved, each step making the fabric dance. The pristine white complemented her skin, as flawless as fresh snow.
Like a lily blooming in the night.
A star-like hair ornament adorned her head, and her silky, glossy hair cascaded softly over her fragrant shoulders. From every angle, she was flawless and impeccable. Little seventh sister is here. Wow, she's absolutely stunning. A chorus of gasps erupted below.
Even Tang Rou, a woman herself, couldn't help but agree.
In terms of looks, Little Seven was truly beyond reproach.
Only a girl like this could be worthy of you, right?
She felt no disappointment at all. If anything, she was itching to ship this couple.
Ahem. Hello everyone, I'm Su Jinyu. Today we have two objectives. First, to celebrate our victory over the Blood Moon Calamity. Second, to discuss our strategy for conquering Demon Island. The crowd below immediately started heckling. Xiaoqi, where's Brother Buyu? Yeah.
Little Rou's here, but where's Brother Buyu?
Su Jinyu recognized the crowd was trying to stir trouble. Do you want to test Brother Buyu's Reaper's Scythe, or my 10,000 swords technique? Ha!
The crowd fell silent. The victory banquet proceeded as planned.
The group also discussed a plan to conquer Demon Island.
One crucial prerequisite for conquering Demon Island was destroying the Demon Tower at its center.
However, the ferocious sea beasts outside would relentlessly assault the island. Therefore, we must defend while we attack.
We'll form 10 5-person elite squads with balanced class compositions, primarily tasked with conquering the Heavenly Demon Tower. The rest will be responsible for establishing defenses around the perimeter of Demon Island. Brother Buyu will operate independently, providing tactical support as needed.
This is our strategic plan.
Everyone expressed their agreement, and the thrilling team formation phase began.
Su Jinyu's task completed, the spotlight on stage dimmed.
She slipped away quietly, rushing impatiently to the backstage area.
Because Chen Nian was here. Chen Nian had been hiding here using his shadow concealment ability.
He wouldn't appear in public just yet, but he could be seen by Su Jinyu.
Upon reaching the backstage area, Su Jinyu whispered, "Brother Buyu? Ahem, I'm here."
Hearing his voice, Su Jinyu instinctively reached forward until her hand touched Chen Nian's arm.
A sweet smile immediately spread across her lips. "Come see these news reports. They're saying that Xiao Rou is your rumored girlfriend. What do you think?"
This is clearly just sensationalist nonsense fabricated by those reporters to grab attention. Neither of them realized Su Jinyu had forgotten to turn off the microphone pinned to her clothes. Their flirtatious banter was now amplified through the lobby speakers, reaching the ears of everyone in the guild.
Everyone froze. "P.S. It's the weekend, everyone. Could you guys give this little brother some more 5-star reviews and free gifts? I'm begging you." Chapter 111, A New Enemy, the Deceitful Demon God? Su Jinyu's mind was consumed with the urgency of meeting Chen Nian. Who even remembered the mic was still on?
That's how love-struck minds work. Outside, everyone froze upon hearing the voices blaring from the speakers, nearly bursting into laughter.
Is that Xiaoqi in the boss's voice? Ha, did she forget to turn off the mic? Shoo. This is going to be good. Don't tell her, let's keep going. Everyone pretended not to hear, as if by mutual agreement. Then why didn't you tell me you arrived in Luzhou yesterday? I was waiting to pick you up.
Su Jinyu's soft, reproachful voice drifted from the speakers.
Everyone couldn't help but marvel, so this was how Xiaoqi acted around the boss. She was just like any love-struck young girl.
I wanted to see who dared to impersonate our guild.
Chen Nian explained. You could have asked me to come along. I could have helped you.
Speaking of which, you never told me someone was harassing you.
Well, I didn't want to trouble you guys. Chen Nian said sternly, don't do that again next time. Oh. Well, if you give me a hug, I'll agree.
Su Jinyu flashed a mischievous smile, looking like a playful little sprite. Hearing this, the crowd outside couldn't help but feel their hearts melt. What man could refuse such a request? Especially from a woman as perfect as Xiaoqi. Those middle-aged men and women, long since married with children, felt as though they'd been transported back to 18, recalling the bittersweet taste of first love.
Too sweet. How can it be this sweet? Is this what young love is like? So enviable. Why isn't the boss saying anything? Has he already snatched her up? Chen Nian hadn't reached out yet. After a brief silence, Su Jinyu whined. What's the matter?
Yesterday you were flying with another girl in your arms.
Why are you afraid to hold me now?
Humph. Before she could finish, Chen Nian's arms had already wrapped around her slender waist, pulling her into his embrace.
Now that's more like it. Su Jinyu's lips curved upward.
They stood there quietly pressed together for a moment, almost able to feel each other's body heat, the atmosphere growing increasingly intimate. Su Jinyu bit her lower lip, her moist, starry eyes fixed on Chen Nian. Suddenly, she felt an urge to close her eyes and lift her lips.
Suddenly, Chen Nian sensed something was off. Xiaoqi, don't you think it's too quiet out here? Seems like it. Wait, why can I hear an echo? Ha! Su Jinyu snapped back to reality.
Glancing at the microphone pinned to her collar, her face flushed instantly.
I forgot to turn off the mic. Chen Nian.
This meant that the flirtatious banter between the two of them just now had been overheard by everyone outside. Not only was Su Jinyu embarrassed, but even Chen Nian felt his face burn with shame.
Su Jinyu, flustered and angry, stormed out from behind. Do you all have a peeping Tom complex? Why didn't anyone come tell me? We didn't want to interrupt your private moment, huh? Little seventh sister, I'm totally shipping this couple, they're too sweet. Oh. Too bad we got caught. I was hoping to take things further. Where's brother Buyu? Should we ask him to share his thoughts? Su Jinyu was too flustered to speak.
Just then, Chen Nian, who had been in stealth mode, stepped out. He walked to the microphone at the center of the stage.
Ahem. Two coughs silenced the entire venue.
Chen Nian said, since everyone's gathered here, I'll give you all a chance to show off your talents.
Sweetie, you go first, you seem the most excited. Ah.
The woman who'd been called out froze for a moment. The crowd began cheering and urging her to come up on stage to receive praise, effectively easing Su Jinyu's awkwardness.
Go on, go on.
And so, the talent show segment commenced. Some sang, some danced, others rapped.
Everyone pulled out their secret talents. Tang Ro adored this family-friendly atmosphere and couldn't resist joining in herself, drawing cheers from the crowd. Seeing the stage empty, the crowd began hunting for the next performer. Next up. Anyone else? Hurry up and get on stage, don't miss your chance.
At that moment, a waitress who had been standing by handling odd jobs stepped onto the stage.
Everyone was puzzled. Why would even a waitress feel compelled to perform? Her expression was wooden, her gaze vacant and unfocused. Like a marionette, she exuded an inexplicable sense of eeriness.
Stepping up to the microphone, her lips suddenly twisted into an exaggerated grin, erupting into a chilling, hollow laugh. The shrill laughter echoed through the hall, sending chills down many spines.
Humans, hello.
Her first words exploded like a bomb among the crowd, sending shockwaves through the room.
Could it be a humanoid calamity beast? Chen Nian's alertness kicked in immediately.
As Li Yunwei had mentioned earlier, humanoid calamity beasts weren't confined to Linhai City. Cases had been reported nationwide.
Heaven's Eye, activate.
A halo of pure light shone, but before Chen Nian's eyes, the waitress was not a calamity beast.
However, an evil energy surged within her body. She's been possessed.
As the others stared in horrified confusion, the waitress continued speaking.
Don't rush to kill me, or you'll surely regret it. Ha ha ha. First, allow me to introduce myself.
You may call me the deceptive art demon god, or in your human world's terms, I could be known as a magician. The deceptive sorcerer.
Another demon god tier calamity beast has appeared. Tianma Island is about to open. Allow me to present a little warm-up act for everyone.
These past days, the humanoid calamity beasts I've stationed across the land have been diligently collecting strands of hair from beautiful women. In total, 300 strands have been gathered.
Do you know what these locks are for? Magic, of course.
Suddenly, a dark purple beam of light descended from the heavens.
This beam of light enveloped Su Jinyu within it. In the blink of an eye, Su Jinyu vanished.
A living person vanished into thin air.
The entire crowd was horrified. According to this demon god, a single strand of hair was enough to cast a spell that made Su Jinyu vanish? That was terrifying. Even Chen Nian couldn't fathom what had just transpired. Within the range of the Heavenly Eye's vision, there were no enemies.
The waitress continued, now, you should have noticed someone vanishing beside you.
Isn't that magical? They might be your relatives, lovers, friends. Oh, poor girls, where could they have gone? Want to save them? I can certainly give you a chance.
You will become 300 brave knights, setting out to rescue those 300 vanished princesses.
Seize this chance, the show begins.
As her words faded, a dark purple energy suddenly shot from the waitress's chest, forming a vortex teleportation portal before her. Her body then fell straight backward, limp and lifeless. To rescue Su Jinyu from the hands of the deceptive demon god, along with nearly 300 other girls scattered across the world, they must enter this vortex portal.
Chapter 112, 300 turn on each other. The demon god's deception. The deceptive demon god. Using a bafflingly incomprehensible spell, he abducted 300 girls from across the globe. Simultaneously, it left these vortex portals across the globe. Dragon Nation was in an uproar. Countless related news reports and discussions exploded across the internet. Everyone faced the same question: should they step into these eerie teleportation vortexes to rescue the abducted girls? This might be a journey with no return. Even now, the members of Mountain River Eternal Peace were still reeling from the shock. Where is Xiuqi? Was she really snatched by that demon god? But how did it do it? It defies all logic.
According to its account, it first collected these people's hair before unleashing some sort of spell.
That power is beyond belief. What should we do now? All eyes turned instinctively toward the vortex portal, for Buyu stood there. Only one person could enter the vortex portal. If anyone had the right to go in and save Xiaoqi, it was him. I'll go. Chen Nian said no more.
If knowing others had harassed Xiaoqi had merely made him slightly annoyed, then this was outright rage.
Be careful, boss. Make sure you bring Xiaoqi back. Amidst the crowd's cheers, Chen Nian stepped into the vortex.
Simultaneously, the vortex portal vanished.
Chen Nian looked around. He found himself in a magnificent circular arena. Enormous in scale and imposing in grandeur.
Towering stone walls encircled the arena, while the dome was carved with intricate, lifelike patterns of beasts. And atop the highest platform stood a colossal stone statue. It wore a pointed triangular cap, beneath whose brim lay a face etched by time, resembling a sorcerer from ancient times.
This place. Chen Nian felt a sense of familiarity. He had visited the twin demon god's temple before, and it had evoked the same feeling. Could this be the temple of that deceitful demon god?
And this stone statue, the very symbol of him. Meanwhile, more and more people kept being teleported in, their numbers steadily growing. Where the hell is this place?
Honey, where are you? Stao Yu. Can you hear me?
Most of these people were adult men. Indeed, they were the heroes who had stepped into the teleportation array from all corners of the world to come to the rescue. Some came to save their wives, others their family members, friends, or sisters. The girl who was taken must be the most important person to them, otherwise, they wouldn't have risked their lives by willingly walking into the demon god's trap.
What are those numbers on the ground? The number keeps increasing. Could it be our troop count?
On the arena floor, a constantly shifting number finally settled at 300 and stopped moving.
A mocking voice echoed throughout the arena, its origin unknown. Welcome, 300 brave knights who have journeyed far. Thank you for joining today's event. Your courage deserves the highest praise. The young men, full of vigor and passion, were instantly enraged by the voice. Hand over the hostages. Where exactly is the person you captured?
The crowd roared in fury, yet they had no idea where the true form of the trickster demon god lay, leaving them only with impotent rage.
The trickster demon god couldn't help but chuckle.
After suppressing his laughter, he spoke slowly.
Gentlemen, you may begin your slaughter. This is a cruel game.
When the number on the ground reaches 1, only the last warrior standing may rescue his beloved girl.
He. A sinister chuckle echoed throughout the arena. People exchanged glances. Does this demon god mean for us to kill each other? How could we possibly let a monster dictate our fate? But if we don't follow its orders, how can we save anyone? Only the last survivor can save them. What kind of joke is that? Does that mean the rest of us have to die in here? No one wanted to strike first.
But they had to prevent those beside them from striking first.
So they immediately fixed watchful eyes on their surroundings. Suspicion and hostility began to grow within them, steadily intensifying. In the eerie silence, someone's mental defenses finally collapsed.
Ah! He roared, lunging at the person beside him. His violent act became the fuse that ignited the powder keg. And so, the entire arena erupted into chaos. 300 male extraordinary beings unleashed the most savage slaughter in this arena of yellow sand. Only the last man standing would earn the right to rescue the girl. Though not all believed the demon god's lies, they had no choice but to try, for none could bear the agony of losing that girl. Beside Chen Nian, a man drew a massive steel sword and swung it down with all his might.
Sorry, brother. Yet Chen Nian's figure vanished abruptly from the air. He activated shadow concealment.
For Chen Nian, emerging victorious from this group of 300 was easy. But he felt he needed to think clearly.
Was this truly necessary to save Xiaoqi? What was the purpose of this demon god luring us here to slaughter each other? Could it be merely for entertainment, to watch the spectacle?
Within the arena, blades flashed and clashed, steel meeting steel in a symphony of clangor.
Supernatural powers erupted in unison, flames and lightning danced as energies collided.
Yellow sand boiled, blood mingled with sweat, the chaos nearly overwhelming.
Soon, Chen Nian noticed someone had died.
The fallen bodies collapsed to the ground, their flesh dissolving rapidly into the earth. Yet the combatants had no energy to notice this, driven only by the relentless search for their next target. The deceitful demon god is absorbing the power of these fallen extraordinary beings.
Chen Nian instantly grasped its true purpose. But as this thought struck him, another inexplicable question arose. If the trickster demon god could simply abduct those 300 girls, why go to such elaborate lengths to make us slaughter each other instead of just absorbing their life force? There must be something fishy going on.
A sudden suspicion flashed through Chen Nian's mind. Perhaps those 300 girls weren't abducted at all. Wasn't that just a trap to lure us in? On the luxury cruise ship, everyone from the guild was still in a state of utter bewilderment.
What do we do? Are we just supposed to sit here and wait? What else can we do? The teleportation vortex is gone, we can't get in. Just as everyone stood staring helplessly, the space suddenly warped. A beautiful girl abruptly appeared on the stage. Little seventh sister? You're okay. Holy crap, the boss rescued you this fast? That's insane. Indeed, the girl who appeared was none other than Xiaoqi. But Su Jinyu's face was filled with anxiety. No. I wasn't actually kidnapped by that demon god. He just temporarily banished me to another dimension. It was all a trick. Xiaoqi, are you saying that demon god's goal was to trick everyone into falling for it? Damn it, I told you it was impossible. How could it possibly kidnap people from all over the world from such a distance? That's what they call deceptive arts. What a cunning demon god. But we can't contact leader Buyu either. He's still trapped inside and doesn't know Sister Xiaoqi is safe. What should we do? He'll just have to find his own way out. Chapter 113, Chen Nian's first battle against the deceptive demon god. Within the deceptive arts temple, the vast arena still echoed with the clamor of battle. Within that stone statue lay the very avatar he had left behind in the temple. Watching these humans slaughter each other, he reveled in the spectacle, as if watching a grand variety show. Foolish. Humans are truly foolish. Just a simple trick, and hundreds of powerful humans turn on each other. How amusing. Those vanished girls should all be back by now. Too bad you're none the wiser, still striving to rescue them. How pathetic. And the energy from your deaths will all be absorbed by me. Once I absorb the energy of these 300, my power will surge dramatically. As the deceitful demon god calculated his plans, a sudden chill ran down his spine. He realized that amidst the swirling yellow sand, a pair of cold, piercing eyes were fixed upon him, unblinking. Indeed, a human was watching him, having not participated in the slaughter. The trickster demon god was bewildered, stunned. He was clearly concealed within the stone statue, observing from the sidelines. How could any human possibly detect his presence? Impossible. Yet in the very next instant, the human moved. Like a cannonball tearing through the air, he drew a blade mid-flight and brought it crashing down, sheath and all. Boom! The colossal statue shattered with a thunderous crash. The deafening noise instantly drew everyone's attention.
The combatants in the center of the arena halted simultaneously, their gazes shifting toward the collapsed statue. That's. Amidst the swirling dust, a figure stood atop the debris, blade raised. It was he who had destroyed the colossal statue. As they recognized the distinctive black mask he wore, a sudden realization washed over them, sending shockwaves through their hearts.
Silent. Could it be Silent? How could this be? Even he's here. How can we possibly win?
We're no match for him. A profound sense of helplessness washed over them. The moment they recognized Silent, they knew the struggle had lost all meaning.
Who could possibly defeat him in the end? It would all end in death. But why isn't he fighting us? Why is he destroying that statue instead? Could there be something inside that statue? Chen Nian gazed indifferently at the pile of rubble. How much longer do you plan to hide it? Interesting.
Suddenly, the pile of debris began to rattle and shift. The scattered stones coalesced once more, forming a humanoid calamity beast. It wore a large triangular hat and held an ancient-looking book in its hand, resembling an archaeology professor.
Eerie Art Demon God Clone Tier 3, Level 1. A third-tier calamity beast. And of demon god lineage. Infinitely more powerful than that previous Tier 2 twin demon god. Currently, no extraordinary being in the entire world has advanced to Tier 3. This is an existence that absolutely strikes fear into the hearts of all. People instinctively retreated, gripped by terror. Where was their fighting spirit now? Chen Nian remained motionless. It appears each demon god possesses a temple, guarded by a divine avatar within. Defeating the temple avatar would allow one to leave the sanctuary. I clearly turned into rubble. How did you recognize me? If I'm not mistaken, you never actually abducted those girls. Instead, you used some method to create an illusion for us all to lure us in and make us turn on each other. Chen Nian spoke these words to the people below, hoping to stop their mutual slaughter. After a brief silence, the trickster god smiled. Clever humans. The trickster demon god made no denial. You ruined my fun. So now the game is over. What follows is a slaughter game. I shall exterminate every last one of you. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Chen Nian's pupils flashed with golden light. Word Spirit Judgment Golden Sword. A terrifying aura radiated outward from Chen Nian, while a colossal golden phantom wielding a divine sword hovered behind him. Last time, the twin demons had sensed the power of this word spirit and evaded it through sheer physical prowess. But this time, the trickster demon god did not evade. The ancient tome in its grasp fluttered rapidly as dark purple light surged forth, lightning crackling across its entire form. Dark lightning devour. Terrifying dark purple lightning formed its own domain. The moment the dark purple domain collided with the dark gold domain, a terrifying storm erupted. This vortex of intertwined energies held immense destructive power, chilling even those watching from afar. Playing with domains before me? How naive. The trickster demon god was supremely confident. As the trickster demon god, his greatest expertise lay in various magical arts, much like a mage in a profession. And this dark lightning devourer was an especially destructive and aggressive domain. According to his estimation, the human should be crushed by the domain's power in the next second, utterly powerless to resist. Wait. Crack. The next instant, the dark purple domain shattered first. The illusionary demon god's face twisted in horror. Without hesitation, he activated Phantom Shift to teleport away. Gazing at the human figure in the distance, whose pupils gleamed like liquid gold, a strange tremor stirred within him. It's you. The one who defeated the twin demons, it was you. To withstand the power of a third-tier demon god as a second-tier being, and even gain the upper hand, such a human, he believed, was unmatched in the world. Chen Nian replied calmly, yes, it was me. Very well. Since you have come to my temple, you shall never leave alive. The Book of Deception began turning pages once more, unleashing another flame spell that coalesced midair into a terrifying fire dragon hurtling toward him. Chen Nian raised his hand and fired a wind cannon, but it failed to shatter the fire dragon. Instead, it was swallowed whole. It seemed ordinary word spirits still lacked the power to challenge a demon god beyond their own tier. Chen Nian leapt to his feet and activated Heaven's Eye once more. 2 green beams shot from his pupils, exploding the fire dragon into a shower of sparks. This was his first time utilizing the Heavenly Eye's offensive capability, and its power proved unexpectedly formidable. This is how top-tier powerhouses fight. There's absolutely no room for us to intervene. We're lucky we're not caught in the crossfire. Everyone take cover. Only you can fight that monster here. The transcendent beings harbored no desire to intervene, merely hoping Buyu would prevail. Only then would they have a chance to escape this hellish place. Emerge, Necromancer. The necromantic god unleashed his summoning spell. A colossal skeletal warlord materialized before Chen Nian, its bone-bladed sword swinging so fiercely it nearly ripped the air apart. Chen Nian saw no need for a prolonged battle. Though this demon lord surpassed the twin demon lords in power, defeating it should prove manageable. Word Spirit Death God. Endless darkness spread out from Chen Nian's center, engulfing the entire battlefield in an instant.
This speed far surpassed that of the Judgment Domain's expansion. This was the speed of light. Even with teleportation, there was no time to react and escape. What? The demon god of deception's vision plunged into utter darkness. He felt bewildered, terrified. Why was he, a demon god, blinded by darkness? But it didn't matter, the undead demon general protected him. Simultaneously, he activated his ultimate defensive spell, Shield of Darkness. A formidable magical shield enveloped his entire body, capable of withstanding all physical and supernatural attacks. As long as the shield remained intact, he could not be harmed. Splash! The undead demon general shattered into a pile of bone fragments beneath the Reaper's scythe. In his death god-possessed state, Chen Nian's movement speed and attack power surged dramatically, though his attack method was limited solely to the death god's scythe. First strike, instant kill of the undead demon general. The second strike cleaves the demon god and its magical shield clean in two. Chapter 114, Divine Gene Evolution. Chen Nian returns. Chen Nian's death god possession ends, the darkness dissipates. The body of the deceptive art demon god bore numerous jet black /marks wounds inflicted by the scythe of death. Impossible, impossible. The lightless shield couldn't even block it. But I was just toying with you. The demon god's body exploded. After a cloud of black smoke dissipated, what remained was nothing but a shattered stone. Substitution technique? Chen Nian frowned. This trickster demon god truly was cunning, he'd kept a trick up his sleeve. What's going on? Did we win, or not? Who knows? If we won, why are we still here? A man knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. My sister was taken. My sister. How can I save her? Seeing this, someone nearby couldn't help but offer comfort. Just now, Buyu said we might have been tricked into coming here. There's no need to keep fighting each other. Why must you all believe him? The man shouted, we can't get out now. What if he comes to kill us? People instinctively turned to look at Chen Nian. Why would he harm us? Stop talking nonsense. He's Buyu, far too powerful for us to match. The man shook his head. He came here because an important girl was kidnapped. To save her, who can guarantee he won't do something extreme? Then it suddenly dawned on them. Earlier, Buyu had killed the second young master of Wanong group just to protect a woman from the guild. If it was him, he truly could do it and had the power to make it happen. At this thought, people instinctively stepped back, their hearts filling with wariness and suspicion. Chen Nian also turned his gaze toward the scene, reopening his heavenly eye. He discovered that the man stirring up the crowd was none other than the trickster god of transformation. After escaping using the substitute technique earlier, he had transformed into human form, blending into the crowd to stir up unrest and incite internal strife. Such was the power of the deceitful demon god. Not only could it wield unpredictable techniques, but it could also manipulate minds and sow discord. Chen Nian walked toward the crowd. Witnessing this, the crowd immediately grew restless, with the inciting demon god himself the most agitated. What are you doing? Are you really going to kill us? Don't come any closer. If you get any nearer, we'll fight back. I discovered a way to leave this place, Chen Nian said calmly. What way? It's to kill you. This time, Chen Nian drew the dragon shock blade without hesitation. The Tang sword left its scabbard, dragon energy surging forth. With lightning speed, the blade pierced the man's chest before he could react. The strike came too suddenly, there was no way to dodge it. Even the deceptive art demon god hadn't anticipated Chen Nian attacking him so decisively, especially now that he appeared human. You! The dragon shocking blade remained lodged in the man's chest as a golden dragon coiled around his body. The terrifying dragon energy was now tearing apart his flesh. The surrounding crowd gasped in horror. Unaware of the truth, they thought Chen Nian was slaughtering his own comrades, their souls nearly flying out of their bodies in terror. No speech has actually attacked. He's trying to kill us. Wait, look closely, something's off about this guy. The man's appearance shifted, reverting to the original form of the demon god, his body rapidly dissolving into a black mist. He's that trickster demon god. When did he transform into a human and infiltrate us? I never noticed. So Buyu saw through his disguise. He nearly succeeded in driving a wedge between us. The others snapped out of their daze, nearly drenched in cold sweat. If Buyu hadn't been here, we all would have been toyed with to death today. Yeah, it's terrifying. A monster possessing such high intelligence. The deceptive art demon god clutched his chest, lifting his head to gaze at Chen Nian. Very good. I shall prepare the grandest stage. I await you atop the heavenly demon tower. With those words, its form finally shattered completely and vanished. Congratulations on successfully breaching the Temple of Deception. Genetic energy plus 30,000. As the avatar guarding the temple vanished, the structure itself began to tremble violently, sending fragments of stone and debris cascading from the ceiling. The teleportation array has activated. We can get out now. Go! Quickly! People surged toward the teleportation array, but Chen Nian remained unhurried. Instead, he activated his judgment domain in place, crushing the massive boulders falling from the sky. Only after everyone had departed did Chen Nian lift his head to gaze at the temple's dome. He had noticed it long ago, a crystal embedded there, pulsing with immense energy, seemingly resonating with his own body. Without hesitation, he soared into the air, slicing through countless boulders to retrieve the crystal. Unexpectedly, the crystal fused directly into Chen Nian's body. Congratulations! Divine Gene Evolution. Sequence 25 Aerial Mastery has advanced to Divine Tier Sequence 99 Illusory Void Art. The original Sky Domination technique enabled flight. But now, Phantom Sky technique had transformed into short-range spatial teleportation. This now touches upon the realm of space, an absolutely rare and divine tier ability. Chen Nian rejoiced and immediately put it to use. In an instant, he swept past countless debris fragments, teleporting from above directly to the teleportation array. It was time to leave. Chen Nian stepped into the teleportation array. The next moment, he returned to his previous location, the stage of the cruise ship's grand hall. All the guild members were waiting for him, including Xiaoqi. Brother Buyu. Spotting Chen Nian's reappearance, Su Jinyu, overwhelmed with worry, was the first to rush forward, clutching him tightly. Tears welled up in her eyes as she cried out. The boss is back. The boss is back. I knew the boss would be fine. What could possibly threaten him? That bastard's trickster demon god actually set a trap to deceive us. Boss, what exactly happened when you went in? Tell us everything. Chen Nian patted Su Jinyu's back with a smile, soothingly reassuring her, it's okay, it's all right now. As for what exactly happened inside? Before Chen Nian could speak, reporters were already interviewing those who had escaped first. Reporter, what exactly did you encounter after going inside? Survivor, we were tricked into the temple of the deceptive demon god. He told us we must kill each other, only the last one standing could save the girl he loved. Reporter, how did you respond? Survivor, unaware of the truth, we fought each other. Many died until one person stepped forward. Reporter, who? Survivor, knew you. He saw through the demon god's scheme and fought a great battle against it within the temple. Reporter, eyes widening in shock, Buyu? Buyu again? You mean, he saved you? Survivor, yes. Without him, every single one of us would have perished inside. Without exception. If Buyu could see this, I'd like to thank him sincerely. After this interview went online, the entire internet was stunned. The buzz and calls for Buyu reached unprecedented heights, bringing immense pride to his guildmates. Atop the demon tower, the true form of the deceptive demon god spat out a mouthful of black blood. The destruction of the temple and the slaying of its avatars dealt a devastating blow. He murmured to himself, it is time to awaken the deep-sea demon god. Chapter 115, Xiaoqi, you're so skilled at kissing? Countdown to Demon Island opening, one day. Chen Nian's objective was straightforward. Breach the heavenly demon tower at the island's center and utterly destroy the deceptive arts demon god within. Though most of those people had been rescued earlier, nearly 100 still perished inside. The human form calamity beasts conjured by the deceptive arts demon god across the world had also caused massive casualties. Even Chen Nian's sister narrowly escaped its clutches. How utterly despicable it was. But the rules of Demon Island proved far more complex than Chen Nian had imagined. After the guild's celebratory banquet concluded, Chen Nian couldn't slip away. All because of Xiaoqi's words. Brother Buyu, you have to stay with me tonight. Chen Nian asked, stay and do what? My cat can do backflips, I want to show you. Su Jinyu said with a smile. Thus, Chen Nian had no choice but to ask Tang Ro to wait for him, planning to fly back to Linhai City together the next morning. Wait, you live in here? Chen Nian asked, pointing at the ordinary residential complex before them. Yeah. But I thought your place was a luxurious villa? You even sent me photos. Su Jinyu shook her head. That place is too big and empty. It doesn't feel like home at all. She pouted emphatically, besides, this is our home, not just mine. Chen Nian. The two returned home to find it was indeed just an ordinary two-bedroom apartment, no cat doing backflips in sight. Come to the balcony, the view here is actually quite nice. Chen Nian was pulled onto the balcony by Su Jinyu. Looking down from the high rise, they saw Luzhou City's bustling nightscape and the endless stream of vehicles on the highway. The night breeze ruffled the girl's white dress and hair, while soft moonlight illuminated her profile, highlighting her delicate features and making her fine eyelashes stand out even more. It was too perfect, not a single flaw to be found. Even Chen Nian found himself momentarily mesmerized. Do you like it? It is. Su Jinyu turned her head, meeting Chen Nian's gaze in an instant. A flicker of bashfulness instantly crossed her bright eyes. She twirled a strand of hair that fell over her shoulder, pursing her lips slightly as she asked, You haven't even looked, so what's so beautiful? You're beautiful. You? Humph. Where did you learn all these sweet nothings? They're just flattery to charm girls. Su Jinyu put on a pouty expression, but inside, she was as sweet as honey. She wished she could record those words and listen to them over and over until she fell asleep.
I'm telling the truth.
Then tell me more honest things from now on, but only to me.
Don't say them to any other girls.
Su Jinyu pouted her rosy lips.
Why? No reason. Don't ask questions, just agree. Okay. Only then was Su Jinyu satisfied.
Her gaze met Chen Nian's without flinching, not even a hint of avoidance. Her eyes sparkled like they held stars.
Brother Buyu, the way you rushed in without hesitation to save me just now, you looked so cool. It was nothing. I wasn't thinking clearly at the time. Otherwise, I should have seen through that demon god scheme much sooner. Thank you. Why be polite with me? You don't have to be polite, but I still want to reward you.
Su Jinyu closed her eyes, tilting her face forward slightly. A faint, captivating blush crept up her cheeks without a trace of hesitation.
Chen Nian wasn't a fool. He knew exactly what this gesture meant when a girl made it. He was more than willing. Who could refuse? No man could resist.
But when it came to actually doing it, he still hesitated for a moment. That brief moment felt like an eternity to Su Jinyu, who had taken the initiative.
Her eyes had been closed this long, and he still hadn't made a move? She grew impatient.
Suddenly, she stood on tiptoe, wrapped her arms around Chen Nian's neck, and kissed him. The moon shone bright, the wind blew clear, and all seemed to stand still.
This was Chen Nian's second kiss with a girl.
Both times were with stunning beauties. The first was with Yi Hongling, though her kiss was more fierce and passionate, like a blooming rose that intoxicated the soul.
The second was with Su Jinyu.
Her kiss was reserved and inexperienced, yet carried a sweetness that stirred the soul, like a cherry steeped in brown sugar.
Chen Nian's hands had unconsciously crept up Su Jinyu's back. After a long while, only when Su Jinyu gasped for breath did they finally pull apart.
Su Jinyu first pressed her glistening lips together, her wide, beautiful eyes glaring at Chen Nian in annoyance, her fists clenching unconsciously.
Brother Yu, how come you're so skilled at kissing?
Last time, that woman Yi Hongling said you kissed her many times, and I didn't believe her.
But now it seems.
No, that was a complete accident, Xiaoqi.
Then tell me, was kissing me more comfortable, or was it with her? Su Jinyu demanded. Chen Nian didn't dare hesitate. Of course it's with you. Put. You actually compared us? You scumbag. I'm done with you.
Su Jinyu stormed out, slamming the door shut with a bang, and there was no sound from her room afterward.
Chen Nian scratched his head. You asked me a question, and I answered honestly. Is that wrong? That night, he slept on the sofa. The night passed without a word. Early the next morning, Chen Nian bid farewell to Su Jinyu through the door. Little 7, I'll be heading back now. See you when Tianma Island reopens. A muffled came from inside. Does a woman have to stay angry for this long? Still upset after a whole night.
Chen Nian said no more, contacting Tang Rou to board the flight from Luzhou to Linhai City together.
On the plane, Tang Rou suddenly launched into gossip. Boss, did you make any progress with Xiaoqi last night? Ugh, why are you asking that? Nothing, just curious. Xiaoqi is such a perfect girl, you'd better hold on tight, boss. Don't let waiting turn into regret. You're quite the matchmaker.
Just then, an elderly woman walked past them, heading straight for the aircraft door. The flight attendant noticed and gently reminded her, "Ma'am, the plane is still taxiing. We'll notify you when we reach the gate. Please return to your seat." The old woman ignored the flight attendant and insisted on walking toward the door. The flight attendant tried to stop her forcefully, but unexpectedly, her arm was grabbed and violently slammed against the cabin door. The elderly woman unleashed terrifying strength. "You!" A sinister smile suddenly spread across the old woman's face. Clenching her fist, she slammed it hard against the door, sending the entire panel flying off.
"Yeah!" The flight attendant and the cabin door were instantly hurled thousands of meters into the sky.
Of course, the mother-in-law herself was sucked out as well. Spreading her arms wide in midair, she beamed with delight.
"Humans, enjoy this grand gift. Our game has only just begun."
Indeed, she was a humanoid calamity beast created by the trickster demon god.
P.S. Traffic has dropped significantly during this quiet period.
Everyone, please show your support with more likes and gifts to motivate the author.
I'll keep delivering high-quality content and consistent updates. Just tell me, was this chapter sweet enough? PS2, the supersized dungeon for Demon Island is fully conceptualized. It's going to be epic. Chapter 116, Demon Island opens, gathering extraordinary beings nationwide. What happens when a cabin door fails at cruising altitude of nearly 10,000 meters? That gap would become a vortex, sucking people out of the plane like a man-eating monster. In an instant, several people were sucked out, including an infant. Fortunately, the terrifying suction vanished almost as quickly as it began. An invisible spirit serpent had sealed the gap. It was Chen Nian's spirit spell, the Void Diving Serpent. Don't let anyone near the hatch.
Leaving these words for Tang Rou, Chen Nian charged toward the hatch and vanished.
Spell, Phantom Void Technique.
This spirit word evolved from ordinary spirit word divinity, allowing simultaneous use with other spirit words unlike judgment, which requires exclusive activation. Utilizing the instant teleportation of phantom void technique, Chen Nian had already ascended to an altitude of 10,000 meters. The wind howls in my ears, below lies a sea of white clouds. The heavenly eye. Chen Nian spotted several figures floating high above. A flight attendant, an infant, a couple, and that old woman laughing heartily indeed, a human-shaped calamity beast. If anyone could rescue them all, it could only be Chen Nian. Using his phantom void technique for instant teleportation, Chen Nian vanished and reappeared in an instant, finally catching the wailing infant securely. Without a second's delay, he continued downward, wrapping his arms around the flight attendant's slender waist. You're. The flight attendant stopped screaming, her face frozen in shock. With several more flashes, Chen Nian reached the couple beside him, using wind elemental words to seize them. Simultaneously, he glanced at the humanoid calamity beast hovering above the sea of clouds. She was still smiling. But in the next instant, two beams of energy fired from the heavenly eye shattered her mid-air. Indeed, while saving several people, Chen Nian had also found time to deliver the finishing blow. Dragging the weight of several people, Chen Nian struggled to catch up to the plane and carried them back aboard. My child! My child! The woman, seeing her child rescued, practically crawled and scrambled toward them. Thank you, thank you. The flight attendant had thought she was doomed, never expecting someone to rescue her from thousands of meters up. This must be an extraordinarily powerful extraordinary being. Though still shaken, the other passengers on the plane all cast grateful glances toward Chen Nian. Without him, who knew if the plane would have crashed? Chen Nian returned to his seat, but his nerves remained on edge. He had to keep the sky-darting serpent barrier sealing the missing door until the plane touched down. How much longer? Chen Nian asked Tang Rou. About half an hour. Got it. Meanwhile, in the cockpit, the co-pilot opened the intercom to ask the flight attendant about the situation outside. What's the situation out there? There's a powerful extraordinary being blocking the breach. It's temporarily under control. Good. We'll immediately search for the nearest airport to land. The co-pilot had barely finished speaking when a mechanical voice announced. Autopilot disengaged. Transitioning to manual flight control. Typically, passenger aircraft operate on autopilot, with the captain and first officer only needing to handle emergencies. But now, the captain had deliberately disengaged the autopilot and was actively maneuvering the aircraft into a steep dive. What are you doing? Stop it immediately. Alarms blared as the first officer turned pale with shock. A mountain loomed just ahead. At this descent rate, the plane would inevitably crash into the mountain range. An unquestionably suicidal act. Yet the captain showed no sign of stopping. Instead, as if possessed, he continued to steer the plane toward its doom. 397, this is the control tower. The aircraft is in a steep dive. What's happening? Repeating, 397, the aircraft is in a steep dive. Take immediate action. The air traffic control tower had initiated an emergency communication. Yet the captain remained unresponsive, his mind already under the control of the demonic sorcerer. Stop. Stop this immediately. The co-pilot lunged forward to stop this madness, but he couldn't pull the aircraft back up. The plane continued its descent. By now, the passengers were reeling from the dizzying motion. One crisis followed another as screams and cries filled the cabin, many passengers left bruised and battered from the jolt. Chen Nian sat in his seat, frowning. He knew all this was directed at him. The demon god of deception knew he posed the greatest threat and had deliberately set this trap specifically to deal with him. If the plane truly crashed, only extraordinary beings like him and Tang Rou would survive. The hundreds of ordinary passengers would have no chance. The plane is falling. Tang Rou trembled as she spoke. Even in this moment of extreme crisis, she noticed Chen Nian's expression remained utterly unflustered, calm to a frightening degree. Simply looking at him instilled a sense of security. Go check the cockpit. I'll figure something out. Chen Nian knew full well the plane was hurtling toward a mountain range at suicidal speed. He closed his eyes, channeling every ounce of energy and strength into invoking the spirit-spelled sky-diving serpent. The invisible serpent instantly swelled to immense proportions, its coiled body nearly encircling the entire fuselage as it lifted the plane back into the sky. The plane grazed the mountainside, slowly returning to a safe altitude. Meanwhile, Tang Rou burst into the captain's cockpit, using her ability to lull the frantic pilot into a deep sleep. Only then could the co-pilot regain control of the aircraft. The crisis was finally averted. With Chen Nian's constant escort, the plane successfully made an emergency landing at the airport, where fire trucks and ambulances quickly arrived. This crisis could only be described as a miracle. And the architect of this miracle was Chen Nian. To avoid media attention, Chen Nian had already departed with Tang Rou upon landing. The two were now flying back to Linhai City. Are you okay, boss? Seeing Chen Nian remain silent, Tang Rou couldn't help but ask with concern. I'm fine. It's just that he's still achieved his goal. What goal? To drain my power, Chen Nian replied calmly. After the battle at the temple and this latest crisis, his extraordinary power was nearly depleted. Indeed, that was precisely the deceitful demon god's objective. The demon island was about to open, and with Chen Nian's power depleted, he was already at a disadvantage from the start.
Then, what will you do? It doesn't matter.
Even without supernatural power, I can still fight using pure physical strength. I'll still make it into the demon island.
Chen Nian added, oh, right, I actually have another reason for seeking you out. My sister recently became a transcendent being. After the demon island, you could offer her some guidance. The boss's sister? Sure thing. Final 2-hour countdown to Demon Island.
Countless large ships, cruise liners, and warships had already gathered around this colossal island. These were powerful transcendents from all corners of Dragon Nation. Demon Island is an exclusive territory of the Dragon Nation, accessible only to extraordinary beings of Tier 2 or higher. Within lie even more formidable monsters, yielding greater experience points and powerful gear, drawing all to rush in, desperate to be among the first to enter.
Chen Nian, Yi Hongling, Su Jinyu, Zhao Yixue, and others had all arrived. Chapter 117, Night Falls, Monsters Rampage. Demon Island officially opened. Over 10,000 extraordinary beings surged forward. For a moment, the sky was filled with a dense swarm of figures, like locusts. Chen Nian also entered the Demon Island from the sky. While others might have come to level up or obtain high-quality gear, he had only one goal in mind, to slay the cunning demon god atop the demon tower. Unexpectedly, the moment he entered, he was forcibly teleported to a small island. It wasn't just Chen Nian, everyone who entered Demon Island was randomly teleported to one of these islands. Surrounding him were many unfamiliar faces, and their numbers kept growing. What's going on? How did I end up here?
I was with my companions just now, where are they?
Are your phones working? Mine's not responding.
No. It seems all electronic devices lose function. Look, these smaller islands surround the main island of Tianma Island, just like stars orbiting the moon. Just as everyone was looking puzzled, a string of golden text appeared before their eyes.
Island, 100. Island durability, 10,000.
Rules, all extraordinary beings are randomly assigned to one of 100 islands.
Each monster attack consumes durability. When all islands are destroyed, Demon Island sinks. So there are 100 islands total, and we have to protect them from having their durability reduced to 0? Yes. If all 100 islands are destroyed, we lose the battle for Demon Island. Look behind us. Monsters in the sea. People whipped around to see monsters crawling out of the churning sea. These creatures were mutated sea lifeforms, blue-skinned, grotesquely deformed, yet radiating extreme ferocity and aggressive intent. Demonized Sea Demon, Tier 2, Level 20. They began attacking the island. HP 5. Durability 5. Stop them. Charge. There are also mutated sharks in the water ramming the island.
Everyone wasted no time, launching attacks to eliminate every sea monster approaching the island while earning a generous wave of experience points. Who knew this would yield so much XP?
But the cost is that our island's durability dropped by 200. No big deal, we'll just be more careful later. These sea monsters seem to attack endlessly. But if we keep defending here, how will we explore Demon Sky Island? Our ultimate goal is to conquer the Demon Sky Tower.
So we need to divide our members wisely. A man clad in leather armor raised his arm and declared, everyone, we must split into 2 teams. One team will defend the island here, while the other heads out to explore Demon Island. Of course, volunteers to stay and defend can step forward.
Few were willing to stay. Everyone knew the Demon Island held far more valuable loot and gear.
In the end, they resorted to drawing lots with small stones. The people on Island 100 were divided into the guard group and the exploration group.
Chen Nian was unfortunately assigned to the guard group. He didn't mind. He needed to gradually restore his extraordinary powers anyway. Hunting these attacking sea monsters would also grant experience points for leveling up.
He could treat it as a period of recuperation.
The question is, how do we reach the central demon tower?
Everyone looked up to see the towering black structure standing at the heart of Demon Island, radiating a dark purple glow.
Can't we just fly over? If we could fly over, someone would have done it already. Clearly, it's not possible. New rules have been announced. Rule 2, hunt monsters on outer islands to collect essence.
Once a certain quantity of essence is gathered, all members on that island gain access to the inner islands.
Got it. So our exploration team needs to head out to hunt monsters and collect those essence shards.
Thanks for the hard work, guard team.
We'll give it our all.
The leather-clad leader laughed heartily.
Everyone, let's go. We won't be idle either. Protect the island. We absolutely cannot let it fall.
The other islands adopted similar measures. This was a war where defense demanded relentless offense.
Evening approached. The sunset could be clearly seen over the western mountains from the island.
Under Guo Shan's leadership, the members of Island 100 had reaped a rich harvest, hunting down over a dozen powerful monsters and collecting numerous monster essences.
Guo Shan suggested, everyone, night is falling. Visibility will be limited after dark. We should head back to the island sooner rather than later. I still have energy. I don't feel like going back. Let's just keep hunting monsters tonight. Yeah, the monsters here give great XP. I even got 2 awesome pieces of gear I almost don't want to leave, huh? Good thing I didn't stay behind on the island, it's too boring. Guo Shan's thick, dark brows furrowed. Don't talk like that.
Those who stayed behind are our brothers in arms too.
Everyone contributed.
Just then, a crimson alert flashed across their screens. Warning, at nightfall, all monsters on Demon Island will enter a berserk state. All attributes will increase significantly, and they will become extremely aggressive. Only the small island remains a safe zone. After a brief silence, everyone's faces turned deathly pale. Monsters become significantly stronger at night? This is bad. It's getting dark. Back to the island immediately. Guo Shan bellowed. The group dared not delay, fleeing for their lives toward the location of Island 100. Night had fallen. The people on Island 100 waited anxiously, their eyes fixed on the horizon, hoping for the return of the exploration team.
Why aren't they back yet? It's completely dark now. The monsters will become much stronger. They couldn't have died on the island, could they?
Chen Nian, too, gazed into the distant forest, his mind racing with possibilities. If the entire expedition team were wiped out like this, it would deal a severe blow to Island 100.
He couldn't handle both defense and offense alone. Something's moving.
Everyone snapped their heads around. A group of people rushed out from within. It was the exploration team.
Something's wrong. They're being hunted.
Behind them, a monster was hot on their heels.
Demon Ape Frenzied Tier 2, Level 50.
It was an enormous black ape, its pupils blood red, muscles bulging, radiating a palpable sense of overwhelming power.
Run! Don't look back! Guo Shan bellowed.
But just then, a frail man stumbled and fell, tripped by a stone. Just as the demon ape's heavy fist was about to smash down, a massive steel shield suddenly appeared before the man, narrowly blocking the attack. It was Guo Shan, a great shield knight.
Run! Thank you!
The frail man scrambled away, rolling and crawling as he fled. One by one, the group returned to the small island. Once inside the safe zone, they breathed a collective sigh of relief, feeling a weight lifted from their shoulders.
What do we do? He hasn't made it in yet. Brother Guo, hurry in.
But Guo Shan was pinned down by the demon ape's iron fist, drenched in sweat, nearly at his limit.
The next second, his hand bones might shatter, crushed into pulp. It's over. The monsters at night are terrifying, even the knights can't hold them off.
Hurry and save him. But these people only spoke words, not a single one dared to step outside.
They were all strangers to each other who would risk their life for someone they didn't know?
No one dared step half a step beyond the island's perimeter.
The island was an absolute safe zone.
Beyond the island lay hell. At that very moment, a figure shot out like a cannonball.
It was Chen Nian. Chapter 118, Chen Nian, who says I'm tired? Chen Nian shot out like a cannonball.
Even without drawing upon his extraordinary powers, his physical speed remained blazing fast, bolstered by his high attributes. A punch packing 10,000 Gene of force slammed into the demon ape's massive fist from the side, instantly sending the behemoth crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar.
This guy's strength is terrifying? Holy! Are you serious? With skills this strong, he's actually serving as a guard here? What a waste of talent. While everyone was stunned by Chen Nian's power, he had already rescued Guo Shan. The small island was a safe zone. Monsters on land couldn't attack, only those from the sea could.
We're safe.
Thank God. Are you all okay?
Still shaken, Guo Shan looked up at Chen Nian, his gaze meeting the young man's handsome face.
Thanks, buddy, he bowed deeply. No need to thank me.
You were just trying to save others, Chen Nian replied casually.
Impressive, young man. You must be some kind of agile warrior, right? So fast and strong, huh? Yeah, you really can't judge a book by its cover. Thanks to you. Guo Shan didn't dwell on his earlier peril.
Rising, he called out, everyone, put all the monster essences we got today into it.
Let's see how much we've collected.
One by one, the group placed their monster essences into the stone lion statue.
Prompts began popping up one after another. Essence energy plus 0.3%. Essence energy plus 0.2%.
Essence energy plus 0.4%.
Finally, after everyone had placed their essences inside. Current essence energy 4%. Ha! We've killed so many monsters, and that's all we've gained? We need 100% energy to qualify for the inner island. How long will that take? Even if we gain this much energy every day, it'll still take over 20 days and we need rest too. At least a month. Sigh, it's because our team lacks strong members. Otherwise, we'd have gained way more than this. At that moment, Guishan turned his gaze to Chen Nian. Brother, I'm just a knight. I'm not suited for exploration and combat. How about I take on guard duty, and you take my place?
Sure. To be safe, Chen Nian had already scanned them with his heavenly eye. None of these people were humanoid calamity beasts.
They were ordinary humans. Great. With you joining us, our essence gathering speed will skyrocket tomorrow. Everyone, get a good night's rest and recharge your energy. Outside, the enraged demon ape hadn't departed yet when suddenly a bull demon rhinoceros charged out. The two monsters locked eyes and began fighting. The ground cracked and shattered, rocks flew everywhere, sending chills down everyone's spine. Holy crap, the monsters at night are terrifying. Yeah. Thank goodness the island is a safe zone, or we'd all be toast. Just as everyone was expressing their shock, they saw Chen Nian heading outside. Someone rushed forward to stop him. Brother? Have you lost your mind? This progress is too slow. I'm going out to collect some essence. The word sent a chill through the group. Wait, haven't you seen those two berserk monsters outside? Their stats have skyrocketed. Going out now is suicide. Yeah, no need to risk your life at night. Just go out during the day. Guishan added, Bro, we know you're strong, but there's no need to put yourself in danger. Play it safe. It's fine. Chen Nian shook his head and stepped outside the island's safe zone. Bro, you. Hey. Why won't you listen? That's reckless, it's just not worth it. No one dared to chase after him. They could only watch Chen Nian's retreating figure from behind. Until Chen Nian drew near the two monsters. Both creatures halted their attacks simultaneously, locking onto the insignificant human. Seems their hatred for humans runs deeper. Without a word, the demon ape charged forward, its powerful limbs propelling it like an unstoppable war machine. The ox demon rhino followed suit, its two crimson horns glowing as it charged forward with unstoppable momentum. Chen Nian did not activate his word spirit. Currently in the midst of power recovery, he didn't want to waste his extraordinary abilities carelessly. Otherwise, facing the deceptive demon god, victory would be difficult. Chen Nian charged toward the ox demon rhino first, leaping upward to seize the crimson horn from the side. Every ounce of his strength erupted in that instant. Come to me. Gripping the horn, he forcibly swung the ox demon rhino in a wide arc, slamming it head-on into the charging demon ape. Crash! The two colossal beasts collided, both suffering severe injuries. The scene left everyone utterly dumbfounded. What the hell kind of terrifying power is this? No, that's redirecting force. What masterful combat technique. This guy is definitely no ordinary person. As the two monsters lay wounded and weakened, Chen Nian wasted no time waiting for their recovery. He swiftly drew the dragon's roar blade and plunged it through each heart in a single strike. Genetic energy plus 4,000. Genetic energy plus 4,100. As the monsters fell, blue energy essences immediately dropped, absorbed by Chen Nian. Damn, that's insane, bro, someone on the island roared. Ha ha ha, that's insane. He's definitely a close combat master. He even took down the night monsters. He's the real monster here. Chen Nian gave the islanders a slight nod before continuing deeper into the island. The night was still long. The next morning, as the sun rose in the east, everyone on Island 100 anxiously awaited Chen Nian's return. Chen Nian did not disappoint their hopes, returning safely. Did you notice? That guy barely got hurt. No injuries from close combat? That's impossible. Who knows how many essence fragments he collected? If he got even 1%, that'd be impressive. After all of us during the day only managed 4%. Guishan, seeing Chen Nian return, immediately came forward to greet him. You've worked hard, brother. Put all these essence shards in here. All right. The monster essences Chen Nian brought back were placed into the stone statue one after another, and the progress bar began to rise. After all essences were placed. Current essence progress, 10%. This scene nearly stunned everyone into speechlessness. Is this real? Already at 10%? Holy crap. Doesn't that mean he alone collected 6%? Damn it. It took dozens of us all day just to get 4%. This is insane. The islanders were first utterly stunned, then overcome with wild joy, and finally erupted into cheers. With Chen Nian's presence, the overall progress of Island 100 would accelerate dramatically. What was originally estimated to take a month could now be shortened to just 10 days. So our island has a powerhouse after all. Bro, get some rest. Chen Nian, who said I'm tired? Chapter 119, Zhao Hold Me. Day 3 of Tianma Island's opening. On Chen Nian's Island 100, the essence energy had already reached 22%, with his efforts being the primary contributor. Of course, Chen Nian's gains were substantial too. His level had risen by roughly 20 tiers. Chen Nian, Word Spirit Sage Unique. Genetic Tier, Tier 2 Level 1. Gene Tier, Tier 2 Level 20. Constitution, 263. Agility, 224. Superiority, 245. Attack bonus, 610. Defense bonus, 820. Combat rating, 108 stars.
Simultaneously, as his level increases, Chen Nian continues to awaken additional ordinary word spirits. Sequence 51 Wind Spirit Bind summons countless wind spirits to restrain enemies. Sequence 60 Giant Spirit Shield summons a giant spirit shield to block one attack in front.
Of course, Chen Nian also acquired several fine pieces of equipment.
However, due to the sheer luxury of his current gear, there's nothing suitable to replace it for now, so they remain stored in the warehouse.
At that moment, Chen Nian and his companions had just finished hunting down a monster. We've been on this demon island for days now, and we haven't encountered any other extraordinary beings? Yeah, this demon island is huge. We only dare to stay near the small island, or else we won't make it back to the safe zone before dark. It's no surprise we haven't run into anyone else. Ah, it's getting dark again. Let's head back.
At nightfall, monsters grow frenzied, and most dare not linger outside.
Chen Nian remained motionless. You guys head back first. I'll explore a bit further. Alright, then.
Be careful, brother.
Safety first. The others trusted Chen Nian's abilities and didn't try to dissuade him, so they began their return journey.
But after Chen Nian had walked far ahead, a tall, thin man in a gray shirt suddenly spoke up.
Guys, are you really satisfied with this? What do you mean? He's so much stronger than us. Even if we make it to the inner island, he'll get all the benefits. We weaklings will probably just be cannon fodder. Stronger gets more, isn't that just how it is? What's there to resent?
But we have a chance to grow stronger too. The gray-shirted man suddenly smiled.
I've been thinking about something these past days. These monster essences hold immense power, why can't we absorb it? What?
At this, the group gasped in horror. Everyone had assumed the monster essences were meant to secure entry to the inner island, never that they could be absorbed.
Truth be told, I absorbed a small fragment of a monster essence yesterday.
I distinctly felt my power increase.
With this, why should we worry about not becoming stronger?
The man in the gray shirt spread his arms wide, as if delivering a passionate speech, unaware that black bloodshot veins were already spreading across his pupils.
In this day and age, who doesn't crave power? With power comes wealth, status, influence, fame, and beautiful women. Especially, many here were workers crushed by society. Who wouldn't want to rise overnight and become someone above others?
These words held a certain allure.
I still think we shouldn't absorb monster essences lightly. There are bound to be side effects. Yeah, we might turn into monsters ourselves. Coward. If you're afraid, just admit it. Stop making up lame excuses. What did you say?
The group nearly came to blows over this, but seeing nightfall approaching, they decided to return to the safety of the island first. Chen Nian remained unaware of these events.
Night fell. All the monsters on the island saw their attributes surge dramatically, plunging into a frenzied rage.
The ground trembled with the sound of their rampage everywhere.
Sounds like a fight up ahead? Chen Nian was taken aback.
He hadn't expected anyone else to be out at this hour, and whoever it was must be a formidable opponent.
He didn't venture out recklessly.
Instead, he hid behind some bushes and peered out, finally catching sight of the figure. Under the bright moon, a slender figure stood shrouded in icy coldness, frost clinging to her form. Long hair flowing freely, her exquisite face devoid of any unnecessary expression, a breathtaking beauty.
Who else could it be but Zhao Yixue?
She was locked in battle with a high-level ghost howling tiger. Yet it was a one-sided slaughter.
Soon, countless terrifying ice spikes pierced the monster's body, and its spirit essence rolled out.
Watching her fight was like admiring a work of art.
Even Chen Nian couldn't help but stare in awe. Zhao Yixue, Su Jinyu, Yi Hongling, each possessed unique brilliance, none inferior to the others. Who?
Zhao Yixue was surrounded by a cold aura that allowed her to sense temperature differences. If someone else was present, the distinct temperature shift would be immediately detected by her. Before the words had even finished echoing, dozens of ice blades were already descending toward Chen Nian's hiding place.
Stop, it's me.
Chen Nian reluctantly stepped out, thinking to himself that this girl was still as hot-headed as ever. Seeing Chen Nian walk toward her, Zhao Yixue froze for a moment, her beautiful eyes fluttering. Then her slender frame went limp, losing her balance, she stumbled into Chen Nian's arms. A wave of fragrance washed over him as her icy jade-like body pressed against his chest.
Chen Nian could only form a question mark in his mind. I'm hurt, Zhao Yixue stated flatly. Where are you hurt? That monster didn't even touch you. I'm hurt. So where exactly are you hurt? Let me see. Carry me. Sis, your acting is really terrible. With no other choice, Chen Nian had to wrap his arms around her shoulders and pull her close. Thank goodness Su Jinyu wasn't around. Cough cough. Which island are you on? Chen Nian asked. Hold me tighter. I'm cold. You're an ice-type ability user, how the hell could you possibly feel cold? Chen Nian tightened his embrace. Island 72. How much essence energy have you collected? 40%. That fast? Chen Nian exclaimed in surprise. I like it slower too. Zhao Yixue murmured softly. I suspect you're driving, but I have no proof. Chen Nian realized that dealing with someone like Xiaoqi innocent and naive was far easier. With someone like Zhao Yixue, a twisted, obsessive psychopath who knew what twisted logic she operated on. What are your plans now? Chen Nian pressed. You can hold me until tomorrow morning. Chen Nian was speechless. Any other options? There's a nearby underground cavern. We could explore it together. Sounds good. Chen Nian agreed immediately. Let's go. But Zhao Yixue didn't budge. Instead, she clung to his embrace and lifted her slender index finger, pointing in a certain direction. That way. What do you mean? I'm hurt. Carry me. Fine, let's play this out to the end. Chen Nian had no choice but to lift Zhao Yixue in a princess carry. Following her direction for a while, he finally spotted the entrance to the underground chamber. This is it. A patchy stone staircase stretched deep into the earth. At the end lay an ancient stone door. Pitch black, damp, gloomy. It was clearly no place for humans. But the more forbidding the place, the more likely it was to hold something valuable. Chen Nian knew this all too well. Chapter 120, The Cursed Cavern. The two pushed open the stone door. A cloud of dust billowed out, proof that this place had been sealed away for ages. As soon as they stepped through, the door slammed shut behind them. Simultaneously, text appeared before their eyes. You have entered the cursed cavern. They exchanged a glance and pressed forward. As for the so-called injury from earlier, it had already been forgotten. By gaming logic, such hidden places usually held treasures, and with their abilities, they feared no danger. Eerie blue lamps flickered along the cavern walls, casting a faint glow that barely illuminated the surroundings. Corners were thick with cobwebs, and the occasional skeleton lay scattered about. A figure suddenly materialized ahead. Without a word, the figure charged toward them. Only upon closing in did they finally make out its face. Pointed ears protruded from a face covered in pulsing blue veins beneath dark, bluish-black skin. Though its limbs were proportioned like a human's, the sight was utterly terrifying. Demon Man, Tier 2, Level 30. Whoosh! An ice spike pierced the monster mid-air, snuffing out its life. Zhao Yixue showed no mercy in her strike. Strange, no spirit essence dropped. Chen Nian exclaimed in surprise. By all logic, every monster on Demon Island should drop a soul essence upon death. This one didn't. Highly unusual. Zhao Yixue pressed forward. Fear was not an emotion she possessed. Along the way, they passed through several stone chambers, encountering numerous similar demon men, all of which Zhao Yixue dispatched with ease. Chen Nian got a taste of what it meant to win by default. So this was what it felt like to tag along with a pro. Finally, the pair reached the end, a door shrouded in black mist. A sinister mist-shrouded gate. On the stone wall beside it, large characters written in black red ink read, Escape. Chen Nian glanced at it. It truly seemed written in blood, radiating an intensely ominous aura. But standing here were the world's strongest, the Silent One and Luo Shui. Others might flee, but they certainly would not. The only place in this entire cavern that could possibly hold treasure was undoubtedly behind that mist gate. Or perhaps it held a powerful monster whose defeat would yield exceptional gear. In any case, risk came with reward. Chen Nian and his companion were determined to venture inside and find out. I'll go first. Chen Nian showed his gentlemanly side, volunteering to take the risk first. Zhao Yixue was momentarily taken aback by his unexpected concern, a fleeting, almost imperceptible flicker of joy dancing in her eyes. The two entered the mist gate one after the other. Inside lay a vast cavern. 3 faint blue wall lamps hung on the walls, outlining the dim, damp space. A putrid stench permeated the air, and scattered fragments of white bones littered the floor. Chen Nian discovered a spine-chilling truth. These bones seemed to belong to humans. Someone's coming, someone's coming. A hoarse whisper echoed from ahead. Watch out. Both men immediately prepared for battle. Approaching from ahead was another demon man. But unlike the lowly foot soldiers outside, this demon's aura was undeniably more powerful. Kill me. Kill me. He snarled, suddenly charging forward. His speed was blindingly fast, like a phantom. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Zhao Yixue, a pitch-black dagger plunging toward her eye. Zhao Yixue didn't react in time, but Chen Nian did. He swung his dragon's roar blade horizontally to block the attack in front of Zhao Yixue. Clang! Sparks erupted in the darkness. Though the strike was blocked, the demonic figure showed no pause. Rolling backward, it leapt and charged forward again. Its movements flowed like water, possessing an almost pleasing fluidity. And this time, he split into 3 identical clones, attacking Chen Nian from 3 directions simultaneously. Chen Nian! Zhao Yixue! Both were simultaneously stunned. The reason for their shock was that this monster's ability clearly originated from the assassin talent Shadow Dancer, the triple Shadow Strike. How could this be? A monster wielding an advanced Shadow Dancer ability? Chen Nian had intended to conserve his strength, but at this moment, he had no choice but to activate the Heavenly Eye. Under the Heavenly Eye, nothing could hide. He immediately spotted its true form. Behind you.
It turned out all three shadows were decoys of feint while the true target was Zhao Yixue.
Zhao Yixue heard Chen Nian's warning. Whoosh!
A massive ice lotus suddenly bloomed from her back.
Countless ice spikes pierced the demon's body, staining the petals black. At that moment, Chen Nian's thunder dragon blade arrived, piercing through its chest. Their coordination remained as seamless as ever, making defeating this monster effortless. But then, a bizarre scene unfolded.
After being pierced through the chest, the demonic being actually revealed a look of relief on its face, murmuring two words.
Thank you.
Then it fell completely silent.
Genetic energy plus 16,239.
Though they gained experience points, both were deeply puzzled. What exactly was this monster? Earlier, they'd been too preoccupied with the fight to explore. Now, they began to carefully examine the vast cavern.
There's a treasure chest, Zhao Yixue remarked. She didn't open it, waiting instead for Chen Nian to approach. To her, it didn't matter whether Chen Nian or she took what was inside. What mattered was that they could strengthen their bond. Chen Nian didn't hesitate, opening the chest right away. Inside were 3 items. A box. A key broken into 2 pieces. A letter. Chen Nian opened the box first, and his pupils instantly filled with light. Inside were nothing but monster essences. At least several dozen of them. Then he began reading the long sealed letter. If you entered alone, congratulations, you may take these items and leave safely. But if you entered this cursed cavern with companions, then you're done for. Only one person can leave alive. You must kill all your companions. I consumed vast quantities of monster essences. I grew stronger, but I became a monster myself. I killed over a dozen companions. Ha 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 ha. I'm already a monster, what's the point of going out? Please, someone kill me, kill me. After reading the letter, Chen Nian felt a chill run down his spine. So that monster earlier was actually a human. No wonder he possessed those abilities. No wonder he said thank you when killed, it was his long-awaited liberation. No, to be precise, every monster in this cursed cavern was once human. Absorbing monster essences granted immense power, but surpassing a certain threshold transformed one into a true monster. But what troubled Chen Nian even more was another line. Only one person can ever escape this cursed cave alive. Chapter 121, what the hell are you being shy for? Only one person can ever leave this cursed cave alive. After reading this sentence, Chen Nian immediately grabbed the items and urgently shouted. Let's go. The two hurried toward the misty gate at the cave's entrance. But the seemingly ethereal mist had solidified into an impenetrable iron wall, blocking their path completely. Zhao Yixue raised her palm and struck out. A sharp ice spike shot out, yet it failed to pierce the mist gate. Instead, it shattered instantly. Chen Nian's expression grew more solemn. He swung the dragon shock blade, delivering a downward strike. It too was violently repelled. This was a legendary weapon, yet it too couldn't breach this gate? Try somewhere else, Chen Nian said. They didn't necessarily have to leave through the mist gate. Destroying the surrounding rock walls could also provide an escape route. Chen Nian and Zhao Yixue split up, attempting to breach the rock walls and escape. Yet, after dozens of tries, they achieved nothing. How could this be? It's the cave's curse, only one person who enters can leave. Zhao Yixue pondered for a moment, then we won't leave. Chen Nian, huh? The girl looked utterly serious as she declared, we can get married and have children right here in this cave. Chen Nian, huh? It's pitch black and eerie in here, with bones scattered everywhere. Are you serious, girl? This is terrifying. Stop joking around. We should figure out how to get out of here. Chen Nian couldn't help but twitch his lips. I'm not joking. I get the logic, but what the hell are we supposed to eat in here? We can buy food from the trading space. That seems unaffected, Zhao Yixue said. Are you seriously studying this stuff with such deadpan seriousness? This way, you'll be mine forever. This Yandere girl is terrifying. Under these circumstances, Chen Nian could no longer hold back his power. He prepared to play his final trump card. Standing before the mist gate, golden light suddenly flared in Chen Nian's pupils. Spell of words, Judgment Golden Sword. The judgment domain could sever even temperature itself. He hoped it would breach this mist gate. But the outcome was far beyond Chen Nian's expectations. The judgment domain collided with the mist gate. Two terrifying forces clashed fiercely, locked in an intense stalemate. The extraordinary power within Chen Nian rapidly depleted under this relentless clash. He dared not sustain the word spirit any longer. This drain was unsustainable. This proved that judgment held the potential to forcibly break the cave's curse. It was merely that his transcendent power wasn't strong enough, falling just short. Damn it, we really can't get out. Chen Nian turned to see Zhao Yixue still wearing that expressionless face. Then let's rest for a bit, she said. You call that resting? You're trying to get me pregnant. Chen Nian didn't even bother to call her out on it. You're so stunningly beautiful, a perfectly composed, aloof young beauty. How could your thoughts be so ahead of the curve? Chen Nian sat down, pondering a plan.
Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the broken key.
Maybe this is the key to breaking the deadlock?
But it's broken now, who knows what it was even for?
Wait, perhaps I can try to repair it.
Chen Nian began chanting intricate incantations in his mind. A white light flared in his palm, coalescing into a crystal-like rhombic light crystal.
Sequence 125 Primordial World.
This incantation can restore broken objects to their original state.
The rhombic light crystal enveloped the broken key.
A miraculous sight unfolded, the broken mirror was mended, and the fractured key restored to its original form.
Witnessing this, Zhao Yishue's eyes lit up with astonishment. Could this power also make something that had gone soft hard again? She wondered. This thing. Chen Nian examined the key's properties.
Evolution Key Legendary One-Time Item. Upon use, unconditionally evolves any evolvable ability.
Unconditional ability evolution. This effect alone made it a god-tier item.
Many innate abilities possess evolution effects, yet their conditions are notoriously stringent, making them exceedingly difficult to achieve.
Chen Nian currently possessed one such evolvable ability.
After evolving the word Spirit Primordial World, it retains its original effect while gaining the inverted ability Source Annihilation World.
Both target inanimate objects, one restores, the other destroys.
If the ability evolves, it might just break through this curse.
Should I use it then? Chen Nian shot a questioning glance at Zhao Yishue. No. Why not? This is something we discovered together. Why should you get it? Zhao Yishue said earnestly. Unless you kiss me. Chen Nian. This condition really suits your personality.
If we're talking about simplicity, this condition is way too easy. But on the other hand, having a top-tier beauty waiting for you to kiss her, especially when she's the one initiating it, is a huge win. Yet Chen Nian inexplicably felt like he was getting the short end of the stick. Still, the kiss must be given.
To get out of here, he'd do anything no matter how outrageous. Chen Nian said nothing more, simply leaning down to kiss Zhao Yishue's forehead.
Her forehead was smooth, her skin as delicate as snow, cool and refreshing like a chilled dessert.
Chen Nian didn't overstep, he touched and withdrew. Is that enough? Why, yes.
Zhao Yishue turned her head away, a rare blush spreading across her snow-white cheeks.
Just a moment ago she was talking about having kids, and now you're blushing over a kiss on the forehead?
Turns out this girl was just talking big, her feelings were still pretty pure. After finishing the intimate business, Chen Nian could finally get down to the real task.
Activate. He directly activated the evolution key.
Spell Primordial World successfully evolved, acquiring the reverse ability Source Annihilation World.
Evolution successful. Chen Nian was overjoyed. Next, let's try it again.
P.S. Some friends mentioned forgetting the effects of the word spirits, so here's a quick recap.
Special word spirit.
Tier 1 Ultimate Word Spirit Lion Flame summons a colossal flaming lion with immense destructive power.
Standard spells. Sequence 10 Lightning Bolt summons a bolt of thunder. Sequence 19 Flame Burst summons an explosive flame.
Sequence 30 Wind Thunder Flash, swift ground movement resembling wind and thunder. Sequence 33 Wind Demon Slash summons a wind blade with exceptional cutting power. Sequence 44 Invisible Shadow, invisibility. Sequence 49 Wind Cannon concentrates wind pressure before firing, delivering powerful single-point destruction. Sequence 51 Wind Spirit Bind summons wind spirits to restrain enemies. Sequence 60 Giant Spirit Shield summons a giant spirit shield to block one attack. Rare word spirits. Sequence 53 Void Darting Serpent summons an ethereal serpent with multiple applications. Sequence 99 Phantom Void Art, short-range spatial displacement, enabling aerial flight. Sequence 101 Heaven's Mandate, Sun increases constitution by 30%, restores injuries, Moon increases agility by 30%, restores stamina, Stars increases supernatural by 30%, restores supernatural power.
Black Sun indiscriminately destroys everything nearby.
Sequence 121 Judgment Golden Sword, passes judgment on all, capable of both offense and defense. Sequence 122 Divine Eye, perceives all illusions.
Sequence 125 Primordial World, Restoration. Source Annihilation World, Destruction.
Sequence 127 Death God, enters Death God possession state, drastically increasing attack power and movement speed.
Chapter 122, Chance Encounter with the Guild Sister.
Chen Nian arrived before the Mist Gate. He unleashed his newly evolved word spirit, Source Extinction World.
A black light rhombus appeared in his palm. A profound black, utterly pure black, carrying an ominous and destructive aura. Even Chen Nian himself, the one wielding it, felt a faint pang of dread. He slowly extended his hand, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. The black light rhombus collided with the Mist Gate. In an instant, the profound darkness crawled up like ghostly insects. Then, the entire Mist Gate exploded with a thunderous roar. The gate opened. True to its reputation as a high-risk word spirit designed to deal with inanimate objects, its effect in this regard was even more powerful than judgment. Ah! Zhao Yixue sighed. Why are you sighing? Nothing. Chen Nian led Zhao Yixue out of the cursed cavern. Of course, the vast amount of essence spirits in that box was split evenly between the two of them. I'll head back first, Chen Nian said. I need to hurry back and warn those people not to absorb essence spirits carelessly. Otherwise, they'll end up turning into monsters. Alright. When will we meet again?
Chen Nian thought for a moment and smiled.
When we tackle the demon tower at the island's center, we'll naturally meet again.
With that, he made no further delay. Under the serene moonlight, Zhao Yixue watched Chen Nian's departing figure in silence. She touched her forehead, as if lost in thought. Only after a long while did she return to her own island.
Island 100.
At this very moment, a major upheaval had already unfolded on the island. Knight Guozhuang held his great shield, staring in disbelief at the figures before him.
He never imagined humans would be fighting amongst themselves. Are you out of your minds? Absorbing the essence energy of these monsters? What's wrong with that?
We'll become stronger, it benefits everyone, doesn't it? The man in the gray shirt chuckled.
Look at yourselves now. You're already losing your human rationality. This essence energy was painstakingly gathered by everyone. I absolutely will not let you take it. Foolish, outdated trash, just die already.
The gray-shirted man and his group absorbed a small portion of the monster essence, growing significantly stronger. Guozhuang's guard unit struggled desperately to hold them off, utterly outmatched. Even he, a knight with high defense, was beaten back, coughing up blood.
At that moment, Chen Nian returned.
Spotting the clash from afar, he flashed to the center of the fray, his cold gaze sweeping over the figures before him.
What's going on? Brother, you're back.
They're trying to absorb the essence energy trapped within the stone statue. They've gone mad in their quest for power.
Chen Nian grasped the situation at a glance. He hadn't expected that just as he was preparing to return and warn them, they had already begun. The man in the gray shirt declared, "We just want to become stronger, what's wrong with that? On this island overrun by monsters, only the strong hold sway." Chen Nian replied coldly, "What if I say no? Fine, we know you're powerful, but today, even you won't stop us. Go!"
These men had lost their senses, driven mad.
But attacking Chen Nian was their mistake. The fight erupted. Chen Nian's figure moved like a ghost in the night.
With a few swift blinks, he used his formidable hand-to-hand combat skills to take down every one of them. A crushing defeat, no contest.
I was wrong. We shouldn't have coveted the monster's essence. Please, spare us. Bruised and battered, their bones dislocated, the men began begging for mercy.
The kind-hearted Guoshan also spoke up, "Brother, their crimes don't deserve death.
If you stop now, they might still have a chance to reform. Let them go." Chen Nian said nothing, instead retrieving the large quantity of essence spirits he had just acquired today. Seeing this, their eyes lit up.
Their greed was almost entirely unmasked.
Chen Nian understood, releasing them now would only leave a potential threat behind.
The dragon shock blade drew from its scabbard.
Blade after blade drew blood.
Under the might of this legendary weapon, every one of their hearts was pierced through, and they died. Such swift and decisive action sent shockwaves of terror rippling across the entire island.
Kill without hesitation. What a ruthless man.
Chen Nian looked at the crowd and coldly declared, "From this moment on, anyone who dares to covet the monster's essence will meet the same fate." As time passed, the monsters attacking from the sea grew increasingly powerful.
The defensive pressure on the island intensified.
But Island 100 was holding up relatively well. Its durability had only dropped by just over 1,000 points over the past few days.
Current durability, 8847.
Weaker islands weren't so fortunate. Merely defending was a struggle, let alone venturing out to collect monster essences. Island 08 has been breached.
Island 32 has been breached.
Island 67 has been breached. Such reports have been sounding incessantly these past few days. With the island breached, its inhabitants had lost their nighttime refuge.
Worst of all, they couldn't even leave Demon Island.
They could only wander the mainland like homeless orphans, constantly fearing monster attacks.
Chen Nian checked the current monster essence energy level, 65%.
I hear the monsters attacking lately have grown increasingly ferocious.
Can you hold out? Chen Nian asked Guoshan, the knight who served as the mainstay of the defense. We can. Guoshan's face was etched with exhaustion, yet he answered with a smile. Why don't you take a day off? I'll cover for you. No way.
You're our main monster essence collector, brother.
We can't hold you back. All right. After these days of recovery, Chen Nian's extraordinary powers had mostly returned. Chen Nian continued venturing out to hunt monsters and gather essences. But he still planned to conserve his strength, not using it lightly. For this was merely the outer island. The inner island, the heavenly demon tower, and the demon god still awaited him. The decisive battle with the deceptive art demon god could come at any moment. He must be fully prepared. That evening, Chen Nian ventured to a place he had never explored before. Sure enough, as he delved deeper into the exploration, the likelihood of encountering others grew significantly.
But this time, he didn't encounter a single person, he encountered 2 squads.
One team consisted of 4 members, 3 men and 1 woman.
The other team had 7 members, subtly forming an encircling stance.
Chen Nian didn't rush out recklessly.
Instead, he chose to observe the situation from the shadows first, as they seemed poised to fight.
What do you think you're doing? We're all human.
Our shared goal is to destroy the heavenly demon tower.
Are you really going to attack us?
The larger group burst into laughter.
Don't be so naive, little sister. Don't you understand the situation?
All the islands are in competition with each other. If you don't want to die, leave behind your essence and your finest gear. It turned out the larger group intended to devour the smaller one. It seemed no one could resist the lure of essence.
Chen Nian wasn't surprised by the infighting.
But, that girl looks kinda familiar. Could she be the little sister from our own guild?
Chapter 123, Does he dare come back to seek death?
Though Chen Nian rarely spoke in the group chat, he never missed a chance when girls posted photos. That's why this girl looked familiar. Had he seen her photos in the group before? Her online nickname was
Joga, real name Lu Gu.
She wore a single ponytail, loved working out, had an amazing figure, and was incredibly kind-hearted. Still, Chen Nian wasn't entirely sure, so he decided to watch from the sidelines for now. The 2 groups were on the verge of fighting.
Our island has already been overrun. We're just trying to find a safe place to hide. Do you really need to push us this hard? Lu Gu demanded, her voice trembling.
Her thoughts were pure and simple. She was solely focused on defeating monsters and protecting humanity's home. She believed that as fellow humans, they should stand together through thick and thin. She never imagined that someone would turn on their own kind for profit.
They're in a pretty bad spot, with their island already overrun, Chen Nian thought. But the other group showed no intention of showing mercy. That's none of our concern. Hand over everything of value you're carrying, or don't blame us for being rude.
Hey, your island got overrun, but ours didn't. And we're still desperately short on resources.
7 against 4. They were completely outnumbered. Not to mention, the 3 people by Lu Ji's side weren't powerful, extraordinary beings.
A direct fight was definitely not an option.
What should we do? The man beside Lu Gu was nearly trembling with fear.
But as a member of Mountain River Eternal Peace, Lu Gu had seen it all and remained remarkably composed.
They only want external items. Just give them what they ask for and avoid conflict at all costs.
Here are the monster essences we've stored, plus the gear we've acquired recently, 1 epic tier item and 3 rare tier items.
Take them all.
Lu Gu signaled his teammates with a glance to hand over everything without resistance.
Whoa, quite the haul, huh? Ha! And epic gear too? What a haul! Lu Ji's cold gaze fixed on the greedy group. You have your loot. Now, can you let us go?
No, absolutely not. The leader, the man in the cowboy shirt, laughed loudly. How do I know you haven't secretly kept some for yourselves, or are still wearing even better gear?
You? Lu Gu gritted his teeth in fury at their broken promise. This is absolutely everything. We won't believe you unless you strip down completely and show us there's nothing hidden. Ha 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 ha. A wave of lecherous laughter washed over them. Every man wore a lecherous grin, eyeing Lu Ji's perfectly sculpted physique.
One could easily imagine what fantasies were running through their minds.
You bastards. Yeah, we're bastards, haha.
We've been fighting on this island for so many days, haven't seen a woman in ages.
I'm so damn horny I can't stand it. Yeah, bro, I was so desperate for a woman last night I couldn't sleep. This is hell.
You stay behind and help us guys relieve some psychological pressure.
The rest of you can get lost.
Having obtained the essence and gear, this group revealed their even filthier intentions.
Human desire is truly endless. Lu Ji's face flushed crimson with rage as his fists clenched tightly. Let's fight them. Just as she prepared to fight to the death, several teammates took several steps back. Lu Gu, you guys?
They want you.
I'm leaving first.
You're so beautiful, they probably won't kill you.
Come on, let's go. Don't blame us, we had no choice.
The 3 teammates fled in a panic, quickly disappearing from sight. In that moment, Lu Gu felt utterly hopeless. She never imagined that the camaraderie forged through days of fighting side by side would prove worthless in the face of danger. Lu Gu was exceptionally warm-hearted within the guild. Whenever newcomers had questions, she'd help them out, acting as a kind of confidant figure, always eager to assist. She had looked out for her companions these past days, and her selfless nature made her all the more baffled by these selfish people.
Little sister, now you're all alone. What a pity. See?
Those men can't be trusted.
Come join us brothers instead.
Exactly. Make us happy, and we'll even let you take refuge on our island.
It's a win-win for everyone, why not? Lu Gu showed no reaction to these filthy words.
Her heart had grown utterly cold. Now, she only wanted to fight these people to the bitter end.
Go ahead and try, see if women are easy to bully. You ungrateful. Get her. I love a feisty, damn it.
Just as the fight was about to erupt, the 7 men suddenly found themselves bound to the spot, unable to move.
What the hell? Why can't I move? Something's tied me up, what the hell is this? Me too. Can't break free at all.
Lu Gu, who had been ready to fight to the death, was stunned.
He muttered, this is wind element magic?
Indeed, it was Chen Nian's new word spirit, wind spirit bind. At that moment, Chen Nian emerged from behind the bushes, urgently shouting, quick, follow me. I can't keep them occupied much longer. Lu Gu had no time to think twice. He hurriedly followed the stranger as they fled. Of course, he had no intention of letting these men off the hook. He just felt that dealing with them in the usual way would be too easy on them. It would be best to try something new. The two raced through the forest, covering several kilometers before finally stopping when they felt relatively safe.
Thank you.
Lu Gu gasped, catching his breath.
What should I call you? Just call me Xiao Chen. But you're really brave, stepping in like that.
There were 7 of them.
And we don't even know each other. Ha, not all humans are beasts. There are good people too. Thank you. My name is Lu Gu. You can call me Xiao Lu. Unfortunately, I gave them all my belongings, so I have nothing to repay you with.
No need for repayment.
Could you wait here a little longer?
I came with my companions and need to notify them.
Sure, go ahead. Be careful not to get spotted by that group.
Of course, Chen Nian had no companions. He'd come alone. He made up an excuse on the spot. He just wanted to get back to that group. He already had a brilliant idea in mind.
The duck that was practically in their mouths flew away.
Those guys were furious and searching everywhere.
Damn it, they actually let them get away? That kid's wind magic is surprisingly strong. How did he manage to bind all of us at once? Ha, if he were that strong, he wouldn't have run. Just a clown. Don't let me catch you. Forget it. It's almost dark.
We should head back. The group was about to abandon the chase and head back to their island. Suddenly, a figure approached them with unhurried composure. They stared. It was that kid from earlier.
He dares come back for his death? Chapter 124, I'm not giving myself away. Well, if it isn't the hero who rescued the damsel in distress? He dares come back for more? Interesting.
Several men immediately sealed off all escape routes, preventing Chen Nian from fleeing again.
Where's that woman? Where'd you hide her? Tell us the truth, and we might let you live. Or do you fancy playing with her too? Fine, we'll toss her to you once we're done.
Better to share the fun than keep it all to yourself.
Ha 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 ha. Chen Nian joined in the laughter.
The group instantly felt a chill run down their spines.
We can laugh, but why is he laughing? What's so funny when death is imminent?
Chen Nian had initially intended to use the Grim Reaper to instill fear in them, but that would have been too easy on them.
Wind spirit bind.
Invisible wind spirits drifted forth at Chen Nian's command, binding all of them to the spot.
Night has fallen, Chen Nian declared. Only then did the immobilized captives realize their predicament.
The man before them could bind 7 people single-handedly, proof of his extraordinary power.
Damn it, we can't break free. He hasn't even attacked yet. What exactly does he want?
The next moment, they had their answer. Chen Nian snapped his fingers, and a fiery explosion echoed through the sky, nearly setting the darkening heavens ablaze. Within seconds, the ground began to violently tremble as monsters closed in relentlessly.
After nightfall, all monsters would fall into a frenzied rage.
Chen Nian deliberately created such a commotion to lure the monsters closer.
He's mad. He's completely mad.
The crowd turned ashen. The looks they gave Chen Nian were as if they were staring at a human monster. If they were surrounded by the night's monsters, the outcome would be annihilation, no question about it. 3 monsters arrived: the demon ape, the sawtooth snake, and the golden steel tiger.
Alright, you guys have fun.
Chen Nian flashed onto the treetops, settling in to watch the show. Below, the 7 finally regained their footing, only to find themselves completely surrounded by 3 enraged monsters. Just moments ago, they thought they were the hunters, now they'd become the prey.
What do we do? Break through. What else can we do? The battle had barely begun when one of them was crushed into pulp by a demon ape's single punch. The night-frenzied demon apes possessed overwhelming strength, far beyond what ordinary transcendent beings could handle. Only a freak like Chen Nian could withstand such blows head-on. An ordinary person hit by that fist would be either dead or crippled. With the first casualty, the remaining 6 lost their resolve instantly. Forget fighting, they scrambled desperately for an escape route. Fortunately, their numbers were greater. 2 managed to find an opening and escape, though at the cost of abandoning their comrades. Among them, the leader, the man in the cowboy shirt, managed to escape. He was still trembling with fear, his heart pounding in his chest. Chen Nian remembered it was this very man who had relentlessly hurled insults at Lu Gu. My guild members are fair game for outsiders to bully? A single wind cannon shot pierced his thigh with deadly precision. Ah!
A piercing scream erupted as he collapsed instantly. What was most despairing was that this cry actually attracted the attention of the dozens of meters-long sawtooth snake. The colossal serpent flickered its tongue, spotting the wounded prey. No, no! Terror filled the man's pupils. He struggled with every ounce of strength, yet the sawtooth snake coiled around his body, leaving him immobilized. The sawtooth snake's fangs were like saw teeth, dense and razor-sharp. And he would have to watch himself being devoured. In the final moment before being consumed, the man saw Chen Nian standing atop the treetop, his eyes filled with profound despair and regret. The next second, he became the python's dinner. Not a single one of the 7 escaped. Each met the most brutal end. Having witnessed the entire scene, Chen Nian finally felt a sense of satisfaction. Though he hadn't used death to kill them and boost his attack power, killing them this way felt even more satisfying. Ha! One's still alive? Chen Nian noticed a figure lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. Though near death, he struggled to open his eyes and stare at Chen Nian. Got it. You want to see me get brutally slaughtered by these monsters too, so you can die with peace of mind? Chen Nian leapt down from the treetop. Instantly, 3 raging beasts locked onto him. Chen Nian curled his finger. All 3 beasts charged simultaneously. The demon ape leapt 10 meters into the air, its fists crashing down in a devastating double strike. The serrated snake twisted its body, charging toward Chen Nian at breakneck speed, uprooting and destroying trees in its path. The golden steel tiger roared, unleashing a dazzling golden shockwave from its mouth. Spell of Judgment, Golden Sword. The judgment domain unfurled, instantly obliterating all 3. Before they could even utter a scream, their bodies were crushed to dust by the terrifying domain. The last man, clinging to life, saw his pupils dilate to their widest extent in that instant. Before his death, he witnessed the most unbelievable scene. In the blink of an eye, he slew 3 raging beasts. It turned out his strength was in a completely different league from ours. In the end, he died with a lingering sense of resentment. As for the monster essences and equipment, Chen Nian claimed them all. After finishing all this, Chen Nian returned to find Lu Gu. Lu Gu was still waiting obediently in the same spot, not daring to move a muscle for fear of attracting monsters. She had almost given up hope that Chen Nian would return, especially now that night had fallen. Encountering any monster at this hour could be deadly. Hey! When Chen Nian's voice rang out, Lu Gu, who had been crouched on the ground, suddenly looked up. Her eyes brimmed with delight. She never imagined he would actually come back for her. It seemed there were still good people in this world. Keep your voice down. Don't attract the monsters. Lu Gu hurriedly whispered. Okay. Chen Nian chuckled. Hey, didn't you say you were going to find your companions? Where are they? Didn't find them. They must have gone back first. I'm heading back too. What are your plans? Chen Nian asked. Lu Gu hesitated, unable to speak. She had originally been with that group, but the moment they abandoned her today, her heart had completely turned cold. Now the island was gone, her companions were gone, she had nowhere to turn. If you have nowhere to go, you can come to our island. But that wouldn't be right. The people on your island would surely object. After all, I'm an outsider. It's fine. I'll convince them. Lu Gu stared at Chen Nian for a long moment and found herself inexplicably flushing. This guy is being so nice to a stranger like me. Could he possibly like me? They say all men are the same. What if he just wants to take advantage of me? Why are you being so nice to me? We don't even know each other. Lu Gu asked tentatively. I'm lusting after your beautifully defined abs and slim waist, Chen Nian silently joked to himself. Take a guess. If you're asking me to give myself to you, I'm not falling for that. Oh? You think pretty highly of yourself. If Xiaoqi knew you were talking to me like this, I wonder what she'd think. Chen Nian found it rather amusing. Chapter 125, The Cold-Blooded Chen Nian. Chen Nian brought Lu Gu back to Island 100. Everyone was initially thrilled to see their hero return triumphant, but when they noticed the unfamiliar woman with him, discontent began to stir. A woman pointed at Lu Gu and demanded. Who is she? My friend. Her island was overrun, and she has nowhere to go. I want her to stay, Chen Nian stated plainly. How can that be? This isn't a refugee shelter. We all work together to defend this island. How can we just let outsiders move in? Hearing this, Lu Gu instinctively lowered her head. Chen, maybe we should just forget it. She knew she was an outsider. Being excluded was only natural. At that moment, the ever-reasonable Guishan spoke up. We're all human beings. There's no need to be so formal. Since she's brother Chen's friend, let her in. But the stubborn woman wouldn't relent. No way. If you take her in, it's unfair to all of us who've been working hard. Oh ho, now you're hanging your head like you're pitiful? How fake. Her sharp, biting words weren't born of malice, they stemmed from a grudge. One of her friends had been killed by Chen Nian after absorbing a monster's essence, and she'd never forgiven him. Now she'd seized this chance to get back at Chen Nian. You have 2 choices. Apologize. Or get lost. Chen Nian's uncompromising words stunned the woman, and everyone nearby fell silent, afraid to speak lest they incur his wrath. His power was something everyone had witnessed firsthand.
How can you do this? I've been helping out on the island all alone. Now you're kicking me out for some outsider? Is there no justice in the world? Before Chen Nian could speak, others stepped forward. Oh, really? How much did you actually contribute?
I haven't seen you collect a single monster essence, and your defense was nothing but muddying the waters.
Where'd this spoiled princess complex come from? Little Chen's done so much for us, and now he wants to bring a friend back and you're getting all worked up? Let's be honest, do you really think being a woman gives you some kind of special privilege? Who do you think you are?
Most of the crowd sided with Chen Nian.
Everyone knew Chen Nian was the real powerhouse on Island 100.
In comparison, this woman wasn't even a pretty flower to add to the bouquet, she was downright ugly.
You, all of you.
The woman stood frozen in place, her mouth agape in disbelief.
After a long moment, she stammered, Fine. I'm unqualified. I'll mind my own business.
Chen Nian continued, I should have made it clear, you have two options to choose from.
Is that not clear enough? You, don't push it too far.
Her face drained of color as she pointed at Lu Gu and stamped her foot.
Make me apologize to her? No way. Now you can get out. Chen Nian said coldly. Shun.
No need to plead.
I know my limits. Chen Nian cut Lu Gu off.
He had no intention of keeping this woman around who knew what nasty surprises she might spring later. Seeing the woman refuse to leave, Chen Nian showed her no leniency. He immediately activated the ethereal snake escape. The invisible serpent coiled around her.
Ah! What is this thing? No. The woman was swiftly swept away by the invisible serpent, hurled deep into the forest, vanishing without a trace. Chen Nian's actions were nothing short of cold-blooded and ruthless. The onlookers were all stunned into silence.
After being tossed aside, the woman likely wouldn't survive the night, she simply lacked the strength to fight back.
But that was Chen Nian's nature.
Lu Gu was his guildmate, so naturally he would look out for him at every turn. As for any other nobodies daring to step on his face, he wouldn't show them the slightest mercy.
A saint? Not a chance. Not a moment of pity for the woman's self-inflicted fate. Everyone was already anticipating how many essence fragments Chen Nian would bring back today.
As Chen Nian walked toward the stone statue, all eyes instinctively followed him.
Current essence energy, 65%. At his pace, he should add about 5% today, right? Yeah, the essence he brings back alone is worth an entire squad of us. He's too strong.
That woman really did bring it on herself, having to pick a fight with the top contributor. Chen Nian placed the monster essence into the statue, and the energy began to rise.
Essence energy plus 0.3%. Essence energy plus 0.2%.
Essence energy plus 0.4%. Soon, the essence energy reached 70%.
Great! I never thought we'd actually break through the 70% barrier. That's incredible. Wait, how does he still have essence left?
People had assumed Chen Nian would stop there, but he showed no intention of halting.
Chen Nian held a substantial amount of monster essence.
Those 7 had first snatched the essences from Lu Gu and the others, then Chen Nian had snatched theirs, so all the essences ended up in Chen Nian's hands.
This is way too many. Are you kidding me? People stared at Chen Nian's movements, their mouths agape, not daring to blink. 71%. 73%. 75%. 80%. At that moment, their hearts nearly stopped. Another full 10% increase. How many monster essences did he get? Is he even human? Everyone had long forgotten about that woman, completely immersed in the immense shock Chen Nian had brought. Even Lu Gu was gaping in astonishment, utterly baffled by how Chen Nian could possibly possess so many monster essences. Finally, it stopped. 81%. Everyone had been holding their breath unconsciously until now, when they finally remembered to breathe again. Bro, where did you get all these essences? I just ran into a group of kind souls. Got them from them. Kind souls? There are no kind souls. Lu Gu was baffled. Weren't those the jerks we just ran into? After escaping, we haven't seen a soul since. Wait, when Xiao Chen left earlier, he said he was going to find his companions. Could that be when he got them? What the hell was going on? Lu Gu couldn't wrap her head around it, tossing and turning until late into the night. Later, unable to contain her curiosity, she went to ask Gui Shan, "Excuse me, did any of you go out hunting monsters with Xiao Chen?" "No, he always went solo," Gui Shan replied with a simple smile. "He was incredibly strong. We couldn't have helped him much anyway." "No." Lu Gu was utterly shocked. "But he clearly said he was going to find his companions? Could he have been lying to me?" A terrifying suspicion suddenly took root in Lu Ji's mind. Xiao Chen wasn't looking for his comrades at all, he was seeking out that gang of scoundrels who'd taken advantage of the chaos. Had he snatched this massive haul of essence from those bastards? He, alone, robbed 7 people? Unbelievable.
Still, Lu Ge felt a sense of satisfaction. Those bastards were scum through and through, they deserved to die.
Yet another question puzzled her. Why was Xiao Chen being so kind to her? He didn't seem like the type to be interested in women.
Chapter 126, Soul Essence Collection complete, Inner Island unlocked.
The next day, Chen Nian prepared to go out and collect monster essences.
I'll go with you,
Lu Ge declared. I can't just sit here doing nothing. Let me help you.
Don't worry, I'm pretty capable. Chen Nian thought it over and agreed to let her tag along. To ordinary people, Lu Ge was indeed a formidable extraordinary being after all, she was part of the guild.
Fine. Let's go. Lu Ji's talent was the fighter's soft fist.
It was that seemingly weak and powerless punch that could shatter a monster's internal organs with terrifying internal force and extremely powerful close combat class. With her joining the team, Chen Nian found things considerably easier. They encountered numerous monsters along the way, and he rarely even needed to lift a finger.
You're pretty good. Not bad. I told you I wouldn't hold you back, Lu Ge said cheerfully.
Chen Nian and Lu Ge had found some shade to rest and drink water. Not far away, a few people happened to pass by and spotted them. As luck would have it, they were the very same people who had abandoned Lu Ge and fled earlier.
Look! Isn't that Lu Ge? How is she even unharmed?
Yeah, wasn't she surrounded by that group yesterday?
How come she's still unharmed? And who's that guy with her? Never seen him before. I get it.
She must have used her body to win a man's favor, that's why she's safe now. Who knows, maybe last night she was already, heh.
True. Any woman with decent looks is cheap.
Too bad she's just making other men rich.
Hold on. If she's still safe, maybe we should go find her again.
We could use her to get onto someone else's island.
I'm sick of living in fear out here. Great idea. After finishing their discussion, the group stepped out into the open.
Truthfully, Chen Nian had spotted them lurking in the shadows long ago but chose not to reveal himself. He mainly wanted to see what this group would do.
Who knew they'd be so bold? Lu Ge. It's us.
Hearing the shout, Lu Ge looked up, his pupils instinctively flinching.
It's you.
She was instantly transported back to the despair of being abandoned yesterday. How dare these people show their faces and greet her? After we left yesterday, we rushed straight to get reinforcements for you. Unfortunately, you were already gone.
We're so sorry. Yeah, Lu Ge, how could we bear to abandon you? We're teammates from the same island.
Lu Ge sneered coldly. Oh?
Is that so? What do you want? Is this young man your friend? The group finally turned their attention to Chen Nian.
Yes, Chen Nian replied.
Ha ha. Since he's Lu Ji's friend, he's our friend too.
One of them stepped forward enthusiastically, even attempting to put an arm around Chen Nian's shoulders to strike up a rapport.
But the next second, Chen Nian's brief remark froze his arm mid-air. You think you're worthy? After a brief silence, the corners of their mouths twitched uncontrollably.
Who would have thought this guy would be so disrespectful? To show such blatant disregard for us right in front of Lu Ge, what a pretentious jerk. But since they were determined to infiltrate Chen Nian's island, they dared not offend him. They forced smiles onto their faces.
Brother, you're joking.
We're all human after all, and we've all come to this island to defend our homeland.
Naturally, we're family and should look out for each other, right? Chen Nian did indeed smile. He understood their intentions perfectly well.
They wanted to use Lu Ge to climb their way up his connections, hoping to find a new island as their refuge. That wasn't just treating Lu Ge like a fool, it was treating Chen Nian like one too. Well, that makes a certain kind of sense, Chen Nian replied, feigning agreement.
Ah, of course it makes sense. I wonder which island you're on, brother?
Our own island was overrun, and we've been wandering outside ever since.
Why not let us take shelter with you? We're all family here.
Brother, lend us a hand now, and we'll surely repay you handsomely in the future.
Chen Nian shook his head. No need for grand rewards. I have one request right now, just fulfill it.
Hearing Chen Nian agree so readily, Lu Ge felt deeply reluctant.
Yet as guests in someone else's domain, he had no right to object.
The three were overjoyed. They hurriedly asked.
What is it? Brother, just name it, we'll do anything.
Strip naked, crawl on the ground, and call me master. If you do that, I won't mind taking 3 stray dogs back with me, Chen Nian said indifferently.
Lu Ge was stunned.
The trio froze for a second before erupting in fury. This wasn't a demand, it was a blatant insult.
Don't you cross the line. We treated you like family, and this is how you repay us?
The three of them gritted their teeth, fists clenched, yet dared not lay a finger on Chen Nian.
Chen Nian spread his hands helplessly. I treat you like family. Shouldn't family always grant each other's requests? How could such a simple request break your resolve?
They were indeed thrown off guard, completely thrown off guard.
Lu Ge, however, couldn't help but snort with laughter. What are you laughing at? Aren't you just as guilty of using your body to please others? Talk about hypocrisy. What did you say? Lu Ji's eyebrows shot up in fury.
She immediately struck out with a palm strike, the terrifying hidden force sending the man flying backward, spitting blood.
You dare strike us, you! Run! Run now! These men knew their limits well enough.
Realizing they were no match, they scrambled to escape. When it came to escaping, they were quite skilled.
But would Chen Nian let them go?
The wind-gathering cannon locked onto its target.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
All three fell to the ground, lifeless.
Lu Ge had long witnessed Chen Nian's ruthlessness and felt no surprise.
These men were expendable. Remember this, Chen Nian said calmly. When you're out in the world, don't trust others too easily.
It'll only get you into trouble.
Understood. Lu Ge suddenly asked, now that you mention it, you seem the most suspicious to me.
You don't stand to gain anything from me, yet you've been so kind. Why? You'll find out when the time comes.
Hey!
Cut it out, all this mystery. Over the next few days, Lu Ge diligently followed Chen Nian in collecting monster essences. Finally, today, the essence energy was sufficient.
When Chen Nian placed the final essence into the stone statue, the energy gauge hit 100%.
Everyone was ecstatic. This was the culmination of their collective efforts over so many days.
In an instant, the statue emitted countless beams of light, each landing on every person on Island 100.
Congratulations! You have earned the right to enter the inner island.
Everyone received this notification.
This is amazing. We finally get to enter the inner island. Woohoo! All our hard work paid off. The monsters on the inner island will be stronger, and the gear and items they drop will be better. Good times are coming. Ha ha! Chen Nian gazed at the black tower standing at the island's center. The demon tower, it was right there on the inner island. The demon god of deception awaits him within. Chapter 127, Beast Tide approaching? Chen Nian, bring it on. Chen Nian and all personnel from Island 100 obtained access to the inner island. Simultaneously, a token appeared in each of their backpacks. Tower of Heavenly Demons Qualification Token. Collect the essence blood of the 4 most powerful lords within the tower to activate this token and gain entry. So this means we have to collect the essence blood of 4 powerful bosses to enter that tower? Exactly. I'm not even going in.
That's something for powerhouses like Little Chen to worry about.
Our goal is to level up and grab gear on the inner island. You're right. The Heavenly Demon Tower isn't for people like us.
We should know our limits.
But here's the problem, how do we even find those 4 boss lords?
The token says it, after defeating 1000 inner island monsters, the first lord boss will appear. Lord appears 346-1000.
So this quest is shared by everyone. Others have already slain 346 monsters combined, right?
That's correct. Once the total kills reach 1000, the boss will be summoned.
Chen Nian had grasped these rules. The current objective was straightforward.
Kill as many common monsters as possible to strengthen their power, wait for the Lord to appear, obtain its essence blood, and finally enter the Heavenly Demon Tower.
Few had entered the inner island so far, but as more arrived, the pace of monster slaying would accelerate dramatically. But even after entering the inner island, we must continue defending the outer island. We can't let our base fall. Guoshan laughed heartily, pounding his chest. Rest assured, everyone. Leave the defense to me. You can explore the inner island without worry. Chen Nian nodded. I propose that a portion of the high-quality gear and items be allocated to the defense team.
They've been working tirelessly behind the scenes and deserve their share. As the backbone of Island 100, Chen Nian immediately gained the support of most. Watching Chen Nian from the side, Lu Ge found himself unconsciously thinking of a word.
Leadership charisma.
Someone like Chen showed no trace of indecision. He was decisive in combat, fair in rewards and punishments, and possessed extraordinary strength. It seemed he was born with that charisma of a leader.
He reminded me of someone. No, how could I possibly compare Little Chen to Leader Buyu? That's simply incomparable. Lu Ge quickly dismissed the thought from his mind. Now the question is, how do we get to the inner island?
No sooner had the words left his mouth than the statue, having absorbed vast amounts of essence, emitted a beam of light that formed a ghostly blue teleportation array on the island.
A teleportation array. Perfect, we won't have to trek in ourselves. Guys, get ready to roll.
The team was assembled.
For this first trip to the inner island, Chen Nian tagged along.
Everyone felt a sense of security with him by their side.
One by one, they stepped into the teleportation array.
The scenery before their eyes instantly underwent a dramatic transformation.
They found themselves on a mountain cliff.
Looking down, towering trees pierced the clouds, while exotic flowers, rare plants, precious beasts, and fierce birds created a breathtaking spectacle.
This is the inner island. Unbelievable. It's on a whole different level compared to the outer island. Rather than lingering to admire the scenery, the group immediately descended the cliff and began searching their surroundings. Soon, they encountered the inner island's monsters. Thunderclap Horse, Tier 2, Level 60.
This horse stood nearly 5 meters tall, its entire body a brilliant blue, faintly shimmering with a tear-like aura, clearly no ordinary creature.
This. Could it be an elite monster? Xiao Chen, what do you think? Chen Nian chuckled, let's go for it. Kill. The group charged forward, unleashing a barrage of abilities at the Thunder Horse. To their surprise, after a fierce assault, the beast still hadn't fallen. TSK, the monsters on this inner island are on a whole different level. Everyone, be careful. The Thunder Horse reared back and let out a piercing roar. A bolt of heavenly lightning crashed down, instantly electrocuting one person until their body was charred black. Chen Nian could no longer stand idly by. He raised the dragon shock blade and struck. He flashed past, striking with deadly precision. The Thunder Horse collapsed with a thud, its life extinguished instantly. Damn, Chen's the real deal. How terrifying is that attack power? One strike and it's dead? Quick, check on our injured brother. Genetic energy plus 5,000. Acquired enchanted gem demon suppression. Chen Nian acquired a new item, an enchanted gem. He immediately checked its effects. Demon warding gem can be attached to equipment, increasing defense against all monsters. Monsters on the inner island now drop enchantment gems. However, this gem only works against monsters. It clearly wasn't the best option for Chen Nian, so he didn't plan to use it. After leading his team to take down several monsters in quick succession, Chen Nian decided to break away from the main group. The larger party would only slow him down. He called Lu Gu, and the two teamed up to swiftly eliminate monsters. Acquired rare grade equipment, Celestial Wolf Gauntlets. Obtained Skill Scroll Hurricane. Obtained Enchanted Gem Castle, increases physical attack defense. Obtained Reinforcement Gem, can enhance enchanted attributes up to 9 stars. After slaying dozens of monsters, Chen Nian finally clarified his path to becoming stronger. First, level up. Second, he needed to replace his gear with a superior set and enchant every piece. Finally, he must enhance these enchantments. He didn't know how powerful the true form of the deceptive demon god might be, but extra preparation could never hurt. Chen Nian glanced at his progress. 789-1000. Still too slow. I need to find a way to speed things up. He must boost his strength as quickly as possible and enter the Heavenly Demon Tower, or else the pressure on the island's defenders would only grow heavier. Night had fallen. As the last vestiges of twilight faded into darkness, a vivid red alert suddenly flashed before Chen Nian's eyes. Warning! Beast tide approaching. Warning! Beast tide approaching. Warning! Beast tide approaching. A beast tide. This is bad. Lu Ji's face paled. The monsters on this inner island were already formidable if they came in droves. Who could survive encountering them? A beast tide. Perfect. Chen Nian was overjoyed. He'd been fretting about finding a place to slaughter monsters en masse, and now they were coming right to him. Chen, we need to get out of here fast, the beast tide is coming. Lu Gu urgently warned. No rush. Chen Nian remained seated on the ground. What do you mean no hurry? It's urgent. Who could withstand those terrifying beasts coming in droves? Run. You run first. I'll check out the beast tide. Ha! Did he think the beast tide was some scenic view worth observing? Lu Gu knew Chen Nian was powerful enough to likely survive the beast tide unscathed, but she wasn't about to take any chances. Spotting a towering tree in the distance, she nimbly scrambled up its trunk. Rumble. The earth began to tremble violently. Several more fleeing people came running toward them. Spotting Chen Nian still sitting on the ground, they shouted. The beast tide is here. Run. Chen Nian paid them no mind. Damn idiot, you want to die? What the hell are you playing at? Sitting there when the beast tide is coming? There's a big tree over there, let's climb up and hide. The towering tree was already hung with people seeking refuge from the beast tide. Chen Nian, still on the ground, stood out like a sore thumb. He stood up, gazing at the terrifying beast tide bearing down on them, a force that crushed everything in its path. A faint smile touched the corners of his mouth. Chapter 128, Meteor Shower, wiped them all out. Alone against the terrifying beast tide, Chen Nian's lips curved into a smile. This time, he didn't use judgment, which would reveal his identity, but instead employed another weapon of mass destruction. Catastrophe Gem Meteor. This calamity gem was obtained during the conquest of the Twin Demon God's Temple, possessing extraordinary power. However, due to its limited stored energy and Chen Nian's failure to find a suitable opportunity to use it. Now, the moment had arrived. Every calamity gem carries a negative effect. This gem's effect was to summon a meteor shower, with the downside being that the caster would also be struck by the attack. Chen Nian fears nothing. By activating judgment within his immediate vicinity, he can shield himself completely. Bring it on. The calamity gem in Chen Nian's palm flickered with an ominous dark purple glow. In an instant, the skies darkened. The clear skies above Demon Island suddenly turned fiery red. Look up. What's happening? Holy, a meteor shower? People sheltering in the trees stared in stunned silence as the dazzling stars plummeted from the sky.
Of course, these weren't real meteors, they were countless energy projectiles, streaking across the sky to mimic the appearance of shooting stars. Now, hundreds upon hundreds of these meteors crashed into the ground. They slammed right into the dark, surging tide of beasts.
Boom! 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 Countless explosions erupted across the ground.
The shockwaves from the blasts unleashed energy storms that nearly obliterated everything in their path, crushing the hordes of monsters into dust. To put it simply, it was like hundreds of missiles striking simultaneously. The sheer power was unimaginable.
Of course, Chen Nian was right at the epicenter of the bombardment.
Even he dared not face it head-on, instead activating judgment for self-defense. Simultaneously, countless notification messages popped up before his eyes. Countless notifications about experience gains and equipment acquisitions flooded his vision, nearly filling his entire field of view.
Genetic energy plus 4,523. Genetic energy plus 3,812. Genetic energy plus 5,523. Acquired fine-grade equipment Spirit Tiger Armor. Acquired epic-grade equipment Heaven's Blessing Greaves.
Obtained Enchantment Gem Transcendence, increases the potency of all transcendent abilities. Obtained Skill Scroll Spirit Ascension. Witnessing the beast tide being bombarded by a meteor shower, the transcendent beings sheltering in the trees were stunned. After gaping in silence for a long moment, someone finally murmured in disbelief.
That's insane. Is this even humanly possible? Using a super-powered ultimate to smash through the beast tide? Holy! We totally underestimated him earlier. He didn't even need to hide. Who the hell is that guy? He's terrifying. Could he be a mage on par with Yi Hongling? The most bewildered person of all was Lu Gu.
She knew Chen Nian wasn't some mage just recently. He'd charged at monsters with a knife.
Are you telling me mages would charge in with a knife for melee combat?
And, as his party member, she'd get a small share of the experience. All those little bits of experience added up, and she de-leveled up a full 2 levels out of nowhere.
What the heck is Chen Nian's deal? Holy crap!
I should ask him if he's interested in joining our guild sometime.
You can't pass up talent like that, Lu Gu thought to herself. Chen Nian had nearly drained every last bit of energy from the Cataclysm Gem. Single-handedly, he shattered the beast tide into pieces. His level jump was the most staggering of all. He'd shot straight from level 34 to level 55. A single leap of nearly 20 levels. Leveling up naturally granted him a standard word spirit. This time, Chen Nian acquired one that enhanced close combat. Sequence 48 instantly accelerates one's physical movements by 3-fold, evolves into a high-risk word spirit capable of 30-fold acceleration. This could accelerate any action, drawing a sword, leaping into the air, sprinting from a standstill. Naturally, it could also enable feats beyond the capabilities of ordinary men like instant, ahem. Simultaneously, Chen Nian acquired countless pieces of equipment and items. He struck it rich. Among them were not only numerous high-quality and rare items, but even several epic tier pieces. These were just regular monsters, not bosses. Dropping epic gear from them was already incredibly rare. Moreover, they're all tier 2 epic gear, perfect for upgrading your current set. After returning, I can distribute these regular gear pieces to my comrades guarding the island. Awesome!
After the meteor shower, the ground was left in ruins.
Chen Nian didn't linger to draw attention. Instead, he quietly activated shadow concealment and departed, preparing to reunite with Lu Gu. Only now did the people hiding in the trees begin to descend. Gazing at the devastated landscape before them, the shock in their hearts still hadn't subsided. At that very moment, all extraordinary beings on the inner island simultaneously received a notification. Lord Demon Ape King has appeared. What? The First Lord has appeared. Holy crap, look at the monster count. The emergence of the First Lord required the entire island to slay 1,000 monsters. And now, the total monster kills have reached 1,265. Thus, the First Lord has appeared. Chen Nian single-handedly accelerated the island's progress. Above, a fiery red figure swept by, her wine-colored flowing hair particularly eye-catching, none other than Yi Hongling. TSK. Who was that? Beating me to clearing the monster wave. She'd come here intending to unleash a devastating attack, only to find someone had beaten her to it. Never mind. Let's find the First Lord first. Lu Gu was searching everywhere for Chen Nian. As she searched, a hand suddenly tapped her shoulder from behind. Looking for me? Whoa! You scared me. Lu Gu finally exhaled in relief upon seeing Chen Nian. So, you were the one behind all that earlier? Yes. I have a scroll with a forbidden technique sealed inside, which produced that effect. Oh, I see. Time waits for no one. Let's go, it's time to find the Lord. In an instant, extraordinary beings across the entire island began searching for the newly emerged Lord, the Demon Ape King. Only by obtaining the essence blood of all 4 lords would one gain the right to enter the Heavenly Demon Tower. Though many knew they lacked the strength, they still wanted to join the excitement, even if just to catch a glimpse from afar.
Numerous extraordinary beings patrolled the skies, and it wasn't long before someone spotted the Demon Ape King's trail.
The Demon Ape King appeared in the Eastern Canyon. Hurry! Holy crap, do you know how huge that boss is? It's like a mountain. Is that thing even humanly possible to fight?
They say it's a tier 3 boss.
Terrifying. I caught a glimpse and ran. Chen Nian and his companion caught wind of these rumors.
They hurried toward the location. Chapter 129, An unexpected encounter with Su Jinyu leaves Chen Nian panicked.
Demon Island, Devil's Canyon.
The first Lord tier boss, the Demon Ape King, lurked within the canyon. Hordes of extraordinary beings rushed to the scene upon hearing the news, yet nearly 90% of them dared only to cower above the canyon, utterly unwilling to descend.
Chen Nian and Lu Gu also arrived.
At first, neither of them acted rashly.
Holy crap, there are so many people. Lu Gu couldn't help but exclaim at the sight of such a massive crowd for the first time.
Nearly 100 people lined both sides of the canyon, while others hung from trees or hovered in the sky, all just there to gawk.
Excuse me, what's the situation inside right now? Lu Gu asked a passing man. The situation?
Brutal.
The passerby shook his head repeatedly. That Demon Ape King is terrifying. Its strength and defense are both frighteningly high. Over 100 people went in, but less than 40% came out alive.
So the death rate was as high as 60%?
That's truly terrifying.
Those who dared to enter were all true masters.
Even if they couldn't win, they could still escape. Who would have thought so many still died? Did those who made it out get the Lord's essence blood? Essence blood?
They were just trying to save their own skins.
That canyon is shrouded in thick fog. Ordinary people can't see a thing in there. But the Lord seems unaffected.
Earlier, someone charged in full of confidence. Before he even saw the Lord, a fist came crashing down from above, turning him into mincemeat. His companions were terrified and fled immediately.
Hearing this, Lu Gu grasped the Lord's power and realized she couldn't obtain the essence blood herself. She couldn't help but ask, has no one ever succeeded in obtaining the Lord's essence blood? Acquiring the essence blood of the 4 great lords was the prerequisite for entering the heavenly demon tower. If no one could accomplish it, then everyone would truly be doomed together. At that point, the entire island's population would be trapped, doomed to perish along with the island. Of course there have been. You know Yi Honling, right?
She seemed to succeed just now. There are also several other top-tier powerhouses.
We ordinary folk shouldn't casually get involved. After gathering the basic intelligence, Lu Gu returned and relayed everything to Chen Nian. His expression grew grave as he cautioned. Xiao Chun, you shouldn't attempt it lightly either.
If something were to happen to you, the cost would outweigh the benefit. In her eyes, though little Chen was formidable, he still fell short of the elite powerhouses.
Yeah, I get it. Chen Nian nodded. Just then, a white-clad figure burst through the thick fog, soaring out of the canyon.
It was a girl wielding a 3-foot-long sword, her white robes as pure as snow, her features exquisitely beautiful, none other than Su Jinyu. At that moment, she truly exuded the aura of a celestial sword immortal.
Could that girl be the female sword immortal from the Eternal Peace Mountain range? Holy crap, it's her. She's breathtaking. Never thought I'd get to see her in person today. What a stroke of luck. TSK, a girl this powerful and beautiful as the white moonlight countless men dream of.
Wonder which jerk will end up with her in the end.
Who's lucky?
She's got her eyes on Buyu.
You might as well give up, buddy.
For a moment, countless people below gasped in awe at Su Jinyu.
Because she had successfully obtained the Lord's essence blood. This is bad, Chen Nian thought to himself. If Xiaoqi discovered he was with Lu Gu, she'd be furious. He couldn't let her find out. He immediately activated shadow concealment to become invisible. Lu Gu didn't even notice Chen Nian. Instead, he waved enthusiastically at Su Jinyu, shouting excitedly. Xiao Yu! Xiao Yu! The two girls were very close. Su Jinyu followed the sound and spotted Lu Gu, surprise and delight lighting up her beautiful eyes. She hadn't expected to see a guildmate again. She immediately landed. Lu Gu, you're here too. Yes. Little you, have you already obtained the essence blood? That's amazing. Lu Gu shared in her pride. Hee, but that monster was seriously powerful. It almost got me too. Only then did Lu Gu remember Chen Nian standing beside her. Chen, let me introduce you, this is my sister, Su Jinyu. That's right, she's the famed. She trailed off. Huh, where did she go? Lu Gu turned around, not a trace of Xiao Chen remained. Xiao Chen? Su Jinyu tilted her head. A friend I met on the island. He helped me a lot, pretty skilled too. I was hoping to recruit him into our guild. Oh, I see. Su Jinyu murmured thoughtfully. No idea where he went. Hey, little you, did you happen to see Boss Buyu on the island? Lu Gu asked with a look of pure curiosity. No. Besides, he's probably busy boosting his strength too. To take on the deceptive arts demon god, he's likely already obtained the essence blood. You're right. That's silent leader for you. We shouldn't worry about him.
While the two were chatting, Chen Nian had already slipped quietly into the canyon.
Sure enough, it was thick with fog.
Visibility in the outer areas was less than 5 meters, and it grew denser the deeper he went, probably less than a meter inside.
Sounds like there's fighting inside? Chen Nian heard the commotion. Amidst the fog, several powerful figures were locked in fierce combat with the demon ape king.
Among all the extraordinary beings, Chen Nian was in his own tier, while Yi Hongling and Zhao Yixue were top tier. These others, even if considered first-rate, were still formidable in their own right.
Damn, this monster's defenses are way too high.
We can hold our own against it, but extracting its essence blood is still too difficult.
Forget it. Nothing is impossible if you're willing to give up. Let's retreat.
We can come back once our levels and gear are stronger.
No need to rush.
But at that very moment, an unexpected change occurred. Suddenly, a black glow erupted around them, forming a bizarre pentagonal barrier that trapped everyone, including the Lord, inside. They tried attacking the barrier, but couldn't break through at all.
What's going on?
We seem to be trapped inside.
Impossible.
We've never heard of this monster having such abilities before.
We're done for.
Why did this have to happen to us?
The faces of the powerful warriors instantly drained of color, their bodies trembling.
It was like being locked in a cage with a raging beast.
Either kill the beast or die inside. Chen Nian, of course, realized he was trapped inside too. He couldn't help but laugh. Interesting. Not planning to let me leave? True to your reputation as the deceitful art demon god, quite the repertoire of tricks.
Originally, he had intended to simply take the essence blood and leave. But since leaving was now impossible, he would seize control of this domain instead. His pupils flashed with a clear light as the heavenly eye activated. The thick white fog before him was instantly pierced by the heavenly eye, revealing the true form of this domain lord to Chen Nian.
Demon Ape King, Tier 3, Level 1.
Its body was as massive as a mountain, every inch of its jet-black muscles pulsing with raw, primal power. Its deep crimson pupils were malevolent and unnerving.
Humans were but ants before it.
Upon the heavenly demon tower,
the demon god of illusion suddenly opened its eyes.
That formation was naturally his own creation, designed to activate the moment Chen Nian entered.
Enjoy the gift I prepared for you, human. Chapter 130, Legendary Equipment, Celestial Demon Ape King Armor. Trapped in the canyon by the trickster demon god's trap. Along with him, the others present were unable to leave. The 5 men and 2 women who had just battled the monster now cowered at the very edge, terrified out of their wits. Within the thick white fog, a pair of crimson pupils glowed the demon ape king. Roar! A deep, thunderous beastly roar echoed through the canyon. We're done for. It's coming. Help! I don't want to die here, no.
Terrified, the group's legs went weak as every nerve tensed, staring fixedly at the fog ahead.
One young woman was even crying from fear.
But unexpectedly, the sound of battle erupted in the middle instead of charging toward them.
What's happening? Someone's fighting the demon ape king? There are still people deeper inside. Thank God. If he can hold out a little longer, we might break this cursed barrier and survive.
The group had already written Chen Nian off as cannon fodder to buy time, hoping he'd die slowly. When the iron fist, as massive as a small hill, slammed toward Chen Nian, he didn't dodge.
Instead, he raised the dragon's roar blade horizontally to block it.
His goal was to gauge the sheer disparity in physical strength between himself and this monstrous creature.
Boom! Under the terrifying force, the dragon's roar blade bent.
Chen Nian was sent reeling backward dozens of meters by the immense force, leaving 2 deep gullies in the ground beneath his feet. Terrifying strength, truly befitting a 3rd-tier monster. A 2nd-tier extraordinary being directly confronting a 3rd-tier overlord's attack to others, such a move would be sheer madness. Their attributes were simply not on the same level. Previous combatants had resorted to guerrilla tactics whenever possible, with no one daring to confront it head-on.
Still a bit of a stretch.
Looks like I need to upgrade both my attributes and gear. For the first time, Chen Nian felt the strain. His gear was still a Tier 1 epic set, unchanged for quite some time. He didn't have better gear for now, since his previous armor was a set with synergy effects. After testing his defense, he turned his attention to his offense. As the iron fist swung toward him once more, Chen Nian activated his word magic, instant. In that instant, his sword-drawing motion accelerated threefold. The blade's flash sliced through, leaving a gruesome wound on the demon ape king's arm. If he wanted its essence blood, Chen Nian could have taken it right then. Yet he was deeply dissatisfied with this outcome. Not even able to sever an arm? Its defense is that high. Anyone else witnessing this would likely curse out loud on the spot. A group of powerful warriors fought it for over 100 rounds without inflicting a single scratch, yet you land one blow and it gushes blood and you're still not satisfied? Roar! The demon ape king roared furiously, pounding its chest repeatedly with both fists. A layer of golden armor now covered its entire body. When Chen Nian's thunder dragon blade struck again, it sparked and clanged loudly, yet failed to inflict any damage. Armor too?
If even Chen Nian's attacks couldn't pierce its defenses, then its defensive power was simply unearthly. After all, the Dragon Shock Blade possessed a 10% defense-ignoring effect.
Chen Nian tried hurling several spirit blasts at it, but they were still completely blocked by the battle armor, showing no effect whatsoever.
Now, Chen Nian was like a frantic grasshopper, hopping wildly as the Demon Ape King relentlessly pursued him. Boom! 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 The ground was pockmarked with one massive crater after another. If that's the case, don't blame me. A deep black light flared in Chen Nian's palm. Sequence 125 Source Annihilation. Chen Nian slammed this pitch black light onto the golden armor. Instantly, darkness began to spread across the battle armor. Crack! The golden armor shattered completely. The Demon Ape King froze in place, eyes wide with disbelief, seemingly unable to comprehend why his armor had suddenly shattered. Now it's my turn. Chen Nian teleported into midair, unleashing once more a lightning-fast sword draw. One strike and it lost an eye. A deafening beastly roar erupted once more as the Demon Ape King retreated, clutching its eye. By then, Chen Nian had already closed in on its calf. One slash pierced its calf, then a sudden horizontal pull shattering bones and severing tendons. The Demon Ape King collapsed to one knee. By this point, it had lost an eye and a leg, posing no further threat to Chen Nian. What followed was a simple slaughter. Before long, the Demon Ape King collapsed, and Chen Nian received a notification. Genetic energy plus 100,000. Acquired legendary equipment, Celestial Demon Ape King Armor. Acquired rare enchanted gem Arcane. A full 100,000 experience points, plus legendary gear and a rare enchanted gem? Holy crap, this reward is insane. But then again, if I couldn't break through its defenses without a skill like Source Annihilation, how could anyone else? High difficulty, high rewards, that's only fair. Chen Nian immediately checked the attributes. Demon Ape King Armor Legendary. Required tier, Tier 2. Defense, 500. Attack, 0. Attributes, Constitution plus 50. Special effect Invincible, increases defense by 20%. Special effect Mountain Shattering Strength, increases wearer's constitution by 10%. Set Demon Lord's 4-piece set, transforms into demon form for a brief duration, granting a 30% boost to all attributes without losing sanity. Cooldown 3 days. Description: spoils of defeating the Celestial Demon Ape King belonging to true heroes. Powerful, incredibly powerful. Chen Nian's epic armor only adds 200 defense, but this thing boosts it by 500 outright plus a 20% special effect, making it 600 defense. No wonder my attacks couldn't scratch it. With this gear, I can finally retire my old equipment. Even the set bonuses from before couldn't match this. Chen Nian immediately equipped the new gear, his stats completely transformed. Chen Nian, Word Spirit Sage Unique. Genetic tier, Tier 2 level 60. Constitution, 350. Agility, 264. Supernatural, 285. Attack bonus, 610. Defense bonus, 1030. Combat rating, 127 stars. These stats can only be described as formidable. A single legendary grade equipment piece has already surpassed the set effect of the previous 4-piece set. And according to its description, if I defeat the remaining 3 lords, wouldn't I be able to complete the full set of the Heavenly Demon Lord's 4-piece set? The 4-piece set effect grants the power of demonic beings without any drawbacks. The immense power others gain by devouring monster essences? Chen Nian doesn't need it and won't lose his sanity in the process. A new objective has emerged. Finally, a rare enchanted gem, Arcane, reduces transcendent power consumption by 2%. If fully upgraded, it reduces transcendent power consumption by 10%. Far superior to ordinary enchantment gems. It effectively increases Chen Nian's endurance in prolonged combat. As everyone knows, endurance is crucial for men. Chapter 131, everyone is shocked as he obtains legendary gear once more. Atop the Heavenly Demon Tower. The deceptive art demon god suddenly opened its eyes. A 3rd-tier lord slain, the barrier shattered. To slay a 3rd-tier lord in such a short time, that human brat truly cannot be underestimated. Recalling their first clash within the temple, the trickster demon god still felt a lingering dread. The other humans were mere playthings to him, but only Chen Nian had brought him such overwhelming pressure. Fortunately, my power has been restored, and the deep-sea demon god is about to descend. Human, your triumph won't last long. The others trapped there still didn't know that Demon Ape King had been slain by Chen Nian, and were still scared out of their wits. The Demon Ape King's death throes were interpreted by them as a furious roar. We're done for. That monster is utterly enraged. Who on earth is fighting it in there? No idea, but it must be because he triggered some kind of trap that we're trapped here waiting to die. After he dies, it'll be our turn. Damn it! As they spoke, the group suddenly noticed something. Why do I feel like the fog is starting to lift? Me too. The visibility around us is getting clearer. What's going on? And it's gone quiet in there.
Though they sensed something was off, they dared not act rashly, choosing instead to huddle where they were and wait. Until the fog had completely dissipated. Gazing ahead, their pupils suddenly contracted, their faces etched with utter disbelief. There, the demon ape king lay motionless on the ground, utterly still. What happened? Why isn't that monster moving anymore? Could it be slain? Someone ventured a conjecture that even they found absurd. Across the entire dragon nation, countless powerful extraordinary beings had struggled to obtain its essence blood, risking their very lives in the process. And now, this terrifying monster, a third-tier beast, no less, had been slain? At first, the others couldn't believe it. Only when black blood began oozing from the ape king's body, revealing countless wounds, did they snap out of their daze. Who could have done this? It's terrifying. Could it be some top-tier powerhouse? Or, perhaps that person? Who? You mean? Boo you? The moment that name was uttered, the disbelief seemed to dissipate. If it was him, it was indeed possible. What are we waiting for? Let's seize this chance to collect the essence blood. Ha! Who'd have thought this would be a stroke of luck? We're getting in on the action. Meanwhile, those who had been watching the spectacle from the canyon's edge now witnessed the scene within. The fog's cleared. What's going on? I'm going down to check. One man flew down to investigate, returning with a stunned roar, "Holy! The demon ape king's been slaughtered." What? Impossible. Why would I lie? I saw it lying there myself. A boss that powerful got taken down? You gotta be kidding me. I'm outta here. Come on, let's go check it out. Maybe we can grab some loot. The demon ape king had been slain. The news spread like wildfire, with more and more people rushing to verify it firsthand only to be stunned. Naturally, the news reached Su Jinyu and Lu Gu as well. That thing had ridiculously high defense. I barely managed to get its essence blood. Su Jinyu pondered for a moment before suddenly realizing, could it be Brother Yu Yu? Her beautiful eyes lit up with excitement, and she immediately dashed out to find Chen Nian only to discover he had already slipped away. Lu Gu also went down to join the commotion. No idea where that Chen fellow went. Wasn't he supposed to come for essence blood too? Perfect chance to snatch it up. Damn, only Brother No Words could pull off something this outrageous. Gradually, many people obtained the Lord's essence blood as they'd hoped and left happily. Lu Gu was heading back when he suddenly spotted Chen Nian. Xiao Chen. Where the hell did you suddenly disappear to? I couldn't find you anywhere. Lu Gu asked urgently. Chen Nian chuckled. I heard that Lord got killed, so I went down to take a look and picked up a bargain while I was at it. Heh. He dared not admit it was because he'd spotted Su Jinyu arriving and wanted to avoid her jealousy. Why didn't you say something earlier? I thought something had happened to you. A thought suddenly popped into Lu Ji's mind. Could it be that Lord Chen killed that lord? But the thought vanished as quickly as it came. If that were true, wouldn't Xiao Chen be even more formidable than a powerhouse like Xiao Qi? He certainly wouldn't be some obscure nobody. Got the first lord's essence blood. Now for the second. Chen Nian's goal was clear. To summon the second lord, the entire island's population must slay a total of 2,000 monsters. But with more and more people successfully landing on the inner island, the powerful ones were all stepping up their efforts. It shouldn't take much longer. Chen Nian had reaped a bountiful harvest this time and needed to return to the small island for rest and recuperation. He would also distribute the loot he didn't need to the defenders. Upon returning to the small island, Chen Nian brought out all the ordinary equipment he had obtained from slaying the beast tide. Seeing such a vast amount of powerful gear, everyone was stunned. This much? How many monsters did you have to kill? Just got lucky. No need to be polite, take whatever you can use. You've worked hard defending the island these past few days. Bro, you're a real champ. Everyone, our defense team gets some good gear too. With this move, Chen Nian not only bolstered the island's defenses but also earned a wave of admiration and respect. He'd need these comrades to help guard the island going forward, and he wasn't about to skimp on rewarding them. 3 days later, the island-wide monster kill count reached 2,000. Lord Spiny Lizard King summoned. Without further ado, Chen Nian dispatched the Spiked Lizard King. This lord's defenses were weaker than the previous one, and it didn't last long under Chen Nian's attacks. Genetic energy plus 10,000. Obtained legendary equipment Celestial Demon Lizard King Helm. Acquired rare enchantment gem Arcane. Demon Lizard King Helm Legendary. Required tier 2. Defense 400. Attack 0. Attributes, Transcendence plus 50. Special effect immunity to all poisons plus 50% resistance to all poison attacks. Special effect Malicious Trick, leaves behind a cloud of poisonous mist. Those struck by the mist suffer slowed movement and significantly reduced supernatural power usage speed. Set Lord of Heavenly Demons 4-piece set, transforms into demon form for a brief duration, granting a 30% boost to all attributes without losing sanity. Cooldown 3 days. Description: spoils of defeating the Spiked Lizard King, belonging to true heroes. After equipping the new gear, Chen Nian's stats have risen to a whole new level. He now possesses 2 pieces of legendary gear. Obtaining the remaining 2 will complete the 4-piece set. Additionally, he now possesses a second arcane enchantment gem. Chen Nian had stockpiled a large quantity of enhancement materials, using them to max out both enchantment gems.
Enchantment Gem Arcane enhanced to +9, supernatural power consumption 10%. Enchantment Gem Arcane enhanced to +9, reducing extraordinary power consumption by 10%. These 2 gems reduce Chen Nian's overall mana consumption by 20%, a truly insane bonus.
Especially for high-cost words like judgment, Chen Nian could sustain it far longer.
But this second kill of the Lord had aroused Lu Ji's suspicion. She wasn't stupid.
Both times the boss was killed, Xiao Chen saw no one around.
Something was definitely fishy. She made up her mind, if a third identical incident occurred, Chen Nian's identity would become highly suspect. Chapter 132, Chen Nian caught red-handed by Su Jingyu. Several more days passed. As everyone's strength continued to grow, the speed at which they hunted ordinary monsters increased dramatically. Soon, the requirement to slay 3,000 monsters was met, summoning the 3rd Lord-level boss to Demon Island. Lord Celestial Demon Crimson Tiger King has descended. Chen Nian wasted no time leading Lu Gu to the forest where the Lord resided, determined to claim this 3rd legendary great equipment. A large crowd had already gathered around. This is the 3rd boss. Once we obtain the essence blood from all 4 bosses, we'll be able to enter the Heavenly Demon Tower. I wouldn't normally qualify with my abilities, but I unexpectedly snagged drops from the first 2 bosses, giving me a shot now. Yeah, thanks to that powerhouse taking down the Lord, we all got a chance at the essence. So, has anyone figured out who that powerful player really is? What do you mean? Who else but Silent One would take down a boss so spectacularly yet remain unseen? You're absolutely right. Chen Nian didn't want to linger too long. He immediately made an excuse to slip away, activating Shadow Concealment to dash at top speed toward the Crimson Demon Tiger King. This time, Chen Nian didn't bother pretending. He activated the high-risk word Spirit, Judgment. The Crimson Demon Tiger King defeated. Genetic Energy plus 10,000. Acquired Legendary Equipment, Celestial Demon Crimson Tiger Leg Guards. Acquired Rare Enchanted Gem Arcane. Chen Nian swiftly extracted the essence blood and retreated to avoid drawing attention. He then examined the equipment's attributes. Leg of the Crimson Demon Tiger Legendary. Requirement Tier 2. Defense 300. Attack 100. Additional attribute, Agility plus 50. Special effect King of Beasts, gain plus 20% EXP when defeating other monsters on Demon Island. Special effect Tiger Roar in the forest, a tiger's roar summons all beasts to pay homage, drawing other monsters toward you. Set Demon Lord Quadruple Set, transforms into demon form for a brief duration, boosting all attributes by 30% without losing sanity. Cooldown 3 days. Description: loot from the vanquished Celestial Demon Crimson Tiger King belongs to true heroes. This armor actually boosts attack power. And judging by these 2 special effects, it seems like a leveling powerhouse. With it, both monster killing speed and leveling speed will skyrocket. Chen Nian happily equipped it, meaning only 1 piece remained to complete the set. Meanwhile, the others noticed the boss had been slain. Guys, the boss is down. Silent has made his move. Quick, go grab the essence blood. Charge! 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 Though they hadn't witnessed Chen Nian's attack, they were more than happy to reap the rewards. Su Jingyu arrived too, but her first instinct wasn't to collect the essence blood. Instead, she frantically searched for Chen Nian's figure. But Chen Nian had already headed to the forest's outskirts. How could she possibly find him? Xiaoqi, over here. Lu Gu called Su Jingyu over. Sis Lu, I'm looking for that guy. I'll talk to you later. Su Jingyu was visibly anxious. To her surprise, Lu Gu smiled. Don't worry, little 7. If you're looking for old Master Yu, I might have a way. You do? Su Jingyu was slightly taken aback. Yes. I'll take you to him. Lu Gu had long suspected Chen Nian. Chen Nian's 3rd boss kill finally confirmed her suspicions. Little Chen, that was boss no speech. If that was the case, it would also explain another question that had always puzzled her: why was Little Chen so kind to her? Because he was the leader of our guild, it was only natural for him to look out for the members. Lu Gu first took Su Jingyu to a safe place before heading to the agreed location to meet Chen Nian. Chen, you said you weren't feeling well earlier. Are you okay now? Lu Gu asked with a smile. Yes, I'm fine now. Come with me, I'll take you somewhere wonderful. Where? Chen Nian was puzzled but didn't dwell on it. He trusted his guild members implicitly. His mind was still immersed in the joy of acquiring that top-tier gear. Suddenly, a figure approached rapidly from behind. Despite Chen Nian's exceptional agility, reaction speed, and movement at that moment, he managed to react in time and dodge. Who's there? Oh, so you're that afraid to see me, are you?
Su Jinyu lifted her head, her rosy lips slightly pouted, clearly displeased.
Xiaoqi, you too?
Chen Nian stared at Su Jinyu in disbelief, then shifted his gaze to Lu Gu, clearly utterly bewildered.
Ha! Boss, you really think I'm stupid? After all this time, you still haven't figured it out.
Lu Gu chuckled smugly.
Tell me, why were you hiding from me? Su Jinyu demanded, hands on her hips. We weren't exactly hiding. It's just that the situation is urgent right now. We should prioritize entering the demon tower and avoid any other complications. Truthfully, there was another reason Chen Nian knew: the deceptive art demon god had been watching him from the shadows all along. If he grew too close to Su Jinyu, she might also become a target.
Chen Nian wasn't afraid, but Su Jinyu might not handle it as easily, and that was his greatest worry.
Of course I know that. Do you think I came looking for you just for some romantic nonsense? Su Jinyu punched Chen Nian playfully. I happened to acquire one of your rare skill scrolls earlier and wanted to give it back to you, you jerk. With that, she pulled out the skill scroll. Chen Nian examined it immediately. Sequence 55, Rare Word Spirit Mirror Moon. Effect, creates a mirror before the caster using extraordinary power, lasting 1 second. During this duration, it reflects the opponent's extraordinary power back at them, using their own weapon against them. In short, a counterattack. This was an exceptionally powerful rare word spirit. How had Xiaoqi obtained it by chance? Chen Nian himself had spent over 100 skill scrolls trying to synthesize it without success. His heart surged with joy. With this ability, facing a trickster demon god whose spells were as numerous as stars would be like adding wings to a tiger. Good. Xiaoqi, thank you. This will be very useful to me. Now you realize its value? Humph. Still trying to hide from me? Let's see you hide from me. Lu Gu chimed in, stirring the pot. Xiaoqi, the boss is such a sneaky bastard. He kept his true identity hidden from me all this time. If I hadn't figured it out, I'd still be in the dark. Shut up, you're the one who never stops talking. Chen Nian rolled her eyes. This woman was clearly in cahoots with him. Spit it out. How are you going to make it up to me? Xiaoqi, what level are you now? Level 85. I've been grinding hard, but it still feels so slow. If only I could become a tier 3 supernatural sooner. Chen Nian said seriously, I can help you level up as compensation. What level are you? 75. Lower than me? How are you going to guide me? Su Jinyu was skeptical. When have I ever lied to you? Chen Nian had obtained this new piece of gear, which could massively gather monsters. It was practically a leveling artifact. Alright, boss. Since I tipped you off, count me in. I'll handle the grunt work for you guys, ha! Just then, Chen Nian suddenly sensed a gaze fixed upon him. The demon god of illusion. He whipped his head around, golden light blazing in his pupils as he stared toward the demon tower. The deceptive sorcerer god trembled. This human can actually sense me lurking in the shadows? Such terrifying insight. No wonder he could see through my true form. Overwhelmed by the pressure emanating from those golden pupils, he dared not continue spying on Chen Nian. Chapter 133, The Feeling of Leveling Up with My Little Sister. La 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 la. Su Jinyu hummed a cheerful little tune, her steps bouncing like a rabbit's as she skipped along. Whenever she was by Chen Nian's side, her mood would lift without her even realizing it. That's the power of being head over heels in love. Where are we going now, boss? No rush. We'll wait until nightfall, Chen Nian replied calmly. Most people would retreat to the island's safe zone at night to avoid danger. That was the perfect time to level up. No one would be competing for monsters. Hey, little Seven, you're out here messing around with us. Aren't you neglecting your little island? Hanging out with you isn't messing around, hee hee. Besides, we've got other strong folks on our island. They don't need me. Su Jinyu beamed, her cheeks dimpling adorably, looking utterly sweet. After nightfall, Demon Island grew significantly quieter. Most dared not venture out at night, fearing encounters with raging beasts or beast swarms. Now it was Chen Nian's turn to act. He led Su Jinyu and Lu Gu to the center of a forest, standing atop a towering tree. Why did you bring us here? Even you, boss, there's no beast tied this time. How are you going to level us up? Lu Gu also looked puzzled. You'll find out soon enough. At that moment, Chen Nian activated the legendary equipment's special skill Tiger Roar in the forest. Instantly, a colossal tiger apparition materialized behind Chen Nian, roaring toward the heavens. Roar! The deafening roar exploded in their ears, its terrifying shockwaves sweeping across the entire mountain forest in an instant. What are you doing, trying to deafen us? Su Jinyu pouted in complaint. Suddenly, sounds began stirring around them. The sounds grew louder and louder. Lu Gu snapped alert, sounds like a horde of monsters charging this way. What the hell? Others have tried using sound to lure monsters before, but it never worked. Holy crap, there are so many? A tiger's roar echoed and all beasts answered. From every direction, hordes of demonic beasts surged toward the great tree. Ground-crawling nether serpents, fur-limbed bull rhinoceroses charging madly, lightning wolves, and sky-flying demon songbirds.
More and more monsters gathered here, leaving both girls stunned.
Good heavens! Is this how you pull aggro?
As expected of the boss always has a unique approach. These creatures might be seen as a disaster by others, but to powerhouses like Su Jinyu and Chen Nian, they were nothing but walking experience points.
So, what do you think? I told you I'd help you level up. Are these monsters enough? Chen Nian chuckled. Then I won't hold back.
Su Jinyu soared into the air, pointing her sword at the night sky. A cold gleam flashed in her beautiful eyes.
Sword, come forth.
Instantly, countless sword energies plummeted from the heavens like a meteor shower.
10,000 swords technique.
Thus, all the monsters on the ground were transformed into experience points under the baptism of the sword rain.
The three's experience points skyrocketed.
Due to the King of Beasts special effect, your experience gained is plus 20%. Similar notifications flashed continuously before Chen Nian's eyes.
He hadn't lifted a finger, yet he gained the most experience points among the three.
This wave seemed like Chen Nian was leveling up the two girls, but in reality, he was the one being leveled up, because he hadn't lifted a finger.
Boss, why are you just standing there watching while Xiaoqi does all the monster killing? How can you stand it? I'm not embarrassed. Keep it up, Xiaoqi. Pfft, thick-skinned bastard.
To be perfectly honest, being carried by my little sister feels absolutely amazing. Chen Nian needed to save most of his strength for the trickster demon god, so this was a welcome reprieve.
2 women and 1 man, a night of exertion. All were profoundly satisfied.
Su Jinyu leveled up a full 10 times, reaching level 95. Chen Nian gained 12 levels, now at 87. And that night alone, the trio slaughtered thousands of monsters, even fulfilling the requirements to summon the final Lord-class boss.
Lord Storm Thunderbird has descended. Waking up to this notification the next morning,
the other extraordinary beings on the island were stunned.
Holy crap, what's going on? Didn't we still need thousands more monsters last night? How did the Lord get summoned today? What the hell happened last night? This is insane. Who the hell killed thousands of monsters in the middle of the night? Are they even human?
People were speechless with shock. This was nothing short of an impossible miracle.
Alright, the final boss has been summoned. Let's go. Chen Nian immediately set off. The final boss, known as the Storm Thunderbird, wasn't on the ground, it was in the sky.
Above, a vast expanse of dark clouds gathered.
Thunder rumbled. And the boss lurked within those thunderclouds. This difficulty was unprecedentedly high. To challenge it, one must first enter the terrifying thundercloud.
One wrong move, and you'd likely be struck dead on the spot.
You guys go ahead, boss. I'm not going in. Lu Gu chickened out at the last minute, refusing to step inside.
Chen Nian chuckled, alright, then I'll take Xiaoqi with me. The two plunged into the churning thunderclouds together.
Boom! Boom! Lightning bolts streaked across the sky, a terrifying sight. How about you fly me in? I'll handle the boss, Chen Nian suggested. When using high-risk word spirits, Chen Nian couldn't employ other ordinary word spirits like now.
He activated judgment directly, blocking all lightning outside his domain.
Alright. Su Jinyu guided Chen Nian as they flew deep into the thunderclouds on his sword.
Howling winds raged, thunder rampaged. The true form of the Storm Thunderbird revealed itself before them. Its enormous wings, vast enough to obscure the sky, flapped with such force that each beat sent bolts of lightning streaking through the air, a sight of staggering power.
Charge straight through, Chen Nian declared. Su Jinyu carried Chen Nian forward, charging without hesitation.
Under the judgment domain, all attacks were repelled. Yet, as they neared, the Storm Thunderbird vanished. Its speed was truly lightning fast, leaving only an afterimage in its wake. The next instant, a black bolt of fury shot toward them from the distance.
This thing can dodge? What do we do now? Su Jinyu asked.
It seemed this boss was different from the previous ones, a ranged mage type that fled at the first sign of combat, refusing to engage in close combat.
For Chen Nian, this was extremely unwelcome. It's too fast to hit. We need a way to counter it. Chen Nian pondered for a moment before activating his judgment domain. Stay put. Without the protection of the judgment domain, the two were now exposed to the harsh environment of storm and thunder, already extremely dangerous. Su Jinyu also felt the pressure mounting. Just then, the Storm Thunderbird opened its beak and unleashed another thick bolt of black lightning. Su Jinyu chose to trust Chen Nian completely and remained rooted to the spot. Before Chen Nian, a mirror formed by extraordinary power appeared. Spell of words, Mirror Moon. Capable of reflecting supernatural attacks within a second. The thick black thunderbolt struck the mirror surface, only to bizarrely reverse course and return along its original path. Clearly, the Storm Thunderbird hadn't anticipated its attack being reflected. Boom! The black thunder instantly shattered half of its wing. With a piercing shriek, it plummeted from the sky. Got it! Chase! But Chen Nian hadn't anticipated that the bird he thought was in the bag would be snatched away by someone else. Chapter 134, Yi Hongling intervenes, Chen Nian's gear complete. The storm Thunderbird plummeted. Mid-air.
A crimson divine spear instantly pierced its chest. The lord creature was incinerated mid-air, reduced to ashes.
Chen Nian. Su Jinyu.
Both of them simultaneously noticed the fiery figure in the distance.
Who else could it be but Yi Hongling? That woman. She actually stole our boss? Su Jinyu's eyebrows shot up in fury. Damn it. Chen Nian was furious too.
Losing the boss wasn't the issue, what mattered was that the final piece of boss loot had fallen into Yi Hongling's hands.
That was the final piece of the legendary set. They absolutely couldn't let it slip away.
Chase her. Su Jinyu and the others pursued on flying swords from behind. Yi Hongling rode her flaming broomstick ahead, escaping with unhurried composure.
Oh. I see.
A smirk curved his lips as he murmured to himself, I knew why you killed 3 lords in a row, it was for this legendary set.
Bet you didn't expect the final piece to drop into my hands. Su Jinyu was frantic. She couldn't catch up.
Chen Nian had practically drained her dry last night, leaving her utterly exhausted today. There was no way she could catch up to Yi Hongling. And judging by her demeanor, she clearly wasn't even running at full speed. She even glanced back with an air of leisure, looking almost like she was taunting her.
Chen Nian was equally anxious. He could catch up by repeatedly using his teleportation technique, Phantom Void, but he couldn't abandon Shaoqi.
If you want the gear, come see me alone.
Bringing other women won't fly.
Yi Hongling glanced back with a smirk.
You're dreaming. Su Jinyu retorted first. Well, that depends on whether your silent brother wants the gear, haha. With that, Yi Hongling accelerated, leaving only a trail of fiery exhaust in the sky. Chen Nian pondered for a moment. Shaoqi, why don't you go back and rest?
I'll chase after her.
You actually want to go meet her alone? Su Jinyu's beautiful eyes widened. No, I'm going to get the gear back. I won't let that woman get away with it. Is the gear more important than me? You're more important.
But this gear dropped after we both worked hard to defeat the boss.
If someone else gets it, that's disrespectful to you. Su Jinyu, that kinda makes sense? Chen Nian, I'll come back for you later. Su Jinyu, hey!
In the blink of an eye, Chen Nian had already caught up. His figure flickered through the air at breakneck speed, and soon Su Jinyu could no longer see either of them.
Chen Nian quickly caught up to Yi Hongling, grabbing one of her hands from behind. Still running? Then I won't run.
Yi Hongling didn't dodge either, pulling Chen Nian toward her. Hand in hand, they plummeted from 1,000 meters up. We look like we're committing suicide together.
Won't your little sister Chi be upset? Cut the crap. Give me the gear. How can you be like this?
By rights, whoever kills the boss gets the loot.
You're the undisputed strongest in the world, are you going to be unreasonable now? Chen Nian. He knew he couldn't out-argue this woman.
Her skill and tactics were leagues above Su Jinyu's.
The two were about to hit the ground.
If you don't save me now, I'll die from the fall.
Then you won't get the gear either. Tisk. Chen Nian sighed in resignation, clutching Yi Hongling as he activated the Phantom Void technique. Only then did they land safely on the ground. Name your terms, Chen Nian demanded. What will it take for you to give me the gear? Call me sister. Chen Nian considered it.
Calling her sister didn't seem so bad.
Sis. Better call me your majesty. Don't push it too far.
Don't worry, your little sister Chi can't hear us.
It's just the two of us here.
Yi Hongling twirled a few strands of wine-red hair, her smile playful.
It's none of her business.
You can do whatever you want with her normally, but right now we should head to the Heavenly Demon Tower first.
Haven't you noticed? We're already here. Chen Nian looked up.
The Heavenly Demon Tower right before his eyes. So that's why the woman fled in that direction straight toward the Heavenly Demon Tower.
Damn it, I forgot to collect the essence blood.
Chen Nian suddenly remembered in the rush to chase her, he'd completely forgotten to extract the monster's essence blood.
Don't worry, sis has some right here.
Yi Hongling raised her slender index finger, and a droplet of blood floated from its tip, drifting slowly toward him.
Chen Nian caught the essence blood and watched it merge into the token. Congratulations!
You have collected the essence blood of all 4 great lords and may now enter the Heavenly Demon Tower.
See? Pretty thoughtful of me, huh? Indeed.
At first glance, Yi Hongling seemed to be teasing Chen Nian, but in truth, she had already mapped out the entire plan, even anticipating Chen Nian's forgetfulness in retrieving the essence.
Here, the gear you wanted. Don't make it sound like I was going to withhold it from you. Chen Nian accepted the gear with a look of surprise. Storm Thunder Bracers Legendary. Required tier 2. Defense, 200. Attack, 200. Attributes, Constitution plus 20, Supernatural plus 20, Agility plus 20. Special effect Black Thunder God fires a bolt of black lightning that ignores a portion of the target's defense and possesses exceptional penetration. Special effect Thunder Mastery increases the power of all lightning-based transcendent abilities by 30%. These two special abilities complement each other perfectly.
The final piece of equipment also provides a lightning-based attack ability, which is quite powerful.
When Chen Nian equips it. Congratulations! The Celestial Demon Lord set effect has been activated.
Effect: enter demon form for a short duration, boosting all attributes by 30%.
The final piece of the puzzle is finally in hand.
All previous epic tier armor sets were replaced with legendary tier ones.
Chen Nian's attributes received a significant boost. Chen Nian, Word Spirit Sage Unique.
Genetic tier, Tier 2 level 87.
Constitution, 372. Agility, 324. Transcendence, 335. Attack bonus, 960. Defense bonus, 1420. Combat rating, 170 stars.
Not long ago, his combat power rating was only 126 stars, but now it surged to 170 stars, proof of just how terrifying his improvement has been. Within the second tier, no one possesses attributes superior to Chen Nian's.
Want this thing? An enchantment gem. Yes.
The enchantment gem Arcane reduces the consumption of extraordinary power.
Chen Nian has already collected 4.
Reducing extraordinary power consumption by 40%, an absolutely game-changing effect. He hadn't expected Yi Hongling to be so generous, handing over all these valuable items to him. He suddenly felt a bit embarrassed.
You just gave them to me like that? What else? Want to call me sister a few more times? I love hearing it. Yi Hongling chuckled. But let's wait until we've breached the Heavenly Demon Tower. So you lured me here specifically to climb the Heavenly Demon Tower together? Chen Nian finally understood. Exactly.
That way, I'll accomplish what no other woman has.
If we defeat the demon god together, wouldn't that become a legendary tale in this world?
Such deep scheming, such ruthless tactics.
Truly, only Yi Hongling could devise such an intricate plan.
If Chen Nian defeated the demon god alongside her, they'd become the divine couple everyone talked about, a match that would make anyone swoon.
Let's go. To the Heavenly Demon Tower. Chapter 135, Entering the Heavenly Demon Tower. The final battle begins.
Without a doubt, Chen Nian and Yi Hongling were the first to reach the Heavenly Demon Tower. Even if the others managed to obtain the essence blood by sheer luck, they wouldn't be able to get there so quickly. The pair approached the tower's black entrance, where a humanoid stone statue stood guard.
Its pupils emitted a piercing red beam. Qualification verified. Access to the Heavenly Demon Tower granted.
Only 30 islands remain. We must breach the Heavenly Demon Tower before the islands are destroyed, Chen Nian said, his expression unusually serious. Once all the islands were destroyed, Tianma Island would sink, burying everyone on it. For humanity to prevail, the Heavenly Demon Tower must be utterly destroyed before that happens.
Have you figured out how to deal with the deceptive art demon god? Yi Hongling asked. Not yet. You didn't bring little seventh sister into the tower because you wanted to protect her from danger? How considerate of you. Chen Nian offered no rebuttal.
The demon god's methods were inscrutable and unpredictable. It was best that Su Jinyu didn't come.
Let's go.
Chen Nian stepped through the gates of the Heavenly Demon Tower first, ascending a wide, winding stone staircase. Both sides of the staircase were lined with ornate, exquisite monster statues. These sculptures were so lifelike they seemed poised to break free at any moment. Murals and wall decorations stretched endlessly across the walls, resembling a procession of ghosts at night, creating an atmosphere of extreme eeriness.
You have entered Tower of Heavenly Demons, Level 1.
At the end of the stone steps lay the first floor hall.
What a hassle. What met Chen Nian's eyes was a dense swarm of countless monsters. A rough estimate suggested there were over 1,000. Both received the same prompt: eliminate all monsters to proceed to the next floor. Goodness, there's so much.
Alright then, since I've come in with you, I'll handle all the dirty and heavy work. Yi Hongling stepped forward first, her peach blossom eyes glowing with a captivating crimson hue. Her feet stepped upon the flame formation, her wine-red hair flowing wildly.
Crimson Lotus Hell.
Terrifying fire energy erupted from Yi Hongling's center, instantly engulfing the entire hall.
In an instant, the ground transformed into churning lava, blazing flames soared, and countless monsters wailed in agony. It was a scene straight out of hell.
Soon after, the gate at the end swung open, revealing the second-level passageway.
Every monster was instantly annihilated.
As the most powerful fire elemental mage, Yi Hongling demonstrated her unparalleled might.
Chen Nian did nothing, merely reaping experience points from behind. Next floor. You have entered Tower of Heavenly Demons, second level.
The second floor was similarly swarming with monsters, all manner of demonic beasts and ferocious creatures, each leveling up a notch from the first floor. Yi Hongling said nothing, continuing to unleash her ultimate spell, Crimson Lotus Hell. Chen Nian could only watch as the experience points kept flashing before his eyes.
The second floor was cleared.
After unleashing two such super-powered attacks in succession, a hint of fatigue crept onto Yi Hongling's face.
Yet she flashed a captivating smile. You don't think I'm done yet, do you? Next floor. All right. Third layer. 4th layer. Still the same unreasonable, instant wipe of the entire floor.
But upon reaching the 5th floor, the monster's attributes had grown significantly stronger.
Many elite monsters now survived the flaming inferno.
Chen Nian charged forward with the dragon shocking blade, dispatching each one with a single strike to open the 5th floor passage.
Keep going.
On the 5th floor, Yi Hongling once again cleared most of the monsters, while Chen Nian took care of the stragglers, allowing him to conserve his strength. From the 1st floor to the 5th, the two cleared it in under half an hour, slaying thousands of monsters at a pace that could only be described as terrifying.
But even Yi Hongling was beginning to falter at this point. Why don't you rest here for a bit?
I'll handle the rest, Chen Nian suggested.
Cut the chatter. Carry your sister up.
With no other choice, Chen Nian picked her up and carried her up to the 6th floor.
The monsters on the 6th floor averaged level 60.
Though their numbers were significantly reduced, their strength had increased by more than one tier compared to the lower levels.
Give me time.
Yi Hongling spoke, then closed her eyes as her staff hovered before her. A massive flame engulfed her, blazing fiercely and lighting the surrounding walls crimson. By now, the monsters had launched their assault.
Chen Nian guarded Yi Hongling's perimeter, not letting a single monster survive close enough to attack. After a long moment, boom!
A colossal pillar of fire erupted before them, spanning roughly 10 meters in radius. A flame giant, engulfed in blazing fire, rose from the ground, wielding a 10-meter-long flaming saber, resembling the very incarnation of the fire god.
A summoning spell.
What followed was beyond Chen Nian's control. The flame giant slaughtered and incinerated every last monster, leaving none behind. The 7th level passage opened. She had practically single-handedly fought her way through levels 1 to 7.
Thanks to her efforts, Chen Nian was now nearly at full strength. I'll stop here.
You go on, Yi Hongling forced a smile.
Good luck, little brother Buyu. Get some rest. Chen Nian stepped onto the 7th layer.
Only elite monsters above level 70 awaited him.
It seemed he'd have to step in personally this time.
Just as he was about to act, a bone-chilling cold suddenly emanated from behind him.
Chen Nian dodged violently.
The chill tore through the center of the 7th layer, carving out a glacial passageway. As Chen Nian turned, a snow-clad figure streaked toward him.
Run!
It was Zhao Yixue. She grabbed Chen Nian and charged straight toward the entrance of the next level, ignoring the monsters entirely.
What are you doing? Those monsters won't open the passage unless we kill them. No need for us to handle it. Help is on the way.
No sooner had she spoken than a deafening chorus of footsteps and synchronized roars erupted from behind.
Kill! Brothers, it's our turn to shine.
Take down these monsters and clear a path for no speak. A flood of extraordinary beings poured into the 7th layer, fiercely battling the monsters there.
Chen Nian watched, slightly mesmerized.
Indeed, these were all-powerful extraordinary beings of top-tier strength. They had followed Chen Nian to snatch the essence blood of the 4 great lords and had also earned the right to enter the heavenly demon tower. Now they had come to lend their strength.
Chen Nian felt inexplicably moved.
After a fierce battle, the 7th floor was cleared, and Chen Nian stepped onto the 8th floor.
Leave this floor to me. Zhao Yixue was all action, no words, unleashing her ultimate move. Frost and snow flew, absolute zero.
The 8th layer instantly transformed into a frozen wasteland, every powerful monster frozen solid into ice sculptures without exception.
Crash!
All the ice sculptures shattered, scattering into countless shards of crystal. The 8th layer was thus cleared, and the passage to the 9th layer opened.
Praise me. Zhao Yixue demanded approval with a blank expression. All right. You're amazing. After receiving her praise, Zhao Yixue didn't follow any further.
It seemed she was also severely drained.
Chen Nian advanced alone into the 9th level.
Monsters all above level 90 nearly matching Chen Nian's own power. Monsters like these were tough for even similarly leveled extraordinary beings to take down individually, let alone hundreds of them here. They were scattered throughout every corner of the hall, making Chen Nian's task incredibly troublesome. Just then, one monster spotted Chen Nian and lunged forward with powerful strides. But mid-air, it was pierced through the chest by a flying sword shot from behind. A sword? After slaying the monster, the flying sword spun back as if possessed by a spirit, landing steadily in the hands of a girl in a white dress.
Chapter 136, Chen Nian versus the Deceptive Art Demon God. The Deep-Sea Demon God appears. Brother Buyu, you really dared to leave me behind. Xiaoqi. Chen Nian felt a pang of guilt. Shouldn't your power be nearly depleted by now? How come? Of course it's not just me, it's all of us. Behind them, more and more people kept reaching the 9th level. Boss. We're here too.
Ha, never thought we'd get to fight alongside the boss.
Leave the 9th floor to us, boss. You go ahead. Indeed, these were fellow guildmates from Mountain River Eternal Peace. Among them were Tang Rou, Lu Gu, and others.
Though they could only see Chen Nian's back, each of them was pumped up like they'd been injected with adrenaline, brimming with fighting spirit.
All right. Chen Nian didn't turn around, merely waving a hand behind him.
Then, using the phantom void technique, he teleported instantly, charging straight toward the foremost entrance. Behind him, Su Jinyu led the guild's elite members, leaving the 9th layer utterly devastated.
The 10th floor passageway opened. Go ahead, Su Jinyu muttered from behind. I'll settle the score with you when you return. Chen Nian smiled and ascended to the 10th level.
The summit of the Heavenly Demon Tower.
A quiet stone corridor stretched before Chen Nian, everything ahead shrouded in darkness, utterly indistinguishable. Heavenly Eye, open.
A clear light ignited within Chen Nian's pupils. He continued forward, taking a few steps, when suddenly dozens of arrows shot toward him from ahead. Chen Nian tracked their trajectories with perfect clarity, dodging them with unhurried ease.
A barrage of traps and mechanisms followed in rapid succession.
Ice, fire, poison gas, spiked traps, guillotine blades suspended from the ceiling. Chen Nian emerged unscathed at the end, pushing open the sealed bronze door. This was the final chamber of the Heavenly Demon Tower.
Clap, clap, clap. Applause echoed through the circular hall. Impressive. Truly impressive. You are indeed the human who defeated my temple avatar. Your performance astonishes me.
The deceitful demon god sat upon the throne at the highest point, his legs comfortably crossed. Beneath his pointed triangular cap lay dark blue skin and a pair of sapphire blue pupils that seemed to hold ancient demonic power.
Deceitful demon god, Tier 3, Level 1.
Though he too was Tier 3, his power was incomparable to that of the 4 great lords. This was a calamity beast of demon god tier lineage.
Welcome to the Heavenly Demon Tower.
As a reward for your heroism, I have prepared a grand gift for you. The trickster demon god raised a finger, and instantly, an image appeared on the wall like a projector.
Chen Nian looked up.
The scene depicted was the ocean.
Wait, that's... Look up at the sky. What is that?
The island's guards gazed skyward, murmuring in disbelief.
A gaping hole had opened in the sky. A crimson pillar of light plummeted from the hole's center, finally plunging into the sea.
And so, the sea began to boil. A massive vortex appeared where the beam struck, sucking in everything around it like a black hole. Even the mutated monsters couldn't escape. Though the inhabitants of Demon Island were all extraordinary beings, there were still many ordinary humans outside its borders. Most were ordinary military forces, patrolling the surrounding waters in warships and speedboats. Now, every last one of them was sucked into the vortex. Even the massive warship known as the Icebreaker was crushed by the whirlpool. The terrifying vortex seemed to become a man-eating monster. After a long while, a column of water erupted from the vortex. This flowing water coalesced into the form of a giant. Its entire body was composed of water, its lower half resembling a waterspout connected to the ocean, as if born from the sea itself. Now, this monstrous being began advancing toward the Demon Island.
The first small island in its path hadn't yet grasped the gravity of the situation. The giant arrived, and with a single punch, a tsunami and earthquake struck.
Island 81 has been breached. After this, the water giant continued toward the remaining islands. Its sole objective was to destroy every isle, ensuring the Demon Island buried all human warriors beneath its waves.
Chen Nian.
Though not experiencing it firsthand, the sheer terror radiating from that monster was palpable, utterly extraordinary.
Could it be another demon god tier being? Ha 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 ha.
Truly worthy of the deep-sea demon god, the trickster demon god roared with laughter.
Well, do you like this gift? Not bad. You're quite the stubborn one. Now you must choose.
If you return, I'll slaughter every last one of your comrades in the Heavenly Demon Tower. If you don't return, the deep-sea demon god will crush those islands one by one and you'll die anyway.
Chen Nian's gaze suddenly sharpened. I'll slaughter you before I go back. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he activated his phantom space technique, teleporting instantly before the throne. The dragon shock blade drew from its sheath, slicing through the deceptive sorcery demon god and the throne itself into shards. But it was only a decoy. Seems you're in quite a hurry? Excellent. I relish watching you panic and fail. Come on.
A colossal battle at the pinnacle of the Heavenly Demon Tower officially commenced. With a flick of the illusionary demon god's wrist, several energy beams shot toward Chen Nian.
In an instant, he activated Mirror Moon, deflecting them all back.
He removed the triangular hat from his head and held it aloft with the grace of a magician. The reflected energy beams were sucked right into it. Human, you should consider yourself honored to witness this demon god's hat trick. With that, he replaced the hat on his head and vanished entirely. Where did he go? Even Chen Nian, with his heavenly eye open, couldn't see him, proving he was no longer here. Ahead, only the hat remained, floating in the air.
Come and catch me. Aren't you in a hurry? The hat spoke, even swaying provocatively.
Chen Nian darted forward, accelerating in an instant, and swung his blade horizontally.
This strike exceeded the speed of sound.
Yet the blade passed right through the hat, inflicting no real damage whatsoever.
What was going on? Chen Nian immediately activated his domain, Judgment. Within the Judgment domain, the hat remained completely unscathed, untouched by any harm. Meanwhile, the outer islands continued to be devastated. Island 11 has been breached. Island 32 has been breached. The number of surviving islands dwindled steadily. Once all islands were destroyed, the entire demon island would be submerged beneath the sea. What's the matter, human? Aren't you in a hurry? Come and catch me. The deceitful demon god lived up to his name, all trickery and sorcery, like a clown on a stage. Chen Nian snapped out of his daze. Could this hat be a spatial container, capable of absorbing everything including energy? So the power of judgment was absorbed by it? And the deceitful demon god's true form had also fled into the space within this hat, making it invisible even to the heavenly eye. How could he possibly be captured? This thing couldn't possibly be unsolvable. There had to be a way to break through. This time, Chen Nian chose a different path. Mid-air, he snatched the errant triangular hat and placed it upon his own head. Chen Nian vanished too, drawn into the hat space. Found you. Chapter 137, Slaying the Demon God, Shattering the Heavenly Demon Tower. Sure enough, the deceptive art demon god was hiding within that hat dimension. Found you. Chen Nian teleported over once more, but the dragon-slaying blade struck only air. Vanished again. Ha 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 ha. You think you're so clever, don't you? But you're merely a puppet in my hands. Luring you into your own trap, now that's a true hat trick. At that moment, the trickster demon god had reappeared outside, cradling the triangular hat in his palm with a smug grin. He could freely traverse the hat space, but Chen Nian couldn't. Thus, Chen Nian was now trapped inside that hat, unable to escape. The hat space will gradually compress until it crushes you into mincemeat. Prepare to meet your end, human. The triangular hat kept shrinking. The space inside the hat was also shrinking. Trapped inside, Chen Nian's lips curled into a faint smile. He had already figured out the principle behind this hat trick. This hat cannot be destroyed from the outside, for any attack would be sucked into it. But destroying it from within is another matter. Spell, Source Extinction World. A ball of light, black as ink, appeared in Chen Nian's hand. It was eerie and profound, as if symbolizing the world's greatest calamity. Go. Outside, the deceitful sorcery demon god believed victory was assured. This hat was its weapon. Every demon god possessed a unique weapon, the very foundation of their formidable power. He would never normally play this trump card, but the overwhelming pressure emanating from this human forced him to fight with everything he had. Luring Chen Nian into a hat trick and then crushing him into mincemeat would be a perfect victory. What the hell? Suddenly, he sensed an utterly terrifying energy swelling within the hat. That energy carried a bone-chilling aura of destruction. Even this demon god tier weapon couldn't suppress it. Boom! A black burst erupted violently. The hat was utterly annihilated by Source Extinction World, reduced to the tiniest molecules of air, ceasing to exist. Chen Nian emerged. You? How? How is this possible? The smile on the sorcery demon god's face froze abruptly, replaced by panic and terror. In that very instant of terror, Chen Nian's figure appeared before him, a blade slashing out. He desperately tried to evade using his substitution technique, but the strike was too swift, almost instantaneous. The blade, accelerated in an instant, severed the trickster demon god's right arm. Your defenses are this weak? Chen Nian was somewhat surprised, not expecting the formidable demon god's defenses to be so easily breached. But upon reflection, it made sense. His abilities were bizarre and unpredictable. If his defenses were also high, that would be unreasonable. Damn it! Damn you, you've angered this demon god. Domain, Heavenly Demon's Dark Realm. Centered on the deceptive sorcery demon god, a dark purple domain instantly enveloped the entire hall. In that instant, the hall seemed to transform into a hell filled with countless vengeful spirits. Demons danced wildly, ghosts roamed the night. These specters will relentlessly devour your life force. They possess no physical form, and no external force can stop them. You shall meet the most wretched of deaths. Is that so? Chen Nian smiled faintly. Who gave you the confidence to play with domains against me? The judgment domain unfolded. A dark gold divine silhouette floated behind Chen Nian, its eyes like molten gold radiating an overwhelming pressure that nearly forced the demon god of illusions to avert his gaze. He instinctively shielded his eyes with his arms, staring at the scene before him, unable to conceal the terror gripping his heart. No. Those formless specters were utterly shattered mid-air. Without exception. Not a single one could approach Chen Nian, let alone touch him. As the judgment domain continued to expand, the dark purple barrier could no longer hold. The surrounding space was on the verge of collapse. Now, nothing could stop Chen Nian. He withdrew the judgment and closed in swiftly. The demon god attempted to flee, its form flickering through the air. Chen Nian unleashed the phantom void technique in pursuit and finally caught up. Thud! The dragon shocking blade pierced the heart of the deceptive demon god, black blood gushing forth. The outcome was decided. Yet at that very moment, the illusionary demon god smiled, lifting its pain-twisted face. You have opened Pandora's box. Countless purple lights erupted from the deceptive arts demon god's body, exploding with a thunderous boom.
It turned out he had concealed a final trick within his own body, a self-destruct mechanism triggered by death, much like a booby-trapped box. Without a moment's warning, the terrifying energy wave obliterated everything on the top floor of the Heavenly Demon Tower.
Yes, everything. The demon god's power was immense. When unleashed, the resulting destruction was nothing short of catastrophic. Chen Nian had just used the Phantom Void technique to close, and how could he possibly escape in time?
And it was impossible to use judgment to block it. Such a high-risk word spell required chanting.
Though Chen Nian's inner chanting was swift, it couldn't be completed in an instant.
Thus, he too was consumed. Equipment Celestial Demon Heart Charm has been damaged. After the explosion, Chen Nian emerged unscathed, but the top floor of the Heavenly Demon Tower had been nearly leveled. After the Death Demon's demise, it lingered as a ghostly specter suspended in midair, clinging to existence for a fleeting moment. It sought to witness Chen Nian's demise with its own eyes. But upon seeing Chen Nian unharmed, the specter instantly vanished into thin air.
Thankfully, the Heavenly Demon Heart Charm could withstand one attack. Genetic energy plus 3 million. Acquired legendary equipment, Trickster Demon God's Treasure Pendant.
Acquired high-tier skill scroll. Chen Nian had no time to examine the rewards. His immediate priority was to hurry back. As for the others in the Heavenly Demon Tower, the moment the Deep-Sea Demon God appeared, they all rushed back to defend. They knew that once all the islands were destroyed, everyone would perish along with the Heavenly Demon Island. By the time they arrived, fewer than 10 islands remained. The Deep-Sea Demon God was utterly unstoppable.
Countless extraordinary beings fled without even attempting resistance.
These deserted islands were naturally obliterated by the Deep-Sea Demon God.
Earthquakes and tsunamis destroyed everything in an instant, leaving no room for doubt.
Island 77 has been breached. Island 98 has fallen. Island 03 has been breached.
Only 2 words hung over the people: despair. The returning powerhouses were utterly helpless, including Zhao Yixue and Yi Hongling.
Having expended too much energy attempting to breach the Heavenly Demon Tower, they too could not turn the tide.
Who could possibly fight such a monster? It's as if heaven itself is dooming us.
A third-tier demon god-level catastrophe beast.
We can't even handle a regular third-tier lord, let alone a demon god. What's the point of defending? Going in is suicide. Just as despair gripped them all, the top of the Heavenly Demon Tower erupted. The deafening blast echoed for hundreds of miles, its terrifying shockwave engulfing the entire Demon Tower Island. Indeed, that was the commotion caused by the deceptive art demon god's self-detonation. Before everyone's eyes, the Heavenly Demon Tower collapsed with a thunderous crash. Witnessing this scene, the people erupted in wild joy. The Heavenly Demon Tower is destroyed. Chapter 138, Mortal Form, Rivaling the Divine. The Heavenly Demon Tower is destroyed. Wonderful. Buyu has breached the Heavenly Demon Tower. We've won. This is our victory. Ha ha.
The collapse of the Demon Tower meant that those sea creatures would no longer be corrupted into monsters, eliminating a major threat.
People had assumed the demon god would vanish too, but it did not. All the other monsters vanished. How is it still attacking? Are we really supposed to fight this thing? How the hell do we even fight it?
Not only were ordinary transcendents overcome with despair, but even the elite warriors who had emerged from the Demon Tower felt a profound sense of helplessness. Their power was nearly depleted. They simply lacked the capability to engage this demon god in direct combat.
As for Wu Yu, he had just engaged in a fierce battle with the trickster demon god. Whether he even survived the terrifying explosion was uncertain. Even if he did survive, would he have the strength left to continue fighting? Fighting 2 demon gods consecutively? Even he couldn't manage that. Fighting was futile. Escape was impossible.
For Tianma Island was now completely sealed off. Only those outside could enter, while those within were utterly trapped.
Only one small island remains. If even Island 100 sinks, we're utterly finished. Hurry! Defend it at all costs.
Indeed, Island 100 was the very island where Chen Nian stood. It had been spared until the very end. Hordes of powerful warriors rushed toward Island 100. The deep-sea demon god arrived.
Its colossal form towered hundreds of meters high, its body resembling a water tornado connected to the sea surface.
Merely standing there, it blocked out the sky and obscured the sun. Yi Hongling, Zhao Yixue, Su Jinyu, and other powerful warriors prepared for battle.
It's here. Lend me your power.
Yi Hongling's staff blasted forth a crimson pillar of fire, forming a scarlet flame barrier midair. Others channeled their extraordinary power into this pillar, continuously strengthening the flame barrier until it enveloped the entire island.
Boom! The deep-sea demon god's fist slammed down, sending 100-meter-high waves crashing around it. Yet this blow was halted mid-air.
Massive amounts of water vaporized, rising as white mist that nearly blanketed the entire night sky.
Hold on!
Crystal clear sweat beaded on Yi Hongling's forehead, her face pale as death. She was squeezing every last ounce of strength from her body, knowing she couldn't hold out much longer.
Her final hope lay in waiting for Chen Nian's return. 10 seconds, a mere 10 seconds, yet it felt like an eternity. Crack!
The fire shield shattered. Yi Hongling had reached her limit. The others were similarly drained, their strength nearly exhausted. None had the reserves left to withstand the deep-sea demon god. But at this critical moment, another figure stepped forward.
It wasn't Chen Nian.
Nor was it a powerful top-tier extraordinary being. He was just an ordinary, unknown man.
His name was Guishan, the original defender of Island 100, an ordinary knight.
The shield he raised formed a barrier in midair, somehow managing to block the deep-sea demon god's punch and hold back the towering tidal wave.
How is this possible?
Everyone was stunned by how he managed it.
How could a single man unleash such terrifying power? Was he a hidden master unknown to the world?
But only his comrades on Island 100 knew the truth.
You're insane.
Lu Jiyi's face drained of color as she stared at Guishan in disbelief, her eyes instantly welling up with tears.
Because Guishan had absorbed every last bit of the monster essences he'd stored. Terrifying blue veins bulged across his skin, his complexion turning an eerie dark blue-black. Countless bloodshot veins spread across his pupils, rendering him utterly unrecognizable as human. Complete demonic transformation. At this stage of demonic transformation, there was no turning back.
Yet despite clearly becoming a complete monster, he still managed to withstand the deep-sea demon god's attack through sheer willpower.
With a mortal body, he stood shoulder to shoulder with the gods. Brother Gua, you always warned us daily not to absorb monster essences for fleeting power. Why did you do this now? The people of Island 100 watched the towering figure from afar, unable to hold back their tears. Gah! Guishan erupted in a furious roar. This primal roar, brimming with masculine fury, carried boundless rage. Like the roar of a beast on the brink of death. He was no giant, yet he surpassed giants. In that instant, the deep-sea demon god's fist was violently repelled. 100-meter-high waves crashed down, transforming into a torrential downpour. Guishan collapsed. His body crashed backward, his vision blurring, yet a faint smile finally tugged at his lips. For he saw that familiar figure returning. That figure brought an overwhelming sense of reassurance. These past days, Guishan had handled the defense while he gathered essence souls outside. It was through their combined efforts that Island 100 had survived. Everyone called him Little Chen. But Guishan knew who he truly was. Ever since witnessing Chen Nian defeat two ferocious beasts in the dead of night, he had quietly guessed Chen Nian's identity, though he had never spoken it aloud. I leave it to you, Brother Chen. With those words, he closed his eyes. The moon hung high in the sky, and waves crashed against the heavens. Chen Nian's figure hovered above the night sky. People could only see his back, but everyone knew who he was. It's him. It's Silent One. He's back, he's finally returned. Chen Nian had rushed back as fast as he could, but he was still a little too late. He was furious now. On his way back, he equipped the newly acquired artifact, the eerie artifact of the demon god. Trickster Demon God Pendant Legendary. Wear requirements: only those who have slain a demon god are qualified to wear it. Defense, 0. Attack, 0. Attribute bonus, supernatural plus 100. Special effect Divine Gene, residual divine genes of the demon god on this pendant grant random abilities a chance to undergo divine evolution. After Chen Nian equipped this item. Spell Sequence 19 Pyroblast underwent divine evolution. Sequence 119 Zhurong. The divine evolution of Heavenly Eye originated from Erlang Shen, while the evolution of Flaming Explosion came from Zhu Rong, the fire god of the Dragon Nation. Without a doubt, this is the ultimate fire elemental word spirit. Activating this word spirit requires an extremely complex incantation, but Chen Nian had already completed the chant on his way back and could now use it directly. The air temperature around Chen Nian surged instantly, radiating an ever-expanding aura of scorching destruction. A white mist swirled around him, formed by rainwater in the air evaporating upon contact with the heat. In the area where he stood, not even rain could fall. Run! Back up! Get away from him! Now! Chapter 139, Word Spirit Zhurong. Back up! Get away from him! Quick! Yi Hongling was extremely sensitive to fire element energy. The fire energy she sensed emanating from Chen Nian at that moment was several times more terrifying than her own Red Lotus hell. How could this be? Though her mind struggled to believe it, she ordered everyone to quickly retreat to the island with the wounded. The deep-sea demon god had launched its second assault. The sea churned violently as dozens of colossal water dragons suddenly burst forth from the waves. These dragons were formed entirely of water, yet they appeared lifelike and vivid, each stretching dozens of meters long. They coiled and twisted across the night sky, creating a scene of breathtaking grandeur. My god! Is this the power of the deep-sea demon god? It's terrifying. Can Buyu really defeat such a monster? All we can do is trust him and pray. The deep-sea demon god commanded like a sovereign, and dozens of water dragons surged toward Chen Nian. They obscured the sky and blocked out the moonlight. Serpentine dragons coiled and twisted, thunder roared, and lightning flashed.
The sheer scale and breathtaking spectacle were truly worthy of an epic tale. Yet the moment the water dragons neared Chen Nian, they all dissolved.
What's happening? Their heads vanished into white mist evaporated? Didn't you notice the space around him warping from the intense heat? But this is a technique from a demon god. Such a massive volume of water evaporated in an instant, how terrifying must the heat around him be? Shock filled everyone's eyes. Most could only gape in silence, watching this earth-shattering battle from afar, utterly speechless for words to describe their feelings.
Chen Nian gazed calmly at the deep-sea demon god.
Finished? My turn. Jerome.
Those final two syllables served as the final note for the incantation of this supremely dangerous word spirit.
Boom! Centered on Chen Nian, a terrifying mass of flame energy swelled and erupted.
In an instant, the night sky was illuminated, and the world turned crimson.
The sea's surface boiled. Thick white mist billowed upward as seawater was violently vaporized.
A colossal flame specter enveloped Chen Nian. This was a flame giant, a colossus comparable in size to the deep-sea demon god. Its entire body was forged from flames. Dancing fire formed its muscles and frame, outlining a face radiating overwhelming dominance.
Its pupils blazed like two suns, radiant and fiery. The fire god, Jerome. Divine might resounded as the celestial being descended. That's the power of the silent leader. Looks like it. He's not human at all. He even burned a gap in the sea. Unbelievable. Even his guildmates struggled to believe Chen Nian could be this powerful.
The flame giant strode forward, a massive hand clamping down on the deep-sea demon god's throat. Instantly, a violent white mist erupted from the deep-sea demon's body. The vapor, 10 times denser than normal, blanketed the entire sea in a milky white haze. The deep-sea demon god possessed one of the most formidable regenerative abilities among demon gods.
When its body was damaged, it could repair itself directly using seawater. In aquatic combat, it was practically immortal. Yet now,
this demon god suddenly let out a wail that echoed across the night sky.
Its body is shrinking. That demon god's body is shrinking. Holy, its regeneration can't keep up with the evaporation rate. What kind of terrifying fire-type skill is this? Buyu intends to literally vaporize this demon god? That's insane.
People watched the battle between the flame giant and the deep-sea demon god from afar, feeling nothing but awe and disbelief. It was a pity that no electronic devices could be used on Demon Island, otherwise, they would have recorded this scene, which would surely have caused a global sensation. The deep-sea demon god, once hundreds of meters tall, had rapidly shrunken to less than half its original size. It roared incessantly, desperately summoning seawater to mend its body, but it was all in vain.
Smaller and smaller it grew.
The deep-sea demon god was gripped by a massive flame-covered hand, as helpless as a defenseless chick. Finally, the deep-sea demon god vanished. Forcibly vaporized by Chen Nian's word spirit, it dissipated into the heavens and earth. All that remained was a sea of boiling, scalding water, a sky filled with white mist, and countless monster corpses floating on the surface.
The illusory flames enveloping Chen Nian also vanished completely. He gasped for breath, utterly exhausted. A single word spirit had completely drained his extraordinary power, leaving not a single drop behind. This was despite Chen Nian possessing the rare enchantment Arcane Mastery, which drastically reduced the consumption of his extraordinary power. This alone demonstrated just how terrifyingly draining the word spirit Jerome truly was. Yet its power was equally terrifying. It had literally vaporized a deep-sea demon god. Genetic energy plus 3 million. Acquired legendary equipment, Blue Sea Ring.
Congratulations on reaching Tier 2 max level.
Mastered Tier 2 Ultimate Word Spirit, Thunder Dragon.
Simultaneously, all players received notifications at the exact same moment.
Congratulations on completing the Demon Island campaign. Rewards acquired. This signaled the end of the battle on Demon Island, a conflict that had engaged every extraordinary being in the Dragon Nation. Taking advantage of the dense water vapor obscuring the scene, Chen Nian slipped away unnoticed. We won. We finally won. It was so hard, sniffle. As the battle drew to a close, people did not leap up in celebration. Instead, many stood rooted to the spot, weeping uncontrollably. Whether it was tears of joy at victory or mourning for fallen comrades, no one could say. Take Guishan, for instance. He was a true hero. After absorbing vast amounts of monster essence and fully transforming into a demon, he managed to withstand the deep-sea demon god's attack through sheer willpower alone. But in doing so, he closed his eyes forever. After he fell, nearly every healing class rushed to save him, but it was too late. Yet they noticed a faint smile lingering on Guishan's face. How could someone facing such a tragic decision, knowing death was imminent, still manage to smile? Many found it baffling. No one knew the reason for his smile except Lu Gu. Lu Gu stood frozen in place, watching Guishan lie on the stretcher, covered by a white sheet, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. Little Lu, look at you crying so hard, a guildmate said. The boss is fine, he just doesn't want to show his face. No, it's... Lu Gu shook her head, choking back sobs. Crystal clear tears flew from her eyes, splattering onto the soil.
After arriving at Island 100 with Chen Nian, she quickly became close with Guishan, a warm and hospitable knightly uncle. During one of their chats, the knight had remarked, "Truth is, I'm a gaming addict, huh? Who'd have thought?" When the game merged with reality, I was actually pretty excited. Finally, I could fight those monsters for real. Lu Gu was slightly surprised. A middle-aged man like him should have entered the most stable phase of life after marriage, yet he still held such childish thoughts. Too bad time's taken its toll. I can't run into the wind like I did at 18, full of vigor and spirit. Wei Shan chuckled self-deprecatingly. Lu Gu smiled reassuringly. It's okay, uncle. You're already amazing. If I had the chance, I'd love to feel that rush of passion again, preferably fighting side by side with a powerhouse like Bu Yu. But opportunities like that are so rare. A fleeting, almost imperceptible trace of regret flickered in the knight's eyes, etched with the marks of time. Lu Gu never imagined he'd actually pull it off. He had acted on his passion, doing what no one else dared even dream of. He'd even fought alongside Bu Yu. That was why he was smiling. He was still the same boy he'd always been, not a single bit changed. P.S. It's been a while since I asked for positive reviews. Considering the author has maintained steady, high-quality updates despite low traffic lately, could everyone please show some support with positive reviews? Thank you. Chapter 140, Eden, Chen Nian's Advancement Requirements. Demon Island reopened, allowing all to come and go freely. Most extraordinary beings on the island gradually departed, though a small number chose to remain and continue their cultivation. After all, this was the optimal training ground for second-tier extraordinary beings. After the collapse of the Heavenly Demon Tower, a massive portal named the Gate of Worlds had formed beneath it. Those who approached to investigate received only this message. World Gate transports extraordinary beings to the open world continent. One gate per nation. Currently inactive. A new open world, limited to one per nation. Some speculated that perhaps it was a new map accessible to transcendent beings from all nations, where they might soon compete with transcendent beings from other countries for resources. Following the battle on Demon Island, the authorities broadcast a summary of events on television. They commended all extraordinary beings who contributed, including Bu Yu, and of course, the fallen heroes. For a time, the news dominated online trending topics. Ocean boils. Bu Yu's epic battle against the deep-sea demon god 10,000 word account. Bu Yu slays 2 demon gods in succession, reignites global supremacy. Just how powerful is Bu Yu? Survivors of Heavenly Demon Island describe his strength as incalculable in interviews. A mortal body rivaling the gods. Guishan's wife breaks down in tears, daughter declares, "My dad is a hero." Generous donations poured in for the mother and daughter across the internet, and the authorities offered substantial financial support, ensuring their livelihood was secure. Countless people have visited Guishan's martyr's grave to lay flowers. Chen Nian also paid his respects, placing a flower arrangement adorned with the exclusive emblem of the Eternal Peace of Mountains and Rivers Guild. Placing the flowers before the tomb, he bowed deeply in tribute to his fallen comrade. Several days later, news trickled in from other nations. They too possessed colossal dungeons akin to Demon Island, each leaving behind identical world gates. This confirmed earlier speculations. Extraordinary beings from all nations would soon be able to traverse these world gates to the same new map. Conflict over various interests would inevitably arise. Major nations scrambled to cultivate elite combat forces, fearing they might fall behind. Of course, the real pressure came from Yu. Single-handedly slaying 2 demon gods, this was undoubtedly the world's most formidable feat. The most powerful extraordinary beings from other nations had only slain 1 demon god each. Nowhere near Yui's feat, they had no choice but to strengthen themselves at breakneck speed. As for Chen Nian, he's been keeping a low profile lately, living his own life. He hasn't even been in contact with Xiaoqi and the others, merely spending time with his younger sister and having Tang Rou teach her the fundamentals of becoming an extraordinary being. During this turbulent period, other nations were likely harboring malicious intentions toward him. Everyone understood that eliminating Bu Yu of the Dragon Nation first would significantly weaken its competitive edge. Though Chen Nian himself wasn't afraid, it wouldn't be good if those around him got caught in the crossfire. Chen Nian lay on the sofa at home. After the battle on Demon Island, his level had smoothly reached Tier 2, level 99 the maximum. His full set of equipment was terrifyingly luxurious. Weapon, Legendary Tier, Dragon Shock Blade. Armor, the Demon Island Lord's 4-piece set, all Legendary grade. Necklace, Legendary Tier, the Treacherous Sorcery Demon God Pendant. Ring, Legendary Tier, Azure Sea Demon Ring. Enchantment, Rare Enchantment Arcane Mastery, reducing extraordinary power consumption by 40% and significantly enhancing sustained combat capability. A full set of legendary gear, 2 pieces even dropped from slaying a demon god paired with rare enchantments. Chen Nian's equipment was terrifyingly opulent. Blue Sea Ring Legendary. Where requirement, must have slain the deep sea demon god. Defense, 0. Attack, 200. Attributes, Supernatural plus 80. Special effect Deep Sea Sovereign, plus 50% water resistance and free movement in water. Special effect Demon God's Gift. Upon equipping this item, the wearer permanently learns one random ability of the Deep Sea Demon God. Chen Nian learned the ability Celestial Water Prison, a control skill that traps enemies within a water prison, rendering them immobile. Additionally, having reached maximum level, Chen Nian has also mastered the Tier 2 Ultimate Word Spirit, Thunder Dragon. Similar to the first tier Ultimate Word Spirit Lion's Flame, its power falls short of high-risk rare word spirits like Judgment, but it surpasses ordinary word spirits in strength and offers greater flexibility with no usage restrictions.
Chen Nian's current attributes are as follows. Chen Nian, Word Spirit Sage Unique.
Gene level, Tier 2 level 99.
Constitution, 390. Agility, 341. Supernatural, 435. Attack bonus, 1050. Defense bonus, 1420. Combat rating, 181 stars.
Chen Nian had seen screenshots of stats posted online by others. For players around his level, a combat power rating of 100 stars was already considered high, while 120 stars marked you as a top-tier powerhouse. His own 181-star combat power rating was downright insane.
And that was just his base stats, not counting those powerful word spirits.
Oh right, there's also that high-tier skill scroll. Maybe I should give it to Xiaoqi, Chen Nian mused aloud. When Xiaoqi obtained rare skills from Chen Nian's profession, she immediately passed them on to him.
They'd been incredibly helpful in every way. He couldn't just let her kindness go unrequited. Chen Nian decided to give it to her when they met again later.
As for advancement, Chen Nian had already reached the required level.
But he was stuck.
The rewards and attribute boosts gained from advancing varied greatly depending on the level of the challenge. After successfully advancing to the Demon God tier last time, Chen Nian had received an incredibly substantial attribute boost. This time, however, it wasn't happening. Due to the divine genes within your body, please select the divine advancement path.
Divine advancement requirements: 1. Slay 3 demon gods completed. 2. Obtain an evolutionary divine fruit uncompleted. Where do I get the divine fruit of evolution? Chen Nian wondered. Proceed to Eden to acquire the divine fruit of evolution? Yes.
Instantly, Chen Nian's world turned pure white. When his vision cleared, he found himself in another world.
Welcome to Eden.
Before him lay a small hillside covered in lush green grass and vibrant flowers. As he climbed the slope, Chen Nian discovered a towering tree standing majestically at its center, its branches lush and its leaves a vibrant, almost dripping green.
The surrounding landscape resembled a fairyland.
Below, a crystal-clear stream flowed gently, its surface shimmering faintly in the sunlight. The sky was a flawless azure, with white clouds drifting slowly across it, and a gentle breeze blew softly. It felt as though he had entered a mysterious and beautiful fairyland.
Standing beneath the tree, a new question formed in Chen Nian's mind. So the so-called evolution divine fruit is the fruit from this tree? But what if there are no fruits on the tree now?
Then, he received a prompt. Hint: when two individuals possessing divine genes engage in intimacy beneath the tree of evolution, the divine fruit of evolution will be produced.
Chen Nian? Intimate? Are you pulling an Adam and Eve here, stealing the forbidden fruit? Chapter 141, What? Chen Nian has a girlfriend?
Chen Nian left the Garden of Eden, but he could come back anytime, so there was no rush.
Now there were two problems. First, where on earth would you find a girl with divine genes? Second, how intimate is intimate?
Holding hands or kissing is one thing, but anything beyond that. No sooner had he stepped out than Chen Nian received a call from Su Jinyu. They hadn't met since returning from Demon Island. Chen Nian was keeping a low profile, while Su Jinyu was swamped with work. Her outstanding performance meant reporters swarmed her home daily, demanding interviews.
Chen Nian. To her surprise, Su Jinyu addressed her by her first name.
She even paused deliberately mid-sentence, clearly in a foul mood.
What's wrong, little seven?
I haven't reached out to you these past days, but why haven't you made any effort to contact me?
Not even a phone call or text message. I thought you were busy. You're on TV every day. Well, I've been waiting for you to reach out every single day. And I haven't even settled the score with you about leaving me behind on Demon Island. Chen Nian was speechless. Women really did hold grudges. But from his experience with women, minor tantrums were nothing.
The real trouble came when they showed no emotion at all, no tears, no drama, just cold silence.
That was the worst kind. This level of sulking could be easily soothed. I saw you kill too many monsters that day. Your power was nearly depleted.
I didn't want you risking yourself again in the Heavenly Demon Tower, Chen Nian explained earnestly.
Come to think of it, it seems like I also benefited from killing so many monsters that day.
Su Jinyu said, still a bit confused. After the battle on Demon Island ended, they said it was because we ranked first in monster kills on Demon Island, so we got a strange reward.
What kind of strange reward?
They called it Divine Gene, and it can even evolve my skills.
Sounds pretty powerful. What? Divine genes? Chen Nian blurted out instinctively.
Who would have thought Su Jinyu stumbled upon divine genes by sheer coincidence through killing the most monsters?
Well, it seems like what you don't expect comes to you. A girl with divine genes got her. But Chen Nian couldn't drag Su Jinyu into Eden just because he wanted to advance.
That would be too calculating, too self-serving, too much of a scumbag. If intimacy were to happen, it would be born of genuine emotion, flowing naturally.
He knew his limits. What's up? Why are you so worked up? Nothing. That really is a good thing. I've recently gotten a cat. Brother Buyu, you keep a cat?
I never imagined you'd have time for such things. Yeah, somehow my cat seems to have learned how to do backflips lately.
But Su Jinyu couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing.
My cat can do backflips, that was the line she'd used to lure Chen Nian to her place before.
Who knew he'd actually put it to practical use? Wait, had he suddenly become enlightened?
Su Jinyu pressed her rosy lips together, suppressing the slight upturn of her mouth, and asked with feigned seriousness, so your cat can do backflips?
What's the big deal? You want to come see?
Hearing this, Su Jinyu's heart blossomed with delight, and she could no longer hold back the smile at the corners of her mouth.
Still, she deliberately paused for a moment, feigning ladylike reserve as she inquired, "Are you inviting me?"
Yes. If you're not too busy with social engagements lately, you can come visit Linhai City.
Consider it my way of making up for leaving you behind. Let me think. I don't seem to have much on my plate lately.
Alright, since Brother Buyu has invited me, I'll make time to come.
Great. After hanging up the phone,
Su Jinyu rolled around on her bed hugging a pillow before dialing the general manager of Su Group.
I'm going to Linhai City. Cancel all my upcoming appointments.
What? Miss Su, but tomorrow you have meetings scheduled with several major clients, including CEO Lu and CEO Zhang. Even the mayor is coming.
You're a key figure, you absolutely cannot be absent. Cut the nonsense. I'm bailing. Goodbye. Could any of that matter more than seeing Brother Yu Yin?
After Chen Nian hung up with Su Jinyu, he felt his heart racing unexpectedly. Looking back, before the world changed, he had always treated Su Jinyu like a little sister. He never wanted an online romance. After that, when they first met in person on her birthday, that time, Chen Nian disguised himself as a bear plushie. She held his arms and sat with him on the street all night. He truly felt Su Jinyu's affection for him. In the time that followed, Su Jinyu stayed by Chen Nian's side, and he did many things for her, like that time when he was harassed by some rich kid from a conglomerate. Su Jinyu brought Chen Nian to her own little apartment, where they embraced and kissed on the balcony. When Chen Nian believed she had been snatched away by the trickster demon god, his rage boiled over, his heart burning with anxiety. All these signs forced Chen Nian to confront his true feelings. He was undoubtedly fond of Su Jinyu. Only after sorting out his feelings could Chen Nian treat Su Jinyu with genuine sincerity, rather than merely exploiting her for his own advancement.
Hello, is this the cat shelter?
Yes, I want a cat, preferably one trained to do backflips.
The next day, Su Jinyu arrived safely in Linhai City. The petite beauty wore a pale pink hoodie, its loose fit lending her an effortlessly charming, lazy vibe. Sunglasses and a mask were her defense against unwanted attention, otherwise, she'd have been drooled over by countless men along the way. Yet even with such concealment, her exceptional aura and snow-white complexion remained undeniable. But as soon as she stepped out of the airport, she suddenly saw a large crowd gathered ahead, including numerous reporters. They seemed to be surrounding some celebrity. Su Jinyu wasn't interested. But as she passed by, she overheard a familiar name. Chen Nian. Miss Chen, how far has your relationship with Chen Nian progressed? Exactly. He's the genius prodigy at Linhai University. No couple could be more perfect together. Share some details with us. Only then did Su Jinyu pause. Indeed, the one surrounded at the center was Chen Nian's fake girlfriend, Xinyu. Their relationship was a mutual cover-up. Chen Nian used it to conceal his Buyu identity, while she used it to avoid unnecessary workplace harassment. Probably just a coincidence of sharing the same name. Su Jinyu initially thought it was a coincidence, but she couldn't help asking a passerby. Excuse me, who exactly is this Chen Nian everyone's talking about? Chen Nian? Oh, he's Qinyu's boyfriend, a super bright and handsome guy. He even made the news for doing a heroic deed. Just look him up online. Su Jinyu searched immediately. Numerous news articles popped up immediately. Among them was even a clip of the couple Chen Nian and Xinyu being interviewed together. Su Jinyu? Chapter 142, Su Jinyu's God-tier advancement, the terror of divine genes. Chen Nian has a girlfriend. The news exploded like a bomb in Su Jinyu's mind. Her brain immediately crashed, leaving her mind blank. Impossible. Given Brother Buyu's personality, how could he possibly have a girlfriend? And this girl isn't even as pretty as me. It's just that her chest is a bit bigger than mine? The more Su Jinyu thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. Her whole body seemed to wilt as she trudged along the road, utterly listless. She considered calling Chen Nian to ask, but then thought if they already had photos, how could it be fake? So it was all just wishful thinking on my part. Su Jinyu hailed a taxi on the street and got in without saying a word. Where to, miss? To. Never mind. Su Jinyu suddenly remembered she had intended to go to Chen Nian's house, but was there still any need to go now? Su Jinyu arrived at the seaside alone, turned off her phone, and sat on the sand watching the ocean for a while. Then she made up her mind, it was time to begin the advanced challenge. Indeed, Su Jinyu had long since reached level 99. Her highest difficulty advanced challenge was the Demon God tier. She had initially hesitated, wanting to tell Chen Nian before starting the challenge. But now, she only wanted to channel her grief and anger into strength, becoming even more powerful. Demon God tier challenge initiated. Teleportation in progress. Su Jinyu vanished. In the next instant, she arrived at the challenge site, the Demon God's Temple. Based on Chen Nian's experience, undertaking a Demon God tier challenge required defeating the avatars left behind by the demon gods within the temple to earn advancement eligibility. The difficulty was immense. Chen Nian had only passed his first advancement by drawing the Black Sunday. Within the solemn and majestic temple, a grotesque stone statue of a monster suddenly came to life. Su Jinyu saw the creature's name. Mind-bending demon god avatar. Commonly known as the Heart Demon. Its massive, deformed body was covered in dark purple skin, studded with hard, razor-sharp spines and horns. For razor-sharp claws and fangs gave it the appearance of a savage beast, but what was truly terrifying were the dozens of crimson eyes dotting its torso, radiating an intensely ominous aura. Young lady, you seem rather unhappy. Su Jinyu hadn't expected this monster to refrain from attacking her and instead strike up a conversation. She wasn't one for small talk. With a flick of her finger, her flying sword shot toward it. But in the next instant, the creature vanished. Young lady, you've been heartbroken. The one you love already has someone else in their heart, so you're furious, you're heartbroken. The voice of the heart demon seemed to be everywhere. Su Jinyu even suspected it was speaking directly inside her mind. She scanned her surroundings, yet found no trace of its form. I understand your feelings. I know your resentment. You've given so much for him, always by his side. Why? Why doesn't this love belong to you? Su Jinyu, consumed by rage, commanded countless flying swords to dart through the temple, unleashing indiscriminate attacks that filled the air with clanging explosions. Yet no matter how fiercely she attacked, she couldn't silence that voice. Finally, she covered her ears. Shut up. Just shut up. Stop talking. It's driving me crazy. A surge of rage welled up from Su Jinyu's core, her blood boiling as she screamed out loud. Aya! The whisper of her inner demon fermented like poison within her heart. Scream. Let it out. Humans are all so despicable. You shouldn't associate with them. Come now, surrender to my embrace. Slay those humans, they all deserve to die. Though Su Jinyu fiercely resisted this voice, fought its temptation, and repeatedly refused, a surge of malevolence still rose within her. This was the power of the demon within. Countless sword energies crisscrossed the temple, leaving distinct marks on the walls, floor, and dome. Excellent. Plunge into the abyss thus, and you shall behold a new world. Unleash yourself to your heart's content. At that moment, a surge of pure energy erupted from within Su Jinyu. This pure energy surged into her mind with unstoppable force, instantly shattering all traces of the heart demon. Su Jinyu stood rooted to the spot, her mind calming to an almost unbelievable degree. Her pupils glowed with a mysterious, profound light. This power was the divine gene within Su Jinyu. Or perhaps it could be called divinity. She raised her hand coldly. 9 swords, heavenly mystic array. Instantly, 9 sword shadows swirled around Su Jinyu, spinning faster and faster, faster and faster. Within mere breaths, they shattered the sound barrier, their movements becoming nearly invisible. The expanding range of the 9 swords grew relentlessly, shredding everything in their path, including the very air itself. Within the 9 swords lay her absolute domain. Impossible. You've completely vanquished your inner demons in an instant. How could this be? The entire temple crumbled beneath the 9 swords' heavenly array. The heart demon's clone was crushed without a fight. Only then did the clear light in Su Jinyu's pupils fade. She collapsed to the ground, unable to stand. Her strength was nearly depleted. Congratulations, Demon God Tier Advancement Challenge complete. Genetic locks are being released. Attributes amplifying. Chen Nian was in a state of panic at that moment. He couldn't get in touch with Su Jinyu. This is strange. She should have arrived ages ago. Why hasn't she shown up? And I can't get through on the phone either. This is the first time she's ever ignored my calls. Could something have happened? However, there weren't many people in this world who could lay a finger on Xiaoqi. With her abilities, she rarely encountered situations she couldn't handle. Still, Chen Nian couldn't shake his anxiety. He decided not to wait any longer. Soaring above Linhai City, he activated his Sky Eye. He resolved to conduct a thorough search using the Sky Eye. Simultaneously, he contacted female law enforcement officer Li Yunwei, requesting her assistance in tracking Su Jinyu's phone location. Su Jinyu had been teleported away.
After resting for a few minutes, she finally came to her senses completely.
That just now, was I?
Even she felt unfamiliar with herself. That unfamiliar, powerful, and ruthless force was actually her own.
Was this the divine gene?
But the cost was immense. It had completely drained every last shred of extraordinary power from her body. Su Jinyu dragged her exhausted body back, intending to find a hotel to rest first before considering anything else. But as luck would have it, a group of drunken thugs happened to be heading to the beach for some fun.
Ooh, a lone beauty here?
What say you, brothers? Should I go strike up a conversation first?
Ha ha. Hey, sweetheart, walking alone at night? Must be heartbroken, huh? Su Jinyu didn't even look up. Don't mess with me. And a hot chick at that, gotta have her. Whoosh.
A sword shot through the air toward the man. But unexpectedly, it was caught mid-air between the man's two fingers.
You thought you were the only extraordinary one? Too bad I am too. The man's lips curled into a carefree grin.
Su Jinyu froze. But it wasn't because the man had blocked her sword. Her gaze swept past the thug and landed on the familiar figure behind him.
Chen Nian. Chen Nian walked over, wrapping an arm around Su Jinyu's shoulder without a word.
He smiled and asked, "This is my girlfriend."
You got a problem? Chapter 143, Taking Su Jinyu Home. This is my girlfriend. You got a problem?
Chen Nian declared, his arm still around Su Jinyu's shoulder. Unexpectedly, before the thugs could speak, Su Jinyu shot back, her delicate brows arching in protest.
Who says I'm your girlfriend? I'm not. Chen Nian. What's up with this girl? She looks pretty upset. Ha, bro, you're such a clown. Does she even know you're her boyfriend? Too funny.
You start off saying she's your girlfriend, and I thought you were something special, but she shot you down right away. The thugs burst into laughter, leaving Chen Nian feeling utterly embarrassed.
Xiaoqi, maybe we should go back and talk about this later? No way.
Su Jinyu shot Chen Nian a withering look and muttered under her breath, "You've got a girlfriend yourself, and you thought I didn't know."
You mean Qinyu? You actually dare to mention her name so casually?
You. Su Jinyu was so furious she nearly stomped her foot. No, our relationship is fake. We're just regular friends covering for each other. Trust me.
Really?
Su Jinyu, with her simple mind, believed him 80% right then and there. But just then, the thugs started jeering.
Hey, sweetheart, don't believe a word he says. That's just the usual line from a scumbag. Yeah, girl, why bother with a scumbag like that? Come on, let us take you out. Damn it, I can't stand these greedy bastards who can't be satisfied with what they have. Today, I'll teach him a lesson for you.
A burly man rolled up his sleeves and charged forward, but just as he raised his fist, Chen Nian casually raised his hand, activating the skill Heavenly Water Prison. The next second, the burly man was completely trapped within the water prison.
Not only could he not escape, he couldn't even speak. MMMPH. MMMPH. After trapping him, Chen Nian couldn't be bothered to look back, continuing to coax Su Jinyu. Xiaoqi, this really is a misunderstanding. I can call to prove it. Fine, but you better not lie to me. The other thugs grew desperate. Supernatural being? Fine, I'm at least a second tier. MMMPH.
Before he could finish, the others were also sealed inside the water prison.
Chen Nian didn't want to kill people on the street.
On the way, Chen Nian confessed the entire process to Su Jinyu.
I'm taking the opposite approach. This way, no one will connect Chen Nian and Buyu.
To prove his words were true, Chen Nian even sent a message to Qinyu for verification. Of course, Qinyu readily admitted the truth about their mutual impersonations. She actually harbored some affection for Chen Nian. Though she felt a tiny bit of disappointment, she naturally wouldn't resort to petty tactics to stop him from getting close to another girl. She was just incredibly curious about what Chen Nian's new love looked like, and expressed a desire to meet her.
Chen Nian dared not let them meet.
Su Jinyu was extremely famous, known by titles like Little Princess of Lu City and Sword Fairy.
With both her strength and beauty equally renowned, she enjoyed immense popularity. If Qinyu recognized Su Jinyu, she would instantly guess Chen Nian's identity too. Fine, Qinyu conceded. But I've got a new target lately. What kind of goal? I'm joining Mountain River Eternal Peace. A girl from our city just got in recently, Tangro, I think?
They say no speech personally accepted her.
So cool. That's quite ambitious. Well, work hard at it. I believe you can do it.
Of course, Qinyu had no idea that the person she was talking to was none other than the leader of Mountain River Eternal Peace, her idol, Buyu. After this incident, the misunderstanding between Chen Nian and Su Jinyu was finally resolved.
So what did you go do earlier?
You look completely exhausted. I just completed the Demon God tier advancement.
What? Chen Nian was utterly astonished.
This girl had secretly gone to challenge the Demon God tier and was now a third tier extraordinary being.
That's far too dangerous. One wrong move and she could have died in there. What demon god did you encounter? The mind-bending demon god.
Honestly, I almost got seduced into becoming a demon myself.
But somehow, a strange power suddenly erupted within me, snapping me back to full rationality. I defeated it in an instant. That's unbelievable. Chen Nian found it astonishing, though he never imagined he'd personally experience this extraordinary power within Su Jinyu tonight. That night, Chen Nian brought Su Jinyu home. Meow.
The moment they stepped inside, an adorable ragdoll cat scampered over to greet them.
Wow, so cute. You actually keep a real cat at home. Su Jinyu quickly crouched down to pet the cat, while shooting Chen Nian a sidelong glance. You didn't really call me over just to look at a cat, did you? Ahem, of course not. Then what is it? Ahem, I'll take you somewhere later. Chen Nian couldn't bring himself to reveal his true intentions. What is it? Why so mysterious? Su Jinyu also felt a bit awkward.
She stood up and said, well, I'll go take a shower first.
I'm exhausted from earlier.
No matter where they were going, a shower first was always a good idea, she thought. Soon, the sound of rushing water filled the bathroom.
Chen Nian sat on the sofa waiting.
So this was what it felt like to wait for a woman to shower.
After a while, Su Jinyu emerged wearing a nightgown. She wore loose, pale pink pajamas.
Beneath her damp golden hair was a delicate, rosy-cheeked face, her eyes misted with moisture and tinged with a hint of girlish shyness. Beneath her shorts were a pair of slender, perfectly proportioned legs, her skin so soft it seemed almost translucent.
Chen Nian found himself staring, utterly captivated. What's wrong? Why are you staring at me like that?
Su Jinyu bit her rosy lip, her eyes flashing a playful scold.
Nothing.
Su Jinyu sat down on the sofa, but kept several feet between them. Suddenly, the cat leapt onto Su Jinyu's lap and meowed at Chen Nian.
It was as if it were saying, why don't you come sit closer, meow.
So Chen Nian moved closer, close enough to catch the faint scent of shampoo in Su Jinyu's hair.
Brother Buyu, where are you taking me? Xiaoqi, give me your hand. Oh.
Su Jinyu obediently held out her hand. Chen Nian grasped her delicate, boneless little hand and opened the Eden portal.
As their vision shifted, the two arrived at a small hillside that resembled a fairyland.
Lush foliage stretched as far as the eye could see, a vibrant green that seemed to drip with freshness.
Wow. Where is this? It's so beautiful. Is this some kind of independent space? How did we end up here so suddenly?
Su Jinyu's eyes sparkled with wonder as she peered around like a curious child, her excitement palpable.
This is Eden. Chapter 144, The Tricky Divine Essence. Eden? What is it for? Su Jinyu tilted her head in innocent bewilderment, utterly adorable.
Chen Nian couldn't bear to deceive her and stated plainly, this place is related to my advancement.
To successfully break through to the second stage, I need a fruit from that tree.
Chen Nian pointed to the large tree on the hill.
But there aren't any fruits on the tree. Exactly.
That's why we need to make it bear fruit.
But how do we make it bear fruit?
It requires a man and a woman, both possessing divine genes, to engage in intimate contact beneath the tree.
Only then will it bear fruit.
Su Jinyu froze for half a second, her cheeks flushing crimson in an instant. You. After stammering for a long while, Su Jinyu finally blurted out, her face flushed, if you do this, you'll have to take responsibility for me.
Of course. Chen Nian's expression was dead serious. Su Jinyu's heart leapt with joy. That's more like it, she thought. If you don't take responsibility, I'll bite you to death. Then how exactly do we get intimate? I don't know. Maybe we should try it first. Then why are you just standing there? You're just waiting for me to make the first move, aren't you? Chen Nian thought about it.
That was indeed the case. Since he was the one with the desire, he should take the initiative. So he reached out and pulled Su Jinyu into his arms. Their bodies pressed tightly together, and he could even feel the gentle curve of hers. At that moment, a green glow emanated from the tree of evolution, and new buds had already begun to sprout.
It's working. Chen Nian was overjoyed.
But suddenly, Su Jinyu lifted her face from his embrace, her gaze tinged with reproach.
Don't you think it's taking too long? It is a bit slow. Then what are you waiting for?
Su Jinyu closed her eyes, her long lashes fluttering softly.
Her slightly pouted, rosy lips looked as tempting as a ripe cherry.
Chen Nian wasted no time in kissing her. Su Jinyu let out a soft moan, instinctively rising onto her tiptoes as her arms wrapped tightly around Chen Nian's back. Young men and women possessing divine genes shared intimacy beneath the tree, offering energy to the tree of evolution. After catching their breath from their first round of passion, they noticed the tree's fruit had begun to take shape, its branches sagging slightly under the weight.
At a time like this, you're actually worried about whether the fruit is ripe? How annoying.
Su Jinyu was so annoyed her teeth itched. It felt like her husband sitting there playing video games, his wife perched on his lap, while he continued gaming with his arms wrapped around her.
Only then did Chen Nian refocus his gaze on Su Jinyu.
He noticed her damp, disheveled hair and her fair, rosy cheeks, radiating an irresistible charm.
Almost instinctively, Chen Nian's hand slid onto Su Jinyu's shoulder, pulling her nightgown down slightly.
Her smooth, delicate shoulder was instantly exposed to the air. They tumbled onto the lawn. Just as they were about to go further, suddenly, the force within Su Jinyu surged upward. Her eyes instantly turned cold and distant, like a queen reigning high above, looking down on everything in contempt. Her palm struck Chen Nian's chest. Thud! Chen Nian was sent flying, tumbling down the hillside. This was a strike from a top-tier third-tier extraordinary being. Had it not been for Chen Nian's full set of legendary-grade equipment providing high defense, he would have been killed instantly by that strike. Brother Bu Yu! Su Jinyu snapped back to her senses and cried out urgently. I'm fine, I'm fine. Chen Nian scrambled back up the slope, forcing a strained smile. Xiaoqi, it's perfectly normal for you to feel shy and resistant the first time, and of course, it's my first time too. But could you please not hit so hard? I didn't. I don't know why I did it. Chen Nian froze. What? I don't understand what happened either. I snapped out of it and hit you. I'm sorry. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. It hurts my heart. Then let's continue. Su Jinyu bit her lip, steeled herself, and leaned in again, tackling Chen Nian to the ground. But moments later, she produced a sword from somewhere and thrust it into the grass beside Chen Nian's head. Chen Nian? He nearly died of fright. The girl who was passionately kissing you one moment suddenly draws a sword and stabs you? That's terrifying. Xiaoqi, you. No, it wasn't me. I really don't know. Su Jinyu was also flustered, her flustered appearance utterly endearing. It was impossible to connect her now with the person from moments ago. Chen Nian also found it strange. The Xiaoqi from moments ago was almost unrecognizable, completely unlike the person he knew. The two couldn't continue what they were doing. They sat up, trying to figure out what had gone wrong. Wait, you said, this happened when you were fighting the demon god too? Chen Nian asked. Yes. It felt like my body was taken over in an instant, as if another personality had taken control. Could it be the divine gene acting up? Divine genes, or rather, divine essence. When Chen Nian first acquired the divine gene and evolved the ability Heavenly Eye, he often visited his neighbor's yard to pet their dog. Although his abilities later underwent divine evolution like Zhurong, those were merely power upgrades. His fundamental divine essence remained unchanged. Su Jinyu seemed to be having her behavior influenced by this thing. What's the name of the ability you evolved? Chen Nian knew abilities and divine essences were likely interconnected. 9 Swords Heavenly Mystic Array. Could it be the Taoist goddess, Jiutian Shen Nu? Chen Nian couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. If it was indeed her, then being devoid of human emotions made perfect sense. After all, she had no romantic pairings in the myths. Moreover, this divine essence proved remarkably potent, capable of turning the tables and temporarily altering Su Jinyu's behavior. Chen Nian had never been manipulated like this before. What should we do now? Does this mean we'll never be able to, Wah? Su Jinyu hung her head in disappointment. Once you grow strong enough to fully control your divine essence, or once I grow strong enough to completely suppress yours, that should resolve it. Chen Nian analyzed with solemn seriousness. But he was just spouting nonsense. Suppressing the 9 Heavens Mystic Maiden would be nearly impossible. She's the Taoist Holy Maiden, the goddess of military strategy. Men only slow down my sword drawing speed. JPG. If it were some minor goddess like the goddess of Wushan or Chang'e the moon goddess, it'd be much easier. Seems possessing divine genes isn't all advantages after all. If I conquered some other goddesses first, could that weaken her pride? Chen Nian made an irresponsible guess. But aren't you in a hurry about that fruit? It's not ripe yet. Su Jinyu was even more anxious than Chen Nian. It's fine. We can engage in more intimate interactions, nothing too extreme. That way, your divine essence might resist less, potentially accelerating the fruit's ripening. Like what, exactly? For example, ahem. Chen Nian's gaze lingered on her snow-white neck and delicate collarbone. Chapter 145, Chen Nian's Successful Advancement. Third-tier extraordinary being. Chen Nian and Su Jinyu had been inside the Garden of Eden for 2 hours. Under their careful nurturing, an evolution divine fruit had ripened on the tree of evolution. Of course, Chen Nian didn't rush to pick the fruit. He had brought Su Jinyu into Eden not to exploit her, but because he genuinely cared for her. Yet, upon learning her divine essence was that of the 9 Heavens Mystic Maiden, he felt an inexplicable thrill. The two sat embracing on the grass, feeling the breeze gently caress their faces. This moment felt incredibly serene and peaceful. The fruit is ripe. Aren't you going to pick it? Su Jinyu asked. Xiaoqi, I have something else to give you. Chen Nian pulled a high-tier skill scroll from his backpack. This is... Su Jinyu covered her mouth, speechless with delight. An advanced skill scroll. It could directly unlock one's innate talents, bypassing all prerequisites. Such items were incredibly precious and rarely obtainable under normal circumstances. Brother Bu, you actually wants to give me something this good? No, you should keep it for yourself. Getting stronger is more important for you. Su Jinyu pushed the item away.
Silly little 7, I'm already strong enough. You need to grow stronger to protect yourself. Then can't you protect me? Oof. If you grow stronger, I can still protect you. It doesn't affect that. Su Jinyu couldn't help but smile slightly after hearing this. She'd noticed Chen Nian's recent changes too. Back in the day, they barely exchanged words, yet now he was even saying sweet things. Proof that even a blockhead could come to his senses. Knowing her feelings weren't one-sided made her incredibly happy. Then agree to one condition of mine, and I'll accept. What condition? From now on, let's change how we address each other. You call me Xiaoyu, and I'll call you by your name. Sure. Well then, go ahead and call me Xiaoyu. Hee, now that's more like it. Su Jinyu used a high-tier skill scroll and mastered another powerful ability. Meanwhile, Chen Nian carefully plucked the evolution divine fruit from the tree. He placed the fruit in the palm of his hand, crystal clear and translucent, like glass. Though only the size of a palm, it radiated vitality and energy, its extraordinary nature immediately apparent. Su Jinyu blinked. I suddenly feel like, it's like our child. Don't laugh, I'm serious. Didn't we both help bring it into being? Chen Nian nodded. That makes sense. Then I'll eat it. You're so cruel, eating even our child. In the blink of an eye, Chen Nian had swallowed the fruit whole. Instantly, a massive surge of energy erupted from the fruit, flooding every fiber of Chen Nian's being. Genetic lock is being released. Divine ascension successful. Constitution plus 100. Agility plus 100. Supernatural plus 100. Attack power plus 200. Defense plus 300. Celestial Eye evolves, shatters illusions externally, vanquishes inner demons, and negates all mental attacks. Chen Nian, Word Spirit Sage Unique. Genetic Tier 3 Level 1. Constitution, 490. Agility, 441. Supernatural, 535. Attack bonus, 1250. Defense bonus, 1720. Combat rating, 222 stars. The substantial boost to attributes goes without saying. This is the solid foundation. All Word Spirit abilities receive bonuses from the superior attribute and attack power. The higher these attributes, the greater the power. He checked with Xiaoqi. Though both were the same level, Chen Nian's overall stats were significantly higher. But Chen Nian's greatest enhancement was a new trait, immunity to all mental attacks. This provided a profound sense of security. Breaking through his genetic limitations meant Chen Nian could continue leveling up, but he had no intention of returning to Demon Island to hunt low-tier monsters. Wouldn't it be better to spend this time with Xiaoqi? Once the world gate opened, he could head to the new open world to hunt high-level monsters for experience. Falling behind a bit now wasn't a big deal. That night, Chen Nian lay in bed while Su Jinyu slept in the adjacent bedroom. When someone lies awake in bed, they're usually scrolling through their phone. Like now, the group chat was buzzing with excitement, and with nothing else to do, Chen Nian opened it to take a look. Fajit Jogwa, heard you met old Master Buyu on Demon Island? Joga, yep. Didn't know at first, he didn't tell me. But clever me figured it out later. Ah wait, that's awesome. Not many in our guild have actually seen what Boss No Speech looks like. Sweetie, but I saw his back during that battle with the deep-sea demon lord. He looked super young, huh? Jogwa, honestly, the boss is pretty handsome. He and Little 7 make a great match. Triple X, so why does the boss only meet up with girls? At Joga, at Xiaro, at Xiaoqi. Triple X, seems true the boss has only met these few ladies. What's up with that? Xiaoro, not my doing. I just happened to run into him. XXXX, where's Xiaoqi? Does she know that Boss Yu keeps meeting girls outside and recruiting them into the guild? Chen Nian thought to himself. Damn, what a bunch of haters. He was about to step in with a couple words to save face. But unexpectedly, Xiaoqi spoke up first. Xiaoqi, shut up. I'm sleeping at Brother Buyu's place right now. Everyone? Tianzi, fake or real? Jogwa at Buyu, boss is talking. You didn't actually kidnap Xiaoqi away, did you? Lingue, I won't believe it unless you show us a photo of you holding hands. At that, everyone started egging them on like crazy. No one was willing to believe Xiaoqi, insisting she post a photo of them holding hands as proof, making Su Jinyu feel embarrassed. Just as Chen Nian was about to tell them to calm down, a knock sounded at the door. Chen Nian. I'm coming in? Chen Nian immediately stood up, swallowing nervously. Come in. The door swung open, revealing Su Jinyu in a pale pink pajama set, her feet nestled in fluffy slippers. She cradled a pillow in her arms, looking utterly petite and adorable. Give me your hand, quick. Really taking a picture? Of course we are. Otherwise, everyone will think I'm daydreaming. Their fingers intertwined, and with a click, the photo was saved. Su Jinyu excitedly posted it to the group chat, and everyone went wild. Triple X, holy crap? You're actually doing this. Triple X, holy crap, you two are way too sweet. Triple X, wishing you 99 years of happiness. Triple X, may you have children soon. Triple X, may you have twins soon. XXXX, shut it, you're disturbing the couple's sleep.
So everyone in the group instantly fell silent, and the room grew eerily quiet.
Why don't you come into bed with me?
Oh, okay. Su Jinyu obediently crawled under the covers, shyly burying her face in the quilt, too timid to look at Chen Nian's face.
Late into the night, Chen Nian quietly snuggled closer. Swish!
A sword pierced through the quilt, nearly landing right before Chen Nian's throat, sending a jolt of fear through him.
My apologies. Perhaps we should just sleep normally.
Damn it, the divine nature of the Nine Heavens mystic maiden really is hard to tame. Sooner or later, I'll have to deal with you.
Chapter 146, National Supernatural Martial Arts Tournament.
For the next several days, Chen Nian stayed by Su Jinyu's side. They dined, shopped, and watched movies together. They visited an amusement park to ride the Ferris wheel, then went to the rooftop of a skyscraper to enjoy the evening breeze. After living out a full stretch of sweet, young couple life, Su Jinyu finally returned to Lucheng, thoroughly satisfied.
Meanwhile, a bombshell announcement was released. In 7 days, the Dragon Nation would host the Extraordinary Warriors Tournament. The tournament aimed to motivate extraordinary individuals to grow stronger, enhancing their competitiveness in the upcoming open world. In short, it was a call for everyone to intensify their efforts and foster healthy competition. The gates of the world were about to open, and clashes with powerful individuals from other nations were inevitable. Remember, other countries also possessed formidable warriors capable of slaying demon lords. Caution was essential. The moment this news was announced, it sent shockwaves throughout the entire Dragon Nation. All extraordinary beings were itching to compete. Do you know where the tournament will be held? In the capital city. And it's being hosted by none other than Dragon Nation's own General Yi. Holy crap, that's some serious prestige. General Yi? Could it be Yi Hongling's father, that legendary military family with generations of distinguished service? Exactly. Just imagine, if someone wins the tournament, wouldn't it give them a chance to get close to Miss Yi? Ah, you're already daydreaming before the preliminary rounds even start. I heard we have to go through regional qualifiers first. Only the top 30 from each region advance to the finals in the capital. The competition's gonna be fierce. Come on, let's sign up and give it a shot. Even if we just get to see the capital, it'll be a great experience. Thousands, even tens of thousands, of contestants registered in each region. In no time, this became a nationwide sensation. It dominated every conversation during leisure hours, with major media outlets providing real-time coverage. Meanwhile, Chen Nian received a message from Yi Honling. You heard the news, handsome? Interested? Do you think I'm a good fit? Chen Nian chuckled. If I go, what's the point of everyone else competing for first place? Tis, you've got me again. But as a representative of the organizers, I'll still send you a special invitation. You can skip the preliminary rounds and come straight to Beijing for the competition. Or you could just come to watch the spectacle. I'll send you the hotel coordinates then. Just watching? Send me the damn hotel coordinates? Supernatural beings nationwide are fighting tooth and nail for the championship. Most of them are actually hoping to marry into my family. And the goddess they all adore is getting intimate with you in a hotel right now. Doesn't that sound pretty sweet? Yi Honling countered with a smile. It did sound kinda satisfying. But Chen Nian wasn't about to become a jerk right after sending off Shochi. He firmly refused. Next time for sure. Fine. You won't take the chance when it comes, so don't regret it later. No sooner had Chen Nian declined Yi Hongling's invitation than another visitor arrived at his door. Standing outside the door were two girls. The shorter one wore a schoolgirl-style skirt and cute twin ponytails, radiating youthful energy from head to toe. The taller one appeared more mature and gentle, giving off the aura of a dependable older sister. Brother! This girl was Chen Nian's non-blood-related younger sister, Ning Ziqing. The other was Tang Rou. After Chen Nian recruited her into the guild not long ago, he assigned her the task of mentoring his younger sister, which was why the two were together. Why are you here? Brother, did you enter that regional qualifier? With your skills, you'd definitely make the cut. Chen Nian glanced at Tang Rou, who stood behind him with a helpless, wry smile. She thought to herself, your brother is the strongest extraordinary being in the world right now. Why would he need to participate in any qualifiers? He just steps onto the stage and no one can beat him, okay? Haven't gone yet. Heard it's pretty tough. It's not hard. You should go. I want to visit Beijing too, I've never been there. Seeing Ning Ziqing's sparkling eyes, Chen Nian couldn't resist his little sister's sweet talk. Alright, I'll give it a shot. Yay! See, Tang's sister? I told you he'd agree. Oh, and I got you some snacks. Let's go in and eat together. Ning Ziqing was completely at ease with this brother, but Tang Rou wasn't quite so bold. This was the home of the formidable old Master Yu. Who in their right mind would just walk into his place? Besides, hadn't the boss been with Xiaoqi not long ago? If she got caught red-handed, she'd never be able to clear her name. It's fine, come in. Chen Nian nodded at Tang Rou. Okay. Tang Rou cautiously stepped inside.
She suddenly realized how amazing it was to be on good terms with the boss's sister. She even got this kind of special treatment.
How many girls in the world could get this kind of treatment?
Moments later, they were all enjoying snacks together in the living room. Chen Nian had also finalized his plan: take his sister on a trip to the capital. As for the competition, no need to participate, just watch the spectacle when the time came.
Best not to let Yi Hongling find out. Did your parents approve of you traveling so far?
Mom and Dad said as long as you're taking me. It seemed that after the last incident, her parents were eager for their daughter to spend more time with her brother. After all, he'd casually gifted them items worth millions.
Who knows?
Maybe Ning Ziqing's desire to visit the capital was entirely fueled by her parents' encouragement.
Are they treating their daughter as a tool to get closer to me?
Chen Nian saw right through it, but his affection for Ning Ziqing was purely sibling-like, nothing to do with her parents.
Tang Rou, you should come with us too. Is that okay? Tang Rou pointed at herself, feeling both flattered and a bit overwhelmed. Ning Ziqing chuckled, having two beauties like us tag along would be his honor, wouldn't you agree, Sister Tang? Ha ha. Tang Rou thought to herself, this should be my honor. So many people in the guild couldn't even catch a glimpse of the boss, yet I get to hang out with him? It's almost too good to be true. Days later, the regional qualifiers concluded. Powerhouses from all corners of the land began converging on the capital. For a time, the capital was teeming with masters. Shota Murayama, a citizen of Sakura Nation, was studying abroad and happened to be residing in the capital.
At that moment, he was browsing a forum in the Dragon Nation when he stumbled upon a post wildly hyping Buyu. The World Gate is about to open. Extraordinary beings from other nations will witness the might of the Dragon Kingdom. None can match, no speech in combat. All the replies below were also wildly hyping Buyu.
Shota wasn't having it and immediately replied. Buyu might not be as strong as you imagine. The world's strongest today is undoubtedly Thunder God's Blade Yasawa Yuki.
Then, Xiangtai was bombarded with over 100 replies.
Boasting about Japan's strongest on a Dragon Nation forum? Getting flamed is the least surprising outcome.
Furious, he slammed his phone down.
Bunch of ignorant fools, frogs in a well, you bastards.
He completely failed to notice a dark figure slowly merging into his shadow from behind. Then, a voice echoed within his heart.
Go. Prove to everyone you're right.
It's those people who are ignorant and short-sighted. Prove it to everyone with your strength.
You, who are you, what's speaking to me? Xiang Tai was utterly horrified. You may call me, the demon of the heart. Chapter 147, Yi Hongling, let you have your fun.
Chen Nian arrived in the capital city with Ning Ziqing and Tang Rou.
After several days of sightseeing, they finally arrived at the main event.
The Dragon Nation Extraordinary Warriors Tournament. The top 100 finals were about to begin.
Wow, it's so lively. Holy crap, is this the Dragon's Nest Stadium? It's huge. Many bystanders, also first-time visitors to the capital, couldn't help but gasp in awe.
Ahead stood the Dragon Country's largest stadium, the Dragon's Nest. Its architecture resembled a nest, with a dragon's head protruding from the apex, radiating unmatched majesty. Chen Nian and his two companions entered with their tickets. With tens of thousands of seats in the stands, the three of them took their places in the most ordinary section, munching on popcorn as they waited for the show to begin. It's 10 o'clock in the morning, and the venue is nearly packed to capacity. This is the inaugural Extraordinary Warriors Tournament of Dragon Nation. Everyone is absolutely thrilled. Naturally, the live broadcast has already reached a national audience, with viewership surpassing 100 million this early morning. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Dragon's Nest Arena. The competition is about to begin. Please look at the big screen displaying today's list of the top 100 contestants. The ultimate champion will receive a legendary grade equipment piece, a prize of 10 million credits, and of course, the recognition of our host. Generally, their future prospects will be limitless. These words immediately sparked a wave of thunderous cheers throughout the venue. The rewards were truly generous. The names on the big screen were mostly unfamiliar to Chen Nian. It seemed almost none of his guild's top players had come. The host continued, now, please welcome the top 100 contestants to take the stage. From both sides of the stadium, the contestants made their way to the center of the arena. These were absolute elites, the cream of the crop from every region. Among them, third-tier extraordinary practitioners were not few in number. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have a special guest joining today's tournament. Let us welcome General Ye's daughter, Miss Yi Hongling. These words exploded like a bomb in water, sending ripples across the crowd. The crowd's enthusiasm surged to unprecedented heights. General Ye's daughter is competing too? That famously beautiful mage. This trip was totally worth it. Getting to see the general's stunning daughter? This 3,000 yuan ticket is totally worth it. You bet. She's the goddess in countless men's hearts. Amidst the roaring cheers, a blinding flame shot from the aisle, landing and spreading across the floor. It was Yi Hongling. Standing at the center of the arena, she resembled a rose in full bloom, a crimson-clad enchantress commanding the gaze of thousands.
She's breathtaking.
If we're talking beauty, there are other girls who can rival her, like Miss Su and Miss Xiao. But when it comes to feminine charm, no one compares to her.
Exactly.
Every smile and frown radiates such allure. If she'd lived in ancient times, she'd have been a true femme fatale.
Even Ning Ziqing couldn't help but gasp. But she soon noticed something odd.
Bro, all those guys are staring like they're about to drool, practically crawling toward her.
Why are you burying your head instead?
Chen Nian dared not lift his head. He'd just turned down Yi Hongling's invitation, and now he'd brought his sister to the capital without telling her. If she caught him, this would be a surefire way to hold it over him.
Tang Rou was also puzzled. Was the boss feeling guilty? Could he be involved with this Miss Yi?
My stomach hurts, Chen Nian said with a wry smile, clutching his belly.
Liar.
You clearly said you'd compete too, but I never saw you go up there.
I was even going to cheer you on.
Ning Ziqing snorted, turning her head in a pout. Chen Nian was at a loss, so he shot Tang Rou a look, signaling her to help placate her.
Soon, the martial arts tournament officially commenced. One-on-one battles unfolded in the central arena as the extraordinary combatants unleashed their unique abilities. Thankfully, the specially reinforced arena held up to the intense action.
By the end of the morning, roughly 50 major battles had already taken place.
Lunchtime break. Chen Nian said, I'll go grab some food. You guys wait here.
How can I let you do that?
I'll go. Tang Rou hurriedly stood up. How could she let a big guy like Bu Yu go buy lunch for her? The thought felt unreal. No need to feel awkward, Sister Tang. Let my brother go.
It's only right for a gentleman to look after a lady, hee hee.
Alright, fine then.
No sooner had Chen Nian stepped outside than a tall girl wearing a hooded jacket and sunglasses walked over and plopped down in his seat without a second thought. This seat's taken, Ning Ziqing hurriedly reminded her.
I know it's taken. Chen Nian, right?
I'm her girlfriend. The girl curved her lips into a smile.
Ha! This left Ning Ziqing and Tang Rou utterly shocked.
Chen Nian had never mentioned having a girlfriend in the capital city. Suddenly, Ning Ziqing felt a sense of familiarity. After a moment's thought, her eyes widened in shock. You're Shu. Yi Hongling took off her sunglasses and smiled at her.
You're Chen Nian's sister?
Yes.
But how could he have such a gorgeous girlfriend? We had no idea. It's unbelievable. Well, he just doesn't know how good he has it.
I invited him to Beijing, but he wasn't interested.
How could that be? Is my brother really that influential? Ning Ziqing found it utterly unbelievable. Who knew Chen Nian's brother had such clout? For Miss Yi to be his girlfriend? Absolutely ridiculous. Soon, Chen Nian returned.
When he saw Yi Hongling sitting there, he froze in his tracks.
Brother, you're back. Ahem. Chen Nian awkwardly nodded. Here, eat first. Unexpectedly, Yi Hongling took his portion without hesitation. Don't mind if I have a bite too, right? How did you find your way here? Chen Nian whispered.
Beijing is my dad's turf.
What could happen that I wouldn't know about? But you rejecting me and then secretly bringing your sister here? That's pretty heartbreaking.
Chen Nian had no rebuttal and could only silently admit it.
Don't just stand there. Sit down. Let's watch the game together. Chen Nian sat down reluctantly.
After the lunch break, the afternoon session began. He hadn't expected Yi Hongling to actually sit here as a spectator, even mingling with his sister, cheering and clapping at intervals.
Aren't you supposed to be competing? Chen Nian couldn't help asking. I checked the time, and it seems like it's almost my turn. You guys go ahead and play. I'll be up to compete soon. Yi Hongling stretched lazily, her pronounced curves making it impossible for Chen Nian to avoid glancing sideways.
Rising, she flashed Chen Nian a smile.
Mind giving me a ride? Let's go.
They swept past the bustling staircase and reached a deserted corner of the passageway. Yi Hongling suddenly stopped, removed her sunglasses, leaned against the wall, and gazed at Chen Nian with a smile.
What are you doing?
Everyone's caught up in the excitement of the game, and here you are, cornering their goddess in this quiet nook.
Doesn't that feel pretty damn good? So what are you getting at? Let you have your moment of glory. Chapter 148, The heart-confusing demon god strikes, chaos erupts in the tournament. Let you have some fun.
Yi Hongling chuckled softly, radiating an alluring charm that made it impossible to tell whether she was joking or serious.
Of course, no matter what, Chen Nian wouldn't take the bait. Cut it out. Your self-control is impressive. Not even tempted? No worries, even a little one can be adorable. Big sis doesn't mind. Chen Nian was instantly enraged. This wasn't seduction, it was a provocation to a man's dignity. Who could tolerate such an insult? Chen Nian immediately pinned Yi Hongling against the wall. Say that again. How domineering. Daring to lay a hand on me in a place like this? Aren't you afraid my father will find out? Chen Nian sneered coldly. So what if your father finds out? What can he do to me?
He can't touch you, but he can broadcast to the world that you're my family's son-in-law.
How exactly do you plan to handle that? Chen Nian, damn. He really couldn't outmaneuver her.
This woman had one trick after another up her sleeve.
Never mind. I'm heading back. Don't leave. You're here for the first time, let me show you around the capital. Aren't you going to compete? Whoever wins or loses doesn't matter. You're the strongest in my heart, right?
While Chen Nian and Yi Hanling were tugging at each other, they had no idea that something major was unfolding on the competition stage.
Contestants Meng Chang and Wu Yu.
Please welcome the two contestants to the stage.
Hearing the announcer call his name, Meng Chang immediately prepared to enter the arena.
But at the entrance to the arena, a figure blocked his path.
You don't need to go any further. Who the hell are you? Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that you're a waste of space. I'm a failure.
Meng Chang kept repeating the words under his breath. I'm a failure. I'm a failure. Then, as if collapsing, he fell to his knees, clutching his head and banging it repeatedly against the ground.
So I really am a failure. I've always been a failure. I don't deserve to compete. I don't deserve it.
The man smiled, stepping onto the competition field in his place, now under the gaze of thousands of spectators. The host, of course, noticed the situation.
Oh dear, has a competitor mistaken their entrance order? Staff, please verify immediately. However, the man did not leave. Instead, he raised his head and declared loudly, my name is Shota Murano. Greetings, extraordinary beings of Dragon Nation.
A single stone sent ripples across the pond.
He's from Sakura Nation. Damn it, how did someone from Sakura country end up competing here? Get out. You're not welcome here.
What the hell is the organizer thinking, letting foreigners sneak in like this?
Facing a barrage of abuse, Shota Murano sneered coldly, are all of you Dragon country cowards? Not a single one of you dares to face me in a fair fight? Blatant provocation.
The words instantly incensed every spectator and competitor, even the host seething with rage, his breath hitting the microphone.
I'll fight you. Wu Yu roared from across the ring. Damn it, some little Japanese guy acting all high and mighty? You think you're hot stuff?
Of course, whether they could actually fight depended entirely on one man's whim.
The organizer Dragon Nation's Grand General, Yi Chiohao.
This towering figure had been seated in the VIP section watching the match, and now the news had reached his ears.
Fight.
A single, resounding word conveyed his command.
How could a foreigner dare to show disrespect on Longwa's home turf? Wu Yu versus Murayama Shota.
But the fight never started, for Wu Yu suddenly suffered an abnormal condition. He knelt on the ground, clutching his head, and began repeatedly kowtowing to Murayama Shota.
I won't fight. I'm a coward. I'm useless, I'm incompetent, I'm worthless. This scene left everyone utterly stunned.
The crowd froze for a moment before erupting in a storm of curses and shouts.
He's already groveling before the fight even starts? Get out of here. You're an embarrassment.
Of course, no one knew that Shota Murayama had been possessed by his inner demons, a power granted by the demon god.
Next. I'll fight him. A powerful extraordinary being immediately charged forward.
At that moment, a third-tier extraordinary being who had previously fought leapt down from the spectator seats. The young man, brimming with youthful vigor, gripped a broad sword, his face flushed crimson. Come fight, he roared as he charged forward. But unexpectedly, halfway through his charge, he suddenly collapsed to his knees.
No one could believe what they were witnessing.
This fiery, hardened warrior had become a self-destructive coward. He knelt and bowed his head repeatedly, like a child who had done something wrong.
Shota Murayama shook his head indifferently.
Two losers, step aside.
Next.
To his surprise, the two actually backed away meekly to the sidelines. The mind-binding demon god, even someone like Su Jinyu, had fallen victim to it, only regaining consciousness through the divine power of the Nine Heavens mystic maiden.
And that was merely a clone. The one who had arrived now was the real deal. How could an ordinary person possibly resist? Come on, all of you. The more puppets I have, the better. The more who come, the stronger I become. Only by accumulating immense power can I find and eliminate that girl. She poses a colossal threat.
Thus thought the mind-bending demon god as he continued taunting the Dragon Nation's people, hurling endless insults. One extraordinary being after another stepped forward to battle him. Yet every single one surrendered without a fight. Utterly bizarre. Ning Ziqing and Tang Rou were stunned.
How did it come to this? Is there really no one among us who can defeat him? This is infuriating. This might not be as simple as it seems. I'll contact your brother first. Tang Rou immediately prepared to call Chen Nian. The official personnel were in complete disarray. Quick, report this to the general.
No one could have imagined that a tournament meant to inspire extraordinary individuals would devolve into this. So many powerful extraordinary individuals from the Dragon Nation had been humiliated by someone from the land of cherry blossoms. General Ye's face turned ashen. Worse still, countless television stations were broadcasting the tournament live. The entire nation was watching.
If this couldn't be resolved, it would be an indelible, colossal disgrace. Across the nation, people were boiling with rage. Dinner was ruined. People were so furious they smashed their bowls. More were venting online, lambasting the government's incompetence. General, this man must be strange. Could his ability be psychic? Is there no one who can handle him? General, should we deploy troops to control the situation? Impossible. After all, this is the martial arts tournament venue. If we deploy troops to forcibly suppress a single individual, the resulting public outcry could make us a laughingstock worldwide. Recall Hongling. Have her step forward. Yes, sir. Yi Hongling's strength is beyond question. If anyone could subdue him now, it could only be her stepping into the arena. Chapter 149, Yi Hongling's terrifying power pain to quell the heart demon. Chen Nian and Yi Hongling were currently strolling outside the gymnasium. They too sensed something was amiss. Passers-by were inexplicably cursing into their phones, seething with fury as if witnessing something utterly outrageous. What's gotten into these people? Seems to be about the martial arts tournament? Just then, Yi Hongling's phone rang. She looked suspicious. What could my dad's people want with me? I need to take this call. Chen Nian nodded. Coincidentally, his watch also buzzed with an incoming call. It was Tang Rou. Hello? What's going on? Boss, something's happened at the stadium. It's total chaos in there right now. A bunch of extraordinary beings have lost their minds and started attacking indiscriminately. Tang Rou's voice was frantic. Amidst the chaotic background noise, screams, growls, and the sound of things being smashed echoed constantly. I'll be right back. Chen Nian and Yi Hongling exchanged glances after hanging up, realizing they were both responding to the same emergency. Let's go. The gymnasium. The scene had spiraled completely out of control. Flames, explosions, gunfire, roars, and acrid smoke. These extraordinary beings, now controlled by their inner demons, were the absolute elite of Dragon Nation. Once they began their rampage, they were far beyond the capabilities of ordinary law enforcement to suppress. The exquisite stadium lay in ruins, scarred beyond recognition, as panicked crowds screamed and fled outward. All personnel are instructed to evacuate the stadium via the emergency exits. I repeat, all personnel are instructed to evacuate the stadium via the emergency exits. The overhead announcements blared incessantly. Dozens of powerful superhumans, now possessed by inner demons, unleashed indiscriminate attacks on everything around them. As more joined the fray, the ranks of the possessed swelled. Even a law enforcement officer dropped his weapon, kneeling on the ground in tears. Shota Murakami stood in the center of the arena, arms raised high, his face twisted into a wild grin. Excellent. Join us now. Together, we shall become the mightiest force. Thank you for this opportunity. Without it, I could never have controlled so many powerful humans at once. Who can stop me now? The entire nation will be mine for the taking. Not only had the scene spiraled out of control, public opinion spiraled completely out of control. Though journalists and broadcasters had fled the scene, a flood of images and videos were still leaked onto foreign networks. With today's media transmission speed, it became global trending news within minutes. Cherry Blossom Nation, ha ha ha, is Dragon Nation kidding? They organized a martial arts tournament and got themselves into this mess. South Korea, Dragon Nation boasts about its extraordinary power, yet can't even control its own citizens? What a global laughingstock. Lighthouse Nation, how pitiful. Need to apply for international aid? Let us show you what true great power magnanimity looks like. Nearly the entire world is mocking the Dragon Nation's farce. Especially with the open world about to launch, where countless nations will become rivals, they wouldn't miss this chance to kick someone when they're down. General, Red Spirit has returned. But, if she goes up there, might she also? The subordinate hesitated. Let her go. General Ye's face was ashen, his tone leaving no room for argument. To stop this farce, he wouldn't hesitate to send his daughter into danger. Chen Nian and Yi Hongling simultaneously returned to the arena. Chen Nian immediately activated her heavenly eye, instantly locating Tang Rou and Ning Ziqing amidst the chaos. The two were being hunted down by an out-of-control extraordinary being. Tang Rou, with her support-type talent, lacked combat prowess and could only drag Ning Ziqing away by the hand. But their pursuer was a psychic. Die. All of you die. He manipulated a massive boulder, seemingly intent on crushing the two women to death. The shadow of the descending boulder nearly engulfed them both. With no escape, Tang Rou clutched Ning Ziqing tightly to her chest, determined to withstand the blow using her powerful superhuman defense. Boom! The massive boulder exploded mid-air without warning. First, it shattered into a sky-filling rain of fragments, which were then crushed into dust, drifting down to the ground. Brother! Ning Ziqing's eyes widened in shock. She stood there, staring blankly as Chen effortlessly subdued the man, her face etched with utter disbelief. That man was one of the top contenders in the competition, a powerful third-tier extraordinary being. How could Brother Chen defeat him so effortlessly? He hadn't even made it to the finals. How was this possible? Are you both okay? Get out of here first. Leave this to me. Ning Ziqing urgently asked with concern, aren't you coming with us? Don't worry about him. Let's go first. Tang Rou pulled Ning Ziqing away quickly. The latter kept glancing back every few steps, deeply concerned for Chen Nian's safety.
Chen Nian picked up a baseball cap that had fallen to the ground and put on his mask again. He knew there were definitely surveillance cameras inside the venue, and footage from here could easily leak out. Better to play it safe. But Yi Hongling had already stepped in. As the organizer's representative, if she could resolve the situation, that would be ideal. If not, then it would be time for him to step in. So what exactly had caused this scene to spiral out of control? Chen Nian's gaze swept across the venue, settling on Shota Murakami. He noticed a dark aura emanating from the man's body. Could it be possession? Chen Nian immediately recalled Xiaoqi's earlier words, a demon god capable of manipulating human minds, infinitely magnifying inner flaws to shatter rationality and turn victims into puppets. The mind-confusing demon god. Why would this demon god appear here? What purpose did it serve to cause such chaos? Oh. It wants to control all these powerful extraordinary beings, turning them into its own strength to kill Xiaoqi? That's quite a clever scheme. Of course, Yi Hongling had also identified the culprit. Oh. Someone else dares to come. Shoya Murakami stared at Yi Hongling, his pupils suddenly glowing purple, as if trying to steal her soul. At the same moment, the voice of her inner demon whispered temptation within Yi Hongling's mind. Enough with the nonsense. Yi Hongling's response was a fiery dragon streaking across the arena. A wisp of blue smoke lingered as the ground was scorched black. Murayama Shota murmured in disbelief, you actually resisted my mind control. Is there truly no flaw within your heart? Poof. Yi Hongling laughed. There are no perfect humans in this world. Even she possessed flaws in her mind, regrets, resentments, and unfulfilled desires. These vulnerabilities in the mind easily became openings for others to exploit. Therefore, to resist being bewitched, she ignited a fire within her own body. Now, her body temperature exceeded 100 degrees. With the formidable physique of an extraordinary being, she faces no mortal danger, but the price is the relentless agony of burning pain. Pain keeps one lucid. An interesting human. Let me play with you properly. Oh, wait, it's them. Dozens of extraordinary beings surrounded her. All of them were under the control of their inner demons. To defeat the heart demons, Yi Hongling must first battle them. Chapter 150, The Great Battle begins. Chen Nian possessed by a heart demon? Yi Hongling found herself in a dilemma. Most of her spells were large-scale fire-based techniques. If she truly fought them with all her might, these people would not emerge unscathed. Killing her own people even if they were possessed would inevitably spark a public outcry. Especially given her status as General Ye's daughter, her identity was highly sensitive. She focused her target on Shota Murakami. Flames ignited in her hands, coalescing into a blazing blade. A mage who couldn't fight in close quarters was no true warrior. Yi Hongling was determined to force her way through the extraordinary beings' encirclement and defeat them in close combat. Close combat? Interesting. In the spectator stands, a girl wearing a black hat and a beige trench coat stood with her hands tucked into the coat's pockets, leisurely observing the scene. Sislan, who'd have thought these folks were so underwhelming? Looks like our guild will still be the main force in this open-world melee. A figure beside her chuckled. They were members of the guild Tears of the Azure Sea. The Tears of the Azure Sea Guild had quite the pedigree. After the first Blood Moon Calamity, the Navy contacted nearly all the top-ranked elites in the Dragon Nation, carefully selecting 50 individuals. They were secretly taken to the sea for special training. The ocean held its share of monsters and dungeons. This group underwent almost complete isolation and seclusion during their training, even skipping the Tianma Island campaign. Every member possessed exceptionally high combat awareness, with all achieving the rank of third-tier supernatural being. Only recently did they emerge from their seclusion. Aelin, the president of Tears of the Azure Sea, was a mixed-race beauty. Her delicate features and fair skin gave her a doll-like appearance, and the oversized trench coat she wore added a touch of adorable contrast. Besides them, Chen Nian was also observing the battle, though not merely spectating, but analyzing and contemplating the demon god's vulnerabilities. Every demon god is a formidable foe, without exception. If this demon lord can freely possess others, it will be extremely difficult to kill. Besides these powerful individuals who hadn't fled the scene, there was also a fearless reporter, hiding at the very top of the audience seats with a camera, secretly filming. Though his entire body trembled with fear, he clung to the journalist's spirit, determined to capture this precious footage at all costs. Meanwhile, General Yi and his entourage monitored the battle through the arena's cameras. Yi Hongling's victory or defeat would determine the Dragon Nation's honor. An ultimate melee. Yi Hongling had to evade the coordinated assaults of dozens of powerful extraordinary beings while avoiding harming them, all while closing in on Shota Murakami. She became a streak of flaming light, constantly searching the arena for an opening. Unexpectedly, she found her chance. Thud.
The fire blade pierced through Murano Shota's chest. Without hesitation, she detonated the blade. With a thunderous boom, Murayama Shota was reduced to a charred corpse. Success!
On the other end of the surveillance feed, the observers nearly cheered. Truly worthy of General Ye's daughter. So powerful. This gives us a chance to salvage our reputation. Yet General Ye's face remained as dark as ever. With his hands clasped behind his back, he showed no sign of joy. It's not that simple, he said in a low voice. Aelin couldn't help but chuckle softly. Their strength is commendable, but they're far too soft-hearted. Killing them all would have solved this. Why not use such a simple solution? The very next moment, her words were proven true. After securing her target, Yi Hongling neglected her rearguard and was suddenly struck by an energy cannon. Boom! The violent shockwave hurled her backward. How is this possible? I already killed him. Disbelief washed over Yi Hongling's face. She couldn't comprehend why. Suddenly, her body collided with Chen Nian's chest as he caught her in his arms. Are you okay? Why are they still here? I clearly killed that person. If I'm not mistaken, he can transfer into any of the other possessed bodies at any time. Yi Hongling looked utterly bewildered. The mind-confusing demon god. Chen Nian looked ahead. Leave it to me now. You should rest. All right. Chen Nian's arrival instantly drew the attention of several parties. Aelin instinctively asked, who is that man? Lun, he's wearing a hat and mask hiding his face like that. Could it be Bu Yu? The moment that name crossed her mind, Aelin's eyes lit up. Who'd have thought we'd get such an unexpected treat, the chance to witness the so-called world's strongest extraordinary being? Well then, let me see just how powerful you really are. The paparazzi photographer, secretly filming, was so excited his breathing grew ragged. Bu Yu. I got Bu Yu on camera. Thank heavens. I never expected him to be here too. This was absolute first-hand footage capturing Bu Yu in actual combat. Its news value was simply immeasurable. Back at the office, even the news agency's CEO would have to bow down to him. General Yi also noticed Chen Nian. Who is he? He seems to have returned with Miss Yi, but I'm not sure exactly who he is. Wait, that familiar outfit, could he be Yu? He's actually in the capital too. This is perfect, we're saved now. People placed absolute trust in Bu Yu, for he was a godlike figure. Yet General Ye's expression remained unchanged. Even if Bu Yu intervened and resolved this matter, what about public opinion? How would the Dragon Nation restore its lost face? Chen Nian had already devised a plan to deal with the heart-confusing demon god. At this moment, the mind-bending demon god possessed a female extraordinary being, a woman who, outwardly, appeared to be an ordinary girl wearing a t-shirt and jeans. Oh, another one, the woman laughed aloud. Excellent. The more the merrier. As expected, the mind-bending demon god launched a psychic assault on Chen Nian. Various psychological suggestions echoed like curses within Chen Nian's mind. However, Chen Nian was immune to all psychic attacks. He wasn't affected in the slightest. Nevertheless, he feigned being affected. His fingers dug into his scalp as his body trembled uncontrollably, appearing genuinely unstable. Chen Nian. Yi Hongling was utterly shocked. She never imagined Chen Nian would fall victim to it. Could this man actually have a weakness? She rushed forward, grabbing Chen Nian's shoulders and shaking him urgently. Don't listen to any of its psychological suggestions. Snap out of it, hey! Get away! Chen Nian violently shook off Yi Hongling's hand. Seeing this, the demonic mind smiled. After all, humans are flawed creatures. How many can truly resist the heart demon? Go! Kill her! Chen Nian whipped his fist around in a sudden strike. Yi Hongling narrowly dodged the blow, but her face turned as pale as ice. This was the worst possible scenario. Even Bu Yu had been mentally controlled. Who could possibly defeat him? Then, Chen Nian unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks upon Yi Hongling. He even unleashed his word magic. A battle between world-class powerhouses erupted right here. The battle between the two of them proved too much even for the specially reinforced combat arena, which was soon pockmarked with holes. Witnessing this colossal clash, the heart-confusing demon god couldn't help but utter a gasp. Such overwhelming power exists? This body shall be mine to control. Ha! In their state of mental collapse, these extraordinary beings could not unleash their full potential. But if the mind-bending demon god possessed them directly, it would be different. All their power could be perfectly and completely harnessed. He could not resist the temptation. Thus, he voluntarily abandoned the girl's body and entered Chen Nian's. Too powerful. Such strength, such a body. Who could possibly stand against me now? The mind-binding demon god felt the surging power within Chen Nian's body, nearly overcome with ecstasy. Chapter 151, Heavenly Eye destroys the heart demon. Yi Hongling cried? Before the large screen, General Yi and his subordinates were ashen-faced. When they witnessed Bu Yu's uncontrolled rampage, they knew it was over. He was the strongest extraordinary being in Dragon Nation, indeed, the entire world.
Who could possibly defeat him when he was out of control?
Even Nissi could only retreat step by step.
General, we must leave immediately.
This place is no longer safe.
Yes, General. We can't stay any longer. One wrong move and we'll be caught in the crossfire.
His subordinates pleaded with General Yi to leave, but Yi Qiuhao stood rooted to the spot, immovable as a mountain, his expression unwavering.
My daughter is still fighting. This general won't retreat a single step. Though stern and unyielding, he possessed the blood and resolve of a true soldier.
Never let others fight to the death while you escape.
Especially when it's your own daughter.
Aelin stood amidst the swirling sand and storm-tossed spectator stands, her trench coat flapping wildly behind her.
She shook her head.
The world's strongest is nothing special. The moment Bu Yu was subdued, there was no point in watching any longer. I came here today hoping to witness something extraordinary, but it seems our Dragon Nation's extraordinary beings have fallen this low.
How laughable, even Bu Yu is no longer capable.
The man shrugged in boredom.
Let's go, Sister Lan.
Looks like opening up the world still depends on us, Tears of the Azure Sea.
Just as the two turned to leave,
Lan suddenly sensed an eerie, unsettling dissonance and whipped her head around.
Wait. The battle between those two had been so intense, how could Ji Hongling not have suffered a single injury?
With her strength, she should never have been able to hold her own against that man.
And, why was Bu Yu standing motionless now? After being controlled, shouldn't he have dealt with Yi Hongling, this major threat?
Could it be, he wasn't controlled after all?
Lan, what's wrong? Wait.
Lan's gaze pierced through the sandstorm and howling winds, fixing once more upon that receding figure.
The mind-bending demon god entered Chen Nian's body, overwhelmed by an almost uncontrollable ecstasy.
It had never imagined that humans at this stage could possess such terrifying power. Not only was his physical form unmatched in strength, but his transcendent abilities were terrifyingly formidable, utterly incomparable to the rest of that trash. But at that very moment, a voice suddenly echoed from within Chen Nian's body.
You finally entered. Mind-bending demon god. What was happening? The owner of this body is speaking to me? Impossible. He's clearly been taken over by the heart demon. How could he possibly have self-awareness? Kill her. Kill that girl. The mind-bending demon god sent the mental suggestion once more. But Chen Nian's body remained unmoved, showing no intention of acting. You aren't controlled? The mind-corrupting demon god suddenly realized. For the first time in its existence, the entity that had always manipulated others' minds felt genuine fear. This human deliberately feigned possession, then displayed his formidable power all to lure me into his body. The thought sent chills down its spine, a demon god trembling with terror. It immediately tried to break free from Chen Nian's body. But the path of escape was suddenly illuminated by a pair of eyes. These eyes ignited without warning, their clear light pure and sacred, as if piercing through all illusions of the world. This was the heavenly eye. Ah! The heart demon writhed in agony, as if its entire being were being scorched. It had believed itself invincible, hidden within the body, never imagining anyone could harm its inner self. It desperately fled in another direction. But one eye after another lit up, blocking its escape route. Hundreds of heavenly eyes, swarming from all directions, nearly encircled the demon god. Since you've come this far, don't rush to leave. Aren't you someone else's heart demon? Why are you afraid inside my mind? Chen Nian's voice echoed once more. You, who exactly are you? If I'm not mistaken, you want to kill a girl because she destroyed your temple avatar, correct? You know her. Too bad you won't get to see her. Chen Nian's words fell silent. Over 100 heavenly eyes simultaneously blazed with divine light. Ah! No! No! Countless beams of divine light crisscrossed, utterly annihilating the demon god's body. Not a single trace remained. Congratulations on successfully defeating the heart-confusing demon god. Would you like to issue a world announcement? Gene energy plus 200,000. Congratulations on obtaining divine gene. Acquired legendary equipment, mind-bending demon pendant. Mind-binding demon pendant legendary. Requested tier 3. Wearing requirement, only those who have slain a demon god are qualified to wear it. Defense, 0. Attack, 0. Attribute bonus, transcendence plus 150. Special effect mind-bending demon sound, emits sonic waves to enrage all nearby low-tier beings. Cooldown, 7 days. Special effect mind control, can be activated only once. Completely destroy this equipment to gain permanent access to any creature's mental realm, enabling constant manipulation and interference. Could this be the exclusive equipment of the mind-binding demon god? It's far too powerful. And I've also obtained the divine gene again. I've already fused it once before, wonder if it still has any effect? Chen Nian immediately attempted to activate it. You have already fused with the divine gene. Refusion is impossible. Too bad, then it's useless. At this moment, the others still didn't know Chen Nian had already dealt with the mind-bending demon god.
Especially Yi Hongling, she was incredibly sensitive. The slightest movement from Chen Nian sent her instantly into a combat stance, her tense expression betraying her anxiety.
"It's me," Chen Nian tentatively spoke up.
Flames ignited in Yi Hongling's hands as her gaze sharpened.
"Who knows if you're under mental control? Don't attack. It really is me. How can you prove it? I was just out shopping with you. Even my memories have been erased."
Yi Hongling remained on high alert, not relaxing for a moment.
Flames even blazed fiercely across her entire body.
"Today, I'll turn this place into a burning hell and drag you down with me."
Terrifying flames surged skyward, the air temperature skyrocketing. Chen Nian was utterly horrified. Damn it, she's going all out to destroy this place? No. I was just pretending to be controlled earlier. Left with no choice, Chen Nian resorted to sending a global announcement to prove his innocence.
At that moment, extraordinary beings across all nations, Dragon Country, Cherry Blossom Country, Lighthouse Country, received the same notification.
Announcement: Silent has successfully slain the mind-bending demon god. Announcement: Silent has successfully slain the mind-bending demon god.
Yi Hongling froze on the spot, her blazing flames extinguishing as she murmured in disbelief.
You were just pretending? Yes. To lure it into my body and destroy it. That was the only way to eliminate it. You hit me, you just hit me. QAQ.
Tears glistened in Yi Hongling's eyes. She was the kind of tough individual who could forcibly burn her own body to resist mental control with excruciating pain.
Chen Nian never imagined such a formidable opponent would break down just because he'd struck her. Beaten until I cried. Chapter 152, A Tiny Shock to the World.
Yi Hongling, a demoness who usually toyed with Chen Nian at will, had truly been broken this time.
How utterly desperate had she felt just moments ago.
Chen Nian had dominated the entire fight, yet she couldn't bring herself to harm him.
With no other solution, she'd nearly chosen mutual destruction. Who could have guessed Chen Nian was faking it all along?
Aelin was utterly dumbfounded.
A demon god? So that's why those people were controlled earlier. A demon god was behind it? He just killed a demon god?
The man beside her couldn't help but gasp, still finding it hard to believe.
Aelin spoke up. If I'm not mistaken, this demon god must be the type that can control others' minds, extremely difficult to kill.
In order to slay it, no speech even used himself as bait.
He killed this demon god, inside his own body. Courage, wisdom, power, he possesses them all.
Such a man is truly terrifying. At first, she had underestimated Buyu, thinking he was nothing special. Now it seemed she had been the one with the narrow perspective.
Let's go. Given this, other transcendent beings in the Dragon Nation may not warrant much attention, but he remains an exception.
Aelin turned and departed, her figure swiftly vanishing into thin air.
General Yi, those people, they seem to have regained their senses. But he was attacking Miss Yi just now. How could he suddenly? What on earth happened? Yeah, I don't get it either. Why did it end so abruptly? I thought he was being controlled.
Yi Qiuhao murmured, he killed a demon god.
What? The entire group of subordinates gasped in shock. Are you saying he was fighting that demon god alone just now and defeated it? No wonder today's events felt so bizarre. There was a demon god meddling all along. Then he's terrifying. To slay a demon god single-handedly? It's almost unbelievable. Yi Qiuhao couldn't help but take a deep breath. He just considered countless scenarios. How could he salvage the Dragon Nation's reputation? There was no doubt about it today, the Dragon Nation had been humiliated before the eyes of the entire world. Even if this matter were resolved, they would still be criticized and ridiculed. Who would have thought? Buyu had effortlessly resolved this predicament. Soloing a demon god. This was the highest honor to proclaim to the world. A Dragon Nation extraordinary being slaying a demon god was a monumental event that would fill the entire nation with pride. How could it possibly be considered shameful? Even if the venue was left in utter ruin, even if many lives were lost, if it meant successfully vanquishing a demon god, that alone was a monumental achievement. Consider this: previously, Sakura Nation lost nearly 10,000 lives just to slay a single demon god. By comparison, this marks the fourth demon god Dragon Nation has vanquished, a monumental contribution to the world. Any criticism or backlash pales in significance before such an achievement. Good lad. Heroes emerge in youth. General Ye's eyes flashed with undisguised admiration. As a renowned general of the Dragon Nation, his standards were exceptionally high. He looked down on those billionaire scions and privileged second-generation elites. Yet now, seeing his daughter grow close to Buyu, he felt a surge of pride. He fully supported his daughter being with such a heroic young man. General, global opinion is rapidly shifting. Look. Ha! Who would have thought misfortune would turn to fortune? The whole world is praising us. All the mocking voices that had filled the internet earlier had vanished, replaced entirely by this. Netizen 1, holy crap, Buyu is insane. He took down 4 demon gods single-handedly? Netizen 2, just a moment ago, another demon god was taken down. I'd call the Dragon Nation the demon god's falling phoenix slope. Netizen 3, I take back my earlier mockery. Dragon Nation eliminating a demon god with minimal losses is a monumental contribution to the world. Netizen 4, a demon god that can control minds is terrifying. Thankfully Boo you took it down. This guy is a badass. Though a few sourpusses remained, their voices were drowned out by the overwhelming tide of praise. Dragon Nation's reputation underwent a complete reversal, skyrocketing to unprecedented heights in mere moments. After uploading the footage, the reporter who risked his life to capture it added a text explanation. You might not understand the battle sequence, but essentially, Yu Yan staged a play tricking the demon god into believing he was also under control before ultimately eliminating the demon god from within his own body. What appeared calm was actually a desperate gamble, risking everything for victory. Holy crap, coming up with that strategy under those circumstances. He's a god. Not a word has ascended to godhood, holy crap. He possesses both wisdom and power, truly the pride of our Dragon Nation. The Mountain River Eternal Peace Guild chat was also buzzing with praise. Jogwa, who knew that in just a little while, the boss would take down another demon god. Ah wei, ha, now the whole country's praising him will get the glory by association. Tianzi, wait, even though the image is blurry, that woman beside the boss looks familiar. Could it be Yi Hongling? Joga, quick, delete that. Don't let Xiaoqi see it. Tianzi recalled a message. Xiaoqi, thanks, I already saw it. Ning Ziqing and Tang Rou also received the message. After watching the slightly blurry footage leaked from the scene, Ning Ziqing stared at it for a long time before suddenly saying, Tang's sister, this person looks just like my brother. Tang Rou was momentarily at a loss for words. Though the footage was grainy and obscured by dust, Chen Nian's silhouette was faintly recognizable. It was impossible not to notice the resemblance. Probably just a coincidence. Could he be the one who? MMMPH. Before she could finish, Ning Ziqing's mouth was covered. Tang Rou whispered, promise me you'll pretend you don't know. It's for your own safety, okay? Ning Ziqing nodded obediently. Even without voicing it, the shock within her was beyond words, utterly indescribable. She'd been genuinely disappointed when Chen Nian couldn't participate in the main tournament, even planning to cheer him on. Little did she know it wasn't that he lacked the skill to compete, he simply had no interest. Those so-called strong players might mean nothing to him, because his true identity was Silent, the world's strongest. Oh my god. It felt utterly surreal suddenly becoming Bu Yu's sister, suddenly having such an extraordinary older brother. It was like a dream. Her heart was instantly filled with unparalleled happiness and contentment. Now that she thought about it, everything from before made perfect sense. Like why that Miss she called herself brother's girlfriend, or why brother always pulled rare talent class cards whenever he played. So, where did brother go now? Not sure. He's gone somewhere else to lie low for a while. He'll contact us when he has time. By now, Chen Nian had already left with Yi Hongling. Don't be sad, sis. Is that how you comfort me? Chapter 153, Divine Awakening, Vermilion Bird. After the fierce battle in the stadium, Chen Nian carried Yi Hongling away through the air, quickly vanishing into the sea of clouds. At dusk, the two landed in an uninhabited wilderness on the outskirts of the capital. Don't be sad, sis. I only resorted to that desperate measure to fight the demon god. I wasn't really trying to hit you. Chen Nian was utterly inept at handling crying girls. Is that how you plan to comfort me? Under the beautiful sunset, Yi Hongling's face was bathed in a soft, warm glow. Paired with her wine-red, long, wavy hair, it should have been a picture of exquisite beauty. Yet now, with tears streaming down her face, she looked utterly pitiful. Don't you know girls need a hug when they're sad? Chen Nian paused, then stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Yi Hongling and pulling her close. In that moment, neither spoke a word, and even the wind seemed to hold its breath. Suddenly, Chen Nian's watch phone shattered the tranquil atmosphere. He glanced up at the display. Caller ID, Su Jinyu. His entire body trembled. A sudden, unnatural feeling of being caught red-handed spread through his entire body, making his back tingle. I need to take this call. Chen Nian tried to pull away from Yi Hongling, but she playfully clung to him even tighter, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of her lips. Yi Hongling murmured softly, what's wrong? Can't you take the call like this? It's a bit inconvenient like this. Can't I just stay silent? Hearing her pouty tone, Chen Nian knew he couldn't resist her. Reluctantly, he answered the call. Hello, Xiaoyu? Where are you, Chen Nian? Ahem. I'm in the capital. What's up? Oh, in Beijing? You're not coincidentally with that woman Yi Hongling, are you? Chen Nian guessed Xiaoqi had recognized him from the scene photos and didn't try to deny it. Xiaoqi, the heart-confusing demon god that appeared this time, it was targeting you. But I've already taken care of it. Don't worry. Oh, thank you, brother Chen Nian. So you're not with that woman Yi Hongling, right? Su Jinyu wouldn't let it go. Chen Nian dared not speak. He was currently holding Yi Hongling in his arms, his hand around her waist used to answer the phone. A few seconds of silence passed.
Yi Hongling suddenly let out a soft moan.
Gently. Su Jinyu? Chen Nian? This development instantly blew Su Jinyu's mind, causing his brain to freeze completely. You too, what are you doing?
Chen Nian also immediately broke free from the witch's embrace. It was just a misunderstanding. She deliberately caused trouble right next to me.
Xiao Yu, you mustn't take it seriously. Fine, I won't take it seriously.
I'm heading to the capital right now to catch that cheating cat myself.
With that, he slammed the phone down. Chen Nian was speechless. To him, a love triangle was far more terrifying than any demon god. He turned to look at Yi Hongling, only to see her smiling radiantly. Where was the pitiful look from moments ago? I shouldn't have trusted you. What's the matter? Little Seventh called over. Isn't it nice that she feels a bit involved? Good my foot.
If she really shows up, you won't stand a chance against her.
I don't like hearing that. Why couldn't I beat her? Yi Hongling puffed out her chest. You do have the upper hand in that regard. Chen Nian thought to himself. She's a real handful now.
There's a troublesome divine essence inside her. If that essence activates, even I wouldn't stand a chance.
Divine essence?
Yi Hongling's eyes narrowed in confusion.
Divine genes, elements capable of transforming an extraordinary being's power fundamentally.
Typically, only those who slay demon gods or emerge victorious in major battles stand a chance of obtaining them. She acquired hers on the heavenly demon island.
Chen Nian explained.
At that moment, an idea suddenly sprang to Chen Nian's mind.
Perhaps, he could use Yi Hongling too. Su Jinyu's divine essence, the Nine Heavens mystic maiden, was supremely arrogant.
As the goddess of military strategy who had fought across the land, she absolutely forbade any man from laying a finger on her. To erode that pride, she needed to experience defeat to be subjugated by another. Perhaps Yi Hongling could fill that role. Once that pride was shattered, Chen Nian could finally take their intimacy to the next level. Don't blame me, Xiaoqi, this is all for the sake of our future sexual bliss. I still possess a divine gene fragment, Chen Nian stated. Unfortunately, I've already fused with one. A second fusion is impossible. With that, he opened his palm, revealing a cluster of light radiating divine power.
This is the divine gene? It's yours. You played a part in defeating the heart demon this time. Yi Hongling blinked innocently, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the unexpected gift. Then I'll gladly accept it?
She swallowed the light cluster, and the divine gene immediately began to fuse.
Chen Nian watched silently from the side, equally curious about what kind of divine essence she would awaken. Boom! Flames erupted all over Yi Hongling's body.
This was no ordinary mortal flame, it was crimson tinged with gold, radiating a sacred and beautiful aura. Immediately afterward, a massive phantom silhouette slowly materialized behind Yi Hongling. A piercing bird cry echoed across the heavens.
This is the vermilion bird.
The vermilion bird, one of the 4 divine beasts of ancient mythology, was the deity of the south, symbolizing the spirit of fire. It represented the Fire Emperor and the 7 stars of the southern constellation. Who would have thought that the divine power she awakened was that of the vermilion bird? It does suit her abilities quite well. Perhaps before long, Yi Hongling would become the true scarlet bird goddess. With the sacred fire of the vermilion bird blazing upon her, Yi Hongling became the most beautiful sight under the setting sun. When the flames finally died down, she grew even more radiant.
Why? Because her clothes had all been burned away.
Her icy clear complexion and jade-like bones captivated all who beheld her.
Chen Nian stared in awe for a second or two, no, 3 or 4 seconds. Truthfully, he couldn't say exactly how long, but he hadn't blinked. If you keep staring at me like that, you'll have to take responsibility, Yi Hongling murmured softly, biting her red lips. Hearing this, Chen Nian snapped back to reality and dared not look any longer. Let's talk this out. Put your clothes back on first. Oomph, scumbag. After Yi Hongling had dressed, Chen Nian studied her carefully once more. He noticed an entirely different aura emanating from her body, her eyes faintly tinged with a hint of vermilion, utterly captivating. With the Zhurong deity's essence within her, her allure had truly reached new heights. Beneath her crimson gown, her crystal-clear jade-like feet touched the floor flawlessly, a sight that could make anyone sink into her spell with just one glance. Lost in admiration, Chen Nian was suddenly met with the unexpected touch of warm, crimson lips. Are my lips soft? Go fetch it. Little Seventh is coming. I'll slip away first. Chen Nian dared not linger longer.
He sought out Tang Rou and Ning Ziqing that very night and hurried back to Linhai City. It was said that later, a great battle erupted in the capital. Sword Qi raged, divine flames scorched the heavens.
Countless onlookers gasped in awe, wondering which powerful factions were locked in combat. As for who emerged victorious, it remains unknown.
Upon Chen Nian's return to Linhai City, before he could even rest, news arrived that the World Gate was about to open.
Next stop, the open world. Chapter 154, the World Gate opens, Chen Nian enters the open world. World Gate opening countdown, 1 day. Maximum guilds per country, 1,000.
Maximum members per guild, 50.
Guild registration now open. First registered guilds gain priority access. The World Gate is about to open. Upon the rules being revealed, a wave of terror immediately swept through the world's extraordinary beings. Meaning each country can only send a maximum of 50,000 people. Entry is limited to guilds, and only those who complete registration first will qualify. Brothers, join a guild immediately. Guild recruitment, seeking powerful extraordinary beings of tier 3 or above, only 50 spots available. Still got time to be picky? Spots are first come, first served, got it? Dragon Nation took a major hit here. Just 2 days ago, they were hit hard by the Heart Demon, with many top-tier extraordinary individuals injured in that battle. They hadn't even recovered yet, and now the World Gate was about to open. However, the Mountain River Eternal Peace Guild remained unaffected. Including Chen Nian, Lu Gu, Tang Rou, and others, the 50 members were quickly assembled and completed registration. Only these 50 would be eligible to enter the World Gate. Wait, where's Xiaoqi? Exactly. Without her, our guild would be missing a top-tier powerhouse. Xiaoqi got into a fight with Yi Hongling a couple days ago. Word is it was a mutual defeat, and she needs time to recover. How did those two even get into a fight? Well, you'd have to ask the boss about that. Ahem. This time around, Su Jinyu and Yi Hongling couldn't participate in the open world event. Zhao Yixue was fine, but she had her own guild to manage. In short, Dragon Nation's overall strength was significantly weakened. In contrast, news from other nations showed all their top-tier masters were present. Cherry Blossom Nation, led personally by Naoki Yusawa, the blade of Thor and idol of millions of young women, who boasts the legendary feat of slaying a demon god. Their guild, Amaterasu, was the nation's top-seeded guild. The strongest guild in the Lighthouse Nation carried an even more formidable name, Dragon Slayer. It carried a subtle hint of targeting Dragon Nation. Their leader, Wilson, is the nation's strongest transcended a dragon-frenzied warrior who has also vanquished a demon lord. The top guild of the Stick Nation is called Hibiscus. Its leader, Song Ji-hyo, ranked among the top 10 during the Blood Moon Calamity. Rumored to possess the rare Hellmage class, her power is truly terrifying. At the heart of Demon Island, the light surrounding the World Gate dissipated, revealing its outline. The World Gate has opened. Everyone, charge! Despite the official enforcement team managing the entrance, they couldn't hold back the surging tide of people. People scrambled to enter the World Gate, fearing they might fall behind. Of course, some unregistered individuals tried to sneak in, but they couldn't pass through the gate at all. It seems some unseen rules were restricting them. Only after most had entered did Chen Nian calmly step through. He had no need to scramble for that fleeting moment. The instant he stepped through the World Gate, the world instantly turned pure white. As the whiteness faded, a brand new world appeared before Chen Nian. He stood atop a cliff. Before him stretched vast expanses of land. Rolling hills stretched across the land, lush and verdant, covered in dense, primeval forests teeming with exotic creatures. It resembled a vast ocean. The sea surface was as blue as a mirror, its waves surging and tumultuous. In the distance, immense, boundless waves crashed against the rocks, spraying brilliant, dazzling water droplets into the sky under the sunlight. Beneath the surface, of course, lurked fierce beasts and surged dark currents. This place exudes a sense of mystery and antiquity, detached from the pollution and clamor of modern society, brimming with nature's most primal vitality and vigor. You have entered the Lost Continent. Obtained item, Teleportation Crystal. Crushing the crystal allows immediate return to the original world. Can only be used once and cannot be re-entered. A survival tool? Chen Nian was somewhat surprised. If life-threatening danger arises, simply shatter the crystal to significantly boost survival chances. Current quest, establish guild headquarters. Required materials, 100 stone, 100 wood, 100 spirit crystals. There's even a quest prompt? Let's establish the base first. Stone and wood come from mining and logging, while spirit crystals require slaying monsters. Simple enough. Just as Chen Nian was about to begin, a notification suddenly sounded. Guild Amaterasu establishes first outpost, reward, +1 national fortune. That fast? What exactly is this so-called national fortune value? Chen Nian muttered to himself. National fortune symbolizes the nation's destiny. Depletion invites natural disasters and calamities. Prosperity brings various benefits. So it seems every action we take in this open world affects the nation's entire destiny. This is getting pretty intense. As Chen Nian pondered this, a terrifying two-headed monstrous bird swept across the sea sky. Cannibal Ironclaw Bird, Tier 3, Level 50. It had already targeted Chen Nian as its lunch, its steel-tipped beak locked onto him. The monsters here are this high level? Chen Nian raised his hand and unleashed a wind cannon. Boom! The monstrous bird's body exploded mid-air. Genetic energy plus 6,213. Spirit crystal plus 100. Killing one monster yields enough spirit crystals. This will be easy enough. Chen Nian activated his judgment domain. Two nearby trees snapped cleanly in half, while stones on the ground exploded without warning.
With a few casual taps, the stone and wood materials were gathered. Select Guild Outpost Construction Site. Chen Nian took 2 steps forward, entering the forest. He thought this spot was quite nice, close to the sea with good scenery. This is the spot. Guild Eternal Peace of Mountains and Rivers Outpost construction successful. All guild members can now see the outpost's location. Guild Outpost construction successful, national fortune +1. So, building a base actually increases your nation's fortune. So if I later destroy or seize another nation's outpost, can that increase our national fortune while decreasing theirs? Chen Nian pondered. It seems that national fortune is the most crucial factor on this continent. Our goal should be to continuously increase our nation's fortune value, securing benefits for our country. Now, the national fortune rankings are visible. Lighthouse Nation, Eagle Nation, 15. Land of Cherry Blossoms, 14. Land of the Rising Sun, 12. Bear Nation, 11. Dragon Nation, 9. Note, national fortune values are settled every 3 days. The lowest ranked nation faces penalties, while the highest ranked nation receives rewards. This means only 9 of our guilds successfully established strongholds, so our national fortune value is currently lagging. But it's no big deal. Once our objectives are clear, it's straightforward. What we need to do next is straightforward: attack other guilds' strongholds and turn their national fortune into ours. Fresh into the open world, everyone else is focused on growing stronger and surviving, while Chen Nian has already set his sights on other guilds. P.S. Give us more 5-star reviews, everyone. Help our protagonist Cuckoo slaughter enemies left and right. Don't make me resort to black stockings, I beg you. Chapter 155, Encountering a Foreign Stronghold. Chen Nian's First Battle. Once Chen Nian established the guild outpost, all members could see its location. They should be rushing over immediately. Go explore other places first, leave the base construction to them. Soon, members of the Eternal Peace Guild began arriving one after another. Since all members were located relatively close to each other, gathering didn't take much time. Who the heck was so quick they already built the base? I was the first one here, and I didn't see anyone nearby either. Wait, could it be the boss? Ha, this spot really is perfect, we even get ocean views. The boss is awesome. This entire area is now designated as our base. Let's all work hard to upgrade it to level 2 as soon as possible. We might even earn some national fortune points. Everyone, get moving. Freshly arrived in the new open world, everyone was fired up and working hard. Hey, don't wander too far, and remember absolutely no fires. The speaker was an older guy who was super into wilderness survival. He'd been roughing it outdoors for years and had tons of experience. Why not? Because fire will give away our location. After leaving the base, Chen Nian took to the skies. In this competitive environment governed by rules, he was like a cheat code because he possessed the heavenly eye. It's so vast. Only from above could one truly grasp the vastness of this continent. Dense jungles and towering mountain ranges stretched endlessly. Even with his heavenly eyes open, it was difficult to locate another stronghold in such a complex environment. But as luck would have it, Chen Nian spotted a wisp of smoke in the distance. About 10 miles away, a solitary wisp of smoke rose straight into the sky, caught perfectly by his gaze. Someone dared to light a fire in this place? Ha ha ha. Chen Nian nearly burst out laughing. Here, the law of the dark forest prevailed. Each guild was like a hunter traversing a dark forest. Reveal your position, and someone lurking in the shadows might have their gun barrel trained on you. Chen Nian swiftly flew toward the source of the smoke. Damn it! Who gave you permission to light a fire? Put it out immediately. Hey, Private Marseille, we just wanted to roast this rabbit meat. The group entrenched here belonged to the Sakura Nation guild known as Senbon Sakura. After the base was established, 50 members gradually gathered to help build it. Unexpectedly, someone casually caught a wild rabbit and started a fire to roast it for dinner. Everyone, we must develop rapidly and vie for national fortune points. Let the world see what a true superpower looks like. Just then, a discordant voice cut through the air. You don't need to develop anymore. Who? Everyone immediately went on high alert. A young figure emerged from the jungle, strolling with effortless ease and unhurried composure. It was as if he were not an intruder, but strolling through his own backyard. Who are you, wearing a mask like that? Afraid to show your true face? Chen Nian was astonished that he could understand their speech. It seemed language was directly comprehensible in this world. You cowardly bastard. Are you some Eastern Dragon countryman? Ha! A man with a small mustache sneered. With dozens of them here, they certainly weren't afraid. Besides, they could crush the crystal and escape if danger arose. They had nothing to fear. Go! Capture him alive. Force him to reveal their base's location, then we can seize their national fortune points. Chen Nian chuckled. Phantom Void Art teleported him in an instant. The dragon shock blade flashed from its scabbard. A blade's gleam flickered, and a head rolled to the ground. The sequence flowed like a river, swift as thunder. No one had time to react. The mustachioed man who had taunted them moments before was dead. On this continent, anyone could escape danger by shattering a teleportation crystal, returning safely to their original location.
But Chen Nian's speed was too swift, his strike was an instant kill.
The man didn't even have time to shatter his crystal.
Silence fell over the entire crowd.
Horror and fear spread across their faces as they instinctively stepped back.
Even their eyes trembled as they looked at Chen Nian once more.
That speed, it rivals even Lord Jishu of the Thunder God's Blade.
Who are you? Achievement, first kill of a foreign extraordinary being. Achiever, silent. Reward, Dragon Nation's national fortune +1.
At that moment, extraordinary beings across the entire continent received the announcement: Chen Nian had achieved the special accomplishment first kill of an extraordinary being.
He is Buyu. He's Dragon Nation's Silent One. The one who slayed 4 demon lords, hailed as the world's strongest Silent One. How did we get so unlucky, running into this monster right off the bat? Don't panic. We have dozens of us against just one of him. We can overwhelm him with numbers. Damn it, if you wanna fight, fight. I'm outta here. Snap, snap, snap.
One after another, people crushed their teleportation crystals and fled, meaning they'd forfeit their right to stay here. Chen Nian paid no mind to those who fled outright; they'd never be allowed back anyway. But if anyone dared insult the Dragon Nation, he would kill them. Those who chose to stay and fight him could also be killed.
But unfortunately, his reputation alone had already scared the out of this group.
Indeed, one man had literally wet himself, kneeling on the ground with soaked pants, his hands trembling as he crushed the teleportation crystal.
Just a moment ago, you called us cowards? Care to say that again? Private Mass. Private Mass. Private Mass.
The man bowed his head repeatedly while apologizing, not even noticing his own head was soaked in urine, a sight of utter disgrace. Chen Nian couldn't even bring himself to kill him, not wanting to soil the dragon shock blade. Instead, he ordered him to shatter the crystal and get lost. And just like that, an entire 50-member guild from Sakura Nation was wiped out by Chen Nian alone.
He walked to the guild's banner and tore it down. Congratulations! Successfully captured the Senbon Sakura Guild stronghold. Dragon Nation's national fortune +2. Sakura Nation's national fortune 1.
This was the personal notification Chen Nian received.
Immediately following was a worldwide announcement visible to all. Achievement, first capture of a foreign guild outpost. Achiever, silent. Reward, Dragon Nation's national fortune +3.
At that moment, every extraordinary being was sent into an uproar.
Holy, how long has it even been? I'm still here chopping trees and mining stones, and you're telling me Buyu wiped out an entire guild? Holy, is he even human? If you're asking if he's human, I can only say, no. In less than 2 hours, he wiped out a 50-man guild. I just pray he doesn't find our base. Don't panic, bro.
We're from Dragon Nation, we're on the same side as him.
I see. That puts my mind at ease.
After the initial shock, the extraordinary beings of the Dragon Nation were overcome with ecstasy, joy, and pride. Meanwhile, extraordinary beings from other nations turned pale upon hearing the announcement.
For anyone unlucky enough to be caught by Buyu, it would likely spell their doom.
Especially the extraordinary beings of Sakura Nation, their faces looked like they'd eaten, for their national fortune points had actually been deducted.
P.S. Last chapter promised black stockings, and some readers asked if the author was a sister? Well, the author here thinks black stockings on girls are certainly nice, but wouldn't they be even more thrilling on boys? Alright, just kidding. Since the author updated this early in the morning, keep those 5-star reviews coming. Chapter 156, The Savage Beast Hooksnake. Members of the Eternal Peace Guild were currently constructing their guild outpost.
Within the base perimeter, they could gather materials to construct various wooden and stone structures.
While not as convenient as modern buildings, they were perfectly adequate for wilderness living.
Lu Gu and Tang Rou, the only two in the guild who had seen Chen Nian's true face, were now whispering to each other.
Ruo, what do you think? What's the boss up to right now? No idea. Probably out exploring, hunting monsters to level up, right? Speaking of which, is the boss really involved with that Yi Honling girl? Well, I don't know either, huh?
Tang Rou chuckled awkwardly, thinking to herself, I know a bit about the inside story, but I'd never dare say it out loud. Just as the two girls were whispering to each other, a notification suddenly popped up. Achievement, first capture of a foreign guild outpost. Achiever, silent. Reward, Dragon Nation's national fortune +3. Guild, 1,000 cherry blossoms. Both women's eyes widened, each seeing the shock in the other's gaze.
The boss, already wiped out a guild? He really is something. That was way too fast.
At that moment, the guild members erupted in excitement.
Ha, and it seems to be a guild from the land of cherry blossoms. So satisfying. Any guild targeted by Boss Silent can only blame their own bad luck. Damn, check the national fortune rankings we've climbed.
The global fortune rankings had shifted.
Lighthouse Nation, 35. Bear Nation, 34. Dragon Nation, 33. Land of Cherry Blossoms, 31. Land of the Stars and Stripes, 29. Dragon Nation's national fortune value has climbed from the bottom to mid-tier. However, the situation remains unstable at this stage. Who will emerge victorious ultimately depends on the settlement. In 3 days the lowest-ranked nation will face penalties, while the highest-ranked will receive rewards. Defeating another nation's guild for the first time grants an achievement reward, proving that first time is key to completing achievements. If our guild is the first to upgrade to a level 2 stronghold, will we get a reward? Chen Nian pondered. At this stage, only a handful of guilds could establish level 1 bases, while most were still striving to do so. Meanwhile, Chen Nian was already strategizing how to upgrade the outpost. Upgrade requirements: 1000 stone, 1000 wood, 1000 spirit crystals, 1 savage beast core. The first 3 materials were relatively easy to obtain. Delegating them to other guild members should pose no problem. The last one, Wilderness Beast Core, was a novel item that would likely be the tricky part. Beast cores, theoretically, should be obtained by defeating monsters. But what exactly distinguishes these so-called wilderness beasts from ordinary monsters? Chen Nian pondered this as he soared through the air, scanning the surroundings with his heavenly eye. He spotted numerous rare and exotic beasts, but what exactly constituted a wilderness beast? He flew another dozen kilometers. This won't do. Keeping the heavenly eye open for extended wide area scans drains my stamina too quickly. Just as Chen Nian prepared to return for rest, a sudden cry echoed from below. Help! Help me! Hearing the cries for help, Chen Nian immediately rushed downward, gaining a clear view of the situation mid-air. 3 people were being chased by a snake. They were people from Longwa. Perhaps he could save them. But this snake was peculiar. Over 20 meters long, it slithered across the ground with astonishing speed. Its tail forked like iron hooks. As he drew closer, Chen Nian finally saw the monster's attributes. Wilderness Beast Hook Snake, Tier 3, Level 30. This is a primordial beast? Hook Snake. If I recall correctly, it's one of the ancient mythical beasts recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas. So that's what a primordial beast means. It includes those creatures from the primordial chaos. Could it be that 9-tailed foxes and Taobia beasts might appear too? The 3 fled for their lives, not daring to look back. They had encountered a great terror. They had assumed this snake was low level and could be hunted for resources to build their base. But, unexpectedly, a knight with exceptionally high defense, shield raised, was pierced through shield and all by the serpent's tail. His throat was pierced, killing him instantly. He couldn't even activate his teleportation crystal. They were instantly terrified out of their wits and fled for their lives. Damn it! Why is this monster so terrifying? It's not even high level. And it's not even a lord boss. Yet its attack power can one-shot a knight? Terrifying. What should we do? We need to shatter the teleportation crystal and escape. If we keep going like this, it'll catch up to us, and then we won't even be able to run. Wait, why isn't it chasing us anymore? The trio heard no sound of the giant serpent behind them. Turning to look, they saw no trace of it. It's not chasing us anymore? Thank God. Damn, that scared the hell out of me. But why did it suddenly stop chasing us? No idea. The reason the hook snake stopped pursuing the 3 was because a new enemy had appeared before it. It flickered its crimson tongue, drool dripping onto the ground where wisps of green smoke immediately rose. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, its razor-sharp, hook-like tail lashed out at Chen Nian. Hook snakes excel at hunting prey with their tails. Fortunately, Chen Nian was prepared. Sequence 60 Spell of Words, Giant Spirit Shield. A massive shield of earth and yellow light instantly materialized before him. This was a basic defensive word spirit. Chen Nian didn't unleash a killing move right away. He wanted to test the wasteland beast's true strength first. Boom! The giant spirit shield was pierced by the hook snake's tail, yet it did not break through, barely holding firm. Yet this still left Chen Nian stunned. Such terrifying attack power? Chen Nian's transcendent attributes now exceeded 500, while most others at his level only had around 300. His ordinary defensive word spell offered defense comparable to a knight's full power defense. And yet this hook snake nearly pierced through it? This clearly demonstrated that the power of a wasteland beast was an entire tier above ordinary monsters. The test was over, and Chen Nian hesitated no longer. The dragon shock blade drew from its scabbard. The dragon lurking in the depths trait has been triggered. After days without being drawn, the dragon's startled blade had accumulated a certain amount of dragon energy. As it was drawn now, a faint dragon's roar echoed, and dragon energy swirled around it. Crack! With a single stroke, the most vital part of the hook snake, its tail, was severed. The hook snake, its tail severed, tried to flee. Could Chen Nian let it escape? Heavenly eye, open. A crystalline light filled his pupils, instantly expanding Chen Nian's vision 100-fold. He could almost see the veins on every leaf in this jungle. He leapt upward, gripped the knife handle with his reverse hand, and aimed for the hook snake's head. He hurled it with all his might. Boom!
The dragon-shattering blade shot forth like a missile, slicing through hundreds of meters of air before exploding precisely into the hook snake's head.
World announcement. Silent One completes first kill of a wasteland beast. Reward, Dragon Nation's national fortune +1. Chapter 157, The Black Disaster emerges. First kill of a foreign extraordinary being. First destruction of a foreign guild. First kill of a primordial beast. On the very first day of the open world launch, nearly everyone's feed was flooded with notifications of Buyu's achievement completions. These achievements were one time only once he completed them, no one else could. Holy crap, no speech just unlocked another new achievement. What the heck is this wasteland beast? Never seen a monster like this before. We haven't even started exploring yet, and Buyu's already on a killing spree. Is this what a pro looks like? Holy crap. The group who just narrowly escaped the hook snake's pursuit were basking in their narrow escape when a notification suddenly popped up. Doubt flashed across their faces. Wait, wasn't that snake chasing us just now a savage beast? Yeah. Could it be that Buyu slaughtered it? Let's go check it out. They cautiously made their way back. After a while, they finally saw the corpse of the hook snake with its head blown apart. It really is. I knew it wouldn't chase us anymore. Turns out Buyu took care of it. Haha, no wonder he's the fiercest warrior in our Dragon Nation. Pride instantly filled their faces. As fellow Dragon Nation citizens, seeing their homeland constantly making headlines was incredibly satisfying. After Chen Nian slew the wild beast, he successfully obtained a beast core. Wilderness beasts were rare and formidable creatures. Even a 10-person squad of ordinary transcendents might struggle to defeat one. Upon its death, it would almost certainly drop a beast core. With this, the most difficult material required to upgrade the guild base to Tier 2 was finally gathered. Chen Nian decided to call it a day and head back to the guild base for rest. Naturally, he chose to travel entirely on the ground during his return journey. Flying through the skies was far too conspicuous and risked revealing the guild base's location to others. Though he was powerful, he understood the wisdom of playing it safe. The construction of the Eternal Peace Guild's stronghold was already taking shape. As powerful extraordinary beings, constructing temporary wooden shelters posed no difficulty. Tang Rou and Lu Ge built a treehouse in a large tree. Both girls were quite handy, and their treehouse turned out far more meticulously crafted than the structures built by the burly men on the ground. Xiao Rou, Xiao Lu, your place looks pretty cozy. Can I crash in there for a bit? Ah Hua chuckled from below. Tang Rou chuckled softly in response, this treehouse is for our boss. After all, he usually prefers to stay out of sight. Lu Ge chimed in from the side, Brother Hua, do you have a key? I don't deserve it. After finishing the treehouse, the two girls had just jumped down from the tree when suddenly a dark, walnut-sized object drifted into view. What is this? No idea. Weird, how did it just float right in front of us? Could it be boss secretly sending it to us? Both girls knew Chen Nian possessed the ability to conceal his form. But what's the use of this thing? Just as they were puzzling over it, someone rushed over urgently. Tang Rou, come quickly. Someone's hurt. Oh, coming. Tang Rou specialized in support healing and was widely recognized as the guild's top healer. Plus, since Chen Nian had personally brought her into the guild, everyone treated her with special care, and they were now completely comfortable with each other. Rushing over, she found a bald-headed brother from the guild injured, his back torn open and bleeding, a gruesome sight. That bad? I'll heal you right away. Tang Rou began healing him while a companion asked nearby, Bro, who hit you? That looks brutal. Ah, don't even ask. I was out gathering resources and ran into a wasteland beast. Our guild outpost upgrade needed a beast core, so I figured this was perfect. Turns out that beast was terrifyingly powerful. I was no match for it at all, and that's how I got hurt. The bald man slapped his thigh repeatedly, shaking his head in frustration. Is that wild beast really that strong? Lu Ge pondered. I thought the boss already killed one earlier. Damn it! You're comparing me to leader no words? As if I'm worthy. Beast core. Tang Rou's mind raced. Was that walnut-sized thing from earlier actually the beast core? Look at this. This must be a wild beast's core. The aura on it matches the wild beast's perfectly. Where'd you get it? The bald man exclaimed in shock. I think it must be what the boss brought back. What? Boss Buyu just returned? Ha 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 ha. Great. Now we have a beast core too. Everyone, gather resources fast, prepare to upgrade our secondary base. The group was overjoyed. Shortly after, a new world announcement sounded. Guild Eternal Peace of Mountains and Rivers becomes the first to upgrade to level 2 stronghold. Dragon Nation's national fortune +2. We've boosted Dragon Nation's fortune too. And our guild got a global announcement. This is awesome. Don't underestimate these 2 points. Unless you seize someone else's outpost, gaining national fortune is incredibly difficult. We're almost at the top of the rankings. It's all thanks to the leader. He keeps setting new records, which is how we earn extra national fortune points. Another voice raised a question. But what's the point of upgrading to a level 2 outpost? By now, the sky had completely darkened. The sun was about to sink behind the mountains, and night was approaching. A new world announcement sounded. This time, the announcement was a vivid red warning and it appeared 3 times in succession. Black disaster approaching. All members must take shelter within guild strongholds and activate defensive barriers. The black disaster approaches. All members must take shelter within guild strongholds and activate defensive barriers. The black calamity approaches. All members must take shelter within guild strongholds and activate defensive barriers. What is the black disaster? I don't know, but get everyone back to the base immediately. I have a bad feeling about this. As an organized and disciplined guild, Mountain River Eternal Peace quickly completed their headcount. As for Chen Nian, he stood alone at the edge of the guild base, wanting to see clearly what this so-called black disaster truly was. Activate the shield. A pale yellow barrier enveloped the entire base. Inside, people stood at the ready, faces tense with vigilance. No one knew what was about to unfold. A dark mass suddenly surged across the distant sky. Something's moving. Something's coming. Others couldn't make out what it was, but Chen Nian, with his heaven's eye activated, could. It was a swarm of bats, like a black tide. Dense and countless, tens of thousands of them, with countless pairs of crimson eyes hidden within the dark mist, like a cloud. Soon, this dark tide surged toward the guild stronghold, only to be blocked by the barrier. So the base barrier was meant to defend against this. The barrier's energy is being rapidly depleted. I get it now. Upgrading the guild base also enhances the barrier's defenses, allowing us to better withstand the Black Plague. We must continuously upgrade the stronghold's level, or we'll be swallowed by the Black Plague sooner or later. Just then, one notification after another sounded. Guild Blue Whale has been eliminated. Guild Deathwing has been eliminated. Guild Sun Never Sets has been eliminated. Chapter 158, Dragon Nation targeted. Chen Nian aims to make a big move. One night passed. People witnessed the brutality of the Black Plague. Every nation saw roughly 100 guilds wiped out. Normally, establishing even the most basic outpost on the first day would suffice to withstand the Black Plague. Few, like Mountain River Eternal Peace, had upgraded to level 2 outposts. Most of the eliminated guilds were mere pretenders. They didn't even have proper strongholds, so naturally, they couldn't survive unscathed. By the second day, the national fortune points of all nations had stabilized. Each guild gained 1 national fortune point for establishing a stronghold. With 1,000 participating guilds, excluding the pretenders, the average national fortune points earned were around 800 to 900. As for other methods, they involved completing achievements like Chen Nian did or eliminating other guilds, both of which were considerably more difficult. The national fortune rankings have been updated. Dragon Nation, 876. Lighthouse Nation, 869. Cherry Blossom Nation, 862. Bear Nation, 852. Land of the Stars and Stripes, 847. Land of the Three Kingdoms, 831. Dragon Nation temporarily takes the lead. But this lead is temporary. Most guilds are focusing on foundational development on day 1. Battles will gradually commence afterward. Dawn. Members of the Eternal Peace Guild had all slept soundly, the level 2 outpost's defenses providing a reassuring sense of security. Everyone, now that we've upgraded to level 2, the outpost flag has new functions. The outpost flag is the heart of a guild. If enemies pull it down, the outpost falls. What features? Tell us. First, we can actively raise the flag. Doing so will instantly reveal our location to all nearby guilds, while also revealing theirs. Voluntarily reveal our position? That's suicide. That mindset is outdated. If we're strong enough, we can use this tactic. A risky move. Better not to take risks. We're strong, but we shouldn't get cocky. After careful discussion, this feature was temporarily shelved. There's another more useful ability. High-level strongholds can detect one random low-level stronghold nearby every day. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. This is genuinely useful. Since Mountain River Eternal Peace is already a level 2 stronghold, it can directly detect the locations of those level 1 strongholds. Knowing their locations means we can attack. Alright, scan it now. I can't wait to start a war with other guilds. Same here. Charge. 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 Everyone was bursting with anticipation. Guild Wars, just thinking about it gets the blood pumping. Alright, we'll initiate the scan now. One person walked over to the flag and activated the scanning function. Instantly, the flag's direction changed, seeming to point the way. All guild members received a successful detection notification and learned the coordinates. The detected guild is 10 miles to the east. Hold your horses, let's send scouts first. What if they're allies? My blade's already itching for blood. The guild immediately dispatched agile members to scout the situation. Unfortunately, they returned with bad news. The detected group was none other than a guild from the Dragon Nation, named Clear Wind, Bright Moon. Since they were fellow countrymen, we couldn't attack them. Everyone had to let it go. No worries. Let's all level up first. This continent is teeming with monsters. Gaining more levels will definitely be beneficial. With nothing else to do, everyone headed out to slay monsters and level up, gathering materials for upgrading their level 3 outpost along the way. But unexpectedly, an incident occurred that very afternoon. Guild Clear Wind, Bright Moon has been captured. Dragon Nation's national fortune won. Upon receiving the worldwide announcement, the members of Mountain River Eternal Peace were stunned. I saw them just fine this morning, and now they've been wiped out by afternoon? Quick, go check the situation. Soon, scouts arrived at the scene. The guild stronghold lay in utter ruin, charred and shattered, clearly the aftermath of a fierce battle. Not a single soul remained. Those who had time to escape likely shattered their teleportation crystals and fled, while those caught off guard were likely killed. Just as everyone was mourning their fallen comrades, another worldwide notification suddenly sounded. Guild Eastward Flowing Yangtze has been captured. Dragon Nation's national fortune won. Guild Summit of Huaxia has been captured. Dragon Nation's national fortune won. Dragon Nation's guilds were being wiped out one after another, its national fortune value steadily declining. Conversely, other nations' national fortune values are increasing, and significantly so. Everyone stood frozen in place, staring blankly. They suddenly grasped a terrifying truth. The proverb, "the nail that sticks out gets hammered down," held true. Guilds from these nations were instinctively targeting Dragon Nation guilds. Since the start, Dragon Nation guilds have suffered the most wipeouts, their national fortune plummeting repeatedly. In just one day, dozens of Dragon Nation guilds had been wiped out, and as the balance shifted, their rankings plummeted wildly. People in the real world could also see the national fortune rankings. Any intelligence from the open world sends shockwaves through millions of real-world minds. The slightest stir could instantly become a trending news topic. For instance, Buyu's earlier annihilation of foreign guilds and slaying of wild beasts were major news stories that sparked nationwide celebrations. Yet the very next day, the Dragon Nation plunged into its darkest hour. National fortune points plummeted, rankings tumbled. A dark cloud hung over everyone's heads, threatening to unleash a torrential downpour at any moment. Because on the third day, the national fortune value would be settled. Those with higher rankings would receive rewards, while those lower down would face punishment. What are we going to do? The third day is almost here. At this rate, our Dragon Nation won't even make the top 3. Forget about the top 3, just be grateful if we avoid last place. Stop dreaming about rewards, sigh. Meanwhile, other nations are taking to the internet with snide remarks and sarcastic jabs. Hilarious. You Chinese have a saying that hits the nail on the head: the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Well done, absolutely brilliant. That silent guy was so flashy from day one. Now he's getting targeted by every country in perfect unison. Serves him right. What's the big deal? Isn't he supposed to be so strong? One person's strength is ultimately limited. The Lost Continent. Day 3. Members of the guild were feeling rather downcast. Without knowing the other guild's locations, we're completely powerless. But we can detect one, right? One won't help. Our Dragon Nation is already nearly 50 points behind the leader in national fortune. It's impossible to catch up. Just then, a sound suddenly came from the treehouse. A figure descended from the treetop, landing steadily on the ground. Chen Nian. He used shadow concealment to partially hide his face. No one could see his features clearly, but his body remained visible. Boss. He's approaching the flag. What is he doing? He's going to pull the flag. Everyone's faces showed shock. Pulling down the flag and raising it would deliberately expose his position to all surrounding guilds, but it would also reveal their locations. This was a desperate move no ordinary person would dare attempt. The boss is going all out. Chapter 159, Chen Nian pulls the flag, map sweep begins. Boss, you're going to pull the flag? Pulling the flag will reveal our position to every guild nearby. Boss, are you sure? Don't tell me, you plan to take out every single guild around us? Chen Nian stepped before the stronghold's banner and said calmly, you guessed right. Holy. That's insane? What if we get surrounded and wiped out? Lu Go replied gravely, not necessarily. Once those guilds know our location, they'll likely send scouts to gather intelligence first. Ah Huai nodded. But we can't attack either. If they discover we have few defenders left, they'll definitely assault our base. At that moment, Chen Nian's hand had already grasped the flag. One person is enough. Swish. He yanked with all his might, ripping the stronghold flag from its base. Holding it high with one hand, the flag fluttered in the wind. Instantly, all members received the alert simultaneously. Flag proactively raised. All surrounding outpost locations detected. Friendly outpost position now exposed. A double-edged sword. A map instantly formed in everyone's mind. The tiny red dots on it marked the locations of the other guilds. Nearly 30 red dots within a 100-mile radius. That means over 30 guilds. By now, Chen Nian's figure had vanished from his original spot.
His figure flickered through the woods, sprinting at top speed toward the nearest guild outpost. Members of Mountain River Eternal Peace were on high alert, each tense as if facing a major threat.
Everyone, prepare for battle. This is going to be a tough fight, everyone stay sharp. Since the boss wants excitement, we'll see it through to the end. Bangui Guild, Starlight. Someone's pulling up the flag. Which guild is bold enough to do that? Their position is exposed now. They're reckless. Quick! You lot go scout them out. If you get the chance, seize their flag. Sure enough, they sent out scouts first. After all, even though the enemy had revealed their position, their own location would also be known to the enemy. They couldn't just send out their main force. What if their own base was stolen? But they didn't know a massive threat was already closing in on their stronghold. Chen Nian landed on the outskirts of their stronghold and was immediately spotted by the sentry. Intruders! Intruders! A single stone sent ripples across the pond. A dozen or so extraordinary beings surrounded Chen Nian. Daring to storm our base alone? Tired of living, are you? Who knows what country he's from, wearing a mask like that? Could he be the one who just pulled down our flag? Wait, that outfit, he could be. Chen Nian replied calmly, that's right. I am Wu Yu. WH what? He's silent. The scourge of the Dragon Nation, silent. Back off. Back off. The group of Koreans were instantly terrified out of their wits, their faces frozen in horror as they scrambled backward. WH what do you want? Chen Nian's cold gaze swept over the crowd. I have no time to waste. I'll give you 10 seconds. Use your crystals to leave voluntarily, and I won't kill you. Killing consumed energy, and Chen Nian intended to purge every guild today. He had to conserve his strength. What? 9. How arrogant. You think you can make all of us leave just by yourself? 8. We're elite extraordinary beings within the country. We can't just return empty-handed. 7. WH what should we do? He's serious. Some were already drenched in sweat. Whatever you decide, I'm outta here. Some, knowing the terror of silence, couldn't withstand the overwhelming pressure and instantly shattered their crystal stones to teleport away. Idiots, cowards. Scared off like that. 1. Regrettably, time's up. Centered on Chen Nian, an ink-black domain spread out instantly. Spell of words Death God. The spectral figure of the Grim Reaper, scythe in hand, hovered above Chen Nian's head. Simultaneously, Chen Nian activated the Grim Reaper possession state. His speed surged dramatically, and his attack power skyrocketed. With a 300% base attack boost plus an additional 710 attack points, Chen Nian's total attack power had surged past 4,000. Why is everything turning pitch black? Run! Run! A few quick-witted individuals shattered their crystals and fled the moment the Reaper's domain descended. Those slower to react, any touched by Chen Nian turned to corpses. The brief reign of death ended, and the darkness receded. Over a dozen corpses now littered the ground. Chen Nian's permanent attack power from Death God possession increased by 60 points. Of course, there were others within this guild stronghold. Witnessing such carnage, how could they possibly muster any will to resist? Chen Nian made his way deep into the guild stronghold and located the stronghold banner. The flag had a rule: the more guild members remained in the stronghold, the harder it was to destroy. But now, with the stronghold nearly deserted, Chen Nian easily destroyed it. Successfully captured the stellar guild stronghold. Dragon Nation's national fortune +2. Rod Nation's national fortune 1. An increase of 2 national fortune points? It seemed this guild had previously absorbed other guilds, so the accumulated national fortune had transferred to them. In short, the stronger the guild, the more national fortune points it gains upon capturing a stronghold. When a stronghold is destroyed, all members of that guild are forcibly teleported away and can never return to the lost continent. Next, Chen Nian raced against the clock, pushing onward to the next guild stronghold. He knew that soon, Mountain River Eternal Peace would be surrounded by hordes of guild members. In this perilous situation, he had to move faster. Second destination reached. It appeared to be a guild from Sakura Nation. He strode confidently toward it, only to be immediately spotted by a Sakura Nation extraordinary. Halt! If you take another step, I won't hold back. Go get reinforcements. What? The Sakura Nation man looked utterly bewildered. Chen Nian raised his finger and unleashed a wind cannon, obliterating the man's right hand. Damn it! Bastard! I'll kill you! His screams instantly drew a crowd of guild members to the compound, effectively fulfilling the call for help. Seeing enough people had gathered, Chen Nian introduced himself. I am silent. What? He's the silent one from Dragon Nation. Impossible. You have 5 seconds to get out of my sight. Don't ask why only 5. 5. Arrogant bastard. Do you think we're afraid of you with all these men? Slaughter him. Show the world our might.
The male mage suddenly unleashed a fiery shockwave, while another elemental archer fired dozens of lightning arrows, unleashing a hail of arrows across the sky.
Chen Nian hadn't expected them to strike first before he even moved. 1. Too bad. Seems you don't even want 5 seconds. Chen Nian's pupils shone like brilliant gold. Spell of Judgment. Chapter 160, He alone wants to wipe us all out? The moment Judgment activated, every energy attack launched at Chen Nian vanished mid-air. Not a single speck touched him. Witnessing this, the group of extraordinary individuals from the land of cherry blossoms finally felt a chill in their hearts. But it was too late. Those who had just attacked suddenly shattered. Their eyes widened in terror, utterly unaware of how they had met their end. Monster! A monster! Oh my god, oh my god! They completely lost their composure. The swiftest managed to barely escape the judgment domain, while the slower ones paid the price for their ignorance. Soon, complete silence fell around Chen Nian, with not a single soul left to obstruct him. He successfully captured the Stronghold's flag. Stronghold successfully captured. Dragon Nation's national fortune +2. Sakura Nation's national fortune 1. Next. Continue. Chen Nian's speed was undeniably swift, but after he captured 2 strongholds, the other guild members dispatched to the area also arrived near the Eternal Peace Mountains. So it was this guild's men who deliberately pulled the flag to reveal their position? It's the Dragon Nation. They're really bold. Wonder which guild in Longwei it is. Could it be their national fortune value is too low, driving them to desperate measures? Watch out, other guilds are sending reinforcements too. Some 30 guilds in the vicinity of Shanhaiyangan had dispatched scouts. Were you drawn here too? Yeah, just had to see which guild was being so flashy. Turns out its Dragon Nation fits their style perfectly. These scouts were scattered throughout the area, some concealed in bushes, others hidden in trees, and a few hovering in the air to observe. They operated with remarkable coordination, avoiding any interference with one another. But among them were also level-headed individuals. Irina was a girl from Bear Nation. In the sunlight, her skin glowed with a luminous pallor. She wore long golden hair, and her emerald eyes sparkled like 2 jewels. She too was a scout. This guild is willingly revealing its position. Perhaps they're not as simple as they seem. We'd be wise not to act rashly. Not far away, a man from the Lighthouse Nation, concealed in a tree, laughed loudly. Aren't you the Fighting Nation? Why are you backing down now? Put. If you want to act, go ahead. Don't try to drag us into it. Irina scoffed dismissively. When extraordinary individuals from other nations had previously targeted the Dragon Nation, her guild hadn't deliberately joined in. As members of the warrior race, they considered such actions dishonorable. The blonde man snorted coldly. Everyone, why don't we all stop watching? We're targeting the Dragon Nation anyway. Since they've revealed their position, why not take them out? Leaving them alive only means they'll learn our location, they'll become a liability. His words spread quickly, gaining immediate agreement from multiple factions. A joint campaign by extraordinary beings from various nations was quietly brewing. Supernatural beings from all factions ceased hiding and began openly assembling their forces, determined to launch an offensive with these very individuals. Of course, Mountain River Eternal Peace did not remain silent. A jet of flame shot forth, leaving a scorched line across the ground. Those who cross this line shall face Shanhai Yeoman's relentless retribution. Hearing this, the crowd stirred, faces frozen in shock. Their Mountain River Eternal Peace? That guild from Dragon Nation's silence is their leader. Holy, is this real? No wonder they dared to reveal their location, it was them all along. This revelation sent everyone reeling back in terror. If it were any other guild, they might have acted without hesitation. But facing this particular group demanded extreme caution. The name Silent alone carried immense weight. He was a dreaded scourge feared across the entire world. Wait, what exactly are they trying to achieve by revealing their position? No idea. Just as everyone was puzzling over it, several figures suddenly burst into brilliant light and vanished. Several living people, gone. After a moment of shock, the others finally snapped back to reality. Teleportation crystals. They were transported away by teleportation crystals. But they weren't in any danger. Why would the teleportation stones take them away? A man clutched his head and stammered, they didn't teleport voluntarily. The guild flag was captured, and they lost their right to stay here. What? These words detonated like a depth charge, unleashing a tidal wave of shock within the crowd. You haven't noticed. Ever since just now, guild strongholds have been falling one after another. I finally understand why they pulled up the flags. The man's pupils trembled violently, his voice nearly shaking. Though he refused to believe it, he forced himself to speak, voicing a suspicion he himself couldn't accept. By revealing their position, they've also uncovered every single one of our guild's locations. And now, that bastard Buyu is systematically wiping out our guilds one by one. A brief, eerie silence fell. What followed was sheer terror washing over everyone. Unbelievable was written across every face, mouths agape, as if a fishbone had lodged in their throats. How is that even possible? For him to wipe out so many of our guilds all by himself? We've got dozens of people holding the fort.
Others couldn't do it, but he's Silent, the strongest warrior who slew 4 demon lords.
Do you think he can't? It's over, completely over.
People from all nations turned pale, as if struck by lightning. Before arriving here, they never imagined encountering such madness.
Single-handedly annihilating a guild? Dozens of guilds, even. It sounded like fairy tales. What do we do now? Going back won't help. There's only one way. Force our way into Shanhaiyaman's stronghold and seize their banner.
That way, we can teleport Buyu away immediately, eliminating a major threat.
Makes sense. We've got to go all in.
But with just our scouts, we can't possibly breach a top-tier guild like Mountain River Eternal Peace.
We need reinforcements. We need to move fast.
This is a race against time with no speech. We must destroy his guild before he destroys ours. Chen Nian arrived at another guild stronghold.
A base for the Russian extraordinary ones?
The moment he revealed his identity, the group of Russian extraordinary beings immediately dropped to their knees.
We've never targeted any Dragon Nation guilds. We've been hunting monsters to level up all this time. Please give us a chance.
This was the guild where Irina belonged. She too had just refused to join their corrupt ranks. Chen Nian pondered for a moment, then came up with a brilliant idea.
P.S. Thanks to Chen Hai of Xinglin Hall for the 88 yuan tip you rock, boss. Chapter 161, Night Falls, but Chen Nian still hasn't returned?
Near the Mountain River Eternal Peace Guild's stronghold on the Lost Continent.
Time kept ticking away.
For the spies dispatched by guilds across nations, this day was undoubtedly the most agonizing. Because they had no idea when their guilds would fall. Over the past half-day, notifications of guilds being seized kept pouring in. Guild Song of the Wind has been captured. Several members vanished on the spot. Guild Dawn's First Light has been captured. Several more vanished instantly. Guild Emblem of Flame has been captured. Their perceptions kept being shattered. Each time a notification popped up, their hearts skipped a beat, terrified their own guild might be gone.
That guy, Buyu, doesn't he ever get tired? Is his power truly endless?
Who knows how monstrous that demon is? Dragon Nation's national fortune value keeps climbing, their ranking shot up from the teens to the top 5.
Where are our reinforcements?
If we don't launch a full-scale assault soon, we'll be wiped out by him. Everyone was on pins and needles, like ants on a hot pan.
Even Irina, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl from Bear Country, was anxious.
They'd already sent someone back to the guild to seek the leader's advice, fearing that if they didn't attack Mountain River Eternal Peace, they'd be wiped out by no speech anyway.
Blonde woman, why haven't you joined us in attacking Longwa?
If you don't strike, they won't spare you. When we're all wiped out, do you think you'll escape? A man with stubble shouted.
Just as Irina wavered, the messenger returned. Ilina urgently asked, "What's the situation at the guild?" "It's fine. Buyu already visited our guild. After we assured him we weren't targeting the Dragon Nation, he left." "What? Buyu has already been here?
And he spared our guild?"
Hearing this, not only Irina but everyone else found it hard to believe. "Impossible. Don't talk nonsense.
How could he possibly spare just you lot?" the scruffy bearded man roared.
Irina ignored him and pressed on, "So what's the boss's decision?" "The boss said we absolutely must not attack Shanhaiyongan.
We just need to return, and Buyu won't come looking for trouble again."
"Really?" Ileana's eyes lit up, her emerald irises sparkling with hope. "We'll retreat. Let these fools waste their time here." With that, she led her companions away. The remaining guild members stood frozen in place, exchanging bewildered glances, utterly at a loss. "Knew you spared them. If we stay neutral too, will he spare us as well?" "Right. We never targeted the Dragon Nation either." "That makes sense. We have no guarantee of breaching the Mountain River Eternal Peace Fortress anyway. Failure would surely invite Buyu's retaliation. Better to seek peace." Thus, a deep rift emerged among their ranks.
Originally, they were united in their resolve to storm the Shanhaiyongan stronghold.
Had they truly acted on it, they might well have succeeded. But now, their lack of unity caused internal wavering. With their resolve shaken, cracks began to appear in the united front. Indeed, this was Chen Nian's scheme. "How can you back down now? Our only option is to unite and expel Buyu and his guild." That's because you've backed yourselves into a corner targeting Longwa. We still have options." "You!" the scruffy bearded man roared, his face flushed crimson with rage. "Let's hurry back. When Buyu arrives, we'll surrender immediately to show our sincerity. Maybe he'll spare us. Let's go. Let's go." Bunch of cowards, pissing their pants at the sight of Buyu. "Good-for-nothing fools." The scruffy man pounded his fist against a tree trunk in rage. "Brother, trust me, when you actually see Buyu, you'll piss yourself faster than they did." "What the hell did you say?" Chen Nian had merely employed a minor trick to sow deep division among them. Even if they could organize an attack, they wouldn't be able to truly unite their efforts. They wouldn't make much of a splash. The real world.
The entire world took notice of this earth-shattering change.
Major news outlets across nations were reporting frantically. Related news views skyrocket by millions within an hour. Major guilds across nations are being wiped out one after another, while Dragon Nation's national fortune rapidly surges. Could these events be connected? Breaking into the top 3. Dragon Nation's national fortune surges, now just 10 points away from first place. Targeted by the entire world? Dragon Nation never backs down. Bring it on. Foreign reports, multiple guilds annihilated by Wu Yu. Is he the mastermind behind it all? One man against an army. Wu Yu, who dares underestimate the Dragon Nation? These headlines dominated nearly all of Dragon Nation's attention. People clutched their phones all day, endlessly refreshing feeds, hoping every second would bring Dragon Nation's fortune value higher. Daddy, daddy, play games with me. The 10-year-old cutie tugged at his father's arm, whining. Go away, not today. Dad couldn't even spare time for his child, his mouth parched as he stared at the nation's fortune meter, his blood boiling with excitement. Wu Yu, that was insane. Single-handedly turning the tide and changing the world rankings. Damn, it's been ages since I've seen something this thrilling, way more intense than watching the World Cup. This is what a real Dragon Nation man looks like. Anyone who dares provoke us will get what's coming. Millions of men, hearts pounding. All yearn to witness the miracle unfold with their own eyes. 1. Lighthouse Nation, 781. 2. Dragon Nation, 779. 3. Land of Cherry Blossoms, 770. Given the current state of national fortune, the Dragon Nation will certainly not face punishment. However, whether it can stage a comeback and reclaim the top spot remains uncertain. Because, night has fallen. As everyone knows, after dark, the Black Calamity descends upon the lost continent, forcing all to remain within the protective barriers of their strongholds. Tonight marks the official settlement of national fortune values. The closer it gets, the more it grips everyone's nerves. Lost continent, may the mountains and rivers remain eternal. Who'd have thought those guys couldn't even mount a few decent attacks? What a bunch of rabble. Haha, they were scared off by the boss's reputation. So many of them fled. It's insane. The boss has already wiped out nearly every guild in the vicinity, over 30 guilds, mind you. Enough chatter. Haven't you noticed? It's getting dark. Everyone looked up abruptly. The sun had already sunk behind the western mountains, and night was rapidly enveloping the entire continent. Simultaneously, a familiar alert sounded. Dark calamity approaching. All members must take shelter within guild strongholds and activate defensive barriers. The dark calamity approaches. All members must take shelter within guild strongholds and activate defensive barriers. It's getting dark, but the boss isn't back yet. We have to wait for him to return. If we activate the defensive barrier now, he won't be able to get back in, Tangro said with unwavering resolve. Lugo suddenly blurted out, as if possessed, do you think the boss might not be planning to come back? What do you mean? How could he not come back? Someone asked urgently. Our national fortune points are only 2 points behind first place. Maybe the boss plans to wipe out one more guild before the day ends. Everyone fell silent. Exactly. If Chen Nian returned now, Dragon Nation would be stuck in second place. So he chose to take the risk, attacking the final guild in the dead of night. Chapter 162, Returning to World Number 1. The Guild, Ashura. A guild of immense power in the Lighthouse Nation. Led by Jace, Ashura blood warrior of remarkable personal prowess. This guild had already absorbed 3 other guilds, 2 of which were from the Dragon Nation. As night fell, the guild activated its defensive barrier. Members gathered around a campfire, savoring fragrant roasted rabbit legs just like camping. Who'd have thought our guild would be the last one standing? Ha! Check the national fortune rankings. Dragon Nation is still 2 points below us. Tonight's the final tally. Victory is ours. Ha! The top spot is still ours. Come on, dig in. Dragon Nation's Silent One wants to catch up? He can dream on. Tomorrow we're relocating our base. No more playing with him. Too bad there's no alcohol here, otherwise I'd pop a few bottles of champagne to celebrate. Everyone was elated, their faces beaming with joy. It was the peak hour of the Black Plague's rampage. No one dared venture out. This meant Dragon Nation's national fortune value couldn't rise any further, so they naturally felt invincible. But then, a figure emerged from the dark forest and approached the outer perimeter of their guild's barrier. Asked someone. Who? This sudden apparition startled them all. In the dead of night, no sane person would venture out unless they were a ghost. By moonlight, the Ashura members recognized the figure's appearance, yellow skin, black hair, and that signature mask. It's Dragon Nation's Silent One. It's Dragon Nation's Silent One, someone shouted. The cry startled everyone celebrating the barbecue. That lunatic. He actually dares to be out this late at night. Does he have no fear of death? Ha 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 ha. People gathered at the edge of the defensive barrier, each gazing at Chen Nian with scornful expressions, as if observing a monkey in a zoo. Perfect. I've been wanting to see what humans look like after being consumed by the Black Plague. The Silent One of the Dragon Nation, we hope you won't run away. Put on a good show for us. If you manage to survive the Black Plague, our guild wouldn't mind handing over the nation's fortune points to you. Ha ha ha. Shut up. President Jace approached, clad in a black vest, a prominent scar running across his face. Goo. Guild Master? Watch the show, just shut up and watch. Why all the chatter? Ha ha ha. Another wave of roaring laughter erupted. No one believed Boo you could break through. This defensive barrier was like the reinforced glass enclosing animals in a zoo. No matter how fierce the lions or tigers, they couldn't break through. Is that so? Chen Nian's lips curled into an imperceptible smile. I'd like to see what humans look like when corrupted by the Black Plague. A pitch-black glow suddenly flared from the palm of his hand. Darker than night, deeper than ink. High-risk word spirit, sequence 125 source extinction world. The black light drifted slowly outward, attaching itself to the earth-colored defensive barrier before beginning to corrode it at an alarming speed. This bastard, he wants to destroy our defensive barrier. Are you kidding? We're a level 2 stronghold. He thinks he can break through the barrier alone? Dream on. Crack, crack. Before the words had even finished echoing, the defensive barrier shattered violently. The moment this massive protective umbrella shattered before their eyes, the smiles on every member of the Azura Guild froze solid. A thorn seemed lodged in their throats, unable to utter a single word. Their mindset underwent a slight shift. The defensive barrier, he broke it. No, how is this possible? My God. Eyes widened, mouths gaped, and they instinctively stepped back. In their eyes, Chen Nian was no longer a monkey in a zoo, but a monster risen from the depths of hell. Why aren't you laughing? You were laughing so happily just now. Madman, you lunatic. Watch out. The Black Plague is coming. Thousands of bats descended like a dark cloud, rampaging through the air. Everyone, brace for the Black Plague. Knights raised their great shields, sorcerers chanted spells, warriors swung their blades furiously, mages hurled fireballs and lightning bolts, archers unleashed hails of arrows. This elite, well-trained guild threw nearly every member into the fight against the Black Plague. They did manage to shoot down quite a few bats, but it was but a drop in the bucket. In the blink of an eye, they were swallowed by the black tide. These bats are draining my supernatural power. And blood. They're sucking my blood too. AOR. I can't hold on any longer. Get out of here. The slightly more powerful superhumans managed to shatter their teleportation crystals and escape. The weaker ones were drained dry on the spot, turning into desiccated corpses. Jace, the Azura Guild leader, hadn't left yet. He was desperately holding on for one reason alone, to witness Chen Nian being swallowed too. Indeed, Chen Nian couldn't escape the Black Calamity's engulfing fate. These tens of thousands of bats could drain both blood and extraordinary power, a force utterly beyond human resistance. You demon! Though our guild is destroyed, you cannot withstand the Black Plague. Without you, the Dragon Nation still won't emerge victorious. Is that so? A cold, disdainful laugh echoed from within the black tide. Suddenly, a pair of golden pupils flashed into view. With the arrogance of a sovereign, he looked down upon all things, radiating an aura of supreme dominance over heaven and earth. Boom! Like a bomb detonating, the black tide formed by millions of bats was violently shattered. Within the dark gold judgment domain, the densely packed bats were all cleaved to pieces, their remains scattering down to the ground. Not a single one that came near Chen Nian survived. Chen Nian, hands tucked into his pockets, strolled through the black tide with the ease of someone taking a leisurely walk in his own backyard. He looked down at Jace with a cold, indifferent gaze. Who gave you the confidence to compare yourself to me? Jesse couldn't utter another word. Only 2 words could describe his current state. Ah! For the first time, he had personally witnessed the silent might of the world's strongest transcendent being. All he felt was awe, utter, incomparable awe. Completely engulfed by the black tide, he could only flee like a stray dog, crushing the teleportation crystal to escape. Chen Nian braved the black tide, reached the guild's banner, and pulled it up. Stronghold successfully captured. Dragon Nation's national fortune +5. Lighthouse Nation's national fortune 1. At this moment, the rankings shifted once more. 1. Dragon Nation, 784. 2. Lighthouse Nation, 780. After a period of decline, Chen Nian single-handedly propelled Dragon Nation back to the top of the rankings. In that instant, the entire world erupted. P.S. I love what everyone says watching ads supports me. Thanks to every friend who sends gifts. Even 0.1 is a gesture of kindness, even 0.1 is a token of love. Chapter 163, National Fortune Reward arrives, Chen Nian bumps into an acquaintance? Tonight, the entire world will be shaken. Dragon Nation has surpassed the Lighthouse Nation, reclaiming its position as the world's top power. Breaking news flashes across every TV channel. Back on top. The pride of the Dragon Nation. Every citizen is overcome with uncontrollable excitement. We're number 1. We're truly number 1.
Some, upon seeing the news, were so overcome they flung their phones across the room.
But according to those extraordinary beings who emerged, nighttime operations are impossible. How did our national fortune suddenly overtake theirs? Never judge Yufeng by ordinary standards. He single-handedly upholds the pride of Longwa. Bu Yu has become a legend, damn it. Turning the tide in a single day, that's a true hat trick. Don't you love picking on us, Dragon Nation? Come on then, bring it on.
Netizens stood tall, pouring out all their pent-up frustration.
What a sense of vindication and relief. In stark contrast to the nationwide celebrations in Dragon Nation, Eagle Land was a completely different story.
Their faces were ashen, mourning as if they'd lost a loved one.
They were supposed to be number one. The bigwigs had already planned a victory party. Who could have guessed they'd crash and burn at the last minute? The victory they thought was theirs slipped through their fingers. It was infuriating. They were once again starkly reminded of the might of the Silent One. From now on, any nation considering targeting Dragon Nation would have to seriously weigh whether they could withstand the retaliation. National Fortune Points settlement initiated.
Dragon Nation ranks first, earning the Technological Breakthrough reward. At the time of the reward settlement, the people of Dragon Nation initially felt little impact.
Little did they know that soon, a bombshell announcement would reverberate across the globe.
The Central Academy of Sciences of Dragon Nation. Only the nation's top scientists work here. They researched controlled nuclear fusion, room temperature superconductors, lithography machines, and more, yet had never achieved any revolutionary breakthroughs.
Then, a single phone call sent shockwaves through the academy.
Director, the nanotechnology lab has achieved a revolutionary breakthrough. The lab's supervisor says the widespread application of nanowires may no longer be a challenge.
What? Nanomaterials have always been cutting-edge materials of immense importance to humanity. What are nanowires? To put it simply, consider the invisible threads that severed an entire steel cruise ship in the Gujing project from the three-body problem. Those were nanowires. Another example, Iron Man's suit, which covers his entire body at the push of a button, is also nano-manufactured. Yet for current human technology, nanotechnology finds limited practical applications.
Its manufacturing costs remain prohibitively high, confining it primarily to cutting-edge scientific fields.
But imagine if it could be widely applied. Imagine wearing a nano-manufactured suit that's waterproof, heat-resistant, and can even absorb impact. You'd survive being hit by a car or shot by a bullet unscathed.
How cool is that?
Absolutely mind-blowing. Guan Qingji, president of the Central Academy of Sciences, is a man of immense ambition. He has devoted nearly his entire life to scientific pursuits. In his eyes, extraordinary abilities are mere quackery. Only technology is the true foundation of humanity. Yet even the stern man couldn't suppress his smile now, nearly jumping with excitement. This is the fruit of our Dragon Nation's extraordinary individuals' hard work. Ha ha ha. What a group of outstanding young people. Seal off the lab and its findings immediately. This technology must remain within the Dragon Nation. We cannot let other countries steal it.
Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night for the scientists at the Academy of Sciences.
The Lost Continent. Chen Nian's power was not infinite.
Despite the oath reducing the consumption of extraordinary power and the word spirit heaven's mandate restoring some of his strength, he had nearly drained himself dry.
At this point, he certainly couldn't keep judgment active indefinitely to fend off the Black Calamity. He had to find a solution.
Returning to the guild headquarters was now too late. Even if he made it back, he couldn't activate the defensive barrier.
Chen Nian raced away from the Black Calamity while frantically searching for a solution.
Then, upon spotting a great river, a sudden realization dawned on him.
I can hide in the water. Plop!
Without hesitation, Chen Nian plunged into the river, sending a splash of water skyward.
Sure enough, the Black Plague composed of countless bats couldn't enter the water, nor could it pursue Chen Nian any further. However, the Black Plague only vanished at dawn, meaning Chen Nian would have to remain submerged until daybreak.
But that posed no difficulty for him. The legendary equipment Blue Sea Ring dropped by the deep-sea demon god possessed a special effect, allowing him to move freely underwater without even needing to breathe, just as if he were on land.
Finally, it's over.
Chen Nian submerged to the riverbed hundreds of meters below, found a random rock to lie on, and prepared to rest until morning.
Shanghai Yong'an Guild.
Upon seeing the shift in national fortune points, the guild members knew Chen Nian had succeeded.
The boss actually pulled it off, wiped out another guild in the dead of night. Holy crap, that's insane. But isn't he in danger now?
Tang Rou asked, her eyes filled with concern. Yeah, taking down so many guilds alone must have drained him. How could he possibly fight off the Black Plague out there?
Ah, don't worry. Even if there is danger, the boss can just crush a teleportation crystal and escape. Midnight.
Chen Nian had been preparing for a peaceful sleep underwater, but he was suddenly roused. It wasn't the fish or strange creatures of the riverbed that disturbed him, it was the water.
The water around me seems to be surging toward one spot?
Chen Nian sensed the sudden shift in the current and, filled with curiosity, swam in the direction of the flow. As he drew closer to the source, he finally discovered the anomaly.
There seems to be a vortex in that area, sucking the river water in?
Just as Chen Nian was about to investigate further, the vortex vanished, and the water flowed calmly once more.
What on earth was going on? This couldn't possibly be a naturally formed whirlpool.
Chen Nian approached the vortex's location and saw a large hole in the ground. The water he had just witnessed must have been pouring into this hole.
Impossible. Chen Nian grew even more perplexed. How could a perfectly normal riverbed suddenly develop a hole that sucked the water in?
But the surroundings were pitch black, with no light source at all.
He couldn't make out what lay within the hole. Chen Nian had no energy left to open his third eye.
All he wanted now was to rest.
Forget it.
I'll investigate later when I have time.
After that, Chen Nian drifted back to sleep. He slept soundly until noon the next day. His stamina was replenished, and his extraordinary powers had partially recovered. It was time to return and reunite with the guild members. But just then, commotion suddenly erupted on the river. And not just one person.
P.S. You can guess who I encountered, someone who appeared earlier in the story.
If you guessed correctly, you guessed correctly. Chapter 164, The Allure of Purple. On the river.
Leading the group was a girl clad in a black trench coat. The belt accentuated her slender waist, and her all-black ensemble formed a striking contrast against her snow-white skin. Aelin, a stunning blonde-haired mixed-race beauty, now served as the leader of the Dragon Nation Guild, Tears of the Azure Sea. Their power was formidable. In recent days, they had absorbed several foreign guilds, significantly boosting the nation's fortune points.
This great river lay near their territory. Boss, are we really going to provoke that beast?
It's no joke, that's a dragon, a worried subordinate voiced his concern.
You scared?
Aelin placed one hand on her hip, shooting him a sidelong glance. Her brown eyes held a hint of coldness.
We're a special forces unit trained at sea, skilled in aquatic combat. If we can't even take on monsters in the water, where else would you dare go? Scared? Then you can pack your bags and go hide. The man's face darkened at the scolding, muttering under his breath. Some half-breed trying to act all tough in front of me. Damn it. Enough, shut your mouth.
The boss is just trying to get our guild base upgraded faster.
Aelin chose to ignore these remarks.
She knew full well that because of her mixed heritage, some in the guild had always harbored quiet resentment. But she didn't care. As long as she remained ruthless enough, she could still keep them in line.
Get in the water. Aelin stepped into the river first.
The water quickly rose above her eyes, yet she didn't even blink. As a water elemental mage, she was far more formidable in water than on land.
Damn it, are we really going with this crazy woman to provoke that dragon? Shut up and follow her. Several guild members followed suit, plunging into the water one after another behind Aelin. Just days ago, while exploring underwater, they unexpectedly discovered a cave. To their astonishment, the cave's end opened up into a vast, ancient ruin. Within that ruin dwelled a mighty primordial beasted dragon serpent. Another creature from the classic of mountains and seas. Today, Aelin's goal was to slay the dragon and continue exploring deeper into the ruins. Chen Nian secretly followed behind the group. He recognized Aelin. She had been present at the Dragon's Nest Stadium in the capital that day. After activating shadow concealment, Chen Nian's form vanished entirely, leaving only faint ripples on the water's surface. Such subtle disturbances would go unnoticed from a sufficient distance. Soon, Chen Nian noticed the group swimming into a cave. Could there be something valuable in here? Chen Nian stealthily followed them inside.
After swimming through a pitch-black, narrow passageway, the space suddenly opened up before him.
What? Chen Nian was utterly astonished. Beyond the cave lay an underwater ruin. Surrounded by lush seaweed and vibrant coral, the ruins themselves were built from ancient, massive stones towering and majestic, resembling a palace lost for millennia. And guarding this ruin was a dragon over 100 feet long. Lord-class savage beast dragon serpent, tier 3, level 50. Any creature bearing the title wilderness beast was inherently a tier above ordinary monsters, let alone one of lord tier. At this moment, Aelin and her companions had already engaged the dragon in battle. A dragon's roar erupted as the awakened dragon unleashed several blue energy blasts, its massive body churning the water into a chaotic whirlpool. It was clear they were elite members of their guild, exceptionally skilled in aquatic combat. The woman, in particular, possessed formidable strength. In the blink of an eye, she unleashed a barrage of water cannons compressed to their absolute limit, piercing through the dragon's scales and inflicting wounds. You two distracted, I'll take the main attack. Aelin continuously unleashed her water-based abilities. Beneath her wide trench coat, her graceful, curvaceous figure was undeniably alluring. But the stalemate of this fierce battle shattered the moment one of them was struck by the dragon's tail. Ah! A man was swept by the dragon's tail, spewing blood from his mouth as he flew dozens of meters away. The violent impact knocked him unconscious, his bones dislocated. He couldn't even use a teleportation crystal to leave. A cripple would become a massive burden to the team.
To rescue him, the team had no choice but to withdraw another member, which suddenly increased the pressure on Aelin. Roar! A terrifying sonic wave surged forward, accompanied by powerful water ripples. Aelin clutched his ears, his face contorted in agony. Just as he regained his senses, the massive dragon tail swept toward him. Boom! She took a heavy blow, crashing into the wall of the ruins and sinking into it. Crimson blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, instantly dispersing in the water. But Aelin refused to be defeated. Rising once more to battle the dragon, her pride would not allow her to fall here. You take the others out. I'll hold it off. This expedition had clearly ended in failure. Aelin chose to cover their retreat, allowing her companions to evacuate first. Without a moment's hesitation, they fled the ruins at top speed. Leaving Aelin behind was hardly a difficult choice for them, some might even feel relieved. But how could the wounded, lone Aelin possibly stand a chance against the dragon? Whoosh! A torrent of water erupted from the dragon's mouth, engulfing Aelin. When she reappeared, her tattered trench coat had been swept away, revealing multiple gruesome wounds on her pale skin. Even her purple undergarments were exposed. So big. Chen Nian murmured inwardly. A pop song came to mind, Lonely Northern Hemisphere. Aelin dragged her wounded body away from the dragon, ascending rapidly like a mermaid. But how could the dragon let her go? Its massive tail swept up from behind, coiling tightly around her body. Immobile, unable to break free. In that moment, Aelin felt as though she'd fallen into an ice cellar. She knew escape was impossible. The dragon's tail exerted terrifying force, tightening relentlessly. She could even hear the sound of her own arm bones shattering. Just as despair consumed her, a flash of steel sliced through the air. Snap! The dragon's tail was severed in one swift blow. Aelin's eyes widened in disbelief. She never imagined anyone would come to rescue her in such a place. His terrifying strength had severed even the tail of a dragon, a lord-level wild beast that should be impervious to blades and arrows. As she stood frozen in shock, an arm wrapped around her slender waist, swiftly carrying her away from the ruins cavern. The dragon, its tail severed, did not pursue. Only then did Aelin find the chance to study the man who had saved her. His profile was incredibly handsome. Indeed, Chen Nian wasn't wearing a mask this time. When he first met Aelin at the gymnasium, he had been masked. Without it, she wouldn't have recognized him. Thank you. Who are you? We're both dragon country people. No need to thank me. Hearing his cool tone, Aelin felt her heart flutter even more. This aloof demeanor actually added to his charm. But why does his gaze keep drifting down to glance at me? Aelin lowered her head, her cheeks instantly flushing crimson. You. If he looked, he looked. Real men never hide their feelings. Purple has a certain charm. Now you're critiquing it? Here, take my coat. Chen Nian took off his coat and handed it to her, then swiftly vanished into the pitch-black river. Chapter 165, Chen Nian slays the dragon. On the shore. Members of Tears of the Azure Sea waited anxiously. What should we do? The boss hasn't come up yet. She couldn't have been taken by that dragon. Better if she doesn't come back. It's about time our guild leader was replaced. How can you say that? She was covering us by holding the rear just now. Just then, a figure broke through the water's surface. It was Aelin. Boss. Aelin was covered in wounds, her trench coat gone, replaced by an unfamiliar garment draped over her. Boss, are you okay? Someone intervened just now. I narrowly escaped. Ha! You're truly blessed, boss. What a stroke of luck to find a benefactor in such a situation, someone remarked sarcastically. Aelin paid no mind, preparing to return and seek healing from the spirit mage. Her mind kept racing. Who could that person be? His strength must be formidable, yet his face felt strangely unfamiliar. And a lecherous one at that. The thought alone sent a wave of heat flushing her cheeks. Ah well, since it's a guild from the Dragon Nation, we'll surely cross paths again someday. That dragon is far too powerful. It's beyond what we can handle. We can't afford to provoke a lord-tier wild beast like that. Let's explore somewhere else. After Aelin and her group departed, Chen Nian turned back and re-entered the ruins. Just because Aelin and the others couldn't defeat this dragon didn't mean he couldn't. Though his strength had only partially recovered, it should be sufficient. I'll see what rewards come from defeating such a powerful lord-level wild beast. Hey, I'm back. Chen Nian returned to the ruins, waving at the dragon from a distance. Roar! The furious dragon's roar shook the earth and mountains. The dragon hadn't forgotten this human had severed its tail. Yet here he was, daring to return. He was practically asking for death. It opened its jaws wide, a beam of ghostly blue light rapidly coalescing within. Boom! The ghostly blue beam pierced through the water, hurtling straight toward Chen Nian. Chen Nian remained rooted to the spot. Spell of words Mirror Moon. The moment Mirror Moon was activated, any supernatural attack received would be reflected back. Thus, the ghostly blue beam made an eerie turn before Chen Nian and retraced its path. Boom! The terrifying light cannon unleashed immense power, reducing the dragon to a bloody mess.
It was utterly enraged.
Centered on the dragon, the water began to swirl violently, forming a colossal vortex that trapped Chen Nian within.
A domain.
Who would have thought this lord-level wild beast could even wield a domain?
Chen Nian was genuinely shocked.
Immediately, countless water needles shot toward him from all directions, like a torrential downpour of pear blossoms.
There was nowhere to dodge, nowhere to hide.
Chen Nian wasn't foolish enough to stand still and activate his domain to clash with it head-on. That would be an extreme waste of power, especially since he wasn't at full strength. Instantly accelerating his body, he shot forward like a cannonball, heading straight for the dragon's main body.
Domains required sustained casting. Chen Nian was no exception, nor was the dragon. Chen Nian chose the most brutal close-quarters combat. The dragon's shattering blade was forged to slay dragons. Yet though Chen Nian was swift, he could not outpace the dragon's tail.
Behind him came a torrential downpour of water spears, while ahead loomed the dragon's tail of unimaginable power, a pincer attack from both sides.
Chen Nian couldn't change direction mid-charge.
Massive inertia propelled him forward, and he was about to collide with that dragon tail.
Boom!
Chen Nian fired a wind cannon to his right. This blast was meant to adjust his position. Using the cannon's recoil force, his body managed to shift sideways, narrowly evading the dragon's tail strike. Had anyone else been present at that moment, they would have been stunned by Chen Nian's formidable combat awareness. Another wind cannon shot fired, providing Chen Nian with his final burst of momentum. With this momentum, he gripped the dragon's shocking blade tightly with both hands and unleashed another instantaneous strike.
A triple-speed, full-force strike landed heavily on the dragon's neck. Crack!
The dragon's head was severed, spewing black blood wildly.
Genetic energy plus 100,000.
Congratulations on obtaining the rare item Dragon Scale. When forged into a weapon, it upgrades the weapon's quality.
Congratulations on obtaining the item Night Pearl, an eternally glowing pearl of immense value, with unknown uses. Not a bad haul.
I can take these dragon scales to a blacksmith later to upgrade the Thunder Dragon Blade.
Chen Nian breathed a sigh of relief. Now he could properly explore this ancient ruin. Half an hour later,
Chen Nian realized this was merely the entrance to the ruins, meaning the dragon was just a gatekeeper, and he hadn't even stepped inside yet.
How to get inside? Blocking Chen Nian's path was a massive stone wall dozens of meters high. Engraved upon it were intricate runes and murals, seemingly relics from antiquity.
Yet, despite the moss and seaweed covering the ground, not a single strand had managed to climb the surface. Even more astonishing, the water had completely drained away near the wall. Within 3 meters of the wall's base, not a drop remained. Chen Nian fumbled around for a moment but couldn't figure out a thing. Maybe he should call that woman over to help open the true gate to this ancient site? If there's anything valuable inside, it'll be mine anyway, perfect for her to repay me a favor.
Chen Nian thought.
He had no intention of summoning members of the eternal peace of mountains and rivers to this place.
Such locations were fraught with danger, and it was better to let others take the risks. For now, he'd return to the guild to report his safe arrival. Before long, Chen Nian returned to the Mountain River Eternal Peace Guild's base. Upon his return, Lu Gu was hanging laundry.
The moment he saw Chen Nian, he froze in place.
Whoa, boss, you're actually okay? Holy crap!
Hearing her exclamation, the others who had stayed at the base gathered around.
Wiping out dozens of guilds and still coming back unscathed at night? Only you could pull that off. Haha, with the boss around, we're still the strongest force out there. After the initial excitement died down, Chen Nian pulled Lu Gu aside. Little Lu, I have a mission for you. Just tell me what to do, boss. Leave it to me.
Lu Gu patted his chest confidently. Today I discovered another guild from the Dragon Nation. I want you to go to their base and ask their leader to bring people to help me with something. As for what kind of help, we'll discuss it once they come out.
Ha! Lu Gu scratched his head, utterly bewildered.
Boss, does our guild need help?
Wait, do you need help?
Yes. But you won't even say what kind of help you need. How are they supposed to help you?
Sure, we're all Dragon Nation guilds, but we're not exactly family. It's fine.
You just need to tell the guild leader one thing, and she'll definitely help. But remember, you must tell her privately and quietly.
Don't make a fuss about it. What message? Lu Gu leaned in closer.
Just tell her, purple has a certain charm.
Chapter 166, Alan's social humiliation. Turns out he's the silent one.
After hearing Chen Nian's instructions, Lu Gu set off with a bewildered look on her face. Though the boss's words felt like gibberish, she decided to follow his instructions anyway. The guild Tears of the Azure Sea was located near that great river. Chen Nian had already scouted the location, and following his directions, Lu Gu and the others quickly found their way there. By now, Alan's injuries had nearly healed under the care of the guild's healers.
Yet deep down, she felt an intense sense of resentment. Without defeating that dragon, they couldn't enter the ruins to explore. Perhaps great fortune awaited within.
But her companions were too weak to help. If they were stronger, or if that man had come to assist that day, they might have slain the dragon.
Wait, why am I thinking about him again?
Alan slapped her cheeks to snap herself out of it.
Suddenly, someone reported. Boss, some people are outside asking to see you. Go check them out.
In front of outsiders, Aelin naturally maintained her aloof demeanor.
Lu Gu saw the mixed-race beauty Aelin for the first time and was instantly captivated.
He murmured to himself, her skin is flawless.
But why did the boss specifically request her? Could there be some history between them? Which guild in Dragon Nation do you belong to? State your names. Aelin inquired. Mountain River Eternal Peace. Lu Gu answered truthfully.
The words had barely left his mouth when gasps erupted around them. Every pair of eyes turned toward them in disbelief.
Shanhaiyongan. You're actually from Shanhaiyongan. Isn't that Buyu's guild? Why would they suddenly show up here? Calm down, everyone. Our guild is no less than Mountain River Eternal Peace. No need to put ourselves down.
Aelin remained the most composed of them all. If it were Silent himself, she might feel a bit nervous. But no one else could possibly be stronger than her. There was no need for excessive surprise.
So what brings you here?
If you're seeking an alliance with our guild, you can save yourselves the trouble.
TSK, she's quite arrogant. As if we need to ally with you lot. What a joke.
Lu Gu muttered to himself before forcing a smile.
Well, our boss would like to ask for your help. A favor? And it's Buyu who requested it. Interesting. Even Buyu needs help sometimes? Ha ha.
A ripple of surprised murmurs rippled through the crowd.
Aelin asked, what kind of help? Well, heh, the boss didn't tell me either. He just said to bring some people over. As he said this, Lu Gu felt uneasy himself. It all sounded utterly nonsensical. Sure enough, this nonsensical request instantly angered those around them. What's this?
Is Mountain River Eternal Peace here to provoke us? A man shouted angrily.
Without explaining the purpose, he expects our boss to personally lead men to assist? Who does he think he is? Ha!
You guys think too highly of yourselves. The members of Tears of the Azure Sea voiced their indignation. Even on Aelin's doll-like face, a flicker of anger appeared. Impossible. If he wants our help, he must come personally to explain the reason.
Someone, show them out. Are we really being kicked out?
Members of Eternal Peace Mountain River had never endured such treatment. But there was nowhere to vent their frustration after all. The other side had the upper hand. At this moment, Lu Gu felt it necessary to deploy his secret weapon.
Can we speak privately? She whispered to Aelin. If you have something to say, just say it openly.
There are no outsiders here, we're all on the same side, Aelin replied, her expression cold.
Well, it might not be appropriate to say this publicly. Nothing's off limits. Speak. Alright, I'll say it then. Just so you know, the boss told me to say this, and I don't really get what it means either, so don't get mad. Lu Gu added a lengthy preface before cautiously continuing.
He said, purple has a certain charm. The room fell instantly silent. Everyone present heard those words. Yet they were all utterly baffled, clueless as to its meaning, and could only scratch their heads in confusion.
But Aelin's reaction was entirely different.
A crimson flush spread rapidly across her snow-white neck, engulfing her entire face. Her teeth clenched tightly, and her fists instinctively balled into fists.
She muttered under her breath, it was him. Aelin suddenly understood.
The dashing man who had rescued her from the dragon's clutches, it was Buyu.
No wonder he could sever the dragon's tail so effortlessly. Pervert. Filthy. Bastard. And to publicly announce the color of my underwear? Utterly unforgivable. Aelin was consumed by shame and anger, yet dared not react.
If anyone guessed the true meaning behind his words, she'd die of embarrassment.
Fine, I'll bring people to help. Tell me where your boss is. Ha! Lu Gu froze. Wait, did that actually work? Wasn't she furious just now? Why did she suddenly agree? Does this phrase hold such magic? May I ask what that statement means? No, it's not. Oh, okay.
The members of Tears of the Azure Sea were also puzzled.
What was going on? Why had the boss been trying to kick them out just moments ago, only to change his tune now? Boss, why did you agree to them? Don't ask what you shouldn't. Gather your people and depart immediately.
Aelin selected a team and headed to the rendezvous point they'd specified. As for Lu Gu and the others, they returned to their own guild base after completing their mission.
The rendezvous point Chen Nian had set was not far from the riverbank. From a distance, Aelin's group spotted the figure standing by the riverbank. That's the silent one. Who would have thought we'd actually get to meet this legendary figure? By now, Chen Nian had concealed his face with shadow concealment, giving him an eerily menacing appearance. Seeing him, Aelin's heartbeat instinctively quickened, though the emotions within her were complex, a mix of resentment, shame, and nervousness, but no pure anger. What do you want with us? Thank you all for coming to help. I wish to take you to that cave ruin to investigate. What? But that dragon is too powerful. We barely escaped last time. Immediate objections arose. The dragon? I've already slain it. You defeated that dragon? Aelin and his companions stared at Chen Nian in utter disbelief. As elite fighters skilled in aquatic combat, they hadn't been able to defeat the dragon even working together as a group. And this guy did it alone? Little did they expect that upon their first meeting, they would truly witness the formidable power of the Silent One. Aelin felt an extraordinary surge of excitement. She had always been eager to explore that ancient site, and now this incredible opportunity had unexpectedly fallen into her lap. She even found herself thinking, showing him her underwear, maybe it wasn't such a bad deal after all? Alright. But why did you call us instead of your own guild members? Because I haven't unlocked the Ruins Gate yet. Since you want to go in too, isn't this perfect? Oof. Let's go. Aelin leapt into the river first. P.S. Thanks to the two masters who certified the seasoned driver with 2.5 years of experience. Truly a veteran driver, so cool. Chapter 167, Entering the Temple, The Legacy of the River God. Important P.S. 3 chapters updated today. Chapter 165 was missed, now added. If you see errors, just restart the app. The group descended deeper, entering the underwater caverns. Returning to these ruins, the rear members still felt uneasy that Dragon Serpent had been far too formidable. Until they saw the lifeless corpse of the dragon. It's really dead? Witnessing this scene firsthand finally dispelled their lingering fears. Unspeakable truly lived up to his name, utterly formidable. Even Aelin couldn't hide the astonishment on her face, though she quickly regained her composure. You say this ruin hasn't opened yet? My guess is that the stone wall is the entrance. As for how to open it, that's precisely why I called you here. Everyone gathered before the stone wall, searching its surface. If this really is the gate, there should be some kind of mechanism. Right. Let's search. Some searched for hidden mechanisms, others studied the patterns etched into the wall, and a few even tried to blast through the stone. All attempts ended in failure. Look! There's a line of writing here. It was a line of small characters carved into the stone wall, looking ancient. Never enter this door. Never. The brief inscription sent a chill down their spines, making their hair stand on end. Finding no other way in, Chen Nian could use Source Extinction World to force a breach, but the cost would be immense. Moreover, there was no telling what adverse effects such a forced entry might bring. I have a theory. Aelin suddenly spoke up. Strangely, there's no water in front of this stone wall. And the patterns on it, parched fields, withered plants. It's precisely missing one thing: water. Perhaps water could unlock this stone wall. Chen Nian nodded upon hearing this, thinking to himself, this girl's got something special. Bringing her along has proven quite useful. I'll try. A stream of water shot from Aelin's fingertip, striking the gate. The water flowed along the intricate patterns etched into the stone wall. Even more astonishingly, the withered plants within the designs began to sprout, and the fields regained their vitality. Boom! The stone wall suddenly shook, swinging open to reveal a passageway within. It really opened, holy crap! You're amazing, boss! Aelin paid no heed to his companion's praise, instead fixing his gaze on Chen Nian. His expression seemed to say, why aren't you praising me? Not bad. Bringing you along was worth it. Chen Nian knew full well that unexpected dangers might lurk within. From this point onward, entering is entirely voluntary. What lies within could be extremely dangerous. There's even a risk to your life once inside. Chen Nian offered a friendly warning. But faced with such ancient ruins, how could this group resist the greed burning within them? No problem. We've got teleportation crystals, we can just beam out if things get dicey. Hurry up! Who knows what treasures lie within? They rushed eagerly into the ruins. Chen Nian shrugged helplessly, glanced at Aelin, and the two followed inside. The interior structure could be summed up in 2 words. Palace. The walls and floors of this palace shimmered with a faint, rippling glow, exuding an ethereal beauty. A stone tablet ahead revealed the true nature of this palace. The Temple of Bingi. This place is actually the Temple of Bingi, the river god. Aelin exclaimed in surprise. Who knew you were familiar with Dragon Nation mythology? Chen Nian asked with a smile. Don't look down on me. I may be half-blood, but I was born and raised in the Dragon Kingdom. Aelin retorted, glaring. Bingi, also known as the Yellow River Water Deity. Who would have thought this submerged ruin was his palace? This lost continent is incredible. Not only are there all kinds of monsters from the classic of mountains and seas, but even the divine relics from Dragon Nation mythology exist here. There should be plenty of treasures in the temple, yet it's completely empty? The others had already begun ransacking the place, showing not a shred of reverence for the deity. Chen Nian frowned, sensing an inexplicable, oppressive heaviness within the space. At the very front of the temple stood a stone statue of a man. Other than that, there was nothing else. Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged from the statue, like a spirit. Ghost! Watch out! Everyone instantly assumed a battle stance. The phantom smiled, appearing like a gentle, scholarly scholar. Welcome to my temple. I am not a ghost, but Bingi. Since fate has brought you here, you may receive my legacy and attain my divine essence. What? We can all receive the inheritance? Good heavens! Who would have thought such a blessing existed? receiving a god's inheritance that would mean soaring to the heavens. The group was instantly filled with astonished delight. However, you must first pass the trial. Simply break my formation. Water illusion formation, activate. A vast water formation instantly enveloped the group, continuously spawning creatures formed from water. Water toads, water cranes, water turtles, water snakes. Holy, Yuan? Don't just stand there, get moving. Everyone sprang into action, each straining every muscle in their quest for the divine inheritance. Damn it, these monsters just keep spawning. They respawn the moment we kill them. What do we do? The divine trial can't be this straightforward. We need to figure out how to break this grand formation. Chen Nian had no interest in this Bingy inheritance. He already possessed a divine essence and couldn't possibly fuse with another. So he was slacking off. Alan, meanwhile, was giving it his all to kill the relentless wave of water phantoms, looking thoroughly exhausted. For a moment, everyone was locked in a stalemate. With no other choice, Chen Nian activated his heavenly eye. He observed that all the water around them contained flowing energy. The endpoint of this energy flow lay at the massive water sphere overhead. So destroying that sphere would break the entire formation, simple as that. Hey! Chen Nian called out to Alan, pointing upward. Alan looked up and instantly understood. He leapt up and smashed the water sphere with a loud splash. Instantly, the formation shattered, and all the water illusions vanished simultaneously. Thanks! Alan shot Chen Nian a grateful look. The others were also beyond excited. We finally did it! Now we can all receive the divine inheritance. I can't wait, haha. At that moment, Bingy's spectral form appeared once more. Congratulations on passing the trial. I now declare that all of you shall receive my legacy. Come forward, all of you. I will inscribe divine seals upon your bodies to facilitate the transmission of power shortly. A man rushed eagerly before Bingy. Bingy raised his palm and etched a mark upon the man's forehead. Next. My turn. I'm next. Next. Me. Until finally, everyone including Alan had been imprinted with the so-called divine mark. Except for Chen Nian. The icy phantom turned to Chen Nian, a gentle smile on its face. Your turn, young man. I don't need it. You don't even need the legacy of the gods? I can grant you power beyond anything you've ever known. Bingy was utterly astonished. I don't need it. Important P.S. 3 chapters were written today as a bonus update for the generous tip from the 2.5-year veteran driver patron. However, chapter 165 was accidentally omitted, now restored. Readers can revisit the chapter. If you see duplicate chapters, simply restart the app to resolve the issue. Chapter 168, Fallen God, how dare you be so insolent? Not necessary. Chen Nian replied expressionlessly. He didn't need the inheritance of other gods, nor did he want to be branded with that so-called divine seal. Because he sensed this inheritance had come far too easily, almost unnaturally so. Moreover, the words carved on the door were deeply unsettling. Very well. Since that is the case, let us begin. The icy phantom closed its eyes and murmured, as if chanting some ancient incantation. Ha! The sudden, thunderous shout erupted like a crack of lightning. From the chest of the stone statue, several jets of water shot forth, striking every person present with pinpoint accuracy except for Chen Nian. Each person was instantly encased within a sphere of water. At that moment, Bingy's phantom suddenly laughed, his lips stretching into an exaggerated grin as his features contorted with maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha! Humans, prepare to bear the full force of my power. Each jet of water functioned like a conduit through which Bingy channeled his power into the crowd. But this power was evil, corrupt, demonic. Bingy had become a fallen god. His purpose was to feign attraction toward this group of humans, only to assimilate them all. That demonic power was pitch black and profound, staining the water columns black. And this vile substance was being forcibly poured into everyone's bodies. What's happening? I can't access my power. We can't escape. Help! Help me! Monster! It's a monster! Screams erupted one after another. The entire temple echoed with heart-wrenching screams. It turned out that the divine seal was Bingy's trap. It had actually been designed to seal away everyone's extraordinary powers. Now, everyone was trapped within water spheres, unable to escape, stripped of their power, plunged into the depths of despair. Chen Nian acted first. He drew the dragon shot blade, aiming to sever the water column before Alan. But the blade passed right through. It had no effect whatsoever. He could clearly see black veins surging across Alan's snow-white skin, as if she were poison. If he didn't save her now, it would be too late. But how could he save her? Using the judgment domain to block it was feasible, but if the water column persisted, his current strength wouldn't last long. Moreover, this was a fallen god, a being far more powerful than any lord-level wasteland beast. That dragon earlier was merely a gatekeeper. In terms of rank, it was on the same level as a demon god. Forcing a direct clash of power with such an entity was unrealistic.
In that critical moment, Chen Nian chose to shield Aelin with his own body, letting the black water column pour down upon him.
How touching! Sacrificing oneself to save another. Arrogant human. You refuse even the grace of the gods. Now you too shall fall into the abyss. Chen Nian felt an unusual force enter his body. Yet he managed to force a faint smile. Go ahead and try. Once, when the heart demon attempted to possess Su Jinyu's body, it had faced a counterattack from the Nine Heavens mystic maiden. It was precisely this memory that drove Chen Nian to risk everything. If it wanted to invade his body, it could. But first, it must seek permission from the divine essence residing within. Chen Nian's divine essence Yan Jian awakened for the first time. Instantly, divine light blazed from his eyes, and a piercing radiance emanated from his entire being, shattering every impurity within him to dust. Fallen god, dare you be so insolent? At that moment, the maniacal grin on Bingyi's face froze. It transformed into shock, disbelief, fear, terror. You possess a divine essence too. The divine essence erupting from Chen Nian made Bingyi tremble violently. He instinctively stumbled backward, unable even to meet the gaze. The black water column transformed into gold. Chen Nian's power surged back through the column, reversing its flow. Boom! Bingyi's stone statue shattered explosively. The phantom figure instantly became several times more ethereal, nearly vanishing into nothingness. At that moment, Chen Nian regained his consciousness. Within the statue, countless black bats were disintegrating. In an instant, he understood. This was the Black Calamity. Bingyi, a deity from myth, hadn't fallen of his own accord. He'd been corrupted by the Black Calamity, becoming a fallen god. That it could infect even a god, this Black Calamity was truly terrifying. He hurriedly checked on Aelin's condition. Her skin was still covered in numerous black spots, for she too had been infected by the Black Plague's power. Her situation was not looking good. Thank you. These words came from Bingyi. His form had grown nearly transparent, like a flickering candle in the wind. After being corrupted by this evil force, I sealed myself within this palace, intending to remain hidden from the world forever. I never imagined there would come a day of restoration. Chen Nian understood now the words on the door were his own, a warning to keep others out. A century of self-imposed seclusion, and finally, the day of liberation has come. A look of relief washed over Bingyi's face. He knew he was about to vanish, and this very realization brought him a strange sense of release. Cut the nonsense. What about these people? Chen Nian demanded coldly. Earlier, you shielded this girl from some of the malevolent force. She can still be saved, but the others, well, it's too late for them. Alas. Bingyi sighed, dissolving the bodies of the remaining individuals into the water to prevent them from harming others. This girl's power resonates with mine. Let her absorb my divine essence and use my strength to purify the evil within her. With that, he transformed into an icy blue light and merged into Aelin Mei's heart. Chen Nian watched from the side, observing her skin shift from icy blue to dark blue-black, clear signs of two conflicting forces battling within. It's not working. My power is too weak. I cannot fully purify the evil within her. Bingyi's voice grew even weaker, as if she might vanish at any moment. Is there another way? Chen Nian asked. There is. Your divine essence is unparalleled in its strength. Only you can save her now. How? Hey! Chen Nian pressed urgently, but no response came. Finally, a broken voice came through. To purify the malevolent spirits. Let your bodies return to their most primal state. Intimate contact is the only way. At this point, Bingyi's voice finally faded away, and the icy blue light vanished. It seemed to have dissipated completely, leaving only a trace of divine essence within Aelin's body. As for the final words he left behind, Chen Nian had understood them well enough. To have the divine essence within him aid her purification, intimate contact between them was required. Returning to the most primal state, did that mean taking off their clothes? Chapter 169, Chen Nian's sacrifice was great. To save her, Chen Nian resolved to make the ultimate sacrifice. He held Aelin in his arms, helping her body revert to its most primal human state. Skin as smooth as jade porcelain revealed inch by inch. The alluring purple was cast aside. Chen Nian pressed his lips to Aelin's. With this intimate contact, the malevolent force within Aelin would attempt to enter Chen Nian's body. The divine essence within Chen Nian would annihilate these entities entirely. That was the principle at work. However, since there was no response to the kiss, Chen Nian felt nothing special, as if kissing a lifeless doll, utterly emotionless. Aelin was actually awake. To be precise, she wasn't fully awake, but a part of her consciousness was active. She understood everything Chen Nian said, everything Bingyi said, and even heard how Chen Nian had stepped in front of her to save her. She was deeply moved. Born in Dragon Nation, her mixed heritage meant her hair and skin differed from typical Dragon Nation natives, subjecting her to relentless bullying since childhood. Later, she became immersed in the game, where people couldn't see her appearance, allowing her to freely make friends and live normally. Then disaster struck, and the worlds merged. Aelin realized that if she possessed formidable power, it would be her chance to prove herself.
Yet the reality was that even with her considerable strength, she still felt the weight of prejudice even from those within her own guild. Unexpectedly, this guy showed her not a shred of prejudice. Instead, he was willing to risk his life to save her. A silent tear slid down her cheek. The malevolent power within her had been nearly purified by Chen Nian. This time, she had truly regained consciousness. Yet, Aylin couldn't bring herself to wake up. She wanted to linger in this state a little longer. Does it even work? Chen Nian wondered. He thought to himself, I've been holding her and kissing her for so long, yet I haven't seen the slightest reaction. And this kissing feels like nothing at all. Su Jinyu's kiss was as green and adorable as a half-ripe cherry. Yi Hongling's was fiery and passionate like the sun. Zhao Yishue's lips were cool and soft, like eating ice cream. Forget it. Better check how she's doing first. The moment Chen Nian opened his eyes, he was stunned. Aylin's skin was already fairer than most, but now her cheeks glowed more vibrantly than roses, even her earlobes flushed crimson. Would someone unconscious blush from a kiss? Obviously not. She was awake? Hey! Chen Nian was about to pull away, but before he could speak, a pair of delicate arms wrapped around his neck without warning, pulling him back forcefully. This time, the kiss was initiated by Aylin, a passionate one. Caught off guard, Chen Nian could only be swept along. After a long moment, they pulled apart. You? Chen Nian tried to speak, but Aylin didn't even glance at him, her eyes darting around the room. Her face flushed crimson as she stood up, saying nothing, and began dressing herself. Apparently mortified, she hurried out as soon as she was dressed, acting as if nothing had happened, and left the ruins. Celestial water prison has evolved. What? Chen Nian was utterly astonished. Tianshui prison was a skill he'd learned after defeating the deep-sea demon god, capable of trapping people in a water prison, rendering them unable to move. How could this ability have suddenly evolved? Could it be because, during that kiss with Aylin just now, he had inadvertently absorbed a trace of her power? An unexpected bonus, indeed. Chen Nian immediately examined the evolved ability. After reading it, even he couldn't help but be astonished. Celestial water prison. During activation, other supernatural powers cannot be used. Traps enemies within a water prison, rendering them immobile, and temporarily seals their supernatural powers. The evolved ability could actually seal another's supernatural powers? But it was a double-edged sword. This ability required continuous casting, preventing him from using other word spells. Yet its effect was powerful enough to render teleportation crystals useless. Earlier, those trapped individuals had attempted to use teleportation crystals, but it was utterly impossible. Now Chen Nian possessed the same capability. This expedition yielded considerable gains. Aylin obtained the river god's deity, and I gained benefits as well. The cost was the sacrifice of several lives. Chen Nian had warned them of the life-threatening danger before entering, and they had disregarded the warning. He felt no guilt whatsoever. His greater concern was for Aylin. Upon her return, she would surely face severe reprimands for the deaths of her companions. Given her sensitive status, she might even be expelled from the guild outright. If he could help her, then he would. She possessed a divine essence within her body. If she were further corrupted by the Black Plague, it would be a loss to the Dragon Nation and could even become a great calamity. Chen Nian returned to the mountain river Eternal Peace. Lu Go rushed over as soon as he saw him, his face brimming with curiosity. Boss, you're back. So what the heck were you guys doing? We encountered a god at the underwater ruins. Ha! Here's what happened. Chen briefly recounted the events, skipping over the romantic moments with Aylin. So I need you to run another errand. Lu Go? Go to Tears of the Azure Sea. If Aylin's been ostracized by the guild, bring her over here. Lu Go shot him a look of disdain. Boss, you wouldn't be hitting on her, would you? I heard guys all love big boobs. I'm telling Xiaoqi when I get back. An epic tier piece of gear. Got it, boss. I know nothing. I'm off. Chen Nian. Upon returning to Tears of the Azure Sea, Aylin was predictably questioned about the whereabouts of her companions. Being an honest soul, she could only tell the truth: they had all perished within the ruins. The moment she said this, the other guilds erupted. What? You say they're all dead? You led them there. You came back alive, but they died? What kind of guild leader are you? Damn it, you didn't kill them, did you? You blonde, you'll never be one of us Dragon Nation people. Aylin instantly became the target of everyone's anger. A crowd grabbed her, hurling abuse at her. The filthy insults stabbed at her like sharp knives. She could no longer maintain her outward composure. Her lips turned pale and trembled. It's not what you think. Shut up. You're a whore trying to build a reputation. You'll never be one of us Dragon Nation people. Aylin knew that no matter how she defended herself, it would be futile. Her identity alone meant she was inherently distrusted. Fine. I'll leave. Leave? Think you can walk out of here without clearing this up? A man with a wicked grin blocked her path, his gaze unabashedly roaming over her body. Heh, boss, I've been lusting after your body for ages. Such a gorgeous mixed race babe, I've never slept with one like you.
Don't push it too far. Ailin gritted her teeth.
Just then, the men from Shanhaiyongan arrived.
Chapter 170, the boss brought another beauty back? The Shanhaiyongan people are here. It's them again. What do they want this time?
Just as they were puzzling over it, Lu Gu entered with several powerful members of the guild, catching the scene of Ailin being surrounded and humiliated.
She stepped forward and said politely, President Ailin, the boss invites you to visit Mountain River Eternal Peace. Everyone. Buyu wants to invite Ailin to visit Mountain River Eternal Peace? At this critical juncture, could it be he intends to rescue her? A pang of emotion welled up in Ailin's throat. Who would have thought that when she was in trouble, it would be an outsider coming to her aid? That guy even considered how I might be put in a difficult position. He's surprisingly considerate in this regard.
Giving him my first kiss was worth it after all.
No. This woman killed many of our guildmates.
We're here to settle the score, there's no way we're letting you take her. The guild's second in command, a man who deeply resented Ailin, shouted in protest.
Exactly.
This woman must answer for her actions.
How can we answer to our fallen brothers if we let her go?
Several others around him echoed the sentiment in unison. They too had long harbored resentment toward Ailin and were eager to deal her a severe blow. Lu Gu smiled, stepped forward, and surveyed the crowd with a calm gaze.
So you're saying we should have our leader come and invite her personally?
The room fell instantly silent at his words.
Did they dare ask Buyu to personally come and invite someone? He was a ruthless man. He didn't hesitate to take down the young master of the Wandong group. Who could he possibly look down on? If he comes personally, he probably won't be as polite to you all. After all, the boss hates dealing with troublesome matters. Alright, I'll go back and inform the boss then.
Lu Gu turned to leave, but was immediately stopped.
Hold on, let's talk this out. Yeah, no need to bother Buyu with this. He's the backbone of our dragon nation. If it truly is his wish, we wouldn't dare stand in the way, haha.
Lu Gu shrugged.
Then what are we waiting for? Move aside.
The crowd dispersed.
Though reluctant, none dared to object.
They knew full well that if Buyu himself had come, it wouldn't be a trivial matter.
Let's go.
Lu Gu took Ailin and walked out of their guild base openly, with no one daring to stop them. On the way back, Lu Gu pulled Ailin close and whispered to her.
My name is Lu Gu. You seem younger than me, so just call me Sister Lu.
Oh, okay.
Ailin nodded. By the way, are you and our boss, you know?
How else would he look out for you so much?
Ha? No, no way.
Ailin immediately lost her composure and hastily denied it.
That reaction proves something's up. Don't worry, just bribe me, and I'll keep your secret.
Here, take these pieces of gear and enhancement stones.
Ah, just kidding. You don't actually have to bribe me.
After safely returning to the Mountain River Eternal Peace Base, a crowd of people came over to greet him. Holy crap, after Xiao Rou, our guild just got another stunner. And she's a blonde bombshell. Her skin is so fair, she looks like a doll. Honestly, all the beauties in our guild were brought in by the boss.
Could he be secretly into them? Cut it out. You'll get kicked out tomorrow for breathing oxygen through your mouth.
Seeing this lively atmosphere, Ailin realized for the first time that guild dynamics could be this harmonious. There was no need for constant scheming and backstabbing.
Lu Gu chuckled, don't get ahead of yourselves. She's just visiting for now, she hasn't joined our guild yet. Hey, have you considered joining us? You're strong and gorgeous, the boss really likes you. Ugh, no, wait, we'd really welcome you. Ailin's eyes flickered with hesitation. This wasn't something she could decide on her own.
The boss behind Tears of the Azure Sea was another major figure in the Dragon Nation.
Having been promoted by him, leaving wouldn't be so simple. Give me some time to think about it, okay? Sure, take your time. No rush. If you want to find the boss, head to the treehouse in that big tree. He usually doesn't show himself around us. Alright.
Ailin gazed at the treehouse, her heart heavy with mixed emotions.
After that intimate moment between them, she didn't know what kind of expression to wear when facing him again. He'd seen everything about her body, how could she possibly maintain that cold, aloof demeanor now?
Tears of the Azure Sea.
Just letting that woman walk away? Damn it! Forget everything else, that girl had a killer body. Wonder which lucky bastard gets to enjoy that. Conquering a woman who thinks so highly of herself is the most satisfying, but alas. Just as everyone was lamenting, a scout suddenly rushed in, an intruder. From the land of cherry blossoms. Only one person. He's already breached the defenses. What? Just one person. It sounded like an absolute fairy tale, utterly preposterous. Though Blue Sea Tears no longer had Ailin, it remained a guild of elite members far stronger than most extraordinary individuals in the Dragon Nation. For a single individual to dare attack? Wasn't that just courting death? As shock rippled through the group, a bolt of lightning streaked through the air like an arrow, arriving before them at a speed barely perceptible to the naked eye. By the time they could make out the figure's features, the blade in his hand had already pierced the scout's chest. Ugh!
The scout collapsed instantly, dead before he could even activate his teleportation crystal. "You, who are you?" The man before them was clad entirely in black, a katana held in one hand. Lightning crackled around his entire body, emanating an overwhelming, terrifying pressure that felt impossible to resist.
Thunder God's Blade, Naoki Yusawa, reporting for duty. He's the strongest warrior of Sakura Nation. Run!
This man has even slain a demon god. Tears of the Azure Sea grasped the gravity of the situation and reached to shatter the teleportation crystal to flee. A blade flash as swift as thunder streaked through the air. Several arms snapped clean off simultaneously, blood spurting everywhere.
Naoki Yusawa's blade was too swift. The strike and withdrawal were completed in the blink of an eye.
Before they could react, their arms were gone.
Aya! The deafening screams of agony filled the air. After a long moment, Tears of the Azure Sea was annihilated.
Naoki Yusawa flicked the blood from his blade onto the ground, slowly sheathing it as he murmured, If you could destroy numerous guilds single-handedly, so can I. Guild Tears of the Azure Sea has been captured. When this notification appeared, Aelin was stunned. She had only left for a short while, and now the guild had been wiped out.
At that moment, Chen Nian emerged. "Let's go. Come with me to check it out." Chapter 171, Chen Nian discovers the underground world?
Logically, with Azure Tears wiped out, Aelin, as a member, should have lost her qualifications and been expelled from the Lost Continent. However, since she had joined the Eternal Peace Guild and completed a member transfer at their banner, she was now registered under their name.
"Come on, let's go take a look." Chen Nian swiftly led Aelin toward the Blue Tears stronghold.
Truthfully, Chen Nian felt little about the guild's demise. It was merely the law of the jungle.
What concerned him was who possessed such formidable strength.
This was undoubtedly a massive threat. Upon reaching the Tears of the Azure Sea stronghold, both of them stared in stunned silence.
How could this happen? Aelin's eyes widened, filled with utter shock.
Bodies lay scattered everywhere, all powerful members of Tears of the Azure Sea. They were dead. They hadn't even managed to activate their teleportation crystals before meeting their end. This meant their opponent's power far exceeded anything they could handle.
They all have the same knife wounds.
They were killed by one person, Chen Nian said in a deep voice.
One person? Aelin was even more stunned upon hearing this conclusion. For a single individual to wipe out an elite guild like Tears of the Azure Sea, just how terrifying must that enemy's strength be? Chen Nian had already risen into the air, activating his heavenly eye.
After scanning the surroundings, he stated, it must be a top-tier expert from another nation.
They've already moved far away.
There was an insurmountable chasm between peak masters and ordinary masters.
But Chen Nian didn't care.
With such a formidable opponent, they were bound to cross paths again sooner or later.
He turned to Aelin. "Seeing your own guild wiped out, how does it feel?"
"Nothing much," Aelin replied, recalling their attitude toward her.
She shook her head. "If they're dead, they're dead. It's none of my concern." Chen Nian chuckled. "Then what would you feel if I died?" "You?" Aelin never imagined Chen Nian would ask such a question.
Her mind froze, her mouth agape, unsure what to say.
Yet deep down, she already knew the answer.
If Chen Nian died, she would be furious, enraged, even driven to seek revenge because he had once helped her. As the saying goes, those who lend a hand when you're at your lowest are your true friends.
Why ask that? Aelin felt a surge of irritation and embarrassment, her voice sharpening as she retorted.
If you feel something, it means you're suited to join our guild, because we always treat people with sincerity.
This time, Chen Nian extended the invitation personally.
In terms of strength, Aelin surpassed most members of the Mountain River Eternal Peace Guild. And now that she had fused with the Ice Spirit Divine Essence, she was no longer an ordinary transcendent. Within the guild, aside from Xiaoqi, perhaps no one could match her. Recruiting someone like her would greatly enhance the guild's strength.
"Hoof. You're inviting me to join Shanhai Yeoman? Aren't you afraid that Miss Su might get jealous?"
Aelin shot Chen Nian a sidelong glance, her tone dripping with sarcasm.
"Am I the boss or is she? If I invite someone in, does she dare object?" Chen Nian sounded unusually defiant. "Then what if she finds out we kissed each other naked?" Cough 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 cough. Chen Nian suddenly seized by an acute cough, unable to speak. "Humph, men. You're all the same. Wasn't I trying to save you?" Chen Nian retorted. "And you were pretending to sleep after waking up, even sticking out your tongue. Is that my fault too?" "Shut up." Aelin finally snapped, her fair cheeks flushing crimson. "I'll consider this once we're back in reality. I can't agree to it now. But before I leave, I'll do everything I can to help your guild consider it repayment for what happened earlier." "Fine. Let's go. I'll take you somewhere." Where? Aelin's mind immediately wandered. Alone together, with that history between them, and now he wanted to go somewhere? Could he be planning to find a secluded grove for some? The thought made her cheeks burn. Down to the river. Chen Nian shattered her wild fantasies. The base of the Tears of the Azure Sea lay near that river.
Not long ago, Chen Nian had discovered a strange phenomenon in the river but hadn't had time to investigate it then. Now, with Aylan's help and her own divine essence as the river goddess, she could be a major asset.
What exactly are we going there to do?
A few days ago, I saw a vortex at the riverbed, sucking up the water. Chen Nian continued, that means there was a hole at the riverbed, but it sealed itself up quickly.
That's definitely not a normal occurrence.
The two descended deep into the riverbed and finally reached the location Chen Nian had described.
If I recall correctly, this is the spot.
Chen Nian searched the ground for a moment and indeed found a vertical hole.
Look at the marks around the hole. They're remarkably even clearly made with a tool, not natural.
Aylan's beautiful eyes widened.
You mean, there's someone down there? Just a guess. We'll have to see what's actually down there.
Both of them entered the narrow opening and swam about 10 meters into the depths. With no light around, they could barely see anything. To provide light for both of them, Chen Nian suddenly remembered something: the ever-burning night pearl. It had been dropped by the slain dragon. As soon as he brought it out, its luminous white glow instantly illuminated the surrounding area.
So beautiful. Aylan's eyes sparkled. Girls simply couldn't resist such things. Chen Nian's attention, however, was focused on the surroundings. A massive square boulder lay ahead, completely blocking the path. Look, this stone blocking the cave entrance is perfectly square. It must be man-made, not naturally formed. There's something behind it. Chen Nian's curiosity grew.
Logically speaking, no public entity would have the inclination or resources to undertake such an underwater project.
Then who built it? Could it be there are people living underwater? Boom! A rumbling sound emanated from the massive square boulder ahead. It's opening. Watch out.
Once the stone slab opened, the cave entrance connected, and the river water was sucked inside. The whirlpool Chen Nian had seen that day was caused by the water being drawn in. A terrifying torrent surged forward, but fortunately, both were powerful enough not to be swept in.
I'll go in and see what's inside. What about you?
I'll return to inform the other guild members of your whereabouts. Otherwise, if both of us go in, we'll lose contact with the outside world.
Excellent.
You're starting to get used to being part of our guild.
Chen Nian smiled. Get lost.
Their roles were clearly defined: Aylan would return, while Chen Nian would enter. Thus, Chen Nian abandoned resistance, allowing his body to be swept away by the torrent.
The next instant, a blinding light assaulted his eyes.
Beyond this cave entrance, truly another world awaited.
No. To be precise, it was another world. Chapter 172, Arrival in the Underground World, Main Quest activated. Chen Nian plummeted through the air, carried by the current.
What unfolded before his eyes was a brand new world.
An underground world, an ancient subterranean capital? Indeed, this was an ancient city hidden deep underground.
There was no trace of modern technology or skyscrapers. Most structures were built from stone and wood. The architectural style bore a striking resemblance to ancient Manhwa.
Splash!
Chen Nian landed in a square reservoir, sending up a splash of water.
This is the reservoir of the subterranean city? I see.
The underground world relies on that great river for its water supply. They store the river water in reservoirs, purify it, and then use it for drinking. When they need water, they just open the valve, and the river water flows right in. In short, Chen Nian had entered the underground world through their intake valve.
Congratulations! Unlocked hidden main quest. Victory condition: eliminate the Black Plague, save the world. Failure condition: all guilds are destroyed. Hidden main quest. Eliminate the Black Plague? Chen Nian understood.
These people had taken refuge underground to escape the Black Plague.
Eliminating the Black Plague would allow them to see the light of day once more.
He immediately rose from the reservoir, activating shadow concealment to hide his form.
So they're humans born and raised on the lost continent, not modern people like us who came through the world gate? How fascinating. Truly another world. Chen Nian left the reservoir dam and entered the ancient city directly.
At a glance, ancient streets stretched out before him, lined with endless wooden houses. People wore simple cloth garments. It felt like stepping back 1,000 years. The lost continent harbors not only the mythical beasts of the classic of mountains and seas, but also the deities of dragon nation mythology, and even ancient kingdoms.
The thought was chilling. But two questions immediately sprang to mind. How did the people here breathe oxygen? And where did the light come from in this subterranean world? Chen Nian found his answers swiftly.
The inhabitants of this world possessed a unique, extraordinary power. Their breathing felt different from ordinary people's, utterly magical.
My clothes are completely out of place here. I need to find something to change into, Chen Nian thought.
After searching for a while, he finally found a clothing shop on the street. He slipped inside, snatched a garment, and darted into a secluded fitting room. In his invisible state, no one could detect him.
Once I change into this outfit, I can reveal myself and blend in as a local.
As Chen Nian began undressing, an unexpected situation arose.
The curtain was suddenly pulled aside. A female customer had entered to try on new clothes. Holy crap!
It was a girl of about 18, wearing a lotus flower hairpin and holding a jade green skirt.
Her delicate face showed a hint of excitement.
Chen Nian pressed himself flat against the wall, trying his best to avoid bumping into the girl. Her waist was as slender as a willow branch, her skin as smooth as jade. People living in this era, untouched by the perils of electronic devices, truly grew up in a natural state.
That undergarment. Wait, is it called a belly cover? Ahem.
Chen Nian covered his mouth, forced to watch as the girl lifted her straight, jade-like leg to slip the skirt on.
Finally, she was changed. Xiaohe, aren't you done yet? Someone called from outside. I'm ready. Xiaohe hurriedly lifted the curtain and stepped out. Chen Nian's tense state finally relaxed. He dared not delay a moment, hastily changing his own clothes. If anyone else walked in now, it would be utterly embarrassing. But just as Chen Nian finished and prepared to step out, Xiaohe entered again. Let me try this one too.
Whether ancient or modern, women shopping for clothes is always such a hassle.
Chen Nian muttered to himself.
He was forced to press himself against the wall again. Unexpectedly, as Xiaohe bent over, her supple buttocks brushed against him.
Xiaohe glanced back in confusion, but saw nothing. Chen Nian nearly lost his composure.
Finally, Xiaohe emerged from the fitting room, and Chen Nian hurried out too. It was over. Now, aside from his slightly odd hairstyle, he blended in perfectly with the locals. Chen Nian shifted his perspective, deactivated his stealth, and revealed his form. Stepping onto the street, he suddenly noticed most of the crowd was moving in one direction. Even the street vendors were packing up and leaving.
Hurry, hurry, hurry. The monthly lottery is about to begin. Wonder which unlucky girl it'll be this year. I just hope it's not my daughter. What nonsense are you talking? Being offered to the mountain god is an honor for the children.
Without the mountain god's protection, we'd have been swallowed by the Black Plague long ago.
Chen Nian listened, utterly bewildered. What lottery ceremony? What offering to the mountain god?
Just then, Xiaohe hurried out, lifting her skirt as she went.
Miss, young lady, where are they rushing off to? Chen Nian asked her.
Xiaohe stared at Chen Nian for a full 2 seconds, her large eyes blinking repeatedly before she explained, they're going to the lottery ceremony.
Didn't you know? Oh, right. I almost forgot.
If you don't know where it is, you can follow us, Xiaohe suddenly offered.
Sure, let's go. Chen Nian felt incredibly lucky.
He hadn't expected this young girl to offer to guide him. He'd really offended her earlier. Soon, following Xiaohe, he arrived at the square packed with people. People were packed shoulder to shoulder, forming a sea of humanity. In the center of the square stood a tall wooden platform, upon which sat a large box.
Xiaohe explained to Chen Nian, that box holds the names of all the girls aged 15 to 20 in the city. Whoever is drawn will become this month's offering to the mountain god.
Right,
Chen Nian replied, feigning understanding. Those chosen girls are truly pitiful.
It is precisely because of the mountain god's protection that we can live safely underground. Otherwise, this place would likely have been swallowed by the Black Calamity long ago.
So offering sacrifices is only right. Then do you know what happens to the girls who become sacrifices? I don't know. No one has ever come out alive.
Soon, amidst the deafening beat of drums, the lottery ceremony commenced. The lottery was conducted by a white-haired old man. The moment he plunged his hand into the box, nearly every young girl silently prayed within her heart, please, don't let it be me. The old man raised his hand, now holding a slip of paper. Thousands of people in the crowd watched the slip with tense expressions, hearts pounding in their throats.
This month's chosen sacrifice is...
The old man's hoarse voice trailed off abruptly. His eyes widened, his face etched with disbelief and agony.
Who is it? Just tell us already. It's... Chapter 173, Princess Gu Qingyue.
The old man choked back a sob, his voice trembling.
It's Gu Qingyue. The moment that name was uttered, the entire hall erupted. Boiling. Stunned. Her Highness the Princess? The Princess.
Her Highness the Princess has been chosen as the sacrificial offering.
How could this happen?
Her Highness is so kind, always distributing food to us poor people.
How could she be chosen?
Old man, you must have made a mistake.
Stop talking nonsense.
The protests below grew louder and louder, forming an almost unstoppable wave. The old man, however, was already weeping bitterly. I wish I had seen wrong too, but this is the will of heaven. It's a rule passed down for over 100 years. The rules must not be broken. At that moment, Chen Nian noticed Xiaohe weeping. Her tear-filled eyes were heartbreaking to behold.
Why are you crying?
Because Her Highness the Princess is a good person. Because of her, so many poor people have food and warmth. I myself have been helped by Her Highness before.
I see.
That truly is a pity, Chen Nian mused thoughtfully.
Just then, a squad of heavily armed soldiers suddenly shouted, foreign intruders have entered.
Everyone must be thoroughly searched.
I repeat, foreign intruders have entered.
Everyone must be thoroughly searched.
Chen Nian. How had they detected an outsider despite his extreme caution? Or could it be that he wasn't the only one who had entered the underground world? Chaos erupted instantly. An outsider snuck in? We can't let any outsiders disrupt our offering to the mountain god. If we anger the mountain god, we're finished. We must find and capture them. Xiaoha, however, remained unusually calm upon hearing the news. She approached Chen Nian and said, "Would you mind coming with me to a place?" Chen Nian said nothing as she grabbed his arm without further ado and pulled him into a corner of a building. "Why did you bring me here?" Chen Nian asked. Xiaohui stared intently at him, her expression utterly serious. "You are the outsider, aren't you?" Before she could finish, Chen Nian moved with lightning speed, covering her mouth and pinning her against the wall. "This girl, how sharp is she?" Xiaohui shook her head repeatedly, gesturing to indicate she wouldn't say a word. Chen Nian finally released her grip. It made sense if Xiaohui had wanted to expose him, she would have already handed him over to those soldiers just now. Chen Nian didn't want to provoke conflict with the people of the underground world unless absolutely necessary. First, this tied into the main quest. Second, there was no doubt that everything here was intrinsically linked to the Dragon Kingdom. It was an invaluable material heritage worth protecting. Any vase taken out of here would be an antique. "How did you know I'm an outsider?" Chen Nian whispered. "Because your speech patterns sound awkward. And if you were one of us underground dwellers, you'd know about the lottery ceremony. Plus, your breathing technique is different from ours. You figured it out just now, yet you brought me here as if nothing was wrong?" Chen Nian was astonished. "Because I sensed you meant no harm. You might have stumbled in by accident. Handing you over to them could mean certain death." Xiaoha replied earnestly. "Aren't you afraid I'll kill you to silence you?" "You wouldn't. Your eyes don't look like those of a bad person." Xiaoha looked at Chen Nian, her eyes pure and clear as a cloudless sky. Chen Nian was speechless, overwhelmed by Xiaohui's kindness. "But those soldiers will be investigating soon. If you don't adjust your breathing pattern, they'll detect it. What should I do?" Xiaohui untied the emerald green pouch at her waist and pulled out a pill. "This is a breath control pill unique to our underground realm. Just swallow it. Will you trust me?" Chen Nian took the pill without hesitation and swallowed it in one gulp. Xiaohua blinked her large eyes in surprise. "Aren't you afraid it might be poison?" Chen Nian chuckled. "Your eyes don't look like those of a bad person." Xiaohui covered her mouth with her hand and smiled softly, a hint of girlish shyness in her expression. Within seconds, Chen Nian felt an extraordinary reaction. After swallowing the pill, he truly felt the air he breathed become more refreshing, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort. So this was how they solved the oxygen shortage underground, by consuming these pills. Before long, the squad of fully armed officers arrived. "You two, freeze right there." Chen Nian and Xiaohui immediately stood still, awaiting inspection. After the squad leader scrutinized them closely, he finally nodded. "Move along. Keep searching." That was close. Chen Nian breathed a sigh of relief. "This isn't a good place to talk. Let me take you to my place to hide for now." "Sure, thanks." Xiaohua waved goodbye to the friend she had come with. "Oh my, Xiaohua, where did you meet such a handsome young man?" "Stop talking nonsense." Xiaohua's pretty face flushed crimson, and she hurried away, her embarrassment palpable. Dungeon, palace. On the observation deck, a woman stood gracefully poised. Draped in brocade and silk, adorned with jewels, she wore a floor-length gown embroidered with birds, flowers, and flying fish. A red jade hairpin pierced her bun, radiating an air of unparalleled nobility. Even more breathtaking was her face, as pure and flawless as jade. Just like her name, she resembled a cold, noble moon, beautiful yet unreachable. Princess Gu Qingyue. Princess. Princess. The lottery ceremony has concluded. The messenger, panting and scrambling, knelt behind the princess, his face pale with alarm. What was the result? Princess, the lot drawn is yours. After speaking, the servant buried his head deep into the ground, too afraid to lift it. Hearing this, Gu Qingyue's slender frame visibly trembled. She had been chosen as the mountain god's sacrificial offering. 10 days remained until the day of sacrifice. This meant her life might have only 10 days left. No one could remain calm upon hearing such news. Gu Qingyue said nothing, instead hurrying to a Taoist temple outside the palace. Within resided a Taoist master capable of discerning the will of heaven. Upon entering, she found the bald-headed elder standing beneath a tree, eyes closed in meditation. Master Taoist. Ah, it is Her Highness the Princess. 3 years ago, I asked you to divine my destined partner. Have you discovered it now? I've figured it out. Tell me, who is it? I don't have time. 3 years ago, 16-year-old Gu Qingyue visited this place for the first time. She asked the Taoist master a naive and romantic question: where would her future husband be? The Taoist master smiled and said this question would take some time to calculate. 3 years passed in the calculation. Now, knowing her time was running out, Gu Qingyue was even more desperate to know the answer. The Taoist master lifted his head, gazed upward, and spoke with serene calm. The one destined for the princess holds an eternal night pearl that never fades.
He is the revolutionary who will change the rules of the world.
Chapter 174, Xia Wen's Choice.
One who holds an everlasting night pearl, a revolutionary who will alter the world's rules. Gu Qingyue murmured softly, repeating the words. Since childhood, she had harbored two wishes. The first was a wish common to all girls. She wanted to find a perfect husband and experience a love story that would take her breath away. 3 years ago, she sought a fortune from the Taoist master. For those 3 years, she ignored countless suitors, waiting only for the master's words. The second was her wish as a princess, to one day lead the people of the underground city back to the surface, to see the light of day once more. She yearned for change. Thus, when she heard the Taoist's words, Gu Qingyue's shock knew no bounds. Her destined husband was actually the one destined to reshape the world's very rules? Consider this, the Taoist master was over 100 years old, a revered sage who had cultivated a technique left behind by the bones of a millennia-old primordial beast that was the source of his extraordinary abilities. He rarely divined the future, but his predictions had never been wrong. If she found her destined partner, wouldn't that fulfill both her desires for love and career? Announced throughout the city, "Seek the man bearing the eternal night pearl," she commanded impatiently. She had only 10 days, not a moment to spare. Yet even after issuing the decree, Gu Qingyue still feared time would be insufficient. She pressed further. "Master Taoist, can I find him within 10 days? Fate is predestined. But my time is running out." The Taoist bowed slightly to the princess, his expression unreadable. "Your Highness cares for the world and feels compassion for all beings. Such a fate is unworthy of you. Since I was chosen, this is my fate. If you wish to avoid death, princess, you may seek a substitute to serve as the sacrifice." The lottery was witnessed by thousands. "How can we go back on our word? Even I cannot." Gu Qingyue refused decisively. "But what if someone volunteers to sacrifice themselves for the princess?" Easier said than done. Gu Qingyue knew that despite her apparent popularity, no one would willingly die for her. No one knew what would happen to those offered as sacrifices to the mountain god. All was certain was that he demanded young, untouched maidens, perhaps they would be violated before being devoured. "I can cast another divination for the princess. How long will this divination take?" "I have no time to wait another 3 years. Only a moment." The Taoist master pinched a withered yellow leaf between his fingers, his eyes half closed. In that instant, even the wind around him stilled. Those few breaths felt like years to the old man. When he opened his eyes, his brow was etched with exhaustion. Cough, cough. Blood splattered onto the ground. "Master Taoist, are you all right? Someone." "I'm fine." Gu Qingyue could clearly sense that the Taoist master had aged considerably. Yet he smiled. "Princess, there is indeed one who would willingly sacrifice himself as an offering for you." "Who?" Chen Nian visited Xioha's home. Only then did he learn that Xioha was an orphan. Her parents had perished while working on the mainland, and she managed to survive thanks to subsidies from the royal family. The policy providing subsidies to these parentless children had been implemented by the princess herself, which was why Xioha felt such deep gratitude toward her. "Sorry, I don't have much to offer you," Xioha smiled shyly. "But you can rest easy here, you shouldn't get taken away. It's fine. You've already helped me so much." Just then, a sudden clamor erupted outside, as if the entire street had erupted into chaos. Could it be the soldiers checking on outsiders again? "Stay inside. I'll go see what's happening." Xioha hurriedly opened the door and stepped outside, asking a neighbor woman, "What's happening?" "The princess just issued a city-wide proclamation. She's searching for someone holding an eternal night pearl that never fades. Whoever finds it will receive a generous reward." After learning the details, Xioha returned home and explained the entire situation to Chen Nian. "An everlasting night pearl." Chen Nian froze. That thing was right in his hands. The item dropped after slaying the dragon, its purpose unknown. He'd assumed it was merely for illumination, never imagining it would prove relevant here. So, it was precisely because he possessed the night pearl that the main quest had been triggered? Everything made sense now. But Chen Nian wasn't about to expose himself recklessly. Acting rashly could ruin everything. Gathering intelligence had to come first. Thump! 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 Someone was pounding heavily on the door outside. "Open up, officers." Xiaoha's expression immediately turned grave. How did the officers suddenly track them down to their home? They couldn't possibly know Chen Nian was hiding here. She could only signal Chen Nian with her eyes to hide inside while she handled the situation. Chen Nian understood, activated his shadow concealment, vanished from sight, and prepared to watch the situation unfold. Xiaoha opened the door to find a squad of officers standing on either side. A man clad in brocade robes strode in, his bearing suggesting high rank. "This humble maiden, Xiaoha, greets your excellency." Xiaoha hurriedly curtsied. "No need, no need." Xiaohe was taken aback when this distinguished official reached out to support her, feeling both flattered and overwhelmed.
Xiaoha, the official said, I have come to ask you one question. If you were asked to take the princess's place as the mountain god's offering, would you be willing? A brief silence fell over the room.
Chen Nian watched from the side, a surge of anger rising within him.
They actually wanted Xiaoha to become the sacrificial offering in place of that princess?
No sane person would agree to that. It meant certain death.
If these people dared to coerce Xiaoha, he was ready to intervene. I'm willing. After a long moment of contemplation, Xiaoha bowed her head and gave her answer.
Chen Nian froze, momentarily speechless. He had underestimated this girl's kindness. If she was willing to shield him, a stranger, she would certainly help the princess who had shown her kindness.
Really? You truly wish to take the princess's place? Well, the princess is far more useful alive than I am. With her around, many like me can live better lives. With her, we might even return to the mainland.
Oh my! You're truly the princess's benefactor. The man in the brocade robe was so excited he was practically spitting as he exclaimed, Come! Follow us to the palace. We'll treat you like royalty before the sacrifice begins.
Xiaoha glanced back toward Chen Nian's location and timidly asked, Can I stay home?
No. As the sacrificial offering, you must be in perfect condition, well fed, well dressed, and bathed daily in flower petals.
Only then will the mountain god be satisfied. Please, come.
All right.
Surrounded by soldiers, Xiaoha had no choice but to follow them away.
Soon, news spread that she had voluntarily offered herself as a sacrifice in place of the princess, sending shockwaves throughout the city.
Xiaoha is such a good girl.
Who would have thought she'd willingly sacrifice herself? Yes, such a kind-hearted girl. The mountain god will surely cherish her.
Chapter 175, Chen Nian storms the imperial palace.
This time, even Chen Nian, usually decisive and ruthless, felt lost. He spent an entire day pondering, yet found no answer.
If he wanted to save Xiaoha, his abilities certainly allowed it.
But the problem was that no one was truly the villain, and this was even Xiaoha's own wish.
The princess's survival would benefit the city far more.
More people desired her survival in comparison. Xiaoha was merely a minor figure.
2 more days passed.
Chen Nian roamed every street and alley, every tower and shop, constantly pondering the answer to the question.
Finally, he arrived at a Taoist temple.
In the courtyard stood a large, withered tree. An elderly man swept fallen leaves with a broom, his movements slow and his frame frail, clearly in his twilight years. I hear you are the most venerable Taoist master in the city. Chen Nian approached. The old man didn't even lift his head.
Go away.
I'm nothing but a dying old man now.
I wish to ask a question.
If a carriage approaches on 2 tracks, one with 5 people on one track, and the other with only your friend on the other track, if one lane's occupants must die, whom would you save, master?
Chen Nian posed the famous trolley problem.
Upon hearing this, the master suddenly looked up. His sunken pupils stared unblinkingly at Chen Nian, trembling uncontrollably. Even the broom slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor.
You are, the changemaker. Chen Nian? Ha 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 ha.
The old man suddenly burst into loud laughter, his gray beard fluttering in the wind. Since the change bringer has appeared, it means the time of change is drawing near.
Alas, alas.
Alas, I am but a flickering candle in the wind, unable to witness that moment.
Let me use what life remains to cast one final divination. To see whether it will be destruction or rebirth.
The old man had little time left, but he knew Chen Nian's arrival signaled profound change. Yet he could not discern whether it would bring the city's ruin or its rebirth. Thus, he resolved to exhaust his remaining life for one final divination.
His eyes closed slightly, gazing now at the sky, now at the ground. Unnoticed, blood began to flow from his eyes.
Good, very good. The dark tide recedes, and life turns toward the sun.
To witness this scene, I have no regrets in this life. With those words, the old man ceased all movement, yet a smile lingered on his deeply wrinkled face. Chen Nian realized he had passed away.
This man called me a changebringer, and in the end, he spoke of growing toward the sun.
Doesn't that mean I've vanquished the Black Calamity, allowing the dungeon to see daylight once more?
The victory condition for the main quest was precisely to eliminate the Black Plague. The old man was a genius.
But Chen Nian didn't know how to choose the path leading to the most correct ending. Should he save Xiaoha or protect the princess?
In the end, he made his choice. This girl who trusted him unconditionally, the one who said, "Your eyes don't look like a bad guy's," Chen Nian couldn't bear to watch her die.
He would storm the palace to save Xiaoha.
The innermost part of this underground city was the palace. The imperial palace, where the royal family resided, was heavily guarded.
Unauthorized persons were strictly forbidden from entering.
Chen Nian arrived at the palace gates and immediately saw several patrols of soldiers, leaving almost no blind spots.
Spell, shadow concealment activated.
Chen Nian slipped into invisibility, poised to step inside the palace grounds, when suddenly the silver-armored commander frowned.
That scent. An intruder.
With that, he drew the long sword at his waist and swung it toward Chen Nian.
Chen Nian?
He had no idea that this commander, having fused with the power of a wild beast's bones, possessed an exceptionally keen sense of smell. In an instant, a large number of soldiers surrounded him.
Chen Nian frowned. Since we've been exposed, there's no choice. Heavenly water prison.
In an instant, all the surrounding soldiers were trapped within water prisons. Chen Nian had no intention of killing them, he merely used the water prison to confine them briefly, buying himself time. Just as he charged into the palace grounds, several more squads of guards arrived, including several powerful warriors who had fused with the power of wild beasts.
Boom! 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 Boom!
Chen Nian unleashed his wind-gathering cannon, blasting these men away until they crashed heavily to the ground.
Where did this guy come from? He's so strong. That ability. Could he have fused with a wind-type wild beast? Stop him. Don't let him enter the palace. But these worthless scum were no match for Chen Nian. Not a single one could hold him back for even half a second as he forcibly blasted a path through them. Chen Nian casually grabbed a commander by the throat and demanded coldly, "Where is Xia? Tell me, and I won't kill you." "She's in the Brocade Palace." "How do I get there? My patience is running thin." "Speak."
Terrified his neck would snap, the commander stammered, 300 meters east, you'll see a lotus pond. Across from it is the Brocade Palace.
Chen Nian tossed him aside and pressed onward.
Just then, a formidable man clad in a tiger skin coat blocked his path. "General White Tiger, it's General White Tiger, one of the 4 great masters of the Imperial City."
"Excellent.
"He'll surely hold off the intruders."
"Retreat quickly, don't trouble the general."
The soldiers breathed a sigh of relief, scattering to the sides to clear a wide space for the two to fight.
"Intruding into the Imperial Palace? You're asking for death."
Before the words had even finished echoing, Chen Nian had teleported before him, driving a fist into his gut. Unexpectedly, the blow was absorbed by the opponent's body.
Ha!
A white tiger pattern flared on the man's abdomen.
The explosive force of his chi blast sent Chen Nian flying backward. What terrifying physical prowess!
To find such a formidable opponent within the dungeon.
The White Tiger general regarded Chen Nian, his gaze brimming with unmistakable admiration and astonishment. "You are a formidable opponent yourself."
Xiao He offered herself willingly.
"Why must you do more than is necessary?"
"I rescue those I wish to save."
"What business is it of yours?"
"Very well, then let us fight." The man roared, and a colossal phantom of a white tiger materialized behind him. The divine beasts might shook the very heavens.
The White Tiger general,
He's even summoned the phantom of a divine beast. They say the general possesses a white tiger bone passed down through generations. His power stems from that very bone, a true divine beast's relic. This man dared to provoke the general to such fury he's beyond saving. Yet the general himself felt far less certain of victory than they claimed, instead experiencing an inexplicable tremor throughout his body.
The White Tiger's aura was immeasurably weaker than usual. It was afraid. Impossible. What could this intruder possibly have that would frighten a divine beast? Because Chen Nian had already awakened his heavenly eye. The divine power within him was pure and unadulterated, not some mere remnant of a divine beast's bone. "Get out!" Chen Nian uttered only one word. The White Tiger's phantom form abruptly dissipated into the air, vanishing into nothingness. "Impossible."
General White Tiger stared at Chen Nian in utter shock, his pupils trembling with disbelief.
Who exactly are you?"
Chen Nian paid him no further mind and strode straight toward the Brocade Palace. No one dared to stop him.
P.S. Thanks to life's tough, ding sighing tip. You're the man. Chapter 176, The Princess's Conditions.
Chen Nian pushed open the gates of the Brocade Palace with unabashed confidence.
A large contingent of soldiers surrounded him from behind, yet none dared approach. Even the White Tiger general, one of the 4 great masters, had been defeated. Who could possibly stand in his way? "It's you."
Upon seeing the true face of this intruder, Xiao He was so astonished her jaw dropped.
She never imagined Chen Nian possessed such formidable strength, powerful enough to storm the Imperial Palace single-handedly. Xiao was now unrecognizable.
Once just an ordinary commoner, she now wore splendid court attire, her bearing elevated beyond measure.
"Follow me. I'll get you out of here."
What Xia found even more astonishing was that despite their mere chance encounter, Chen Nian had risked his life to break into the palace all to rescue her. Tears welled in her eyes, her nose stinging with emotion.
"Thank you for your kindness, but I cannot leave."
"Perhaps the princess has done you a favor, but it's not worth repaying with your life."
"I understand all that, but you all misunderstand the princess. Actually, she..." Before Xia could finish, a figure suddenly stepped inside.
Her long gown trailed across the floor, her ethereal beauty radiant. Her delicate willow brows and luminous eyes were unforgettable at first glance.
This was a true princess.
Her aura and appearance far surpassed any princess portrayed in period dramas.
Am I not far more useful alive than she was?
Gu Qingyue cut Xia off, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips.
The value of a life shouldn't be measured by status.
Everyone lives only once, Chen Nian said solemnly.
You came to save her, but do you know the palace gates have never been closed? She comes and goes as she pleases. If she wanted to leave, she would have long ago. Guards rushing from behind immediately warned, "Princess, danger." Yet she paid them no heed, strolling gracefully into the palace and approaching Chen Nian. You truly wish to stay? Chen Nian asked again. No. I can't leave. I'm sorry. Xiaoha's eyes brimmed with tears. There were things she desperately wanted to say, but she couldn't utter them. To speak them would be to waste the princess's earnest efforts. Time rewound to a few days earlier. When she first entered the palace and met the princess, she was actually terrified inside. Who could truly be completely fearless? At their first meeting, Gu Qingyue posed a question to Xiaoha. Are you truly willing to die in my place? I am willing. The princess is far more useful alive than this humble maiden. Very well. Your magnanimity and kindness bring me great comfort. From this moment on, I command you to study court etiquette, learn the art of governance, and master how to establish a heart for heaven and earth, and a destiny for the people. Princess, why must I learn these things? Xiaoha asked, puzzled. Gu Qingyue drew a deep breath. Her profound eyes held the stars, utterly pure. Because after I die, you will be the next princess. Ah. Princess, you. Gu Qingyue smiled. You are willing to sacrifice yourself for others. With such a quality, how could you not become an even better princess? No, I can't. Xiaoha is just a lowly commoner girl, how could this be? On the day of the sacrifice, I will wear your clothes and veil to see what the mountain god truly looks like. You will take my token and my final letter, and live well. Hearing these words, Xiaoha immediately broke down in tears. But princess, aren't you still searching for the one who holds the night pearl? If it is meant to be, then even if I only have days left to live, I will surely meet him. If it is not meant to be, then even if I could live another 10 years, I would never see him. Gu Qingyue looked at Xiaoha with utmost seriousness. Keep this matter strictly confidential. Tell no one. So, Xiaoha wanted to speak, but she couldn't. Whether she stayed or left, the princess would die in the end. But by staying, she could still help the princess fulfill her wish. Of course, Chen Nian knew nothing of these matters. If I'm not mistaken, you must be an outsider. As an outsider, breaking into the palace by force and injuring guards, do you realize this is a capital offense? Does the princess believe anyone can punish me? Chen Nian countered. The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, these are the 4 supreme masters within our imperial city. They have already deployed the 4 holy beasts formation around the brocade palace. Do you truly believe you can escape? Actually, I don't need to run. Because I am the very person the princess seeks. What? Gu Qingyue's expression turned puzzled. But when she saw Chen Nian produce the dazzling night pearl, her confusion dissolved into utter shock, her pupils trembling uncontrollably. You are the one who possesses the eternal night pearl? She asked, her voice trembling. Yes. Chen Nian didn't want to fight these people to the death, so he played his final card. Though I don't know the princess's purpose, I have only one demand: Xiaoha must not die. She is my friend. Then, you want me dead so badly? Gu Qingyue's slender frame trembled as she blinked rapidly, refusing to shed tears before outsiders. The man before her was her destined soulmate, the one she'd waited 3 years for, the revolutionary destined to reshape the world's order. Yet the first thing he did upon appearing was to save another woman, leaving her to die. This outcome was laughable, yet heartbreaking. Chen Nian hadn't expected the princess to ask such a question out of the blue, and he could even detect a hint of hurt in her tone. No, it's just that Xiaoha helped me, while I've never met the princess before. Gu Qingyue pressed her lips tightly together, then tilted her head back to gaze at the ceiling. Only then did she let gravity swallow her tears. All right. I agree. In 7 days, this princess will become the mountain god's sacrifice as you wish. Chen Nian. But you must agree to 3 conditions. What conditions? Follow me. Gu Qingyue stepped outside, dismissed all the guarding soldiers, and led Chen Nian to the pavilion beside the lotus pond. She sat down at the stone table and motioned for Chen Nian to join her. Now you can tell me, what are the conditions? If you're only approaching this with the mindset of completing a task, you won't be able to meet my conditions. Go ahead. Chen Nian believed that with his abilities, there was nothing he couldn't accomplish. The first condition: I want you to become my lover. Question mark. Chen Nian was dumbfounded. What the hell kind of condition is this? You only have a few days left to live, and you're thinking about dating me? And even if I'm somewhat handsome, you're a princess, you wouldn't fall head over heels at first sight, would you? After speaking, Gu Qingyue seemed to feel a bit embarrassed herself, her gaze drifting toward the lotus pond. Let's discuss the last 2 conditions first. Chapter 177, Sharing a Bed? First, the last 2 conditions. On the eve of the sacrifice day, the city will host a martial arts grand ceremony. Only the champion selected from among countless warriors will have the privilege to bestow a farewell kiss upon the chosen maiden. Gu Qingyue looked at Chen Nian. The second condition is that I want you to win the championship. You don't want another man kissing your woman, do you? Chen Nian. Fighting? That he could handle. Both of the first two conditions were within his capabilities. And the third condition? If you can fulfill the first two, the third will be simple. I'll tell you when the day of parting comes. Before I agree, I have a question too. Why me? Chen Nian asked. Gu Qingyue stood up, gazing at the drifting lotus leaves on the pond, and whispered softly. Life is fleeting. I simply wish to use my limited time to love someone and pursue a dream. My dream was to bring the people beneath the earth to live on land. Alas, there's no chance to fulfill it now. Chen Nian smiled bitterly, but I'm the one who forced you to become the mountain god sacrifice. To consider me your final lover, isn't that too rash? She suddenly turned and smiled, thinking silently to herself. Not rash at all. I've waited for you for 3 whole years. And even if you hadn't appeared, I was prepared to die. What are you laughing at? Nothing. At that moment, the princess possessed a playful, girlish charm that left Chen Nian utterly transfixed. Alright, I agree. Then you may change how you address me now. Just call me wife. What is your name? Chen Nian. Chen Nian, why haven't you called me my wife yet? Gu Qingyue stared intently at Chen Nian, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Wait, you call me by my name, but why should I call you my wife? This princess is shy. Is that not acceptable? Wife. Come to my chambers tonight and sleep with me. Why the look of disbelief? Isn't it perfectly normal for a husband and wife to sleep together? Fine. In the dungeon, besides Chen Nian, there was another intruder. This explained why Chen Nian remained undetected while others sensed an outsider's intrusion, triggering a full-scale search. The intruder was a man from the land of cherry blossoms named Yamamoto. After roughly mapping out the dungeon's layout, he returned to his guild and shared this thrilling discovery with his companions. Major discovery. I found an underground city filled with the natives of this world. What? Are you serious? Look at their attire, it's all ancient Dragon Nation clothing. And those beasts are straight out of Dragon Nation mythology. Doesn't that strike you as odd? In my opinion, this lost continent is the exclusive realm of the Dragon Nation. That makes some sense, but so what? Don't you get it, you idiot? That bastard Neyu has been using his overwhelming power to wipe out our guilds everywhere. Now our chance for revenge has finally come. All we need to do is storm the dungeon, wreak havoc everywhere, burn, kill, and plunder. Steal all those priceless antiques. The more chaos we cause, the better. That'll drive the Dragon Nation people absolutely mad, ha ha ha. With their attention diverted, we can seize more national fortune points, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But our strength alone isn't enough. We need to ally with several more powerful guilds. Right, we absolutely must contact Lord Sawaki. Thus, a coalition force composed of guilds from multiple nations was formed. Soon, this massive force would invade the dungeon, burning, killing, and pillaging within, committing every conceivable atrocity. The mere thought of slaughtering those ancient Dragon Nation people and destroying their precious material heritage filled them with exhilaration. The people of the dungeon knew nothing of this, nor did Chen Nian. He was in the princess's bedchamber, alone with her. On the soft, fragrant bed, they sat on opposite sides. A flickering red candle on the table cast an even more suggestive glow over the air. You! Come help this princess change her clothes. Ha! Chen Nian froze in shock. Did she mean for him to undress her? What's wrong? What's so strange about that? From what I understand, isn't it usually the wife who dresses her husband? You're a son-in-law. That's different. Oh, I see. Chen Nian suddenly understood. In ancient times, a prince consort was essentially a son-in-law who had married into the family, with no real say in matters. Seeing Gu Qingyue raise her hand, he stepped forward to remove her garments, revealing white silk undergarments and a pair of flawless jade-like feet. Everything about you is jade, it'll only lead me astray. Chen Nian thought to himself. Only then did Gu Qingyue climb onto the bed with satisfaction, her face flushing so deeply she buried it entirely in the quilt. Suddenly, she poked half her head out. Why aren't you coming up? Coming. Chen Nian found this turn of events rather bizarre. Logically, he should be her enemy, yet here they were, sharing a bed. But sleep it was. Who could refuse sharing a bed with a princess of noble birth? You know, in our land, no young girl may lose her virginity. Only after reaching the age chosen by the mountain god may she bear children. The mountain god must have a virgin? That's quite a picky taste. Wait a minute. Chen Nian suddenly caught on to princess, are you implying that if not for this restriction, we could try going through the process of having a child? Gu Qingyue fell silent. Chen Nian turned to see her burying her head in embarrassment, pretending to be asleep. The next morning, the servants brought breakfast. Gu Qingyue personally took the tray, her gaze filled with reproach as she looked at the lazybones still asleep. Chen Nian, get up and eat. Oh, okay. So this was what it felt like to be served by a princess. Though it felt incredibly good, Chen Nian had no choice but to leave. He'd been in the underground city for quite some time now.
If he didn't return to the guild to check in soon, everyone would likely assume he was dead and send the entire guild searching for him. That's how it is. I need to head back to the surface to inform my companions. I'll be back soon. Can you take me with you? Gu Qingyue pleaded, her eyes wide with longing. I've always wanted to see the surface world. I've never been there before. It could be done, but would your status allow you to leave the city? Just sneak me out. A princess who never escapes privately isn't a proper princess, humph. Thus, disguised as ordinary servants, the two slipped out secretly. Chen Nian used a little trickery to secure an exit permit, and soon they boarded the wooden elevator bound for the surface. After some twists and turns, they finally reached the surface. The moment she breathed the surface air, Gu Qingyue nearly cried out in excitement. I'm out. I'm finally out. So this is what the surface world looks like. Fresh air, greenery everywhere, an endless blue sky, it's so beautiful. Gu Qingyue felt even more certain that Chen Nian was the one destined for her. If her initial feelings for Chen Nian had a hint of fate, now she felt she was truly beginning to like him. Too bad. I won't live much longer. She forced a smile. Chen Nian, what are you doing? Hurry up, we need to leave. Chapter 178, the boss brought another woman home? Whatever, I'm used to it. On the way back to the guild, Gu Qingyue transformed into a curious little kid, chattering nonstop with endless questions. It was her first time in the outside world, and she truly knew nothing. Did you guys always live out here? Where do you hide when the dark plague comes at night? The books say, the weather changes, it's unpredictable, and it rains. What's rain like? Chen Nian couldn't help but laugh. He hadn't expected her to be unfamiliar even with rain. He patiently answered her questions along the way. But the journey was still quite long. If they kept strolling along like tourists, they wouldn't make it back before nightfall. Want to experience what it feels like to fly? Chen Nian asked with a smile. How do we fly? Like the birds in the sky? But we don't have wings. Oh. Before Gu Qingyue could finish her sentence, Chen Nian swept her up in his arms. Watching Chen Nian soar into the air, Gu Qingyue gaped in astonishment. You can actually fly. Hold on tight. Flying through the sky, this was a scene Gu Qingyue had never even dared to dream of. The sensation was utterly magical, the wind whistling past her ears, soaring shoulder to shoulder with birds, gazing down upon the world below as if embracing the entire universe. Chen Nian. I'm falling for you more and more. What did you say? The wind's too loud, I can't hear you. Never mind. But did Chen Nian really not hear her? No. His physical constitution had long surpassed that of ordinary humans. It was impossible for him not to have heard clearly. He was merely pretending not to. He knew there could be no deep emotional ties between them. After all, she was the mountain god's sacrifice, with only a few days left to live. After roughly an hour, they arrived near the borders of the mountain river Eternal Peace Domain. We're here. I can't reveal my true appearance, so I'll cover my face shortly. Just get used to it. Gu Qingyue's eyelashes curved like crescent moons as she smiled. You won't show your face to your companions, yet you're willing to show it to me. Could it be, you like me? Chen Nian, right. What a cop-out. You've already called me wife, yet you still won't admit it. The moment they landed, members of the Mountain River Eternal Peace faction spotted them. To Chen Nian's surprise, the guild's stronghold had already been upgraded to level 5 during his absence. It seemed everyone had been working hard. Chen Nian's return immediately caused a stir among the members. Boss. The boss is back. More like the boss brought another woman back. Come check it out. Is it so strange for the boss to bring a woman back? Ha 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 ha. Tang Ro, don't look at me. I'm innocent, QUQ. Alan, don't look at me either, I haven't joined your group yet. When everyone caught sight of Gu Qingyue's appearance, the second wave of gasps erupted as expected. Even in simple clothes, Gu Qingyue's stunning beauty, combined with her innate princess-like grace and dignity, instantly captivated everyone. Holy crap! She's so gorgeous. What should we call her? This outfit looks like ancient attire. Wow. That face, that aura, the girls in the guild are about to get seriously outshined. Only the boss could pull this off. With him around, the guild will never lack for beauties. After all, Gu Qingyue was a princess. Having experienced grand occasions, she remained unfazed. She gave a slight bow and murmured, "This humble maiden is Gu Qingyue, his wife." Everyone? The entire group froze on the spot, utterly speechless. Wasn't this development a bit too fast? Already his wife? Everyone shot disbelieving glances at Chen Nian, as if saying, "Boss, you're a real jerk. Luring girls into the guild is bad enough, but calling her your wife? That's just too much." Ahem, well, let me explain. Chen Nian stepped forward alone and briefly recounted his dungeon experience. After hearing it, the emotional storm raging within everyone surged 100 feet high. So boss, you're saying there are natives living underground whose technology is stuck in ancient times? And this girl is the city's princess? Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. No wonder this girl's aura is different from those country bumpkins.
The girls erupted in fury. Who the hell are you calling a country bumpkin? Looking for a beating?
The princess was chosen as a sacrifice to the mountain god.
How tragic. Tang Ro's face darkened with sorrow.
She couldn't fathom the immense inner strength required to face one's own death with such courage.
Alright, we've all heard the story. Boss, go ahead and do what you need to do. We've got your back.
Yeah, spend these last few days with the princess.
We won't tell Xiaoqi, but we'll keep this leverage handy.
Chen Nian.
Lu Gu exclaimed excitedly, so boss, can we go explore that city? I want to see if it's really that amazing. The suggestion immediately garnered approval from most.
Yeah, it's a real ancient city.
I want to go too. I want to go too. Count me in.
Ah wait, boss, aren't you going to that martial arts festival?
Let us tag along for the fun.
Chen Nian, damn it, you're a 6-foot-tall guy, stop whining to me.
Whether to let them tour the underground city, Chen Nian still needed to consult Gu Qingyue's opinion. These are my people.
I guarantee they won't cause trouble.
Sure, I trust you. Gu Qingyue readily agreed. But since I finally made it to the surface, I don't want to go back so soon. Take me sightseeing first. Everyone, boss, take the princess on a date already. We'll turn a blind eye.
Chen Nian pondered, you've probably never seen a sunset, have you?
Sunset? Gu Qingyue laughed bitterly, don't even mention even the exploration teams that VE been to the surface haven't seen one.
Sunset means nightfall is coming. If you don't run, you're as good as dead.
Come on, I'll show you the sunset today.
Chen Nian led Gu Qingyue to a hillside with an unobstructed view. They sat at the cliff's edge, quietly waiting for the sun to descend.
As dusk fell, the sun sank low in the west, bathing the entire sky in a melancholy crimson glow.
This is the sunset.
It's truly beautiful. Gu Qingyue couldn't bear to blink, wanting to etch every detail into her memory.
As she watched, she leaned into Chen Nian's embrace.
This moment was serene and perfect. She wished time could freeze in this very second, yet even the most beautiful sunset must eventually fade. We should go.
Chen Nian lifted Gu Qingyue into his arms, turning his back on the last sliver of sunset between heaven and earth as they returned to the guild.
It's getting dark. The black disaster is coming. Gu Qingyue's eyes filled with worry. It's fine. We can withstand the Black Plague. The guild's defensive barrier activated, effortlessly blocking the Black Plague outside. Gu Qingyue stared in astonishment. Such incredible power exists. It's a pity the range is too small. Otherwise, perhaps our people could truly live on the surface.
Using the barrier isn't a long-term solution, Chen Nian stated.
We must sever the source and eliminate the Black Plague.
This was his primary mission. But how do we destroy the Black Plague?
Will that day ever come?
It will.
Chapter 179, Raging Fury. Watching the sunset with Chen Nian. Hunting beasts with Chen Nian. Exploring caves with Chen Nian.
Gu Qingyue counted off the experiences of this period on her fingers, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. She felt this was the most meaningful period of her life. Alas, beautiful moments are always fleeting.
It was time to set off back to the city.
This time, Chen Nian brought along about 10 guild members, fulfilling their desire to satisfy their curiosity. As for accessing the dungeon, naturally Gu Qingyue led them through the back entrance. Only her status granted such privileges.
Upon entering the city, the group couldn't help but marvel at the sights. Tomorrow night is the Martial Arts Festival.
You're free to explore during this time.
Remember, no nonsense.
Don't cause trouble for the locals, or I won't forgive you.
Got it, boss.
Understood, boss. Chen Nian let them roam the city freely while he began preparations for tomorrow's festival. One of the conditions he had promised the princess he must fulfill was to claim victory. Only the victor may bestow the farewell kiss upon the princess.
Chen Nian had no intention of handing it over willingly.
He also took time to visit Xiaohua, and upon learning she was safe and sound, his mind was at ease.
None of them knew that disaster was about to strike. Ground level. Sakura Nation's strongest warrior, Yusawa Yuki, returned to the guild headquarters.
He never took any companions with him on his missions, and it had been quite some time since his last return. Yet he found the headquarters deserted, with only a handful of people present.
Where are the others? He demanded.
Lord Yusawa, they formed an alliance with another nation to cause havoc in the dungeon.
They've likely arrived by now. The dungeon?
It's said that the city is inhabited by the world's indigenous people, who resemble the Dragon Nation's people. Their goal is to enter and wreak havoc as revenge against the Dragon Nation.
Damn it! Yusawa Shikuboku roared, his body crackling with lightning. What I seek is a fair duel with Buyu that is the true spirit of Bushido. Not this underhanded way of taking out their anger on ordinary people. You're all useless. Where is the entrance? Lead the way. But my lord, night is falling. The black disaster approaches. I said lead the way. That night, a bolt of thunder split the darkness, leaving even the black calamity unable to pursue. Inside the dungeon.
Led by Honda, the combined forces of several guilds, roughly 100 men, had all gathered.
Ha. This is the hidden entrance to the dungeon. Just pull the mechanism, and the entrance will open. The wooden elevator will carry us down. Everyone, ready to make some noise? Alright. Let's go.
The massive wooden elevator suddenly began to move. The guarding soldiers were puzzled. Why are there still people outside at this hour?
No idea.
But when the ladder descended and he saw the faces of those aboard, the guard's expression turned to sheer terror.
Over 100 unfamiliar faces, all looking menacing. Who are you? Sorry, we're demons.
A spear pierced the soldier's chest, killing him instantly.
Who'd have thought there really was an ancient city down here? Ha! Everyone, the carnage can begin. No need to fear death if danger arises, we can always escape using the teleportation crystals. Charge! The demons stormed into the city like wolves among sheep.
To ordinary people, beings like them supernatural entities were virtually unmatched.
They committed every conceivable evil, igniting a wicked inferno within the city. Chen Nian was in the inner chambers. Bang!
The main door suddenly burst open.
Gu Qingyue's face was etched with urgency. Chen Nian, trouble has erupted in the city.
A group of outsiders are rampaging through it, and many people have already died.
It can't be my people. Someone else has entered. Chen Nian instantly appeared in the air outside. Open the heavenly eye. Through the vast view of the heavenly eye, he finally grasped the situation. Smoke and flames engulfed the area, while screams and cries of agony echoed throughout the city. It was invaders from another guild. Chen Nian's gaze instantly turned icy cold. He had worked so hard to gain the princess's trust and bring his companions inside, yet these people dared to invade and wreak havoc. His rage boiled over. Black flames erupted from his entire body, and a chilling, terrifying aura instantly spread out. Demonization. This was the legendary tier equipment set effect he had obtained on Demon Island, allowing him to undergo demonic transformation without any negative side effects. All attributes increased by 30%. Boom! He launched forward like a missile, his speed already reaching supersonic levels. An intruder was about to harm the little girl. Terrified, she backed away on the ground, her pupils filled with dread. Help! Help me! Heh, scream yourself hoarse, no one will come to save you. Thud! Before the man could finish his sentence, a blade suddenly protruded from his chest, piercing his heart instantly. He didn't even have time to activate his teleportation stone. What, you? After Chen Nian killed him, he didn't pause for even half a second. His entire body was now in a state of sustained frenzy, propelling him at supersonic speeds with every passing second. In less than 30 seconds, he had slaughtered every intruder on the entire street. No one could escape his grasp, no one could activate their teleportation stone simply because he killed too swiftly. As for the other members of the Mountain River Eternal Peace sect, they were assisting elsewhere in the city. Yet their numbers were too few to make a significant difference in this ancient city of tens of thousands. The invaders were scattered far and wide, making their complete eradication an extremely difficult task. Yusawa Shikuboku also arrived at the underground city. From the elevator shaft, he witnessed the city's devastation. His fists clenched tightly, his eyes blazing with fury. You traitors who betray the spirit of Bushido, I will never forgive you. Below, a sentry, an extraordinary being from Sakura Nation, spotted Yusawa Yuki and his eyes lit up. Lord Wazawa, you've come too? They're having a blast inside the city right now. Would you like to join in the fun, sir? Before he could finish, Yusawa Yuki had already thrust his blade through the man's chest, drew his sword, and walked away. Wherever he passed, the ground shattered, stones crumbled, and thunder roared. By the power of Takamikazuchi, today I shall purge these scum to prove the way of the warrior. Thunder rage. Boom! His speed surpassed even supersonic velocity, blurring beyond human vision. Several men were committing atrocities within the city, their faces twisted in wicked grins. Suddenly, a bolt of thunder flashed behind them, and they were dead. Under the purge led by the two supreme masters, Chen Nian and Yusawa Yuki, the invaders' numbers rapidly dwindled. Though they hadn't clashed directly, both vaguely sensed each other's presence. Yet now was not the time for conflict, so they refrained from fighting. Honda, the ringleader, remained alive because he possessed stealth abilities. Similar to Chen Nian's shadow concealment, it allowed him to hide his form for a short time. Moments ago, he had watched that terrifying lightning shadow streak past him, nearly scaring the life out of him on the spot. How could this happen? How could this happen? How could Lord Yusawa kill his own men? How could he do this? No, I can't stay here any longer. If I linger, I'll be killed too. I must leave. Ha! Good thing I have my teleportation crystal. You can't touch me. Just as Honda reached to crush the teleportation crystal, his body was enveloped by the water prison. What is this? How did they find me? Honda snapped his head up to see a figure standing before him, its expression dark and terrifying. Under the ancient heavenly eye, his concealment was as futile as a child playing hide and seek, utterly transparent. You? Could you possibly be? Boo you!
Horror washed over his face. Even if it is you, you can't stop me from escaping.
Goodbye.
He clenched his fist and crushed the teleportation crystal.
But the next second, his entire body froze stiff.
The teleportation crystal shattered.
Why? Why wasn't I transported? Impossible.
At that moment, the smile on his face finally gave way to terror and dread. The ancient water prison, after becoming intimate with Aelin who had attained godhood, had evolved it could now seal the extraordinary powers of its target.
Even the power of the teleportation crystal could be sealed. What? You're not leaving? Private Marseille, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I was tricked into coming here. It's not my fault.
Chen Nian laughed, yet his smile was more sinister than any demon's.
Rest assured, I won't kill you.
I'll watch you slowly suffocate to death in the water. P.S. This chapter's got plenty of words, don't say I'm being stingy. Chapter 180, The Martial Rite, Blade of the Thunder God. Chen Nian granted the mastermind the most brutal death.
He was slowly suffocated to death in the water dungeon.
His face contorted horribly in death, clearly having endured the most excruciating agony. This catastrophe concluded with Honda's death.
Yet the suffering they inflicted upon the locals lingered on.
Soon after, Princess Gu Qingyue personally led her entourage to visit the people throughout the city. Xiao He assisted her, helping to treat the wounded. It was hard to imagine such a precious princess would tirelessly rush about in such a manner. As for Chen Nian and other guild members, being outsiders and implicated in a disaster caused by outsiders, they inevitably faced prejudice and harsh criticism.
Fortunately, Gu Qingyue stepped forward immediately to clarify the situation.
Among outsiders, there are both good and bad. Those who wreak havoc everywhere are the villains.
They are also working hard to drive out the bad elements.
I hope everyone can distinguish right from wrong and not wrongly accuse the good. Naturally, the princess's words carried immense weight, and the people were inclined to believe her.
This is what improved the reputation of Chen Nian and the others. That young man just saved me. He's a good person.
The girl Chen Nian had rescued also spoke up.
Yes. If they hadn't intervened, those villains would have run even wilder. Thank you. Chen Nian reunited with his guild members.
He had selected these 10 members as the most trustworthy within the guild, including Tang Rou, Lu Gu, Ahua, and others, and felt it was safe for them to reveal their appearances. His usual caution stemmed from the fear of a mole within the guild. Several members were seeing Chen Nian's true face for the first time and were so shocked they couldn't speak.
Holy crap, boss, you're so young. And pretty handsome too. Damn, no wonder you attract so many pretty girls. Yeah, strong and handsome, what girl wouldn't like that? I like it too. Get lost.
Lu Gu said, Boss, there seems to be another powerful figure in the city, no, a top-tier powerhouse. He helped back then, but no one saw his face.
I know. Chen Nian nodded. The Blade of the Thunder God. It must be him. The top-tier powerhouse from Sakura country?
Who knew he had a shred of decency left? True masters possess the pride befitting their strength.
They disdain underhanded tricks and certainly wouldn't take it out on ordinary people.
Lu Gu asked with a smile, so boss, if you faced him, what are your odds?
I might consider sparing him. TSK Tisk, you've got me again.
For the next few days, Gu Qingyue was occupied with settling the city's populace and had no time to meet with Chen Nian. With only 2 or 3 days left to live, she still sought to soothe the people's hearts as much as possible, truly a rare and admirable princess. Finally, the most crucial day arrived. The Martial Combat Grand Festival. The Martial Arts Grand Festival was to select the strongest warrior from all the competing young men. Since the girls chosen as offerings to the mountain god were forbidden from romantic relationships and had to remain pure, the strongest man would be allowed to give the sacrificial girl a farewell kiss, a gesture meant to offer her compassion and solace. The venue for the Martial Arts Festival was the city's largest plaza, now teeming with spectators. This Martial Arts Festival is going to be spectacular. I hear the 4 greatest masters of the Imperial City will be participating.
Not only them, but also a prodigy who accidentally obtained an ancient primordial beast named Xiao Yun will be competing. But I hear the stranger brought by the princess has also registered. I wonder how strong he really is. Directly above the square, the esteemed imperial family including Gu Qingyue and numerous high-ranking officials and ministers were seated, all gathered to witness this grand spectacle firsthand. Yuer, I hear the outsider you brought is also participating in the Martial Combat Festival, the emperor inquired. Yes, father. Then why has he not yet taken the stage? Father, I have scheduled him for the final match. He will face the strongest opponent. Nonsense. A mere outsider deserves such special treatment? What qualifications does he possess? Father, you will see for yourself when the time comes. Gu Qingyue knew Chen Nian had once driven back the White Tiger General and had even witnessed him hunt down a wild beast. His prowess was undeniably extraordinary. Soon, the martial rite reached evening, with hundreds of combat matches already concluded on the arena.
It was worth noting that the light within the dungeon did not come from the sun. Instead, it was generated by light towers forged from the power of wild beast bones.
These towers would automatically extinguish at nightfall, creating the atmosphere of evening. Ignite!
The thrilling drumbeat resounded.
Dozens of massive bonfires ignited around the arena. Flames shot skyward, illuminating the night completely. Next match.
The Imperial City's four great masters, General Qinglong versus the prodigy Xia Yun. The words had barely left his mouth when deafening cheers erupted from the crowd.
Finally, a clash of titans.
Both are formidable figures. Who would have thought they'd clash here? General Qinglong inherited the power of the Azure Dragon's bones, while Xia Yun unexpectedly obtained the Qilin's bones, becoming a prodigy of his generation.
This is bound to be a battle of equals.
The battle commenced, and General Qinglong unleashed his full might from the very start, even summoning the illusory form of the Azure Dragon. Yet his storm-like onslaught failed to inflict any substantial damage on Xia Yun, ultimately ending in a narrow defeat.
Xia Yun wins. Look!
His wounds are healing rapidly, not even a scar remains.
My ancestors told me that Qilin blood possesses the power of rapid healing. Could he have fused with Qilin blood? This is our young prodigy so powerful. Truly, the new generation surpasses the old. Even General Qinglong couldn't defeat him. I can't imagine anyone else capable of defeating him.
Xia Yun should be this year's champion.
Only then did the emperor turn his gaze toward Gu Qingyue. Yue, could your man possibly surpass the Xia Yun? Father, I believe they might be.
Hoof.
Then we shall see. Bring your man forward.
At that moment, Xia Yun, young and brash, scanned the crowd, pounding his chest and bellowing, "Who dares challenge me? If no one steps up, I'll claim first place."
Ha 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 ha.
The members of the Eternal Peace Guild all waited for Chen Nian to step forward, and Gu Qingyue waited for him too. But it wasn't him who appeared. Instead, a man clad in a black trench coat, a long sword tucked at his waist, stepped forward.
Who is this?
I didn't see him participating earlier.
Another outsider? Xia Yun sneered with a frown. Who are you? State your name. I won't fight an unknown.
The cloaked man remained silent, slowly gripping the hilt of his blade. The moment the blade left its sheath, the crowd felt as though thunder had cracked across the sky. A bolt of lightning shot through Xia Yun's body. The next second, the black-clad man stood behind him, his sword at the waist seemingly never drawn. The only difference was a gaping wound piercing Xia Yun's chest, mere inches from his heart.
How is this possible?
Xia Yun knelt on one knee, clutching his bleeding chest as he turned back in disbelief.
Who are you?
Blade of the Thunder God. Chapter 181, The Ultimate Showdown, Chen Nian vs. Shang Zhe. The prodigy who fused with the Qilin beast's bones was defeated in an instant by an outsider. Had the opponent not held back, he would likely have died on the spot.
This reality was unbearable for everyone within the dungeon.
Even the emperor rose from his seat, while the assembled high officials and ministers stared in disbelief. Such overwhelming power exists in this world.
Our prodigy couldn't even last a single exchange against him. Unfathomable.
By this reckoning, he will surely claim the top spot this year. Xia Yun, bearing heavy wounds, retreated from the arena with a sorrowful expression. Though his wounds could heal, he knew he stood no chance against this man. His speed was too blindingly fast, so fast that before Xia Yun could even see clearly, his chest had already been pierced by the blade. How could he possibly fight like this?
Gu Qingyue couldn't hide the astonishment etched across her exquisite features.
If Chen Nian had faced the Green Dragon General or Xia Yun, she would have been confident in his victory. But now, this sudden emergence of a peerless powerhouse had thrown the outcome into uncertainty. The victor would have to kiss her. She hoped it would be Chen Nian and no one else. An uneasy worry began to take root in her heart.
Thunder God's blade, Yusuji Shu. It really is him.
Members of the Eternal Peace Guild recognized him. Who would have thought he'd come to the martial arts festival too? His purpose probably isn't to participate in the martial arts festival, but rather.
Yusawa Yuki's gaze swept the crowd, finally settling on Chen Nian.
Beneath his black bangs, his eyes blazed with fierce intent.
I've been searching for you. Come.
Today, I challenge you. His words plunged everyone into even deeper shock. Note that he used the word challenge. Throughout history, only the weak have used the word challenge when seeking a duel with the strong. It implied that in his own mind, he might be the weaker one. Who could he possibly challenge? Who could be stronger than him?
Yeah, even Xia Yun was defeated. Where could such a monster exist? Lu Gu couldn't help but chuckle. Boss, it's for you. Tang Rou nodded in agreement. It's for you, boss. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Nian stepped forward and stood before Shang Zhe Shu. It's him. He's the outsider the princess brought back. Holy crap, his strength is even greater than this guy's? Seriously? No wonder he caught the princess's eye. This is gonna be a real show. Go for it, brother. Don't let the princess down. The emperor himself wore a look of shock. He had previously believed Chen Nian's strength fell short of even Xia Yun and others. Now it seemed he might have underestimated him. Chen Nian was the challenger, the one ascending. For this black-clad man to regard him as a superior being, just how formidable must he be? Hang in there. Gu Qingyue instinctively clenched her fists. Go, brother Chen Nian. Xiaohui watched the duel from afar, waving and cheering incessantly. The ultimate showdown was about to begin. The victor would not only share a kiss with the princess but also earn the reverence of countless people. Of course, the stakes for Chen Nian and Xiangze ran far deeper. It represented the ultimate clash of peak combat power between the Dragon Nation and the Land of Cherry Blossoms. Both sides would undoubtedly give their absolute all. Finally, I get the chance to test my skills against you. Excitement gradually spread across Yusawa's face as adrenaline surged through him, the exhilaration that only encounters with formidable opponents could ignite. This battle will determine not only supremacy, but life and death. Life or death is unnecessary. Chen Nian replied calmly, considering your past actions, I could spare your life. Of course, if you have the skill to kill me, then go ahead. Good. You're truly arrogant, even more so than me. Now this is interesting. Wazawa's heavy breathing instantly steadied, becoming almost inaudible. His right hand gripped the hilt at his waist as he held his breath, his gaze locked firmly on Chen Nian like a predator poised to strike. This sword technique is called Thunderbolt Flash. Boom! The moment the blade left its sheath, a thunderous crack echoed. This was the very technique that had instantly slain Xiao Yun moments ago, so swift it was nearly impossible to see. But Chen Nian didn't need to see it. Golden light flared in his pupils. Spell of Judgment. The Judgment Domain unfolded in a 360-degree radius centered on him, leaving no blind spots. No speed could pierce through the Judgment Domain. A scene that shocked everyone unfolded. The moment the lightning bolt reached Chen Nian, it abruptly reversed direction, instantly retreating hundreds of meters away. What just happened? This guy's no ordinary opponent. He actually forced a halt to the attack and evaded the boss's domain range. Few truly understood this battle. Members of the Mountain River Eternal Peace faction, who knew Chen Nian well, could grasp some of it. Indeed, Yusawa Shikuboku had relied on his blazing speed to evade being swept into Chen Nian's domain. Their first exchange, seemingly without collision, was in fact a breathtaking strategic duel. Powerful ability. If you'd unleashed that move, I truly wouldn't have been able to get close to you, Yusawa stated bluntly. But since it seems incapable of threatening you, I'll refrain from using it. Chen Nian slowly drew the dragon shock blade from the void. Yusawa froze on the spot. He never imagined Chen Nian would willingly sacrifice such a formidable ability to engage him in close combat. This was nothing short of a blatant insult. With his speed, anyone engaging him in close combat was essentially committing suicide. Who could possibly read his movements? Silent One, your arrogance will be your downfall. You'll regret this. Is that so? Chen Nian gripped the Thunder Dragon Blade, offering a faint smile. You can try. Boom! The same technique again, Thunderbolt Flash. The lightning-fast strike, blurred beyond recognition, pierced toward Chen Nian like a thunder god's spear. But while others couldn't see it, Chen Nian could. Heavenly Eye, open. With the Heavenly Eye's unparalleled dynamic vision, he could clearly track Wazawa's movements. Thus, a bizarre scene unfolded. Chen Nian swung a crescent-shaped slash directly in front of him, waiting for his opponent to collide with it. As Xiangze charged toward Chen Nian, the blade's light met him head-on, leaving him momentarily stunned. Though he dodged at the last moment, he was still grazed, leaving a bloody trail on his body. His pupils trembled uncontrollably. You can see my movements. Impossible, this can't be. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Nian vanished from his line of sight. A bone-chilling coldness swept over his back. Yusawa scrambled to evade again, dashing back dozens of meters. Incredulity surged across his face once more. Your speed can be this fast? No, this is spatial teleportation. Heh, as expected of the Silent One. If you hold back any further, I might truly be defeated. In that case, Thunder Fury. Boom! The ground beneath Wazawa's feet shattered as terrifying thunder enveloped his entire body, even his pupils filled with lightning. Divine power. He possesses divine power after all. A rare look of gravity flashed across Chen Nian's face. Chapter 182, Chen Nian's Victory, a kiss amidst the blazing sky. The God of Thunder. This guy has a divine essence. Lu Gu exclaimed in shock. Those who possess divinity are invariably a tier above ordinary transcendent beings. The strength of a divine essence also determines one's power. For instance, Ailin's deity, the ordinary river god Bingi, could never compare to Su Jinyu's Nine Heavens mystic maiden. What kind of god is Takamikazuchi? Is he powerful? The thunder god of Sakura Nation, also revered as the god of swords and blades, his status in mythology is exceptionally high. So can our boss beat him? Hard to say. Thunder Wrath, meaning the wrath of the thunder god. Upon activating this state, every blood vessel within Wazawa surges with thunderous power, plunging him into a state of utter fury. For a brief period, his speed and strength would surge dramatically. What follows will be my full power. If you don't give your all now, you might die, Xiangze warned in a deep voice. Since you put it that way, I won't hold back. Spell of Words, Death God.
Centered on Chen Nian, endless darkness rapidly engulfed the entire arena, conveniently sparing the spectators outside.
What's happening? I can't see a thing. What's going on in there? There are so many bonfires around. This is bizarre, not even the light can penetrate. Damn it! Just when it was getting exciting. As if you could see a thing.
Members of the Eternal Peace Guild all shuddered involuntarily.
The boss is really going all out. He's unleashed the Grim Reaper.
Seeing the boss unleash this power always sends chills down my spine.
Yusawa's in for a rough ride. But forcing the boss to use this move? That guy's got some guts.
Trapped within the arena, Wazawa had nowhere to run unless he abandoned the battlefield entirely.
But having unleashed his Thunder Fury, escape was impossible. Knowing defeat was certain once Thunder Fury's duration ended, he had no choice but to fight now. Excellent. Just what I wanted. That's the spirit.
Yusawa closed his eyes.
Since he couldn't see anything, he chose not to see. His mind's eye was boundless.
In this moment, though he could see nothing, he could sense the presence of the ancient aura. Yusawa gripped the hilt of his blade, his thunderous aura intensifying.
Thunderclap. Star Flash.
This technique could only be unleashed while in the Thunder Rage state. Once unleashed, he could strike 5 times in a single second, circling his enemy from every angle.
The connecting trajectories of his strikes resembled a shooting star. He was the first to dare confront Chen Nian head-on within the realm of death.
Alas, within the realm of death, Chen Nian's speed surpassed his own.
The thunderous clashes of blades echoed relentlessly within.
In the blink of an eye, they seemed to collide dozens of times, yet even the sparks they ignited were swallowed by the darkness.
What's happening? It suddenly went silent in there. Could the battle be over? Who won? I'm so anxious. Why can't we see anything yet? The pitch-black realm receded like a tide, gradually revealing the scene within. Chen Nian's figure appeared first, standing tall and unblemished, seemingly unscathed.
In contrast, Wazawa stood, but his sword was shattered. This tachi was a genuine legendary grade weapon, yet it had been forcibly shattered.
One could only imagine how terrifying Yu Yu's attack power truly was. I lost. Wazawa's gaze was vacant as he murmured to himself. He knew his opponent had deliberately held back. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the sword that shattered, it would have been his own body.
Chen Nian honored his pre-battle promise and spared his life.
Wazawa had no reason to linger.
His crushing defeat at Chen Nian's hands had shattered his confidence and his undefeated legend.
He could only leave the arena, his destination unknown.
I declare Chen Nian the ultimate victor of the martial arts grand festival, the referee announced excitedly.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The drummers swung their mallets with all their might, as if beating out a hymn of triumph. The crowd erupted in a tidal wave of cheers.
No wonder the princess chose him, he's incredible. I've never seen anyone this powerful.
Yeah, I thought the one who defeated Xia Wen was terrifying enough, but Chen Nian is even stronger, frightening. Too bad he's not from our city.
Outsiders always have to leave eventually. Sigh.
Members of the Mountain River Eternal Peace faction waved and cheered enthusiastically.
As expected of the boss. Turns out we worried for nothing. What did I tell you? Never doubt the boss's strength. You probably don't know this, but the boss hasn't even shown his full power yet. His moves aren't limited to just these.
To date, no one has ever forced Chen Nian to unleash Heaven's mandate. That spirit word can only be activated when he's injured or completely drained of power.
The high-ranking royals watching were left utterly speechless.
Especially the emperor, who had previously held such low expectations of Chen Nian. After rising to his feet, he sat back down in his chair, dazed, unable to utter a word for a long while. Xia Wen, a genius rarely seen in the dungeon for a century, likely wouldn't last a single round against this man.
Terrifying. That was incredible. Congratulations, brother Chen Nian. Xiaohua felt genuine happiness for Chen Nian, and equally for the princess. For now, it would be Chen Nian who gave the princess her farewell kiss. She would surely be delighted. Gu Qingyue was naturally overjoyed. Gazing at the tall, upright figure silhouetted against the bonfire, her eyes danced with the flickering flames, filled with adoration and a deep, spontaneous pride. This was the man she had chosen superior to any other. But with this development, Chen Nian had already fulfilled 2 of the 3 conditions she had set. Tomorrow was the day of sacrifice. Tonight was the last time they could be together. The thought brought a pang of sadness to her heart, a sense of loss and longing. Unwilling to waste another moment, she lifted her skirt and trotted toward Chen Nian, a single tear drifting from the corner of her eye. The princess has descended. Oh, right. The warriors of the martial sacrifice are supposed to give the sacrificial victim a farewell kiss. But I thought a girl volunteered to take the princess's place? Yeah, what's going on? Of course, no one knew that the princess had never allowed anyone to take her place. She was destined to die and would never relinquish that opportunity to another. Chen Nian. Under the gaze of thousands, Gu Qingyue threw herself into Chen Nian's arms, clinging tightly to him, unwilling to let go.
She took the chance to wipe the glistening tears from her eyes clean against his chest.
Are we kissing right here? Chen Nian asked. Naturally. It's our custom. A girl destined as a sacrifice cannot experience love. This farewell kiss is her final comfort before facing death. Gu Qingyue's eyes closed slightly. Dressed in an opulent gown, her exquisite features were bathed in the crimson glow of the flames, a breathtaking beauty that took one's breath away. Chen Nian steeled his resolve and pressed his lips to hers.
Gu
Qingyue's beautiful eyes widened instantly.
She had forgotten to tell Chen Nian that this farewell kiss was supposed to be on the forehead.
P.S. Hey everyone, happy weekend.
I didn't write this plot as a simple, mindless feel-good story, but rather aimed for an epic feel. I've launched a massive dungeon in this fantasy world. The difficulty is truly high. Fortunately, the author has experience writing fantasy xianxia, so they can just about handle it. Many readers guessed the plot earlier, but none got it right.
The upcoming developments, however, are quite predictable. Why not take a stab at whether the princess will be saved? Finally, since I'm updating on a weekend morning, I'd appreciate some positive feedback.
Chapter 183. Had I never seen the sun, I might have endured the darkness.
Ah!
The audience erupted in gasps of disbelief.
They never imagined Chen Nian would actually make a pass at the princess.
This man is utterly shameless. How dare he speak to her like that?
Wait, why isn't the princess resisting at all? I'm so jealous.
She's the princess admired by countless people, and now she's just letting him sigh. Xiao He watched, her eyes brimming with tears. Over these past days, the princess had secretly arranged everything. She had arranged for a venerable elder to teach her court etiquette and governance, how to serve her people, and how to be a good princess. The princess had also left behind her jade hairpin and a letter, securing every possible path for Xiaohe.
Only Xiaohe and the old gentleman knew of these arrangements.
So, everything was destined by fate all along. It was Xiaohe who brought Chen Nian to Gu Qingyue, enabling her to find the bearer of the Night Pearl. Gu Qingyue experienced fleeting happiness, fulfilled her wish, and then entrusted her future to Xiaohe's care.
The kiss lingered on. Silent tears slid down Gu Qingyue's cheeks. Had I never seen the sun, I could have endured the darkness. Chen Nian, why did you bring the sun into my life?
For nearly 2 decades, she had never seen the true sun. It was Chen Nian who took her to see the sun, to witness the sunset. To her, Chen Nian was the sun in her life. Had she never known such happiness, she might have faced her own death with calm acceptance.
But now, she couldn't.
All she felt was reluctance, nothing but reluctance. The thought made her suddenly bite down hard on Chen Nian's lips.
Ouch! Chen Nian pulled away in pain, a look of confusion on his face. How dare you?
I told you to kiss my forehead, yet you dared to kiss this princess's lips.
You never said anything. Regardless, you'll come to my chambers later for punishment.
Fine. The martial arts grand festival officially concluded. The crowd dispersed.
Tomorrow would be the day of sacrifice.
Late into the night, Chen Nian made his way alone to Gu Qingyue's chambers, preparing to face the so-called punishment. His emotions were complex. Initially, agreeing to Gu Qingyue's terms had been solely to fulfill her conditions. Yet, after all they'd experienced these past days, he had developed genuine feelings for the princess. As he entered the garden, a figure blocked his path.
Brother Chen Nian. Xiaohe. What are you doing here? Chen Nian was startled. I have something I absolutely must tell you. If I don't, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Xiaohe stammered. What is it?
Actually, the princess, she never intended for me to take her place.
Even if you hadn't appeared, she was already prepared to become the sacrifice. What? Chen Nian gasped in shock.
Xiaohe urgently recounted the entire story to Chen Nian, then continued, there's one more thing the princess told me. She said that 3 years ago, she sought a divination from a Taoist master to find her true love. After waiting 3 years, the master finally told her it would be someone holding an eternal night pearl. That's why the princess sought out brother Chen Nian.
That old mystic. So that's it.
Chen Nian felt as if he had awakened from a dream. So the princess's feelings for him hadn't sprung from nowhere, they were born of 3 years of longing and the reluctance to face impending death. She had entrusted her final emotions to him.
No one wants to leave this world alone.
Hearing this, Chen Nian felt profoundly shaken. He had always thought Xiaohe was an exceptionally kind girl, but he never imagined the princess also possessed a heart as pure as crystal.
I understand now. Thank you for telling me this.
Please tell me more about the origins of that mountain god. Long ago, our ancestors fled the Black Calamity and migrated underground to survive. But one day, a meteor suddenly crashed into the earth, piercing through the surface. Xiaohe continued as if reciting from a textbook, people thought a natural disaster had struck and were filled with despair. It was then that the mountain god sealed the breach, protecting our homeland. Ever since, the people have been filled with gratitude toward the mountain spirit.
Chen Nian pondered, could it be that this very breach was actually created by the mountain god? Xiaoha gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. I'm just speculating. After all, as an outsider, I don't hold the same reverence for your mountain god. Chen Nian smiled and ruffled Xiaoha's hair. It's fine, don't worry, princess. Trust me. After parting ways with Xiaoha, he finally arrived at Gu Qingyue's bedchamber. Red candles flickered, soft gauze curtains draped the room. This place oddly evoked the atmosphere of a wedding night. Behind the curtains sat a graceful figure, like a bride waiting for her husband to return and lift her red veil. Chen Nian, come in. Yes. Chen Nian sat beside Gu Qingyue, still catching the faint, refreshing scent emanating from her. Though we've known each other less than 10 days, Gu Qingyue trailed off. She wanted to say, I truly like you, and I don't want to die. But then she thought, Chen Nian's original purpose was to save Xiaoha. Perhaps he was only fulfilling his conditions now, with no room for extra feelings. So she changed her words, tomorrow, I will become the mountain god's sacrifice as you wish. Will you miss me? I would, Chen Nian replied. Gu Qingyue fell silent for a long moment, her eyes deepening with sorrow. Then do you regret it? If you could choose again, would you pick me or Xiaoha? But my choice would remain unchanged. This response was cold and devoid of warmth, like a bucket of ice water dumped directly on Gu Qingyue. You wouldn't even comfort me. The princess lowered her head, her voice brimming with inexpressible grievance. I refuse to lie. Fine. Fine. Gu Qingyue rose to her feet, her beautiful eyes blazing with fury as she glared at Chen Nian. The next moment, as if determined to unleash every ounce of that rage, she pinned him down onto the bed. She kissed him with almost all her strength, fiercely and deeply. As she kissed him, she collapsed onto Chen Nian's chest and wept, her tears soaking through his shirt. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I can't bear to leave you, Chen Nian. Do you know? I can't bear it. I still want to watch sunsets with you, go on adventures with you, be with you. Woo woo. Chen Nian held her gently. I know. It's okay. No, you don't know. You don't like me at all. You're just a block of wood. I hate you. Gu Qingyue stormed out of the palace chambers, never looking back. In her heart, this was farewell. Perhaps only this way could ease the pain in her heart. Otherwise, she truly couldn't face death with composure. After walking some distance, she suddenly turned back. The bright moonlight fell upon her face, making the tears glisten like pearls. Farewell, Chen Nian. P.S. The emotional in this chapter, that heartache and reluctance, the helplessness of love unattainable, damn it, I even made my own nose sting writing this. Chapter 184, Mountain God? Rock Demon God. Sacrifice Day. According to tradition, the sacrificed maiden must be carried by palanquin to the mountain god. Gu Qingyue now sat within that palanquin, veiled in moon-white gauze and clad in plain white robes, disguised as Xiaoha. People gathered to bid her farewell, believing the girl inside the palanquin was the real Xiaoha. Such a kind-hearted girl, volunteering to take the princess's place as a sacrifice. May the mountain god treat you gently. We will never forget your kindness. Rest in peace. People won't grieve her passing, for had she not sacrificed herself, it would likely have been their own daughter. Depart. Escorted by heavily armed soldiers, the palanquin began its procession through the city, bearing the gaze of all its inhabitants, until it finally reached the mountain god. The real Xiaoha dared only hide in the shadows, silently watching the princess depart. Members of the Eternal Peace Guild had also arrived. Tang Ro shook her head inside. What a pity. Such a fine girl, gone like this. Yeah, why didn't the boss come to see her off? Does he really feel nothing for her? The boss is so heartless, not even coming for a final farewell. Indeed, Chen Nian hadn't come to bid farewell. Since parting ways with Gu Qingyue last night, the two had not seen each other again. Gu Qingyue knew Chen Nian hadn't come. Though her heart ached, she suddenly felt a sense of release. It's better this way, at least I won't have to feel so reluctant to let go. She had left Chen Nian a letter as well. Initially, she had asked Chen Nian to agree to 3 conditions. Now, only the first 2 had been fulfilled, while the last one was written in the letter. If one day Xiaoha must lead the people underground to the surface, I hope you will do your utmost to assist her. This is also my dream. We're here. The palanquin came to a halt. Ahead stood a massive stone gate. Only the sacrificial girl could pass through it. No one else had ever seen what lay beyond. This was the mountain god's lair. Gu Qingyue stepped down from the sedan chair, her gaze fixed ahead. Fear of the unknown steadily grew within her heart. Hurry inside. Don't keep the mountain god waiting, someone urged from behind. Only then did she move forward again. As she approached the stone gate, it rumbled loudly and swung open automatically. The escorting soldiers watched the sacrifice enter the mountain god's lair, not departing until the stone doors closed behind her. The mountain god's lair. Gu Qingyue walked deeper into the cavern, where darkness and a chilling aura permeated the air. The surroundings were overgrown with vines and jagged rocks. A bone-chilling cold swept over her, thick with oppression and unease. Gu Qingyue took a deep breath as she reached the deepest part of the lair. When she saw the true face of the mountain deity, even she couldn't help but shudder.
A face grew from the massive rock wall. "Little girl, you've come," the face on the rock wall spoke in a human voice.
"So you are the mountain spirit."
Gu Qingyuan noticed scattered scraps of cloth littering the surroundings. A sudden realization struck her: these must be the clothes of the girls who had come before.
It was unimaginable what they had endured. "Fear not. I am the mountain spirit."
The human face suddenly contorted into a mass, then fused into a man who leaped down. The man's appearance was vastly different from ordinary humans. His skin was rock-like gray, and 2 horns protruded from his head, making him resemble a clay figurine.
What do you want?"
Gu Qingyue instinctively stepped back, her face as pale as paper.
This man gave her an extremely ominous feeling.
"Ha! I never expected the offering brought this time to be such a beautiful maiden. This mountain god is quite pleased."
"Don't come any closer. Don't come closer. Now that you've entered, abandon any thoughts of escape. Should you provoke this mountain deity's wrath, your entire city shall face divine retribution."
The mountain god grinned wickedly, reaching out toward Gu Qingyue.
Snap! The hand was severed mid-air. "Gu Qingyue? Who?" The mountain god flew into a rage.
Though his earthen arm quickly regenerated, he stumbled back several steps. That someone else had slipped past his notice right under his nose forced him to exercise caution. Gu Qingyue was utterly astonished. Before her eyes, a figure slowly materialized. When she finally recognized the figure, she found herself at a loss for words to describe her emotions.
Moved, astonished, incredulous, utterly complex. "Chen Nian, you."
Gu Qingyue wanted to say that he had broken the rules and angered the mountain deity, but the words wouldn't come out. Because the emotion overwhelming her heart now was pure joy. She was happy that Chen Nian cared about her, which was why he had secretly followed her here.
Chen Nian wasn't made of wood, he had feelings too.
The thought brought tears welling up in her eyes. Her vision blurred with tears, and she could barely speak.
"Daring mortals!
How dare you violate our pact? Since this is so, this mountain deity shall make you taste my wrath."
"Mountain deity? Ha! How about I call you the rock demon instead?" Chen Nian laughed.
Under the heavenly eye, he could see the information above the other's head.
"Demon of the rock, tier 3, level 50. You know my identity?" The rock demon god paled in shock.
"If I'm not mistaken, the so-called celestial disaster meteorite was your doing. Then you staged a performance, disguised as the mountain spirit to save humanity, only to imprison them and feed your vile desires." Gu Qingyue's heart surged with waves of shock upon hearing Chen Nian's words. The mountain god was evil, not a guardian deity.
"Ha! Whoever you are, none of you escape today. As long as I kill you, I remain the mountain deity."
No sooner had the words left his mouth than the rock demon god struck. His hands formed seals, and massive boulders weighing thousands of pounds flew from the surrounding rock walls, aiming to crush Chen Nian to death.
"Watch out!" As Gu Qingyue's warning echoed, a thunderous crash erupted. The boulders, large enough to pulverize a person into mincemeat, shattered into dust mid-air.
Chen Nian stood amidst the shower of falling rocks, his pupils gleaming like liquid gold. "If that's all you've got, then you're a rather weak demon god, so weak it's hardly worth my interest." Chen Nian walked toward him slowly. The Chen Nian of today was no longer the same man who had faced the twin demon gods back then. Now, clad in legendary grade gear and with multiple abilities divinely evolved, a demon god of equal rank was no match for him.
"Arrogant human! Daring to enter my domain alone is your greatest mistake." The rock demon god's face twisted with madness. "Look beneath your feet. Ha! You've already fallen victim to the curse of stone. You're finished. Chen Nian, your feet." Gu Qingyue covered her mouth. Chen Nian's gaze drifted downward.
His feet had already petrified, nearly fused with the ground. And the petrification was steadily spreading upward. In the blink of an eye, his calves had also turned entirely to stone.
Before long, Chen Nian might become the next terracotta warrior. Chapter 185, Chen Nian torments the demon god.
This is the fate of those who dare offend this demon god.
Regret it at the end of your life, human. Once you're turned to stone, I'll still be the mountain god. This woman will remain my possession. You can't change anything.
Gu Qingyue was utterly speechless at that moment. Even if this monster before her wasn't the mountain god, it was undoubtedly an immensely powerful being.
Its ability to petrify humans alone was enough to crush all humanity.
Perhaps, both she and Chen Nian would die here today.
Wasn't he afraid? Why did he remain so calm? Gu Qingyue couldn't understand. Judging by your confident tone, it seems this so-called curse of stone is a power exclusive to the demon god? Chen Nian asked indifferently. You know about demon god powers.
The rock demon god paled in shock, instinctively stumbling back several steps.
What does this mean?
It means this is not the first time humanity has encountered a demon god.
But if he's encountered a demon god before, why is he still alive? Could he have actually slain the demon god? Heavenly water prison. In an instant, droplets of water erupted around Chen Nian, coalescing into a cage.
Yet this prison confined Chen Nian himself. The evolved heavenly water prison rendered all extraordinary powers of its captive ineffective. The cost was that Chen Nian himself could not activate any other abilities while it was active. And this so-called petrifying curse was itself a form of supernatural power. Thus, Chen Nian unleashed this technique upon himself. Sure enough, the petrification rapidly dissolved from his body, starting from his calves and feet, quickly returning to normal.
Boring. Gu Qingyue? Rock demon god? No.
You broke the rock curse so easily. His ultimate trump card, his most cherished secret technique, had been shattered by a mere human with a casual gesture.
This was tantamount to trampling his very dignity as a demon god underfoot.
I told you if that's all you've got, you're a disgrace to the title of demon god.
Damn it! Insulted once more, the rock demon god erupted in fury.
He had always toyed with humans as if they were playthings in his hands. Never once had he encountered such a situation.
Too bad you overlooked this woman. Boom!
The rock walls on both sides suddenly exploded, and two stone hands shot out, attempting to seize Gu Qingyue. Yet the stone hands seemed to strike an invisible barrier, shattering mid-air instead. Spell of words void escaping spirit serpent. The moment Chen Nian materialized, he had already shielded Gu Qingyue with his invisible serpent.
How could he possibly make such a rookie mistake? You. The smile finally froze on the rock demon god's face. At this very moment, Gu Qingyue finally understood. Like waking from a dream, everything clicked into place. Why had Chen Nian been so ruthless last night, refusing even a kind word? Because deep down, he had already resolved to confront the mountain spirit. Because he possessed absolute power and the ability to control everything, he could afford such unwavering confidence. No wonder he was the revolutionary who could reshape the world's rules. Now it's my turn. Chen Nian's figure vanished.
In the next instant, he appeared behind the rock demon god, unsheathing the thunder dragon blade. A dragon's roar echoed as he cleaved the deity into a sky filled with shattering stone.
Unsurprisingly, the fragments quickly reassembled into human form. You can never kill me. Here, I am invincible, immortal, and eternal. Ha ha. Is that so? Chen Nian stood before the rock demon once more.
The latter attempted to resist, but both hands were instantly severed.
Like a little chick, it was seized by Chen Nian. The judgment domain unfolded.
This time, the rock demon god's body was nearly crushed into the finest dust.
Its form was repeatedly crushed, only to regenerate. Dozens of times, hundreds of times. Until Chen Nian ceased his assault, the minute rock particles coalesced once more, forming a human shape. Ha. I told you you can never kill me. I understand. Chen Nian looked up at the entire nest. You're nothing but a rock avatar now. Your true source of power is this entire nest. If that's the case, then I'll destroy this entire place. A look of madness gradually spread across Chen Nian's face. He began chanting that extremely dangerous word magic within his heart, and the air around him rapidly warped from the intense heat. What are you doing? The rock demon god's face twisted with terror. He had never sensed such terrifying fire energy. The sheer magnitude of this fire energy rivaled even that of the supremely powerful celestial fire demon god. This human's power was simply terrifying. Spell, Zhu Rong. Chen Nian had once used this single word spirit to instantly annihilate the deep-sea demon god. Leveling the entire lair would be child's play. Madman. Stop. Kill me, and this place will be consumed by the black calamity immediately. You must not kill me. You think I care about that? Killing a demon god is the greatest pleasure. Chen Nian resembled a madman about to detonate a bomb. The fire energy swelled ever larger, the scent of destruction permeating the air. The rock demon god could no longer remain composed. Gathering all its power, it forged a new being. The figure leapt silently from the rock wall and tiptoed toward the exit, still smug inside. You lot can destroy yourselves here. This demon god is outta here. In that instant, Chen Nian abruptly withdrew his power and activated spatial teleportation. In the blink of an eye, he had already trapped the fleeing rock demon god within a water prison. Chen Nian asked with a smile, "What's the rush?" You were just bluffing me," the rock demon realized with a start. Indeed, Chen Nian had been bluffing all along. He never intended to level the place. Had he truly unleashed Chiron, the entire dungeon would have collapsed. His goal was merely to scare the rock demon god's core essence out. Demons feared death too. You cannot kill me. If Lord Black Sun discovers this, every last one of you will die. Chen Nian narrowed his eyes slightly. With your abilities, you're not capable of creating a black catastrophe. You're not worthy. Rest assured, I won't kill you now. Chen Nian produced a black pendant, another legendary artifact known as the mind-binding demon pendant. Obtained by slaying the mind-binding demon god, its effect could be used once to permanently impose mental control over a single individual. Chen Nian activated it upon the rock demon god. Snap! The pendant shattered. The rock demon god's mind had been invaded. Its gaze was vacant, utterly disoriented.
Now, it would obey Chen Nian's every command. Chen Nian had several reasons for controlling it. First, he needed the demon god to personally step forward and declare to all the people that he was the mountain deity. Otherwise, the people would surely blame Gu Qingyue, the sacrificial offering. Second, he needed to extract intelligence from this demon god. Behind the black disaster, there was likely an even more powerful entity lurking. Third, he needed the rock demon god as an undercover agent, concealed within the demonic realm. Perhaps it would play a crucial role in the future. Chapter 186, Tianlong, Black Sun. Kneel. Chen Nian commanded coldly. A scene that shocked Gu Qingyue unfolded. The mountain god, revered by the city's citizens for over a century, knelt before Chen Nian like an obedient dog. Chen Nian controlled him with the mind-binding demon pendant. From that day forward, the rock demon god would obey Chen Nian's every command. Of course, the rock demon god was guilty of heinous crimes, and Chen Nian would eventually destroy it. But before that day came, he could make use of it. It's all right now. Chen Nian flashed a smile at Gu Qingyue. From now on, you won't need to offer sacrifices anymore. You can live in peace. Even now, Gu Qingyue felt a sense of unreality. It all felt like a dream. Ever since Chen Nian had come to rescue her, she even doubted it was all a dream. Her eyes, almost unfocused, rested on Chen Nian. Her lips moved slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but no words came out. Why are you just standing there like a fool? Chen Nian's words finally snapped Gu Qingyue out of her daze. Her eyes instantly glistened, and she lost control of her emotions, rushing forward to embrace Chen Nian. Thank you, thank you. For her, the most important thing wasn't merely surviving, but that her feelings had been reciprocated. Chen Nian truly cared about her. Don't wipe your nose on me again, I just changed last night. I'll wipe it, I'll wipe it. Gu Qingyue rubbed against his chest a few times as if sulking, then suddenly broke into a smile, amused by her own childish behavior. Stop crying. Now you're free to love someone, chase a dream, and enjoy life's beauty. Cheer up. The princess suddenly lifted her face, her flushed eyes fixed on Chen Nian as she pouted. I already loved someone, okay? Alright. So what's wrong with it? Why is it suddenly obeying you? Because I used a certain item on it. There will be many more opportunities to utilize it. Chen Nian pressed. First tell me who created the Black Disaster? Black Disaster was created by Lord Black Sunday. The rock demon god answered Chen Nian's question immediately. Who is Black Sun? Black Sun is Lord Black Sun, an immensely powerful being. Damn it, you're just standing there. Master, I apologize. I did not understand your words. Is Black Sun also a demon god? No, Lord Black Sun is not a demon god. He is of the Heavenly Waterfall tier, a rank above demon gods, one tier higher than us. The Heavenly Waterfall tier, another new rank? It's common knowledge that demon gods are ranked by bloodline. Who knows how terrifying this tier rank above demon gods truly is? Where do you come from? Chen Nian asked the question that most concerned him. This question had been pursued relentlessly since the calamity descended upon the world. Countless scientists and even sociologists had studied it, yet no definitive answer had ever been found. From the Yuani star system. The Yuani star system, a distant galaxy tens of thousands of light-years from Blue Star, was known for its aggressive expansion into other worlds. These were all game settings. Yet after the fusion, the game showed this galaxy had actually appeared. Which meant their invasion of Blue Star was inevitable. Chen Nian looked at Gu Qingyue. Your ancestors must have once lived on the surface too. They too suffered invasion, leading to the Black Catastrophe, forcing them to retreat underground. You mean, they're alien invaders? The princess was utterly bewildered, as they had little concept of outer space. Yes. Outer space, you might not understand it, but it's a very, very distant place. Chen Nian pressed on. How many demon gods exist in total? 72 pillars of demon god power exist in total. Only one inheritor can possess each type of demon god power. Chen Nian understood. Essentially, this demon god power was akin to a divine essence. How many celestial pillars exist? There are only 18 heavenly falls. Only the strongest among the 72 pillars of demonic power have the chance to become a heavenly fall. The very culprit behind the conquest of the lost continent, the instigator of the black calamity that was a heavenly waterfall. An existence even more terrifying than the demon lords themselves. This weighed heavily on Chen Nian. If the mastermind behind it all was this terrifying, going there would likely be a suicide mission. You say only the mightiest among the demon gods can become a heavenly waterfall. How powerful is the Black Sun? Stronger than a 9th tier demon god? Even a 10th tier demon god? No. After becoming a heavenly waterfall, one must purify every drop of blood to evolve into a higher bloodline, so their power must be rebuilt from scratch. The rock demon god's face twisted with horror. Lord Black Sun is only a 2nd tier demon god, yet his power is dozens of times greater than mine. A 2nd tier Tianlong is dozens of times stronger than a 3rd tier demon god? Terrifying. The disparity in bloodline tiers is simply too vast. Without a doubt, the ultimate boss Chen Nian and his companions would face was none other than Black Sun, one of the heavenly falls.
What exactly is the Black Calamity for? Chen Nian pressed.
This Black Calamity not only drains blood but also absorbs supernatural power, striking terror into everyone who hears of it. It's used to absorb power from all over the world. When Lord Black Sun returns, he'll fuse all this accumulated power and become even stronger.
When will the Black Sun return? Lord Black Sun will return in 30 days. We must all go to greet him.
With only a month left, the Black Sun, one of the heavenly falls, is about to descend upon this world.
Only by destroying it can the Black Plague be eradicated and the main quest completed.
But to destroy him, we must prevent him from absorbing the accumulated power. Otherwise, how the hell can we fight him if he grows stronger?
Chen Nian's new objective: defeat the Black Sun within a month.
Of course, he could abandon the main quest altogether, but then the dungeon's inhabitants would never see the sun again.
I understand a bit. Gu Qingyue's face clouded with worry. To destroy the Black Calamity, you'll have to face an enemy far more powerful than this mountain deity, right?
Yes.
Chen Nian nodded. But I don't want you to be in danger. Don't worry, I know my limits.
Besides, I have plenty of companions. Let's get out of here first and give the townspeople a huge surprise. Chen Nian led Gu Qingyue out of the mountain god's lair, with the demon god trailing behind them like a loyal servant. At that moment, the members of Mountain River Eternal Peace were still discussing outside.
So where the hell did the boss go? Yeah, didn't even show up to see the princess off. What a heartless bastard. Wait, look over there, what's that? Holy crap, the boss, he's bringing the princess out. What's going on?
Seeing Chen Nian emerge from the mountain god's lair with the princess, everyone was stunned.
Why is there a man in the mountain god's lair? When did he get in there? What's going on? Did they offend the mountain god? We'll be struck by natural disasters.
The moment Chen Nian and the princess emerged, they were surrounded by heavily armed soldiers. Even the 4 great masters of the imperial city were among them.
What's going on? Why are you with the princess? Was the princess the sacrifice sent in earlier? Then why has she come out again? Answer us.
Silence will be treated as a capital offense. Chen Nian ignored the crowd, instead beckoning to the rock demon god. The deity immediately knelt before him, prostrate on the ground with utmost reverence.
There. That's your mountain god. Chapter 187, Chen Nian's farewell. A crowd of 10,000 sees him off. There, that is your mountain god. Chen Nian looked utterly exasperated. How dare you? To insult the mountain god. How dare you call this thing a mountain god?
It's nothing short of blasphemy, a crime deserving death. Unsurprisingly, Chen Nian's words ignited a storm of indignation. In their eyes, the mountain god was a lofty, inviolable presence, the guardian deity of the underground city.
How could anyone kneel before it? Gu Qingyue's expression grew complex as she said, "It is indeed the mountain god."
In truth, the so-called natural disasters were caused by the mountain god.
It deliberately created calamities yet aided us, all to keep us confined. Princess! How could you be spouting such nonsense? How could the mountain god be like that? I refuse to believe it. I refuse. The people's faces were etched with horror and disbelief.
The mountain god, the faith of the entire city, would not be shaken by mere words.
With no other choice, Chen Nian stepped forward.
Come, he said, show them the mountain god's power.
Yes, master.
The rock demon god obeyed the command, raising his hand slightly.
A thunderous crash echoed. A massive section of the mountain wall was forcibly torn away, suspended mid-air.
This scene terrified countless people.
The mountain god. Truly the power of the mountain god. He is the mountain god? How is that possible? How could it be?
Chen Nian shrugged his shoulders. If you still don't believe it, you can go see for yourselves in the mountain god's lair. But from now on, no more girls need to be sacrificed. To the people, these words could be summed up in 2 words: utter shock. The news spread like wildfire through every street and alley, and soon the entire city knew of this event, causing a tremendous uproar.
No more sacrifices needed from now on? Is this real? If it's true, that would be wonderful. I worry every day that my daughter might be chosen. Yeah. I hope it's true too.
Xia had thought the princess was dead and was heartbroken, but never imagined the princess would be brought back by Chen Nian's brother and with such earth-shattering good news. Unable to contain her joy, she rushed out to greet them, her tears turning to laughter, happier than anyone else. Later, people began visiting the mountain god's lair one after another to verify the story. The mountain god's lair, where no man had ever set foot, became a tourist attraction. Anyone could go inside for a look, and some even spat or urinated inside to express their anger.
After Chen Nian reunited with the guild members, Lu Gu, who just called the boss heartless.
I told you he's the most sentimental guy around, there's no way he'd abandon the princess.
Ah Hui, exactly. Anyone who dares badmouth the boss, I'll be the first to protest, damn it. Tang Ro, brother Hua, that's not what you said earlier. So boss, what the hell is that mountain god anyway? A demon god. What?
Hearing those two words, everyone jumped to their feet, scared out of their wits.
Demon god. That's a demon god? Holy. A demon god kneeling before you, boss? This is terrifying. To ordinary people, the demon god remained an invincible entity.
Only top-tier powerhouses like Chen Nian and Yusuji were rare exceptions.
It's a long story.
Right now, I've mentally subdued him. And by the way, I have even more earth-shattering news. In 30 days, the heavenly waterfall will descend upon this world to absorb the accumulated power.
Boss, what is the heavenly waterfall? An entity superior to the demon god. Chen Nian's expression grew grave. Everyone. Demons are terrifying enough, and now there's an even higher existence? Is this something humans can fight? There's no way we stand a chance. Boss, you're not seriously thinking of fighting that Tianlong, are you? Congratulations, you guessed right. Chen Nian's gaze was unwavering. I've made my decision.
To eradicate the black disaster from this world, only by slaying a being as powerful as that Tenryu will the black disaster vanish completely. Completing such a main quest would surely bring a heavenly reward. Even without one, for Gu Qingyue and Xiaoha, Chen Nian was willing to give it his all.
Everyone's expressions grew heavier by the second. Rest assured, I won't force any of you to stay. When the time comes, you can return wherever you came from. I'll handle it. Chen Nian exuded an aura of reliability and reassurance. With him around, it seemed like anything could be resolved. Got it, boss. We won't push our luck. We'll be out of here in a flash when the time comes. Yeah, we're no match for those monsters. Ha ha. Chen Nian chuckled. Alright, you guys head back first. I'll say my goodbyes, then I'll be heading out to keep leveling up and getting stronger. Everyone dispersed. But not long after stepping out, Tang Rou suddenly stopped, stammering, Are we really just leaving the boss behind? But I want to stay and help him. She hadn't forgotten the kindness Chen Nian had shown her back then. Of course we'll help him, but don't tell him just yet. Ha! Chen Nian went to bid farewell to Gu Qingyue and Xiaoha. First, he'd unexpectedly met Xiaoha, then found himself entangled in a marriage arrangement with the princess. Looking back, it all seemed remarkably fortuitous. Are you leaving already? Gu Qingyue's eyes brimmed with reluctance. Yes, I have more important matters to attend to. Time is tight, so I can't linger. Brother Chen Nian, please come visit us often. Xiao He will miss you. Gu Qingyue shot the little girl a glance. How dare you speak like that? I'll miss him too. Oh, both Xiaoha and the princess will miss you. Chen Nian. Oh, right, Chen Nian. Here, take this. Gu Qingyue pulled a simple jade pendant from her bosom and placed it in Chen Nian's hand. What is this? It's a jade pendant that's been passed down through generations. According to our ancestors, it holds immense divine power. Only shatter it as a last resort. You're giving me something this precious? Humph. I choose to. Besides, this pendant is meant to be passed down to our descendants anyway. Giving it to you makes no difference. Xiaoha froze for 2 seconds upon hearing this, then tilted her head in confusion. Princess, you just said. Nothing. Children shouldn't pry into such matters. Gu Qingyue flicked Xiaoha's forehead with her finger, making her yelp and run off, clutching her head in mock hurt. Alright, I'll be going now. Take care. We'll see you out. When Chen Nian left the underground city, 10,000 people saw him off, his glory radiant. When he arrived, he was an outsider shunned by all. Now, he was a hero revered by countless people. Young and old, men and women alike waved and cheered for him. After watching Chen Nian depart, Gu Qingyue suddenly turned to Xiao He. Little girl, you haven't fallen for Chen Nian, have you? Just so you know, he's mine. Ah, no, I didn't. Xiaoha's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her head, staring at her shoe tips and stammered, But princess, you left him a letter asking him to look after me. That was when I thought I was dying. It's null and void now. Princess, how could you QAQ? P.S. Not sure if everyone's satisfied with this chapter. If you are, please leave a 5-star review in the comments to show your support. Chapter 188, What a huge rabbit. After leaving the dungeon, Chen Nian reassessed his current objectives. First, the black sun of the Tianlong tier would descend upon this world in 1 month. To stop it, he must not only continue growing stronger but also find companions with divine essence. Aylin remained stationed at the guild. She was a reliable ally. As for others, Zhao Yixue should still be on the lost continent. Had she attained godhood yet? If so, she would undoubtedly be a formidable ally. As for powerful individuals from other nations, Chen Nian doesn't hold out much hope it'd be good enough if they didn't come to cause trouble. Therefore, the current objective is to grow stronger while searching for Zhao Yixue. Go hide underground. Do not emerge without my command. Yes, master. The rock demon god obeyed Chen Nian's command and burrowed underground. He could move effortlessly through the earth, which was quite convenient. On the way back to the guild, Chen Nian checked the current national fortune value. Though he hadn't paid attention to it for a while, the Dragon Nation consistently ranked among the top 3.
It seemed the remaining extraordinary individuals of the Dragon Nation were quite formidable. As for Sakura Nation, Yusuji had vanished after his defeat, and many of the invaders had perished. They were now in a state of collapse, their ranking steadily plummeting. But Chen Nian cared little about these matters now.
He had no energy left for human infighting.
His concern was the survival of this world. This world was no illusion, it was inhabited by flesh and blood people. It didn't take long for Chen Nian to return to the guild's base. By then, the group that had returned first was already vividly recounting his exploits.
Holy, you guys have no idea how badass the boss is, he literally made the demon god kneel.
For real? A girl asked skeptically.
Totally legit. That demon god was obeying the boss like a lapdog, I was totally blown away.
So that mountain god was actually a demon god.
Does that mean those people won't have to offer sacrifices anymore?
Lu Gu chuckled, yeah, the boss has become the dungeon's hero. The princess might even pledge herself to repay his kindness.
He hasn't returned yet, probably busy getting cozy with her. Tang Ro, ahem.
Lu Gu, look who's behind us. Lu Gu turned around and saw that familiar, ethereal face, causing him to shudder in fright.
Boss, you're back. I was just telling everyone about your heroic deeds, haha. Little Blackie slipped up? No way. I'd never badmouth you, boss.
Hey, where's that demon god?
Let us all see it in action. Chen Nian summoned the rock demon god. The mighty demon god probably never imagined he'd one day be gawked at like a monkey. After watching the spectacle, Chen Nian finally got down to business. Where is the power collected by the Black Disaster stored?
Reporting to the master, 10,000 miles to the east lies the Black Heaven Prison Demon City, concealed within a barrier.
Lord Black Sun will also descend there at that time. Black Heaven Prison Demon City. That must be their lair. Chen Nian knew this would be the battlefield for the final showdown. What defensive forces are stationed there?
2 demon gods reside within the heavenly fire demon god and the colossal strength demon god, along with countless demon generals and other low-tier calamity beasts.
2 more demon gods. 1 Tianlong, 2 demon lords. Chen Nian knew that if he went alone, breaching the Black Heaven Prison Demon City would be impossible.
It was time to seek companions.
His first ally would be Aelin, who possessed the Ice Divine Essence. Aelin. You just want me to stay and fight alongside you, right? Fine.
You helped me before, and I don't want to owe you a favor.
Chen Nian smiled. Alright, we're heading to the Black Heaven Prison Demon City now. As for the rest of you, return home in 30 days. Don't linger. Got it, boss. Don't worry about us. Chen Nian led Aelin away from the guild headquarters.
They embarked on the most perilous path.
Their next recruit was Zhao Yixue.
With the rock demon god as his servant, Chen Nian found recruiting far easier.
The rock demon god could move swiftly underground, and with its boundless power, it never grew weary even during prolonged high-speed travel beneath the earth.
While the demon god searched for people, Chen Nian and Aelin spent their days hunting monsters and leveling up. Before entering the Lost Continent, Chen Nian was at Tier 3, Level 1. By now, he had reached Tier 3, Level 45.
As for how they spent their nights? Neither Chen Nian nor Aelin feared the dark plague, as both could move freely underwater.
That evening, they built a campfire and roasted a wild rabbit over it.
You're gonna burn it. Move it.
Aelin snatched the rabbit from Chen Nian's hands with an exasperated sigh, muttering something about not wasting food. It must be said, watching the stunning mixed-race girl with her golden hair and incredible figure, wearing only a sleeveless vest while roasting meat, was indeed a sight to behold.
Chen Nian asked, "You're pretty skilled at this?" "I grilled fish every day during training. Practice makes perfect. By the way, are we heading out to find your other lady friend?" Aelin changed the subject abruptly. "What do you mean, another female companion?" Chen Nian retorted. "Aren't your female companions already numerous enough? Every day, all sorts of women are by your side." "Humph. You count yourself in?" Chen Nian was taken aback. "Never mind."
Aelin continued roasting the rabbit, though it was unclear whether her flushed cheeks were illuminated by the firelight or tinged with embarrassment. Moments later, she handed him the rabbit, its aroma carrying a hint of charred sweetness. "Here." Chen Nian's gaze followed her snow-white arm, finally settling on her chest.
"That's a big rabbit." "Ha? This rabbit's so small, what's big about it?" "Never mind." After Chen Nian finished his meal, dusk began to fall.
As usual, the two should have retreated underwater. But just then, a head suddenly emerged from the ground. The rock demon god, who had been gone for days, had returned.
"Master. Found her?"
"Yes, we've located the young woman skilled in ice magic you mentioned."
"Take me to her."
Having located Zhao Yixue, Chen Nian saw no reason to delay further and immediately prepared to depart.
"It's already evening? Are we moving now?" Aelin asked in surprise.
Chen Nian leapt onto the rock demon god's shoulder, smiling as he extended his hand.
"Stop staring. Hop on, I'll take you." "Oh." Aelin leapt beside Chen Nian and stood on the rock demon god's shoulder as well. The rock demon god began racing swiftly through the night. The black disaster is coming.
Aelin glanced back to see the dark cloud approaching at an alarming speed.
Chen Nian's pupils suddenly flashed with golden light. Any black calamity that dared to approach was instantly obliterated within the golden domain. Aelin couldn't help but watch, somewhat mesmerized. This was the allure of an absolute powerhouse, facing any danger with unflappable composure. She instinctively pressed herself closer to Chen Nian, finding greater security in his presence. Chapter 189, Meeting Zhao. Dawn broke. With the dawn, the Black Plague receded.
The defensive barrier around the guild's stronghold vanished along with it.
Have you noticed how the Black Plague has grown stronger lately?
Even our level 6 guild's stronghold is hard to defend.
Yeah, last night the Black Plague was relentlessly attacking the barrier.
I didn't dare close my eyes all night. The speaker was a member of the guild First Snow. The guild leader, Zhao Qian, was Zhao Ishua's cousin.
Xiao Shui, come here and eat something.
Zhao Qian brought over a bowl of freshly made meat soup.
Thanks.
Zhao Ishua took it expressionlessly, sipped twice, and offered no comment on the taste.
This was her usual demeanor toward others. Only when dealing with Chen Nian did that stubborn, obsessive streak surface.
But her character flaws didn't diminish her standing. She was undeniably the central figure, the goddess in everyone's hearts. Without her, the guild might have been wiped out long ago.
Guild leader.
That group is attacking us again, a scout suddenly reported from the rear.
Again? Those annoying bastards. They've been beaten back twice and still come back.
If we knew where their base was, we'd have wiped them out long ago.
Zhao Qian declared angrily, let's go teach them a lesson. Arriving outside the stronghold, they indeed encountered that detestable group of Korean bastards. Their frequent harassment was as bothersome as a swarm of flies. You again? Looking for death? Wipe them out. Ha!
Who'll wipe out whom remains to be seen, the Bangwa man roared with laughter.
Today we've united 3 guilds specifically to devour your juicy target.
With powerhouses like Zhao Ishua in their ranks, First Snow had swallowed up numerous foreign guilds. Similarly, eliminating them would yield a substantial boost to their national fortune points.
Brothers, today we'll make the Dragon Nation bleed.
The surrounding area erupted with noise as more and more extraordinary beings emerged, their numbers already exceeding 100.
Zhao Qian's expression darkened instantly.
Shushua had only 30-odd members left.
Their numbers were no match for the enemies. Even with Zhao Ishua present, the fight would be tough. Those remaining on the Lost Continent were all elite fighters.
Zhao Ishua couldn't possibly handle so many powerful opponents at once.
Charge!
The battle was about to erupt. Zhao Ishua joined the fray, her ice sword in hand.
Ice crystals exploded around her constantly, like a blossoming ice flower.
Though a peak-tier powerhouse, she had yet to attain godhood.
Confronting multiple top-tier adversaries simultaneously pushed her to her absolute limit.
The battle raged on for a full 2 hours. Most of the First Snow members, wounded, were forced to shatter their teleportation crystals and flee. In the end, only about 10 people remained, including Zhao Ishua, trapped deep within the enemy's encirclement.
Still clinging to desperate resistance?
The Dragon Nation has long held its top-tier ranking.
It's time to make way for us. That chick is one hell of a looker. They say that woman is one of the top fighters in the Dragon Nation.
Taking her out would be a huge win for us, heh.
Zhao Chen looked at Zhao Ishua and urged, Xiao Shui, maybe we should call it quits. We've done all we can. You guys go ahead. I can still take out a few more of them. When Zhao Ishua got stubborn, her ruthlessness was downright terrifying.
Calling her an emotionless killing machine was spot on. Just then, a voice echoed from above.
Quite the commotion. Who?
Everyone looked up simultaneously, watching as a figure slowly descended from the sky. His face was shadowy, impossible to make out clearly.
But Zhao Ishua instantly recognized Chen Nian.
Even without seeing his face, she could identify him by scent alone. Zhao Qian noticed Xiao Shui's change. She'd never seen her wear such an expression before. Her eyes were almost entirely filled with love.
You? Could it be? Bu Yu?
Zhao Qian gasped. The surrounding area erupted in an instant.
Bu Yu! It's Bu Yu! Bu Yu from Longhua! That demon is here! Run!
We're no match for him. The Chu Shui members were dumbfounded. One moment they were surrounded, the next they were scared out of their wits by Bu Yu's name alone.
Just his name alone held such power.
But since Chen Nian had stepped forward, he wouldn't let them leave so easily.
You won't get away that easily. Snap!
He snapped his fingers, a signal to the rock demon god. In the next instant, stone walls rose up from the ground all around them, instantly sealing off their escape routes.
Break through the stone walls. Damn it, what's this stuff made of? It's impossible to break.
Though the demon god could toy with Chen Nian at will, to ordinary people he remained the ultimate boss. Now, they were trapped prey within the encirclement. Chen Nian moved no, to be precise, he merely shifted his stance, not yet striking. Several people immediately wet themselves in terror, frantically crushing their teleportation crystals, terrified they'd be too slow to escape. In moments, nearly all of them vanished. This is the sheer terror of the Silent One. Just his appearance alone was enough to scare these powerful individuals into a state of utter panic. No fighting required.
Zhao Qian stepped before Chen Nian. Thank you. Before Chen Nian could respond, Zhao Yixue interjected, no need to thank me, cousin. We're family. Chen Nian?
You're making it sound like I'm your husband. Zhao Qian was utterly speechless. She whispered, Xiao Shui, what exactly is your relationship with Bu Yu? Zhao Yixue cupped her slightly flushed cheeks, her gaze drifting off into the distance.
What the hell are you blushing for? Chen Nian thought to herself. Just then, Ai Lan approached.
Women always harbored hostility toward beautiful women, especially those who liked the men they were with.
Who is she?
Ailan, she's a friend from my guild.
She's here to help. We'll explain the details later.
Chen Nian then explained the situation to Zhao Yixue. Long story short, we're facing a powerful enemy and need your help.
All right. Zhao Yixue agreed without hesitation. You've thought this through. This mission is extremely dangerous. There's a risk to your life. Yes, I know. But since it's your request, I never considered refusing. Zhao Yixue said earnestly.
Chen Nian saw her sincerity and felt a pang of emotion.
But before that, you need to accompany me to a place. Where? Chen Nian asked. A magical place. Come with me.
As Chen Nian and Zhao Yixue prepared to leave, Ailan instinctively moved to follow behind them. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yixue turned back to look at her, her gaze cold and distant.
I didn't invite you to come.
She wouldn't tolerate any other woman disrupting their private time.
Ailan.
Chen Nian was already accustomed to it. Zhao Yixue had always been this stubborn.
She wouldn't give outsiders the slightest consideration. Ailan, rest at their base for now.
I'll go with her.
Chapter 190, Heart Moon Well, Palace of Broad Cold. Chen Nian followed Zhao Yixue until they entered a forest thick with miasma.
Here, trees withered, the air thick with poisonous miasma, and bottomless pools lurked beneath their feet, a place most people could never traverse. But for top-tier powerhouses like Chen Nian and Zhao Yixue, it was a mere trifle.
After effortlessly traversing the miasmic forest, the landscape ahead underwent a sudden, dramatic transformation. Verdant grasses and lush foliage stretched before them.
Finally, Zhao Yixue halted beside a well.
Chen Nian asked in confusion, why did you bring me here?
I stumbled upon this place by chance.
It's the only tranquil spot in the entire forest. Truly remarkable. This well must hold some secret.
Chen Nian also sensed the unusual nature of this place and began exploring the surroundings with Zhao Yixue, trying to find the source of its peculiarity. After searching for a while, Chen Nian suddenly exclaimed, look, this well has a name, though it's buried under sand.
Heart Moon Well? Heart Moon Well?
Zhao Yixue repeated the name instinctively, tilting her head in curiosity. Beyond the name, the two found nothing else out of the ordinary.
Judging by the well's name, Chen Nian speculated, do you think, when the moon rises, might it reveal something different?
It's possible. Zhao Yixue's eyes flashed with worry.
Too bad it's getting dark. The dark disaster is about to hit. Chen Nian smiled. It's fine.
We can stay here and observe.
The black disaster won't be a problem for a little while. As you say. The two sat by the well chatting until night fell.
As night fell, a crescent moon emerged.
And with it came the black disaster. The Black Plague is here. Chen Nian was already prepared to face it. Yet a shocking sight unfolded. The Black Calamity hovered mid-air, refusing to draw near. What's going on? It's as if some kind of barrier surrounds this well, blocking the Black Calamity.
Both were puzzled. Just then, a beam of moonlight from above pierced through, landing precisely within the well.
The well water is rising.
The moon reflected here looks just like the real thing. The Heart Moon Well, how beautiful, Zhao Yixue murmured, her heart fluttering with delight. To share such a rare memory with Chen Nian makes this journey worthwhile.
Zhao Yixue immediately covered her mouth. Why did I say what I was thinking out loud? Her eyes widened in utter shock.
Chen Nian froze for a moment, then his own thoughts slipped out involuntarily. Could it be that when the moonlight shines on this Heart Moon Well, it makes us speak our innermost thoughts?
This is so embarrassing. I can't believe I said that. Zhao Yixue bit her lip hard. So you get embarrassed too? Wait, if this well forces our true thoughts out, doesn't that mean I could guide his innermost feelings? The above lines were both their inner thoughts, now transformed into spoken words. Zhao Yixue suddenly asked, Chen Nian, am I pretty?
Beautiful.
Then that's a pointless question. If someone with your looks isn't beautiful, who is? Chen Nian. Damn, my aloof image is ruined.
After hearing Chen Nian's silent praise, Zhao Yixue, who was usually expressionless, actually chuckled out loud.
So between me and those two women, Su Jinyu and Yi Hongling, who's prettier? Well, they each have their own unique charm. Xiaoqi is sweet and adorable, Yi Hongling is fiery and passionate, while you're as cool and serene as the moon. It's impossible to compare them directly. Chen Nian certainly didn't want to say it, but whenever Zhao Yixue asked such questions, he couldn't help but think about it. And once he thought about it, the words just slipped out. Fine, you're scheming against me. Don't blame me for being ruthless then. Zhao Yixue, how often do you self-generate electricity? Chen Nian asked an utterly private question. Generate electricity. What does that mean? Zhao Yixue looked utterly confused. You don't even know what self-pleasuring is? You're too pure. It's when you.
Chen Nian immediately covered his mouth, realizing he shouldn't corrupt such an innocent girl.
Zhao Yixue pondered for a moment. What cup size do you like? What man could resist a 36D?
Zhao Yixue glanced down at herself, a hint of regret flickering in her eyes.
I'll grow more. She murmured to herself. Actually, small ones can be pretty cute too. Really?
Damn, I'm such a pervert talking about this stuff in front of a girl.
It's fine, I don't mind.
All of the above were Chen Nian's inner thoughts spilling out. He felt utterly mortified.
Can you kiss me? Zhao Yixue asked. It's not that I can't. Damn it. Forget what I just said. Stop messing around.
Why did you close your eyes?
I'm waiting for you to kiss me.
Though her eyes were closed,
Zhao Yixue's inner thoughts kept spilling out, her flushed cheeks radiating excitement.
Chen Nian could only give her a quick peck, fulfilling her request.
Alright, let's go. This place is haunted. Who's your favorite girl? Unexpectedly, Zhao Yixue asked this question. Su Jinyu. The moment the question was asked, Chen Nian's mind involuntarily flashed to Xiaoqi's name without a moment's hesitation. Zhao Yixue's expression visibly clouded with disappointment. But she immediately fired off the next question. Do you like me? Even just a little?
For a girl to like me so devotedly and wholeheartedly, to be so kind to me, it's impossible not to like her at least a little.
Hearing Chen Nian's inner thoughts, Zhao Yixue's spirits lifted considerably.
This proved her love and efforts hadn't been in vain.
Just then, an angry female voice suddenly echoed from the bottom of the well.
The Heart Moon Well was meant for lovers to share their deepest feelings.
Yet you dare use it for play, utter nonsense. Chen Nian gasped in shock. Someone's at the bottom of the well?
Oof. It seems you're a girl exceptionally suited to my divine power.
The barrier here will soon collapse. Your arrival at this moment is fate itself. Come in. She's inviting us in? Could it be, she wants us to jump into the well? Without hesitation, Zhao Yixue climbed into the well opening and leapt down.
Hey! Chen Nian shouted, but received no reply.
With no other choice, he followed her into the well.
He never imagined that beneath the well water lay an entirely different world. Both men stared at the scene before them, utterly dumbfounded. On either side stood rows of laurel trees, their trunks as translucent as ice-carved jade. Ahead loomed a palace, its walls hewn from pure white marble. Above the palace, a bright full moon hung in the silent night sky, its clear light illuminating the palace's name. The Palace of Broad Cold.
Chapter 191, Zhao Yixue emerges with Chang'e's divine essence.
The Palace of Broad Cold. In myth, this was the dwelling place of the moon goddess Chang'e.
Chang'e, the most beautiful woman in the heavens.
Her ethereal, otherworldly grace and graceful, celestial form had even the celestial marshal Tianpeng utterly captivated. In Chen Nian's memories, these images were all from television dramas.
He never imagined he would one day arrive at the real palace of the moon. Enter. The ethereal female voice echoed from within once more. Zhao Yixue glanced at Chen Nian blankly, feeling somewhat at a loss.
This was her first encounter with a god.
Come on, maybe you've hit the jackpot.
The two walked side by side into the Palace of the Moon, its beauty beyond description, truly a place fit for immortals. At the palace's center stood a stone statue of a woman. Though carved from stone, it could not conceal her breathtaking beauty. She held a moon in her palm, radiating an aura of profound sanctity.
Was that you speaking earlier? Chen Nian asked. Shut up, scumbag.
Unexpectedly, the statue showed strong aversion toward Chen Nian, immediately lashing out in anger. In mythology, Chang'e was a woman of profound devotion, naturally intolerant of fickle men.
I never imagined you still possess the human emperor's jade pendant.
Having earned the human emperor's recognition proves you have at least some redeeming qualities.
This palace shall not chase you away. Chen Nian was speechless.
That jade pendant had been given to him by Gu Qingyue and never imagined it would prove useful at this moment.
Zhao Yixue stepped before the statue. You're looking for me? Indeed.
My divine power is about to dissipate. If I cannot find a suitable successor, my divine essence will be sealed here.
I never imagined you would arrive just in time. Even among gods, there are distinctions.
It was clear that Chang'e, the moon goddess, had not been corrupted by the Black Calamity, but Bingy had been tainted. With Zhao Yixue's beauty, grace, and abilities, she was indeed well suited to inherit Chang'e's divine essence. Most crucially, her intense devotion immediately caught the deity's attention.
Human, what is your name? Zhao Yixue. Are you willing to inherit my divine essence?
From this day forward, you shall possess my divine power.
Yet power comes with responsibility.
Once you choose to inherit it, you must wield this strength for the right causes. Though Zhao Yixue was still somewhat bewildered, she understood clearly that this was a path to becoming stronger.
Stronger meant she could better support Chen Nian and better deal with the women around him. I accept. Excellent. Come then. Defeat my avatar and prove your worth.
A faint, ethereal figure appeared in the grand hall. Her skirt fluttered gracefully, her ethereal beauty captivating.
This was the ethereal image of Chang'e. Zhao Yixue must defeat this phantom to earn recognition.
Without further words, a fierce battle commenced.
Zhao Yixue wielded the power of ice, while Chang'e's divine might was intertwined with the moon and frost, a perfect match indeed.
It was a battle of unparalleled beauty. One was the most beautiful fairy of the celestial realm, the other, the peerless beauty of the mortal world.
Ice blossoms danced through the air, moonlight shimmered enchantingly. In the end, Zhao Yixue emerged victorious.
But at that very moment, a dark calamity suddenly descended upon the palace of broad coldness.
Chen Nian gasped in shock. What's happening? How could the black calamity have tracked us here? The black calamity has grown stronger. My remaining power can no longer withstand it. Damn it.
Chen Nian realized these dark calamities sought to absorb divine power and carry it back to their master, the heavenly waterfall's black sun. As time passed, the day of Tianlong's return drew nearer, and the black calamity continued to grow stronger. What once could be repelled by a level 1 guild barrier now barely holds against a level 5.
I'll hold off the black calamity. You continue inheriting the divine essence.
Chen Nian stood alone at the entrance of the Palace of the Moon, his pupils suddenly blazing with golden light.
Spell of judgment.
A golden domain unfolded around him, sealing off the entrance to the Palace of Broad Coldness.
All approaching black calamities were utterly annihilated. He actually managed to forcibly resist the black calamity, such a formidable human. Chang'e felt a flicker of relief.
Thankfully, she hadn't driven this man away earlier, otherwise, the final transmission might never have been possible.
Chang'e's ethereal form appeared before Zhao Yixue and spoke softly. I have one final question for you.
Yes.
You hurt it yourself by the heart moon while he doesn't love you most. Even so, do you still love him?
Yes.
Does your love not seek anything in return? Yet Chang'e underestimated Zhao Yixue's obsession. As a girl consumed by possessiveness, how could she not demand reciprocation? He will be mine eventually. Not now, but definitely in the future. Chang'e was speechless. This girl actually wanted to steal him away. Had times truly changed? Yet, she didn't dislike this stubborn, uncomplicated affection. Very well. Let's begin. Chang'e's ethereal form transformed into a sacred moonlight, pouring into Zhao Yixue's brow.
A sharp, piercing pain surged through her, causing her to cry out involuntarily.
Ya! Chen Nian, still maintaining his judgment domain, hurried back to check on Zhao Yixue.
She lay on the ground, a fiery crescent moon etched upon her forehead.
Hey, are you okay?
Unexpectedly, her lips pressed against his in a sudden kiss.
This kiss wasn't Zhao Yixue's conscious choice, it was Chang'e's final strength manipulating her body. As for why Chang'e chose to do this,
a crescent moon mark also appeared on Chen Nian's forehead, quickly fading from his skin.
This is the mark of the heart moon.
Once imprinted, every full moon you will be drawn to meet her.
Consider it my final favor to her. What? Chen Nian was dumbfounded.
Meaning that every full moon, I would be compelled to seek out Zhao Yixue.
Wasn't this precisely mirroring the myth of Chang'e meeting her husband beneath the cassia tree during the full moon? Wait. Why didn't my divine essence reject this intrusion into my body and manipulation of my mind?
When the heart demon invaded his body, Chen Nian's divine essence had actively pushed it away.
But now, there was no reaction whatsoever. What was going on?
Unexpectedly, Chang'e let out a soft laugh.
I am the most beautiful woman in the heavens. Do you really think the divine essence of Yang Jian within you could possibly resist me? Damn it, Yang Jian, you old lecher. With those words, Chang'e's consciousness completely dissipated, her divine essence seamlessly merging into Zhao Yixue's body.
She slowly opened her eyes, her beautiful gaze now tinged with a moon-white glow.
Her entire being radiated an ethereal aura and divine sanctity. Are you okay? Let's get out of here.
Zhao Yixue stood up, saying nothing, and walked straight toward the entrance of the Palace of Broad Coldness.
Hey, what are you doing? Chen Nian asked, puzzled.
Zhao Yixue raised her hand, and a moon-white ice sword materialized in her grasp. She swung it casually.
Moonlight filled the sky, transforming into a blinding sword beam that obliterated every trace of the dark calamity.
The osmanthus trees outside the Palace of Broad Cold also shattered into crystalline fragments under that single strike.
Chen Nian. Chapter 192. Pfft. Scumbag. That strong?
Even Chen Nian was astonished.
It seemed the divine essence of the moon goddess Chang'e truly combined both power and beauty.
Zhao Yixue herself found it hard to believe this was actually her own power. Not only had her ice abilities been amplified, but she'd also gained the divine power of moonlight, resulting in a massive surge in strength. She now felt confident she could take down even a demon god standing before her. Seeing Zhao Yixue in such high spirits, Chen Nian was speechless. Are you happy because you gained divine status, or because I got the heart moon mark? What do you think? A faint, moonlit glow suddenly flickered in Zhao Yixue's eyes, lending her an air of mysterious elegance.
Strange. After fusing with Chang's divine essence, this girl actually gained a touch of ethereal charm, making her even more captivating. Chen Nian abruptly covered his mouth. Damn it! Why did I voice my thoughts again? Zhao Yixue's lips curved slightly. The heart moonwell was created by Chang'e herself. By merging with her divine essence, I've also mastered this ability. Promise me you'll never use this ability on me. Depends on your behavior. From then on, Chen Nian dared not provoke her. That ability could make anyone socially die in an instant. It was terrifying. Let's head back first. I have some new memory fragments in my mind. Chang'e must have left them for me. What kind of memories?
Deep within the Cloud Mountains, 100 miles away, lies a sealed divine artifact known as the Mountain-Splitting Axe.
Its power lingers to this day. Even the Black Plague dares not approach it. The Mountain-Splitting Axe. In mythology, this was Yang Jian's weapon.
It was with this very axe that he cleaved Mount Peach, giving rise to the legend of splitting mountains to save his mother.
If we could obtain the Mountain-Splitting Axe, defeating Tianlong would be far more certain. Chen Nian was overjoyed. But how did Chang'e know the location of the Mountain-Splitting Axe? Could it be true that Yang Jian secretly harbored feelings for her?
But they were both unconscious now, leaving no way to verify it.
Another question remained: if this continent held the ruins of the gods, why had the gods met such a tragic fate? Why had they all fallen to this state? Is Tianlong truly that powerful?
Or perhaps Tianlong was merely dispatched to oversee this world like a junior manager in a corporation, while some other terrifying entity truly defeated the gods?
These questions remain unanswered for now, but Chen Nian's next objective is clear. Head to Cloud Mountain and retrieve the Mountain-Cleaving Axe.
Once he obtained the Axe of Mountain Cleaving, his ultimate goal would be achieved: to attack the Black Heaven Prison Demon City. Soon after, Chen Nian and Zhao Yixue returned to Chushue's guild headquarters. After bidding farewell to her cousin, they set out on their journey, accompanied by Alan. Alan, I'd advise you not to provoke her.
Chen Nian offered a well-meaning warning.
But AI Lan's mood soured at the suggestion.
What's that supposed to mean? Are you trying to protect her and give me a heads up? No. She's terrifying. Trust me. What a joke. As if I'd be afraid of her?
After all, Alan was a divinely chosen one with godhood. Her pride was natural. While her looks might slightly pale in comparison to Zhao Yixue's, her golden waves and figure more than made up for it. She held her own.
What are you two whispering about? Zhao Yixue asked.
Alan sneered coldly.
Do we need to report our conversations to you? Who do you think you are?
Oh.
Zhao Yixue's pupils flashed with moonlight as she asked expressionlessly, are you and Chen Nian very close?
Of course we're close.
Ha!
When we were extracting divine essence, he even held me and kissed me to help purify the impurities within me. As soon as Alan finished speaking, she covered her mouth in disbelief, her face frozen in shock.
I can't believe I said that. Zhao Yixue turned her gaze back to Chen Nian. Seems like you've kissed quite a few girls. Not that many. Su Jinyu, Yi Hongling, you, Alan, Princess Gu Qingyue. Is that a lot? Zhao Yixue. Alan?
Her beautiful eyes widened as she glared at Chen Nian, her teeth clenched so hard they nearly shattered.
How dare you say something like that? You shameless scumbag. Do you think I wanted to say it?
Zhao Yixue pressed on, then you tell me of all the girls you've kissed, whose lips tasted better.
Don't think about it, don't think about it, don't think about it.
Despite Chen Nian constantly telling himself not to think about it, thoughts are something humans can hardly control because they happen in an instant. It's like spotting a gorgeous girl in sexy black stockings on the street. Your mind's probably already racing to which hotel you'd take her to help her slip them off.
I'm asking you whose lips felt better. Alan pressed. They're all great. Soft like candy. Honestly, it's hard to pick a favorite. Zhao Yixue, scumbag. Alan, ugh, scumbag. After several days of commotion, the trio finally arrived at Yunshan. Cloud Mountain, shrouded in mist.
The mountain-splitting axe is hidden within, but how do we search such a vast mountain? Chen Nian pondered for a moment, then suddenly smiled.
Didn't he have an exceptional helper? The Rock Demon God.
The Rock Demon God could freely traverse the mountain's interior. Finding the mountain-cleaving axe would be a breeze.
Chen Nian summoned it at once. Go. Find me that mountain-cleaving axe. As you command. The Rock Demon God vanished into the earth.
After waiting only half a day, the Rock Demon emerged from the ground. Master, I found an axe, but I'm not sure if it's the mountain-splitting axe you mentioned.
Take me to see it.
To their surprise, the axe was indeed right in the center of the mountain. With the Rock Demon God clearing the path, the three entered the mountain with ease, arriving at the cave where the mountain-splitting axe lay.
This is clearly a man-made cave dwelling. Perhaps the mountain-cleaving axe truly lies here.
Chen Nian approached the central stone platform.
Planted firmly on the platform was a colossal axe of overwhelming might.
As soon as he drew near, the divine essence within Chen Nian seemed to resonate with it, establishing a subtle connection. It truly resembles a long-forgotten ancient artifact.
I can still sense its divine might lingering. Chen Nian rolled up his sleeves. Step aside, everyone. I'll retrieve the axe. Zhao Yixue and Alan obediently stepped aside. Chen Nian reached out and gripped the handle, pulling upward with all his might.
Instantly, golden runes appeared across the stone platform, and the entire cave trembled violently.
Yet the axe of mountain cleaving remained firmly embedded, utterly immovable. This is so hard. Chen Nian's attributes were already monstrous, his strength terrifying, yet he couldn't pull it free. Well then, brute force might just do the trick. Demon transformation. Boom! A terrifying black aura erupted from Chen Nian's body. All attributes increased by another 30%. The demon-possessed Chen Nian's strength surged to a new level. He tried to pull the axe again.
This time, it felt as though the entire mountain trembled in response.
Countless rocks crumbled and tumbled, sending dust swirling through the air.
Chapter 193, Defeating the Nine-Headed Monster, Obtaining Legendary Gear. Alas, the mountain-splitting axe remained firmly embedded.
Chen Nian knew that brute force was useless against such a divine artifact. Failure to pull it meant he simply wasn't qualified.
If he himself was unworthy, then others certainly wouldn't stand a chance.
Forget it. Let's go. Aren't you going to try again? No need. We'll return when we're capable enough.
As Chen Nian and his two companions stepped out of Yunshan, several overwhelming auras suddenly enveloped them.
Who would have thought humans would dare set foot on Cloud Mountain?
The voice came from above. Chen Nian looked up and saw a colossal primordial beast amidst the clouds. It possessed 9 heads, each bearing a ferocious visage.
Its colossal form nearly obscured the sunlight, clearly no ordinary primordial beast. It's been 30 years since we annihilated that human army.
Not a single human has set foot here since.
Heh, it's about time we had a proper feast.
A second voice echoed from the heavens, belonging to a fiery red giant bird whose pupils resembled 2 suns.
Good thing he couldn't pull out the mountain-splitting axe. Otherwise, we'd be derelict in our duties. The third voice came from the ground, a beast with the head of a bull and the body of a man, its skin a deep, dark blue-black. It held a steel pitchfork and stood imposing and towering. 3 wild beasts surrounded Chen Nian and his companions. That 9-headed beast is the most powerful.
It must be the mythical demon beast Zhouying, Alan said gravely.
And that firebird beside it looks like a bifong, Zhao Yixue added. The one below with the steel pitchfork must be the Yaksha. 9-headed monster, bifong, Yaksha. All mythical beasts from the lore.
They mentioned having annihilated a human army before. That force must have been dispatched by the dungeon dwellers.
Chen Nian asked in confusion, killing humans is one thing, but why guard this artifact? Naturally, it was Lord Black Sun's command. If humans obtained the artifact, wouldn't they gain the power to rebel? Any force that threatens Lord Black Sun must be eradicated. So, human, I hope your flesh is fresh enough. Tian Long. Black Sun. These 3 mighty beasts had become the Black Sun's lackeys. Without further ado, the 3 beasts launched their assault simultaneously. Boom! The ground beneath Chen Nian's feet erupted violently. He shot skyward like a cannonball, targeting none other than the mightiest of them all, the 9-headed beast. Zhao Yixue met the bifong bird head-on, while Alan dealt with the Yaksha on the ground. The battle erupted. Mere humans, you seek death.
The 9-headed monster roared with fury, each of its 9 heads spewing water and fire as terrifying energy surged toward Chen Nian.
What? Where is he? Strangely, the human vanished from Zhouying's sight. Just as it was startled, a figure appeared atop one of its heads. Looking for me? You dare stand on my head? How audacious!
Chen Nian laughed, unleashing a terrifying surge of thunderous energy that erupted from his body.
In the blink of an eye, it coalesced into a colossal blue dragon in the air. Second-tier ultimate word spirit thunder dragon. The 9-headed monster took the full brunt of the attack, its entire body crackling with electricity.
Steam billowed from its 9 heads as it crashed heavily to the ground.
Boom! Dust swirled as a massive crater gouged the earth. Chen Nian stood atop its head, looking down and asking, just now, who was it that dared to speak? You dare, you dare.
One head rose defiantly, its massive jaws snapping open, poised to unleash an energy cannon at Chen Nian.
Suddenly, Chen Nian activated his heavenly eye.
2 beams of light blasted forth from his pupils, exploding with a thunderous boom inside the 9-headed beast's maw. The blast instantly reduced its head to a bloody, mangled mess. Roar! The remaining 8 heads of the 9-headed monster erupted in fury simultaneously. They bared their teeth, their expressions savage. The battle here instantly drew the attention of Alan, Zhao Yixue, and the other 2 wild beasts. The 9-headed monster is utterly enraged. That human is finished. His attacks are nowhere near enough to defeat the 9-headed monster, and that head is regenerating rapidly. The enraged Zhouying radiated a chilling aura of malevolence. Human, today you shall die without fail. All 9 heads launched a simultaneous assault on Chen Nian once more. Is that so? Then I won't hold back. Chen Nian held nothing back.
A dark golden light flared as his domain unfolded. Spell of judgment. The scene that followed could only be described with one word: awe-inspiring. The 9-headed serpent's 9 heads, gliding through the air, were severed almost simultaneously. Its long neck was sliced into dozens of segments, and the torrent of spurting blood transformed into a downpour. Chen Nian stood amidst the bloodstorm, not a single drop staining him, a faint smile playing on his lips. How is this possible? Bifan's bird face twisted in horror. The 9-headed monster's aura, it's vanished. That human killed it. The Great Terror. That human is the Great Terror. Run! The Yaka turned to flee, not daring to look back. But Zhao Yixue and Alan weren't about to let them escape. Moonlight Sword Chi severed Bifan's wings, while Water Dragon pierced Yasha's chest. Both women emerged victorious. Divine power, these 3 humans possess godly strength. We have provoked those we should not have. The 2 primordial beasts finally realized their mistake. They had provoked those they shouldn't have and then breathed their last. Gene energy plus 122,000. Congratulations on obtaining the legendary tier equipment 9 Infant Battle Armor. 9 Infant Battle Armor Legendary. Required tier 3. Defense, 700. Attack, 0. Attributes, Constitution plus 80. Special effect 9 heads, 9 lives. This equipment can withstand 9 powerful attacks. After withstanding all 9, this effect permanently disappears. Special effect water and fire resistance, plus 50% resistance to water and fire elemental attacks. Set Lord of the Primordial Beasts, collecting all 3 set pieces grants access to the Divine Beast's domain or a chance to earn its favor. Description: obtained by defeating the ancient demon beast 9-headed infant. Impervious to water and fire, unbreakably sturdy. After reviewing this legendary equipment's attributes, Chen Nian remarked that the earlier stats were unremarkable. The crucial part was the set effect at the end. Divine Beast's favor, that too was a way to enhance one's strength. Moreover, the gear's base stats were already formidable. Chen Nian's armor was all tier 2, and now that he had tier 3 gear, it was definitely worth replacing. I've obtained a legendary tier equipment piece. Me too. Alan and Zhao Yixue had also obtained pieces from this same series. 3 rare items, seldom seen by anyone, dropped at once. But these 3 wild beasts were no ordinary foes. Especially the 9-headed beast. If Chen Nian hadn't possessed the exact ability to take it down in one go, who knows how much trouble it would have caused. Chen Nian stowed the bones of all 3 mighty beasts into his backpack. These items were priceless treasures to the people of the dungeon. Their cultivation depended entirely on these bones. He'd give them to the princess later. Next, we'll focus on hunting similar powerful beasts to complete the 3-piece set. Before the final battle, we must earn the favor of the divine beasts. Chapter 194, Old Dang looks down on people? 2 women and 1 man endured several more days of intense and exhausting work. During this period, Chen Nian and his companions hunted down a vast number of wild beasts. Though these beasts possessed immense power, their equipment drop rates remained surprisingly high. Ding! Set effect Lord of the Beasts activated. When Chen Nian gathered 3 legendary tier wild beast equipment pieces, the notification sounded as promised, and his level also saw a significant boost. Chen Nian, Word Spirit Sage Unique. Divine Form, Yang Jian. Genetic Level, Tier 358. Constitution, 598. Agility, 559. Supernatural, 653. Attack Bonus, 1250. Defense Bonus, 2120. Combat Rating, 259 stars. Compared to before, all attributes have seen significant increases. Defense has surged dramatically, and combat power rating has jumped by nearly 40 stars. These form the foundation of Chen Nian's power, a crucial element. The potency of word spirits also depends on attributes. If attributes aren't high enough, even a word spirit like Judgment will suffer from insufficient power. So where is the Divine Beast territory? Aaron said, with 10 days left before the Black Sun descends, this is likely our final chance to grow stronger. Look closely. There seems to be a golden aura drifting in the air. Is it guiding us? Chen Nian had the keenest eyesight. He could clearly see the faint golden aura flowing through the air, an aura that only appeared when the set was activated. Follow me. The trio followed the faint, elusive aura as they flew onward. They soared over dozens of mountains and lakes, crossed a great river, and swept past countless hills before arriving in a valley. The aura extends into the valley. It must be down there. Whether or not we gain the Divine Beast's favor, we must hurry to the Black Heaven Prison Demon City. Any further delay, and the Black Sun will return. Time was running out. Upon entering the mist-shrouded valley, Chen Nian immediately activated his heavenly eye, surveying the entire area from above. Found it. There's an energy fluctuation on that rock wall. It must be the entrance. Let's go. Soon, the trio reached the spot with the strongest energy fluctuations. This time, they encountered no obstacles. As they approached, a light gate materialized before them. Sanctuary of the Divine Beast. Qualified individuals may enter.
Beyond this light gate lies the divine beast's dwelling.
More like a dungeon?
Hope the divine beast doesn't attack us, or throw another trial at us. Chen Nian muttered to himself before stepping through the portal first, the two women following closely behind. Inside was a vast cavern. A colossal beast lay sprawled on the ground, captivating Chen Nian and the others. Antlers sprouted from its head, and its body was covered in iridescent dragon scales. No artist in the world could ever paint such a fantastical creature.
Divine Beast Qilin, Tier 4, Level 50.
This was the legendary auspicious beast, the Qilin.
The Qilin slowly opened its eyes. Its aura was faint, yet its earth-toned pupils radiated an unassailable majesty. The moment its eyes opened, the divine beast's overwhelming presence instantly filled the air.
Yet its voice sounded like an ancient elder, faint as a candle flickering in the wind.
Humans. Humans who have hunted mighty beasts.
It has been a long time since such humans entered.
I see. You possess divine essence.
Indeed, you are qualified to receive the blessing. Seeing that no trial was required, Chen Nian breathed a sigh of relief and stepped forward, saying,
I have a question. Human. You wish to ask why I have become this way?
The Chang'e we encountered earlier was the same. Her physical form had already dissipated, leaving only a faint remnant of her divine essence.
Chen Nian wanted to ask, if they were all gods or divine beasts, why had they suffered such a tragic fate? Many powerful gods perished in the Great War of the primordial Forbidden Zone. Only a few escaped. These gods hide in corners, eroded daily by the Black Calamity. Sooner or later, they too will vanish completely. My time is running out.
This statement contained a wealth of information.
Ailin's divine essence Bingi and Zhao Yishua's divine essence Chang'e were both gods who barely escaped.
The weaker ones were consumed by the Black Calamity and fell into godhood, while the stronger ones, like Chang'e, could barely hold on.
What exactly was the primordial Forbidden Zone War? Ailin pressed urgently, her curiosity about this history piqued. Demons from beyond the heavens waged war against the gods.
That battlefield was called the primordial Forbidden Zone. The so-called demons from beyond the heavens must be the calamity beasts, Chen Nian thought.
Were these celestial fiends so powerful that even the gods couldn't stand against them?
Qilin took a deep breath and spoke slowly. A single being alone annihilated the gods.
What? One person vanquished all the gods? That's an utterly terrifying feat. Could it also be a celestial tier calamity beast? Or could it be that the heavenly waterfall tier isn't the highest after all? Is there something even above it? Like in Demon Slayer, where there are lower moon demons, upper moon demons, and even a demon king? Lower ranks correspond to demon lords, upper ranks to heavenly falls. Then the demon king must be an even mightier existence.
Now, the primordial Forbidden Zone is filled with beings who've sided with the celestial demons. The mightiest fallen gods and the most terrifying primordial beasts all dwell within.
Chen Nian fell silent. Earlier we encountered a 9-headed beast. Isn't that considered powerful? A low-tier 9-headed serpent? Even I could crush it with a single palm strike. It doesn't even qualify to enter the primordial Forbidden Zone.
There's a 9-headed serpent king within the zone, likely already above the 8th tier. It too has sided with the demons from beyond.
8th tier?
Upon hearing this, only Zhao Yishua remained expressionless.
Chen Nian nearly lost his composure. 8th tier is terrifying. It could probably crush us with a single blow. No word magic could save us. It seems only those in the late stages can venture into the primordial Forbidden Zone. If we aim to destroy the Black Calamity, won't the horrors within the primordial Forbidden Zone crush us effortlessly? The primordial Forbidden Zone is now a prison. No one or beast can escape.
They're all being held captive inside by the celestial demons.
They can't actively escape? That's a relief.
Once Chen Nian grows strong enough, he can venture in himself. The immediate objective remains eliminating Tianlong and resolving the Black Plague once and for all.
You wish to eradicate the Black Plague? Qilin shook his head.
With your current strength, even possessing divine status is nowhere near enough.
Old Dang looks down on us? Zhao Yishua's eyes flashed with anger. Insult her? Fine. But insult Chen Nian? No way. Chen Nian's lips twitched involuntarily. Calling the sacred Kirin Old Dang? You're one of a kind. Though you may be inadequate, daring to challenge has always been a virtue of the human race. Come then, accept my blessing.
But I must warn you beforehand, the Qianqi within this valley has been watching me.
If it senses you've received the Qilin's blessing, it will certainly strike. If you're afraid, you may leave now. The Qianqi, one of the 4 fiendish beasts. This was getting a bit scary. But since it's outside the primordial Forbidden Zone, not within it, that proves its rank isn't exceptionally high. It's not impossible to fight. I accept. Chapter 195, Awakening of the Word Spirit, the 10 Beasts of the Underworld. Seeing Chen Nian accept, the 2 women agreed without hesitation.
With him here, there's nothing to worry about.
Since you've made your decision, let's begin.
The Qilin opened its mouth, and 3 droplets of blood floated out, hovering above each of the 3 heads. The sacred blood of the Qilin. In myth and legend, every part of the Qilin was a treasure, its blood and flesh being priceless treasures. The power of the sacred blood slowly began to merge into their bodies. Instantly, a five-colored radiance filled the air, illuminating nearly the entire space. As the sacred blood entered his body, Chen Nian distinctly felt terrifying power surge through every limb and bone. His meridians and bones were being reshaped, every cell buzzing with excitement.
Constitution plus 100. Agility plus 100. Supernatural plus 100.
Sequence 53 spell Void Darting Serpent evolved.
Sequence 130 high-risk word spirit summoning of the 10 beasts of Senra.
The ethereal serpent was already a rare word of spirit, and practically the one Chen used most frequently.
Now it had evolved. Sequence 130 even surpassing Sequence 127's Death God. Just how terrifying is this word spirit? Even Chen Nian doesn't know.
Summoning technique of the 10 beasts of Senra, sacrifice a powerful soul to be devoured by the sovereign of Senra, thereby gaining recognition to summon even mightier beasts. Currently summonable, first beast, Sky Darting Spirit Serpent. Next tier summonable, second beast, Howling Moon Celestial Wolf.
Soul energy required for advancement, 0-1000.
In short, this is an ultra-high tier summoning type word spirit. The ethereal sky snake is merely one of 10 summoned beasts. 9 more powerful ones follow. To summon the subsequent ones, one must devour a sufficient number of powerful souls. This word spirit is downright terrifying. Chen Nian opened his eyes to find surprise and delight in both Alan and Zhao Yishua's eyes. They had likely awakened immensely powerful abilities as well.
How are you both? Truly a blessing from the divine Qilin.
This trip was well worth it, Ai Lan marveled.
By now, the Qilin was utterly drained.
It seemed this so-called blessing consumed vast amounts of its power.
Run! Xiangqi is already here. If we don't flee now, it'll be too late. Chen Nian couldn't help but ask, if we flee, what will happen to you? It's been craving Qilin flesh for ages.
But even if I burn myself to ashes, I won't let it have its way. We can flee, but it's unnecessary.
We can go slaughter the Xiangqi instead.
Besides, I need a powerful soul.
Human, do not be so arrogant. Though the Xiangqi's rank is low, it possesses the bloodline of a primordial beast, and its power is complete. You are courting death. Not necessarily. Beneath dark clouds, atop a mountain cliff.
A colossal beast stood there, its malevolent pupils gazing downward.
Scorching saliva dripped onto the ground, rising in wisps of blue smoke. Xiangqi.
Resembling a winged tiger, it was both formidable and hideous, its entire form radiating an ominous aura. Suddenly, the Xiangqi let out a thunderous roar that echoed for miles.
The Qilin is dying. Those who desire its flesh and blood, come forth now.
In moments, the mountainsides teemed with all manner of ferocious beasts and wild creatures, surrounding the Qilin's lair so tightly not even a drop of water could pass. The Qilin bestowed blessings upon Chen Nian and his companions with its own blood, while the beasts summoned their mountainous cohorts to loot amidst the chaos. At that moment, Chen Nian and his companions emerged. A single glance revealed the mountainsides teeming with powerful wild beasts, roughly 100 at the very least.
Ha! Looks like these humans have already received the Qilin's favor. Eat them! Xiangqi roared. Devour them! That woman is mine, roared a golden lion king. Bull! Whoever grabs her first gets her. I love eating women's buttocks, heard their tender and springy. Ha ha ha! A three-tailed fox was already drooling. Alan's expression darkened.
Most are third-tier beasts, and that Xiangqi is the strongest fourth tier.
Are we really going to fight? Crack!
Lightning suddenly flashed across the sky. A torrential downpour erupted.
The gloomy sky and torrential downpour added a tragic grandeur to the valley battle.
Rain soaked Chen Nian's hair, droplets sliding down his bangs and trickling from the corners of his eyes. His pupils were icy cold, yet a faint curve formed at the corners of his mouth.
Fight!
A single, concise word, like the drumbeat signaling the start of a great battle. Beasts roared in fury as thunder cracked and lightning flashed. In the blink of an eye, Chen Nian had teleported before the Golden Lion King.
How fast! The Lion King gasped in shock. The next instant, the dragon-slaying blade drew from its scabbard.
Like a dragon rising from the depths, its dragon energy surged forth.
With a single strike, the Lion King's head rolled down the cliff. Dead. What? Impossible. This human actually killed the Golden Lion King with a single strike.
It's one of the stronger ones among us. The surrounding beasts trembled in terror, their spines tingling with cold dread.
Even Xiangqi, one of the four fiends, couldn't help but glance sideways, forced to take the human youth seriously. Chen Nian immediately summoned the sovereign of all phenomena.
A colossal spectral form instantly materialized behind him, absorbing the Golden Lion's soul.
Soul energy plus 10. Only 10 points for one kill?
To reach 1,000 points, he'd have to slaughter every beast across these mountains.
What's going on?
That boy's gaze toward us seems different.
I know that look. I give it to tasty prey too. He dares to see us as prey? What audacity! Of course, Zhao Yishua and Alan joined the fight too. With their combat prowess, slaughtering ordinary beasts was child's play. Yet Chen Nian discovered with fury that beasts he hadn't personally slain couldn't be absorbed by the 10,000 Realms King. Hold your fire. Chen Nian immediately halted the two women. Alan? Zhao Yixue? Just watch from the sidelines. Leave this to me. Though utterly bewildered, the two women complied with Chen Nian's request. He wants to take me on alone? How dare he underestimate me? Attack together and tear him apart. These beasts weren't foolish enough to charge in all at once, they knew how to attack from a distance. A giant python spewed dark green venom, a massive bird whipped up a hurricane strong enough to shatter stone, and a colossal ape hurled a boulder weighing thousands of pounds. Boom! The convergence of extraordinary powers triggered a violent explosion around Chen Nian. What are you doing? The thunder tiger roared. Blowing him to bits. What are we supposed to eat now? Exactly. Who told you to go so hard? Bunch of brainless idiots. Unexpectedly, a laugh suddenly echoed from within the smoke. I hear you've been worrying about me? Chen Nian's figure reappeared. At that moment, the beasts were dumbfounded. Not a scratch on him? Impossible. We combined our attacks and still couldn't hurt him. What kind of monster is this human? Wait, look, not even rain can touch him. A wild beast cried out in shock. Beneath the torrential downpour, Chen Nian's golden pupils shone with divine radiance, making him appear like a celestial being. Chapter 196, Chen Nian's acting, the might of Xianqi. This human must not be underestimated. The beasts sensed Chen Nian's power and turned their gaze toward the ferocious creature standing atop the cliff. Xianqi, you're sitting on the sidelines watching us fight, trying to send us to our deaths? No way. If you don't act now, no one will ever touch that Qilin. Xianqi's blood-red pupils fixed on the human figure below as it opened its maw. Boom! A terrifying crimson beam of light blasted forth from its maw. The air shattered violently, the blast wave pushing aside the surrounding downpour and creating a vacuum zone. The beam detonated upon Chen Nian's body, unleashing another earth-shattering roar. The entire valley trembled. This is the power of a fourth-tier ferocious beast, the Xianqi. Too terrifying. That human is likely nothing but bones now. The wild beasts stared at the massive crater on the ground, a chill running down their spines. As the smoke cleared, Chen Nian's figure emerged from the crater. He lay stiffly in the center, motionless, as if dead. Chen Nian! Zhao Yixue's eyes instantly turned red as she lost all rationality. The thought of Chen Nian being harmed was utterly intolerable to her. Wait, something's not right. Don't act rashly. Alan grabbed Zhao Yixue's arm. Let go. The two words were short, bone-chillingly cold, and even carried a sharp, murderous intent. He could have dodged that strike just now. Don't forget he can perform spatial teleportation, yet he didn't dodge. Compared to Zhao Yixue, who had lost her composure, Alan offered a cooler analysis. He did it on purpose. Zhao Yixue finally calmed down a little. Indeed, though the beast was formidable, she herself had absorbed that blow head-on. There was no reason Chen Nian couldn't have done the same. Yet her concern for Chen Nian was genuine, so she charged forward without hesitation. Those humans are yours. The Qilin is mine, Xianqi declared indifferently. Attack! That human has received the Qilin's blessing. Devouring him will bring boundless benefits. Save some for me. I want his head. Nearly all the beasts charged toward Chen Nian simultaneously, fearing they'd miss out if they were too slow. Zhao Yixue stood guard beside Chen Nian, shouting anxiously, Chen Nian, you're not. Hey! Her hand was suddenly grasped by Chen Nian. So Chen Nian really was faking it. He was perfectly fine. But why pretend to be unconscious? They were about to be surrounded by a massive horde of beasts. But she didn't know that Chen Nian had been waiting for this very moment. The swarm of beasts was his mental sustenance. It would be a shame if they escaped. Bring it on! An unfathomably deep darkness spread out from Chen Nian at its center, expanding with astonishing speed. This blackness stripped the world of all color, robbing every wild beast of its vision. What the hell is happening? I can't see a thing. What's happening? Roar! One of the giant bloodbats gasped, it's that human, he's completely unharmed. Bats rely on hearing, not sight, which is why it sensed it first. However, the moment these beasts entered Chen Nian's realm of death, it was already too late. Within the realm of death, Chen Nian moved faster than even the thunder god, Yusawa. Beneath the scythe of death, these thick-skinned beasts crumbled like paper. Shrieks of agony erupted continuously. Some beasts reacted quickly, attempting to flee, but how could they escape Chen Nian, who had become the Grim Reaper himself? After a while, the entire world fell silent, broken only by the patter of the downpour. The torrential downpour washed away the blood that had stained the mountains and fields. Zhao Yixue's gaze was vacant. Not long ago, Chen Nian had been lying on the ground. But now, the area was littered with the corpses of wild beasts. Not a single one remained alive. Her earlier worries had indeed been unnecessary. Though Alan had mentally prepared herself, witnessing this scene firsthand left her heart trembling for a long time. She had once even considered him a rival. Now the thought seemed laughable.
Even with the divine essence he had obtained and the blessings of the Qilin, he was now vastly stronger than before. Yet, there remained an unbridgeable gap between him and Chen Nian. Still, having him as a companion felt surprisingly reassuring.
Humans possess such formidable power truly worthy of the Qilin's blessing. Xiangqi wasn't deterred by Chen Nian.
A greedy gleam shone in its crimson pupils. It believed Chen Nian's power stemmed solely from the Qilin's blessing. With the dying Qilin right before its eyes, how could it let such a sure thing slip away? At this moment, Chen Nian had summoned the sovereign of all phenomena, frantically absorbing the soul power of those primordial beasts.
Soul energy plus 10. Soul energy plus 15. Soul energy plus 13. Fortunately, the number of beasts was sufficient, and the combined soul energy just barely met the requirement. Current soul energy, 1000. Second beast Howling Moon Wolf now available for summoning.
Simultaneously, after slaying such a vast number of beasts, Chen Nian's level had surged by nearly 7 tiers. But what intrigued him more was the strength of the second beast. Senra 10 forms, Howling Moon Celestial Wolf. Chen Nian activated his summoning spell. Instantly, the space before him warped, revealing a massive blue-furred wolf before his eyes.
Watch out! Aelin warned.
Xiangqi had already launched another attack, unleashing a barrage of red energy cannons as if they were free, firing off one after another with a series of booms.
Without Chen Nian's command, the Howling Moon Wolf moved. It leapt into the air, suddenly forming a crimson energy scimitar in its jaws.
Swinging the scimitar, the wolf transformed into a streak of blue lightning in midair, detonating every incoming energy cannon.
Boom! After landing, the Howling Moon Wolf opened its jaws and let out a wolf's howl. Whoa!
Simultaneously, dozens of blue moonlight cannons appeared behind it, like a swarm of stellar railguns, all locked onto the Qiangqi.
Boom!
The cliff where Qiangqi had stood moments before was instantly reduced to a pile of rubble.
Chen Nian was stunned. Holy crap, this wolf isn't just good at close combat, it can also function as a ranged mage? Seems like it's got some tricks up its sleeve.
As for Zhao Yixue and Aelin, they were utterly dumbfounded. They couldn't fathom why a wolf would suddenly appear to help them.
Xiangqi paled in shock. What kind of primordial beast is that thing? I've never seen anything like it. Its power is terrifying. Good. Very good.
Today, I'll show you the power of the bloodline of the 4 ancient fiends.
Xiangqi roared, shaking the entire 10 Directions mountain.
Veins bulged across its body, with raging blood visibly surging through its muscles. A savage aura radiated from every inch of its being.
Storm's wrath. A violent storm erupted around Xiangqi, whipping up torrential rain.
It conjured a tornado that swelled relentlessly. Everything it touched, be it trees in the forests or rocky cliffs, was shattered into pieces. The fragments and debris were all swallowed into the grey tornado, making it grow larger and larger. The storm howled, thunder roared. The world-devouring tornado storm swept toward Chen Nian and his companions.
Chapter 197, Howling Moon Wolf single-handedly slays Qiangqi. This is the power of the 4 fiendish beasts.
Aelin stared at the colossal tornado that threatened to obliterate everything and shouted, "Chen Nian, we must leave immediately." Though terrifying in appearance, the tornado moved surprisingly slowly. If they could just get away from this spot, they could safely evade it. But the Qilin couldn't escape. It might become food for the Qiangqi.
Chen Nian turned to the Howling Moon Wolf and asked, "Can you fight? If not, come back."
Summoning such a powerful beast drained immense energy. Chen Nian considered recalling it to avoid weakening his own combat strength.
Woo woo.
The celestial wolf let out a long howl to the heavens, as if responding to Chen Nian. Then it leapt into the air, the crimson energy scimitar reappearing in its jaws. Alone, it charged straight into the heart of the tornado.
What is it doing? That's suicide. Aelin murmured in disbelief. Chen Nian watched the tornado, saying nothing.
Suddenly, he noticed a flash of crimson light within the whirlwind.
Is it fighting Qiangqi inside the storm? Zhao Yixue asked. It seems so. Then, the tornado storm ceased its movement, gradually shrinking and subsiding.
Finally, all traces of the storm vanished.
The blue giant wolf came into Chen Nian's view, its body covered in wounds, limping as it walked. But in its jaws it held the head of the Qiangqi, as if it were bringing back the spoils of war for its master. Genetic energy plus 151,232. Congratulations on obtaining the legendary equipment Storm Thunder Treasure Pendant. That's insane. Chen Nian was speechless. He hadn't intervened at all during this battle. In essence, Howling Moon Wolf had single-handedly defeated the Qiangqi. Though this 4th-tier Qiangqi wasn't a fully evolved fierce beast, it was still 4th tier. Possessing fierce beast bloodline, its power likely rivaled that of a rock demon god. The second beast, Howling Moon Wolf, actually possessed 3rd-tier demon god level power? How terrifying must the subsequent 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 tiers be? Truly worthy of a word spirit ranked above the death god. Chen Nian's top priority, naturally, was to absorb the Qiangqi's soul energy. Soul energy plus 500. Current soul energy 5005000. Killing a 4th tier Qianqi only yielded this meager amount of soul energy. It seems the next tier remains a distant goal. Return. Chen Nian snapped his fingers, and the howling moon wolf vanished. This thing constantly drains Chen Nian's extraordinary power. Whenever summoned, it can't be toyed with carelessly. But the injuries would heal on their own after some time, so there was no need to worry.
Chen Nian, what was that wolf?
Zhao Yixue asked blankly.
Think of it as a summoned beast, a new ability I learned after receiving the Qilin's blessing.
Alan also ran over. That's insane. You actually summoned that wolf?
I thought it was some other powerful wild beast. The Qilin, having witnessed the entire battle, spoke with a hint of satisfaction.
It is indeed surprising.
The human who ultimately received my blessing possesses some strength.
Perhaps you truly can eradicate the source of the Black Calamity. Remember this: without sufficient strength, never enter the primordial wilderness forbidden zone.
But if you ever get the chance to go in, take my Qilin bone with you. You might have the opportunity to meet an even more powerful Qilin.
This world, I leave to you.
With these words spoken, the Qilin finally passed away peacefully, leaving behind only a golden Qilin bone that drifted into Chen Nian's hand. Chen Nian stowed it away, then found the corpse of the Qianqi. He stripped its bones as well, along with the bones of all the other powerful beasts. Not a single one was left behind.
He packed them all into his backpack. Each of these bones was priceless treasure for the dungeon.
Chen Nian mused, with all this hoarded treasure, would it even be enough as a dowry to marry a princess?
Now, on to the equipment. Storm Thunder Pendant Legendary. Required tier, Tier 3. Defense, 0. Attack, 200. Attributes, Supernatural plus 100. Special effect 4 Fiend's Might, unleashes a beastly roar, instantly intimidating all enemies. Special effect Fragment 1, collect all 4 Fiend's fragments to fuse into a mighty weapon. Chen Nian replaced the now useless Trickster Demon God Pendant, boosting his attack power once more. Let's go. It's time to head to the Black Heaven Prison Demon City. In 3 days, the Black Sun will arrive. 3 days until the Black Sun descends. Chen Nian and his companions were finally heading to their ultimate destination, the Black Heaven Prison Demon City.
Rumor had it that 2 more demon lords resided there, along with countless demon generals and low-tier calamity beasts, their very lair.
Their purpose was singular: destroy all the energy gathered by the Black Calamity.
Otherwise, if the Black Sun absorbs this energy, it may become unmatched in this realm. Should that happen, not only will the plan fail, but everyone will likely perish.
This battle must succeed. Failure is not an option. Since Chen Nian's departure, the members of the Eternal Peace Guild have not left. They were focused on one thing: finding allies.
Whether extraordinary beings from the Dragon Nation or guilds from other realms, they would attempt to persuade them, revealing the true enemy of this world. Today, they arrived at a guild from the Bear Nation.
Coincidentally, this Bear Nation guild had ties to Chen Nian.
Earlier, in a fit of rage, Chen Nian had wiped out every guild around him except this Bear Nation guild, which had narrowly escaped destruction.
Inside was a blonde Russian girl named Irina. That's the situation.
Lu Gu, serving as the primary negotiator, explained the situation to them before pleading earnestly, "We need your help."
Irina was deeply moved.
Kind-hearted, she couldn't help but say, "Guild leader, I think we can help. If that's truly the case, then we'll be doing Silent a favor, and he'll help us in return later."
"Sis, you think big." "Absolutely. Our boss always repays kindness." Unexpectedly, the guild leader shook his head. "No.
If the enemy is truly as powerful as you say, stronger than a demon god, we have no reason to risk our lives for this."
Guild leader. Ileana, no need to say more.
In life, one mustn't just follow their heart, one must also assess the situation.
My apologies, everyone.
Lu Gu and the others had no choice but to leave.
The next day, Irina was still pondering yesterday's events when the guild leader came to comfort her. "Stop dwelling on it.
We need to prepare to leave this place soon, or we might get dragged into it too."
"All right."
Suddenly, the guild leader spotted a fiery red figure plummeting toward the ground, landing precisely outside the guild's base.
Boom! The ground shook. What kind of monster is that? It's completely engulfed in flames. What do you want? If you come any closer, we'll fight back.
The fiery figure rubbed its wrist and grinned.
Nothing much. Heard there's been a bunch of humans around lately. Thought I'd grab a few tender-skinned women for a barbecue. Oh, and you can call me the Heavenly Fire Demon God. Chapter 198, Chen Nian's Infiltration, the Source of the Black Disaster. The arrival of the Heavenly Fire Demon God was nothing short of a catastrophe for the Bear Country Guild. In the end, over a dozen people were burned alive into charcoal. 3 young girls, including Irina, were captured. The teleportation crystals were useless, they were incinerated mid-air before anyone could activate them. The survivors seethed with rage, yet they were utterly powerless. Before the demon god, they possessed almost no means of resistance. Surviving at all was a miracle. Damn it! Damn that demon god. We can't just let this go. We must rescue them. With what? Do you think we could possibly fight the demon god with our strength? There's only one way: join the Eternal Peace Guild and fight them head on. Their guild wasn't the only one suffering. Within a single day, numerous guilds across the nations were attacked. Only the female members were abducted, and the mastermind behind it all was none other than the celestial fire demon god. All these trophies were brought back to the Black Heaven prison demon city and locked away in its dungeons. Chen Nian, of course, knew nothing of this. He, Alan, and Zhao Xia had already arrived outside the Black Heaven prison demon city. Chen Nian scanned the city's perimeter through his heavenly eye. What an enormous city! The walls were constructed from solid black stone blocks, while the gates were guarded by two colossal demon generals, each wielding a steel battle axe. An eerie, terrifying atmosphere emanated from within the demon city. Everywhere, monstrous creatures of bizarre forms and hideous features, clad in black robes or armor, lurked like portents of doom. Chen Nian summoned the rock demon god and asked, "How do we get in?" A barrier surrounds the city. Any aerial or subterranean approach will be detected. Entry is only possible through the main gate. Chen Nian pressed further. Can invisibility be detected within the city? The gate bears the eye of true sight. No one can hide from its gaze. Chen Nian looked closely and saw a blood-red eyeball indeed embedded in the gate, meaning even stealth entry was impossible. But once inside the city walls, invisibility would be possible. Treat me as your prisoner and escort me inside. Chen Nian commanded. Yes. After explaining the situation to the two women, Chen Nian instructed them to wait outside for his news. Zhao Xia worried about Chen Nian venturing alone into danger. If we haven't heard from you by nightfall, she said, we'll storm in to rescue you. Thus, the rock demon god seized Chen Nian and strode confidently toward the city gates. The Calamity demon general guarding the entrance bowed his head in respect upon seeing the rock demon god. Greetings, Lord Rock Demon. And this human? Following Chen Nian's instructions, the rock demon god replied, he is a human prisoner I captured. Understood. Please proceed. No one could have imagined that a mighty demon god would betray his own kind. It could only be said that the equipment of the mind-bending demon god was simply too powerful. Thus, Chen Nian smoothly entered the Black Heaven prison demon city through the main gate. Upon entering, he encountered numerous calamity beasts along the way. From the lowest tier fearless grade calamity beasts to the calamity demon generals, they all bowed to the rock demon god along the way. It seemed the demon god's status was indeed quite high. Once deep inside, Chen Nian no longer needed to pretend to be a prisoner. He activated his shadow concealment ability. However, he had to be exceptionally cautious, avoiding getting too close to other demon gods. Higher-ranking entities still had the potential to detect him. The moment the rock demon god entered the main city, he spotted a fiery red figure standing atop the city walls, arms crossed, waving a greeting. Well, isn't this the useless fool who's been obsessed with the humans in the captive dungeon? Rarely do I see you back in the city. Looks like you're itching to curry favor with Lord Black Sunday. Chen Nian watched from afar, thinking to himself that this must be the Skyfire demon god. The guy certainly had a big mouth, calling another demon god a piece of trash right off the bat. He commanded the rock demon god to reply, none of your business. Boom! A fireball exploded at the rock demon god's feet. How dare you speak to me like that? Spending too much time with humans has made you forget your place? Chen Nian? So there's actually a hierarchy among demon gods. The rock demon god was so lowly in the eyes of the heavenly fire demon god, he was nothing but a worthless piece of trash. My mistake, big brother. Ha! Looks like you've picked up a few tricks from those humans' flattery, no less. You're starting to resemble nothing more than a tail-wagging dog. After the mockery, the heavenly fire demon god couldn't be bothered to pay any further attention. Chen Nian breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he hadn't given himself away. He followed the rock demon god into the city hall, where he saw the Skyfire demon god conversing with another massive figure. The giant was all muscle, his head nearly touching the ceiling, likely the giant strength demon god. What are you doing with all these human women? In 2 days, Lord Black Sun will return. These human women have such tender flesh. I plan to grill them as human barbecue to celebrate his homecoming. Haha. Shall I let you try a couple then? No, I have no interest in food. The giant demon shook his head. You don't understand. Barbecue is humanity's greatest invention. Roasting meat until it's crispy on the outside and tender within that moment when you bite in and savory juices flow, it's the ultimate pleasure. The Skyfire demon god turned to the rock demon god, don't touch my people. Remember that. Understood. With that, the Skyfire demon god departed. From their conversation, Chen Nian gleaned crucial information. The celestial fire demon god has captured many human women. Not the dungeon dwellers, it must be those extraordinary beings? But they have teleportation crystals, so why couldn't they teleport away? This is trouble. But Chen Nian had no time to dwell on this now. He hadn't forgotten his most crucial mission. Destroy the energy black disaster brought back absolutely prevent it from absorbing it. Once they reached a secluded spot, Chen Nian pressed the rock demon god. Where is the energy black disaster brought back concentrated? The demon's lair. Lead the way. The rock demon god continued leading the way. Deep within the Black Heaven prison demon city, a massive cavern gaped in the ground ahead, guarded by numerous demon generals. So this so-called demon's lair was actually underground? The demon's lair lies ahead. We implore you, demon god, not to enter without permission. A demon general stepped forward to block their path. If even a demon god was barred from entry, one could only imagine how crucial this lair was. Blocked outside by the rock demon god, Chen Nian, cloaked in invisibility, slipped past unnoticed and leapt into the demonic cavern. The abyss was profoundly deep. It took Chen Nian a full 10 seconds to reach the bottom. This place resembled the endless hells, deep, dark, and utterly indistinguishable. The heavenly eye. The moment he saw his surroundings clearly, even Chen Nian couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. The walls of this colossal demonic cavern were densely covered, without a single gap, entirely swarming with black blood-sucking bats. Thousands? No, at least hundreds of thousands. By day they slumber within the cavern, but come nightfall they emerge, becoming the black plague that spreads across the world. Terrifying. Chen Nian advanced as cautiously as possible. Bats navigate using echolocation. There was a real chance he could be detected. If he disturbed these hundreds of thousands of blood bats, he would be truly finished. Venturing deep into the demonic cavern, Chen Nian finally discovered his target. Chapter 199, Stumbling into the Women's Dungeon. Total humiliation. At the very heart of the demonic lair, a massive black energy sphere floated mid-air. This energy sphere was the concentrated essence of the black disaster's accumulated power. It was the human power, beast power, extraordinary power, and even divine power that the Black Calamity had absorbed from every corner of the world. And after years of accumulation, who could fathom how terrifying this energy had become? How colossal. Even standing here, Chen Nian could feel an oppressive, suffocating pressure. If the Black Sun succeeds in absorbing all this power, it will likely become truly invincible. We must destroy this energy before it returns. Chen Nian thought. He had already devised a plan. Activate judgment directly and use the power of his domain to forcibly annihilate this energy. But now it seemed utterly impossible. The power of judgment was determined by Chen Nian's attributes. It was no invincible technique. Against this colossal energy, it was utterly insignificant. If he forced judgment to activate, Chen Nian himself would be the first to die. As Chen Nian pondered his options, a bone-chilling cold suddenly pierced his very soul from behind. A massive eyeball abruptly opened in the darkness. Bloodshot and swirling, its gaze finally settled on Chen Nian's position. At the last possible moment, Chen Nian activated his spatial teleportation and escaped. Terrifying. He never imagined a powerful calamity beast was guarding below. That was close. Chen Nian knew that had he lingered there, that eyeball would have spotted him. Thankfully, he'd moved fast. He'd leave this place first and figure things out later. Chen Nian maintained his stealth and followed the rock demon god away. He had another place to go next. Earlier, he'd heard the Skyfire demon god mention capturing numerous human girls. Chen Nian intended to investigate the situation. Where are those humans being held? The dungeon. Take me there. Guided by the rock demon god, Chen Nian arrived at the dungeon entrance. Descending the stairs led to the prison cells, though guards still stood watch. Greetings, Lord Rock Demon. The two guards immediately saluted. Lord Skyfire Demon has stated that no one is to touch the humans he captured. Please do not approach. Thus, the rock demon god was once again barred from entry. Chen Nian slipped down the stairs unnoticed. Descending the stairs, Chen Nian heard the girl's sobs. It wasn't just one person crying, many voices wove together in a chorus of tears. What he saw inside left him stunned. In the dark, damp dungeon, dozens of girls were imprisoned. There were dark-haired, yellow-skinned girls from the Dragon Kingdom, fair-haired, pale-skinned girls from the Bear Country, girls from the Land of Cherry Blossoms, and dark-skinned girls. Their hair colors differed, their skin tones varied, but their cries were the same. Wah! I don't want to die. I want to go home. It'll be okay. We'll find a way out, one girl reassured the others. Escape? How? That's a demon god. He said he'll turn us into a barbecue feast of human flesh. Rather than being roasted alive, I'd rather die right here in this cell. A girl on the verge of collapse tried to slam her head against the wall, but another girl pulled her back. Don't give up. There must be hope. Trust me, okay? Irina embraced the girl, gently patting her back. If only Sister Hongling were here. She would never lose to that demon god. Sniffle. Some wept, some cursed, some offered comfort. In this place, in this situation, the girls had long shed the barriers of nationality. Their hearts held only one shared desire to survive. Chen Nian, cloaked in invisibility, watched silently outside the cell. Unable to speak, and unsure what to say. Among these girls, there seemed to be members of Yi Hongling's guild.
Logically, they should be rescued. But how? If he were to rescue them, should he only save the girls from the Dragon Nation and ignore those from other countries? That was clearly impossible. Even if he managed to open the cell doors and deal with the guards outside, how could so many of them possibly escape from this Black Heaven prison demon city? No matter how powerful Chen Nian was, he couldn't protect these girls and ensure their safe escape from the enemy's stronghold. Moreover, Chen Nian's primary mission remained the destruction of that terrifying energy. Otherwise, when the Black Sun, one of the heavenly waterfalls, descends upon this world, no one will escape. Then it wouldn't be dozens who perished, but tens of millions. Beyond the extraordinary ones like them, there were the countless citizens of the underground city, Xiaohe and Gu Qingyue. As Chen Nian prepared to leave the cell, a sudden, thunderous shout erupted from outside. "What the hell are you doing in the dungeon? I told you, no one is to touch them. Don't think I don't know you're only a mountain god so you can play with human women whenever you want, you worthless piece of trash." The heavenly fire demon god was outside, berating the rock demon god. Damn, what terrible luck. Chen Nian dared not step outside. If he got too close to the demon god, there was a high chance his aura would be detected. But if trapped inside the dungeon, with the corridor being so narrow, there was no escape route. Clearly, the heavenly fire demon god was about to descend. There was no time for hesitation, a decision had to be made. Chen Nian cast his gaze into the prison cell. If he hid within the cell, using the girls' auras to mask his own, he should remain undetected. Phantom void technique, spatial teleportation. Chen Nian teleported into the cell. But an unexpected incident occurred. It turned out this cell possessed a special effect that suppressed supernatural powers, otherwise, how could it possibly contain these extraordinary beings? Chen Nian's invisibility vanished the moment he entered the cell, revealing himself before the women. It was like a big gray wolf appearing in a sheep pen. "Ya! Who are you?" "A man from the Dragon Nation." Chen Nian desperately gestured for silence. Shoo. The heavenly fire demon god was about to enter. If he discovered them, they would truly be finished. The girls weren't stupid. The clever Irina spoke first. "Everyone, keep your voices down. He might be here to save us." Footsteps echoed from the stairwell. "The demon god is coming down. Get down." Ilina acted decisively, forcing Chen Nian to lie flat on the floor before slumping down on his face. "You guys, hurry over, block him." The other girls understood and rushed over. Some draped their legs over Chen Nian, while others simply positioned their weapons on top of him, nearly covering him completely. At that very moment, Chen Nian's mind, oh no, his brain had only one thought. He absolutely couldn't reveal his identity to them. Otherwise, he might as well forget about ever fitting in here. Chapter 200, Chen Nian, ladies, please behave. The arrival of the heavenly fire demon god caused the air temperature to surge suddenly. What's all the commotion? You worthless human scum. I'm sparing your lives only because you'll make delicious ingredients. Enjoy your final moments. Keep screaming, and I'll eat her head first. Whether to shield Chen Nian or out of sheer terror, the women fell silent. Only after the heavenly fire demon god departed did they breathe a huge sigh of relief. One by one, they shifted away from Chen Nian, releasing him from beneath their weight as his face flushed crimson. Who the hell are you? How did you sneak in here? Did you come to rescue us? Are you alone? A barrage of questions came at him. Chen Nian understood their urgency, but inwardly thought, ask all you want, but could you please stop crowding around me? I'm just an ordinary person who stumbled into this city by accident. Don't worry about me. As you can see, I'm trapped here too. The women began chattering away, analyzing the situation. This city is filled with calamity beasts. Not only is it protected by a barrier, but demon gods guard it too. There's no way anyone could just walk in. So we shouldn't believe his story. He must have snuck in using some method of his own. Irina stroked her snow-white chin as she analyzed, you're a man from the Dragon Kingdom, and you have the ability to enter this heavily guarded demon city. Could it be the Dragon Kingdom's silent one? The words detonated like a depth charge, instantly sending the girls into an uproar. The silent one? He's the silent one? Is it true that Buyu is actually such a young brother? If he is Buyu, then we truly have hope. Oh my god, I just sat on Buyu's face with my butt. Chen Nian hastily waved his hands. No. I have absolutely nothing to do with Buyu. If I were someone as important as Buyu, would I have let you sit on my face just now? You're right. Then what are you doing here? Irina asked the crucial question. This girl really had a sharp mind. I was actually here to gather intelligence. I didn't expect to end up in the dungeon. Chen Nian couldn't reveal the truth to them. If they knew that Chen Nian was actually Buyu, whose purpose was to destroy the energy aggregate rather than rescue them, that would be an even more despairing reality for them. So you weren't here to save us? Then we're still going to die. The hope that had just arrived shattered once more, plunging the girls back into despair. A woman with striking features bit her lip. I've lived this long, never touched a man, and now I'm just going to die like this. As she spoke, she turned her head to look at Chen Nian. Her hungry gaze was like a starving wolf spotting a lamb. You, what do you want? Chen Nian instinctively took a step back. You look pretty enough. Why not let me do you a favor? Let you experience what it's like to be a woman. With that, the woman lunged toward Chen Nian, beginning to strip without a word. Calm down, please calm down, young lady. Many girls instinctively covered their eyes, some flushing crimson as they peeked through slits in their hands, watching the audacious display. Fortunately, Irina pulled her back down. Don't be impulsive. In the end, Chen Nian huddled alone in a corner, quietly contemplating his next move. First, if he unleashed his full power, this prison cell couldn't contain a speech-based spirit like judgment. It could easily be destroyed. The problem was, the commotion caused by destroying the cell would inevitably alert the heavenly fire demon god. Yet beyond destroying the cell, Chen Nian had no other means of escape. A spell of spatial movement would be suppressed within the cell, making its execution impossible. To escape, he'd have to force his way out. Never mind. Let the rock demon god go out first and explain the situation to Zhao Yixue and Alan, lest Zhao Yixue storms in directly. Outside the city. After emerging, the rock demon god approached Zhao Yixue and Alan's hiding spot and relayed Chen Nian's message to them. What? He's trapped in a cell? No way, I'm going to rescue him. Calm down. Chen Nian told us not to act rashly. He must have his reasons. Compared to Zhao Yixue's impulsive outburst, Alan remained relatively composed. We still have some time. Let's wait for his next contact. If all else fails, then we'll force our way in to rescue him. Alright. Inside the prison cell. Despite being surrounded by numerous girls and narrowly avoiding being assaulted several times, none of this hindered Chen Nian's thinking. He had reached a conclusion: there was only one way to destroy that energy conglomerate. Sequence 119, the word spirit Zhurong. This was Chen Nian's most powerful, farthest-reaching, and most devastating word spirit to date. It had once obliterated the deep-sea demon god in an instant. But equally, it required the longest incantation time. Once unleashed, it would undoubtedly obliterate the demonic lair and detonate the terrifying energy mass. But there is a price. The price is that once the terrifying energy is detonated, the entire Black Heaven prison demon city will likely be obliterated. Even Chen Nian himself could be caught in the blast, and whether he survives remains unknown. As for the girls imprisoned within these cells, they would all be obliterated in an instant, without exception. There's no other way. A bold plan slowly took shape in Chen Nian's mind. Through the rock demon god, he had learned that on the day of descent, the city's defenses would be at their laxest, as all the calamity beasts would be out to greet the black sun. The final plan would be executed at that very moment. The day of descent. Today, the black sun, one of the heavenly waterfalls, would descend upon the black demon city of Heaven's prison. Preparations began early within the city. Ignite the altar of calamity, so Lord Black Sun may pinpoint this location. Drummers, prepare. The rest of you, form ranks. Remember, you must pay your respects to Lord Black Sun with the utmost reverence. The city square was packed with a vast number of calamity beasts. This was a celestial waterfall tier figure. Only the mightiest among the demon gods were worthy of such a title. Who would dare show disrespect? Even the fiery-tempered heavenly fire demon god dared not show the slightest disrespect. As for the rock demon god and the might demon god, they stood by the altar, waiting. Go! Bring those women out. The heavenly fire demon god roared with laughter. Once Lord Black Sun arrives, they'll be the most delicious pastries at this welcoming feast. As you command. The disaster demon general headed to the dungeons to seize the prisoners. Within the dungeon, panic gripped every soul. Everyone knew today might be the day death came calling. Chapter 201, One man holds the pass, 10,000 demons cannot pass. Like prisoners awaiting the guillotine, the girls' faces were mostly ashen and lifeless. I don't want to die, sniffle. Who wants to die? But there's no one who can save us. If they really drag us off to roast and eat us, I'll fight those bastards to the death. They were contemplating how to face death, their resolve almost heroic, until they noticed Chen Nian still sitting motionless in the corner, eyes closed, expressionless. Why isn't he reacting at all? This guy's pretty lucky to die alongside so many beautiful women. What a waste he never broke the damn thing that's been with me for over 20 years before dying. So frustrating. Sisters, compose yourselves. Just then, Chen Nian suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. The time has come. What timing? You're not still thinking of struggling, are you? Chen Nian looked at the others and asked, I'm giving you a choice. Staying here means certain death, but escaping might offer a sliver of hope. You can choose whether to flee or not. You bastard, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? You think we don't want to escape, but this cell suppresses supernatural powers. We can't even use our abilities. Even if we escape the cell, a powerful demon god awaits outside. If it could capture us once, it can do it again. How could we possibly escape? Chen Nian shook his head. I'll handle the cell. I'll handle the demon god. You, what are you saying? You've got to be kidding me. The girls stared at Chen Nian in stunned disbelief, convinced his words were nothing but a daydream.
But whether you can escape other pursuers, that depends on you. Chen Nian had made up his mind he would rescue them. But he could only do his best. Who could guarantee rescuing so many people from countless calamity beasts? You're serious? Chen Nian's pupils suddenly flashed with golden light. Spell of judgment. The moment the judgment domain unfolded, it was immediately suppressed by the dark forces within the cell. The two powers clashed relentlessly. Finally. Crack. Before the girls' disbelieving eyes, the indestructible cell door was completely severed. In that moment, a tidal wave of shock surged through everyone's hearts. Who are you? Chen Nian chose silence, unwilling to answer the question. But many girls already had their answers. They were too stunned to speak. Irina couldn't help but step forward and ask, "You're from the Dragon Nation, our rivals. Why would you save us?" Truthfully, Chen Nian could have saved only the Dragon Nation's people and ignored those from other countries. "Disaster knows no borders," Chen Nian replied. "Let's go." "Thank you." "Hurry. We'll risk everything." The girls burst out of the dungeon like birds newly freed, sprinting toward the city gate exit. Breaking out is victory. Watch out ahead. However, several powerful demon generals dispatched by the heavenly fire demon god blocked the women's path. Chen Nian's figure flickered. Swish. 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 Several calamity demon generals fell one after another beneath the dragon shockblade. The commotion instantly drew more calamity beasts, with pursuers closing in from all directions. "What are you standing around for? Run!" The seal on the dungeon had been personally set by the celestial fire demon god. The moment it was broken, he sensed it. Those humans think they can escape? How dare they? But just as he prepared to soar into the air, he discovered his feet had turned to stone, leaving him utterly immobilized. The heavenly fire demon god glared at the rock demon god, useless. "So it was you who betrayed us." Indeed, Chen Nian had long issued orders for the rock demon god to hold off the other two demon gods. Beside them, the giant strength demon god unleashed a fist strike across the void. Boom! Terrifying force ripped through the air, instantly shattering the rock demon god's body into a pile of rubble. Yet the pile of rubble instantly reformed into a human shape. "Humph. Don't think I don't know your true form is buried underground. Fine, then I'll just blast this entire area to smithereens." The celestial fire demon god raised his right hand and slammed it into the ground. Boom! Countless crimson beams erupted from the earth, shattering the ground into a chaotic mess. 100-meter-wide crater was forcibly blasted into the earth, its interior charred black, the very air warped by terrifying heat. The rock demon god's true form was also gravely wounded by a single heavenly fire divine fist. With that, the heavenly fire demon god's legs were restored. "You think you can stop me? Useless trash. Kill him. I'm going after those fleeing rats." With Chen Nian's escort, the girls had already reached the city gates. At that moment, he too heard the tremendous roar from that direction, and immediately, communication with the rock demon god was severed. "He's dead." The rock demon god had been killed so easily. It seemed forcing it to hold off two demon gods was simply too much. Chen Nian had no time to dwell on it. Move out. A massive horde of calamity beasts had gathered at the city gate, nearly blocking the entrance entirely. "Here's a big one for you." A colossal flaming lion burst forth, instantly engulfing the calamity beasts. Spell of the lion's flame. In the blink of an eye, the calamity beasts were scorched black, nearly all collapsing to the ground, their screams filling the air. Chen Nian cleaved the city gate open with a single sword strike, finally clearing a path to the outside. This is the passage of life. We're saved. Run. The girls finally escaped the Black Heaven prison demon city, breathing in the fresh air outside. But it was far from over. Within the city walls, countless calamity beasts had already broken out in pursuit. Chen Nian's task was simple. Stand alone at the city gate. Cross this line, and you die. Countless calamity beasts surged forward like a black tide. Very well. A golden aura blossomed around Chen Nian. And so, the terrifying black tide was halted. Every calamity beast that entered the domain, no matter how many, was utterly shattered. One man held the pass, and 10,000 could not pass. As the fleeing girls glanced back, they witnessed Chen Nian single-handedly blocking countless calamity beasts. The sight left them shaken for a long time. I should have realized, he is the Silent One. Besides him, who else could possess such power? The Silent One of the Dragon Nation, thank you, thank you. Yet the pursuit was far from over. To be precise, it had only just begun. The barrier of the Black Heaven prison demon city opened. The heavenly fire demon god and the colossal strength demon god were the first two demon gods to burst forth from the skies. Trying to escape? Today, you all die here. The heavenly fire demon god raised his palm, a colossal fireball coalescing within his hand. He hurled it forward with brutal force. The fireball, carrying terrifying heat and crushing pressure, slammed toward the fleeing girls like a colossal meteorite.
But suddenly, a icy shadow streaked across the sky.
Mid-air, the fireball abruptly solidified, transforming into an ice sphere that exploded with a thunderous boom. A hail of ice rained down. Amidst the icy downpour stood a breathtakingly beautiful girl. Her expression was cold, her gaze icy, as if she were a celestial being. It was Zhao Yixue. Chen Nian had long assigned them a mission, to block the two demon gods. Chapter 202, The Human Alliance arrives, the great battle begins. The heavenly fire demon god's gaze fixed upon Zhao Yixue. His entire body blazed with raging flames, his pupils burning as fiercely as the sun. At last, I can unleash my fury. Before Lord Black Sun arrives, you must die. Fireballs coalesced in each of its palms, relentlessly hurled downward. Whoosh! 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 In the blink of an eye, a swarm of fireballs descended upon Zhao Yixue like a meteor shower crashing down from the heavens. The celestial fire demon god, the rock demon god, and the colossal strength demon god, though of equal rank, the celestial fire demon god held a significantly higher status than the other two. The reason was simple: he possessed the greatest power. The greatest difference between demons and humans lay in their power, vast as oceans, unlike the fragile human form, which could only contain the strength of a mere lake. Let's see, the celestial fire demon god sneered. If I can't catch them, the people below are as good as dead. Dozens of fireballs, each carrying terrifying destructive power. Zhao Yixue could not possibly unleash comparable power in such a short time. After all, she was human. Yet at this very moment, her expression remained impassive. Her gaze sharpened slightly as her crimson lips parted. Open! A colossal ice blossom bloomed, perfectly enveloping the incoming fireball and catching it flawlessly. And there are so many more. Can you handle them all? The heavenly fire demon god's lips curled into a smirk. But in the next instant, countless massive ice flowers blossomed behind Zhao Yixue, forming a dazzling sea of ice blossoms. Boom! 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 The sky filled with fireballs, all intercepted by the sea of blossoms and exploding mid-air. Amidst the intertwining light of ice and fire, Zhao Yixue was breathtakingly beautiful. Without a word, she gripped her ice soul longsword and soared upward. Though she could not fly, each time her feet touched down, an ice flower blossomed precisely beneath her, supporting her as she rose upward once more. Ice versus fire. The battle between the divine essence bearer and the demon god had finally erupted in full force. Meanwhile, Aelin faced off against the colossal demon god. Their clash was equally fierce, with neither side gaining the upper hand for now. Chen Nian stood alone at the city gate, his judgment slaying countless calamity beasts. Yet he had overlooked one crucial thing. Once the barrier was breached, access was no longer confined to the city gates alone. Every point of entry became a pathway. Hordes of calamity beasts soared into the sky, flying out of the city, while many others chose to crawl over the walls. In an instant, thousands of calamity beasts poured out of the city. The roars of beasts and the shouts of battle filled the air, deafening in their intensity. The entire city's calamity beasts, tens of thousands strong. No matter how powerful Chen Nian was, he couldn't possibly block them all. It's over. They're chasing us out. Run! Don't stop. We mustn't let his help go to waste. The girls fled desperately, but how could their speed possibly match that of the flying calamity beasts? Irina glanced back and saw the sky filled with calamity beasts. A wave of profound despair and helplessness washed over her. Escaping the demon city had been an impossible task to begin with. They had barely managed it with Buyu's help, only to find themselves trapped once more. The sheer overwhelming numbers left her with no will to resist. Whoosh! Suddenly, a beam of light shot from ahead, striking and bringing down one of the calamity beasts in midair. Ha! Irina snapped her gaze forward. The moment she took in the scene before her, her eyes welled up. For a second, she couldn't find the words, her voice catching in her throat. Humans! So many humans! Humans with different skin tones, different hair colors, different factions, humans who had been fighting each other just moments ago. Yet at this very moment, they had united, forming a surging tide of humanity. At first, it was only the people of Mountain River Eternal Peace. They understood Chen Nian's purpose and sought to assist him in every way possible. They tirelessly sought out other guilds, forging alliances, and gradually expanding the coalition's ranks. Later, many guild members, persecuted by the celestial fire demon god, joined in their fury. It wasn't just human extraordinary beings either. Even the elite masters from the dungeons formed an expeditionary force to join the fight. There was no other reason Chen Nian was the benefactor of the dungeons. He sought to destroy the Black Scourge and save the world. As its original inhabitants, how could they stand idly by? All their cries coalesced into a single word. Kill! The human army clashed head-on with the hordes of calamity beasts. The full-scale war commenced. Of course, many guilds had come with ulterior motives. They merely sought to leverage the allied forces to rescue their captured comrades. Now that their allies had been freed, they might no longer wish to remain and fight. Take, for instance, the Bear Country Guild to which Irina belonged. Irina, how did you escape? Now that she's rescued, let's get out of here. No lingering battles, the guild leader roared.
It was the Dragon Nation's Silent One who saved us. He rescued everyone and remains trapped inside. Irina's gaze was unwavering. He said, before Calamity, there are no borders. At these words, the group fell silent. Who would have thought that Buyu of the Dragon Nation possessed such a vast heart and such a broad perspective? No borders indeed. It's us who've been selfish. We're a warrior race, how could we be the first to retreat? Let's fight these monsters tooth and nail. If we can't win, we'll just teleport away. What's there to fear? Exactly. Let's do this. This same scene played out across many guilds. Those guilds with ulterior motives finally threw themselves into the battle, fighting the Calamity Beasts with all their might. Chen Nian was stunned. Below, the members of Mountain River Eternal Peace were advancing the fastest, having already penetrated deep into the enemy lines. Boss, we're here to help. Surprised? Lu Gu shouted from below. Tang Rou immediately cast the highest level blessing spell on Chen Nian, temporarily boosting all his attributes. Boss, don't you have more important things to do? Leave this to us. Don't worry. Without the demon god here, we can handle these minions. Chen Nian couldn't help but chuckle. Remember this, if you can't win, use the teleportation crystals to escape. Everyone get back safely. Got it, boss. Also, stay clear of this city. Tell everyone else to, otherwise, they'll get caught in the blast. Got it. Chen Nian took a deep breath. He truly had more important matters to attend to. Destroy the terrifying energy within the demon's lair. The black sun was about to descend. If he didn't destroy it quickly, it would be too late. Now that the girls had all escaped, he could safely use Jerome to detonate the demon lair. Though he feared the entire demon city might be reduced to ashes in an instant. Chen Nian fought his way deep into the demon lair. It wasn't dark yet, so the blood bats remained inside the lair. But they had long since awakened. What does it mean to have hundreds of thousands of blood bats? The moment Chen Nian entered, he was met by countless pairs of red eyes staring at him in dense clusters. It was almost enough to send a chill down one's spine. Chapter 203, An Unexpected Alliance, Zhu Ron's Outburst. Chen Nian had no desire to engage them in a drawn-out battle. Their numbers were terrifying, even unleashing judgment wouldn't eliminate them all, only wasting his strength. If he didn't conserve his strength now, how could he possibly face the Black Sun later? Senra's 10 beasts, the void-darting spirit serpent. Chen Nian summoned the lowest-tier void-escaping spirit serpent for protection. Only then could he later unleash the ultra-high-risk word spirit, Jerome. Hundreds of thousands of blood bats nearly obscured his entire field of vision. They relentlessly attacked Chen Nian, and though the ethereal snake blocked every strike, its body was being drained by the swarm. Can't drag this out too long. Though his vision was obstructed, Chen Nian had been here before and remembered the path ahead. After trudging forward with great difficulty, he finally reached the energy convergence sphere. Next, he only needed to detonate Jerome to obliterate this place. Countless blood bats, along with the entire demon city, would be blown to smithereens. However, things were far from that simple. Last time Chen Nian had encountered a guardian calamity beast here and fled in panic. This time, it was still here. A massive eyeball suddenly snapped open, locking onto Chen Nian. Boom! A crimson beam of light tore through the darkness, striking Chen Nian with pinpoint accuracy. The body of the ethereal snake was instantly pierced through, while Chen Nian himself sustained minor injuries and was blasted dozens of meters away by the shockwave. What immense power! This calamity beast guarding the demonic lair is incredibly strong. It might even rival Qiongqi. It seems we can't chant the word spirit until we deal with this guardian calamity beast. Chen Nian had to simultaneously fend off the relentless pressure of countless bloodbats while enduring the attacks of this guardian calamity beast. In such an utterly hostile environment, using the immensely powerful Zhurong was simply impossible. The only solution was to slay this calamity beast first. His heavenly eye activated, and Chen Nian fired 2 beams of light from his pupils in retaliation. With a thunderous boom, the massive eyeball was instantly shattered into pieces. Is it finished? No. A new, colossal eyeball sprouted anew from the fleshy rock wall. This is bad. Chen Nian's expression grew increasingly grim. He discovered a chilling truth. The entire rock wall was made of flesh like soil. So this demon's den isn't some cave at all, it's a colossal monster itself. I've walked right into its belly, huh? Yet even in this dire situation, Chen Nian remained unflustered, focusing entirely on devising a countermeasure. Time was running out, every second counted. Since the demon's lair is a monster itself, destroying its heart should paralyze its movements. To locate its heart, we must observe the energy currents flowing through the flesh-like soil and trace them to their source. With his thoughts clarified, Chen Nian hesitated no longer. Dodging the eyeball's attacks while fending off the bites of tens of thousands of bloodbats, he used the heavenly eye to observe the energy flow within the flesh soil. Only the heavenly eye could accomplish such a feat. Found it, the heart. Chen Nian finally located the relentlessly pulsing heart within a crevice of the rock wall. Covered in blood vessels and encased within thick flesh, it pulsed with powerful, relentless force.
Boom!
The heart was shattered into pieces by the beam cannon fired from the heavenly eye.
That should do it now. To Chen Nian's astonishment, within mere seconds, a new heart sprouted from the fleshy soil. How is that possible? Upon closer inspection, he realized this heart wasn't the only convergence point.
Similar energy convergence points existed in 4 other locations. This meant the Calamity Beast possessed 5 hearts. Unless all 5 hearts were destroyed simultaneously, its life energy would flow endlessly, making it impossible to kill. As the ethereal snake struggled to hold on, Chen Nian continued to endure relentless attacks.
At that very moment, boom! A blinding bolt of lightning brutally tore through the swarm of blood bats. Appearing before Chen Nian was a black-clad man wielding a katana, the Thunder God's blade, Yusuji Shurji. You saved my people. I owe you nothing.
It turned out that after Yusawa's defeat at the hands of Chen Nian during the Grand Martial Arts Festival, he had fallen into a deep slump. Later, he traveled far and wide battling wild beasts, gradually regaining his strength. Upon returning to the guild headquarters, he learned that members had been captured by the heavenly fire demon god. He raced here at breakneck speed, only to find the hostages already rescued upon reaching the battlefield by None Speaks. He had rushed in solely to repay this debt.
Chen Nian glanced at him. Helping me will kill you.
Once Shu Rong was unleashed, it would detonate this terrifying mass of energy.
Even Chen Nian himself might not survive, let alone anyone else. A warrior fears not death, but a meaningless death. Wazawa asked in a low voice, what must be done? That monster has 5 hearts, scattered across different corners of this demonic lair. All 5 must be destroyed simultaneously to kill it. What's so hard about that? Wazawa suddenly burst into laughter, a sound of pure exhilaration.
To him, though he couldn't defeat the Silent One, accomplishing what the Silent One couldn't was its own kind of fulfillment.
Thunder rage.
Thunder erupted from his entire body, transforming him into the most conspicuous ball of light within the dark lair. In an instant, countless bloodbats swarmed toward him. Without Chen Nian's heavenly eyes, he could see nothing within the demonic cavern, only utter darkness stretched as far as his gaze could reach. But he didn't need eyes. He was the first to dare battle the Silent One within the realm of death.
His inner vision.
In the endless darkness, Shangzhe used his inner vision to pinpoint the locations of 5 hearts, his hand already resting on the hilt of the sword at his waist.
Thunderclap. Heavenly star flash. Boom! Yusawa transformed into a blinding bolt of exploding lightning, obliterating the approaching bloodbats into a bloody mess.
Driven by absolute focus and an overwhelming desire to surpass Chen Nian, his speed had shattered all limits, becoming faster than ever before. In the darkness, the lightning bolts coalesced into a 5-pointed star. The 5 points of the star precisely marked the locations of the 5 hearts. Almost simultaneously, the 5 hearts shattered into a sky filled with flesh fragments. The flesh soil immediately shriveled away, and the eyes attacking Chen Nian vanished. The calamity beast within the demonic pit was finally dead. Gaining a moment to breathe, Chen Nian began to activate Zhurong. Terrifying, extreme flame energy spread around him. This was the aura of impending annihilation. After slaying the monster, Wazawa did not retreat. Instead, he shielded Chen Nian, relentlessly slashing down the approaching bloodbats. He had practically transformed into a true bolt of lightning, a maniacal grin curling at the corners of his mouth. Without a doubt, in this moment, he had reached the peak of his frenzy. Chen Nian opened his eyes. Spell of words Zhurong. Chapter 204, The Black Sun Descends, the overwhelming pressure of a heavenly waterfall. Spell, Zhurong. Among all the word spirits Chen Nian currently possessed, this was the most destructive, the widest in scope, and the most terrifying in power. Endless flames erupted, instantly engulfing everything within the demonic lair. Simultaneously, the energy gathered by that mass of black calamity detonated. Boom! A chain reaction detonation. Its force was no less than detonating a nuclear bomb within the demonic lair. The hundreds of thousands of bloodbats, the source of the black calamity, everything was reduced to ashes in the energy storm. The ground fractured at an exaggerated speed. The towering structures of the Black Heaven prison demon city collapsed in an instant, pulverized into dust mid-air by the shockwave. Countless calamity beasts left behind in the demon city, along with those awaiting Lord Black Sun, were all obliterated. The deafening explosion echoed for dozens of miles, its shockwave uprooting every plant and tree beyond the city walls. It took a long while for people to recover from the shock of the explosion. One by one, they stared at the enormous dark cloud billowing into the sky, their eyes wide with shock, speechless. The boss, he's still inside. Who knew the force he unleashed would be so terrifying? No wonder he made us stay away. If we'd still been nearby, we'd probably have been buried with that city. But what about the boss? He didn't die in there, did he? Don't worry. Even if he couldn't escape in time, he could use the teleportation crystal to leave this world. Those calamity beasts were also stunned into stupor. What the hell? How did our home get blown to smithereens in the middle of a fight? Impossible, this can't be, the Skyfire demon god gasped. Someone blew up the energy Lord Black Sun spent years gathering. There's the Black Calamity inside, and the Guardians. Who could have done this? It's impossible. It's over. Everything is ruined. Lord Black Sun will arrive soon. He will blame us. When he does, we will all die. Not a single one of us will survive. The mighty heavenly fire demon god now trembled like a frightened subordinate dreading punishment, utterly terrified. Chen Nian. Zhao Yishua's eyes welled up with tears. In her world, anyone could die, but Chen Nian must never come to harm. Her love was twisted, stubborn, and utterly one-sided. Seeing Chen Nian caught in that catastrophic explosion, her voice cracked. She nearly rushed out without a second thought. Human, dare you ignore me? How audacious! The celestial fire demon god roared in fury. Zhao Yishua, who had been his worthy opponent, now abandoned him and walked away, a blatant insult. But just as he pursued her, Zhao Yishua whipped her head around, her pupils blazing with a fierce, murderous intent. Get lost! The command pierced through bone marrow, accompanied by a chill carrying a million icy spears that forced the heavenly fire demon god back hundreds of meters. She immediately flew into the ruins to search, calling out Chen Nian's name loudly, yet no response came. What on earth happened over there? It seems to be you. He detonated the source of the Black Calamity. He must have been caught in the blast himself. You mean Bu Yu was at the epicenter of that explosion? Could he possibly survive? Who knows? Who dares predict that man's fate? He's no longer in the same league as us ordinary humans. The calamity beasts have been decimated. Now is our chance to counterattack. Charge! Wipe out every last one of these calamity beasts. But just then, the sky suddenly darkened. The sunlight vanished abruptly, and the entire world lost its brilliance in an instant. What's happening? Look at the sky. What is that? A solar eclipse. It's a solar eclipse. At that very moment, a total solar eclipse was unfolding in the sky. The sun turned black, leaving only a golden ring around its outer edge known as an annular eclipse. I have a bad feeling about this. Those calamity beasts, why have they suddenly knelt down? All the calamity beasts prostrated themselves on the ground, kneeling toward the sky. Not a single one dared to raise its head. Even the Skyfire demon god and the Might demon god halted their battle, standing still with heads bowed, their faces radiating fervor and devotion. Hail Lord Black Sun! Hail Lord Black Sun! Hail Lord Black Sun! 3 resounding cries, perfectly synchronized, echoed like the world's most devout believers awaiting the descent of their true god. A tiny white speck appeared at the center of the black sun. The white speck plummeted downward, its speed increasing relentlessly, clearly the silhouette of a human figure. Just as everyone thought he would crash into the earth, he halted 10 centimeters above the ground. His bare feet hung suspended in midair, untouched by a single speck of dust. A tall, slender man with skin as white as snow. Even his hair and eyebrows were pure white. Clad in a half-open white robe, barefoot, he possessed an almost striking beauty at first glance. Is this the Dark Sun Lord they speak of? I thought it would be some huge black monster, but it's actually a pale-skinned human? Haven't you noticed? The higher-ranked calamity beasts, the more human-like their appearance. He's practically indistinguishable from a human now. Be cautious. His power is unfathomable. Aylan's expression grew grave. She was one of the few present who possessed a god tier. With her divine essence, even facing a demon godhead on wouldn't trouble her much. But this man before her felt entirely different. It was a crushing pressure like a towering mountain range, crushing any thought of resistance. Lord Black Sun, these audacious humans have destroyed the black calamity energy you accumulated over years. They deserve death. Death! A calamity demon general hurriedly reported. Black Sun's brow furrowed. What did you say? Before becoming the heavenly waterfall, Black Sun had been a 9th-ranked demon god. His power surpassed all other demon gods, thus earning him the title of Heavenly Waterfall. Becoming Tianlong meant his entire bloodline grade had elevated, necessitating a complete recultivation. His rank had to be rebuilt from the first tier. By his estimation, the energy absorbed by Black Calamity should have allowed him to advance from Tier 2 to Tier 4. Yet now, it had been destroyed? Those damned humans, they ruined you, my lord. Before the demon general could finish speaking, his entire body shattered on the spot, transforming into a stream of black energy that was sucked into the Black Sun's body. The Black Sun's gaze swept across the entire scene. When the heavenly fire demon god met that gaze, he felt his entire body tremble and quickly bowed his head low. Useless. Very well. Since so many humans have come, they shall serve to fill the void in my energy. With that, he strode alone toward the human coalition forces. Alone. The terrifying pressure forced the human coalition army to retreat step by step. Chapter 205, Raging Tide, Thunderous Roar. Black Sun advanced alone. He walked, yet his feet never touched the ground. He moved through the void. The human coalition forces were forced back, retreating step by step. No, this is impossible. He's too powerful. I'm not here to die. Retreat first. Unable to withstand the terrifying pressure, many immediately shattered their teleportation crystals and fled.
In an instant, the human alliance lost a quarter of its forces.
Those who remained were the bold and determined elite.
Of course, while the extraordinary beings could leave, the locals couldn't.
This reinforcing army from the dungeons didn't possess teleportation crystals.
What do we do now? The boss's fate is unknown. Should we retreat too? If we don't leave now, we might never get out. Wait a little longer.
The boss knew Black Sun would come.
He must have left himself a backup plan. He wouldn't just give up like this. Black Sun suddenly curved his lips, a faint smile touching his handsome, pale face. Humans, not a single one dares stand before me? Ridiculous.
He raised his slender index finger, aiming it at the human coalition forces. At his fingertip, countless black particles coalesced into a luminous sphere.
With a thunderous boom, a jet-black beam of light tore through the air.
This single beam struck the guild leader of the very guild Irina belonged to.
Gu Guild Master.
Irina immediately rushed over, her face pale, pupils trembling. The guild leader was a renowned Iron Knight, renowned for his defense, clad entirely in epic tier gear.
Yet now, half his body had been obliterated.
The scene was gruesome beyond description. The other guild members were filled with shock, rage, and terror.
They wanted to help the guild leader, yet dared not look at the horrifying scene.
Several members even crushed their teleportation crystals and fled on the spot.
Guild Master. The guild leader's injuries were too severe to save. He drew his last breath. Is this the human body? Truly too weak. Black Sun showed no mercy. His raised index finger continued to target others. Bang! Bang! Bang!
A single black beam was enough to kill one person, without fail. After a while, the members of the Bear Country Guild were either fleeing or dead, leaving only Irina behind. Kneeling on the ground, she clutched her fallen comrade, glaring at Black Sun with such fury she nearly shattered her teeth.
She knew full well that if she didn't leave now, she would be the next to die.
But she refused to leave. This life had been saved by the Dragon Nation's Silent One. She refused to be a cowardly deserter on the battlefield.
Irina trembled so violently her shoulders shook. Damned monster! How dare you slaughter our countrymen? Today, I shall fight you. A burly Russian warrior charged forward. His bare torso revealed sculpted abs, while his chest hair displayed the wild spirit of the warrior nation. Alec! That's Alec! They say he's the mightiest warrior of the Bear Nation, with legendary feats like repelling demon lords. He's a blood demon warrior. The more wounded he gets, the fiercer he fights. People pinned their hopes on this brave Russian warrior. After all, he was the first to charge forward. Black Sun raised his index finger, aiming it at him. A barrage of black energy blasts erupted. Unexpectedly, Alec blocked the beams with his greatsword and in an instant, he was already before Black Sun. Nothing special. Die! Alec roared, raising his greatsword high before bringing it crashing down. The sheer power of that strike could shake a demon god. Yet what followed left everyone utterly speechless, gaping in disbelief. A slender, pale index finger blocked that earth-shattering strike. WH? Alec's face drained of color. Black Sun merely smiled faintly, interesting. Clang! The greatsword shattered with a thunderous crash. A gruesome spray of blood erupted from Alec's chest as he was hurled backward, crashing to the ground, his fate unknown. This scene delivered a crushing blow to the human alliance. The last remnants of fighting spirit in their hearts instantly turned to fear. Their most powerful warrior, the one they'd pinned all their hopes on, had been taken down in an instant. How could they possibly fight on? Whoever stepped forward would be nothing but a suicide mission. Ha! To dare challenge Lord Black Sun, what a fool! We've long heard that every member of the Heavenly Falls is a true monster. Today's sight confirms it. Shoo, keep your voices down. Lord Black Sun is in a rage. Let him vent his fury on these humans, just don't let it spill over to us. The Heavenly Fire Demon God, the Colossal Strength Demon God, and that pack of low-tier calamity beasts all stood silently watching the spectacle from the sidelines, thoroughly reveling in the misfortune. Angering Lord Black Sun meant a grim fate awaited those humans today. Just then, two demon lords noticed a figure emerging from the ruins of the Black Heaven prison demon city behind them. The figure wore tattered black robes, a katana sheathed at their waist. Covered in wounds, they staggered unsteadily, clearly injured. That's Lord Yusuji Shikuboku. He survived that explosion? Unbelievable. With Lord Yusawa here, we truly have hope. Upon seeing Yusawa Yuki, the extraordinary beings of Sakura Nation gazed upon him as if upon a deity, their eyes brimming with fervor and reverence. They knew all too well the terrifying power this man possessed, their minds already conjuring visions of him annihilating the Black Sun, shocking the world, and bringing glory to their nation. Yusawa Shikuboku had survived that horrific explosion only because he had managed to distance himself from Chen Nian at the instant of detonation. Unfortunately, he was still caught in the terrifying energy storm. Ultimately, the divine essence of Takumi Kazuchi awoke, aiding him in narrowly escaping death.
Yet even he remained unaware of the fate of the Silent One at the very heart of the energy storm, whether she lived or died. Earlier, a girl had been desperately searching through the ruins, but finding one person in the vast rubble of an entire city was like looking for a needle in a haystack.
So he's the one who destroyed the energy Lord Black Sun had gathered? Slaughter him!
The heavenly fire demon god commanded.
The calamity beasts obeyed, swarming toward him instantly.
Wazawa was positioned deep within enemy lines, trapped behind the calamity beast legion.
No one could come to his aid. Huff!
Gripping the hilt of his sword at his waist, he drew a deep breath. Even his very breath seemed to carry the crackle of thunder.
Raging tide. Thunderclap. In that instant, a dragon's roar echoed through the air. Wazawa's form transformed into a thunder dragon, tearing open a gap in the calamity beast legion with brutal force. Wherever it passed, thunderclaps shook the earth, and countless calamity beasts perished. So fast. Even the Skyfire demon god and the Might demon god were caught off guard. Their eyes followed the thunder dragon as it tore through the calamity beast legion. Where the dragon's head finally reached was the Black Sun. Wazawa, single-handedly, forced his way through the calamity beast defense, instantly piercing through the Black Sun. The dragon halted. The thunder ceased. A blade wound pierced through Black Sun's chest. Chapter 206, Domain Unleashed Judgment. What? That human actually wounded Lord Black Sun?
The two demon gods were utterly astonished. They knew Black Sun's power bested was overwhelmingly formidable.
Who would have thought such a powerful being could exist among mere humans? But even a stronger insect remains an insect.
Yusuji raised his head, sweat trickling down his scarred cheeks as his breathing grew heavy. This had been his full power strike. It seemed he hadn't managed to kill his opponent. The piercing wound in Black Sun's chest was healing at a visible pace. His bloodline rank surpassed that of a demon god, granting him both terrifying physical strength and regenerative abilities. Clearly, such an injury would not prove fatal.
You're impressive. Black Sun offered his appraisal.
Like a lofty powerhouse appraising a junior, his words dripped with arrogance and disdain.
Wazawa was instantly enraged.
The ground beneath his feet shattered as Thunderbolt Flash manifested once more. His speed was so blindingly fast that before anyone could react, he had already closed the distance to Black Sun.
This strike aimed for the throat.
Yet the blade never fell. Instead, it was casually caught mid-air between two fingers, frozen in place.
Yusawa's pupils widened in shock.
His move had been read for the second time.
The first time was by Buyu. He never imagined this monster could keep up with his speed. Brave of you. Kurobi's fingers flickered, and with a sharp crack, the tachi shattered. A legendary tier weapon forcibly destroyed.
One could only imagine the terrifying power contained within those two fingers.
A pale palm followed swiftly, striking Yusawa's chest with casual ease. Yet this seemingly feeble palm sent Wazawa flying like a cannonball.
Under the terrifying force, his body flew backward, smashing through numerous massive boulders along the way before finally embedding itself into a hillside. Blood spurted from his mouth, his bones shattered throughout his body, and he fell silent forever.
Life or death unknown. Yusawa-sama has also fallen. No, this can't be true. This can't be true. The faces of the Sakura nation's extraordinary beings turned ashen. Their god had been mercilessly crushed by the Black Sun. How could they accept this? Countless transcendents broke ranks, using teleportation crystals to flee, and the human coalition forces scattered in disarray. Ha! These audacious humans have finally tasted Lord Black Sun's terror.
The heavenly fire demon god narrowed his eyes.
Wait, that woman? Zhao Ishue had returned.
She had practically turned that ruin upside down, yet still couldn't find Chen Nian. At this moment, her mood had plummeted to its lowest point.
Her gaze was icy, devoid of any warmth. The path she walked instantly crystallized into ice. Lord Black Sun, leave this human to me.
The heavenly fire demon god volunteered eagerly, still holding a grudge after being scolded by the woman earlier.
Human woman, Lord Black Sun needn't lift a finger to kill you. Prepare to die.
The heavenly fire demon god stepped before Zhao Ishue, suddenly channeling all his power. Domain activated heavenly fire inferno. The ground, the air, the sky all erupted in blazing infernos within an instant. Those outside the barrier felt an indescribable heat wash over them, nearly scorching their skin. If it felt this intense outside, Zhao Ishue inside was undoubtedly like being trapped in a furnace. Turned to ashes within this domain.
Yet reality diverged from the heavenly fire demon god's expectations.
Not only did Zhao Ishue fail to turn to ash, she didn't even break a sweat. Her features, her gaze, her bearing, her expression,
all conveyed a single, chilling impression: icy cold. Absolute zero. Zhao Ishue's entire body instantly turned silver white.
Even the dust particles in the air froze into ice shards and fell to the ground.
Domain colliding with domain. The two forces nearly split the world in two. Everyone assumed Zhao Ishue would be the first to falter after all. How could human strength possibly match the colossal power of a demon god?
Yet unexpectedly, the heavenly fire demon god's domain retreated step by step.
Flames were swallowed by the frigid air, and the heat in the atmosphere plummeted dramatically. Impossible. How could I be no match for a human?
The heavenly fire demon god staggered back several steps, only to discover the ground beneath its feet had frozen solid, trapping it in place.
Black Sun intervened abruptly.
A jet of black light shot from its fingertip, surging into the demon god's barrier and instantly reversing the situation.
The fiery domain surged with renewed power, instantly overwhelming Zhao Yishua's counter-domain. Lord Black Sun. Useless.
The Skyfire demon god, notoriously hot-tempered, remained meek and submissive despite being called a failure. He could only vent his rage upon the human girl, pushing the heavenly fire domain's power to its absolute limit.
Zhao Yishue was on the brink of collapse.
Her lips were tightly pressed together, her skin glistening with sweat, her robes ablaze, her face flushed crimson by the flames. Finally, absolute zero could no longer be sustained, completely swallowed by the heavenly fire domain.
The inferno of purgatory engulfed Zhao Yishue.
Even if she tried to crush the teleportation crystal now, it would be too late. People seemed to already envision her reduced to ashes, their expressions filled with heart-wrenching sorrow. But at that very moment, a hand landed on Zhao Yishue's shoulder, catching her full weight with a firm chest. A familiar scent, a comforting sensation.
Zhao Yishue whipped her head around.
Before her eyes appeared that familiar face, and a pair of eyes more dazzling than gold. The domain unfolded, and the word spirit judgment. The heavenly fire domain, which had been surging with momentum moments ago, was instantly swallowed by the golden domain, unable to offer the slightest resistance.
Impossible.
The heavenly fire demon god froze in shock for a moment. His own domain, bolstered by the power of Lord Black Sun, had been devoured in an instant.
How powerful was this golden domain?
He dared not contemplate it. Yet, the terrifying pressure forced him to retreat desperately, as if being drawn in would shatter him to pieces.
Are you okay? Chen Nian wrapped his arm around Zhao Yishue's shoulder and asked gently. You're okay? Zhao Yishue blinked in surprise.
She hadn't expected Chen Nian to emerge from that terrifying explosion with no visible injuries. Apart from a bit of dust on his face, he was practically unscathed, even able to smile. I saw you frantically searching for me just now, Chen Nian smiled.
You heard me, and you didn't come out?
Zhao Yishue's eyebrows furrowed, her little nose wrinkling in obvious displeasure.
Because I was doing something important.
Truthfully, Chen Nian's situation hadn't been overly optimistic. While he himself wouldn't be affected by the Zhurong explosion, the energy storm unleashed by its detonation would bring catastrophic destruction. After successfully igniting the fire, he immediately activated his spatial teleportation ability, burrowing underground in an attempt to withstand the blast's force. However, the explosion was so terrifying it nearly tore up the ground itself. Fortunately, he swiftly summoned the second beast, the Howling Moon Celestial Wolf, to help absorb the impact. Yet even the Howling Moon Celestial Wolf could only withstand part of the blast before being engulfed by the energy storm and instantly dissipating, unable to recover for the time being.
However, Chen Nian's 9-headed baby battle armor possessed a unique effect.
Special effect 9 heads, 9 lives, this equipment can withstand 9 powerful attacks. After doing so, this effect permanently disappears. This equipment's effect, combined with the Howling Moon Celestial Wolf, helped Chen Nian withstand the most terrifying energy storm. What followed posed little threat to him.
As for what Chen Nian was doing inside?
The answer is this: that terrifying explosion annihilated tens of thousands of calamity beasts within the city. Chen Nian naturally wouldn't let those soul energies go to waste, he absorbed them all.
Soul energy, 4,000, 5,000.
Just a little more, and he could summon the third beast of the Senro 10 beasts.